Chapter 1. Dizziness, Nausea, and the Urge to Vomit. A searing pain surged through his mind, as if shattered blades were piercing into his brain, stirring it into a frenzy. Jing felt as though his consciousness was divided into three parts. One part was his unbearable awareness of agony. Another was a frenzied boxer relentlessly pummeling his soul. And the final part was a lunatic, waving a colorful flag and exulting within the confines of his consciousness, maniacally laughing while stuffing a transcendent technique known as soul refinement into his mind. Enough. Stop. There's no more room. Jing tugged at his hair, letting out a pained howl. He swayed, attempting to rise, but the ground was swaying even more violently beneath him. Two wide swings to the left and right sent him crashing against the doorframe, followed by a brutal slam that thudded him onto the floor. A damp, musty odor surged into his nostrils from the wooden floorboards. He finally succumbed and leaned over a wooden barrel, retching violently. Half a minute later, he sat against the barrel, gasping for breath. The cramped room was filled with the acrid stench of vomit, the air thick and foul, and his headache seemed to intensify. Yet somehow, he felt remarkably refreshed amidst the swaying objects around him. Is this the world of the insane? It feels rather pleasant. Lost in thought, a spark lazily drifted past his eyes. Jing paused for a moment, bewildered, and looked down, following the drifting spark to discover that, at some point, a profound ring-like mark resembling a solar eclipse had materialized in the palm of his left hand. With the appearance of the ring mark, the relentless bombardment of information in his mind finally ceased, and countless red runes flashed before his eyes, presenting the technique known as soul refinement in its entirety within a consciousness. A segment of information subsequently emerged. Name: Jing. Age: 18. Race: human. Strength: H. Agility: H. Stamina: H. Intellect: E. Soul ability: none. Skills: General Education LV4, Software Engineering LV3, Soul Refinement LV50. Traits: none. A pill. This was the first thought that flashed through Jing's mind. As a devoted benefactor of a certain orphanage, he realized he had likely transmigrated. Aside from the inexplicable panel of information in his mind, he was all too familiar with the symbol in his palm, the emblem of Dark Souls 3, a sign that the first flame was dying, representation of an impending world's end. Just the sight of it invoked painful memories of a screen gradually fading to black. The pain, it was excruciating. Moreover, the inexplicably stuffed refinement technique in his mind was none other than the unique technique of one of the Lords of Cinder, the exiled Ludlith, from Dark Souls 3. This technique, akin to alchemy yet more specialized, could refine distorted souls and solidify certain traits within them, ultimately crafting various items. In simpler terms, it was the ability to forge items from souls. From the final products, anything could be refined, from weapons and armor to magical spells. It was an ideal companion for gamers, a heartwarming boon for players. Aside from the fact that it should not be manifesting within him, it was flawless. He felt unworthy of possessing such formidable abilities. Hadn't a certain multiverse hero once proclaimed, "With great power comes great responsibility," implying that if one had no real ability but wielded such immense power, it was tantamount to courting death? Jing felt he was in a similar predicament. He steadied his emotions, quickly confirming through the seamless integration and precise measurement between his palm and the items around him that he was still in his original body, before glancing at his attributes. According to the description in his mind, strength, agility, stamina, and intellect corresponded to the four attributes of power, dexterity, endurance, and mental acuity. Strength represented the explosive power of muscles, endurance, and other factors, yielding significant variation based on the posture of exertion and other influences. Agility encompassed flexibility and nerve response speed, subject to changes based on weight and internal energy attributes. Stamina described the body's resilience against impact, the pressure tolerance of internal organs and soft tissues, and overall recovery capabilities, serving as a balance between strength and agility. As for mental acuity, it referred to the range and degree of brain activity when focused on a particular task and should not be considered a definitive measure of intelligence. A healthy adult with brain development at the average level of humanity would typically possess attributes ranging between GF. Jing looked at his 3 HS and 1 E attribute, resembling a stick figure. This did not surprise him. He had indeed neglected exercise after starting work. However, how could a vibrant young man of 25, now 18, on the verge of passing the flame? Even if it were to pass to a wife, it was out of the question. After calming down a bit, Jing began to contemplate his situation, quickly realizing the complexity of the matter. Considering his surroundings, he mentally revisited the narrative of Dark Souls 3 and suddenly noticed an anomaly. It seemed there were no elements related to the sea in the game. Yet, judging by his current predicament, the swaying room, the damp floor, the creaking sounds, the conveniently placed wooden barrel, the oil lamp hanging on the door, and the sound of waves crashing against wood, all pointed to the undeniable truth that he was presently aboard a wooden ship adrift on the sea. As another wave crashed, the vessel rocked violently. Anticipating the motion, Jing quickly braced himself against the wall with one hand and steadied the barrel with the other. If this barrel tipped over, he would likely find himself retching once more. Outside, footsteps hurried by, voices raised in urgent calls, creating a cacophony of chaos. Jing decided to venture out and investigate. He approached the door, gripping the doorknob. Just as he was about to turn it, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from outside. It sounded as though something sharp had sliced through the air, followed by a chilling scream, abruptly cut short. Hut, hut, hut. Something spherical rolled down the stairs. Panic surged as voices erupted into a frenzy. Jing's scalp tingled, and he instinctively recoiled as if electrocuted. That rolling object couldn't possibly be ahead. Just hearing the sound conjured a gruesome scene in his mind. What was happening outside? Before he could piece together the situation, a second scream pierced the air, then a third. Silence soon enveloped the area outside. The waves crashed against the wooden ship, leaving only the creaking of the boards. Long and monotonous. It seemed as though the entire vessel was now devoid of anyone but Jing. He stood frozen in the cramped cabin, still reaching out, eyes wide open, paralyzed with fear, not daring to make a sound. It was all too swift. Everything was happening far too quickly, so fast that he scarcely had time to think. He could only instinctively remain still, holding his breath, hoping the figures outside would completely overlook him. Crimson liquid slowly seeped through the crack beneath the door, gradually soaking his straw sandals. Tap! A faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed outside his door. Jing's pupils constricted in an instant, fixated on the wooden door. His heartbeat raced to 200. Don't open the door. Don't open the door. He silently prayed. Indeed, the door remained shut, because the other party had no need to open it. 3 piercing winds whistled, and 3 glimmers of cold light flashed across the wooden door. The dilapidated door slowly fell before Jing's despairing gaze. A vivid splash of orange-red flickered behind the door. For a fleeting moment, Jing thought he beheld a dreamlike maple forest. In this dim, cramped cabin, drenched in blood. Crack! The sound of a blade being sheathed resonated, as a magnificent orange-red robe cascaded over an elderly figure, resembling a cluster of maple leaves adorning a withered stump. The pungent scent of blood finally flooded the narrow cabin. Jing took a step back. Just a door's width away, the dim yellow light illuminated his face, and he clutched a makeshift mop tightly in his hand, while the elegantly robed elder stood outside the door, casting a disdainful glance at him, the cold light of day falling upon his back like a merciless assassin in a rain-soaked night. His lips moved slightly. The elder seemed to utter something, yet Jing could neither hear nor comprehend. A trickle of blood coursed from his ear to his neck. In truth, the moment the wooden door was shattered, he had already sustained an injury. At that moment, all he could hear was the thunderous beating of his heart. Yet, paradoxically, in such a moment, he felt increasingly lucid and composed. Was this the legendary sword energy? Truly formidable, indeed. The pain pierced through his mind like a twisted thread. He gripped the wooden stick tightly in his hand, desperately searching for an almost impossible opportunity to retaliate. The old man seemed to sense Mo Jing's demeanor, and his gaze shifted to one of disdain and pity. Clearly, this was not the answer he sought. He muttered something under his breath, as if lamenting the ignorance of this insignificant figure. Slowly turning around, he faced Mo Jing. Crack! The thumb pushed the blade from its sheath. At the very moment the aged right hand grasped the hilt, a deafening roar erupted from above. The fragile deck shattered under immense force. Amidst the pouring sunlight, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, battered and bruised, descended from the heavens with a wild laugh. Hee 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 hee. Mo Jing could swear he had never encountered a man so grotesque, with a laugh so peculiar. His face appeared to be fashioned from 2 rears, and his flamboyant red hair was tied into 2 thick, straight bun-like protrusions on either side of his head, secured with metallic spheres, resembling the eyes of crab. On his hands, he bore 2 massive steel pincers, one of which was already mangled. From a clean break, it seemed to have been severed by the old man's sword. It was not hard to imagine that the man had previously clashed with the old man, only to retreat temporarily after being bested. Now, seizing the opportunity, he charged back, shouting in a language Mo Jing could not comprehend, as a glimmering pincer loomed over the old man. The old man's reflexes were lightning fast with a furious roar. He slashed backward with a brilliant arc of his blade. Now was the moment. Mo Jing's eyes widened in sudden realization. He took a step forward at the instant the old man turned, fiercely thrusting the mop in his hand upwards towards the old man's groin. No man could ignore an attack from below. The old man's face contorted in shock and fury, instinctively attempting to clamp his legs together. But this action rendered his otherwise flawless stance utterly disheveled. The descending steel pincer easily deflected the blade's glow, crashing down with a thunderous impact. Rip! The dreamlike maple forest split apart, blood splattering as an arm spun and tumbled to the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped the cabin. This was an outcome no one had anticipated. Even the grotesque giant was momentarily stunned. The old man was even more affected. Half of his face was nearly drenched in blood. Trembling as he reached towards the severed wound on his left arm, the intense pain seemed incapable of leaving even the slightest mark on his withered visage. His expression filled solely with astonishment and rage. He had lost an arm here, aboard a pirate ship with a bounty barely surpassing 10 million. Veins bulged ominously in his eyes. His forehead throbbed with fury. The old man suddenly turned around, his shadowy countenance morphing into that of a malevolent specter. A terrifying intent to kill instantly engulfed Mo Jing. This was disastrous. The hatred had shifted. Mo Jing's vision darkened, nearly choking on his breath. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the cabin door. However, in that brief second as he turned, he witnessed the old man, transformed into a fearsome harbinger of death, slice the returning steel pincer in 2 with a single strike. Then, bending low, he propelled himself forward, instantly closing the distance. A brilliant flash of blade pierced through his heart. Mo Jing's eyes widened in shock as he staggered forward 2 steps, slowly collapsing to the ground. The icy blade withdrew from his heart. Simultaneously, it extracted the last remnants of warmth from this body. Until his final breath, his eyes remained wide open, seemingly unable to fathom that his newly traversed life had met such an abrupt end. Yet this was reality, offering no room for chance. Thud! The corpse fell to the ground, warm blood gushing from the wound, merging with the countless severed limbs strewn about, forming a grim backdrop to this horrific slaughter. The old man disdainfully spat blood, turned, and charged once more toward the grotesque giant lurking in the shadows. With a resounding clash, the fierce battle erupted anew. No one noticed that, after the old man turned away, tiny sparks like fireflies began to rise from the freshly fallen corpse. Fresh kindling ignited. On Mo Jing's right arm, a burning ring of fire gradually materialized, an imprint. Had he been conscious, he would have instantly recognized this as the mark of the undead. known as the Dark Ring, a symbol bestowed by the Abyss as a curse of immortality upon humanity. Countless runes reassembled in Jing's mind, forming new information. Name: Jing. Age: 18. Race: Undead. Status: King of Ashes 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Strength: GH. Agility: GH. Physique: GH. Mind: D. Soul: Ability. Curse of Immortality. Skills: General Education LV4, Software Engineering LV3, Soul Refinement LV50, Initial Flame LV1 Traits, Dark Ring 1, Initial Flame. Moments later, the battle within the cabin neared its conclusion. The grotesque brute descending from above proved no match for the elderly man. Yet, the elder, with one hand severed, had lost the agility and strength he once possessed. Although his swordsmanship remained sharp, the prolonged combat and the loss of blood led to a rapid decline in his condition. Clang. The battered crab claw once again intercepted the gleaming blade. The grotesque brute, covered in injuries and on the brink of exhaustion, wheezed and cackled. He, old man. Why does this strike lack power? He forcefully swung open the razor-sharp blades, unleashing the concealed sharp spikes within the crab claws, lunging forward with fervor. The two claws interwove in a relentless assault, granting the elderly no respite whatsoever. Unimaginably, the once feared pirate hunter, Beaduo, was destined to perish today at the hands of Iron Claw Ambali. The grotesque brute cackled with delight, envisioning the acclaim that would undoubtedly follow this battle. His spirit seemingly emboldened with each passing moment. With his hands raised high, clutching the crab pincers, he was poised to strike down when, in an instant, something caught his eye, causing his mouth to fall agape. Within that fleeting second, the seasoned pirate hunter, Beidou, seized the opportunity with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, he sheathed his blade at his side, channeling all his strength to kick against the wooden wall, propelling himself towards Iron Claw Ambul. The long sword in his hand slashed horizontally like a phantom twice. One sword style, wolf bite. Two figures momentarily intersected. Ambul's body was cleaved in twain midair. Thud, thud. Beyeduo slowly returned the sword to its sheath, viciously swallowing the blood that surged in his throat. You are still far from taking my life. As the words left his lips, his eyes widened abruptly, and he lowered his gaze. An unremarkable pirate's curved blade pierced through his heart from behind, flames flickering quietly along the edge. Whoosh! The curved blade was withdrawn with indifference. Beyeduo clutched his chest, staggering 2 steps forward, trembling as he turned back, his eyes widening in disbelief upon recognizing the figure behind him. How is this possible? Swish! A stream of fire swept across his neck. The elderly head rolled to the ground. The cabin swayed slightly, and Jing stood calmly amidst the bloody carnage. Devoid of the joy of vengeance or the relief of vanquishing a formidable foe, he merely gazed indifferently at it all, his eyes, resembling molten lava, reflecting an inhuman coldness. Like a deity, a faint, orange-hued milky light hovered above the corpse of Beidou. Jing instinctively understood its significance. In Soul 3, it signified the dropping of items. Yet here, it seemed to convey something altogether different. He extended his left hand, and the luminous orb immediately soared towards the ring mark at the center of his palm. A message flashed through his mind. / Soul of Beyeduo soul quantity, 3200. It bore a name. Such was the treatment befitting a boss. Reflecting on the formidable combat prowess of the old man, he realized that had it not been for that unexpected strike, the crew aboard this vessel would likely have faced annihilation. Jing acknowledged his status as a minor boss. Instantly, his thoughts turned to the soul refinement skill, which reached a remarkable level of 50. Unlike the original alchemical techniques of Rudolus in the game, his soul refinement did not necessitate a furnace for assistance. The knowledge in his mind revealed that he himself was a perfect crucible. All that was required was to pour the potent soul into the ring mark in his hand and add sufficient souls as fuel to forge items. Now, he possessed a formidable soul. He merely lacked the ample fuel. Jing surveyed the cabin, eventually fixing his gaze upon the grotesque, muscular man. Despite being cleaved in two, the man still clung to life. His vitality was terrifyingly robust. Jing picked up Beyeduo's dagger and approached the upper half of the man. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the blade and plunged it into the man's heart. Beneath his icy gaze, it seemed as though all emotions had been consumed in flames. A milky white orb of light materialized above the corpse. Jing reached out to absorb it into his palm. Iron Claw, Soul of Anbolii soul quantity, 1020. A single squeeze. The foundational soul quantity required to forge / Soul of Beyeduo was 1,000. Just enough. A warm current flowed from the shattered soul, merging into the ring mark on his left hand. In the profound darkness, it appeared as though a rapidly spinning core lay hidden, with sporadic sparks erupting from his palm. Soul refinement commenced. Boom. At that moment, the cabin door was suddenly burst open. 3 burly men, adorned with tattooed arms and wielding knives and antique flintlock pistols, shouted as they stormed in. They immediately spotted As-墨荆, who was poised with a long knife, having pierced the captain's heart. Misfortune struck as the flames surrounding As-墨荆were extinguished, and the status bar on his panel vanished. The countdown for the King of Fuels had concluded. In his attempt to let the two adversaries exhaust each other, he had squandered too much time. At this moment, the mortal emotions of desire and longing surged back into his vessel. Simultaneously, his frail physical attributes returned. As-墨荆, awakening from his daze, helplessly raised his gaze towards the 3 men. Their eyes met in the air. One of them, with a crab tattoo on his left arm and a knife in his right hand, suddenly bellowed something, causing the other 2 to regard As-墨荆with malevolence. Without further ado, the trio leaped down the staircase, grinning wickedly as they closed in on As-墨荆. He let out a long sigh. Truly, this was enough. Is he engaged in some sort of infinite challenge level? After vanquishing a wave of enemies, another wave immediately spawns. How can one be so unfortunate? He has already faced death once, yet they still refuse to let him be? He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. One must concede that with his abysmal attributes, he was in no way a match for any of these 3 individuals, let alone all 3 of them. Yet, he no longer wished to evade. To hell with fleeing. To hell with traversing dimensions. He merely yearned to survive. Who was he obstructing? As-墨荆forcefully extracted the long blade from the corpse, spitting disdainfully. The suffocating fear, confusion, anger, and resentment that had been pent up since his arrival coalesced into a single exquisite expletive. With a furious roar, he charged at the trio. Simultaneously, soul refinement concluded. A message flashed through his mind. Sword technique crystal, Beyeduo or swift wind double slash. He chose sword technique crystal, Beyeduo. In an instant, that familiar madness within his soul returned. This time, the influx of information was overwhelming, so immense that blood erupted from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, and mouth, while the veins in his brain threatened to burst. Before him appeared overlapping phantoms, a serene dojo, resplendent maple forests, tumultuous ocean waves, and mountains of corpses. The enemy flickered within these illusions, charging at him with lethal intent. Yet, As-墨荆felt nothing but exhilaration, an unparalleled sense of elation. He burst forth with a maniacal laughter, resembling a malevolent specter, instantly instilling terror in the hearts of the 3 onlookers. In the fleeting moment of their astonishment, the frenzied figure darted past, unleashing 3 swift arcs of blade. The trio, eyes wide with disbelief, clutched their throats and gradually succumbed to the ground. With a resounding crash, the cabin door was flung open, and the deranged silhouette stumbled out, cackling madly as it vanished into the brilliant sunlight. The blinding rays of the sun and the gentle caress of the sea breeze mingled with the occasional flight of seabirds. On the boundless expanse of the cerulean ocean, a diminutive wooden vessel drifted alone, akin to an ant lost in a vast world. The boat creaked softly as it rocked gently, while a blood-soaked figure lay upon it, staring vacantly at the sky, appearing withered and desolate. Today marked the 3rd day of his journey through time. As-墨荆had grown stronger, yet he was on the brink of death. He recalled the events of 3 days prior not just once, pondering if fate would grant him a chance to begin anew. He would rather kneel down and plead for mercy. Why would one act like a madman when everything was perfectly fine? He still recalls the scene from that time. After emerging from the cabin, he could hardly distinguish between reality and illusion, yet his spirit soared to exhilarating heights. He was almost laughing maniacally as he wreaked havoc on the pirate ship that had already been ravaged by Beyeduo. After dispatching 6 or 7 unsuspecting pirates, he was astonished to discover a few clever little souls huddled on a small boat, poised to cut the ropes and set sail. Without hesitation, he fervently pressed one, leaped onto the small vessel, and commenced another frenzied slaughter. It was only when he had exhausted himself and lay amidst a pool of blood, the visions before him gradually fading, that he suddenly realized he might not be able to return. Just moments ago, the pirate ship that had been behind him had taken advantage of the chaos he had created to flee in a panic, and thus, the situation had transformed into what it was now. Presently, he no longer experienced hallucinations under his deliberate control. Beyeduo's swordsmanship was merging with him in a gentle and innocuous manner. The sole predicament was that he had not eaten for 3 days. 3 days. As for water, It was manageable. A decaying corpse that had fallen at the bow of the ship had left him with a small flask of fresh water. However, he had just finished the last sip. He is on the brink of death. Each time he awakens in a fit of agony, surrounded by the vast and boundless ocean, he becomes acutely aware of this grim reality. In those moments, he recalls that he has become an immortal, that true death no longer exists, plunging him into an even deeper despair. He would endure an endless, hellish cycle upon this vast sea until his consciousness shattered. Imojing painfully closed his eyes. Thus, time passed day by day. On the 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, a colossal shadow gradually enveloped the small boat. Imojing was rescued by a passing merchant vessel. After confirming the language barrier, they provided him with water and soft food, transporting him to a small island, where they unceremoniously cast him onto the dock and hurriedly began unloading cargo, departing in a whirlwind, leaving no name behind, fearful of further entanglement. Imojing felt somewhat bewildered. Yet upon reflection, he could comprehend their actions. After all, he was drenched in blood, clutching a blood-soaked dagger, presenting a most unseemly appearance. One could only imagine the great peril lurking behind him. As an ordinary merchant ship, their assistance had reached its limit. Imojing silently offered them his gratitude. To his surprise, the townsfolk here seemed well-versed in tending to mysterious, grievously injured individuals like him. A group of stout women, baskets slung over their arms, surrounded him, discussing his condition. After a brief deliberation, he was taken to the home of an elderly man. Following a cordial negotiation, Imojing temporarily settled in this quaint town. Dada was the first word he learned. It was the name of the old man's granddaughter. She was a few years younger than Imojing, barely reaching his chin in height, with a cascade of beautiful golden hair and skin as fair as milk. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint freckles adorning her nose, which only added to her youthful charm and cuteness, resembling a lively little sparrow. This was Imojing's initial impression of her. Upon discovering that Imojing could not communicate, she eagerly volunteered to teach him to read. This directly resulted in an increased frequency of Imojing's encounters with the old man, especially during the evenings when he would escort Dada outside. Turning around, he would often see the elderly man sitting on a stone at the door, lonely as he polished his gun. According to Dada, ever since Imojing arrived, the old man's gun had not accumulated a speck of dust. The old man's name was Abu's Ken, the proprietor of a dairy farm situated outside the town. 1/3 of the expansive pastures surrounding the town belonged to him, which, along with the local fishing grounds and orchards, constituted the 3 main pillars of the economy of Yimlu town, with dedicated transport vessels arriving monthly to supply goods. He himself admits that his intention in accepting Imojing was to have him work without compensation. As for the concerns of the townsfolk regarding Imojing's identity, the old man is utterly indifferent. He is a retired old sailor, and Dada's parents are currently working at a nearby naval branch. The day after Imojing awoke, the old man arrived at his door, brandishing a rifle and gesticulating wildly, warning him that should he entertain any ill intentions, he would come to regret his existence in this world. Out of respect for the hospitality extended to him, Imojing wisely refrained from discussing the accuracy of the antiquated smoothbore gun. Once settled, Imojing's most pressing concern was to ascertain precisely where he had found himself in this new realm. He inquired with Dada about various rumors and news concerning this world, but ultimately arrived at only some ambiguous conclusions. It is understandable, given that Imlo town is merely an inconspicuous little settlement, where the townsfolk lead a life devoid of conflict. And Dada, an innocent young girl, naturally possesses limited knowledge. This was initially what Imojing had thought, until one day, Dada unexpectedly brought a stack of wanted posters to use as teaching material for Imojing. Pointing at a strikingly handsome man with red hair, Imojing asked her, "Who is this dashing fellow?" Dada took a moment to recognize the image and painstakingly instructed him on the pronunciation. Shank. Shank. S. Imojing gasped, grabbing the wanted poster and staring at the incredibly handsome man in the photograph, before finally exclaiming in his native tongue, "Wow, it's the Pirate King." It was not Imojing's fault for not recognizing Shanks. He is an ardent anime enthusiast, and it has been several years since he last followed the adventures of One Piece. The intricacies of the plot have long since faded from his memory, leaving only a few names lingering, such as Nami, Robin, and Hancock. Ahem. Moreover, the disparity between real-life individuals and animated characters is quite pronounced. Take Shanks, for instance, whose wanted poster depicts him as far more menacing and domineering than his animated counterpart. It is evident that he is not a person of good repute. Nonetheless, These matters seem to bear little relevance to Immo. The grand tumult of the ocean fails to reach this remote little town. Here, it resembles a veritable utopia, existing in a delicate balance with the vibrant world of the sea. After spending half a month milking cows on the farm and successfully overcoming the tedium of being without a phone or internet, Immo quickly acclimated to the tranquil life here. At times, he muses that living his entire life in such a place, as an ordinary person, would not be so bad. Unfortunately, at this moment, he had transcended the realm of an ordinary individual. With a swift motion, the glint of a knife intersected in midair, and two plump, succulent fish weighing over 2 meters fell onto the fish processing table. Immo deftly switched knives, severing the menacing, serrated heads from the fish and categorizing them meticulously into different slots. "How about it, Krieg?" asked Burs, the proprietor of the Green Pine fishing grounds, as he puffed on a cigarette with a sense of pride, gesturing towards the dark-skinned man beside him. "This is my most skilled fishmonger. Would you care to witness his prowess on a larger catch?" Krieg, who had been intently observing Immo's hands, inhaled deeply. "Indeed, his knife skills are flawless," he remarked, casting a slightly wistful glance at Immo's slender frame. "But isn't he a tad too frail? You know, Burs, dealing with fish over 5 meters isn't merely a matter of knife skills." "I knew you would say that." Burs snapped his fingers. "Immo, show him what you can do." Immo nodded, and the surrounding fishmongers erupted in cheers as 5 of them collaboratively dragged a menacing 4-meter-long, nearly 5-meter-long saber-toothed mackerel from the central pool. With a forceful toss, they hurled the fish into the air. Simultaneously, Immo drew a slender fish knife and leaped into action. Swish, 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 swish. It was as if a silver flash enveloped the saber-toothed mackerel. Thud. Immo landed gracefully, gently wiping the blood from his knife. The fish processing table behind him resonated with the sound of a downpour, as tails, bodies, bones, heads, and entrails were neatly arranged upon the pristine surface. Finally, a fearsome head fell, its unblinking eyes gazing skyward. Amidst the crowd, someone initiated the first cheer, and the spectators were immediately swept into a frenzy of excitement. In this entertainment-starved town, such spectacles were a rarity. Beside them, Krieg stood in awe, his mouth agape, unable to contain his astonishment. "Good heavens, this fellow's knife skills are as formidable as that of a swordsman." Immo cast him an expressionless glance, then briefly surveyed the attributes in his mind. Name, Immo age, 18 race, undead strength, G agility, G constitution, G intellect, E soul ability, undying curse skills, general education LV4, software engineering LV3, soul refinement LV50. Initial fire LV2, swordsmanship LV8, elite swordsman, swimming LV5 traits, dark ring X1, initial fire, rhythm of water, deep breathing indeed, with LV8 swordsmanship. Though still a far cry from the peak prowess of Beledo, he was already extraordinary among ordinary mortals. He gently rotated his left hand, drawing the white soul from the fish-killing platform towards him. Soul of the saber-toothed main fish soul quantity, 76. Fortune smiled upon him. He had acquired a complete soul. Immo felt a flicker of joy within, though his expression remained serene and unperturbed. Perhaps it was due to the proximity he had with Dada. For half a month ago, the old man had sent him to the lapis lazuli fishery under the pretext of finding him a new job. At first, he was rather reluctant, until he discovered that killing fish could also yield souls. Now, he has become a soulless machine for fish slaughtering. The presence or absence of a name is crucial in determining whether a soul can be utilized for alchemy. Not every fish he slaughters provides a named soul. Mojing has spent half a month working at the lapis lazuli fishery and has begun to understand the patterns of soul extraction, which are related to his own attribute strength. If the physical attributes of the fish are weaker than his, he can generally only obtain fragmented souls or fish souls upon slaughter. These souls are considered blank souls and only offer Mojing a modest increase in soul quantity. The extent of this increase depends on the fish's inherent strength. For example, a fish with attributes averaging H might yield approximately 0.9 points of soul quantity. Fragmented souls are significantly less than complete ones. A fish with attributes at G, however, can provide 1,050 points of soul quantity. As for those fish with attributes surpassing his own, there exists a considerable probability of acquiring named souls upon slaughter, which are excellent materials for alchemy. The results of soul alchemy typically present 23 options. According to Mojing's experience, fish souls usually yield 5 types of items. A. Fragmented small attribute crystals. For instance, fragmented strength crystal, which directly enhances Jing's attributes. This is why he managed to elevate his average physical attributes to G in just half a month, as he encountered many fish stronger than himself. However, thus far, he has only succeeded in refining crystals for strength, agility, and constitution, and has yet to see a crystal for intellect. He wonders if the legendary Sea Kings might yield different results. B. Weapons and equipment accessories. These items generally possess special effects, with their potency entirely dependent on the strength of the soul itself. For example, the slender fish-slaying knife he previously wielded, named Fish Lip, was acquired through the alchemy of a swift knife fish's soul. Its special effect enhances its sharpness while cutting fish. However, in terms of sharpness, it still pales in comparison to the broadsword passed down from Beiyi Duo. C. Skill, swimming. There is little to elaborate on. One only needs to observe his level 5 swimming skill to understand that this ability typically manifests with each fish soul refined. After several accumulations, he, who has scarcely ventured into the sea, has developed a swimming proficiency rivaling that of seasoned fishermen. D. Trait. Water's rhythm. Trait. Deep breathing. Traits are relatively rare alchemical products, often requiring some rather uncommon fish species to have a chance of appearing. Jing currently possesses only 2. The former enhances his perception of water currents, indirectly increasing his swimming speed, while the latter boosts his physical pressure resistance and diving capability. Both are exceedingly valuable assets. E. Essence. Water. This crystalline essence, adorned with the title of essence, resembles a droplet of crystalline dew and is the rarest of all alchemical items. Thus far, Jing has only succeeded in refining it once. Its effects are difficult to articulate. It feels akin to an ephemeral insight, both fleeting and profound. The description on the panel is quite intriguing. Even the most foolish of fish may momentarily grasp the secrets of water, though it vanishes in an instant. It has provided Jing with immense inspiration. The most immediate manifestation of this is that his swordsmanship has become more fluid. If Beiyi Duo were still alive, she would surely recognize that his swordplay has gradually diverged from her style, beginning to take on a personal flavor. However, he is still far from forging his own path. Currently, apart from slaughtering fish at the fishery every afternoon at 5 and returning to the dairy farm by 10, Jing spends his entire mornings immersed in the forest to the northwest of the town, honing his physique, refining his swordsmanship, and delving into the mysteries of the ring seal. The vast and intricate experience of swordsmanship continues to integrate with him slowly yet steadily. At this rate, it may take at least 2 years for complete assimilation. While this seems rather slow, Jing remains untroubled, after all. He is absorbing 80 years' worth of swordsmanship experience in just 2 years. What is there to be dissatisfied with? Moreover, he has long experienced the consequences of impatience. He no longer desired to become a madman. Thus, a stable and fulfilling life passed day by day. Just as Jing believed this tranquility would endure indefinitely, Albus Ken, restless and unwilling to remain in solitude, returned with a pirate. Before dawn, the old man began imparting the secrets of kidnapping and extortion to Jing. Be ruthless. Your gaze must be fierce. Look at me. Perhaps you should maintain a stern expression. The methods of intimidation were the same as ever. The old man swaggered in, armed, yet this time accompanied by a knife-wielding guard, while the once exuberant little tail had vanished. The old man deemed Dada's lively demeanor detrimental to their villainous duo's gravitas, and, without hesitation, expelled her from the team. Dada, now indignant, was busy milking a cow, causing it to moo in protest. Jing was tempted to critique the old man's approach, which would be utterly ineffective against truly formidable pirates, yet the old man's confidence dissuaded him from doing so. Sighing, he resolved to keep an eye on the situation as a way to repay Dada for her enlightening assistance. Hopefully, this new acquaintance would not prove troublesome. Upon entering the wooden cabin alongside the old man, Jing instinctively furrowed his brow at the first sight of their companion. Truly, one fears what one encounters. Sitting upon his bed was a young man with dark hair, a handsome face adorned with a few freckles, a string of red beads hanging around his neck, and a physique that was both sturdy and well-proportioned, appearing to be around 18 years of age. A red cowboy hat rested beside the pillow. He was enveloped in bandages, yet there was no trace of unease on his face amidst the unfamiliar surroundings. When Jing entered, he found him resting his chin on his hand, gazing dreamily out the window, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly filled with boundless anticipation for the future. It must be acknowledged that this man possessed a unique aura, akin to a flickering flame, gentle yet serene, concealing within it an intensity of fervor that remained inscrutable to all. mysterious and perilous indeed. As anticipated, this latest intimidation ended in failure with the old man. The young pirate exhibited no semblance of respect for elders or affection for youth. He responded to the old man's words with indifference, proceeding with his own affairs, even dozing off mid-conversation, entirely oblivious to the notion of being an outsider. In a fit of anger, the old man stormed out of the wooden cabin, leaving墨荆and the young pirate exchanging glances, both bewildered. "Hey!" The young pirate suddenly pointed curiously at the sword in墨荆's hand. "Is there a special way you draw your blade since you don't carry a sheath?" "Because I forgot,"墨荆replied, stepping out the door. Behind him, the sound of the young pirate's hearty laughter echoed from within the cabin for reasons unknown. Struck by some peculiar humor, moments later, a head popped out of the window, calling loudly after his retreating figure. "I'm Ace. What about you?" "墨荆." He waved without looking back as he continued towards the town. Ace, a name that resonated with familiarity. When he first heard the name Albus Kent, he felt a similar sense of recognition, mistaking it for a character from a story. After 2 months of observation, he realized it was merely an old man. If memory served him correctly, Ace seemed to be a character from Ultraman. It was clear that one could not simply encounter pivotal characters of a narrative as effortlessly as in novels.墨荆muttered as he walked away, with daylight still lingering. He needed to procure a bed. There were no spare rooms at Kent's house. Ace had occupied his bed, leaving him no choice but to find a new one in town, lest he have nowhere to sleep that night. As for resting in the luxurious duplex arranged by the green pine fishery, that was out of the question. The most delightful part of his days had been inhaling the faint scent of milk emanating from Dada as she studied foreign languages, and then stepping out to witness the old man's zombie-like countenance. Perhaps this was the reason the old man had once again rescued a pirate. By the time he returned to the wooden cabin, nightfall had descended.墨荆unloaded the components of the wooden bed from the cart, creating a cacophony of noise that astonishingly did not rouse Ace from his slumber on the other bed. His sleeping quality was nothing short of extraordinary. With a heart full of questions about this unfamiliar pirate,墨荆lay down to rest, but despite his efforts, sleep eluded him. After all, sharing a room with a stranger was disconcerting. Thus, he fashioned a small tripwire trap in front of his bed, reminiscent of the hunters in the forest. Should anyone disturb it, a bell would ring at the head of his bed. Yet, even with this precaution, he could not entirely relax, raising his vigilance to the utmost. The result was that he awoke more than a dozen times throughout the night, the sound of snoring akin to a dying pig next to him igniting an impulse to shake the other awake. The next morning,墨荆was roused by Albus Kent's furious shouting. As he sat up, he heard the sound of jingling bells beside him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the tripwire he had set to guard against intruders had somehow become entangled around his feet. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to catch sight of a certain individual's malevolent grin. While feeling helpless, he also let out a sigh of relief. For at least the person was not a vicious character. However, it was rather infuriating. He emerged from the wooden cabin, brandishing a knife, only to find Ace in a heated argument with Albus Kent. The crux of their dispute revolved around Ace's desire to persuade the old man to lend him a boat for a voyage at sea, but the elder vehemently rebuked him, pointing out that he had yet to settle his debts for medicine and lodging. "I will find a way to pay it off, old man," Ace exclaimed, absent-mindedly digging at his ear, his demeanor betraying no trace of anger, exhibiting a patience that seemed uncharacteristic of a pirate. Yet, the old man remained unmoved by Ace's demeanor. He desires nothing less than a free laborer. Just as he spotted墨荆emerging, an irate Albus Kent bellowed, "You have arrived just in time.墨荆, quickly expel this fellow from our boat." In response, a fierce gust of wind swept through. A flash of blade glimmered, and grass clippings danced in the air. The old man's breath caught in his throat, his fury abruptly quelled. Surely, to merely drive someone away does not necessitate the use of a knife. Neither party paid him any heed. Ace leaped backward, precariously balancing on the edge of the fence, securing his cowboy hat atop his head, and exclaimed with astonishment, "I never imagined a place like this would harbor someone of your caliber. But do you truly wish to engage in battle with me?" He lowered the brim of his hat, gazing at墨荆with a playful glint. "Let me make it clear, I am quite formidable."墨荆, sword in one hand, scoffed disdainfully, gently beckoning with his finger. "Who is it that cannot wait? I can see the anticipation practically overflowing in your eyes. Ha ha. You've caught me." The voice drew suddenly closer. A downward strike descending from the sky obscured the sunlight. Thud.墨荆sidestepped nimbly, creating distance while firmly planting his right foot on the grass, then pivoting to thrust directly. Whoosh. the long blade sliced through the dust. Yet there was not the slightest sensation of impact. So close, Ace's nonchalant voice echoed from amidst the swirling haze. He gently leaned back to evade the strike, then swiftly pivoted, reminiscent of a great fish flicking its tail, delivering a powerful and forceful whip kick directly toward his opponent. He transformed into a mere shadow in motion, the speed defying that of an ordinary human. With a resounding clash, Jing retreated while drawing his blade to parry, barely managing to block the assault. Nevertheless, he was still jolted backward several steps by the immense force. A simple test of strength revealed the disparity between them, leaving both parties somewhat astonished. Jing took a deep breath, gripping his sword with both hands at the side of his face, his gaze fixed intently on Ace, who was casually adjusting his hat with one hand. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary in this unexpected place. In his eyes, the spirit of battle surged. He was no longer inclined to hold back. "Oh, are we to get serious?" Sensing his intensity, Ace became exhilarated. Clenching his fists and adopting a stance, he boisterously exclaimed, "Come at me. Let me witness your true prowess." A subtle smile crept onto Jing's lips. What a delightful adversary. Just as he was poised to strike first, a soft figure suddenly embraced him from behind. "Please, don't fight," Dada pleaded tearfully. Jing's body stiffened as he recalled that he was still on someone else's farm. Here, any bloodshed would only wound Dada's heart. Instantly, his fervor for battle was extinguished. He sighed silently, driving his blade into the ground before turning to gently pat Dada's back. After all, what value is there in conflict when compared to the radiance of Dada's smile? "You little rascal, where do you think your hands are going?" The old man, momentarily returning to his senses, was about to mediate when the sight before him incensed him, causing him to leap from the ground in indignation. "And you, grandfather? Why did you allow Jing to chase her away?" Dada, her cheeks flushed, wriggled free from Jing's embrace, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Like a pea shooter unleashed at full power, Ken could only maintain a stoic demeanor, occasionally offering a half-hearted apology. To everyone's surprise, even Ace was among those admitting fault. This fellow displayed none of the dignity expected of a pirate. Instead, he hung his head, scratching the back of his neck, repeatedly uttering, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault to Dada." This unexpectedly garnered a more favorable impression from Jing. Under Dada's watchful eye, what could have escalated into a tumultuous ordeal dissipated silently. Jing and Ace reconciled as if nothing had transpired. Of course, the true thoughts in their minds remained a mystery. That night, upon returning from his foreign language studies in the old man's room, Jing found Ace fast asleep. Their beds were positioned at opposite ends of the room, and Jing had no intention of waking him. Instead, he took a moment to admire the newly crafted scabbard before lying down, swiftly descending into slumber. That night, he was devoid of defenses. Perhaps one could argue that conserving his energy was the best preparation. The following day, Jing's blade was missing. Yet, he appeared unperturbed by the turn of events. He knew that Ace was not one to easily concede. Initially, he pondered how this fellow would challenge him to a duel. To his surprise, it was in such a straightforward and candid manner. He went to the old man's house as usual to enjoy a breakfast lovingly prepared by Dada. As he departed, he wrapped a portion in paper, bid farewell to Dada, and made his way towards the forest. It was no secret that he practiced swordsmanship in the woods every morning. The hunters and fishmongers of the town were well aware of this. Acquiring such information was not a challenge for Ace. Indeed, it wasn't long before he ventured into the forest and spotted Ace dozing on a tree trunk. "You're so slow," Ace grumbled, seemingly sensing Jing's arrival. There was no hint of surprise in his tone, as if he had been certain from the very beginning that Jing would keep their appointment, just as Jing was convinced he would once again challenge him to a duel. Perhaps this could be considered a form of unspoken understanding? He tossed the knife to Jing, rising from the trunk with a smile. "Surely, no one will come here, right? Let us engage in a proper duel, Jing." Jing caught the knife midair but did not hasten to draw it. Instead, he produced a steaming packet of dumplings. Dada's heartfelt breakfast. "Do you not intend to eat before we battle?" he inquired with a smile. "Ah." Ace was taken aback for a moment and casually remarked, "Such things are completely on." A sudden stillness enveloped the forest. Indeed, those with exceptional physical prowess tend to express their hunger quite vocally. "I'm hungry," Ace laughed awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. "Thanks. I didn't realize it. But you are quite a good person." He leaped down from the tree trunk and was about to approach when he noticed Jing carefully rewrapping the dumpling and placing it beneath the roots of a nearby tree. Slowly, he drew his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of the dumpling, resembling a warrior guarding a treasure. A teasing voice emerged from his lips. "Defeat me, and you shall have your feast." He gently pressed the brim of his hat, and his breath gradually took on a dangerous quality, the fighting spirit in his gaze becoming impossible to conceal. Retracting my earlier words, "You truly are a vile one." Likewise, Jing chuckled, bending forward, taking a stride, and suddenly charging ahead, seizing the initiative. A gleaming flash of silver from his blade engulfed Ace. One sword style, wolf's bite. Today, the forest was unusually lively, filled with muffled thuds and the sound of breaking branches. Frightened birds fled in haste, while the creatures of the woodland curiously glanced towards the source of the commotion, wisely choosing to circumvent the area. After a considerable time, the noise gradually subsided. In a clearing of the forest, Jing lay sprawled on the ground in a large character shape, his longsword embedded in a nearby tree trunk, and a distinct footprint imprinted on his abdomen. He gasped for breath with great intensity. Not far behind him, Ace cheerfully devoured dumplings. Only faint scratches marred his arms and calves. This fierce confrontation ended in a complete defeat for Jing. There is nothing to lament. This was his first opportunity to fully showcase the skills he has acquired thus far. He has achieved the pinnacle of excellence, even surpassing his own limits. Yet, alas, his opponent is astonishingly formidable. Not only is there a direct suppression in strength and agility, but the combat experience is astoundingly seasoned, far beyond that of a mere youth. With over 80 years of battle experience, Beidou is nearly matched by this 18-year-old lad. Fortunately, Beidou has already passed away. Otherwise, given the old man's temperament, he would have risen once more, only to succumb to frustration again. Throughout the entire confrontation, Jing has gained no advantage whatsoever. Even wielding a blade, a weapon that provides a significant edge, his opponent obstinately refrained from utilizing any weaponry. Still, the outcome remained unchanged. Reluctantly, Jing must concede that this peer, of a similar age, has utterly dominated him in combat. The world of One Piece is indeed terrifying. Nearly encountering a henchman reveals such immense combat prowess. The little pride Jing held in his acquired swordsmanship has silently dissipated. Behind him, Ace, having finished his dumplings, couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Jing rose from the ground. "Let us have another round," he declared. "I refuse," Ace replied without hesitation. He has satiated his curiosity and lacks the motivation to continue sparring with Jing. However, Jing is unwilling to let Ace slip away. During their recent battle, he distinctly felt that Beidou's swordsmanship expertise was merging into his being at an astonishing rate, exponentially surpassing the norm. At this pace, within a mere month, he could metamorphose into the next youthful incarnation of Beidou, though the disparity in attributes is not easily surmountable. He speculates that he must thoroughly advance his strength, agility, and physique to around D in order to reach the maturity of the elderly Beidou. Seeing Ace's outright rejection, Jing remains unperturbed. He sheathed his sword and spoke softly. "I have heard that you are in need of a vessel to set sail." Ace immediately perked up. "Do you have one?" "Alas, I do not." He lay on the ground with a sullen expression. "But I have money," Jing coaxed gently. "You rascal, are you plotting something sinister?" Ace snapped a twig in half to use as a toothpick, squinting at Jing, having clearly sensed the ulterior motive in his tone. Jing nodded and candidly stated, "If you can defeat me in a match, I will give you 500 berries." Ace hesitated. "How much is a fishing boat around here?" Jing pondered for a moment. "Approximately 30,000 to 40,000 berries. But if I negotiate for you, it could be secured for 30,000 berries. You know I work at the fishing grounds." In reality, a fishing boat costs about 10,000 berries, but as the foremost fishmonger at the fishing grounds and a good neighbor in Imlo town, Jing could easily ascertain the price of the boat from the fisherman. Life at sea is arduous, and it is his duty to slightly elevate the living standards of the fisherman. He simply possesses a kind-hearted nature. Winning one match earns 500 berries. Winning 60 matches could practically grant him a free boat. It hardly seems a daunting task, does it? Ace gazed into his sincere eyes, hesitating momentarily. "Aren't you afraid I might just steal it? I am a pirate, after all." "Oh, would you dare to steal?" Jing questioned, perplexed. Ace paused, then burst into laughter, rising from the ground. "Since you are so eager to take a beating, then I shall not be blamed." He clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. "If you ask me, I could easily strike you 100 times in a single day." With a cold sneer, Jing, having risen from the ground, replied, "Impossible." Before he could finish his words, a fierce gale of fists rushed towards him.墨荆swiftly drew his sword and retreated, and the battle commenced anew. Ace was not merely boasting. Given his physical prowess, delivering 100 blows to墨荆in a day was indeed feasible. However,墨荆was not wrong either. Such a scenario could never materialize, for he could not endure 100 strikes. On the first day of training, neither of them managed to complete even 10 rounds.墨荆found himself overwhelmingly suppressed, and despite exerting his swordsmanship to its utmost, he could not regain even a sliver of advantage. Yet, it was precisely this abysmal physical condition that compelled Ace to spend considerable time waiting for墨荆to recover after each bout. "You are truly peculiar,"墨荆gasped, lying on the ground, breathless after yet another defeat. Meanwhile, Ace took the opportunity to hunt, roasting a plump, juicy beast leg over the crackling fire. With such exceptional swordsmanship, how could your physique be so feeble? Ace pondered. He believed that one must train rigorously in swordsmanship from a young age, possessing extraordinary talent to attain such skill at his age. Yet, inexplicably,墨荆's body was remarkably frail. It was utterly perplexing. The incompetence of the party severely hampered Ace's ability to earn money. Tossing a cylindrical piece of hind leg meat to墨荆, he accepted it without hesitation and began to eat. With each bite, the succulent juices burst forth, rich and delectable, whetting one's appetite. He offered no explanation. From the old man to the fishing grounds and then to Ace, his frail body had been criticized far too many times. The matters concerning the ring and soul forging were utterly inexplicable. To this world, they were phenomena beyond comprehension. "And you, how can you be as formidable as a monster?"墨荆asked, his words slightly slurred. "Are there more terrifying beings like you at sea?" "Certainly not, but I will undoubtedly become the strongest." Upon hearing this, Ace's interest was piqued. He suddenly fixed his gaze intently on墨荆, as if weighing something, his eyes growing brighter with each thought. "So what do you say? Would you like to join my crew?" he suddenly proposed. "With your swordsmanship, we could certainly make a name for ourselves across the oceans."墨荆shook his head. "No thanks, I have no interest in sailing." His experience of drifting alone at sea for 6 days, waiting for death since the beginning of his journey, still haunted him. He, an undying being, was utterly astonished and repelled by the mere presence of death. Truly inconceivable. Impossible. Ace remarked with a triumphant grin, "You cannot deceive me. You, who so fervently yearns for battle. You also desire to grow stronger, do you not? In this world, only the vast ocean serves as the arena for the strong to clash." He suddenly sprang up, proclaiming loudly.墨荆smiled faintly, saying nothing. Feast, rest. Arm oneself for battle once more. Thus it was. On the second day, in 6 matches,墨荆faced utter defeat. Aic laughed with unbridled arrogance. "With such skill, you are still far from my level." On the 4th day, in 7 matches,墨荆suffered complete defeat once again. He trembled as he handed 3,500 belly to Ace, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Well done, let's continue tomorrow." Ace's boastful smile froze on his face. He had indeed won. But where was the joy? On the 7th day, after 5 matches, there was 1 draw. Ace scowled, squinting at the distant figure of墨荆, who lay sprawled among the bushes, mumbling, "Is he not in good form? No, something feels amiss." By the 11th day, after 5 matches, there were 2 draws. "You must be cheating," Ace exclaimed, gripping墨荆's collar in anger. "How could anyone improve their swordsmanship so rapidly? Do you have some secret techniques you haven't revealed?" On the 16th day, after 4 matches,墨荆had 2 losses, 1 draw, and 1 victory. Exhausted, he slumped against a tree trunk, his energy depleted. Not far from him, Ace stood as if his soul had been stolen, staring at his hands in doubt. Up until today, he had won 49 matches and was nearing his goal. Yet, why did it feel as though he was drifting further away from it? Suddenly, the forest blurred past as a sharp blade glimmered through the air, shredding the leaves into fragments. A figure nimbly darted between trees and rocks, evading the attacks. Before him, the white blade danced like a silken ribbon, relentlessly pursuing its target, threatening to cleave him in two with a moment's inattention. Crack! A branch the thickness of an arm snapped, shooting towards the ground like a sword. A white arc sliced through it midair. At that moment, the figure above descended swiftly, executing a flying kick into the void. Catching sight of the blade retracting, he adeptly supported himself with one hand, executing a whip-like kick in an attempt to push the long blade away and engage in close combat. But the blade twisted in midair, like blossoms retreating into their sheath. And the next instant, the sinuous white light vanished in an instant. One sword style, Snake strangle. Jing's long blade halted before Ace's neck as he gasped for breath. The latter helplessly raised his hands in surrender. On the 25th day, after 2 matches, Jing had 1 victory and 1 defeat. The two sat by the campfire, roasting an unfortunate spectator who had been caught in their crossfire. Grease dripped down the crispy skin, and the fire crackled. Finally, it was over. Ace appeared visibly shaken. Huh. Jing looked puzzled. Your swordsmanship, you rascal. Ace lamented. In comparison to Jing's rapid progress, he felt as if he had been a mere pig these past few days. Jing shrugged, despite the recent battles being a mix of wins and losses. He understood that in a life-and-death struggle, only Ace would emerge victorious. The disparity in their physical attributes was simply too great. A flash of fire flickered at his abdomen. His soul points on the panel had slightly decreased. This was a new application of the initial flame he had developed for healing. Otherwise, with his frail physical attributes, he would have been thoroughly pummeled by Ace long ago. By the way, I should set sail soon, Ace said, leaning back on the grass, gazing at the sky. Jing paused in his movements, continuing to turn the beast's leg. For a moment, neither spoke. Over the course of 25 days, they had become good friends. Up until today, Ace had won well over 60 matches, and Jing had prepared a sturdy little boat for him. The last few days had merely served as Jing's free sparring partner. Now that Baeduo's swordsmanship experience had been completely absorbed by Jing, Ace's role as a sparring partner naturally lost its justification. He is a pirate, and the boundless sea is his ultimate sanctuary. Jing is a nostalgic soul. The memories of his first journey, his first refuge, and his inaugural employment remain vivid in his mind. Among these cherished recollections is undoubtedly Ace, his very first friend since his arrival in this new world. It would be impossible to claim there is no sense of reluctance. Yet, neither of them spoke extensively. Their thoughts were conveyed in silence. When? Jing inquired. Tomorrow morning, Ace replied. Jing nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment of silence, Ace could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked again, Are you truly not venturing out to sea? There are countless formidable opponents awaiting your challenge. Would you like me to join your crew? No. Jing's response remained resolute. Ace imitated a scoff, feeling an inexplicable conviction that Jing could never remain on this small island indefinitely. That night, Jing did not return to the wooden cabin at the dairy farm. Instead, he sat cross-legged by the shore, quietly observing the undulating waves. He spread his hands, gazing at the crystalline droplets resembling tears, which emitted a mysterious blue glow under the moonlight. Essence of Water 12. A serendipitous blunder led him to discover a subtle technique for soul forging. It turned out that soul forging had both upper and lower limits. The initial required soul quantity represented merely the lower threshold. As the amount of invested souls increased, the likelihood of crafting precious items correspondingly rose. Since this realization, Jing had consistently chosen the strongest fish souls for his upper limit forging. The culmination of his efforts was these 12 essence of water. Jing placed them all at once into the ring in the palm of his hand and closed his eyes. The night breeze gently stirred, and the tides ebbed and flowed. The following morning, Ace bid farewell to Abu's kin and Dada early in the day and made his way to the dock. The sky had yet to fully brighten, and the town lay in serene silence. From a distance, he spotted the small boat at the dock and the solitary figure seated on the nearby rocks. Ace leapt onto the dock in 2 or 3 strides, exclaiming, You can't possibly have sat here all night. Jing opened his eyes and smiled in return. It's not every day a friend departs. I simply had to prepare a surprise. He gradually rose from the rocks. Ace furrowed his brow the moment Jing stirred. He keenly sensed the shift in Jing's aura. The atmosphere had transformed. If previously Jing had exuded the essence of a sharp sword, cold and piercing, now he resembled a vast sea, gentle and silent, yet concealing an undercurrent of tumultuous forces beneath the surface. In just one night, Ace found himself unable to fully comprehend Jing. Shall we not engage in a final battle? Jing lightly tapped the hilt of his sword and smiled. You rascal. A conflicted smile appeared on Ace's face. As it was a day meant for setting sail, he should have steered clear of injury. Yet, sensing the abrupt change in Jing's aura, his fighting spirit surged. The two stood apart, separated by several rocks, their gazes seemingly igniting sparks in the air. Fear not. It won't be long. Jing bent to grasp his blade, chuckling lightly, as he declared, Let this be a farewell gift for you to witness. Behold, floating sky. Vast ocean, fish swimming. The cold light flashed as the sword was drawn. Like water, Ace's eyes widened instantaneously. He pivoted to strike, but realized something was amiss during the attack. It seemed as though he was striking in a mass of water. Yet, the formless liquid rendered every attempt futile. The icy water instead ensnared his arms, cascading past his neck. By the time he regained his senses, Jing's long blade was already poised at his throat. The outcome was clear. Ace was momentarily stunned. Then, seizing Jing's garment, he exclaimed in a fit of rage, Did you not use your full strength earlier?" He had not showcased his skills during their previous sparring session. Again, he declared defiantly. Jing erupted into hearty laughter. Seizing the moment when Ace was distracted, he kicked him onto the boat, severing the grass rope tethered to the dock, and with a powerful push, the small vessel glided away. "Remember this defeat well? You vanquished foe. Again? How could that be?" With Ace forewarned, he was destined to lose. "Why don't you join my crew?" Ace exclaimed, standing and placing a foot on the boat's edge. "Wait until the day I decide to set sail." This time, Jing did not decline. After bidding farewell to Ace, the small town seemed to revert to its former tranquility. In the blink of an eye, 2 years swiftly passed. At the Green Pine fishing grounds, the fish slaughtering platform was alive with activity. The waves crashed against the rocky shore. A 10-meter-long elephant fish nearly filled the entire space of the slaughtering platform. A dozen burly fishermen struggled to control the massive creature with nets and ropes, but their swaying suggested they could not maintain their grip for long. Boris, the owner of the Green Pine Seafood Banquet, paced anxiously by the fish platform, occasionally glancing up at the second floor, transformed into a viewing platform. And craning his neck toward the town entrance, impatience etched on his face. Soon, he finally spotted the figure he had longed to see and hurriedly jogged over. He initially intended to complain, "Why are you only just arriving?" But the words morphed into, "Would you like to take a break?" Jing gently patted Boris on the shoulder, signaling that there was no need to rush. It was merely a matter of catching a fish. "Let's start now. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up. It's all yours." Boris dashed upstairs, where the nobles from the Oikot and Goya kingdoms had been waiting for quite some time. The wind today was particularly boisterous as Jing donned his coat and walked against the sea breeze toward the slaughtering platform. The fishermen greeted him with smiles, and he waved back in acknowledgement. Over the span of 2 years, Imlo Town had indelibly marked his presence. He approached the colossal elephant fish, gazing at its lively, oversized eyes, and gently tapped its head, chuckling, "Pleased to make your acquaintance." His dedicated fish-slaying station was situated at the farthest edge from the shore. With the vast ocean sprawling behind him, Jing stepped forward, shedding his robe to reveal a robust back, and unfurled his equipment bag upon the specially designed cutting board. Within the gray fabric roll lay 6 knives of various sizes and shapes, all acquired through soul refinement over the past 6 months, each possessing distinct qualities. In an effort to create a sense of grandeur, Burrs had dubbed these 6 knives the 6 demons of the sea, claiming that the flavor of the sashimi would elevate with each additional knife utilized. The number of knives employed and the specific parts of the fish to be processed were entirely at the discretion of their master. The esteemed sashimi artisan of the Green Pine Sea Banquet, Jing, renowned for his discerning judgment of ingredients. Truth be told, Jing found the name utterly ludicrous, yet preferred it over Burrs's ponderous title of 6 gods. The clamorous shouts of the fishmongers echoed from the fish-slaying station as they received Burrs's directive, swiftly releasing the nets binding the elephant fish and nimbly retreating towards safety. Such a large fish, with its sheer weight, could easily crush them against the shore with a mere thrash. The moment the nets were loosened, the elephant fish sensed its opportunity for escape. Its silvery tail lashed against the cutting board with a thunderous crash, propelling it into the air in a perfect arc, leaping towards the ocean. As it neared the surface of the sea, a joyous glimmer appeared in its large eyes, the only slight annoyance being the seemingly nonchalant human figure nearby. Suddenly, that silhouette flickered and vanished before its gaze. The elephant fish was momentarily taken aback, a tingling sensation coursing through its body, akin to seawater striking parched skin. Yet, this fleeting peculiarity was soon dismissed, as the ocean was now within reach. It jubilantly dove headfirst into the waters. On the second floor of the Green Pine Sea Banquet, the observation deck fell into a hushed silence. The elegantly poised guests, momentarily forgetting their usual grace, widened their eyes in astonishment, their mouths agape as if to accommodate a pineapple. The waiters skillfully navigated through the crowd, collecting the items that had fallen from the guests' hands. Time seemed to blur until the first applause erupted, submerging the observation deck in a sea of clapping. No matter how many times one witnessed it, the spectacle remained utterly enchanting. Simply magnificent, exclaimed Sally Nankinet from the kingdom of Goya, her excitement palpable. A true work of art. Her noble companion echoed sincerely. From their vantage point, as the elephant fish leapt from the cutting board, a gentle gleam of blade-like light glided over its form like rippling water. Subsequently, the pearly fish bones detached from the flesh, joyfully wagging their tails as they plunged into the sea. At this moment, on the cutting board, a pristine elephant fish lay quietly before the master of sea demons, awaiting its fate. Imo-Jing drew back his slender ice-blade knife, a weapon forged from the soul of the silver-backed shrimp from the icy depths, renowned for its ability to preserve the inherent flavor of the fish being slain. It was ideally suited for the initial processing. His fingers glided over a row of fish knives, ultimately resting upon a medium-length jaw muscle knife. An impeccable choice for enhancing the quality of fish flesh. At this moment, on the observation deck, in a modest corner, two individuals clad in inexpensive suits, with pointed features, voraciously devoured the complimentary fruits from the banquet. "Abi, what are your observations?" inquired the shorter man in a hushed tone. The taller Abi disdainfully replied, "They are nothing but soft-shelled shrimp, hardly formidable. I hear there are Navy personnel here?" An elderly man. "I could dispatch him with a single stroke. There is a naval base nearby. First, let us crush the phone bug." The shorter man still harbored some reservations. The fishmonger below appears to wield his knife skillfully. What uses that flaccid technique? Abi cast a glance at the fishmonger below. Finally, unable to tolerate his companion's cowardice, he seized him by the neck and whispered fiercely, "Hey, coward, tell me, who is our leader? Poisonous pig husband? Fool. It is Admiral Click. The poisonous pig boss also works for Admiral Click." Oh. But what does that have to do with our mission? Damn it, how could the boss send you, this fool, to assist me in infiltrating? Abi seethed with frustration but patiently elucidated, "We serve Admiral Click. Disrespect towards us is a slight against him." At this juncture, a sinister grin involuntarily crept across his face. In the East China Sea, no one dares to disrespect the Click pirate crew. That navy, shut up. The final fish head belonged to Imo-Jing. A tacitly accepted rule of the Green Pine Sea banquet. Imo-Jing meticulously divided it into several portions, distributing them accordingly before departing from the Green Pine Sea banquet with ease. Since he had forged his first ice waste knife a year ago and whimsically desired to organize a sour fish dish, the demand for sashimi from the Green Pine fishery had gradually surged after Bess sampled the raw fish. Bess was a shrewd businessman, and as his reputation grew, so did his success. He boldly decided to transform the Green Pine fishing grounds into the Green Pine Seafood Banquet without hesitation. The main attraction and spectacle featured the legendary master of the sea, Imo-Jing, along with his extraordinary sashimi. Undoubtedly, Imo-Jing's prowess surpassed the already remarkable tales surrounding him. He cast a glance at his attributes. Name: Imo-Jing. Age: 20. Race: undead. Strength: E. Agility, D. Stamina, E. Intelligence, D. Soul Ability, Undying Curse Skills: Soul Refinement LV 50, Primordial Fire LV 7, Swordsmanship LV 14, Master of Swordsmanship, Swimming LV 10, Milking LV 2. Less significant skills will be omitted in the future. New skills will be displayed once. Traits: Dark Ring 1, Primordial Fire, Rhythm of Water, Deep Breathing, Primal Instinct. Compared to a year and a half ago, his attributes and skill levels have significantly improved, and he has acquired a trait known as Primal Instinct. This was an unexpected boon he received while refining the soul of the forest's most formidable predator. Currently, it seems to have enhanced his observational abilities to a certain extent, sharpening his awareness of his enemy's weaknesses. The only slight regret is that, in terms of attributes, he still falls short compared to Baeduo from that time, for D, not to mention AC, approximately 4C back then. However, if the current Imo-Jing were to face Baeduo from the past, victory would undoubtedly belong to Imo-Jing, for he has far surpassed Baeduo in swordsmanship. As for AC, it remains a close match. After all, in this fantastical realm, while swordsmanship can transform decay into wonder, substantial disparities in physical prowess often result in overwhelming defeats. Imo-Jing sat cross-legged upon the rocky shore, his longsword resting horizontally before him, quietly gazing at the vast ocean. The waves crashed against the shore, dampening his pant legs, yet he remained oblivious to it all. He harbors complex emotions towards this vast ocean. Once, he nearly experienced a living death upon its surface. Yet now, due to his mastery of swordsmanship, he perceives a vibrant essence of life within it. Life and death seemed to be embraced within the infinite expanse of this ocean. Everything about him seemed as insignificant as a single drop of water. Ace's prophecy appeared to be gradually coming true. Nearly 2 years of tranquil life had been blissful and joyous, yet he always sensed a lingering absence. It felt as if there were a void within him, one that no amount of happiness could ever fill. Perhaps, as Ace had suggested, his soul yearned for the thrill of conflict and battle. His swordsmanship remained stagnated at level 14, having made no progress for quite some time. No amount of essence technique, water can advance his skills in the slightest. He understands that what he lacks is not insight, but rather accumulation. In swordsmanship, every 5th level represents a significant hurdle. To successfully advance to level 15, he requires a multitude of battles to validate his learning and reflections. Thus, the time has come to set sail. For the past month, he has been contemplating this matter, and now he awaits only the opportune moment.墨荆, where are you? A youthful voice echoed anxiously from a distance. Help!墨荆, the pirates have arrived.墨荆's fingers hesitated for a moment. Perhaps the moment had indeed arrived. This beach, located at the forest's edge, is usually deemed too perilous for ordinary folk to venture. The children from the town are especially wary. Now, with a little one hastily seeking refuge here,墨荆found himself believing most of what she had said. With a few swift strides, he leaped ashore and picked up a little girl with a sky-high ponytail. Do not rush. Take your time to explain. After the girl recounted the chaotic events, he swiftly grasped the situation. It turned out that several hours prior, a pirate ship had disguised itself as a merchant vessel and stormed into the town of Immortal. They have extinguished the telephone bug in the mayor's residence, resulting in the town's sudden loss of communication with the nearby naval branch. Presently, these nefarious individuals are plundering the households for wealth. The young girl is aware of墨荆's presence here because today marks the arrival of merchant ships in Immortal, delivering supplies of milk. Dada and Abu's kin are at the docks assisting. It was Abu's kin who urged her to swiftly seek out墨荆. Upon hearing this,墨荆gently patted her small head and advised her to take refuge at the dairy farm. He then whistled, and a golden thread emerged from the forest, landing upon his shoulder. The palm-sized golden-browed swallow, a unique species in the world of pirates, occasionally pecked at the air and tilted its head inquisitively at墨荆. Time to set sail, Zue. Zue is the pet that墨荆unexpectedly adopted 2 months prior, usually roaming freely in the woods. But now he intends to take it along on the voyage. However, before that, he must first tidy up the household clutter. Zue seemed to comprehend墨荆's intent and swiftly soared into the sky. In the fleeting moments of its flight, a shimmer of sparks danced chaotically within the turbulent air. Immortal Town, once a humble thoroughfare gradually blossoming into prosperity, is now dominated by a band of fearsome pirates. The panicked townsfolk have hurriedly retreated to the sides of the streets. Only a gaunt figure stands resolutely in the middle of the road, Abu's kin. He stepped forward with the same fervor as in his naval days, wielding nothing but a makeshift pitchfork. Old man, do you wish to perish by obstructing my path, toxic pigrosbin? The short and stocky man bellowed with mockery from a distance. Beneath his spiky, explosive hairstyle, he possessed a pair of malevolent, beady eyes, a long, pointed nose, and lips as thick as sausages. When angered, his expression became so terrifying that it resembled some aquatic creature emerging onto land, truly formidable. Behind him, a row of pirates clad in bizarre attire, their faces twisted into sinister grins, arranged themselves in AV formation, each more grotesque than the last. Hardly resembling humans at all, they resembled inferior oscillating fans, acquired from an unknown source, each one tilting its head, drooling, and casting menacing glances that scanned the streets incessantly, instilling a profound fear in the townsfolk who trembled in their presence. Just days ago, Abai was among them. Kin did not yield. When a naval officer resolved to step forward, his considerations were not about life or death, victory or defeat, but rather about justice. At least, that was his conviction. He gripped the pitchfork tightly in his hands and softly instructed his trembling granddaughter, who resembled a startled fawn. Go on, Dada. Seek out墨荆, and do not return. Yet Dada clutched her wooden stick resolutely, unwilling to depart. She understood the implications of leaving, especially since more than one person had already sought out墨荆. The townsfolk were well aware of墨荆's exceptional swordsmanship. After all, they had all witnessed his performances. In the hearts of the citizens of Immortal Town, those skilled fishers capable of handling even the largest of catches were regarded as the most formidable fighters, with墨荆standing out as the most proficient among them. However, suddenly, splat! Blood sprayed onto the ground as Abi, without warning, raised his steel saw and felled a man hiding by the roadside. By his attire, he was one of the fishers. Were you just glaring at me? He growled menacingly. The man's neck was nearly severed in two, and as he widened his eyes, just as he was about to utter a word, he heard Abi's eerie laughter, followed by the swift descent of the blade once more, crashing down like a massive club. Die. This time, it was the back of the blade. Bang. The long street descended into chaos. The townspeople, who had previously maintained their composure, were now shrieking in panic and confusion. Bastards. Simultaneously, several burly men rose furiously from the crowd, drawing their sharp fish knives and charging at the pirates. Don't go. It's a trap. The seasoned kin immediately discerned that this was a ploy by the pirates. They sought to capture the full might of Immortal town. Yet, amidst the chaos, his aged voice was as inconspicuous as a drifting leaf. The sky was overcast, and the wind carried the triumphant laughter of the poisonous beast, Roast-Ben. He donned 2 spiky purple gloves, and as he flipped the iron fan-like shells on his chest, sharp spikes erupted forth, transforming him instantly into a porcupine-like creature. Is this the fish killer you had high hopes for? He laughed maniacally, wildly swinging his fists. He struck down an approaching fish killer, leaving him riddled with gaping wounds, blood gushing forth. Not much stronger than a fish, indeed. He drew his fists into his gauntlets, curling into a ball, and hurled himself directly at another fishery worker beside him. Poisonous boar bomb. The screams echoed in succession, and the gruesome scene jolted the nerves of everyone present. In this moment, the terror emanating from Rosborn was magnified infinitely, nearly crushing the taut rationality of those around him. Rosborn witnessed it all, his laughter growing increasingly sinister. Days prior, he had meticulously gathered intelligence on the town through Abe and others. The mayor, the fishery workers, Abu's kin, and Mojing, as the 4 pillars of the town, were his primary targets from the outset. As a seasoned pirate, he understood that once these individuals were vanquished, the remaining populace would merely be lambs awaiting slaughter. At that point, they would not only claim wealth, but the entire town would fall into their grasp. Now, with 2 of the 4 pillars already fallen, the last one was not far behind. Indeed, this was a conspiracy. Every step taken since his arrival had been calculated within the schemes of the treacherous Rosborn. As a devoted sycophant of the Click pirate crew, he impeccably adhered to their nefarious tradition, devious, shameless, and willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his aims. He takes great pride in this. As the last defiant fishmonger collapsed amidst the pool of blood, Rossi squinted his small eyes and swiftly surveyed his subordinates. 2 minor henchmen had perished, and the cadre were all injured. Their combat effectiveness had diminished significantly from before. Yet, at this moment, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. The town's most formidable opposition had been eradicated, and henceforth, nothing could hinder their plunder of this settlement. He flexed his neck, took a deep breath, and bellowed with all his might, so weak. His voice resonated far and wide. The members of the poisonous boar pirate crew, initially on high alert, erupted into raucous laughter upon hearing his proclamation. In an instant, their murderous intent was palpable. In stark contrast, the townsfolk had long been rendered speechless by the gruesome spectacle before them. They knelt on the ground, the ladies covering their faces in tears, seemingly unable to comprehend that their final hope had been mercilessly slaughtered. Roth-Ben, accompanied by his subordinates, emerged from the pool of blood, advancing step by step towards Ken. An aura of malevolence enveloped the scene. Dada slowly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was her first encounter with such a gruesome and brutal sight. As the daughter of a naval officer, she would never bow to evil, yet at this moment, she was paralyzed with fear. After all, she was merely an ordinary farm girl. Her emotions were in turmoil. She fervently wished for Mojing to appear before her like a savior, yet simultaneously prayed for him not to come, as the enemy was simply too terrifying. Is this the old man you spoke of? Robin glanced at Abby. That's him, boss. Abby grinned wickedly. You deal with him, and bring back that woman behind. Who would have thought such fine goods could be found in a place like this? Don't worry, boss. Abby brandished his large knife and approached Ken. Clang. He effortlessly deflected the pitchfork aimed at him, bending low so that his grotesque face was nearly pressed against Ken's. He cackled. Where's your gun, old man? Without a weapon, you're no different from an ordinary person, even if you are in the Navy. Ken spat defiantly. For a worthless piece of trash like you, it doesn't matter whether I have a gun or not. Stubborn old man. Abby laughed uproariously. suddenly raising his knife and sneering as he swung down. Die. Run, Dada, Kin shouted, swinging his pitchfork. However, Dada was too frightened to move. She could only watch helplessly as the giant blade descended from above. Her mind went blank. No, don't die. Don't die. She lunged forward with all her strength, pushing Kin aside. Her body was now exposed to Abby's large knife. As the blade drew nearer, she instinctively closed her eyes. At that moment, a wave of heat surged over her head. Clang! Abby's knife clattered to the ground, his hands drooping limply as his towering figure collapsed. The street fell into a profound silence. The onlookers covered their mouths, eyes wide, seemingly unable to believe what they were witnessing. Kin, clutching half of a pitchfork, gaped in exaggerated astonishment. Even the members of the poisonous pig pirate crew were momentarily speechless, as if they had a melon stuck in their mouths. On Abby's head, a perfectly circular hole occupied the entirety of his face. The edges of the hole flickered faintly with flames. The acrid stench of charred flesh wafted through the air, inducing a wave of nausea. The flicker of light that had pierced through Abby's head now transformed in midair into a commonly seen local golden-browed swiftlet, which, with a flap of its wings, turned into a golden thread and gracefully landed on the shoulder of a figure at the street corner. It hopped lightly, as if to claim credit. Imogjing discarded the head in his hand and gently patted the swiftlet's small head. Let's handle the main business first. Zwa-e took flight, landing on a rooftop to preen its feathers. Small and harmless, yet in that moment, no one dared to ignore the diminutive figure. Only Dada's gaze was firmly fixed upon Imogjing, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Imogjing approached her, his blood-stained hand gently ruffling her hair. I apologize for being late. It took a bit of time to deal with another group of pirates raiding the farm. Hey kid, Ken, unable to bear their playful banter, said in a deep voice, with so many people, can you handle it? Don't worry, old man. Imogjing straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the members of the poisonous pig pirate crew, calmly stating, they're merely a bunch of trash, inferior even to fish in the sea. It won't take much time. Meanwhile, while a few conversed, the members of the poisonous pig pirate crew had already exchanged glances, preparing their next course of action. They had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent, but they were well prepared. Rothman laughed heartily, trying to maintain his composure. What an arrogant fellow. You don't actually think you can defeat our poisonous pig pirate crew with just you and that bird, do you? Certainly not. Imogjing strolled leisurely towards the poisonous pig pirate crew. I alone am sufficient. Then you shall die. Boys, now's the time. Robin suddenly roared. In an instant, several cackling pirates surged forth from all directions, having previously followed Rothman's orders to lie in wait among the crowd for an ambush. How predictable. Imogjing shook his head, advancing with swift precision, his blade flashing like lightning. In but 2 seconds, none of the henchmen remained standing. At that moment, Robin had just donned his gauntlets, and his subordinates had only just drawn their weapons, preparing to charge in. The elaborate plan had yet to unfold, and the battle was already over. Imogjing shook off the blood, sheathed his sword, and glanced at them, feigning surprise. Oh, so you all wanted to gang up on me. He meant to imply that had he known, he would have slowed down his pace. Everyone, attack. Robin bellowed in fury. All of you go. Don't think he will spare you. He will slaughter every last one of you. With that, he was the first to charge, his spiky purple armor and gauntlets making him resemble a giant sea urchin. Suddenly, all the pirates on the street sprang into action, shrieking and roaring as they charged towards Imogjing. Ken, not knowing where he had found another pitchfork, shouted, danger, and rushed forward to assist. After all, the greater the numbers, the less room there was for Imogjing to showcase his swordsmanship, no matter how exquisite. It was a tactic he had often employed during his time in the Navy, overwhelm powerful foes with sheer numbers. At that moment, he heard Imogjing's voice. There is no need to panic. Lift your heads, everyone. His voice cascaded like a tide, gradually spreading throughout the street. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. This is my final performance in Yimla Town. As the moist sea breeze blew against them, he lightly leaped onto the rooftop, exerting a powerful push that sent him soaring into the air, reminiscent of a fish breaching the ocean's surface. In midair, he executed a graceful turn and unsheathed his blade. The sound echoed softly. This was the legendary floating sky, vast ocean, surging waves and chaos. In an instant, shimmering waves of light cascaded from above. The howling sword energy enveloped the length of the street. The thunderous roar persisted for nearly 10 seconds, as the shattered street slowly emerged from the swirling dust. The once lively and boisterous pirates now lay sprawled on the ground, overturned and defeated. With a single strike, the poisonous porpoise pirates had been utterly vanquished. Silence enveloped the street. Gradually, cheers erupted, spreading throughout the town, as the townsfolk embraced in excitement and rushed to share the news. They encircled Imogen, lifting him high into the air to celebrate his victory. Almost everyone wore a radiant smile. Only Dada remained kneeling in her place, gazing at the figure soaring into the sky, her emotions a tumultuous blend of laughter and tears. As laughter faded, sorrow took its place, and her weeping deepened. She could not comprehend why, at a moment meant for joy, she felt as though some cherished happiness was slipping away from her grasp, impossible to hold back. On the beach beside Immortal town, Bo-si conducted a sea burial for the deceased fisherman. Imogen stood in the shade of a tree on the beach, listening to the intermittent sounds of weeping carried by the wind, bidding farewell to his former colleagues. All this sorrow would be swept away by the breeze and into the sea, only to return the following year with abundant catches to reward the townsfolk. Such is the sea's duality of cruelty and tenderness. Are you truly not planning to stay? Bo-si approached Imogen after the funeral, sharing a contemplative gaze towards the ocean. You are currently quite popular within the noble circles of Ut. Imogen shook his head. It is merely the vanity of the aristocrats. Besides, preparing sashimi with hands stained by blood carries an unsettling taste, does it not? Bo-si paused, looking at Imogen with surprise, evidently unprepared for such a display of professional integrity from him. When he had suggested that Mo-jing work overtime to become a sashimi master, the latter had not uttered a single kind word. Of course, I don't mind. Imogen added with a chuckle. The two shared a laugh. What about the pirates? Bo-si inquired in a lowered voice. Are there any issues? This time, he indeed felt a trace of fear. He had not been entirely unacquainted with pirate invasions, yet he had never encountered such an organized and despair-inducing group of pirates before. A minor issue crossed Imogen's mind as he glanced at Bercy, recalling the pirate who had fortuitously survived the chaos 2 days prior, only to be ruthlessly executed under his intense interrogation, ultimately being consumed by the flames of the initial fire. What was that pirate's name again? Ah, yes, it was Ross. According to his confession, behind the poisonous boar pirate crew lurked an even larger and more notorious group, the Click pirate crew, infamous throughout the East Sea. However, this posed little concern. Imogen murmured softly. Indeed, it was hardly a dilemma, for he was about to seek an audience with the Click pirate crew. Besides, even in his absence, the mayor had already alerted the naval branch. For the ensuing year, Immortal town would fall under the vigilant patrols of the Navy. Unless the Click pirate crew had lost their wits, they would not extend their tendrils towards Immortal town once more. Just as Bercy was preparing to inquire further, he suddenly spotted a hesitant figure not far away. He patted Imogen on the shoulder, offering him a look that conveyed good luck, before turning to depart. Imogen turned around and saw Dada, who had quietly approached him, kicking at the grass, with her hands clasped behind her back and her head bowed. She resembled the first time he had laid eyes on her over a year ago, her beautiful golden hair, fair skin, and faint freckles adorning her nose. Yet now, this little sparrow no longer bounced with joy, her eyes filled with contemplation. The townsfolk referred to Dada as a little sun. When her laughter faded, the world seemed to lose a touch of its vibrancy. Gently, Imogen flicked her forehead and seized the opportunity to take her hand, placing a palm-sized conch shell into her grasp. What is this? Dada exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the sting on her forehead as she lifted the conch, bringing it closer to examine for any hidden messages Imogen might have left for her. This is a heart conch. Imogen shook his own conch of the same style, albeit with a different spiral direction. The words inscribed at the mouth of one conch would simultaneously appear at the mouth of the other. Furthermore, when two paired conchs drew near, they produced a sound reminiscent of ocean waves. It was said that the farther they were separated, the louder the sound would be upon their reunion. Imogen briefly elucidated the nature of this item, forged through the trials of soul refinement. Dada, momentarily bewildered, nodded, suddenly struck by a thought, her face flushing a deep crimson as she stammered, Hearts, paired? This, for me, why? Of course, it is to facilitate my communication with you. Imogen bent slightly, grinning like a wolf who had deceived Little Red Riding Hood. He gently embraced Dada, inhaling the subtle scent of milk that lingered on her, and solemnly vowed, on the day the call resonates, that shall be the moment I seek you out. No matter how far I must traverse, I shall return to your side. The sound of a distant beep echoed. In that fleeting moment, Dada felt as if her mind might burst with warmth. She felt as though her limbs no longer belonged to her, reduced to a state of confusion akin to an ostrich burying its head, pressed against Imogen's chest. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, my dear parents at the naval base, it seems your daughter has received a confession of love. Cough, cough. A series of coughs emerged from behind a large tree nearby. Imogen remained unmoved. Cough, cough. Still, he did not stir. Cough, cough. Grandfather. Dada's befuddled mind finally registered the situation, and she hastily withdrew from Imogen's embrace, flustered as she tucked away the conch shell, bounding away in a flurry. I'm going to milk the cows. Her panicked voice lingered in the wind. That foolish child, has her mind gone awry? Where could she possibly find milk today? Albus Kin observed his granddaughter, smitten by the folly of love, and let out a resigned sigh. Old man, is there something you need? Imogen leaned against the hilt of his sword, squinting at Kin. Kin shot him a glare, tossed a booklet at him, and turned away. Imogen glanced down to find it was a nautical map drawn by the old man. It contained the entire expanse of the East China Sea and the locations of all naval branches within it. Who would have thought the old man possessed such skills? Imogen harbored serious doubts that Kin was worried he might be captured en route, thus highlighting these locations as a warning. Keep your eyes peeled. Don't head straight for the naval base. Is this truly a confirmation of my intent to become a pirate? Imogen chuckled softly as he tucked the booklet away. He called out loudly towards the direction in which the old man had departed. Thank you, old man. Take good care of Dada. Get lost. Imogen merrily retorted, embarking on the 30-meter-long two-masted sailing vessel of the poisonous pig pirate crew. Cheers erupted from the dock, as everyone enthusiastically wished him luck in evading capture by the Navy. How absurd. Here he was, a kind-hearted and righteous individual, the savior of Yimlu Town. Yet everyone believed he was off to become a pirate. Though, in truth, that was precisely his intention. With that thought, Imogen couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He reminisced about Ace, who had ventured out to sea 2 years prior. How envious the latter would be if he knew that it was his first time at sea, and he commanded such a substantial vessel. Ever since he had learned of Ace's true identity, he had diligently tried to recall any narrative involving him over the past year. Yet, his mind remained a blank slate. After all, he had abandoned the series early due to his college entrance examinations and had not revisited it since. In truth, were it not for Ace's initiative in revealing his full name and frantically enlightening him about the legendary Pirate King, Gold, Roger, and the fact that he had a brother named Luffy, he might not have even recognized Ace's identity. This time, Imogen set sail with the intention of aligning himself with Ace. As the saying goes, one relies on friends when embarking on a journey. The vastness of the sea was intimidating and unfamiliar to him, so it was prudent to first gather information from acquaintances before pursuing his entrepreneurial aspirations at sea. However, the crux of this plan hinged on knowing Ace's whereabouts. On this matter, Imogen felt no trepidation. He trusted that Ace's formidable abilities would lead to significant endeavors. When the time came, he would simply follow the clues to find him. Yet, prior to that, he deemed it wise to first engage in a few preliminary skirmishes in the East Blue to hone his skills and ensure he would not be outclassed by Ace when they reunited. Of course, these were mere aspirations for the future. Before all that, he believed it was paramount to address the pressing matters at hand. He turned to face the 5 individuals gathered before the mast, feeling somewhat exasperated as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Could you please repeat your names? Nicholas Christine, exclaimed a portly man with a triangular mark on his forehead, his eyes resembling those of a bear who had just endured a beating. Star Shah, chimed in a tall, slender man beside him, dressed in tailored trousers and sporting rectangular glasses, appearing more like a scholar than a pirate. Shioshi, declared the man standing at the center, who had been fixated on the ground throughout, with his unremarkable brown hair and a demeanor that seemed somewhat reserved. No sooner had he finished speaking than another voice seized the spotlight. Eden Beecher, exclaimed a boy, seemingly no taller than 4 feet 5 inches. With golden locks and hands on his hips, he radiated an inexplicable confidence that seemed to draw the gaze of the entire world. The deck fell silent for a moment as everyone turned to the last individual, standing at the edge, with a head of pink hair and a face smudged with dirt. A girl donned in white gloves was lost in thought, suddenly snapping back to reality as she looked around. Is it my turn? I am Garfadel. She even saluted in a manner that seemed to belong to an unknown nation. Imogen rubbed his temples. These 5 individuals were discovered aboard the Poison Pig ship after he had eradicated the Poison Pig pirate crew. They were not pirates per se, but rather former deckhands of the Poison Pig, a name that indicated they had been captured from various countries in the East Sea. Since they had not participated in the invasion of Yimla Town, Jing had refrained from taking action against them. Initially, he had intended to let them go. But upon realizing his utter lack of nautical expertise and the sheer size of the ship, he decided to keep them on board. Coincidentally, these 5 deckhands perfectly met the requirements to operate this 2-masted sailing vessel. Nicholas Christine, with a triangular mark on his forehead and a physique resembling that of a bear, stood nearly 2 meters tall and sported a mohawk that made him appear quite menacing. He was the ship's cook. Xing Sa, who appeared cultured and scholarly, was actually the ship's carpenter. Then there was the short but remarkably confident boy, standing about 1.4 meters tall, who turned out to be the navigator of the ship, and he was already 18. Lastly, there was Garfadel, a deckhand responsible for maintaining the ship's cannons and assisting with various cleaning duties. Oh, and I almost forgot about the one with the most peculiar name, New Year's Eve, who reportedly could do a little bit of everything, making him the ship's versatile handyman. Looking at this configuration, it seemed that the essentials for a pirate ship had already been splendidly assembled. Although small as a sparrow, it was fully equipped. If Jing was not simply favored by some fortuitous twist of fate, it could only imply that the ship's previous owner, a certain Robin, was as much a nautical novice as he was. Hence, he must have gathered these individuals to operate the vessel. Now, however, they had become his unexpected boon. Jing promised the 5 that once he located Ace, he would grant them their freedom, along with the ship itself. Yet, the 5 appeared rather disinterested in both freedom and the ship. How strange it was, in a world where freedom was the central theme, to encounter those who seemed unbothered by it. You seem to lack interest in your own liberation? Jing perched himself on the ship's bow railing, fingers interlaced, and curiously inquired. The 5 exchanged glances, seemingly gauging each other's expressions. As long as I can find new ingredients, I'm willing to go anywhere. Nicholas Christine responded in a deep voice, indicating that while the ship was convenient, he still needed to find ways to travel to other islands. It was akin to discovering a perfectly fitting toilet and being reluctant to let it go. How about you? Eden? Jing pointed to the shortest among them. Eden Beechel. This older boy left a deep impression on him, primarily due to his age. At some point, he had climbed atop a barrel beside the mast, wearing a nostalgic expression, and upon hearing Jing's question, he paused, his gaze drifting as he replied, I think this place is quite nice. Jing chuckled and gestured to the next one. Xing Sa? I also think this place is quite nice. Xing Sa adjusted his glasses, seeing Jing's slightly narrowed eyes. He added, It's not lonely. Huh? A question mark appeared above Jing's head. Was he mistaken in seeking warmth, camaraderie, and harmony aboard a pirate ship? Yet, he found himself quite fond of it. Next, Jing turned his attention to Garfadel. What about you, Garfadel? I also think this place is quite nice. She cheerfully raised one hand, her large white gloves resembling a giant paw. She seemed genuinely delighted to find someone who shared her sentiments. Why? Jing inquired. The things on the ship are difficult to break. Jing fell silent, likely surprised that the first crew members he encountered were so remarkably talented. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I can see that each of you possesses unique skills. So, you actually wish to remain aboard the ship, don't you? The others nodded in agreement. Even if I told you that I intend to become a pirate? The 5 hesitated momentarily. Are we considered official crew members? Xing Sa asked. Of course. Then there is no issue. Eden proclaimed, hands on his hips, and the others concurred. Is it really that simple? What if I were to instruct you to abduct innocent people, just as the Poison Pig pirate crew did to you? Jing observed them with a calm smile. In his view, these 5 misfits were not yet prepared to grow stronger. Their gazes lacked conviction, resembling 5 fish drifting aimlessly with the current. Indeed, the 5 were rendered mute by Jing's relentless inquiries. Ultimately, it was Xing Sa who spoke up. I believe a person who is sent off with such warmth by the town would not become a pirate like the poisonous swine. A clever response, yet merely a means of evasion. People can change. What if that day were to come? Jing showed no intention of letting them off the hook. The group exchanged glances in silence, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the ship. Perched on a nest atop the mast, Joy tilted his head, observing the silent assembly below, puzzled by their clandestine dealings. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the tension. It was Chu Shi, declaring, if that day ever comes, I will betray you, Captain. He spoke earnestly. Jing paused for a moment, only to recollect the existence of this individual. To his astonishment, this seemingly inconspicuous fellow could utter such resolute words. It was neither tolerance nor departure, but rather the most vehement act of betrayal. In Jing's gaze, he discerned determination mingled with a hint of anger. Who says that honest individuals lack temperament? What about you? Jing cast his glance towards the remaining four. All nodded in agreement. Apologies, Captain. But we shall never become the very individuals we detest most. Xingsa seemed to have reached a realization as he straightened up and declared, You must understand what it signifies for a captain to utter the word betrayal. Jing refrained from looking at them, merely tapping the hilt of his sword with his index finger, and said coolly, In this grand and tumultuous age of seafaring, captains often wield numerous privileges. Among these is the authority to execute disobedient crew members. Strangely, the five misfits felt an abrupt drop in temperature upon the deck. Despite the sun hanging high in the sky, it afforded them not a shred of warmth. A heavy pressure enveloped them. In that instant, they suddenly realized that they had never truly taken the time to understand their new captain. He is akin to the vast ocean, warm and gentle at times, tranquil and serene. Yet beneath the surface, a tempest brews when the smile fades from his visage. However, none among the five waver. This is their final display of tenacity. Moments later, the oppressive atmosphere dissipates without a trace. Applause reverberates from the front. The five lift their heads in astonishment. How splendid! Is this not beginning to take shape? Jing smiles and claps, completely oblivious to any prior discontent. I sincerely apologize for testing you in such a manner, but if you cannot muster this level of resolve, I believe it would be best for us to part ways sooner rather than later. He leaped from the railing and made his way to the bow of the ship, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean. In a resonant voice, he proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, from the very first day of my arrival here, I have come to comprehend a profound truth. This ocean is merciless, offering no compassion to those who harbor illusions of safety. To drift aimlessly upon its currents is to invite destruction, rather than to be molded by its whims. Instead, one will be ruthlessly ground to dust. I am destined to battle the tempest, and those who share this vessel with me must brace themselves for the onslaught of fierce storms. He paused for 2 seconds. Now, if any of you wish to remain part of my crew, step forward. Rest assured, even if someone chooses to depart, I shall not make it difficult. A portion of the assets of the poisonous pig will be allocated to you, and you may disembark at the next dock. He gazed out at the ocean for a considerable time before finally turning around. The five individuals behind him stepped forward in unison. A smile graced Jing's face as he introduced himself. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jing, a swordsman by trade and part-time captain. Until I locate the person I seek, we shall be companions aboard this vessel. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. The five breathed a collective sigh of relief, feeling as though they had truly integrated into the ship at last. Excitement flickered in their eyes. In such treacherous waters, nothing offered greater solace than a formidable captain. Captain, where shall we head next? In the blink of an eye, Eden regained his confidence. He ascended to the second level of the wooden barrel. The remaining four individuals gazed at Jing with eager anticipation, awaiting his leadership as they prepared to embark on their inaugural adventure aboard the vessel. It was a moment pulsating with excitement. Jing, seemingly inspired, stood proudly upon the railing and proclaimed with a resounding voice, I have already made a resolution regarding our next objective. He deliberately paused, allowing the moment to be imbued with a sense of ritual. Click pirate crew. Bang. Eden tumbled from the barrel, after confirming multiple times that Jing was not jesting. The five fishmongers collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. Captain, may I disembark now? Garfadel raised her hand. What do you think? Jing smiled at her, his fingers trailing along the hilt of his knife, his gaze reminiscent of someone awaiting the entrance of a promising organic fertilizer. You think you can board my ship and still wish to leave? Dream on. In a bid to salvage their youthful lives and the captain's head. The five took turns recounting the terrors of Click. He is the most formidable pirate of the East Sea, Nikolai said darkly. He commands over 50 pirate ships, known in the East Sea as the Pirate Fleet. Garfadel maintained a solemn expression, as grave as if recounting a ghost story. Fleet? Jing couldn't help but chuckle at that title. In this oceanic realm, a fleet was indeed synonymous with terror. Generally, only the naval warships were referred to as fleets, simply because of their overwhelming numbers, more men, more ships, and more cannons. A standard naval warship boasts at least one deck of cannons, with 6 on each side. The more powerful ones are armed with over 50 cannons. With a coordinated barrage, let alone the wooden pirate vessels, even the smallest islands could be obliterated. Thus, the naval fleet is the most dreaded name across these waters. As for the pirate fleet, how laughable. Just observe what pirates typically engage in. Aside from plundering merchant ships and towns, They mostly evade the pursuit of the Navy. Speed is the lifeblood of a pirate ship. If a vessel isn't swift enough, it won't catch up to merchant ships, nor will it escape the Navy. Consequently, ordinary pirate ships are typically devoid of cannons, save for a few at the bow and stern. Most combat revolves around boarding actions, where they leap onto the enemy ship to fight. An excess of cannons would merely hinder their ability to chase or flee. Yet, for As墨荆, this was no jest. Even if the enemy's ships were manned by 100 schoolchildren each, he could still be thoroughly thrashed. In low-tier confrontations, sheer numbers equate to undeniable strength. Though his swordsmanship is formidable, it has yet to reach a level where he can completely disregard the number of opponents. When he first learned of this news from Ross, he was momentarily breathless, even contemplating the abandonment of his hunting plans. Wouldn't it be more prudent to report such matters to the Navy? What prowess does he possess alone? However, it wasn't long before Razabin could no longer contain himself and revealed another piece of information. As墨荆regained his focus, scanning the solemn expressions of the motley crew before nodding towards Eden. Is there more? It seems you wish to add something. The strength of Click is truly formidable. Eden appeared visibly shaken. I once witnessed him, wielding a 1-ton heavy spear, obliterate a man's head. Oh. As墨荆's interest was immediately piqued. A ton? Even I cannot achieve that now. In terms of sheer strength, he may nearly rival the ace of 2 years ago. Moreover, he commands a formidable cadre of subordinates. The voice of Chushi trembled slightly, particularly the ghost mannequin and Iron Wall Balu, either of whom could effortlessly annihilate the toxic pig pirate crew. Indeed. As墨荆's enthusiasm soared even higher. His swordsmanship had stagnated for quite some time, and he desperately needed to engage in combat with numerous formidable opponents to validate his training. Observing that As墨荆was not only unwilling to concede but was instead increasingly invigorated with fighting spirit, the four could only place their hopes on the last one. Xingsa. Adjusting his glasses, Xingsa remarked, Captain, if I am not mistaken, your intention is to battle Click and his formidable subordinates. Am I correct? Indeed. As墨荆stood firm with his blade. However, I must assert that it is impossible. He pushed up his glasses. Why? As墨荆gazed at Xingsa with great curiosity. This individual clearly possessed a sharp intellect. It was perplexing how he had ended up in the position of a deckhand. You do not comprehend Click. He is a despicable and unscrupulous man, having served time in prison before rising through the ranks of the Navy. However, he ultimately murdered his captain during a skirmish and reverted to piracy. Xingsa's eyes were clouded with foreboding. His crew's principle is to achieve their goals by any means necessary. Click will not engage you in a fair duel, Captain. Instead, he will unleash wave after wave of his subordinates to wear you down, only to claim your life in the end. And there are only 5 of us. The implication was clear. The 5 of them, mere novices, could not possibly withstand the onslaught of so many adversaries. As墨荆was momentarily taken aback by these words before bursting into laughter. Do not worry, I will not compel you into battle. When I confront the Click pirate crew, I alone shall suffice. Alas, not only was he a fool, but he was also an arrogant one. How had he managed to deceive them so easily? The 5 looked on in despair. After all, it was Click they were discussing. Compared to the Click pirate crew, the poisonous pig pirates, who merely clung to Click's name for monthly tribute, hardly amounted to anything. Initially, they had felt fortunate to have latched on to such a prominent figure, only to realize that this supposed support was now intent on leaping into the frying pan. There was no way to stop it. As墨荆perceived their concerns and, with a smile, explained, there is a piece of information you may not be aware of. The Click pirate crew has just returned from the Grand Line, and now they are left with naught but a dilapidated flagship. This was the last piece of intelligence he had extracted from Rosbin before the flames of the initial fire consumed his soul, leaving behind only a lifeless husk. It was truly a pity. The 5 novices exhibited expressions of utter astonishment. They could never have imagined that even a formidable force like the Click pirates could be reduced to a mere ship. Could it be the Navy? No. Even the Navy could not achieve such a feat. Eden, recalling the rumors he had heard in the past, could not help but tremble. The Grand Line is also known as the Pirate Graveyard. It is a destination for all aspiring pirates, yet it serves as the burial ground for the dreams of many. Once, he believed it to be mere gossip, but now it seemed to surpass even the darkest tales. Thus, I must set sail at once. As墨荆leaped to the bow of the ship, slicing off the spines on the back of the poison pig with his sword before settling into a meditative posture. While his intention to eliminate a potential threat to Imlo town was one reason, he gazed at the sea ahead, gently caressing the blade. On the other hand, He had to acknowledge that this was indeed the clique pirate's most vulnerable moment. If he did not dare to act now, how could he ever speak of venturing out to sea or consider himself a swordsman? Would it not be far more comfortable to return to Imlo and continue fishing and milking? With that thought, he glanced at the hesitant 5 miscellaneous fish, suddenly breaking into a smile. Besides, if I cannot defeat them, I won't just flee. Do I appear to be a reckless fool oblivious to danger? Indeed, they silently screamed in their hearts. With that statement, the 5 had nothing more to say and could only anxiously attend to their tasks. Though the morale aboard the ship had improved significantly, as long as As-墨荆 did not intend to fight to the death, they still held a glimmer of hope for escape, provided that As-墨荆's information was accurate. Eden unfurled the navigation notes that As-墨荆 had given him, beginning to plot their course. As a subordinate pirate crew of the clique pirates, the Poison Pig was required to visit designated locations for offerings each month. He is already thoroughly familiar with this route. Now, he merely needs to ascertain the location of the toxic pig. He took out the sextant to ascertain the coordinates, occasionally glancing at the statue of the poisonous pig, which sat majestically at the bow of the ship, embodying the figure of As-墨荆. The straight posture, swaying gently with the undulating waves, instilled a sense of calm within him. Suddenly, an absurd thought emerged. Perhaps the captain might indeed prevail. I must be losing my mind. He tapped his head with the pen. Eden believed that the opinions of others likely mirrored his own. The captain might possess considerable strength, yet he still fell short of the formidable clique, perhaps even inferior to the notorious Ghost Man, Akainu. This was not a matter of underestimating As-墨荆, but rather the undeniable might of the clique pirate crew, a reputation forged through relentless battles against the naval ships and pirate vessels of the East Sea. In contrast, As-墨荆 had merely vanquished a relatively well-known gang, the Poisonous Pig Pirates. Such feats were hardly remarkable for Akainu and the other combatants of the clique crew. Many ambitious pirates who set sail bore dreams akin to As-墨荆's, aspiring to challenge the mightiest, yet most of them now lay entombed beneath the waves. Though the 5 misfits may not possess great strength, they have encountered countless pirates of this kind. It is a rarity to find a captain who would refrain from kicking him off the barrel. Eden certainly does not wish to see him perish so futilely. With only one ship remaining, it is not impossible to escape. He could sketch some plans in his notebook. He must consult with others. He cast a glance at As-墨荆's motionless silhouette before stealthily making his way towards the cabin. It was time to devise a captain's rescue plan. As twilight descended, the sea breeze enveloped him, whisking away the burdens of the night. The toxic pig was steadily sailing towards its designated course. As-墨荆 sat majestically at the bow, his gaze fixed upon the ring imprint on his left hand. The annihilation of the toxic pig pirate crew had bestowed upon him a multitude of souls, of which only 3 bore names: the soul of Great Blade-abai, the soul of Horncatter, and the soul of Toxic Pig Rospin. Having previously been preoccupied with acquiring necessary supplies for the voyage and mastering some fundamental navigation skills, he finally found the time to refine his abilities. He cast Great Blade, Soul of Abyss, into the ring, refining it into the required soul quantity, 27, which was not significantly more than what was needed for some larger fish species. It was directly added to the limit. The consumed soul quantity was 81, a thrice-burnt essence, which represented the utmost threshold that such a soul could endure. Within the boundless vortex of darkness, sparks erupted. Soon, results emerged. A. Small power crystal 1B. Great arm, weapon, pirate cutlass. The outcome was rather ordinary. As-墨荆 unhesitatingly chose the first item. Weapon accessories were guaranteed items in every refinement, with weapons having the highest probability, while others followed in diminishing order. Of course, one could also designate a specific type of weapon, ensuring that only that particular weapon would manifest as the product. However, souls of this caliber rarely yielded anything of great worth, and As-墨荆, already in possession of the Bay-Door cutlass, had always regarded this option with disdain. After all, whether it pertained to profundities, attributes, skills, or even the most common properties, they were all infinitely more alluring than this trifling matter. He continued with the refinement. The soul of the poisonous pig, Rospin, proved to be a failure, yielding only 2 minor power crystals. However, the soul of the horn, Kata, surprisingly produced a superficial shooting experience, Kata, which delighted him somewhat. This marked the second occasion, following by Yika, that he had extracted an experience crystal from a human soul. Of course, the effect was rather mediocre. As-墨荆 utilized them all at once. Name: As-墨荆. Age: 20. Race: Undead. Strength: E. Agility, D. Body, E. Mind, D. Soul ability, Undying Curse Skills, Soul Refinement LV50, Initial Flame LV7, Swordsmanship LV14, Swordmaster. Swimming LV10, Shooting LV1, Traits, Dark Ring X1, Initial Flame, Rhythm of Water, Deep Breathing, Primal Instinct. His level 1 shooting skill was barely adequate. In comparison, the imminent breakthrough in his strength was far more promising. In fact, during these past 2 years, his greatest gains were the level 14 Swordsmanship and level 7 Initial Flame. In terms of swordsmanship, he had completely mastered all techniques of the former pirate hunter Baeduo, including his 3 signature moves, Wolf Bite, Snake Strangle, and Screen Dance. All were a single sword style. Given Baeduo's age of over 80, this was somewhat sparse. However, it was not entirely astonishing. In this world, there exists a multitude of swordsmen. And Baeduo was not inherently gifted. His current achievements were the result of tirelessly honing simple techniques until they returned to their essence. His mastery of swordsmanship is almost entirely encapsulated in each seemingly ordinary move. A swordsman of his caliber, having honed his skills to perfection, could perhaps be deemed the sovereign of basic strikes, achieving an unparalleled command over speed, strength, and timing. With a mere flick of the wrist, he can unleash a devastating force that others can only aspire to reach. This realization had already dawned upon墨荆at the outset of his journey through time. Although he is now integrated by Yiku's swordsmanship, he is yet to reach the same realm as her. This disparity is not solely due to differences in attributes. There seems to be an elusive element that he has yet to comprehend. However, the silver lining is that he appears to belong to a distinct category of swordsmen, those endowed with considerable talent. With the assistance of Essence of Water, he swiftly innovated upon Baeduo's techniques, forging his own path. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he has already surpassed Baeduo of yesteryear. He has also devised 3 ultimate techniques: Swimming Fish, Veiled Moon, and Chaotic Waves. Swimming Fish stems from his understanding of the fluid dynamics of water, inspired by the way fish respond to currents, merging agility and swordplay seamlessly. Veiled Moon, inspired by Baeduo's elegant dance, employs sword light reminiscent of rippling water to conjure a deceptive phantom poised for a strategic strike. Finally, Chaotic Wave showcases his exquisite manipulation of sword energy. He attributed these 3 techniques to the illustrious name of Floating Sky and Vast Sea, not for any other reason than their melodious appeal. A sword technique that can unsettle an adversary's heart is indeed a vital component of swordsmanship. This was the conviction of墨荆, who simultaneously believed that using foul language was inappropriate. Furthermore, there existed the Initial Flame, a rather extraordinary type of fire. Though it resembled fire in appearance, possessing the form of flames and high temperatures, it fundamentally differed from ordinary flames. If one were to consider regular flames as an external manifestation of a vigorous oxidation reaction, then the Initial Flame represented the external manifestation following a certain energetic reaction of the soul, accompanied by light and heat. It constituted an energetic response on an entirely different plane. To simplify, its fuel was solely the soul, although it could ignite soulless dry trees and branches. This merely occurred due to the Initial Flame's high temperature. The fire that ensued from the withered wood was no longer the Initial Flame, but rather a common fire. As the level of the Initial Flame increased, what once only enveloped his palm began to gradually extend to his chest.墨荆speculated that perhaps when his entire being was enveloped in the Initial Flame, he would once again enter the King of Ashes mode, reminiscent of his awakening after the first death. Of course, the quickest method would be to die once more. Yet,墨荆's heart vehemently resisted this course of action, even though he was immortal. Or rather, it was precisely because he was immortal that he felt such unease. The dark ring on his arm, symbolizing his immortality, perpetually instilled in him a sense of foreboding. He felt as though he had overlooked something significant. In the realm of the dark ring, immortality was regarded as a curse. And there must be a reason for that. Suddenly, like a fluffy little ball, Zhuyi leapt onto墨荆's shoulder, tilting its head in curiosity, seemingly inquiring about his worries.墨荆gently scratched its little head. His bond with Zhuyi is indeed peculiar. At that time, he was in the forest, engrossed in his research on how to envelop the primordial flame within the blade. Unexpectedly, Zhuyi fell from a tree. And by the time both the human and the bird processed their bewilderment, Zhuyi had already been ignited by the primordial flame.墨荆instinctively shifted the primordial flame into a healing mode. Yet it was too late. Zhuyi's entire being exuded an enticing aroma of charred flesh. In the next moment, a more intense flame erupted from the body, and the little creature was resurrected from the flames. Not only that, but a subtle connection formed between Zhui and Imo-Jing, even inheriting his Ember King mode. Of course, the toll was still on Imo-Jing's soul. He could still perceive Zhui's status panel within his mind. Name, Zhui age, 5 race, golden-browed swallow strength, H agility, C stamina, H intelligence, G fruit ability, none skills, flight LV11. Reconnaissance LV7, fishing LV2, nesting LV2 traits, shadow of the void, primordial flame. Today, Zhui's most formidable technique is to enter the Ember King mode and then charge headlong into the faces of others. This maneuver had already been employed against the poisoned boar pirate crew. It appears spectacular, yet in the instant of collision, Zhui has already perished once. After all, his physical attributes are rather poor. He merely resurrects at high speed. The little one himself remains oblivious to the pain, but Imo-Jing feels a pang of sorrow. He gently caressed Zhui Yi's small head. This little creature seemed somewhat oblivious. Perhaps it would be wise to procure a devil fruit to bolster its vitality. One could only wonder if the click pirate crew would manage to stumble upon such a treasure. Imo-Jing gazed into the distance, his face revealing a hint of anticipation. After a night of silent sailing, a lush island emerged in Imo-Jing's line of sight the following morning. Almost there, Eden stood beside him, nervously peering ahead. This primitive island was notorious as a spot where the click pirate crew frequently collected protection fees. Imo-Jing rose from the head of the ship. The figure of a poisoned pig sculpture behind him, and with his dagger suspended at his waist, he looked expectantly towards the horizon. From this vantage point, there was no sign of the click pirate crew, but as the poisoned pig ship veered slightly, a vessel of comparable size gradually emerged from behind the island. This was a common piratical tactic, hiding behind an island, allowing merchant ships to approach under the false impression of safety before suddenly launching an ambush. The sole dilemma now was that the ship which had just emerged was adorned in blue and white, with a pristine mainsail emblazoned with the image of a blue seagull holding a wrench. Is this the click pirate crew you mentioned? Imo-Jing turned to inquire of Eden. At that moment, Eden was trembling uncontrollably, his tongue twisted in agitation. The Navy, he shrieked, clutching his face in panic. He leaped off a barrel, preparing to flee, only to be yanked back midair by Imo-Jing. Where do you think you're going? Eden, in a state of sheer terror, pointed towards the ship and then at himself. Navy, pirate, me, shouldn't I run? He could barely articulate his thoughts. What's all the fuss about? Imo-Jing looked at him with discontent, asking, Are we pirates? Eden stared at him as if he were daft. Aren't we? I ask you. Do we have a pirate flag? Eden paused. No, we don't. Does anyone have a bounty? It seems not. He hesitated. Then that settles it. Imo-Jing crossed his arms defiantly, asserting, We have committed no crime, nor broken any laws. Surely, they can't bombard us simply for sailing a pirate ship? No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted. A cannonball, the size of a head, whistled past Imo-Jing's scalp, striking the main mast with a resounding crash. Creaking and cracking. In Imo-Jing's bewildered gaze, the main mast began to topple. In the distance, cheers seemed to rise. Anyone could boast for half a year after hitting a main mast with a cannon. However, the atmosphere aboard the poisoned pig ship had grown tense. Imo-Jing cracked his neck, producing a series of pops, and with a stoic expression, he turned, drew his sword, and prepared to leap into the sea. Captain, at a critical moment, Eden clutched his right leg. Imo-Jing regarded him with a gentle gaze. Didn't you say we're not pirates? Eden insisted. Braving the nerve-wracking tension, let them fire a couple of shots. We'll wave a white flag. We have neither pirate flag nor bounty. We are not pirates. Imo-Jing slapped him on the head. Is being a pirate such a trivial matter? As long as one harbors the spirit of a pirate, one is a pirate wherever one goes. With that, he kicked Eden away and was about to jump again when his left foot was seized. Turning around, he was astonished to find Chu Shi. When did this fellow sneak behind him? What do you want, little rascal? Imo-Jing asked with a smile, his tone exceedingly amiable. Ship, 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 ship. Chu Shi felt a chill run down his neck, as if he were about to take flight any moment. What ship? Imo-Jing lifted him effortlessly. That is a ship from the Navy headquarters. Not those useless Navy from the East Sea. It's the elite Navy. He finally managed to exclaim in one breath. Imo-Jing kicked him away. I'm here to confront the elite. With that, he suddenly turned, glancing behind to confirm that no one dared to grasp his legs again, before plunging into the sea with a splash. His swimming skill was at level 10. Not that he didn't wish to further improve, but he had already reached the limits of human capability. At present, He was akin to a humanoid dolphin. On the Navy warship, a man dressed in a white suit with neatly combed light pink hair applauded elegantly. The first round of cannon fire struck a vital point. Well done. A woman in a red dress, her figure alluring, linked her arm with his from behind, appearing somewhat concerned. Is there any danger, Finbooty? Rest assured. The man gently patted her hand. The Poison Pig pirate crew is merely a band of petty thieves. Had they not obstructed our path, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Why don't they raise a pirate flag? The woman asked curiously. Finbooty paused, scrutinizing closely. It did seem they had not raised a pirate flag, although that ship was undoubtedly registered as the Poison Pig. He casually remarked, who knows? Perhaps they learned from the clique pirates. These scoundrels sometimes disguise themselves as the Navy to plunder towns. How despicable. The two laughed as they made their way to the captain's quarters. As they descended the deck, Finbooty gestured to the first mate. Eyesore, sink it. The first mate understood, just about to issue the command when a distant voice floated up from below. Who are you planning to sink? A damp figure had mysteriously appeared on the deck. As墨荆, one hand gripping a sword while the other tousled his hair vigorously. Two Navy personnel lay motionless at his feet, their fates uncertain. Enemy attack. The sound of hurried footsteps erupted into chaos, and within moments, As墨荆found himself surrounded by a throng of soldiers brandishing long rifles. He surveyed the ominous muzzles encircling him, and suddenly, with a swift motion, he exclaimed, floating sky, vast ocean, misty moon. His figure surged forward. Simultaneously, the first mate shouted, fire. The sound of gunfire erupted. Several lead bullets pierced As墨荆's form. Yet, the next instant, the As墨荆, frozen in a forward charge, vanished like a wisp of smoke. Where did he go? The surrounding Navy stood in stunned silence, gazing in disbelief at the spot where he had just been. Their expressions akin to that of seeing a ghost. Only Finbooty raised an eyebrow, maintaining an air of composure. As a captain in the naval headquarters, he had encountered many adversaries with peculiar tactics. It seemed he had caught a significant prize. He signaled for the woman beside him to enter the captain's quarters while he stretched his hands, glancing toward the side of the ship, where the unscathed As墨荆was crouched. To his surprise, someone dared to rescue Akin. Finbooty slowly assumed a fighting stance. Since you're here, why not stay together? Huh? Akin? As墨荆's expression turned perplexed. The top enforcer of clique, Akin? Captured by the Navy? What is happening? He inquired, his confusion palpable. Akin is in your hands? What about the clique pirates? His initial reaction was one of concern that his business had been usurped. However, he quickly realized that the Navy must have only captured a portion of Akin or the clique pirate crew. Otherwise, they would not have claimed to have rescued anyone. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. As for this matter, perhaps you should inquire directly with him. Finbooty approached with nimble steps, unleashing a flurry of punches. Despite his seemingly frail physique, his hands were clad in unyielding steel claws. Each strike resonated through the air like the thunder of artillery. Yet, As墨荆effortlessly leaped aside, evading the onslaught. Very well. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he retreated 2 paces. It seems that rational discourse is futile, so let me gauge your strength. The glint of the blade shimmered like a sudden lightning strike. With a furious cry, Finbooty's fists collided against the edge of the sword, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows, the light of the blade entwined with the shadows of their fists. The surrounding Navy, guns in hand, were nearly breathless with anticipation. Finbooty continued to retreat, increasingly alarmed by the ferocity of the exchange. His opponent was clearly not exerting full force, wielding the blade with an ease that suggested mastery. Meanwhile, he found himself expending every ounce of energy just to counter the relentless flurry of strikes. He had to close the distance. He suddenly let out a low growl, forcefully sweeping aside a flash of blade, charging forward like a wild bull, clearly intent on engaging in close combat against As墨荆's assault. Naively, in the next instant, the long sword in As墨荆's hand transformed into a gentle caress. And in a moment of bewilderment, the two figures brushed past each other. What transpired? A chill surged from Finbud's tailbone straight to the crown of his head. He had not discerned how the other party had accomplished this at all. However, the anticipated assault never materialized. A blade extended from behind, hovering leisurely beside his face, gently tapping his cheek. In the next moment, a piercing whistle echoed by his ear. He was sent tumbling into the captain's quarters by a whip-like kick. Fire! The first mate finally seized the opportunity and commanded. Instantly, the ship erupted in a cacophony akin to a festive celebration, with 100 firecrackers exploding simultaneously. The acrid smoke enveloped the entire vessel. As the haze dissipated, everyone beheld a scene of splintered wood and a deck riddled with holes. Yet no sign of life was visible. At that moment, the door to the captain's quarters swung open, revealing Imogen. His hair still dripping. "I'm having a conversation with your captain. Do not disturb." With a sharp clap, the door slammed shut. It appeared he had taken refuge inside the captain's quarters. The sailors outside were momentarily taken aback. But their astonishment quickly morphed into fury. Is this warship a private residence? As several sailors prepared to rush forward, they were abruptly halted by the first mate's command. "Wait." The first mate cast a dark glare at the captain's quarters. If it were merely Finn Beauty inside, he would not hesitate, but there was an innocent civilian present. Though she was Finn Beauty's companion, she was nonetheless an innocent party. Damn it, that scoundrel Finn Beauty. Inside the captain's quarters, Imogen pulled up a chair and seated himself. Addressing the terrified lady beside him, "I apologize for startling you. I merely wished to converse with the captain." Finn Beauty, having clambered up from the floor, positioned himself protectively in front of the woman, casting a brooding glare at Imogen. A conversation? Imogen regarded him. Finn Beauty remained unyielding, his vigilance unwavering as he stared at Imogen. "Very well, it seems I must express myself more clearly," Imogen declared, rising and brandishing his blade. Taking a step toward Finn Beauty, Finn Beauty growled, his fist clenched, disregarding his injuries, prepared to exchange blows with Imogen. A flicker of admiration crossed Imogen's eyes. Yet his long knife surged forward with newfound speed. He sidestepped, delivering horizontal and vertical slashes. The two precise strokes intersected in midair. Clang. Finn Beauty's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the severed steel claws lying on the ground. How could it be, when they were both made of iron? Imogen plunged his knife into the floor and returned to his chair. Severing steel was merely a trivial feat for him now. "Shall we converse?" he inquired. "What do you wish to say?" Finn Beauty, struggling to maintain his composure, initially intended to retort with bravado, but upon sensing the trembling hands behind him, he swallowed his words. "You are quite impressive," Imogen remarked, crossing his legs. "To be frank, I have a genuine fondness for the true Navy. Why must you harbor such animosity toward me?" He pulled over a chair and placed it before them. "Sit." Finn Beauty could not fathom what Imogen intended. Yet he was acutely aware that the person before him could easily take his life. That previous strike was nothing short of a warning. He resignedly took a seat on the stool and inquired, "What exactly do you wish to achieve? Let me make it clear, even if you were to kill me, I would never collaborate with pirates." "Pirates?" Imogen raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, have I raised the pirate flag?" Finn Beauty, somewhat reluctant, replied, "No." "Do I have a bounty?" "No." Imogen slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Then on what grounds do you accuse me of being a pirate?" Finn Beauty was taken aback. "But that ship is undeniably the Poisonous Pig pirate crew's Poisonous Pig. Does sitting on a pirate ship make one a pirate? I am currently aboard a naval vessel. Does that make me part of the Navy?" Imogen argued, almost convincing himself. Finn Beauty's expression fluctuated, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. Could it be that you are a pirate hunter? This time, it was Imogen who was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained composure. "Indeed, I am a pirate hunter. You must have heard of Beaduo, my master. He imparted all his knowledge to me." Finn Beauty looked at Imogen in astonishment. He had heard of Beaduo, a renowned bounty hunter from the East Sea, infamous for his ruthless swordsmanship that had extinguished the dreams of countless pirates. Occasionally, he would venture into the Grand Line. However, 2 years ago, the old man had mysteriously vanished, and everyone presumed him dead. Who would have thought a disciple would emerge now? My sincerest apologies. Finn Beauty straightened his posture and offered an apology to Imogen. This revelation clarified why Imogen found himself aboard the Poisonous Pig. The Poisonous Pig pirate crew was no more, and this was their spoils. Now, let us set that aside. Imogen posed the question that intrigued him the most. "You mentioned that a Jean was captured by you? What of the cliquey pirate crew?" Finn Beauty cast a doubtful glance at him, and he answered truthfully. "A few days prior, they had received reports from merchant ships about a sighting of a vessel resembling the cliquey pirate crew's flagship, the military Sabre, near the doldrums. Consequently, they dispatched 7 naval ships for a siege. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but the cliquey pirate crew, sensing danger, attempted to break through. In the chaos, their leader, Cliquey, abandoned everyone and escaped on a small boat. The Navy, determined to capture the notorious leader, sent the majority of their ships in relentless pursuit. To their dismay, they soon discovered that the fleeing cliquey was actually a Jean in disguise. Regrettably, by the time they realized, Kliki aboard the flagship showcased his unparalleled might as the East Sea Overlord, sinking the pursuing naval vessels and escaping unscathed. Presently, a Jin is confined in the cabin beneath the deck. Jing listened, intrigued. The Kliki pirate crew had brazenly traversed the doldrums. How audacious! According to the map from Kin, the so-called Grand Line is a circular route encircling the equator, intersecting perpendicularly with another circular region, the Red Earth continent, dividing the world into 4 seas: east, south, west, and north. Each sea is distinct. The Red Earth continent has hardly any gaps, and both sides of the Grand Line are beset by doldrums. The doldrums lack both wind and ocean currents, rendering it a dead zone for most pirate ships reliant on sails, not to mention the myriad of sea kings that inhabit those waters. Sea kings are not defined by a single strongest. There are only those who are stronger. The Kliki pirate crew's audacious return through the doldrums is simply a stroke of extraordinary luck. This aligns perfectly with the intelligence he received from Ross. As he pondered, a gentle smile graced his face. How should I address you? Thin Beauty shivered involuntarily, eyeing Jing with suspicion. What are your intentions? Just a brief introduction. I am Jing. Jing extended his hand, shaking hands with Thin Beauty amidst his puzzled gaze. In fact, I have come to trouble the Kliki pirate crew. Jing got straight to the point. What do you say? Are you interested in a collaboration? Upon broaching the serious matter, Thin Beauty's expression turned grave. While I would love to oblige, I regret to inform you that our headquarters currently has no knowledge of the Kliki pirate crew's whereabouts. Thin Beauty spoke truthfully. He had already witnessed Jing's formidable strength. Had he been present during the siege of the Kliki pirate crew, the ensuing chaos could have been avoided. However, the Navy had missed their prime opportunity. After narrowly escaping, the Kliki pirate crew would not easily reveal themselves again. Finding them in this vast ocean would be nearly impossible. What about a Jin? Jing rested a hand on the back of the chair. Speaking casually, he must know where he is scheduled to meet the Kliki pirate crew. You mean? Thin Beauty squinted his eyes. Provide him with an opportunity to escape. Jing leaned in, raising a finger. Thin Beauty shook his head, speaking solemnly. We initially considered this plan, but 2 persistent issues remain unresolved. First, we lack the means to track him. This ocean does not conceal pursuers. If a Jin detects the presence of naval ships behind him, he will undoubtedly avoid the Kliki pirate crew. Second, what if a Jin has no intention of seeking out the Kliki pirate crew? In that case, we would not only fail to capture Kliki, but also allow a Jin to slip away. You need not worry about the first issue. Jing whistled sharply, and a piercing sound emanated from outside the captain's quarters. Whoosh. My apologies. Jing knocked his head lightly, rising to unlock the wooden door of the captain's quarters. A swift bird, its back a deep indigo, its belly a gradient of yellow and white, with golden accents at the corners of its eyes resembling gilded brows, burst forth from the dim light. One wing landed gracefully on Jing's shoulder, exuding an impressive presence. Sirius reporting for duty. Thin Beauty's eyes lit up at the sight of the intelligent Sirius. You intend to have it track a Jin? Jing waggled a finger, his smile tinged with pride. Why not resolve both issues simultaneously? Thin Beauty instinctively wished to dismiss the suggestion, but quickly regained composure upon seeing the knife in Jing's hand. Pray tell, how do you propose to resolve this? Jing raised his hand, allowing Sirius to leap onto his finger, gently stroking the feathers behind its head. Sirius curled up in a fluffy ball, closing its eyes in contentment. If we fear a Jin may flee, let us simply keep him under observation, he stated calmly. You mean? Thin Beauty narrowed his eyes, contemplating a possibility. Jing placed a foot on the stool, bending closer to Thin Beauty, his tone reminiscent of a devil's whisper. You pretend to let him escape, while I feign to assist his escape. His 5 fingers undulated, and Joy bounced upon them. Joy could sense my location at any moment, guiding your path forward. Hiss. Thin Beauty inhaled sharply, nearly exclaiming a word of contempt. Yet, considering himself a participant, he felt an odd sense of excitement. Although the plan had yet to commence, he already began to mourn for the Click pirates. Forgive my curiosity. Thin Beauty gazed at the increasingly inscrutable man before him and inquired, Do you harbor a grudge against the Click pirates? Jing smiled. Yet there was not a trace of warmth in his expression. His men took the life of my friend, plundered my town, and caused my beloved to weep. Do you believe they deserve to live? Indeed, they deserve death. Thin Beauty's brows furrowed. For the first time, he found the man before him not entirely detestable. Thus, Only a few details remained to be arranged. He rose to his feet, calling out the first mate's name in a loud voice, requesting a bottle of exquisite red wine, for he wished to engage in a serious conversation with As Jing had returned aboard a naval lifeboat. The ragtag group of 5 leaned over the side of the ship, gazing at him with a reverent expression as if beholding a deity. When they had set out, they had feared they would lose their captain, yet to their astonishment, not only had he returned, but he was also escorted back by the Navy themselves. Furthermore, these sailors had even assisted in repairing their main mast. The 5 hapless souls, never having been so close to the Navy, felt their legs weaken with awe. "How did you manage that, Captain?" Eden attempted to climb the barrel twice but faltered, trembling as he offered a cigarette to As Jing, deep in thought regarding the figure of the poisonous pig at the bow, instinctively accepted the cigarette, glanced at it, and then flicked it away. "What do you mean? How did I manage it? The Navy helped us. They even repaired our ship." Eden's voice rose in pitch, feeling as though his worldview was shattering. As Jing turned to him with a serious gaze. "Tell me, are we pirates?" "Ah, well." Eden's face contorted into one of confusion. This truly posed a conundrum. "We are bounty hunters," As Jing replied earnestly. "A proficient bounty hunter can indeed garner the Navy's assistance." Eden nodded dumbly. "Whatever you say, Captain." As Jing regarded Eden with a look that suggested he would amount to nothing more than a stubborn blockhead. This fellow, though amiable, was excessively excitable. They say concentration is the essence, yet it felt as if he had shrunk his courage. As Jing shook his head, redirecting his attention back to the bow of the ship. To ensure the smooth execution of their plans, the distinctive poisonous pig, recognizable even to Funbuti, certainly required some modifications. The simplest and most expedient approach would be to renovate the bow and apply a fresh coat of paint. He had already devised a painting scheme, having engaged in discussions with the soldiers responsible for such tasks while aboard the naval vessel, even sketching a rough design. Somehow, this sketch had found its way into Funbuti's hands, who subsequently sought him out to express high praise for his creative prowess in contemporary art, fervently suggesting he visit Glassball Island, the birthplace of popular culture in the East Sea. Faced with this unexpectedly enthusiastic individual, As Jing could only patiently urge him to remain composed. After all, this was merely a hobby. With over 2 decades of experience in solitary existence, designing a paint job was a trivial task. The real challenge lay in the fact that the purple figure of the poisonous pig was far too conspicuous, necessitating a complete transformation. Creating a makeshift solution was out of the question, although there were abundant quality timbers on the nearby island. Utilizing fresh lumber for the ship's structure would require extensive drying time to prevent issues such as decay, insect infestation, and residual stresses in the wood. Thus, he would have to make improvements based on the existing design. As Jing brandished a knife, swiftly shaving off all the spines from the poisonous pig. Stroking his chin in contemplation when an epiphany struck him, he suddenly perceived a hint of koi potential in this bare creature. A promising omen indeed. With a decisive stroke, he lifted the knife and commenced his task. After more than an hour, the transformation of the poisonous boar was nearly complete. The diligent sailors had thoroughly cleaned both the interior and exterior, eradicating all traces of its disordered past as a pirate vessel, and had given it a splendid makeover. The hull and bow appeared entirely rejuvenated. Now, even if Rospin himself were to come aboard, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to recognize it as his own ship without inspecting each cabin. The warship of Funbuti slowly approached, marveling at the metamorphosed pirate ship. Unable to refrain from applauding in admiration, he dared to assert that not a single vessel in the entire East China Sea could rival it, particularly with that striking livery. Behold the emerald-hued twin tails, the vibrant gaze, and the verdant scallion gripped in hand, all exuding an aura of youthful charm and contemporary flair. How had he not conceived of adorning the ship's hull with such illustrations? By the way, what did he say the artwork was called? Hibodi inquired of the shipwright beside him. The shipwright retrieved a manuscript and stumbled over the peculiar title. Scallion Duck and Cultivating Scallions? What a strange name. They had yet to encounter the creature referred to as Scallion Duck. Perhaps it was merely the name of the girl depicted in the image. Thus, they turned their attention to the bow of the ship. In stark contrast to the fashionable hull, the bow resembled an obscure artistic sculpture, imbued with an indescribable aura. The naval crew engaged in animated discussions, momentarily at a loss to identify this marine delicacy. After a considerable time, one sailor, tilting his head in contemplation, discerned the truth. "This is a mola mola." The others followed suit, tilting their heads in wonder. Transforming a pufferfish into a mola mola was indeed a rare stroke of ingenuity. Now, even Akin, who was well acquainted with the pufferfish pirates, found it challenging to discern any clues. Nicola, occupied with painting the bow, overheard the chatter below and inquired, "Should we inform them this is a koi?" "If you wish to receive a beating," Xingsa remarked, flexing his wrist. After a moment of reflection, Nicola replied gravely, "I do not wish that." The two returned to their tasks. Thus, swiftly, night descended. The two ships commenced their respective operations. Akin awoke once more from unconsciousness, propping himself up, gazing vacantly at the dimly lit chamber in which he lay, surrounded by a pool of blood. This was the interrogation room located at the stern of the ship, specifically designed by the Navy for questioning pirates like him. The wooden floor had been stained a deep brown, soaked in the blood of countless pirates. Now, his blood too had joined the morbid tapestry. His gaze fell upon the pair of black leather shoes at the doorway, rhythmically tapping in time with the swaying of the cabin. The monotony was both tedious and wearisome. How many times had he awakened now? The fourth, or perhaps the fifth? He has lost all recollection. The interrogator seems to be growing increasingly impatient, resorting to harsher methods. He may be nearing death. During moments like these, he cannot help but reflect on the tapestry of his life, the cold, hunger-stricken childhood, and the fervent adoration that blossomed after encountering Captain Clyack. Over the years, he has slain countless souls who dared to defy Captain Clyack, consumed by an obsession with the man's formidable power, aligning himself with his philosophy. Under the radiant glow of this figure, he danced with joy, pursued fervently, and fought with a ruthlessness that rendered him akin to an emotionless specter, earning the moniker Ghost Man. In retrospect, it is indeed terrifying to consider such a title. How was it that he felt no trepidation at the time? Eventually, they emerged as the most formidable pirate crew of the East Sea, prompting Captain Clyack to set his sights on challenging the Grand Line. Every tale concerning the pirate king Joel D. Roger proclaims that any pirate with aspirations must venture into the Grand Line, for there lies the treasure left behind by the previous generation's pirate king. Although Captain Clyack has always scoffed at the ideals of pirates, he believes he must conquer that realm, just as he conquered the East Sea. He has always believed himself to be the most powerful person in the world. In fact, all the members of the Click pirate crew shared this conviction, including his former self. It was only when they truly ventured into the Grand Line that they encountered the man with a massive black sword on his back, whose eyes resembled those of an eagle. With a single blade in hand, he obliterated the 50 pirate ships that Captain Click had intended to use to conquer the Grand Line. Had it not been for the tempest that struck at the last moment, they may not have had any chance of escape. From that instant, the dreams of the entire Click pirate crew lay shattered. Even he himself suddenly realized that the formidable Captain Click was not invincible. He even began to question his own loyalty. Was he truly devoted to the leader of the clique, or to his own formidable power? Moreover, throughout the years, had he genuinely desired to undertake all that he had done? Yet before he could arrive at any conclusions, they were once again besieged by the Navy. This time, without hesitation, he demonstrated his loyalty by masquerading as the leader of the clique, successfully diverting the main forces of the Navy. And now, he is likely on the brink of death, for no one will come to his rescue. He was acutely aware of the nature of Captain Click. Despite being the commander of the Click pirate crew, and regardless of the multitude of sacrifices he had made for his sake, it was inconceivable that the man would come to his rescue in such perilous circumstances. With the next fainting spell, or perhaps the one thereafter, he might never awaken again. Yet, even in the face of impending death, he remained steadfastly loyal, revealing not a shred of information about Captain Click. Nevertheless, an inexplicable sense of discontent lingered within him. Knock, knock, knock. Lemon, time is running out. A languid voice emerged from beyond the door. The pair of black leather boots came to a halt in his line of sight. Understood, a deep voice responded, accompanied by the sound of a newspaper being folded. Akin instinctively closed his eyes, slowing his breath. Though he was uncertain of the unfolding events, he was resolute in his desire to keep the man in the black boots unaware of his consciousness. The heavy footfalls approached him, and in his mind's eye, he envisioned a sturdy figure with a brooding gaze. This was the individual who had been interrogating him all along. He could even envision the movements of his adversary, who must have crouched down at this moment, meticulously observing him. The distance between the two was exceedingly close. However, if he believed this was an opportune moment for a surprise attack, he would have fallen into the trap. His opponent had a remarkable grasp of the chain's length, each movement precisely calibrated to remain just beyond the reach of the prisoner. Akin had suffered several setbacks due to this before. After a while, the sound of fabric rustling pierced the air. The opponent finally stood up. Thud! A forceful stomp landed squarely on Akin's back. Yet, Akin remained utterly still. He could not allow his adversary to realize that he was still conscious, for that would mark the commencement of the next round of interrogation. Boom. At that moment, the hatch was rudely flung open. Are you ready? If we don't hurry, there won't be any share left for us. The impatient voice urged. Coming, came Layman's voice from above. He strode out briskly, shutting the door behind him. How is that fellow? Still unconscious, unable to awaken for the time being. The voices of two individuals conversing outside gradually faded away. Within the interrogation room, Ajin opened his eyes once more, coughing violently twice and expelling a mouthful of blood-stained phlegm. His previously lifeless eyes now sparkled with astonishment. Regardless of what transpired outside, he realized that his opportunity had arrived. He turned over, revealing a section of iron chain beneath him, corroded and rusted by years of blood. Upon discovering this chain, he never attempted to rise again. Fortunately, the initially menacing interrogator had been meticulous in checking for any subtle movements, but upon returning from a brief absence, he became rather indifferent to this routine. Now, this was the perfect moment for him to escape. Ajin rose from the pool of blood, steadied himself, took a deep breath, and summoned all his strength to fiercely tug at the chain. His back gradually straightened, his face flushed, muscles taut with fury. Break free. With a resounding crack, the chain snapped. Akin's face lit up with exhilaration. Although one hand and both feet remained bound by chains, he had already escaped. His weapon lay just ahead on the table. With a swift motion, the chain soared through the air, expertly ensnaring an odd weapon that resembled both a cane and a hammer. Akin dragged it into his grasp and, with remarkable agility, shattered the remaining chains. He then pressed against the door, cautiously creating a small opening to peer outside before slipping away. On the naval ship, the main deck was ablaze with light. Joyous songs filling the air as sailors sang and danced around the center, where Lieutenant Finbudi and a striking woman in red reveled in the festivities. Meanwhile, in the shadowy confines of the stern, Akin crouched low, stealthily advancing. He soon located the Navy's lifeboat. Remarkably, everything proceeded without a hitch. No guards were stationed along the way. This unusual circumstance raised his suspicions. Could it be a trap? Even at a banquet, would they not leave a few to guard a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million? Yet, he swiftly dismissed these doubts, untying the ropes and silently descending into the small boat. Regardless of whether it was a trap, having escaped, there was no reason to return. Moreover, with night enveloping the sea, his familiarity with the waters rendered this the most opportune moment for his escape. He vigorously rowed, steering towards the distant darkness. Behind him, on the stern of the naval warship, Zui silently observed his departure. The little head shook slightly. Should he let him run 500 meters first? In this world, generally speaking, sailing vessels do not navigate at night unless absolutely necessary, as nighttime navigation requires the use of lights. Once illuminated on this boundless, abyss-like sea, the flame would not only attract ignorant fish, but also the formidable sea creatures that follow. This phenomenon is most pronounced near the doldrums. Of course, if one were to venture far from the calm belts, such as in the four great oceans, nighttime sailing could be a feasible option, provided one possesses an exquisite nautical chart and compass, along with a navigator well-versed in celestial phenomena. The marine creatures inhabiting the four great oceans are generally smaller in size, comparable to some of the giant fish found in the deep sea. As long as the vessel's tonnage is sufficient, their threat can be largely disregarded. Nonetheless, such reckless behavior is limited to the open seas. In coastal waters, the elusive reefs and shallows can swiftly teach most sailing vessels a lesson in seamanship. However, Akin harbored no such concerns. Firstly, he was aboard a small boat, and secondly, he was intimately familiar with this maritime area. Moreover, he had a significant light source behind him for reference. He effortlessly distanced himself from the naval warship, drifting away from the island and steering towards the profound darkness in the distance, as if the goddess of fortune were favoring him. It was only after he had traveled a considerable distance, far enough for the naval vessel to merge into a singular source of light, that he noticed the illumination becoming chaotic, as if someone were frantically moving about. They must have realized his absence. Akin burst into triumphant laughter, then turned to continue rowing with renewed vigor. He now faces two choices. Either he ventures straight into the open sea, where he knows Captain Click is bound to go, allowing him to rendezvous with the Click pirate crew. However, this course of action carries a significant drawback. If the naval vessels are determined to pursue him, they will undoubtedly search the open waters. The inner sea, fraught with treacherous reefs and shallow waters, presents a perilous environment, particularly at night, where the risk of grounding is ever present. He is highly likely to be discovered. After all, compared to the naval vessels propelled by sails, the distance he can traverse with mere paddles is trivial. They could easily circle the island and pursue him with ease. However, should he attempt to flee towards the inner sea or even make his way to the island, the Navy's far-reaching searches would ultimately lead them back to this very island in their quest to locate him. This small island is inherently limited in size, and he cannot remain concealed for long. After a moment's hesitation, Akainu clenched his teeth and resolved to break through into the open sea. He now merely hopes that the Navy will squander a bit more time in another direction, allowing him to escape a little further. Half an hour later, Akainu lay panting by the edge of the boat, like a parched and lifeless dog, his body drenched in sweat and blood. He gazed blankly at the distant light source, which had once again become distinct, his trembling lips rendering him speechless. He could no longer recall how many times it had been, each time he altered his direction. Just as he created a slight distance, the source of light would immediately pursue him once more. After several such struggles, Ajin's already tormented body finally succumbed to exhaustion, and his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated that it was not the Navy pursuing him, but rather a specter. He could not fathom how the other party had managed to locate him. Was this a retribution for the sins he had committed in the past? Akainu lay on the boat, gazing up at the starry sky, his mind a void. His eyes followed the endless river of stars flowing across the heavens, gradually swallowed by the vast ocean, fading away into nothingness. He abruptly turned his head, gazing into the direction behind him. Amidst the endless stars, a faint glimmer of light, level with the surface of the sea, seemed to emerge. There, something exists there. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he once again glimpsed the hope of life. He fervently waved his arms, extracting the last vestiges of strength from his weary muscles, directing his efforts towards that distant point. In the sky, a shadow glided silently past him, soaring towards the flickering flame. Once the infamous poison pig, now the illustrious koi, Zili Zhuyi landed lightly upon Imogjing's head, bouncing gently. Imogjing tossed it a piece of translucent, cube fish. Understood. Go seek Fin booty. Zhuyi grasped the fish midair and vanished with a swift whoosh from the side of the crowd. Gaffadil gazed enviously in the direction Zhuyi had departed. I too wish to keep a bird. Yet, not every bird possesses the same intelligence as Zhuyi. He adjusted his glasses and suggested, I propose we raise dogs. Why not pigs? The group, known as the 5 miscellaneous fish, immediately engaged in a spirited debate over which animal would make the best pet. Leaning against the railing, Imogjing interjected, All right, we can discuss this later. Our guests are about to arrive, so let us prepare. I hope you can remain as relaxed as you are now. The 5 ceased their chatter and began to get ready. Before long, a small barbecue party for 6 was set up, complete with charcoal, grilled meat, sashimi, beer, and fruit. Was something missing? Imogjing retrieved an electric guitar, a parting gift from Finbudi, from the captain's cabin, nostalgically strumming a few chords and launching into a tune. The 5 miscellaneous fish looked on with anticipation. A smile graced Imogjing's face. Thus, the party commenced. As he swiftly strummed the guitar strings, everyone's spirits soared. Imogjing could not help but unleash his raspy voice, joyfully shouting, Welcome to the jungle, we got fun and games. As the music played, the revelers gradually immersed themselves in the joyous celebration, until a heavy thud resonated from the right side of the boat. A bloodied man, his head wrapped in a gray-blue scarf and dressed in a gray coat and sweatpants, crawled over the railing. The lively music came to an abrupt halt as the 6 partygoers turned to him in unison. Ajin, head bowed and breathing heavily, slowly raised his weapon, declaring, Listen closely, this ship will now obey. Before he could finish, the raucous sound of the electric guitar erupted again. The gravelly-voiced singer shrugged, as if releasing a long-suppressed groan, and sang directly to him, Whoa, I want to watch you bleed. The atmosphere ignited once more. The 5 miscellaneous fish surrounded the exhausted Ajin, dragging him to the grill. They disarmed him and offered him beer and grilled meat. Ajin had intended to rise and scold these ruffians, yet after a day and night without food or water, he could no longer resist the delicious offerings before him. 3 minutes later, Welcome to the jungle, we take it day by day. Ajin devoured the grilled meat and drank the fine beer. But he remained focused on his purpose. Once he finished the succulent leg of meat and his drink, he would ask them to take him to Boss Click. In light of their saving his life and sharing their food, he would not make things difficult for them. 5 minutes later, you learn to live like an animal, in the jungle where we play. Ajin swayed to the passionate music, raising his grilled meat and beer to toast with others. The aroma of grilled meat filled the entire boat. This party was truly magnificent. Wait, had he forgotten something? Yes, he needed to escape the Navy and find Boss Click. Perhaps he could ask the captain for a ride or borrow a small boat. 10 minutes later, Ajin stood at the center of the crowd, lost in his movements, pointing to the sky and singing loudly, "Shun, knees." The crowd cheered, toasting him as if in a beer relay, applauding his spectacular dance. Golden liquid splashed through the air. Tonight was filled with laughter and joy, free from worries. Ajin could not recall how he fell asleep, only that after the festivities, he had chatted with the captain about various matters, ultimately pleading with him to take him to that place etched in his memory. The captain, a gentle soul, patted his shoulder and agreed. Finally, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, entirely oblivious to the captain's enigmatic smile. As Ajin clutched his stomach and rushed to the restroom, dawn had already broken, and the familiar faces from the previous night were busying themselves. He followed the instructions of the sailor, named Garfidel, and rushed into the restroom. Upon emerging and standing on the deck, he realized he was quite close to the place that Captain Click would undoubtedly visit. This location had once served as a supply depot for the Click pirate crew. After their harrowing encounter with the formidable Mihawk on the Grand Line, the Click pirate crew found themselves in dire straits regarding provisions. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they were bound to head there. Akin intercepted Eden, who was attempting to stealthily slip past behind a barrel. "Where's your captain?" Akin inquired. Eden pointed toward the bow of the ship and fled without looking back. Reflecting on the previous night, Eden felt an overwhelming sense of boldness. He had drunkenly tugged the other's hair and declared brotherhood, a reckless act that now filled him with astonishment. As Akin stepped onto the main deck, his gaze was immediately drawn to the figure seated majestically upon the figurehead of the ship. Draped in a light gray robe reminiscent of a trench coat, a long blade with an orange hilt rested across his knees. Facing the sea breeze, he gazed serenely into the distance. The man exuded an indescribable aura of tranquility, a stark contrast to his wild demeanor during last night's performance. Upon seeing him, Akin too seemed to find a sense of calm. He approached the bow of the ship, leaned against the railing, and secured his weapon. It was only then that he had the leisure to carefully examine the vessel. His initial impression was one of dynamism and vitality. Even as a pirate devoid of artistic sensibilities, he could sense a vigorous spirit emanating from the ship's lines, and the cartoonish figure wielding a large green onion as a weapon. This led him to surmise that this was likely a vessel from Glass Ball Island, renowned for its fashionable designs. Could it be that this captain is, in fact, an artist? A series of strikingly different images flashed through Akin's mind. Immersed in design at his desk last night, clutching an electric guitar with an intense gaze that seemed almost predatory, and now, seated at the ship's prow, exuding a tranquility reminiscent of the sea itself. What a remarkable individual. "Your weapon is quite intriguing," suddenly remarked from his perch at the bow. Akin, taken aback, leaned against the railing and raised the peculiar weapon in his hand, which could be described neither as a cane nor as a hammer. "This?" he inquired. "Indeed," replied, turning to him. "So is it a cane or a hammer?" "Neither," Akin said, examining the weapon. "This is a custom-made tool of my own design." Squinted slightly, regarding him with a peculiar gaze. This modification, while appearing to serve both purposes, has compromised the lightness of the cane and rendered it cumbersome for hammering. You must possess a unique martial technique to compensate for these shortcomings. Akin felt a jolt of surprise. Had hit the nail on the head. To maximize the weapon's potential, he had honed a swift and sophisticated martial art he referred to as the Demon Fighter technique. It was astonishing that it had been discerned so quickly. This captain was no ordinary man. Akin silently resolved to remain vigilant. However, seemed satisfied with the exchange, turning away to continue maintaining his long blade. This only deepened Akin's curiosity. Observing the 5 individuals bustling about the deck, he glanced at the leisurely captain and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, do you know who I am?" He had not experienced such cold treatment in a long time. Other merchant vessels, upon recognizing his name, seldom had anyone who could stand and speak. Yet aboard this ship, he felt no sense of his own distinction. The 5 industrious sailors seemed to regard him merely as an ordinary individual. He doesn't dislike this sensation. Rather, he is somewhat curious and wishes to inquire. He even anticipated the moment when these individuals would be startled upon recognizing his identity, of course. He bore no ill will toward them, for they were his benefactors. Ghostman Akin, the combat captain of the clique pirate crew, the figure at the bow, As墨荆, replied without turning back. Do you have another name? You know me? Akin furrowed his brow. As墨荆 turned around, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Wasn't it you last night, in sheer agony, insisting that you were a remarkably formidable pirate named Ghostman Akin, who was terrified of his own capacity for murder? You wept while lamenting how you had become this way, and you also mentioned that in your youth, you enjoyed secretly observing. Enough of that, Akin interrupted, halting As墨荆's incessant chatter. Despair washed over him as he pondered what he had divulged the previous night. As墨荆 shrugged and turned away, offering consolation. Take it easy, my young friend, who hasn't encountered a few misfortunes in life. Never allow the troubles before you to overwhelm you, for there are clearly worse things ahead. For instance, why not rise and take a look at that heap of debris on the sea? Is that not what you seek, the clique pirate crew? Upon hearing this, Akin was momentarily taken aback and hurried to the bow to gaze ahead. Indeed, at the horizon's edge, a colossal and imposing pirate ship floated upon the waves. Its familiar pirate flag emblazoned with a leopard skull and flanked by 2 crimson hourglasses. However, at this moment, the over 50-meter 3-masted vessel appeared to have encountered unimaginable calamity. As it was cleaved in two, it seemed that had it not been for the still-standing keel, the entire ship would have surely sunk. Anyone with sight could discern that this vessel could not endure for much longer. How could this be? Akin's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. He recalled that during the breakout, the vessel was still intact. How could it have deteriorated so drastically in just a single day? As墨荆 initially wore a look of amusement, but as he continued to observe, his expression grew increasingly grave. These are sword marks. He abruptly rose from the bow of the ship, his gaze fixated on the gaping wound in the center of the colossal vessel. Indeed, it was a mark of a sword. As墨荆 instinctively tightened his grip on the long blade in his hand. It was unfathomable that someone could cleave such a massive ship in two with a single stroke. What a terrifying mastery of swordsmanship! What an extraordinary display of strength! If it were left to him, he could at most create a mere opening in that grand ship. His sword aura still falls short of the terrifying power capable of cleaving a ship in twain. Ace did not deceive me. Indeed, this sea is teeming with formidable warriors. A fervent fire ignited in his eyes. Fully aware of the futility, he nonetheless felt an irresistible urge to engage in battle with the master of this sword scar. Driven solely by a desire to experience that extraordinary and fearsome swordsmanship, he leaped from the bow of the ship, fervently grasping Akin's collar. Akin, who was pursuing you? In the fleeting moment of their gaze meeting, Akin's breath hitched. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious fire dragon. Instinctively, he replied. A man with eyes like an eagle, wielding a colossal black blade on his back. However, he quickly regained his composure, freeing himself from As墨荆's grasp and retreating a couple of steps. As墨荆 paused for a brief moment, inhaled deeply, and gradually restored his previous calmness. I apologize. I was overly agitated. It is the first time I have witnessed such astounding swordsmanship. He paused for a moment, shaking his head. Let us not dwell on such matters. Since your fleet lies ahead, we shall escort you there. With that, As墨荆 turned his gaze forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This time, it seemed they were about to witness something remarkable. The two vessels gradually drew near. Ajin, standing on the deck, hesitated to speak. As墨荆 cast a glance at him, fully aware of what Ajin wished to convey. Upon spotting them, the clique pirate crew hastened towards their direction, evidently intent on plundering the ship. After all, the clique pirate crew had long since run out of supplies. The dagger was also nearing its end. With the terrifying specter of that ruthless pursuer behind them, they dared not pause for resupply, making the act of raiding merchant vessels their sole recourse. As墨荆, undeterred by Ajin's presence, remained composed at the bow of the ship. As the two vessels continued to approach, the dagger's formidable size became increasingly apparent, rendering the koi before it akin to a child yet to grow. Of course, with the adult now incapacitated, the little one had no hope of escape. The two ships came to a halt at a suitable distance. Ajin called out to the crew across from him, and upon seeing Ajin return safely, the pirates aboard the dagger managed to muster smiles. They should have been whistling and joyfully cheering for Ajin's return, yet they lacked the strength for such displays. The second in command of the clique pirate crew, a figure clad in a massive round steel shield resembling a sandwich, waved at Ajin. Come aboard, Ajin. Ajin leaped onto the dagger, turning to wave farewell to As墨荆and the motley crew, expressing his gratitude for their escort. Immo returned the gesture, then made a circular motion with his hand, signaling the ship to begin its turn. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the dagger. Wait. Who said you could leave? It was the very second-in-command who had beckoned Ajin aboard. Immo narrowed his eyes and turned his head. What? Do you wish for us to dine with you before departing? He mocked. Beside him, Ajin seized the second-in-command by the collar. Baru, have you lost your mind? They are my saviors, not targets for plunder. Baru roughly broke free from Ajin's grasp, tauntingly replying, Ajin, this is Lord Kleek's command. Ajin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He abruptly turned his head and shouted towards Immo and the others, wait for me. I need to speak with Lord Kleek. Before his words could fully dissipate, a boisterous and arrogant voice resonated from behind him. I have heard everything. Akin. A man with striking lavender hair, clad in resplendent golden armor and draped in a broad cloak, emerged amidst the throng of onlookers. You have disappointed me greatly, Akin. Kleek observed him from a distance, his tone grave. Have you already forgotten our code of conduct? We do whatever it takes to achieve our goals. Akin knelt on the ground, trembling as he replied. Very well. Kleek sneered with satisfaction. I now grant you an opportunity to atone for your error. Go. Retrieve that ship for me personally. A profound silence enveloped the sea. The pirates of the Kleek crew wore sinister smiles, eagerly awaiting Akin's decision. Meanwhile, on the koi ship, the ragtag group of 5 huddled together, trembling with fear. Immo watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. Everyone was anticipating Akin's choice. Yet, at that moment, Akin felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. Despite the fact that they had saved him, provided him with sustenance, and tended to his wounds, how could he possibly comply with such a request? How could he bring himself to act against them? Seemingly dissatisfied with Akin's hesitation, Kleek spoke slowly. Are you considering betraying me, Akin? Those words struck Akin like thunder, for his unwavering loyalty to Kleek had always been beyond question. No, Captain Kleek, I will never betray you. As he lifted his head, tears streamed down Akin's face. He stepped back to the side of the ship and, in a voice filled with earnestness, implored, Captain Immo please surrender the vessel. Immo shook his head, though I am not particularly fond of this second-hand ship. I still require it for a while longer. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot relinquish it. Is that so? He fell silent for a moment, wiping away his tears, bowing his head as he slowly raised the weapon in his hand, just as he had done countless times before. In that instant, he appeared devoid of emotion. My sincerest apologies to everyone. Has the decision been made? Immo who had been waiting patiently, rose from the bow and laughed heartily. Rest assured, I have already forgiven you, after all. In a flash, Immo vanished from the bow, like a gray feather drifting lightly onto the railing before the second mate, Baru. The next moment, crack, the railing shattered, and a figure shot forth. The glint of the blade transformed into a dazzling arc, akin to crystalline sea water spilling forth. Baru's head rolled away, caught midair by a hand and gently placed before the wide-eyed Ajin. Immo whispered in his ear, I am not a good person either. Bang. Baru's heavy body collapsed onto the deck, blood streaming down the planks. Captain Baru. The onlooking pirates gasped in horror. Immo movements were so swift that even Ajin could not react. It was not merely the astonishing speed, but rather that no one anticipated that someone who appeared to be an artist could unleash such terrifying combat prowess in an instant. Boom. Ajin's modified staff struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a dent in the sturdy main deck. The black iron ball in his hand spun like a whirlwind. Demon's combat technique. The torrential assault of martial strikes descended upon him in an instant. Immo retreated slightly, evading the blow. Yet, in the next moment, a flurry of fists, feet, and clubs descended upon him like a tempest. Come at me. He let out a hearty laugh and boldly faced the challenge ahead. The furious gleam of the blade erupted from his grasp. The simple acts of slashing, hacking, lifting, and stabbing seemed to possess a life of their own in his hands. At times, he would sidestep to evade. At others, he would pivot to launch a surprise attack. Each of his strikes was straightforward yet swift, fierce yet effective. Akin to a pair of razor-sharp scissors, effortlessly severing Ajin's intricate onslaught in just a few moves, rendering him incapable of lifting his head. The surrounding pirates, each one of them, were reduced to mere streaks of blinding light from their blades. This epitomized the essence of Baya's swordsmanship, simplicity, efficiency, and the absolute fusion of power within each stroke. Although some had contemplated a collective assault to overwhelm Immo, the morale of the Kleek pirate crew had long since evaporated, leaving them incapable of mounting a coherent offensive. Gradually, no pirate dared to advance any longer. They gazed in horror at the grim scene before them, where corpses lay strewn in a grim circle. This was no mere return with supplies. It was evidently an encounter with yet another formidable foe. Suddenly, two flashes of blades sliced through the air. One sword style, wolf bite. Clang, clang. The two heavy spheres on Akain's weapon were severed and fell to the ground. He attempted to launch an attack, but As-墨荆struck his hand with the back of his blade and kicked him to the ground, expressing disappointment. What's the matter, Akin? Is this all you can muster? Bang! A gunshot rang out not far away, and As-墨荆deftly sliced the lead bullet that came at him from the side into two halves. He continued to address Akin. You have truly disappointed me, Akin. Such inadequate strength will never seize my ship. And what of that fellow named Click? As-墨荆lifted his gaze, peering through the crowd towards the resplendent golden armor. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze. Where was Click? The once proud and haughty Click, who had stood there moments ago, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Beneath that golden armor was merely a quivering little pirate. He had actually fled. As-墨荆stood there, dumbfounded. No wonder he had battled alongside Akin for so long without encountering this coward's ambush. He gained a profound understanding of this individual's ruthless approach for the first time. At that moment, a boisterous voice resounded from outside the ship's rail. Ha ha ha, did you really think I would remain on that decrepit vessel to duel with you? Click, who had silently slipped away from the flagship in a small boat, mocked loudly from the side. Not only As-墨荆but all the pirates aboard the Swordfish also gathered at the rail, some even weeping sorrowfully. Captain Click, are you truly abandoning us? Fools! Click bellowed. I have already dispatched men to seize that ship. Now, let that arrogant fellow witness the ultimate weapon of the Click pirates. As the battle commenced, the Koi, in accordance with the captain's directive, swiftly distanced itself. To their surprise, it was still targeted. Upon hearing this, the pirates instantly wore enigmatic smiles. Then, one by one, they retrieved gas masks and plunged into the sea with splashes. Soon, only As-墨荆and the collapsed Ajin remained on the deck. Observing this scene, As-墨荆nodded in realization. It seems to be poison gas. M.H.5. Ajin's feeble voice came from beside him. It is a type of gas bomb containing deadly toxins. An ordinary person would succumb to poisoning merely from a whiff. Aren't you escaping? As-墨荆raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. If you struggle to jump into the sea, I can lend you a hand. Ajin gave him a perplexed look. Did this fellow not comprehend his warning? He continued. The range of the poison gas is extensive. There is no escaping it. I have a gas mask here. Take it and use it. As-墨荆looked at Ajin in surprise. You don't hate me? In Ajin's gaze, there was no hatred, only sorrow. In that moment, he seemed to have come to terms with much. You saved my life. And it was I who brought you here. I have no reason to harbor animosity towards you. What if I were to tell you that from the moment you escaped the Navy to board my ship and arrived here, all of it was part of my plan? My objective has always been the Click pirate crew. Would you still feel the same? As-墨荆crouched down, leaning closer to him, seemingly attempting to discern every subtle shift in his emotions. Ajin stood momentarily stunned. At that moment, a boisterous laugh from outside the ship rang out. Die. You arrogant fool. A dark green projectile hurtled towards them. As-墨荆sprang up, unleashing a blade of energy that detonated the incoming gas shell midair. However, the swiftly dispersing pale green smoke enveloped him and the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Ajin's complexion changed drastically. He hastily pulled out a mask to throw to As-墨荆. Yet, upon retrieving the mask from his waist, he discovered it had been shattered by a crossed dart. Ajin's hand trembled as he recognized it as a weapon used by Lord Click. From the very beginning, he had been abandoned by Click. Click's voice ominously echoed from outside. So, have you realized? Don't think I've forgotten about you. Ajin, you traitor. Traitor. Ajin trembled all over, his lips quivering as he attempted to deny it. He then heard Click deliver his final judgment. Do you hear me, Ajin? You have betrayed my trust. You are no longer a member of the Click pirate crew. Go die with that fool. With his last ounce of strength, Ajin cried out to the heavens. Lord Click, I have not betrayed you. Yet, no one listened. On the edge of the ship, As-墨荆looked with pity at the man who had been so severely battered, his face now ashen. Shaking his head, he stood on the ship's railing. It seemed as though he was entirely unaffected by the poison gas. What about Click? He shouted, a few sparks flying from his throat. Indeed, he had encased the initial flame within his lungs, rendering the poison gas a mere threat to him. Below, the pirates submerged in the sea wore expressions of sheer terror. Even Click gasped. Impossible. How are you unharmed? Don't trouble yourself with that. Instead, you should wait there patiently. Don't scurry about like a rat, annoying everyone. With that, Immo tucked his blade into his mouth and leapt into the water like a fish. Two screams pierced the air, and the sea instantly turned crimson. Following that, it appeared as though a red carpet unfurled in the water, racing towards Click's direction. You bastard! Row with all your might. Click roared in fury, standing at the ship's stern, continuously firing projectiles filled with darts, deceptively named poison gas bombs, towards the trail of blood. The erratic darts not only failed to hit Immo beneath the surface but instead struck several of his own men. Suddenly, the trail of blood ceased abruptly. The surrounding sea churned violently, and Immo's figure vanished from sight. Click scanned the water's surface relentlessly, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. He could hardly believe that the man had perished so easily. Why were these swordsmen, one after another, seeking trouble with him? When did such monstrous swordsmen emerge from the East Sea? Suddenly, a hand clutched at his foot. With a thunderous cry, Click wielded a massive spear, striking it forcefully into the water. The weight of over 2,000 pounds crashed into the depths. The corpse beneath the surface shattered into countless pieces. Blood erupted, mingling with the water. He had struck true. A wild joy spread across Click's face. Was it so? A haunting voice echoed from behind him. In an instant, Click felt as if he were ensnared in a wintry landscape, a biting chill coursing through his entire being. Before he could even turn around, he let out a mighty roar and immediately unleashed his most formidable defense, the Cloak of Sword Mountains. As he flipped his cloak, countless needles protruded from its fabric, swiftly enveloping him like a durian. Ah, an admirable defense. Yet, can it withstand the tides? A soft inquiry came from behind, uttered by Immo. Floating sky. Vast sea, fish swimming. In an instant, Click felt a cascade of seawater drenched upon him. He instinctively took a step back. The sword light, akin to ripples on water, gently caressed his cheek. With a sharp sound, Click's cloak was torn to shreds, fragments cascading down. Simultaneously, his chin fell as well. Immo let out a soft sigh. It was a near miss. Had Click not retreated that step, this strike would surely have severed his neck. However, it mattered not. Another attempt would suffice. Click. He yearned to emit a terrifying scream, yet at this moment, he could only produce a peculiar hissing sound. Before him, the creature showed no intention of halting its advance. He suddenly produced a gas grenade and recklessly detonated it at close range. Boom. Countless darts erupted forth. Immo let out a furious roar, his sword transforming into a mere shadow. Yet he still could not block so many darts in an instant. Aside from his head, various parts of his body were struck. However, he paid no heed to these injuries, for at this moment, Click was utterly deranged. He unexpectedly seized a crew member behind him and hurled him towards Immo. With a swift motion, a white flash sliced through the air, mercilessly cleaving the enemy in two. However, this was merely an illusion. As the enemy's corpse split apart, a golden spear whistled through the air. The sound of the howling wind was so intense it nearly shattered the atmosphere. There was no room for maneuvering on the narrow boat. Immo, left with no choice, could only raise his blade in defense. In the next instant, the blade was forced back towards him. A terrifying explosion reverberated, and Immo's body transformed into a fleeting shadow, spanning nearly 100 meters across the sea, and was hurled back onto the military vessel. The pirates of the Clique pirates erupted in cheers. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Clique, with a shadowy expression, withdrew his spear, tore at his clothes, and rapped his chin. He then seized a paddle from a subordinate and began to row himself, fleeing frantically like a lost dog into the distance. Just as Immo was locked in fierce combat with the Clique pirates, not far from this spot on the sea, a Navy warship, originally racing to provide support, halted before a unique single-masted sailboat, entirely hexagonal, with a jet-black base and a mast resembling a crucifix. A man, clad in a burgundy upper garment, sporting a short beard, draped in a black cloak, and donning a white fur-trimmed black hat, sat there with hawk-like eyes, as if a solitary king awaiting the audience of his subjects. Finn Beauty leaned over the railing, appearing to have witnessed an extraordinary creature. Trembling as he exclaimed, "The 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Myhawk. What brings him to this remote corner of the East Sea?" "I am hunting prey." The seemingly aloof Myhawk replied earnestly, shattering Finn Beauty's expectations of his demeanor. This response only intensified Finn Beauty's astonishment. What manner of being warranted the personal pursuit of Hawkeye's? And why had he come to the East Sea? The pink-haired boy, why is the Navy present here? Mihawk inquired in a deep tone. "We are in pursuit of the clique pirates," Finn Beauty answered honestly. The previously languid Mihawk's demeanor shifted dramatically, his piercing gaze locking onto Finn Beauty. "Do you know the whereabouts of the clique pirates?" Finn Beauty instinctively turned to glance at Zroy, who stood at the railing, indulging in the affections of a beautiful woman. Suddenly, Zroy, blissfully eating, felt an unsettling tightness, and in an instant, soared into the sky. The next moment, a gleam caught his eye as a streak of azure sword energy swept past, cleaving another oblivious seagull into fragments. "Come down," a cold voice echoed from below. Zroy obediently landed on the mast, resembling a fluffy ball, trembling in fear. Seeing the creature's sentience, Mihawk was convinced of Finn Beauty's words. "You may return," he nodded. Finn Beauty, leaning over the railing, hesitated to speak. "What? Do you wish to seize my prey?" Mihawk's voice turned chillingly cold. Thud. Finn Beauty's head was forcefully pressed against the railing. "Absolutely not." The first mate shouted, "Wishing you a pleasant hunt, Hawk Eyes. We shall take our leave." With that, he frantically gestured to turn back. Mihawk nonchalantly withdrew his gaze, glancing at Zroy above. "Little bird, lead the way." Zroy shuddered, raising a wing to point towards As direction. "Help? Master, save me." Behind them, on the slowly turning Navy warship, Finn Beauty grasped the first mate's collar, fuming. "What are you doing? Do you want me to abandon my friend?" "Calm down, Finn Beauty," the first mate urged, firmly gripping his shoulder. "Hawkeye's Mihawk is far more capable than your supporting abilities." "No, it's different," Finn Beauty murmured. "Those warlords of the sea. They are not the Navy. They will not show mercy to civilians." Though he did not explicitly say who, it was clear that among the chaos, the only one who could be considered a civilian was Jing, who dared to challenge the clique pirates alone. In their minds, Jing was likely embroiled in a desperate struggle, holding on tightly while awaiting their support. The first mate, fists clenched, remained silent, but they had no choice. They could not defy Mihawk's demands. "Damn it!" Finn Beauty struck the railing in frustration, for the first time feeling the weight of his own insignificance and helplessness. Meanwhile, with Clique's frantic escape, the jubilant cheers of the pirates came to an abrupt halt. It seemed they understood something, their gazes trembling as they turned towards the deck of the military vessel. Among the wood splinters and thick smoke, sparks seemed to emerge. Soon after, an unscathed figure reappeared at the ship's railing. Jing. He appeared to be unscathed, his attire remarkably intact. However, the reality was far from this facade. In truth, following the prior strike, Jing had sustained grave injuries. To put it in gaming terminology, he had fallen victim to Clique's overwhelming force. Akin to being crushed by sheer muscle power, the impact had inflicted a tremendous amount of damage upon him. The principle of overcoming 10 through sheer strength was exemplified here. Faced with such terrifying power capable of effortlessly wielding 1,000 pounds, Jing's strength, still below level D, was utterly insufficient. Throughout the preceding battle, he had diligently avoided direct confrontation with Clique, attempting to subdue him with his exceptional swordsmanship. Ultimately, that last strike was unavoidable due to the confined space, forcing a head-on clash. As anticipated, he was sent flying like a baseball by a single blow. There was even gunpowder involved. How despicable. Since parting ways with AIC, he had not experienced the sensation of being struck away for quite some time. A peculiar sense of nostalgia washed over him as he thought of Ajin, who had been absent for mere minutes. Yet Ajin's complexion had turned a sickly green, indicating a serious case of poisoning, leaving him unable to respond. Jing shook his head, gazing at the figure retreating swiftly into the distance, extinguishing any thoughts of pursuit. They fled with remarkable speed. Moreover, even if he were to have the chance to chase, he would refrain from doing so, for in comparison to Clique, he had a more enticing target in mind, the man with eagle-like eyes wielding a massive black blade. Judging by Ajin's earlier reaction, it seemed the adversary had already ventured into these waters. He merely needs to patiently await here, certain that he will encounter that fellow. In such circumstances, he is reluctant to miss the confrontation with the opponent by pursuing a trifling nuisance. Although it was indeed this very nuisance that had drawn him back onto the vessel. Beneath the hull of the military vessel, despair was etched across the faces of nearly all present. Even Captain Clique had fled, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Jing stood at the rail, observing the figures below, resembling boiled dumplings, and could not help but caress the hilt of his knife, inquiring with feigned warmth, "Dear friends, do you not feel cold down there? Why not come aboard and rest for a while?" The band of pirates trembled in fear. This was clearly not an invitation for respite, but rather a prelude to their demise. Yet, they dared not utter a word or ascend the ship, clinging instead to the edge of the military vessel like a band of solar-powered water ghosts. When the chill became unbearable, they would hoist themselves up to bask in the sun, only to submerge once again when they could endure it no longer. Such shamelessly enjoying the spoils of war was beyond As-Mokjing's tolerance. Thus, he cheerfully extended his head over the side, saying, "Do not be shy. If you do not come up, I shall come down." With that, he unsheathed his knife and leapt into the water. Chaos ensued in the sea. 10 minutes later, tranquility returned. The ravenous carnivorous fish had thoroughly stained the waters around the military vessel with crimson, and even a serpent-like sea king emerged to the surface. After As-Mokjing had severed part of its tongue, it sank obediently back into the depths. As-Mokjing climbed back aboard, taking a refreshing breath. The silence was much welcomed. The soul energy within the ring surged once more, though As-Mokjing paid little heed to it. He settled beside the barely breathing Akin, regaining his strength as he awaited in silence. By this time, midday had passed, the sun shone perfectly, the sea breeze gently caressed, and the deserted deck was undisturbed. As-Mokjing leaned against the mast, a rare moment of leisure enveloping him. He retrieved the conch and began to compose a message to Dada, chronicling his adventurous journey, the encounter with the graceful Captain Finbooty, the warm guidance of Akin, and the unfortunate brush with the calamity that left the clique pirates decimated. The opening of the conch was as large as the palm of his hand, allowing him to inscribe a lengthy narrative if he wrote in a smaller script. As-Mokjing felt as though he had returned to Immortal town, the only dissonance being the scattered corpses that littered the ground. Thus, he cast them aside to feed the fish and, in passing, added a note about his leisurely pastime of feeding fish to the conch. He was not particularly concerned that the fleeing clique would seek vengeance in Immortal town, for the latter was still oblivious to his identity and the reasons behind the attack. Even if there were animosity, the target would undoubtedly be solely him. As-Mokjing actually hoped clique would come to confront him, alleviating the need for explanations to Finbooty. However, the current situation appeared somewhat peculiar. The battle had concluded, yet Finbooty, who had promised to offer support, had yet to arrive, and his ship, the Koi, remained adrift in the distant horizon, showing no signs of approaching. Were it not for the fact that it had not been commandeered, As-Mokjing might have suspected his vessel had been hijacked. The only glimmer of hope was the faint sense that Zhuo-Yi was drawing nearer, suggesting that the Navy should be arriving soon. Well, he could certainly attribute the responsibility for clique's escape to their tardiness. He was lost in thought when suddenly, an intense aura pierced straight to his tailbone. As-Mokjing pushed off and leapt down from the mast, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he approached the edge of the ship. Before him, the military ship was approached by an oddly shaped hexagonal single-masted sailboat. A man donned in a burgundy jacket, a black cloak, and a black top hat lounged lazily in the center of the sailboat, the sole occupant of the only seat. A smile involuntarily crept across As-Mokjing's face the moment he caught sight of the figure slouched against the chair. He knew that the one he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The sharpness of the atmosphere felt as if it could cut through the very air. Zhuo-Yi shot into As-Mokjing's embrace from the crow's nest, chirping incessantly in a tone of grievance. "All right, I will prepare some delicacies for you shortly, but for now, please stay back." Zhuo-Yi perked up and immediately darted towards the distant Koi ship, which was still reluctant to return. In this vast expanse of ocean, only 5 living souls remained. Eagle Eye shifted his gaze, surveying the massive ship that had narrowly escaped destruction under his command, and instantly grasped a great deal. "Kid, it seems the clique pirate crew has been eradicated by you," he stated in a low voice. "Eradicated is perhaps too strong a word," As-Mokjing replied, standing at the slightly elevated bow of the ship, carefully observing Eagle Eye. "Clique is still alive, but I suspect you have little interest in him now." "Oh." Eagle Eye raised his head slightly. "Why is that? Is that even a question?" As-Mokjing slowly drew the long blade in his hand, his battle intent igniting like a flame. "Fighting with someone like him, a rotten fish, pales in comparison to a contest with me. Now that would be truly interesting." Eagle Eye fell silent for a moment. "A challenger, then? It appears you have been waiting here specifically for me." He rose from the ship, embodying the unparalleled prowess of the world's foremost swordsman. Hawkeye has never been short of challengers, and he has never turned down a challenge. However, I do not appreciate someone speaking to me from a position of superiority. With that, he drew his sword and slashed. In an instant, a brilliant green light erupted, soaring skyward. It was akin to a furious dragon unleashing its searing breath. The violent pressure of the wind ravaged the entire sea. It seemed as if this singular color dominated the heavens and the earth. Even the ocean split open, revealing a terrifying abyss. Jing widened his eyes in horror at this strike. Although he had anticipated it, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shaken. The fierce wind contorted his face, flowing backward like waves. Merely the residual pressure of the sword's aura nearly left him breathless. Yet his gaze burned with an intensity that seemed ready to ignite. Is there truly such swordsmanship in this world? His hand, gripping the hilt of the dagger, trembled uncontrollably. At last, the prolonged sword energy gradually dissipated. The abyss closed, transforming into a colossal whirlpool as the sea surface, having endured a tempest, surged with towering waves. The foredeck of the battleship was once again cleaved in twain by the violent tumult. Jing leaped over the ship's railing, landing on the deck level with the tumultuous sea. Hawkeye stepped onto the deck with deliberate calm. "There's one thing you have misjudged, young one," Hawkeye remarked, fixing his gaze on Jing. "In my eyes, you and Click are indistinguishable." He withdrew a knife, no longer than his index finger, from the crucifix necklace adorning his neck, a weapon so diminutive it bordered on absurdity. "This will suffice to deal with you," he declared. Jing momentarily froze, casting a look of incredulity at the tiny blade in his hand, then at Eagle Eye's solemn expression. It was not a deliberate insult. Rather, he genuinely believed that Jing was worthy only of this trivial weapon. Yet, for a swordsman, what could be more humiliating than this? Jing laughed, a laugh born of fury, growing louder with each passing moment. Though I longed to assert that he had the right to disdain me, however. He bent low, unsheathed his sword, and charged forward with sudden ferocity. A serpentine flash of blade cut through the air, aimed directly at Hawkeye's. Only in the art of swordsmanship did his blazing fury manifest in his fiery gaze and gritted teeth as he proclaimed, "You must inquire about the sword in my hand." One sword style, serpent strangle. A sharp clang echoed as the diminutive blade deftly intercepted the oncoming strike. "Oh," Hawkeye's replied, his tone remaining unruffled. "Then let us see what you can do." In an instant, the unyielding brilliance of the sword cleaved through the air, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. To be more precise, it was Jing who had launched numerous assaults, while Hawkeye steadfastly defended with that small blade, not yielding an inch. "Such a level of swordsmanship will not alter my perception, young one," came Hawkeye's calm, yet resolute voice. His movements accelerated abruptly, as a slender flash of light from a blade suddenly pierced through Jing's long sword, aiming directly at his chest. Yet, Jing remained undeterred, charging forward recklessly. "Allow me to show you something intriguing." With a resounding shout, he wielded his sword, which suddenly transformed, becoming as fluid as an ethereal stream. It deftly evaded the incoming strike, the blade's radiance curling back towards Hawkeye with the grace of rippling water. Floating sky, vast sea, fish swimming. A sound of astonishment escaped Hawkeye's lips. Moments later, a series of delicate, bell-like clinks resonated as Hawkeye stepped back. Simultaneously, Jing, who had been dancing with the blade behind him, came to a halt, firmly stamping his foot upon the deck, pausing momentarily as if gathering strength, then exhaled deeply. Floating sky, vast sea, waves and chaos. Boom. The shimmering waves instantly engulfed everything. The deck beneath his feet shattered utterly under the force of the strike. Jing gasped heavily, having unleashed 3 powerful techniques in succession, which proved to be quite a burden for his body, still untransformed beyond the D rank. His gaze was firmly fixed on the swirling dust. The recent maneuver had been a calculated surprise, employing his unique flowing swordsmanship to catch his opponent off guard. Had the adversary been prepared, the outcome would undoubtedly have been less favorable. Yet, at this juncture, the result would be inconsequential. This individual was the most formidable swordsman he had ever encountered, a strength that transcended his imagination. Until today, he could scarcely conceive that pure swordsmanship could attain such a terrifying level of transformative power. Faced with this opponent, he could hardly envision the prospect of his own victory. Suddenly, the dust seemed to be stirred by unseen hands, wholly dispersing. The fierce sword wind scattered everything in its path. Amidst the shattered deck, Hawkeye stood unscathed. Yet Jing couldn't help but laugh heartily at the enormous black blade in his hand. What is it? Is simply drawing a weapon reason enough for such joy? The black blade pointed menacingly at Jing, an intense aura that threatened to rend him asunder. Yet, at this moment, Jing felt no trepidation. Rather, his fighting spirit surged ever higher. "Indeed, this is what exhilarates me," he joyfully acknowledged, as the long knife in his grasp seemed to resonate with his words. Nothing could surpass the thrill of a genuine confrontation. A rare smile flickered across Hawkeye's face. I am Dracula Mihawk. State your name. Immo-jing. Immo-jing lifted his blade, giving it a gentle shake, and once more charged forward. The clash of blade and light intertwined as he transcended the fierce and proud swordsmanship of Beaduo and his own flowing intent. The two disparate styles appeared to be merging within him. Mihawk seemed to sense Immo-jing's rapid advancement, twisting his black blade to unravel the shimmering light and swordplay into disarray. I retract my previous statement, he intoned gravely. You are indeed a worthy opponent to be taken seriously. Therefore, you must be prepared for the inevitability of death. With that, he raised his black blade high, akin to a tyrant's strike, descending upon him with undeniable force. In that moment, the speed was such that Immo-jing had no time to evade. He let out a low growl, choosing to confront rather than evade. Since avoidance was not an option, he would embrace the confrontation. As long as he was not immediately slain, he could heal himself with the primordial fire. Swoosh. Blood splattered. Yet, in Immo-jing's eyes, there seemed to be a fiery blaze. He showed no signs of retreat, fiercely wielding his long blade against the dark sword. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. He must vanquish the opponent before him. At any cost. By every means possible. Attack. Attack. Relentless assault. Even if the black blade pierced through his body, he would not falter. The flowing water morphed into a ferocious vortex, which in turn transformed into sharp icicles. Beaduo's swordsmanship had seamlessly integrated into his own style, the gentle ripples concealing a lethal intent. Yet it was insufficient, still inadequate. Refinement of the soul. Iron wall. Barrow's soul. A medium-sized power crystal was cast into his soul. Instantly, his strength surged to level D. In that fleeting moment, the brilliance of his blade was so piercing it seemed capable of slicing through the very fabric of space. However, it was still not enough. Blood sprayed from Immo-jing's body as flames ignited around him, illuminating his increasingly fervent expression. Meanwhile, Eagle Eye maintained his calm demeanor, perhaps only slightly furrowing his brow, seemingly perplexed by Immo-jing's formidable regenerative ability and the sudden surge of power. Yet, Immo-jing paid no heed to these observations. He knew that Eagle Eye had not yet unleashed his full potential, or rather, the opponent was engaging him with a level of power and speed commensurate with his own swordsmanship. But he remained indifferent. He desires nothing but victory. He yearns to triumph over his opponent with the swordsmanship of which he is so proud. Bang! He heavily stepped onto the wooden planks. Splashes of water erupting on both sides, yet miraculously aligning with his swordsmanship, merging into his assault. Floating sky, vast sea, misty moon. A phantom leapt forth, only to be instantly cleaved into water vapor by the black blade. Simultaneously, a glimmer of light from a knife surged from behind. Eagle Eye's brow arched in surprise as he pivoted to counter. Still, it was but an illusion. Leap and slash at the phantom. Advance through the mirage. Illusion, illusion, illusion. Unbeknownst to him, a dense mist enveloped him. With a cold snort, Eagle Eye unleashed a circular wave of sword energy, dispersing the surrounding fog, only to discover that Immo-jing had, at some point, come to rest upon a wooden plank beside him. At this moment, an unexpected stillness enveloped him. Water droplets cascaded down his temples, the mist cleaved by his sword energy swirling around him like flowing clouds. He assumed a peculiar stance, inhaling deeply. His gaze seemingly extracted from the depths of memory, gently directed towards Mihawk. After such prolonged preparation, he softly declared, "Let this move determine our victor." His palm trembled slightly, as if he could no longer maintain his grip on the longsword. Floating sky, vast sea, water cloud village. With a swift motion, the sword was unleashed, and clouds surged forth. Mihawk's eyes widened in astonishment. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself enveloped by a swirling fog. 2 crimson lines erupted from his arms, bright red blood cascading down. What exceptional swordsmanship! He couldn't help but exclaim, only to follow with, "Alas, what a pity." The mist conjured by the sea swiftly dissipated, revealing a blood-soaked figure kneeling on the ground behind Mihawk. Beside him lay his longsword, shattered into 2 pieces. In that fleeting moment, the Eagle Eye instinctively executed a strike that transcended his current limits, severing not only Moxing's blade but also the man himself. Eagle Eye slowly sheathed his sword, gazing at the surrounding mist as if savoring the impact of that blow. He turned to Moxing, who lay amidst the pool of blood, and uttered his final words. "You are quite impressive. I shall await your challenge for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Do not keep me waiting too long." With that, He strode towards his hexagonal sailboat, returning to his solitary throne, casting one last glance at the slowly sinking colossal ship before departing. Moxing knelt on one knee, struggling to breathe as the initial flames of life surged from the fissures of his wounds, gradually mending his body. The soul energy displayed on the panel plummeted rapidly, soon exceeding the gains from hunting the click pirate crew. Yet, a smile graced Moxing's face. He gripped the broken blade, reclining in a cross shape upon the floating wooden plank, shielding his eyes as he reveled in the warmth of the sea breeze. An unparalleled tranquility enveloped his heart. Name: As墨荆. Age: 20. Race: undead. Strength: D. Agility: D. Stamina: E. Intelligence: D. Soul ability. Curse of Immortality skills: Soul Refinement LV 50. Initial Flame LV 9. Swordsmanship LV 15. Swordmaster. Swimming LV 10. Shooting LV 1. Traits: Ring of Darkness 1. Initial Flame. Rhythm of Water. Deep Breathing. Primal Instinct. After a year of accumulation and the impetus from this battle, he finally transcended the threshold of Swordsmanship LV 15, entering the realm of Swordmaster. At this moment, countless sword techniques collided and fused within his mind, extending towards a brand new path. As the sun dipped low in the west, the wayward koi vessel leisurely returned to As墨荆's side. Though he had longed to deliver a biting remark, upon witnessing the 5 assorted fish, each bound in bandages and bearing the marks of a fierce beating, he chose to swallow his words. He mentioned the survivor, Akainu, and leapt onto the vessel with vigor. The ragtag crew shared their thrilling tales of adventure with As墨荆. The situation unfolded as follows. A group of individuals were merrily enjoying their beers and singing songs, happily spectating, when suddenly 3 grotesque figures climbed aboard from either side of the ship. In response, the 5 of them unleashed their unique skills. The startled Niccolo was the first to act, employing his bear hug maneuver, leveraging his imposing stature to topple 2 pirates. In the process, he inadvertently knocked over Xing Sa. Then Eden charged forward, executing a flying kick aimed at an opponent's knee, a technique he had honed for 18 years. Just as the other 2 pirates began to react, Garfield arrived just in time, retrieving a pouch of lime powder from her makeshift medical kit, successfully blinding 3 adversaries, including the one poised to ambush her. Known as New Year's Eve, the scene was utterly chaotic. However, the 5 misfits were ultimately no match for the seasoned pirates. Winswoody swooped in. The remaining 2 pirates were already pummeling the 5. What followed was swift. A frustrated Zwoody transformed into a fiery drill, kindly opening the skulls of the 2 pirates. The 5 now appeared visibly shaken. As墨荆could not help but applaud the ragtag crew. They had indeed lived up to their moniker, showcasing undeniable talent. Yet, the 5 bore expressions of unease, as they had nearly lost the ship. Nevertheless, As墨荆bore them no ill will. Get back to work. He waved them off, contemplating how to provide these individuals with further training. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if they could not even handle the task of watching the ship. His gaze shifted, and he noticed Akainu, whom he had previously brought aboard as a local specialty, now neglected by everyone. He slapped his forehead, realizing how he had completely forgotten about this fellow. He leaped from the main deck and crouched before Akainu, whose face was a ghastly green. Yet he must utter one more word before succumbing to death. He circled around him, an enigmatic smile gracing his features. Do you wish to live, Akainu? The nearly zombified Akainu struggled to turn his head and gazed at As墨荆, an overwhelming desire for survival seemingly surging forth from his very eyes. The amusement in As墨荆's eyes intensified. As you wish. He suddenly grasped Akanu's neck, lifting him into the air. The searing flames of the primordial fire spread across his entire being. As it healed his body, the extreme heat simultaneously charred his flesh to cinders. A horrifying, inhuman scream escaped Akanu's lips as he desperately attempted to pry away the hand around his throat, but it was futile. As墨荆's voice, reminiscent of a demon, whispered in his ear, "Hold on, Akainu, hold on, and you shall survive, gaining greater strength henceforth." Amidst the cruel pyre, the nauseating scent of roasting flesh filled the air, soon transforming into the acrid odor of char. Ultimately, even the agonized cries faded into a whisper. The figure gradually lost the strength to struggle, surrendering to the flames that continued to blaze. The motley crew huddled in their respective quarters, trembling in fear. Indeed, they realized their understanding of the captain was woefully inadequate. While As墨荆appeared outwardly calm, inside he simmered with rage over his defeat and their perceived ineptitude. Thus, he had deliberately dragged a half-dead wretch aboard to unleash his fury through torment. This was a quintessential example of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. It was truly horrific that even a barely living individual could be subjected to such torment. Nicholas squatted in the corner of the kitchen, his teeth chattering. Xingsa, covered in cold sweat, repeatedly failed at his woodworking task. During the New Year's Eve, Ji hid at the stern, clutching a broom like a scarecrow, his gaze vacant. Eden clutched a bucket, trembling with each anguished scream as if electrocuted. Garfield lay on the bed, covering his ears with a pillow, eyes shut tight, shouting, "Captain, I will do my best." Nearly in tears. On the deck, a thud resounded as a charred, humanoid figure fell onto the wooden planks, emitting wisps of smoke. Jing lowered his gaze, silently observing the fallen Akin. Had he failed? In truth, he was uncertain of success. After all, only Zue had been resurrected from the primordial fire thus far. Zue, being no larger than a palm, was easily enveloped by the flames. Akin, however, was a different story. Jing himself had yet to fully envelop himself in the primordial fire, let alone Akin. Yet, he had not deceived Akin. The healing efficacy of the primordial fire far exceeded the destructive capacity of its intense heat, and once healed, the affected area would not suffer further damage. Theoretically, as long as one endured long enough, there existed a chance to cure any ailment. Yes, theoretically. There was once a popular notion that the pain of severe burns was even slightly greater than the agony experienced during the most painful moments of childbirth. Regardless of its accuracy, it sufficiently illustrated the profound suffering and torment that burns inflict. In this light, such a method of healing might still be too avant-garde. It was a pity, as he had held considerable hope for Akin. Jing turned and made his way toward the main deck. Just as he ascended the stairs, he suddenly heard a faint crack behind him. He turned in astonishment, only to discover that the charred mass behind him was gradually cracking, the carbonized surface flaking away like shattered porcelain, as a brand new form struggled to emerge from within. "Captain, I am not dead yet. Do not abandon me." A feeble voice repeated these words over and over, as the half-enshrouded body, resembling a maimed wild dog, crawled upon the ground. He extended his hand with great effort, as if yearning to grasp something that was slipping away from him. In the chilly breeze, it seemed that someone had approached him, a warm and powerful palm clasping his own, tightening its grip. "Do not worry, you have passed my test, Akin." The voice of Jing resonated in his ear. With a gentle tone, it proclaimed, "From now on, you shall be my crew member, our fates entwined in fire until the very end of death." Feeling an inexplicable warmth within, Akin finally broke down in tears, emitting a sound that was a blend of a roar and a sob, hammering his fist against the deck, until he succumbed to slumber on the floor, curling up like an infant. Jing carried him into the cabin. The space aboard the koi was ample, and Wu Jiayu prepared a room for him, taking turns to look after him. His frail, newly born body quickly became familiar with the others during this time. Jing would occasionally check on him, though most of his hours were spent on the deck, honing his physical strength and swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had passed, and the crew gradually accepted Akin as one of their own. Notably, the Sea King that had surfaced during the downfall of the Click pirate crew seemed to have not given up on Jing, trailing the koi for 3 days and nights beneath the waves. On one occasion, when it emerged to attack Jing at the bow, it was cleaved in two by Jing, who was engrossed in his swordplay. Its wide-eyed expression suggested that it could never fathom how the creature, which just a day prior had barely been able to cross its tongue, had suddenly transformed into something so formidable. Nevertheless, overall, spirits were high. Akin was treated to a nourishing soup, and Wu Jiayu improved the crew's rations, while Jing seized the opportunity to forge a new weapon named Vengeance. As a sole weapon, Vengeance did not meet Jing's exacting standards. Its sharpness, hardness, and toughness paled in comparison to the nameless long knife he had inherited from Beiyi Duo. Its sole advantage lay in its aesthetic appeal and unique abilities. The soul of the Sea King was referred to as the soul of the overlord of the distant seas, characterized by its striking red scales, reminiscent of the descriptions of dragons in Jing's memories of immortal literature. However, its prowess was lacking. The design of Vengeance mirrored that of the distant sea overlord, with a small entwined figure at the hilt, its gaping maw exhaling a long, straight blade, the surface seemingly adorned with dark red scale patterns, offering significant visual allure. Yet, like its material, its quality was mediocre. If displayed in an ordinary weapon shop, it might fetch a price of around 500,000 or 600,000 berries at best. Fortunately, it possessed a special ability for Vengeance. Vengeance would remember the last individual to strike it, ensuring that the next time it made contact with that person, it would inflict damage.墨荆conducted a test, allowing Akin to strike the blade, and approximately 2 hours later,墨荆tapped Akin's arm with the back of the blade. It still left a wound of equal intensity. It was quite fitting for the vengeful nature of the Sea King. For墨荆, however, it was better than nothing. If he had the means, he would prefer to exchange it for a sharper sword. It was said that there existed rare renowned blades in this world, such as the supreme Great Blade of 12 crafts, the Great Blade of 21 crafts, and the Good Blade of 50 crafts, and墨荆yearned to behold them. Of course, if all else failed, he could forge one himself. He firmly believes that the inadequacy of the sword is not a matter of refinement, but rather a reflection of the opponent's insufficient spirit. Once he has defeated the 4 emperors, he will no longer doubt its strength. So, Captain, where shall we venture next? Eden perched atop a barrel, gazing expectantly at墨荆, his former confidence seemingly evaporated.墨荆pondered for a moment. His foremost desire was to seek news of Ace. This was the primary objective of his voyage. However, to locate Ace, it was evident that they needed to navigate the Grand Line, for he would never linger in the mundane waters of the 4 seas. Consequently,墨荆realized that his current preparations were still lacking. It was not a matter of strength, but rather the absence of a vessel robust enough to withstand the tempest of the Grand Line. Moreover, as the navigator, Eden had limited knowledge of the perilous waters ahead. Should he recklessly set sail aboard the Koi, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Additionally, there were minor and unnecessary shortcomings, such as the sword in his possession. Accustomed to the fine blade of Beaduo, wielding this revenge felt considerably uncomfortable. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to simplicity. In any case, all these issues converge towards a singular direction: money. Indeed, acquiring a good ship requires funds. Securing a quality sword also demands financial resources, not to mention the crew's wages, various provisions, and supplies. After some calculations,墨荆was astonished to discover that he had barely set sail for a few days, yet he was on the brink of financial ruin. Thus, he humbly sought advice from his crew on expedient pathways to wealth. Robbing merchant ships, Akin proposed, reverting to his old ways. This suggestion was met with unanimous disapproval from the other crew members. "We are honorable pirates. We do not engage in such deeds," declared Shio with righteous indignation. In truth, these days, pirates who resort to robbing merchant vessels are a rarity. Only fledgling pirates would stoop to such actions. After all, the efficiency of such robbery is quite low. Not only may they fail to seize anything of value, but they also risk incurring significant casualties and attracting the ire of the Navy and other pirate crews. It can be said that the risks far outweigh the rewards. Mature pirate crews comprehend the importance of sustainable strategies, typically collecting protection fees along established routes, while also driving away smaller, predatory pirate bands without causing harm. Only when confronted with obstinate merchant ships do they resort to bloodshed, serving as a lesson for future encounters.墨荆's ship, lacking even a pirate flag, evidently had no designated hunting grounds. Even if he were to collect protection fees, he would find the efficiency lacking, wandering aimlessly upon the seas. Approaching passing vessels to collect fees seemed no different from a writer who, despite claiming freedom, spends every waking hour contemplating plot lines, only to pounce on the computer like a mad dog whenever inspiration strikes. With such time on their hands, they might as well raid a few pirate ships. Not only would this rid the seas of pests, but it would also yield bounties. What a splendid notion. The crew wholeheartedly endorsed the captain's sagacity, none daring to voice dissent. Conflicts among pirates are commonplace, yet targeting other pirates specifically would classify one as a pirate hunter. I almost forgot. They are still officially recognized as bounty hunters. Although they had not encountered Finbooty again, it was likely that their status had been duly recorded by the Navy. A truly enlightened suggestion from the captain. It seemed the crew had reached a consensus.墨荆rose and proclaimed loudly, "In that case, our next target shall be." He paused momentarily, casting his gaze towards the crew members. Akin appeared to be lost in thought, often drifting into such a state since awakening, seemingly contemplating profound insights. The scattered crew members, each with their own burdens, lowered their heads. Ever since their encounter with the Click pirate crew, they had all worn a listless demeanor.墨荆recalled the initial spark in their eyes when they first charted their course. Indeed, he preferred the lively spirits of those days. Yes, the floating restaurant bar tie. With a glint in his eye,墨荆proclaimed their destination. The crew members turned to him in astonishment. as the most renowned maritime dining establishment in the East Sea. Bartai is a must-visit hotspot for every traveler to the region. It is said that one can savor all varieties of fish from the East Sea there. Naturally, many ordinary folk also flock to witness the chefs and pirates engage in combat. After all, as a significant food supply point at sea, Bartai serves a clientele that extends beyond mere civilians, welcoming both Navy personnel and pirates alike. And as is the nature of pirates, dining and dashing has become something of a tradition. This has led to frequent skirmishes between chefs and pirates. Fortunately, many of the chefs were once pirates themselves, forming a formidable force in the East Sea, which has allowed the restaurant to thrive and gain an ever-growing reputation. Thus, when the crew heard that Mo Jing's objective was the floating restaurant Bartai, their surprise was palpable. Are we to raid Bartai? Xing Sa adjusted his glasses, noting that while Bartai is a restaurant, it indeed constitutes a faction of pirates. He was not particularly concerned about the perils of this journey, especially since their captain had single-handedly vanquished the legendary Clink pirates, not to mention the formidable presence of the ghostly Akin now accompanying them. However, this did not quite align with the captain's usual demeanor. What was he pondering? Mo Jing lightly tapped the back of his head and mused. Am I not allowed to indulge in a meal? A meal? Not only did the 5 miscellaneous fish regard him with skepticism, but even Akin cast a dubious glance in his direction. Mo Jing took a deep breath and spoke in a calm tone. It appears that your enthusiasm for work surpasses my expectations. I am genuinely gratified. Since you all refuse to take a moment to relax, I shall reluctantly oblige. Before he could finish his sentence, Garfield had already clung to Mo Jing's left leg, eyes brimming with tears, exclaiming, Captain, I want to rest. Simultaneously, his right leg was embraced by Eden, the 18-year-old youth's eyes sparkling with eagerness. Captain, I'm hungry. Food. Get away. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the koi turned its course toward the seaside restaurant Bartai, advancing steadily. By the time they reached Bartai, it was morning, and the 5 miscellaneous fish leaned over the ship's bow, eagerly gazing at the immense maritime establishment in the distance. Behind them, 2 indistinct figures were engaged in a fierce duel, the sound of clashing weapons ringing crisply in the air. Too slow. Akin, are you wielding the iron ball? Or is the iron ball wielding you? Mo Jing admonished without mercy. With a single hand gripping the wooden sword, he faced Ajin's 2-handed spherical staff, effortlessly slicing and cleaving, compelling Ajin to retreat step by step. His movements? Frantic and unstable, unable to even stand firm. If he could not confront him head-on, did he not know how to withdraw? Captain, Barati is approaching. Garfield's timely interruption halted their sparring. Whoosh. Mo Jing's wooden sword lingered at the base of Ajin's throat. Ajin's eyes widened as he struggled to swallow. Let us take a break. Mo Jing retracted his wooden sword and turned towards the bow of the ship. Behind him, Ajin collapsed onto the deck, drenched in perspiration. Engaging in practice with Mo Jing was far from a pleasurable endeavor. The ferocity of his swordsmanship and the terrifying aura he exuded created an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if he might be cleaved in two at any moment. Despite wielding merely a wooden sword, more frightening still was the realization that this sensation intensified with each passing day. If it were not for his own diminishing strength, it could only mean that his opponent was growing exponentially stronger at a terrifying pace. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. If this individual were an enemy, despair would surely have engulfed him. Akin gasped violently, turning his gaze toward the silhouette clad in a flowing grayish-white coat. In that moment of reverie, he was transported back to his youth, recalling the first sight of Cleek in his resplendent golden armor. Despite the vast chasm between their strengths, the sensations evoked at this moment felt strikingly similar. It was as if a radiant light, dazzling beyond measure, beckoned him, an illumination he could never hope to reach, no matter how fervently he pursued it. At times, he pondered whether he had once again found an opportunity to pledge allegiance to that brilliance. Would he transform back into the specter known as Akin? Yet, after enduring so much, a voice within him persistently questioned, "Is this truly what you desire?" He felt somewhat disoriented. "Wake up, Akin. What are you daydreaming about?" Eden vigorously shook Akin by the neck. "Can't you see that Barati is approaching? Don't you want to enjoy a grand feast? Hurry and change your clothes." Akin snapped back to reality, noticing his clothes drenched in sweat, and hurried to the cabin, exclaiming, "Wait for me a minute." As he ran, he instinctively glanced back. In the bright sunlight, Mo Jing leaned against the bow of the ship, engaged in cheerful conversation with 5 others, each face adorned with smiles that had never graced the crew of the Click pirate ship before. It seemed that something had indeed changed. Jing turned his gaze momentarily towards the direction Akin had departed, silently shaking his head. This fellow is not in the right frame of mind. Ever since waking up, he often stares out at the vast sea, lost in thought, as if his once expansive life has dwindled to a mere bundle of confusion. Even in battle, he appears to be out of sorts. He silently glanced at the attributes of Akin that lingered in his mind. Name: Akin. Age: 26. Race: human. Strength: D. Agility: D. Stamina: D. Intelligence: E. Fruitability: none. Skills: martial arts LV8, shooting LV5, swimming LV3. Traits: martial arts expert. Heart of slaughter. Despite possessing attributes not dissimilar to his own, in two traits that made even him envious, Akin was being subdued by a mere wooden sword. The disparity in skill was one factor, but another was that Akin had lost his previous vigor, his aura diminished. Jing felt a twinge of melancholy. Is this what they call the infamous downfall? Yet, he was not a virtuous man himself, was he? He hoped this respite would alleviate Akin's confusion. As he gazed upon the approaching sea restaurant, he let out a soft sigh. The sea restaurant Bharati appeared more like a house adrift on the water than a vessel. Its entire structure was adorned in green, resembling the head and tail of a gigantic goldfish, as if a restaurant had been constructed upon the back of an immense creature. It was larger than the oddly shaped koi, but significantly smaller than the cutlass of the Krieg pirates. By the time Jing arrived, a grand cruise ship and several small single-masted sailboats were already docked nearby. After a brief discussion, Xing decided to remain aboard to read and guard the ship. Consequently, the koi anchored nearby while the six of them embarked on a small boat towards the Bharati restaurant. Welcome. Please come in. As the grand door of the restaurant swung open, the brusque yet warm greeting enveloped them like a familiar embrace, akin to returning home. They followed a robust chef, whose smile bore a mix of rustic charm, menacing undertone, flattery, and an air of ruggedness, into the establishment. They casually selected a table. The interior decor was lavish, yet it did not surpass that of a typical upscale restaurant. Jing, having experienced such environments at the Green Pine Sea Banquet, felt at ease. Among his crew, aside from Eden, who appeared utterly composed, the others were wide-eyed, marveling at the opulence as if they had never witnessed such splendor before. Jing summoned the guiding chef to bring forth the menu, handing it to his crew for their selection, and casually inquired, "Are you the chef?" "Indeed. What would you like to know?" The burly man glanced at the package beside Jing, a glimmer of treasure peeking through, and his grin widened. "When did chefs start playing the role of hosts? Where are the waiters? You see, not long ago, some pirates caused a ruckus, and those cowards fled." The robust man rubbed his hands together, seemingly unperturbed by his bluntness, while deftly jotting down the crew's orders with a nimbleness reminiscent of a wild boar embroidering. The menu eventually reached Akin, who frowned as he perused its offerings. The burly man's brow furrowed in response, deepening with each moment. Finally, the jovial expression vanished, leaving behind a pallor of dread. "You are the demon, Akin," he shouted exuberantly, nearly leaping from his seat. This exclamation attracted the attention of nearly everyone in the restaurant. Instantly, hushed discussions erupted around the tables. It was none other than the notorious ghost man, Akin. Who is Akin? Foolish one, he is the pirate from the Click pirate crew. Click. Is it that Click? Who else could it be? It is said that this individual is the combat captain of the Click pirate crew, a terrifying fellow with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries. Damn it. How could such a person be here? We must flee. Whispers of concern resonated from all directions, and Jing helplessly scratched his head. Akin certainly seemed to be quite well known. However, this scenario felt somewhat familiar. Would formidable adversaries soon confront Akin? Yet, Akin restrained his anger and sought my counsel. I casually waved my hand, signaling Akin to deal with these individuals. At this thought, Jing paused, as if realizing it was time for him to show off. But Jing's reverie was abruptly interrupted. "What's all this noise? You wretched cook, hurry up and serve the dishes the guests have ordered." A tall, slender man with golden hair and clad in a black suit bellowed from the kitchen entrance. "Damn it, Sanji, I know without you telling me." The robust man resembled a powder keg ready to explode, brandishing a menu. Yet, the golden-haired man appeared unfazed by the other's rudeness. One hand rested in his pocket, while the other elegantly held a tray of red wine as he walked past. "I've told you countless times, Patty. Do not address me by name. I am the sous chef of this establishment." This remark only intensified Patty's ire, but just as he was about to retort, the sound of a spoon clinking against a goblet rang out from behind. "Gentlemen," Jing interjected with dissatisfaction, "regardless of the circumstances, we should prioritize serving the guests' meals." Making them wait is not the etiquette expected of a chef. Jing was quite displeased with Patty's level of service. Even he, once renowned as the Sea Demon Master, had never allowed guests to linger. My sincerest apologies, sir. Upon turning back, Patty wore a rehearsed smile, rubbing his hands together as he asked Akin, Sir, have you made your selection? Akin glanced at Jing, and seeing no particular instruction, casually chose a dish and handed the menu back to Patty. Please hold on a moment, gentlemen, Patty said as he walked toward the kitchen with the menu in hand. It was evident that he was not as terrified of Akin as the surrounding ordinary patrons. Rather, he was merely astonished. Of course, Jing had no desire to complicate matters further. He brought the crew along for relaxation, not for confrontation. However, the inquisitive gazes surrounding them are somewhat bothersome. Akin, on the other hand, remains indifferent, seated calmly. He, a merciless pirate accustomed to the scrutiny of various gazes, observed his surroundings with an air of indifference. However, the other four lesser figures appeared somewhat restless. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes filled the dining table, the tantalizing aromas momentarily diverting the attention of the gathering. One by one, they savored the culinary delights, expressions of contentment gracing their faces. Nikolai nodded solemnly, declaring, The stew is splendid. Beside him, the figure of New Year's Eve radiated happiness. I have never tasted such delectable fried rice. Eden, unabashedly standing atop his chair, sipped a glass of red wine. His expression one of rapture. It has been ages since I savored such exquisite red wine. Garfield, meanwhile, was engrossed in his meal, seizing the opportunity to stealthily appropriate half of Eden's steak while he was distracted. At the dining table, only Jing and Jean lightly sampled each dish before setting down their cutlery. Delicious. Everyone seemed to agree. Yet, an indefinable something lingered in the air. An elusive note of dissatisfaction. Although the sous chef, named Sanji, appeared to be nonchalant, he took a moment amidst the bustling service to attentively observe the table of these special guests. Upon witnessing the contented expressions on their faces, he couldn't help but smile with pride. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Nearly every dish was eagerly devoured by the guests, save for one that had only received a few hesitant bites and was otherwise neglected. It was a sashimi dish, crafted from the finest fish, snowflake cowfish from the East Sea. The vivid orange fish was meticulously arranged upon ice, emanating an alluring sheen, yet regrettably, it remained unappreciated. In that moment, a flicker of anger ignited within Sanji's heart. He harbors a profound disdain for those who waste food, regardless of whether they are his guests or have paid for their meals. However, at this moment, his ire is not directed towards this particular issue, for although these guests may not appear to be virtuous individuals, it is evident that they are not here to cause trouble. They savored each dish with genuine appreciation, save for the sashimi, which failed to win their favor. Consequently, his immediate reaction was to suspect that the sashimi was flawed, perhaps tainted by the flavors of other dishes or inadequately prepared. This was indeed a lapse on the part of the kitchen staff. Thus, he procured a bottle of red wine and gracefully approached the group, inquiring, Esteemed guests, are you satisfied with the offerings of our establishment? Eden replied contentedly, It is splendid, though the stools are rather low. The others echoed their praises. Sanji, with a subtle twitch of his lips, poured red wine for the group and casually remarked, Might the sashimi be to your disliking? Would you like me to assist in replacing it? He smiled warmly, yet deep within, it felt as if a devil were stamping its feet in frustration. Do not let me discover who is careless in their culinary endeavors. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the expressions of several individuals present grew somewhat peculiar. They exchanged glances, and it was the most unassuming one among them who spoke up, saying, This sashimi is actually quite good, though it seems to lack a certain depth of flavor. He spoke with great tact, and Nicola, standing nearby, quickly interjected, It's unappetizing. Sanji paused for a moment, lifted the plate of sashimi, and sampled a piece. He chewed thoughtfully, swallowed, and after a considerable time with his eyes closed, finally opened them. The restaurant was enveloped in silence, the surrounding patrons cautiously consuming their meals, their expressions a mix of tension and excitement as they gazed in that direction. It was as if the words "Let's fight" were nearly written on their faces. Sanji, holding the plate, no longer wore the warm expression he had at the beginning. Instead, his demeanor had turned cold. If my palate has not erred, this dish appears devoid of any flaw. His face gradually contorted with anger. If you cannot appreciate it, you need not order, but if you do, please cherish it. This dish was prepared with great effort by the chef. The four fishmongers appeared somewhat taken aback by his sudden outburst. Blinking in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Akin raised an eyebrow. How arrogant. Chef, what if I say no? Then get out. A swift kick was aimed at Akin, yet he effortlessly blocked it with his arm. Gasps echoed around the room as onlookers realized the rumors of a chef's battle with pirates were indeed true. Nearby tables hastily retreated in fear, leaving only Imo-jing's table at the center of the restaurant. A conflict seemed imminent. Bong, bong, bong. Imo-jing helplessly tapped his goblet. Gentlemen, could we remain calm? It is merely a meal. Why resort to violence? Sanji's response was curt. I am never lenient with patrons who waste food. Akin was about to continue his defiance, but retreated a step, chastened by a mere glance from Imo-jing, sulking back to his seat. You are right. Food should not be wasted. Imo-jing nodded earnestly. I apologize. What do you suggest we do? Finish it. Sanji thrust the plate towards Imo-jing, looking down upon him. Akin was seething but was once again halted by Imo-jing's gaze. After a moment of silence, Imo-jing accepted the sashimi from Sanji's hand, took a slice, and swallowed it, followed by a second. Captain, the four fishmongers and Akin stood, fists clenched, their eyes ablaze with fury. No one could bear to witness their captain's humiliation, especially not pirates. What, do you wish to partake as well? Imo-jing smiled lightly, though an unspoken tension gripped the hearts of the others. I'll do it. Akin was the first to seize the chopsticks, devouring 2 large pieces, glaring fiercely at Sanji, as if each bite were a strike against him. Me too, echoed the 4 fishmongers in unison. Imo-jing observed them finish, placing the plate back on the table, and turned to Sanji. Are you satisfied now? Sanji frowned, having not anticipated the situation escalating to this level. Initially, he thought it would only require a scuffle, akin to those lessons he had given to foolish pirates in the past. But this time, that will suffice, he proclaimed proudly. Imo-jing nodded and took his seat. Very well, now it is my turn to pose a question. Bang. He thrust the blade of vengeance, along with its scabbard, into the ground, his fingers gently tapping the hilt. Which scoundrel is responsible for this abominable dish of sashimi? If it is not presented within 5 minutes, this restaurant has no reason to exist. A heavy silence enveloped the establishment, as all eyes turned in astonishment towards him. Was he truly this audacious? Mere moments ago, they had anticipated yet another triumph for the seaside restaurant, only to be taken aback by the unexpected defiance of the seemingly amiable individual, who was now poised to confront the restaurant head-on. The tension was palpable. The onlookers were transfixed, their breaths held in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. Do you even realize the gravity of your words, you scoundrel? Sanji glared, his teeth clenched, struggling to contain the rising tide of his fury. In his lifetime, there were 2 things he could not tolerate. One was the waste of food, and the other was the destruction of this restaurant. The man before him embodied both transgressions. How is it acceptable for the chef to compel customers to consume unpalatable dishes, yet disallow patrons from confronting a subpar chef? Imo-jing shook his head, declaring, I have had my fill of your arrogance. He gently waved his hand, calling out, Akin. No sooner had the words left his lips than a sound akin to cannon fire erupted. Akin, already ablaze with fury, abruptly unleashed the spherical cane in his grasp, striking Sanji's abdomen with such force that it sent him hurtling out the door. He then rose slowly, inhaling deeply, while flexing his neck, producing a series of sharp cracks. 2 solid iron balls whirled around his arms with a menacing hum. I've longed to thrash this guy. Akin gritted his teeth, his voice laced with determination. The restaurant was immediately filled with gasps of astonishment. No one dared to remain seated at the dining tables, and nearly all the patrons crowded against the walls, the scene resembling a pirate raid rather than a mere brawl. Amidst the commotion, Imo-jing's voice echoed lazily through the throng. It seems I haven't made myself clear. 5 minutes. I apologize. Now there are only 4.5 left. If I do not meet the chef responsible for this sashimi, then all the chefs in this restaurant shall accompany him to the grave. From the kitchen emerged a chaotic throng of fierce-looking individuals, resembling pirates more than chefs. Led by Patty, who had previously guided the group, he cast a sweeping glance around the restaurant, a smile still adorning his face, albeit with a somewhat sinister edge. Sir, damaging the restaurant's utensils and assaulting the chef incurs a penalty, he stated coldly. A slightly shorter chef, donning a pair of sunglasses, impatiently replied, Why waste words on these fools, Patty? Such scoundrels should be thrown out of the establishment. Uninterested in their banter, Imo-jing gestured once more. In an instant, Ajin darted past the dining table, followed by a cacophony of pained cries, as chaos erupted within the restaurant, patrons hastily fleeing the scene. By the time Imo-jing leisurely savored the fried rice before him, The restaurant was left with only the groans of the chefs and his own entourage. Ajin, brimming with menace, returned to his seat. All taken care of, boss, he remarked with a sense of ease. Although Jing had consistently urged Ajin to address him as Jing or captain, Ajin still habitually referred to him as boss. Over time, Jing had grown accustomed to this, yet he felt a tinge of satisfaction upon witnessing the resurgence of Ajin's latent aura. Indeed, the quickest way to restore a person's confidence is to find someone weaker to vanquish. You lot are truly courting death. At the entrance, Sanji, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth yet defiantly clutching a cigarette, re-entered with a dark expression. Ajin, displeased, clicked his tongue and rose once more. The gazes of the two men clashed in midair, and those present seemed to sense the palpable scent of blood. Cease this. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from the kitchen. Jing turned to see a venerable man, adorned with an exceptionally tall chef's hat, his whiskers braided into golden plates, and a wooden prosthetic leg emerging from the kitchen. Upon his arrival, the surrounding chefs instantly rallied as if infused with newfound resolve, rising from the ground to stand behind him. Just as the proprietor of the establishment, Patty, was about to speak, the head chef, known as Zepp, raised a hand to halt his words. I am already aware. His gaze swept over the group led by Jing, ultimately resting on Sanji, and he spoke slowly. You've been fighting in the store again, Sanji. That old man, they started it. Sanji replied, tilting his head in dissatisfaction. Jipu barked back, foolish. What if the customers were speaking the truth? That plate of sashimi might have indeed been unappetizing to them. As he spoke, his aged eyes shifted to Jing. I am not mistaken, am I, Your Excellency Sea Demon? With those words, shock immediately spread across the faces of the surrounding chefs. Even Sanji, standing at the entrance, gaped in disbelief. Oh, old man, are you out of your mind? He asked the Sea Demon. His tongue nearly stumbled over itself. It was no wonder everyone was so astonished. The recently ascendant Sea Demon had stirred quite a commotion within the culinary world. Nobles from various nations traveled great distances to a humble locale just to savor the freshest sashimi. Such extravagant treatment was unheard of, even in maritime restaurants. The name was shrouded in countless legendary tales. It was said that a defiant chef once challenged him, only to return home utterly defeated, renouncing his identity as a chef thereafter. Another tale spoke of a noble who, after tasting the sashimi, refrained from eating meat for 3 days, wanting to preserve the lingering flavor in his mouth. These myriad rumors endowed the title of Sea Demon with an almost diabolical aura in the Eastern Sea culinary scene, attracting a multitude of admirers. As a renowned maritime restaurant, Baratai naturally had its share of worshippers of the Sea Demon. In that moment, the chefs present shed their earlier indignation, their expressions a mix of disbelief and trepidation. If the legendary Sea Demon were truly present, the shame of being compelled to serve such subpar sashimi was beyond comprehension. It was akin to having a titan of the industry visit and, instead of presenting the finest dishes, offering a platter of poorly crafted food instead, while ruthlessly insisting they consume it. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines, stirring feelings of embarrassment that made them want to weep. Was it truly the Sea Demon? At that moment, some chefs seemed to be in a daze, unable to comprehend their actions. It is indeed real, Jipu calmly asserted. After all, I have had the privilege of attending a banquet and witnessing the grandeur of His Excellency, the Sea Demon. With a thud, several chefs collapsed to their knees in despair. One young chef even slid forward dramatically, akin to a fish tossed onto a cutting board, sliding smoothly to Jing's feet, where he prostrated himself, slamming his head against the ground. As he wept profusely, he cried, "It was my disgraceful sashimi. Your Excellency the Sea Demon, I deeply apologize for offending your palate. You need not trouble yourself. I shall now disembowel myself to atone." In that instant, Jing was taken aback, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Goodness, am I truly this formidable? What an absurd turn of events. Wasn't there supposed to be bloodshed? As he watched the chef draw his own knife, ready to assume the posture of apology, Jing hastily kicked the knife away, saying, "Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts first." He caressed his smooth chin, utterly unaware that his modest reputation had spread to such distant places. It was as if he had been elevated to the position of a group leader, with the entire world gazing upon him in admiration. This phenomenon was largely thanks to Burrs, who, in his efforts to promote the sashimi of Jing, had established numerous connections with newspapers and crafted a plethora of captivating tales and legends. Consequently, the tales of sea demons proliferated throughout the Eastern Sea. Naturally, these anecdotes and legends eventually came to fruition. Immo recalled an encounter with a chef who sought to challenge him, brimming with arrogance and questioning how exceptional sashimi could truly be. Yet, after tasting just the fourth slice, the chef collapsed to the ground, calling for his mother. This left Immo in a state of poignant reflection, experiencing the solitude that often accompanies invincibility. However, throughout the years, he had remained largely oblivious to the weight of the title Sea Demon, for his dedication to swordsmanship consumed him. After completing his work each day, he would depart, serving merely as a relentless fish-slicing machine, never crossing paths with the affluent and powerful. While this did enhance his air of mystery and contributed to his rising prominence, it also obscured his understanding of his own fame. It was only today that he began to grasp what Burrs meant when he proclaimed, "You are now a renowned figure." He even harbored doubts that if he were to raise his arm and call out now, at least a third of the chefs aboard the vessel would rally to his side. Now that the situation had escalated, it would be rather inappropriate for him to pursue and attack them. He cast a glance at his 5 crew members, whose faces bore expressions of resignation, as if contemplating whether to abandon the endeavor. Akin, however, wore a nonchalant demeanor, patiently awaiting his command. Ultimately, Immo shifted his gaze to the composed Japu, reflecting on the wisdom that comes with age, as a mere whisper from him had averted a potential bloodshed. However, he gently tapped the hilt of his sword. Casting a glance at Zepp, "Old man, you can't possibly think that this matter can be settled so easily." A smile crept across Zepp's face, for he knew his gamble had paid off. The opponent was neither a vicious and ruthless pirate nor a character to be trifled with. He harbored no fear of negotiations with Immo and his companions. Rather, he was apprehensive that these individuals, who could even subdue a Jane, might not afford him the opportunity to converse at all. The current situation was indeed the most favorable one imaginable. Of course not. Japu shook his head, his expression becoming solemn as he deeply bowed to Immo and the others. "As the head chef, I apologize on behalf of my subordinates for their transgressions." Immo waved his finger dismissively. "Let us get to the point." Japu seemed well prepared. He tossed a small booklet to Immo saying, "This is my nautical journal from my adventures in the Grand Line. I believe you understand its significance." Immo received the booklet, barely glancing at it, merely pressing it beneath his finger as he calmly stated, "Not sufficient." In truth, for any pirate aspiring to carve a path in the Grand Line, such a booklet would be worth its weight in gold. This was equally true for Immo and his group. Yet, Immo remained unsatisfied. To him, this was merely the price of life. If it was indeed a matter of life and death, such a trivial offering was utterly inadequate. Japu furrowed his brow. "What else do you desire, sir?" Immo replied in a measured tone, "I have heard of you, the red-footed Japu. It is said that your kicking technique can effortlessly shatter rocks, leaving marks on steel plates." Arjun had enlightened him about the history of this restaurant while aboard the ship. He pondered for a moment and remarked, "If you could leave behind your kicking skills, that would be nearly sufficient." Japu was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I never imagined that after all this time, someone would still remember the kicking skills of this old man with a broken leg. Should I feel honored?" He gazed at Immo and said without hesitation, "I will give you everything you desire, but I cannot guarantee how much you will learn. Rest assured." Immo chuckled in response. "The person you wish to teach is not me." His gaze shifted towards Akin, the master of martial arts. He was eager to discover the true extent of this remarkable trait. Akin glanced around and suddenly sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "Captain, could it possibly be me?" Gestured for him to sit down and gently advised, "Your ghostly combat technique still has considerable room for improvement. If you wish to grow stronger, you should strive to acquire more knowledge." At that moment, Japu interjected once more, "In that case, I too have a request." Without lifting his head, replied, "You do not." He paused for a moment and said, "It would be best if there were no requests. My patience has its limits, you know? One cannot repeatedly challenge the boundaries simply because he has not taken a life." Japu chuckled in silence, then considerate my plea. He crossed his arms and cast a serious gaze towards Immo "Such a rare opportunity. Shall we engage in a culinary duel, Your Excellency Sea Demon?" Upon hearing these words, all the chefs eagerly turned their attention in that direction. Immo tossed aside a toothpick and remarked, "It seems you are still unwilling to give up." He cast a glance around at the onlookers who thrived on chaos, the crew members sporting equally encouraging expressions, and chuckled, "If you can still muster some stakes, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson." A rare spark of determination flickered in Japu's eyes. "If you win, I might be able to procure some quality materials for shipbuilding. Surely, you wouldn't want to embark on the Grand Line aboard a vessel that could fall apart at any moment. Jing nodded in agreement. If you win, I shall return everything as promised, and from that point onward, I shall concede that my sashimi was nothing but rubbish. That is a promise you made. A voice chimed in from the kitchen, revealing Sanji, who had somehow donned his chef's attire. He approached Jing with a solemn expression, earnestly apologizing for his previous actions. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, an ineffable passion ignited in his eyes. Please, do accept my challenge, Master Sea Demon. For a fleeting moment, Jing perceived within him a reflection of his own self, poised to confront Eagle Eye. Alas, what an insufferable fellow. Jing rubbed his temples, utterly bewildered by how events had escalated to such an extent. Bring me my sword, he commanded Nicola beside him. And then, there was nothing more to say. The contest lasted a mere half hour, and as Jing and his companions departed the restaurant, they were met with the sight of chefs strewn across the ground amidst their tattered garments, while Sanji knelt, overwhelmed with emotion and tears streaming down his face. And a sword, he whispered, yearning and trembling, yet no one remained to answer him. Thus, the legend of the Sea Demon was enriched anew. Dark clouds enveloped the ocean, casting a somber shadow upon the sky. The rising waves crashed against the koi ship, causing this diminutive vessel to sway precariously. Jing leaned against the ship's railing, swaying in rhythm with the craft, listening to the tumultuous roar of the sea, already feeling somewhat dazed. Perhaps it was the result of overindulgence in the ultimate art, water, or perhaps it was the influence of the trait rhythm of water. But he now harbored an inescapable fondness for the ocean, feeling the surging undercurrents beneath the vessel even while standing atop it. He relished the sensation, as if he were intertwined with the vast ocean, each wave akin to the sword in his hand, which he wielded towards the horizon. Suddenly, the door to the restaurant burst open. Nicola emerged, bearing a lantern in one hand and a wooden barrel in the other, swaying slightly as he made his way from the kitchen. Captain, lunch is ready. He stepped onto the unsteady deck and handed a loaf of long bread to Jing. The soft bread, sliced in half, was filled with fried sausage and cream, a rather sumptuous meal aboard the ship. Such fare was generally only available in the early days of departure, as perishable items like cream and fruit had to be consumed promptly lest they spoil within a few days. Jing sleepily opened his eyes and yawned. Where's Jean? He accepted the food and took a hasty bite. This gloomy weather made one long for slumber. Inside the cabin, Nicola rummaged in the barrel and produced a fruit resembling an apple for Jing. Same as always? Jing took it, bit into it, and frowned slightly. The fruits procured from the Baratai restaurant were hardly delightful, were it not for their storability and rich nutrients. He might have suspected that old man Zepp had deceived him with inferior produce. Nicola nodded. Go deliver meals to others. Jing waved Nicola off to attend to his tasks, standing alone at the bow of the ship, lost in thought. At that moment, a day had passed since their journey to Baratai. Zepp had not broken his word. After the contest, he privately informed Jing that he had a means to procure a batch of atom wood for shipbuilding. Although Jing was utterly ignorant of ship construction, the mere mention of atom would made him aware of the material's rarity. He readily agreed. Later, upon returning to the ship and inquiring with Xing Sa, he learned that atom wood was among the few strongest trees in this world, renowned for its exceptional resilience and considered the finest material for shipbuilding. It was said that the pirate King Roger's Oro Jackson was crafted from atom wood. This left him somewhat bewildered. Indeed, he yearned for a fine vessel. Yet the sudden transformation of this ship into a world-class masterpiece left him somewhat taken aback. However, according to Jipu's conjecture, it was unlikely that he could procure a significant amount of the coveted Boundtree atom materials. Such prized possessions have always been under the dominion of the Navy and the world government, even if a scant supply circulates in the black market. The prices are measured in billions, far beyond the means of impoverished pirates like themselves. Jing could not help but reflect on why, when he approached Jipu for funds. The old man appeared as grim as a thundercloud. He had evidently been contemplating selling materials. Thus, poverty reigned supreme. As he gazed upon the deep blue ocean, Jing lamented how, before embarking on this journey, one could feast and leave their family worry-free, yet now, their circumstances had become dire. Is this the harsh reality of entrepreneurship? At this moment, Captain Jing's heart was as heavy as the vast sea itself. Fortunately, he had been prudent upon leaving the Baratai restaurant, seeking Jipu's counsel on quick money-making schemes that would not result in a one-way trip to a Navy prison. The elder's suggestion aligned perfectly with his expectations to engage in piracy. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are foes. And this truth is particularly brutal in the world of pirates. However, unlike墨荆's reckless endeavors, Jipu had amassed a wealth of intelligence regarding various pirate strongholds over the years in the East Blue, having narrowly evaded capture on many occasions. According to his own words, had he not wished to abandon piracy, he would have long since dealt with each one of them. Now, with this list in墨荆's possession, Jipu felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially,墨荆had no intention of serving as a free henchman for the old codger, yet upon discovering information about one particular pirate, his interest was piqued. Yarlita. Jipu recounted that this woman had once been the captain of the Yarlita pirate crew, characterized by her plumpness and unattractiveness, her freckled visage betraying an overwhelming narcissism as she believed herself the most beautiful in the world, a thoroughly loathsome personality. However, during their recent encounter, she had astonishingly transformed. Now possessing a slender and striking figure, her demeanor exuding charm and allure. Jipu's recollection of her was not due to her newfound beauty, but rather because she had dined and dashed, successfully eluding her pursuers among the kitchen staff. From the manner of her escape, Jipu suspected she had ingested a devil fruit. The mere mention of the devil fruit illuminated墨荆's mind. Indeed, if there is anything in these seas, apart from treasures and wondrous islands, that ignites the imagination, it must be the devil fruits that bestow extraordinary powers. The crux lies in the fact that their prices in the black market similarly commence in billions. Depending on the abilities conferred, the upper limits are nearly unfathomable. Is this not a splendid opportunity to amass wealth? Although he could not locate the devil fruit,墨荆believed he could find someone who had consumed it. With his level 50 ability, soul refinement, at his disposal, he was resolute in his conviction that he could forge a devil fruit. Thus, he promptly made the decision to proceed. After a brief consultation with the old man Zepp, they devised a plan to act independently. Zepp would find a way to procure a batch of ship materials from the black market for him, as well as introduce him to a reliable shipyard. Meanwhile, he would embark on a hunt for pirates to raise funds, preparing himself for entry into the Grand Line. Initially, he had intended to leave Akainu with Zepp to learn kicking techniques. However, Zepp's lack of time and Akain's peculiar state led him to abandon this notion. After all, shipbuilding would require some time, and it would be more prudent for Akainu to learn kicking techniques alongside the other novices later on. The true source of concern for墨荆lay in Akain's current state. If Akainu had once boarded the ship filled with a loss of confidence and ideals, akin to a living corpse engulfed in confusion about his future, now he had strayed down a misguided path, advancing fervently on a road that did not belong to him. There was no turning back. The most evident manifestation of this was that recently he had taken to gazing at the sea alongside墨荆, and it was evident he was engrossed for hours. He would laugh heartily while watching, exuding an air of tranquility as if he were on the verge of renouncing the world and seeking a monastic life. This sight sent shivers down墨荆's spine. He tentatively inquired about what had transpired with Akainu. To his surprise, Akainu gazed back at him with a look of bewilderment, expressing that he felt remarkably well. Ever since being engulfed by flames, he had experienced a serene and stable state of mind, gaining a newfound understanding of the world, as if he were gradually comprehending everything. Startled,墨荆spent the night contemplating the sea, still feeling somewhat disoriented. A day slipped away amidst墨荆's reflections upon the vast ocean. When dawn broke the following day,墨荆emerged from the captain's quarters, stifling yawns, only to find a small island appearing before him. "Good morning, Captain." A voice called out from beside him, startling him.墨荆, somewhat dazed, glanced at Chushi, who had risen early and was washing the deck with seawater, scratching his head in confusion. Was it too early for him to be fully awake? He had not sensed anyone nearby, which struck him as peculiar. In truth, since he had become captain, he had been startled by Chushi on more than one occasion. This fellow had a knack for appearing suddenly behind someone, sending them into a fright. He could be considered the most elusive person aboard the ship.墨荆mused that Chushi would make an exceptional assassin in the future. "Are we nearly there?" he inquired casually. Chushi raised a mop and replied. "Eden said we are approaching the waters frequently traversed by the Yarlita pirate crew. Since it was still dark, I did not advance further."墨荆nodded, patting his shoulder. "Let us have breakfast first. We'll need to set sail at full speed shortly." As captain,墨荆was the last to rise on the vessel, burdened by numerous matters to ponder. After sharing breakfast with the crew, each member busied themselves with their tasks, while he returned to his familiar position at the bow. Zoi descended from the mast, landing on his shoulder, curling up into a fluffy ball and drifting into slumber. Behind him, the sails gradually filled with wind, and under the caress of the sea breeze, the koi ship swiftly entered the patrol waters of the Yalada pirate crew. According to their plan, they intended to disguise themselves as a merchant ship departing from Glassball Island, meandering through these waters to attract the attention of the Yalada pirates. After all, seasoned hunters often prefer to make their entrance as prey, rather than actively seeking out the Yalada crew. This was the most time-efficient and energy-saving approach. Imojing himself eagerly anticipated the opportunity to engage with the user of devil fruit abilities. It was yet another first for him. If only he had a notebook, he would surely document all these firsts, for he was a man deeply fascinated by the myriad of life's inaugural experiences. The sea breeze gently caressed his back as Imojing closed his eyes, calming his mind in preparation for the impending battle. However, an unexpected message soon interrupted his meditative state. "Captain, I have spotted the Yalada pirate crew's Miss Rabrakuda." Eden's voice called out from the lookout station atop the mast. He hesitated slightly. Were these fellows seemingly engaged in battle with the Navy? Seemingly? Imojing opened his eyes and retrieved a monocular, directing it towards the direction indicated by Eden. It soon became clear why he was so uncertain. The scene was utter chaos. In the nearby waters floated 3 vessels, 2 naval warships and a pirate ship had already made contact. The pirate ship was undoubtedly the Miss Labrakuda of the Yurita pirate crew, which had long occupied Imojing's thoughts. The Navy, however, was unfamiliar to him. From a distance, it appeared that the 2 naval ships from the East Sea Branch were encircling the Yurita pirate crew. Yet, the actual situation aboard the vessels revealed that the Navy was engaged in combat with the pirates, while the pirates were also battling amongst themselves, creating a tumultuous scene of mutual aggression. "What do you think they are doing?" Imojing tossed the monocular to Ajin. After a careful observation, Ajin uncertainly replied, "Internal strife? It goes beyond mere internal strife. They are under naval assault amidst their discord." Imojing pondered for a moment and gently waved his hand. "Sail closer." Internal conflicts aboard pirate ships were not uncommon. Most crews consisted of unruly scoundrels, rendering any appeals to virtue or honor utterly futile. Thus, being a pirate captain has long been a perilous occupation. To command respect, one must possess either overwhelming intellect or formidable strength. Lacking either, one might as well be a pawn in the game of power. It was not unusual for smaller pirate crews to change captains 2 or 3 times in a day. However, for a seasoned crew like the Yurita pirate crew, such internal turmoil was rather rare. Imojing was oblivious to the cause of the chaos and indifferent to its implications. He merely wished to determine what would transpire next. Ajin paused. "Shouldn't we be concerned about the Navy?" Although he harbored no fear of engaging the Navy, there still lingered an innate apprehension towards them as a pirate. Back when he was part of the Click pirate crew, even Click himself would avoid venturing into areas populated by the Navy. Yet, Imojing was utterly unconcerned. "Why should we care about the Navy?" He glanced at Ajin and earnestly stated, "We are merely a merchant ship from Glassball Island, or at worst, disguised bounty hunters. With only 7 of us aboard, do you honestly think we could be reinforcements for the pirates to aid the Yurita crew in their escape? Who would believe such a tale?" Ajin shrugged, refraining from mentioning how suspicious it seemed for a merchant vessel to deliberately approach a battlefield. "Just 2 naval warships," he concluded. Imojing was unconcerned, and so he pressed forward, the koi ship accelerating toward the chaotic battlefield like a bolt. Imojing stood at the bow, scrutinizing the battlefield through the monocular, searching for the target using the keywords beauty and devil fruit. Before long, he spotted the individual he sought. Yurita, indeed. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Adorned with a white hat and draped in a violet trench coat, she wore a striking striped bikini on her upper body, complemented by pink trousers below. Her alluring figure stood out amidst the throng. However, what was even more conspicuous was her method of attack. It was as if she were skating, gliding barefoot across the deck. She moved from one end of the ship to the other, wielding an oversized spiked club that appeared incongruous with her physique, clearing a path with ease as adversaries were sent flying by her sweeping strikes. Alone, she drew an abundance of fire from her foes, yet it seemed that none could harm her. Imojing witnessed a pirate strike Yurita's arm with a blade. But instead of inflicting injury, the sword slipped harmlessly down her arm, causing the attacker to lose balance and fall, only to be met with the crushing blow of her spiked club. Was this the power of the devil fruit? 墨荆furrowed his brow, surprised that his first target, a wielder of such abilities, proved to be so formidable. Blades were rendered ineffective. Was this not a complete counter to him? Quite intriguing. At that moment, their strangely positioned merchant ship, charging directly into the fray, finally caught the attention of both sides. On the naval warship, a peculiar figure clad in a bizarre hood, resembling a rat, craned his neck to gaze in the direction of the koi ship. What in the world is that? The man shrieked, pointing at the koi ship. It appears to be a merchant vessel, Captain Rat. A hesitant lieutenant replied. A merchant ship? What is it doing here? Captain Rat's eyes flickered with anxiety and tension as he stamped his foot. Prepare to fire. Do not let it approach. Sink it. On the naval warship. The lieutenant's face paled as he interposed himself before Captain Rat, exclaiming, Calm down, Captain. There are civilians aboard that ship. Captain Rat shoved him aside. Nonsense. What civilians would dare approach a battlefield between the Navy and pirates? He was both anxious and furious. Fire. Open fire on the starboard side. Sink that merchant ship controlled by the pirates. As he observed the dire situation aboard another warship deteriorating rapidly, he found no time to discern whether the approaching vessel was indeed a merchant ship. Normally, he might have seized the opportunity to extort a little profit under the pretext of inspecting suspicious individuals. But now, any ship daring to approach was undoubtedly a pirate ship. It was all that wretched woman Yarlita's fault. Colonel Mouse could not help but curse inwardly. All he desired was to share half of Yarlita's treasure. This madwoman, even on the brink of disbanding her pirate crew, still clung to those riches. Indeed, the Yarlita pirate crew was on the verge of dissolution. The previous night, Colonel Mouse had received intel indicating that the returning Yarlita had summoned everyone for a gathering to announce her intention to disband the crew. This decision sparked discontent among most of the pirates, as Yarlita planned to take away the vast majority of their treasure, including the pirate ship itself. Several ambitious pirates conspired privately, and that very night reported to the notorious 16th Division of the Navy in East Sea. Upon hearing this news, Colonel Mouse was incensed. Even in the impoverished East Sea, the Yarlita pirate crew was not considered a formidable force. Its prolonged stability and growth were largely due to his tacit approval. Now, the scythe had yet to be sharpened, and the chives sought to escape. How could this be possible? Did they not realize who Colonel Mouse was? As the supreme ruler of the 16th Division of the Navy, his greed surpassed even that of the most tyrannical pirate lords. Allowing a mere female pirate like Yarlita to escape would jeopardize his future opportunities to extort from those ruthless pirates. Thus, he issued orders for a crackdown that very night, leading his two warships with great fervor towards the address provided by the traders. Upon arrival that morning, a fierce battle had already ensued. Colonel Mouse had initially felt elated at the prospect of watching the two factions clash, hoping to benefit as an opportunist. However, to his surprise, the rebellious pirates rejoiced upon sighting the Navy, exclaiming that once they succeeded, they would share the spoils with Colonel Mouse. This proclamation instinctively aroused a sense of avarice within him, prompting him to propose a 50-50 split with the rampaging Yarlita, offering assistance in dealing with the traders in exchange for continued collaboration. Yet, this very statement seemed to strike a nerve with Yarlita, who commanded her pirate ship to approach the two naval vessels and began a ruthless assault. Thus, the chaotic scene witnessed earlier by墨荆unfolded. At this moment, it was the Navy on both ships that faltered first. Yarlita appeared to possess powers akin to those bestowed by a devil fruit. Bullets ricocheted off her. Blades slid harmlessly away, and she moved with astonishing speed, akin to gliding on ice, wreaking havoc among the Navy, proving to be an unmatched adversary. As the combat strength dwindled in his hands, Colonel Mouse's agitation mounted. Seeing a peculiar merchant ship drawing near, he frantically shouted for it to be sunk. Yet, at that moment, the gunners had already rushed aboard for close combat, leaving no one to carry out his orders. From the other side of the ship's rail came the voice of a lieutenant colonel. "Colonel, we can barely hold on. Yarlita is charging at us." Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse's expression darkened. "Useless fools, unable to withstand even a single woman. You are all a bunch of worthless scum." He gritted his teeth as he gazed upon the battlefield. The second naval vessel was scarcely able to support a few standing sailors, with only two colonels desperately holding their ground. It was futile. Retreat was imperative. If they did not withdraw soon, he too would face dire consequences. Damn it, worthless fools. Colonel Mouse slammed his foot heavily upon the deck and finally commanded, "Retreat. Everyone, fall back." He violently seized the collar of the nearby lieutenant colonel, bellowing orders to deploy him to the second naval ship to organize an evacuation. As for the safety of the retreat, he harbored no concerns. No one was more familiar with the nature of these pirates than he was. As long as the naval ship retreated first, they would inevitably turn their attention to their internal strife. After all, attacking the Navy had always been a thankless task. However, from this day forth, his reputation as a rat in the East Sea would likely plummet. If he couldn't even handle the small Eureka pirate crew, how could he possibly extort protection fees from those slightly stronger pirate crews in the future? In a fit of rage, Lieutenant Rat kicked the railing beside him. A glance caught sight of a merchant ship careening towards them like a senseless fly. Anger surged within him. Wasn't it ordered to fire? Cursing, he yanked the helmsman's clothing, pointing towards the direction of the Koi. Withdraw in that direction. He then dashed down the deck, shouting, "Where are the gunners? Put down your weapons." Everyone prepared to sink that merchant ship under pirate control. From a distance, Imojing witnessed a remarkable scene. The Navy was indeed retreating. He expressed his astonishment. This was the weakest Navy he had ever encountered. In the past, he had been forced to take the captain of the Finduti hostage after 2 rounds of their cannon fire. This, of course, also indirectly proved the ferocity of the Eureka fruit user. Even if Imojing intended to eliminate so many Navy men, it might only be slightly easier. Just a tad. Such a Navy could not withstand a single strike from his master-level swordsmanship, Lingbo Chaos. "Captain, the Navy is retreating towards us." Eden's voice rang out from the lookout. Imojing raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of unease. Although he had confidently assured Jean that his ship was as innocent as a good girl with tattoos and a drunken demeanor, the previous cannon fire from Finduti had left him with lingering shadows at the sight of naval cannons. In these waters, the strongest was never man, but rather the ship's artillery. The Navy's superior cannons could obliterate a target from a kilometer away. At that moment, it mattered not whether one was an ability user or an unparalleled swordsman, unless one could fly or possessed an over a kilometer range of devastating power. They would inevitably suffer under the cannon's might. After all, no one wished to witness their remarkable strike be countered by a projectile shot from the enemy's vessel. "Turn and keep your distance." Imojing hesitated before stating, one should not stumble into the same pitfall twice. Though he was no saintly warrior, he would not allow anyone to strike him twice in the same manner. Just then, the distant sound of cannon fire reverberated. Imojing froze. They truly fired. Were they mad? At this moment, the 2 ships were at least 2 kilometers apart, and even the Navy's superior artillery lacked precision. Indeed, several massive lead projectiles veered off in uncertain directions. They were misfired, yet not entirely off target. A tremendous explosion erupted behind him. This familiar angle, this familiar sound. Imojing instinctively shivered, stiffly turning his head. With a creak, he watched helplessly as the mast, recently repaired, began to tilt once more. With a stoic expression, Imojing drew his sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, and swung fiercely. The edge of the ship glimmered instantly, like a tempest sweeping across the sea. A faintly blue blade of light shot forth from the bow. The sea surged to either side, creating waves over a meter high. Chaos ensued, as turbulent air currents whipped into a frenzy. Yet, the distance was simply too great. As the blade's light separated from the sword, it expanded uncontrollably, resembling a crescent moon. Though its hue faded with distance, by the time it traversed nearly 2 kilometers to reach the naval vessel, it had transformed into a swirling tempest. The fierce wind swept over the warship, leaving the Navy personnel wide-eyed in shock, witnessing such terrifying personal might for the first time in their lives. Having grown up in the East Sea, a faint trace of blood appeared on Lieutenant Rat's face, though it merely grazed the skin and did not reach any veins. It deeply resonated within him. His jaw trembled uncontrollably, and his wide eyes were bloodshot. "Retreat! Retreat!" he shrieked like a genuine rodent. "Quickly, withdraw. Gunners, get down and row. Retreat now." In an instant, 2 warships fled the battlefield at twice their previous speed. "Captain," Akin furrowed his brow beside him, seemingly inquiring whether Imojing intended to pursue. It appeared that if Imojing merely nodded, Akin would promptly drop the small boat and chase after the 2 naval vessels back to base. "How reckless, brother." Imojing, disheartened, waved his hand dismissively. "We cannot catch up, and we must attend to the urgent matters at hand. We cannot afford to end up as a laughingstock." Achieving nothing in the end, he then turned and glanced around. "Where's Eden?" During the bombardment, the older boy had been observing from the lookout. "I'm still alive." Eden trembled as he climbed onto a wooden barrel, raising his hand. His face was pale, clearly shaken by the ordeal. He had nearly taken flight into the air, only to be saved at the last moment by the quick-witted Akin. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, Imojing nodded and stood before the mast, which since joining him had never experienced a day of peace, momentarily at a loss for words. It was one thing to be hit once. At least they had entered the enemy's effective range. But to be struck twice? He could hardly say whether the adversary had missed or precisely aimed. 2 shots in the same spot. Surely this mast had consumed some devil fruit that guaranteed it would attract cannon fire. With a rustle, Zhuyi landed on Imojing's shoulder. Eyes brimming with tears, flapping its tiny wings in a display of grievance, lamenting the loss of its newly built nest. Imojing extended a finger to gently scratch its little head in comfort. He then turned to the crew emerging from the cabin, raising his hands in surrender, saying, "Everyone, let us begin rowing. If we cannot seize a ship from the Yalta pirate crew, we shall have to drift back slowly." As a 3-masted sailing vessel, the Koi had not completely lost its power. However, its speed could not compare to its former capabilities. To prevent the Yalta pirate crew from sensing impending danger and fleeing, they had to rely on human effort to augment their speed. The good news was that as captain, Imojing had ample reason to remain at the bow, conserving his strength, while it seemed that the internal strife within the Yalta crew had yet to conclude. Of course, he was not merely sitting idly. For as the saying goes, a fall teaches a lesson. Having been targeted at the mast twice, he began to question whether he would encounter similar misfortunes in the future. He felt compelled to contemplate thoroughly how to address such low-probability events should they arise again in the future. Should he maintain a distance? According to the old man Albus Kenna, the Navy's superior cannons had a range of nearly 3 kilometers. He could charge through with sufficient force to withstand several volleys from others. Should he protect the mast? Currently, the only ones aboard this vessel capable of countering the cannons were he and Akainu. Sending 5 mere fish to confront them would be tantamount to sacrificial folly. Imojing stroked his chin, realizing that the training of those 5 inept individuals must be prioritized. However, that was a long-term plan. In the short term, he sought to compensate for the defect of having the mast compromised and losing sight of the enemy. As he pondered, his gaze gradually shifted to Zhuyi, who was sorrowfully alone. The Koi had finally drawn closer to the mislab Daku. Yalta stood with one foot perched upon the ship's railing, a massive, blood-stained spiked club resting on her shoulder, regarding Imojing at the bow with a wild yet somewhat alluring demeanor. "Hey, handsome, could you wait for me a few minutes?" she purred, casting a flirtatious glance. Were it not for the blood dripping from her club, Imojing might have conceded to her undeniable charm. Yet, feeling out of place, he maintained his composure. "Not a problem." He gestured invitingly. Yalta was in the midst of executing those who dared to rebel, as a female pirate. Her newfound beauty may have altered part of her demeanor, but it did not diminish her inherent brutality. Imojing closed his eyes, propping himself against his sword. Seated at the bow, his heart gradually found tranquility. The screams echoed past him, akin to the gentle caress of the sea breeze, stirring slight ripples that ultimately dissolved in the calm expanse of the ocean. In moments of significance, one must cultivate composure. Perhaps this was the most vital lesson he had gleaned from the vast waters. Yet, the world is perpetually rife with unforeseen occurrences. Within the span of a mere tea's brewing time, the previously serene surface of his heart began to stir with unease. Imojing slowly opened his eyes. Just as Akin's voice reached his ears, "Captain, they are attempting to flee." He looked up to see the sailors aboard the mislab Daku bustling about on the deck, the anchor having been hoisted and the sails unfurled, as the heavy vessel creaked and slowly advanced. They were preparing to set sail right before his eyes. Clearly, they were taking advantage of the fact that the Koi had lost a mast. Yet, was their departure not a tad sluggish? Behind him, Akainu had drawn his weapon, ready to leap onto the enemy vessel to prevent their escape. The distance was just right. However, Imojing raised his hand to halt Akin's actions. He rested one hand on his face, gazing at the cumbersome vessel with an expression reminiscent of decayed wood, void of any artistic potential. He shook his head, exclaiming, "What a lack of originality!" Raising his left hand, he snapped his fingers lightly. "Nothing happened?" Akainu looked quizzically at. "No rush. Let's allow Zhuyi to soar for a moment," replied with a gentle smile. In the next instant, a crisp call echoed from the heavens. A fiery streak slicing through the air, tracing a perfect arc across the sails of the mislab Daku. A series of 5 flashes ensued, with a dramatic flourish. The ignited sails descended gracefully, leaving the 3 masts of mislab Daku stark and bare. The vessel, which had just been set in motion, halted once more. Moments earlier, gently scratched Zhuyi's small head, inquiring, "Are you upset that our home was dismantled?" Joie, with a look of grievance, flared its tiny wings and responded, "Silly lazy, shall we dismantle theirs in return? Silly, why the haste to depart?" S voice resonated across the pirate ship, carried by the waves of the sea. "Since we are here." A sultry figure emerged at the stern, thrusting a disproportionately large wolf-toothed mace into the ground, resting one hand on the railing as she leaned toward. Indeed, she was no amiable guest. Eureka's smile remained enchanting, showing no sign of irritation despite the ship's halt. "So, what brings the Clike pirate crew to seek me?" Her gaze shifted to Akin. "To clarify, the Eureka pirate crew has been disbanded, so if you seek to recruit followers, I'm afraid you shall be disappointed." Followed her gaze to Akin, who shrugged in resignation. There is no denying that in the East Sea, few are unfamiliar with the Clike pirate crew, let alone someone like him, who once held the position of second-in-command. "It seems there has been a slight misunderstanding between us." Chuckled softly, cradling his long knife. He raised 2 fingers. "I must first declare 2 things. Firstly, I do not possess the habit of working for those who have been defeated. Secondly, do not misunderstand me. I merely desire your life." An eerie silence enveloped both ships. Even Akin gasped in shock. When the boss was in a foul mood, he truly spoke no words of humanity. The smile on Eureka's face gradually faded. She was not concerned about Mo Jing's verbal threats. In this day and age, who among those who ventured onto the sea did not utter a few harsh words? The crux of the matter lay in the mention of a defeated foe. He claimed that the Clique pirates were merely his defeated foes. Eureka's initial reaction was disbelief. Even with her newfound abilities from the slippery fruit, she lacked absolute confidence in defeating the Clique pirates. However, observing the unwavering loyalty of Akin by his side, she began to question the veracity of his words. Nonetheless, this did not instill fear in Eureka, for she had become a wielder of fruit powers, which bestowed upon her extraordinary abilities and greatly enhanced her confidence. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Clique might struggle to gain the upper hand against her. With a playful glance sweeping over Mo Jing, she delicately covered her mouth and laughed heartily. "You speak so boldly, yet why do I not see you making a move?" Mo Jing sighed, somewhat resigned. In this day and age, jobs are hard to come by. When working for others, there are certain protocols to follow. He extracted a list from his pocket and cleared his throat. 6 days ago, you dined at the Bharati restaurant and incurred a bill of 132,540 belly, which remains unpaid. The owner, Zep, is furious and has dispatched his subordinates to deliver this message. Mo Jing crumpled the list into a ball and tossed it into the sea. Drawing his sword with a swift motion, he knelt and propelled himself fiercely towards Yalada, his blade arcing down like a crescent moon in a vengeful strike. Clang! The blade collided with a spiked club, sending sparks flying. The immense force transmitted through the blade momentarily elevated Mo Jing's figure by several centimeters. His eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, anyone capable of becoming a pirate captain was no ordinary foe. Yalata, aside from her peculiar fruit abilities, possessed a remarkable strength worthy of admiration. Yet, regrettably, she paled in comparison to the monstrous might exhibited by Clique and the former ace. This slight disparity could spell the difference between life and death. Suddenly, the force from the spiked club softened. Yalata was taken aback. Seizing the moment, Mo Jing utilized the previous lift to twirl gracefully like a whirling butterfly, landing a kick on the protruding edge of the ship's stern. He paused briefly. Whoosh! In the next heartbeat, the blade's radiance cascaded down like shimmering waves. Swish! 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 Countless gashes appeared on the ship's hull. Wood shavings flew like blossoms in full bloom. Mo Jing landed beside Yalata, his light gray trench coat settling upon him. At that moment, Yalata was still swinging the spiked club, yet she stood frozen in place. From above, it appeared as if she were at the center of a spiraling flower, its petals formed by the sharp sword energy slicing through the surrounding wood. She seemed to forget to breathe until the emergence of the knife marks jolted her back to reality, prompting a deep inhalation. Thud! The spiked club struck against the nearby wooden wall. Yalata, in a panic, slid backward and crashed against the railing. She touched her icy neck, her chest heaving violently, her eyes wide with terror. What had just transpired? Was that swordsmanship? How could the East Blue possibly harbor such a terrifying swordsman? A torrent of alarming thoughts surged forth, nearly overwhelming her mind. At that moment, she harbored no doubt regarding the defeat of her subordinates. Not only Clique, but even the fabled White Hunter of Roadtown, the destroyer of countless pirate dreams, could not possibly be as formidable. She remained oblivious to the specifics of what had just occurred. Had she not consumed the slippery fruit, that single strike would have claimed her life. Wait, the slippery fruit. Yalita suddenly paused, coming to a delayed realization. She seemed unscathed. She immediately checked herself from head to toe, and gradually, an incredulous laughter escaped her lips. She had miraculously survived that fierce, enigmatic blade of light, and she was completely unharmed. She could scarcely believe it. Indeed, having consumed the slippery fruit had rendered her immensely powerful. I say, how much longer do you intend to laugh there?墨荆remarked with an air of resignation. After that strike, he had nearly discerned the nature of her devil fruit ability. It rendered her smooth, or rather, devoid of friction. No wonder the blade and bullets simply slid off her. There was no resistance. Had it not been for the kinetic energy still transferring,墨荆might have doubted whether he had truly struck her. She was the bane of swordsmen. Yalita, now brimming with confidence, swung the spiked club toward墨荆, exclaiming triumphantly, "It appears your attacks are ineffective. I concede that you are a formidable opponent, but..." She raised the spiked club, swirling it like a whirlwind. "You are no match for me."墨荆deftly stepped back to evade her strike, only to witness Yalita glide forward on her bare feet like a figure skater, launching a silent yet fierce uppercut aimed at his chin. They had closed the distance. Here, the long sword could scarcely reach. Yet,墨荆displayed no sign of alarm. As he had just landed, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his body executing an uncanny twist, tracing an arc that allowed him to narrowly evade Yalita. Thud! He extracted the vengeance from the ground, turning it to his dominant hand, and regarded Yurita with keen interest, beckoning her with a gesture. "You have quite the spirit. To share any other techniques you possess. If you happen to perish, there will be no opportunity for a performance." Yurita, infuriated yet ironically amused by this braggart, thought to herself that his bravado was his greatest flaw. Since he was so eager for death, she swung her spiked club, spinning like a top. Then perish. With her voice echoing, she transformed into a swirling black tempest, charging toward墨荆 with tremendous force. Everything in her path was obliterated into shards.墨荆 shook his head in disbelief. It seemed that apart from her fruit abilities and brute strength, this woman had little else to offer. The spiked club in her grasp lacked any semblance of technique. Such a marvelous fruit wasted. Thus,墨荆 sheathed vengeance, adopting a stance for a draw, his focus unwavering as he gazed at the approaching black whirlwind, and suddenly, the blade flashed. One sword style, wolf bite, variation, solid iron blocks, as even as discs and edged with spikes, clattered onto the deck. Yurita staggered to a halt, retreating 2 steps, staring at the handle of her club in shock. Momentarily at a loss for words. "This was a solid steel club. It appeared your performance has concluded."墨荆 held vengeance at an angle, slowly raising an eyebrow as he stepped closer to Yurita. "Now it is my turn." In that instant, Yurita felt a chill run through her heart. With a fierce push, she slid backward, crashing into the wooden door behind her. Yet, a blade of light pierced through the swirling wood shavings, grazing her brow. "Futile!" Yurita screamed, reaching for a spare spiked club beside her. Just as she intended to swing forward, an agonizing pain tore through her forehead. She yelped, hastening her retreat, colliding with a multitude of objects. Boom! In the next moment, a torrent of sword energy crashed through the debris, reducing it all to fragments, and sent Yurita crashing against the wooden wall of the cabin. "Do you truly believe I cannot harm you?"墨荆's calm voice resonated from the doorway. Yurita, battered and torn, scrambled to her feet, disregarding any modesty, incredulously touching her forehead. A new wound cleaved her brow, as if it had opened her eyes, blood cascading down her nose. How could this be? Her pupils quivered, seemingly unable to grasp the reality. She had deftly evaded all this man's attacks before. How could a mere strike now leave her injured? Was this yet another form of bizarre swordsmanship? Apologies, but this is not swordsmanship.墨荆 appeared to read her thoughts. Sighing at her foolishness, he swung his blade again, executing a simple downward strike that collided with the pristine spiked club and aimed for Yurita's arm. The special effect of vengeance activated. It remembered the last weapon that had attacked it, the spiked club, and it returned the damage to its owner, Yurita. Swoosh. The blade met resistance, yet the wound tore open grotesquely. Bone was visible. This was merely a matter of elemental weakness,墨荆 remarked thoughtfully. Though he held various grievances against vengeance, he could not deny that at this moment, as the swordsman was countered, this flawed soul weapon was indeed the bane of the slippery fruit. Of course, even so, he remained dissatisfied, it was far too dull. With the force he had just employed, he could have severed her arm. Moreover, Vengeance's special effect required a collision with the opponent's weapon to activate. Relying on such a turn-based effect to eliminate her would take an eternity, unless he struck a vital point. Jing's gaze flickered as he surged forward. Yurita screamed, wildly swinging her spiked club forward. Seizing the moment, Jing dodged to slip away. Despite her foolishness, she understood one thing. If she did not flee now, she would have no chance to escape. Jing propelled himself from the ground like a cannonball, racing toward the elusive figure before him. Yet, he found it difficult to catch up. The frictionless soles of her feet glided faster than wearing roller shoes. But Jing remained unperturbed. He burst forth from the chamber. One foot poised upon the edge of the staircase railing, leaping into the air with a swift flourish of his blade. In truth, there exist myriad ways to inflict harm upon you. His voice echoed from the void, continuing to rattle Yalita's spirit. Instinctively, Yalita turned to look, only to witness the air before her twisting violently, enveloped by a terrifying storm of sword energy. Floating sky, vast sea, chaotic wave, modification, raging tide. The master swordsman, Jing, had ascended to a level where he could once again condense the chaotic sword energy of chaotic wave into a terrifying torrent, as thick as a person's body. The result was a slaughtering force akin to a meat grinder. However, for Yalita, who possessed the powers of the slippery fruit, the effect was not as pronounced. Nevertheless, the kinetic energy generated by the torrent of sword energy easily fractured several of her ribs. Boom! The deck splintered. The sword energy surged past Yalita, reducing everything in its path to mere fragments. Yet, Yalita herself was propelled down to the lower deck by the high-pressure torrent of sword energy, spitting out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, her breathing became labored. Swish, swish, swish. 3 beams of sword light flashed across the nearby deck as Jing leaped down through a triangular hole, observing the familiar surroundings. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. It had been quite some time since he had fought within the confines of a ship's cabin. However, as he turned, this fleeting reminiscence was swiftly buried deep within, and he lunged toward Yalita like a hawk in pursuit of its prey. This place was indeed a perfect cage. At that moment, he could somewhat empathize with the feelings of Baeduo from years past. A black whirlwind hurtled toward him. Yalita swung her spiked club with all her might and turned to flee without a backward glance. Jing focused his mind and, with a swift draw of his sword, severed the spiked club. As he landed, he gripped the hilt firmly, bending low to gather strength, unleashing a dazzling arc of blade light. The ferocious gust roared past, illuminating the dark cabin with a sudden brilliance. Boom! Yalita, in a frantic bid to escape, vanished in an instant, pressed against the massive gash left by the blade. The cabin gradually descended into silence. Creak. In the darkness, a beautiful figure twisted, desperately clutching the edge of the fissure. No, this shouldn't be. Yalita's gaze dimmed. Yet she continued to struggle to pull herself free, blood gushing from her mouth, revealing fragments of her own insides. This was not how it was meant to be. Tears of blood streamed from her eyes, resembling a vengeful spirit, as she pushed forward inch by inch. She had just consumed the slippery fruit. She had not yet avenged herself upon the straw hat brat. There were still treasures left to plunder. With a hoarse cry, she exerted all her strength to extricate herself from the crack. She fell from the air. Thud! Her knees crashed heavily onto the ground. And just as she was about to topple forward, a hand reached out from behind to steady her. Jing gently embraced her from behind, his visage concealed in shadows. The radiant sunlight cascaded through a breach, casting a gentle glow upon the exquisite features of Yarlita, who slightly tilted her head. The blade of revenge glimmered with a cold light against her snow-white neck. I regret to inform you, this is the conclusion of the tale, murmured Jing as he pronounced the verdict. Revenge, activate. Upon returning to the deck of the Miss Lab Daku, even Jing could not suppress a wave of fatigue. He had to concede that Yarlita was an unexpectedly formidable adversary, not in strength. Indeed, she was pathetically weak, but in the way she had drained much of his stamina through her fruit abilities, much like a slippery eel. Had it not been for Jing's revenge, which fortuitously countered her abilities, he would have found himself ensnared in a grueling battle of attrition. The sword energy he unleashed in the cabin could only be wielded thrice before he would succumb to exhaustion. Conversely, if Yarlita had adeptly utilized her powers, she could have effectively neutralized his strikes, minimizing damage to herself. Alas, she failed to do so. If Jing were to summarize Yarlita, it would be that a potent fruit had fallen into the hands of an inept wielder. In Mo Jing's estimation, the optimal application of such fruit abilities would be in close combat, engaging in intimate skirmishes. The less clothing, the better, ideally, none at all. Or perhaps a dramatic disrobing during battle, using her smooth skin to slice through the air, evading attacks like a robust chain entangling her opponent. Exploiting various human vulnerabilities to execute throws, chokeholds, and devastating strikes. A dual advantage of mentally intimidating her foe while physically dismantling them. The only drawback might be the occasional label of perversion, but true deviants remain indifferent to such judgments. With a shiver, Mo Jing hastily cast aside these increasingly bizarre musings and lowered his gaze to the pink orb hovering above the seal on his left hand. The orb's surface briefly revealed twisted patterns before fading into obscurity. Iron Rod. Yarlita's soul quantity. 5,000 souls represented the highest quantity he had thus far acquired from a single entity. Even the venerable Beaduo had only possessed 3,200 souls. Yet, should that old man face Yarlita, he would undoubtedly find himself thoroughly restrained. Despite his disdain for Yarlita's techniques, Mo Jing could not deny her formidable overall capabilities. As long as her defenses remained unbroken, he would be at her mercy. Perhaps she was the sovereign of easy victories. Regrettably, such frictionless prowess was confined to her own sphere. Had she been able to extend it to surrounding objects, Mo Jing could scarcely fathom the terror that would ensue. He now only hopes that the soul will not disappoint him. The pink soul orb was cast into the ring embedded in his palm. Information surged through his mind. Required soul energy, 1,700, to be maximized. Consumed soul energy, 10,200. At the mere sight of this consumption, Mo Jing's heart couldn't help but shudder. It was as if he had suddenly recalled the arduous half-year of his fish-slaughtering career. This represented the bulk of his fortune. However, soul energy could be replenished. But the precious souls containing the devil fruits were indeed rare. Without further hesitation, Mo Jing clenched his left hand tightly. Soul refinement activated. His palm trembled uncontrollably, as if a tremendous force was swirling from within. Sparks erupted from the gaps in his clenched fist. This was an unprecedented situation, igniting Mo Jing's anticipation even further. After approximately 2 or 3 minutes, the trembling of his palm gradually ceased. A long string of information materialized in Mo Jing's mind. A. Slippery fruit. B. Medium strength crystal. C. Charm, women's trench coat. D. Iron rod, wolf fang club. E. Trait, charismatic. What a bountiful harvest! Having only experienced a maximum of 3 choices before, Mo Jing was momentarily dazzled. The slippery fruit was, without a doubt, the item he had yearned for the most. As for the clothing, it was a first-time sight for him, not to mention the rare trait it possessed. He first gazed at the charm option, and a vision of a purple trench coat immediately sprang to mind, reminiscent of the garment previously worn by Yarlita. However, unlike that coat, the charm forged from the essence of the soul possessed a unique ability to enhance the allure of the wearer, making them more captivating and conspicuous. The attribute below, Radiant Charisma, exhibited a similar effect, endowing each movement with an enchanting quality, making it easier for one to become the center of attention in a crowd. Mo Jing couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. It was a rare occurrence to encounter 2 desirable options, yet neither was what he truly desired. One couldn't help but wonder just how self-absorbed Yarlita had been, with her soul filled with such notions. Fortunately, in the original world, the process of soul forging did not exist. Otherwise, those who met untimely ends without the chance to erase their memory disks would have been subjected to the creation of all sorts of bizarre entities. He shook his head, yet his attention ultimately lingered on the sliding fruit. This was it, a pink fruit, resembling a misty lotus adorned with peculiar patterns, emerged from the ring and landed in his palm, already the size of his entire hand. This was the devil fruit. Mo Jing felt the weight of it in his hand and raised it to his eyes for a closer inspection. Aside from its strange, twisted designs, it bore no difference from ordinary fruit. Its smooth contours and plump form were undeniably appetizing, although the pink hue appeared somewhat odd, akin to an industrial product. Suddenly, Mo Jing sensed the stirrings of the initial flame within him. A certain elusive connection gradually became clearer with the flickering of the flames. Closing his eyes, he could distinctly feel as if a fine thread linked him to this fruit. It was reminiscent of the bond shared between Zhui and Ajin. A peculiar expression surfaced on Mo Jing's face. If there lay any commonality among the 3, it was their connection to the ring upon him. After all, the initial flame was bestowed upon him by the ring. Zhui and Ajin having been scorched by the initial flame, had both forged a link with the ring. Yet, amidst the myriad items capable of soul forging, why was it only the devil fruit that could resonate with him?墨荆gazed at the strange fruit in his hand, finding it increasingly enigmatic. It is said that when the owner of a devil fruit passes away, the fruit will randomly manifest on some other fruit in this world, perpetuating its power. Truly remarkable. It can bestow extraordinary abilities upon beings and provoke a reaction from the initial flame. What secrets do you conceal?墨荆raised it high, blocking the sun, his gaze momentarily entranced. When a gene descended from the main deck, this was the sight that greeted him. Boss? He tentatively called out.墨荆returned to his senses and looked at him. During the battle with Yalada, Akin had not been idle. He had single-handedly intercepted the group of pirates still supporting Yalada on the main deck, ensuring that墨荆could focus on his fierce confrontation with Yalada. Now, his body was splattered with blood, clearly indicative of a brutal struggle. However, given the intact state of his clothing, it was evident that this was a one-sided massacre. Is everything taken care of?墨荆inquired, as was his custom. Akin nodded. They've all been released. Just as墨荆was about to acknowledge this, he suddenly froze, turning his head in confusion. Huh? You let them all go?墨荆could hardly believe his ears. Knowing Akin's nature, he would not have been surprised if he had been told that Akin had slain them all. But releasing them? Was he truly becoming a paragon of virtue? Akin wiped the blood from his weapon, treating it as a commonplace matter. Indeed, although I was tempted to eliminate them all at the time, I ultimately decided to let them go.墨荆inhaled sharply. You exercised such restraint? What transpired in between? He asked, puzzled. Perhaps something during the battle had moved Akin profoundly, prompting him to show mercy. Despite Akin's cold exterior, he possessed a deep sense of loyalty.墨荆speculated inwardly. In truth, had it not been for Clark's coercion, Akin would never have turned against him.墨荆had never held Akin accountable for that incident, after all. Loyalty and filial piety are often at odds, and loyalty to righteousness is even more elusive. Common folk possess little choice, merely unfortunate in their encounters. Furthermore, now that Akin had become his subordinate, his loyalty had transformed into a commendable quality. Akin pondered thoughtfully before shaking his head. No.墨荆wore an expression of incredulity. Nothing happened, yet you still released them? Why? Akin seemed to sense the confusion in墨荆's gaze, scratching his head hesitantly. I thought, boss, you wouldn't want to see me kill them all. By the end of his statement, his voice had unconsciously diminished to a whisper, as if realizing he may have misstepped.墨荆regarded him, his initial reaction revealing that his image among the crew was more positive than he had realized. This realization brought forth a newfound clarity. He likely comprehends the peculiar transformation that Akin has undergone, akin to the phenomenon of the leader effect. In a team, when all members willingly choose to follow you and wholeheartedly comply with your directives, their behavioral patterns may undergo a certain alteration in accordance with your preferences. Akin, in this regard, is particularly pronounced. He resembles a soul adrift, bereft of ambition and direction, outwardly formidable, yet eternally haunted by an abyss of emptiness and confusion within. When a figure capable of leadership emerges, he fervently chases the radiance of that leader, striving to fill the void in his heart with their brilliance, seeking to allow that luminosity to supplant his own thoughts. In pursuit of this, he is willing to forsake his ideals and distort his very essence, becoming a stranger even to himself. He had long forgotten his true self. After all, whether it was Clark or墨荆, both were too dazzling for him. Akin to the brilliant sun in the sky, he had lost himself in the pursuit. Thus, under Crick's command, he became the fearsome specter, Akin. Yet, under墨荆's guidance, he transformed into the benevolent monk, Akin.墨荆couldn't help but chuckle. So it was. He was entirely unaware that he had acquired such an intriguing subordinate. Akin found himself bewildered, sensing he may have committed a misstep, yet墨荆appeared to harbor no intentions of reproach. On the contrary, he seemed genuinely amused.墨荆casually tossed the devil fruit to the dazed Akin and stepped onto the railing at the stern of the ship, gazing down at him. Tell me, Akin, do you not possess any dreams? He inquired in a tone laden with curiosity. Dreams? Akin clutched the fruit, momentarily taken aback. Yes, dreams.墨荆continued, slowly traversing the railing. A goal, an ideal, or simply something you wish to pursue. What do you aspire to, Akin? I want to. Akin's voice abruptly faltered. What was once a remarkably simple question suddenly revealed an emptiness in his mind. Dreams had once been a term scorned by Captain Click. Yet, as he pondered this query, he realized he had seemingly lost that essence. Such aspirations felt painfully distant from him. He stood with his mouth agape, at a loss for words. Was it an inability to think of something to say, or did the matter seem too distant? Jing appeared to have anticipated this, pointing at Xing Sa, who had just climbed over the ship's railing, and exclaimed loudly, "Xing Sa, what is your dream?" "To raise 3 dogs." Xing Sa replied naturally, adjusting his glasses. "And you, Garfield?" Jing asked, directing his attention to Garfield, who had just poked his head over the railing. "I want to earn a great deal of money," Garfield declared, raising one hand emphatically. Jing snapped his fingers. "See, it's not so difficult, is it?" He turned once more to Akin, saying, "One does not necessarily need to possess grand aspirations, yet one ought to have certain pursuits they wish to undertake. Otherwise, are you truly living for yourself or merely for others?" Akin's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. He felt that Jing's words resonated with him. A person must indeed live for oneself, yet when he began to contemplate his own dreams, an unsettling void remained. Uncertain of his direction, he instinctively inquired, "Boss, what about your dreams?" Jing raised an eyebrow, surprised that anyone would dare to ask a boss about their dreams in these times. What aspirations could a boss have? He merely wished to see everyone forego their salaries, tirelessly fueled by passion, working endlessly without respite. Of course, Jing was not the sort of callous employer. He raised a finger. "My dream is quite simple." He paused deliberately, satisfaction. Satisfaction? Both Ajin and the nearby laborer, Wu Zai, who was busy loading items onto the ship, cast bewildered glances at Jing. Indeed, satisfaction. Jing turned to gaze at the sea, his eyes clear, yet a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his lips. "What I desire is merely satisfaction. Satisfaction from adventure, satisfaction from battle, satisfaction in the mastery of swordsmanship, satisfaction from indulgence, and even the satisfaction of a restful slumber after fatigue." He spread his arms wide, his voice resonating with hope and longing. "When the day comes that I reflect upon my life and reminisce about the past, perhaps I shall find myself still achieving nothing. Perhaps I shall harbor regrets. Yet if I am able to derive a sense of completeness from these myriad satisfactions and leave this world with a smile upon my lips, then I believe that would be enough." Ajin gazed blankly at Jing, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "Just like Roger? The pirate king Gold. Roger, it is said that in his final moments." He laughed heartily and proclaimed the words that heralded the era of great piracy. "Do you want my treasure? If you desire it, you can have it all. Go and seek it. I have placed all my treasures there." Jing was momentarily taken aback, then clapped his hands and laughed. "Precisely, just like Roger." He gazed into the distance, pondering. Surely, Roger must have felt a profound sense of fulfillment at the moment of his demise. A hush fell over the vessel. The 6 individuals regarded the spirited man leaning against the railing, uncertain whether to mock his seemingly unattainable aspirations or to marvel at his contentment. Jing abruptly turned to Ajin and inquired, "So, it's a rather simple dream, isn't it?" Ajin instinctively nodded. "Thus," Jing continued, "then allow me to lend it to you." Ajin stood frozen, bewildered. What? Jing laughed heartily and said, "I shall lend it to you. If you find yourself devoid of goals, simply take this dream." He pointed at Akin, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Go and pursue what brings you fulfillment, Akin." He leaped over the railing and made his way toward the cabin at the stern, his voice echoing in the distance. "You have become strong enough. You no longer need to rely on the brilliance of others to survive." Akin, cradling the slippery fruit, stood on the deck, staring blankly at his departing figure. Motionless for a long time, the misrabbed Daku slowly turned its bow on the sea, sailing toward the horizon, trailing behind it the koi ship, now with a missing mast. The task of gathering funds had been accomplished with remarkable swiftness, a development no one had anticipated. The total assets of the Erlita pirate crew barely surpassed 10 million berries, yet the slippery fruit was valued in the hundreds of millions. They had already exceeded their original goal. Jing even speculated that the auction potential of this fruit might surpass 1 billion. Its formidable abilities were one aspect, but it also possessed the effect of enhancing beauty, allowing one to shed excess weight. Once its news spread in the black market, he believed many wealthy women would be willing to pay exorbitant prices for it. Inside the captain's cabin of the misrabbed Daku, Jing carefully locked the fruit in a sturdy iron chest for safekeeping. thanks to the mysterious connection he had previously established with the slippery fruit. He could sense its location even with his eyes closed. However, he was uncertain whether this connection would persist after someone consumed it.墨荆was eager to find out. With the slippery fruit in hand, he was now fully equipped to cover expenses related to shipbuilding, acquiring new weapons, or any other miscellaneous costs. According to the original plan,墨荆estimated he would need to hunt pirates in the East Sea for about half a month to accumulate sufficient berries. By that time, Japu would likely have secured the necessary materials for shipbuilding. They would rendezvous at the black market shipyard to finalize their agreement. Yet, having completed the money-raising task so early,墨荆found himself at a loose end. Although he could consider continuing to hunt pirates or challenging stronger foes to pass the time, the East Sea offered no worthy adversaries. The so-called strongest in the East Sea, Kliku,墨荆now felt confident he could reduce to a mere stick figure within 5 moves. As for the other pirates, they were even less formidable. Unless one were to encounter a devil fruit user like your leader, but Japu's intel only mentioned this singular individual. In this moment,墨荆deeply comprehended the fragility of the East Sea, feeling an urgent desire to break free. The Grand Line. He gazed at the nautical chart dotted with islands like popcorn. The wondrous reverse mountain, the ribbon-like Grand Line. His heart raced with anticipation, and his thoughts seemed to soar toward that magical route. He wondered what that fellow ace was up to. As dusk approached, in a nearby expanse of sea, 2 Navy warships struggled toward Navy Base 16. On one of the vessels, Colonel Mouse was excitedly shouting into a transponder snail, "Hello? Hello? This is Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division." The operator's resigned voice came through. "Yes, it's the headquarters. You don't need to shout. I can hear you. I need to report 2 pirates." Mouse turned to glance at the pirate behind him, bruised and battered, with the Yarlita pirate crew emblem tattooed on his arm. 2. Are you sure? The operator inquired, puzzled. 2 is indeed a pitifully small number for reporting to headquarters. Of course. Mouse shouted angrily, "Listen up, the swordsman墨荆and his subordinate, Demonikin." Demonikin? The transponder snail mimicked the operator's expression, clearly having some recognition of the name. Soon, the sound of pages flipping echoed through the receiver. This individual appears to be the combat captain of the largest pirate crew in the East Sea, the Kliku pirate crew. Colonel Mouse clenched his fist. His voice tinged with fear. The Kliku pirate crew has been destroyed by that guy named墨荆. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. Demonikin has already pledged allegiance to him. I demand a bounty on墨荆's head. He shouted into the transponder snail. Is that so? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat astonished. Understood. I've recorded it. Do you have a photograph of him? Colonel Mouse suddenly faltered. In the Intelligence Management Department of Navy Headquarters, the officer handling the calls waited 2 seconds. Glancing at the dazed transponder snail, seemingly coming to a realization. Hey, you don't mean to say you don't even have a photo, do you? Colonel Mouse stammered. I didn't have time to take one. He was utterly terrified by the dreadful sword energy storm unleashed by墨荆. Upon receiving intelligence from墨荆, his immediate thought was to report it to the headquarters and eliminate that scoundrel. However, he realized he lacked even a photograph. Without a photo, there was no way to issue a bounty, as you well know. The naval officer on the line felt helpless. Very well. I will promptly verify the authenticity of the situation. In the meantime, please do your utmost to procure a photograph. Fine, thought Colonel Mouse as he hung up the phone. Turning to the eager naval officers around him, he suddenly erupted. What are you all standing around for? Did you not hear? Hurry and send someone to take a photograph. A group of battered majors rushed out of the cabin in a flurry. After 2 days and nights of sailing, the Miss Lab Daku finally arrived at the black market Tortuga Island. The locals referred to it as Turtle Island. Its jagged coastline naturally provided an ideal harbor for pirate ships. This place has become a gathering point for numerous pirates, underworld figures, black market merchants, and criminal organizations from the East Sea, serving as a hub for stolen goods. Every day, a plethora of unimaginable wares, ranging from contraband to slaves, organs, and even lives, circulate here, making it one of the dirtiest places in the world. It could be said that anyone randomly firing a cannon here would instantly achieve a full 999 levels of merit. Fire 2 shots, and even angels would offer you a smoke. Fire 3 shots? No one could fire 3 shots here. Those who have had such thoughts have long since fed the fish at the bottom of the sea. Though it is dubbed a black market, its defenses rival those of a naval branch. Even the once mighty clique pirates must conduct their business here with utmost respect. What? You may wonder why the righteous Navy does not come to obliterate this place. The answer is simple. There are people here whom they dare not harm. For instance, envoys who collect rare treasures for the celestial dragons. Thus, for the Navy, this island is non-existent. But for pirates, it is a land of revelry. Upon reaching Tortuga Island, Jing and his crew did not dock at the jagged coastline, but instead headed straight for the shipyard. The shipwright here was an old acquaintance of Zepp, and prior arrangements had already been made. Upon arrival, Jing immediately delivered 2 vessels to the shipyard. The shipyard also dealt in dismantling ships, and the materials salvaged could offset some of the construction costs. Since new ships were to be built, it was evident that Jing had no interest in retaining these 2 second-hand vessels. The sooner they were dismantled, the better. After all, if they needed to set sail later, they could simply borrow from the shipyard. Zepp's reputation still held considerable weight. Who would have thought that the infamous clique would fall to your hands? Remarked a towering, rotund fishman, bowing his head to Jing. This fishman stood over 3 meters tall. Jing, when standing, barely reached his waist, if he even had a waist. Jing chuckled and offered him some fine liquor he had procured from Zepp, who had informed him that this fellow was quite amiable as long as there was alcohol. The fishman, named Udimbo, gazed at the bottle in delight. What a rarity! This is Bink sake. You must have acquired it from Zepp. He eagerly opened the bottle for a sip, then cautiously corked it again, exclaiming, "It is exquisite. I haven't tasted such fine liquor in ages. Rest assured, your ships will be in my capable hands. You may voice your requirements, though the materials may take some time. Understandably, if you need to set sail in the meantime, feel free to seek me out." Jing nodded. He briefly discussed his requirements with the shipwright beside him before departing the shipyard with his crew, heading inland. The atmosphere of Tortuga Island was characterized by congestion, humidity, dilapidation, foul odors, and the ever-present gaze of greed. As Jing and his companions traversed this chaotic realm, they attracted numerous stares, predominantly directed at Akin. As the combat captain of the clique pirates, Akin enjoyed considerable renown on Tortuga Island. Wherever he went, it was akin to a great white shark charging into a school of fish, with pirates parting ways and casting wary glances, even lowering their voices in conversation. This was the lingering influence of the clique pirates. Jing decisively allowed Akin to lead the way, partly to avoid trouble and partly because Akin was the most familiar with the area among them. Consequently, they missed out on the island's reputed hospitality of pickpockets and the welcoming services of robbers. Even the roadside con artists hurriedly protected their fragile wares, fearful of being scammed themselves. After walking for some time, Jing could not help but reflect that although this place appeared chaotic, the people were genuine. With a fierce spirit, a truly rare gem of a location, he lowered his head to evade a cup that flew out of the tavern amidst the brawl, and kicked aside a bloodied broken blade on the ground, following Akin into one of the renowned auction houses of the black market, the Chijan Auction Hall. With the receptionist's announcement, a man emerged shortly thereafter, bouncing forward in a long robe of deep blue that resembled a Tibetan garment. His limbs elongated and slender. As attention lingered on the man's arms, he possessed 2 elbows, and his arms were astonishingly long. A member of the Long-Arm clan, Eden whispered quietly in his ear. He had unknowingly ascended the adjacent stool. "Oh my, it is Lord Akin. It has been quite some time." The tall-handed man, Dake, greeted him with a smile, his gaze subtly sweeping over Jing and the others, only to return to Akin with an expression of obsequiousness. "Are you here to purchase something again, or perhaps to sell?" "Not me, Dake." Akin stepped aside slightly. "It is my superior who wishes to conduct business with you." "Your superior?" This revelation carried significant weight. Dake, the tall-handed man, paused momentarily, yet his exceptional professionalism enabled him to respond promptly. He offered a slight bow to Jing and inquired, "How shall I address you?" "Your Excellency." "You may simply call me Jing," came the reply. Jing felt a sense of relief at having encountered someone who did not express astonishment at his victory over the formidable clique. He stepped forward and placed a box containing the slippery fruit upon the table. "Behold, what do you think this is worth?" Daika glanced at the expressions of those present before moving behind the box and cautiously opening the treasure chest. His eyes widened in delight as he exclaimed, "A devil fruit." After a careful inspection, he gasped again, "The slippery fruit." Jing nodded slightly. The ability to identify the slippery fruit by mere appearance indicated that Daiku was indeed knowledgeable about such matters. This was truly a remarkable item. Daika promptly closed the box, his gaze fervently fixed on Jing. "Are you intending to consign it to me for auction? If so, I shall only take a 15 auction fee, ensuring a commendable price. He spoke rapidly. Jing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. A 15 commission. Even vampires would have to pay a training fee upon encountering such individuals. In a typical legitimate auction house, a 5 commission is already considered high. And if the item's value exceeds 10 million berries, the commission tends to decrease. Yet, it seemed in this peculiar establishment, the more expensive the item, the higher the commission. Observing Jing and Daika's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident that they did not intend to take advantage of him. One could only say this was the black market at work. Nevertheless, Jing's expression visibly darkened. Even if he sold it for 100 million berries, he would still lose a staggering 15 million berries. That amount could purchase several excellent blades. The thought of losing such a sum before he even received the payment caused him considerable distress. How many members of the Yalada pirate crew would he have to dispatch to make up for this loss? Daika, astute as the manager of a black market auction house, immediately discerned Jing's dissatisfaction from his expression and quickly added, "Rest assured, dear customer, although our auction house's commission is steep, it is undoubtedly worth every penny." Jing, still displeased, retorted, "Do enlighten me on how it is worth such a price." Daika raised a finger, asserting, "I can guarantee that within half a month, news of this fruit will permeate the upper echelons of most nations across the globe." "Are you jesting?" Jing regarded Daika with incredulity. The mere fact that it could reach the entirety of the East China Sea would signify this auction house possessed considerable clout. Anyone unaware of the global reach might presume it was an auction held by the celestial dragons. Daika, unfazed, chuckled, "Fear not, esteemed guest." He produced a white, feather-like whistle and blew at once. Behold! Jing turned to look, and a flurry of wings flapped outside the window. There, perched on the sill, was a large bird, entirely snow-white and adorned with a postman's hat. A sizable bag filled with newspapers hung from its chest, and it gazed at Daika with curiosity. A newspaper-delivering bird? Jing suddenly realized. You have a collaboration with the World Economic News Agency? This creature, known as a newspaper bird, resembled an oversized albatross and was nurtured by the World Economic News Agency, specifically employed to deliver newspapers and small packages. Jing had encountered these birds numerous times. For in the vast expanse of the ocean, procuring a newspaper relied on these remarkable beings. They brought vital news from around the globe every week. With the assistance of the World Economic News Agency, it indeed possessed the capability to disseminate information worldwide within a fortnight. However, considering the multitude of significant events occurring daily, what reason would the World Economic News Agency have to allocate precious space for such a modest auction house? Seemingly sensing Jing's confusion, Daika proactively stated, "The World Economic News Agency is willing to collaborate with us precisely because our auction house has a reputable standing." He approached with an air of mystery and inquired, "Do the guests know who is behind our auction house? Could it possibly be the Celestial Dragons?" Jing observed him with a bemused smile. What black market do the Celestial Dragons run? They could simply seize what they desire outright. Just then, Daika clapped his hands. "Precisely." Jing's smile faltered slightly. "Surely, the guests have heard of the Don Quixote family, right? That pirate crew led by Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? As a reserve pirate, having recently brushed up on basic knowledge from Akin, Jing possessed a fair understanding of these matters. Indeed, Daika did not elaborate further. However, Jing gleaned something from the exchange, his expression turning peculiar. "So, does that mean Doflamingo is still a celestial dragon?" It must take a rather twisted mindset to abandon the celestial dragons in favor of piracy. Is One Piece truly that alluring? Daika maintained a professional smile, choosing silence. To say more would be a disservice to his superior. He rubbed his hands and looked towards Jing, saying, "Now the guests can rest assured." Without hesitation, Jing pushed the iron box in front of him, stating, "As you suggested, in half a month, I expect to witness a grand auction." The guest felt reassured. Daika, somewhat exhilarated, seized the box and held it tightly, exclaiming, "I am certain many will be intrigued by this fruit," flapping its wings in apparent fright. A newspaper bird that had been perched at the window for quite some time soared into the sky, leaving a shower of white feathers behind. Jing cast a fleeting glance at the window before averting his gaze. "So be it. For the next 2 months, I will have crew members stationed at Turtle Island. I trust you will not have difficulty locating us." Of course. Daika quickly signed an auction certificate, affixed it with the Don Quixote family seal, and handed it to Jing. He then escorted the group out of the auction house. Upon exiting, a gray shadow descended from the sky, landing atop Jing's head. With a comfortable curl, Zhuo Yi emitted a crisp chirp, seemingly conversing with Jing. It had been patrolling outside while Jing and the others entered the auction house. What is Zhuo Yi saying? Garfidel inquired with curiosity. Jing, both amused and exasperated, replied. It mentioned being chased by a cat earlier and observed the cat attempting to catch the newspaper bird. Nothing significant. Speaking of which, we ought to find a place to rest. After drifting at sea for so long, there is truly no substitute for solid ground. The motley crew grew restless. They had not set foot on land for quite a while, and with a substantial amount of berries bestowed by the captain, it was indeed regrettable to have no means to spend it. Let us stay near Joy Street. Eden proposed first. Joy Street exists in nearly every black market, and its name suggests a place for relaxation and indulgence. Deemed a den of iniquity by the righteous, it is a paradise for rogues like them, said to fulfill every desire. Though somewhat exaggerated, for pirates who have long navigated the treacherous seas, it is largely accurate. After some deliberation, Jing ultimately decided to let the motley crew explore while he and Ajin sought temporary lodgings at a tavern, agreeing to meet later that evening at the largest tavern on Tortuga Island. Thus, they parted ways, with Ajin leading Jing towards the tavern. The largest tavern on Tortuga Island is named the Sea Turtle Tavern. Though referred to as a tavern, it is actually a multifaceted establishment where patrons can drink, rent rooms, post bounty tasks, and buy or sell information. Upon entering, a cacophony of noise enveloped them, accompanied by a wave of warmth. Jing frowned. The air was thick with the scent of beer, yet this aroma was tainted with the odor of sweat, mingled with the metallic scent of blood, and interspersed with various unpleasant odors he preferred not to imagine. This is utterly ghastly. He endured the pungent aroma and stepped inside alongside Akin. The pair maneuvered through the throngs of people, toppling 5 or 6 burly men who obstructed their path, and finally arrived at the bar. What shall we order? The bartender skillfully filled 3 glasses brimming with frothy beer, placing them on a tray held by a scantily clad waitress. 3 pints of the finest stout, Akin declared with practiced ease. And while we're at it, let us procure some information. The bartender glanced at Akin, seemingly recognizing him, and swiftly filled 3 large wooden mugs with beer, sliding a red token along with the drinks towards the duo. With 3,000 belly exchanged, Jing followed Akin as they moved towards the wooden door at the back right of the bar. Presenting the red token to the muscular guard, they pushed open the door and entered. With a resounding thud, the door closed, muffling the raucous noise behind them while simultaneously interrupting the merriment within. Behind the wooden door lay a more intimate tavern. Though the air quality was still far from pristine, it was a significant improvement over the bustling main establishment, clearly intended to accommodate guests of a certain stature. Jing surveyed the room and immediately spotted 3 distinct groups, a band of pirates adorned with various colorful tulips, a brawny man with a steel jaw and arms replaced by a massive axe, and a hooded figure draped in a gray robe, silently perusing a note in the corner. The 3 factions were clearly delineated, each engrossed in their own affairs until Jing and Akin's arrival disrupted the equilibrium. Well, isn't that the battle captain of the Clink Pirates? A sarcastic voice emerged from the tulip-clad pirates. Tulip pirates. Akin subtly tilted his head and whispered to Jing. Jing cast a fleeting glance at the man wielding a saber, then proceeded directly towards the corner alongside Akin, disregarding the taunts. From the moment he entered, Jing had already identified the individual he sought. Their arrogance evidently incited the ire of the tulip pirates. Those who dared to make a living at sea often possessed little sophistication. A few hot-headed members were about to rise and teach the duo a lesson, but were halted by a man adorned with ornate pirate cutlasses on either side. This man, with a gaunt face, donned a deep blue officer's uniform of indeterminate origin, cinched at the waist with a pink sash, and atop his head was a striking tuft of purple, skillfully shaped by the talented Tony into the form of a purple tulip. Even in a world like that of the Pirate King, where flamboyance was the norm, he stood out remarkably. He is the one who just spoke, and also the captain of the Tulip pirate crew, Tulips. With a brooding gaze, Tulips scrutinized the retreating figures of the 2 individuals, his fingers gently rubbing together. If his eyes did not deceive him, the specter known as Akin appeared to be trailing closely behind that unfamiliar man, seemingly in a posture of deference. Who is that enigmatic man? A new cadre of the Click pirate crew? It cannot be that Akin has pledged his loyalty elsewhere, throughout the East Sea. Who does not recognize Akin as Click's most devoted hound? There is something amiss. Tulips murmured softly. Nearby, a subordinate adorned with green tulip blossoms leaned in, asking, "Boss, what did you say?" Tulips pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the two frail silhouettes, and then leaned closer to his subordinate's ear to relay his thoughts in hushed tones. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, 3 mugs of dark beer were sequentially placed upon the table. As墨荆settled down before the hooded man, while Akin sat behind him, cradling a mug of dark beer. The hooded man did not spare a glance, lifting his mug and downing it in one go, releasing a long sigh of relief followed by a resounding belch. Finally, not that watered-down swill. A youthful voice emerged from beneath the hood. "What shall I call you?" As墨荆inquired, directing his gaze toward him. The hood was drawn low, obscuring the man's features. "Greyhead," he replied. "You may call me Greyhead Albatross, Captain As墨荆." As墨荆raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. World Economic News Agency? The unique title the man had used for himself indicated he possessed knowledge of As墨荆's ventures since setting sail. Apart from this colossal information agency, As墨荆could hardly fathom who else would recognize him, a nameless figure, upon their first encounter. Greyhead Albatross smiled, refraining from further comment, neither confirming nor denying. "Your people are indeed omnipresent," As墨荆remarked, his tone tinged with melancholy. Just today, he had already encountered 2 of the man's associates. "How else could we procure the information you seek?" Greyhead Albatross replied, taking pride in his assertion. He then leaned in subtly, whispering, "Would you care for an interview, Mr. As墨荆? Your recent accomplishments have been quite remarkable. Click, that is the Click pirate crew. My heavens, I wonder how you managed it." He pointed at the table with his finger, doodling on its surface. "The Donghai branch is expediting the review process, but as you know, there are too few eyewitnesses and a lack of evidence. If you would agree to an interview." He paused. "Hold on a moment, my friend. I am here to procure information." As墨荆had to raise his hand to halt the overly enthusiastic informant. Why did it feel as though this fellow was the one seeking information? "Apologies for my indiscretion. It has been quite some time since Donghai has had such significant news." The gray-headed albatross lifted his wooden cup, only to discover it was empty. As墨荆pushed his beer towards him. "Thank you." The gray-headed albatross accepted it without hesitation, taking a sip and smacking his lips. "All right, we shall discuss the interview later. What would you like to know?" His tone shifted to one of gravity. As墨荆glanced at him and stated without hesitation, "Ace, I wish to know about this individual's information over the past 2 years." Meanwhile, in a corner where the tulip pirates had gathered, a pirate clad in a yellow-green jacket and a tiger-striped skirt stood unsteadily and staggered towards As墨荆calmly raised his gaze. He did not hasten to voice his objections against the other's actions, for he was well aware of what was to come next. The other would provoke him. "Hey, you must be Akin, the infamous ghost man Akin." The pirate clad in yellow and green staggered toward Akin, wearing a peculiar grin. "I've heard you're quite formidable. Why do you now resemble a mere dog?" The crew behind him joined in with raucous laughter. The raucous guffaws echoed from the ranks of the tulip pirate crew, their members in fits of laughter, some even shedding tears as if they had heard a truly hilarious jest. Yet Akin remained silent, his gaze tinged with indifference. After all this time, it was still the same old routine. These antics were remnants of his youthful days. He set down the wooden cup, gestured towards the person at his feet, and calmly stated, "Take another step forward, and I shall end your life." In the past, he would have swiftly taught this fellow a lesson that very morning. However, at present, As墨荆was preoccupied with his duties, unwilling to create unnecessary trouble for his superior. Besides, this individual was merely a pawn, thrust forward as bait. One could only wonder what schemes were brewing in the mind of the captain, Tulips. The pirate clad in yellow and green visibly stiffened, about to utter another word, when a deep voice resonated from behind, "Come back, Bree." The pirate promptly stepped aside, revealing the captain of the tulip pirates. Surrounded by a throng of pirates like a constellation in the night sky, he entwined his fingers beneath his chin, locking eyes with As墨荆, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke in a low, contemplative tone. "How long has it been since we last met, As墨荆?" As墨荆furrowed his brow, gazing at Tulips without uttering a word. The other man was a renowned pirate, equally matched in strength. They had clashed before. In the past, when Clique was present, Tulips had refrained from acting recklessly, but now, seeing As墨荆accompanied by an unfamiliar companion, he seemed to be stirring with intent. Unperturbed by As墨荆's silence, Tulips leisurely continued, "I recall the last time I heard news of the Clique pirate crew. It was when you ventured into the Grand Line." His tone grew peculiar, How is it that only you remain now? Could it be that you have betrayed Click? Or perhaps Click has forsaken you? Akin's brows gradually knitted together. Even though he was now utterly devoted to Imojing, he could not deny his past loyalty to Click. It was a deed he had once performed, and there was no shame in it. However, he would not permit anyone to question his fidelity. This was his final line in the sand. Yet, despite this, he remained seated. In order not to disturb Imojing behind him, he resolved to endure a little longer. After all, should he act and be detained by Tulips, others would seize the opportunity to strike at Imojing. Perhaps Imojing would not mind such a trivial enemy. But he could not allow himself to falter. At that moment, Tulips's voice echoed again, as if he had come to an understanding, softly exclaiming, "Oh, I see now. You must have betrayed your former master and aligned yourself with a new one." Crack! The handle of the wooden cup was crushed. Akin slowly rose from his seat. "I beg your pardon, boss." His gaze darkened, resembling a hellish hound, teeth clenched tightly, each word bursting forth from between his teeth. "I cannot simply ignore such an insult." Behind him, the conversation between Imojing and the gray-headed albatross momentarily ceased. He slightly turned his head, gazing at the repressed Akin. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, and with displeasure remarked, "What foolishness are you uttering, Akin?" Akin momentarily froze, yet heard Imojing continue. "You are a crew member I personally selected. To insult you is to insult my judgment." He whispered softly, "Now, someone wishes to put me in an embarrassing position. Why do you still hesitate here?" A sinister grin gradually spread across Akin's face, resembling that of a malevolent spirit. "Understood, Captain." Malice permeated the atmosphere. Just then, a loud exclamation erupted from the bar at the far end of the tavern. Pairs of eyes, filled with malice, turned to gaze in that direction. And even Imojing lifted his gaze, puzzled by this courageous individual. The bartender, who had just raised his hand, swallowed hard, struggling to utter, "Loser's pay." "And I shall say this only once." His voice grew increasingly faint as he silently crouched down, tucking his head beneath the bar. "Let us continue." Imojing turned his gaze back, smiling at the gray-headed albatross. Boom. Splinters flew behind him. The iron ball swung past, and a yellow-green figure shot back. Ajin stood resolutely behind Imojing, wielding his crutch, bravely confronting the Tulip pirate crew. The eyes beneath the gray-headed albatross's cloak sparkled with intensity. Truly, he was someone capable of slaying Clique. Lost in thought, he exclaimed with fervor, "No, perhaps only a hero of your caliber could vanquish Clique. What nonsense is this?" Imojing chuckled in disbelief. "It is evidently my crew that is displaying bravado." "Perhaps." The gray-headed albatross chuckled oddly twice, then added, "But really, you won't lend a hand? The Tulip pirate crew is no ordinary foe." At this moment, chaos erupted behind Imojing. The pirates of the Tulip crew surged forward, only to be sent flying by the iron ball. Ajin, like a merciless specter, unleashed his formidable combat skills, remaining silent even when wounded. His expression devoid of emotion as he instilled terror among the Tulip pirates. The cacophony of screams, clashing weapons, and splintering furniture created a tumultuous symphony. Merely listening to the sounds conjured images of the chaotic scene behind. Yet, Imojing showed no intention of turning back. "I trust my crew," he said with a gentle smile. "They are incredibly reliable individuals." He then lightly tapped the table. "Let us not dwell on this. I wish to hear more intelligence about Ace. You mentioned the Navy invited him to join the 7 warlords of the sea?" The gray-headed albatross chuckled softly, took a hearty swig of dark beer, and continued, "Indeed, according to credible intelligence." The two continued their conversation as the turmoil persisted behind them. The door of the small tavern swung open twice, and upon witnessing the chaotic brawl within, it was quietly closed again. Gradually, the noise in the tavern diminished, leaving only heavy gasps and the groans of fallen pirates. The conversation between Imojing and the gray-headed albatross finally concluded. He tossed a bag of berries onto the table, stood up, and turned, his gaze slowly sweeping across the tavern. From where he sat, the tables and chairs were unrecognizable. Among the sprawled pirates, only Ajin stood, bloodied, gasping for breath. One of his spherical crutches had shattered. At this cost, the entire Tulip pirate crew was rendered incapable of standing. Captain Tulips lay crumpled in a corner. Bruised and battered, his eyes rolled back, tongue lolling. Imojing approached the bar, tapped the table, and ordered 2 mugs of dark beer. He then stepped over the fallen pirates, handing 1 mug to Ajin. Ajin raised the wooden cup and downed it in one gulp, letting out a roar of exhilaration. Imojing then slowly walked before the crumpled Tulips, pouring cold dark beer over his swollen face, which had almost lost its original shape. Tulips, bleary-eyed, took a moment to recognize his assailant. Have you realized the cost of your foul words? Jing looked down, coldly observing him. The price of your words is to become a reflection of another. In the presence of witnesses in the tavern, Tulips and Jing signed a 6-month indenture. During this period, 80% of the Tulip pirate crew's spoils would be surrendered to Jing, and they would be bound to obey his commands, even if it meant their demise. The black market permits brawls, but forbids death. This is the rule. Jing granted this concession to the black market, and in return, they were obliged to reciprocate. This contract would be jointly overseen by the 6 major powers of the black market and posted on a special board in the tavern. From this day forth, for 6 months, the Tulip pirate crew would be Jing's subordinate pirate crew. To be frank, Jing was not particularly keen on this arrangement. He lacked the passion for assembling a pirate fleet, akin to that of Click. Were it not for the fact that he and his companions would be residing on Tortuga Island for the next few days. Feeling compelled to grant some respect to the local black market, he would have readily slaughtered these individuals to satiate his soul capacity. In truth, he had already resolved to do so, considering these ruffians would heed any command given to them, wouldn't they? However, the captain of the Tulip pirate crew, Tulips, perhaps sensing Jing's murderous intent, decisively surrendered the entire treasure of the pirate crew to him. The tavern estimated the sum to be nearly 100 million berries. Only then did Jing reluctantly spare these scoundrels. With the Tulip pirate crew scurrying away from the tavern, the establishment once again fell into silence. A group of burly men entered, proficiently clearing the tables and chairs, restoring the scene to its former state. Within 10 minutes, the tavern was back to normal. The gray-headed albatross, feeling somewhat bored alone, approached Jing and Jean, joining them for a game of cards to pass the time. Will you truly not accept an interview, Lord Jing? The gray-headed albatross persisted, undeterred. Enough. Do not bring this matter up again. Jing waved his hand, tossing a pair of 6s onto the table. And you, Jean, do you wish to accept an interview? A pair of 8s. Seizing the opportunity while in the restroom. Jean had already utilized Jing's initial fire to heal his wounds, now blinking in surprise. Me? He casually discarded a pair of 2s. I have no interest either. He shook his head. What a pity, lamented the gray-headed albatross. He skillfully manipulated the 3 solitary cards in his hand, discarding 2, while anticipating Jing's words of refusal. However, an extended silence ensued, with no sound emerging from Jing. He lifted his gaze and looked across the table, discovering that Jing had his eyes closed. Clutching a large handful of cards, seemingly engrossed in a profound contemplation. What on earth could there be to sense in this wretched place? He had been here for nearly a year, coming daily to indulge in the free drinks. He could assure anyone that aside from the decent alcohol, there was little else of worth. At that moment, Jing suddenly opened his eyes and turned to him, inquiring, Greyhead, does the Rare Treasures Auction House possess any enterprises inland? The gray-headed albatross was momentarily taken aback, instinctively sensing the scent of news. Of course, there are ventures, but they come at a price. However, if you are willing to divulge what you have learned, I could share a portion of the information for free. Jing glanced at Jean, then broke into a sudden smile, slamming his hand on the table. Let us go, Jean. Have you forgotten that we still have important matters to attend to? Jean also struck the table with fervor, slapping down a handful of cards. It was my oversight, Captain. With that, the 2 of them swaggered towards the door. Behind them, the gray-headed albatross sat in stunned silence, observing their departing figures. Then glanced at the 3 cards in his hand, exclaiming in frustration, those 2 rascals. If they aren't buying information, at least have the decency to finish this round before leaving. Outside the tavern, the atmosphere remained boisterous, with peculiar scents permeating the air. Anyone lingering too long would find themselves steeped in the aroma. Under Jin's guidance, Jing ascended to the 2nd floor. This area was designated for renting accommodations on the island, and it was relatively sparsely populated. As he walked, Jing reflected on the earlier events. When he had closed his eyes, appearing to contemplate life, it was not mere pretense, it was indeed because, at the time it was his turn to play. He had suddenly sensed the slippery fruit he left at the Rare Treasures Auction House, beginning to move rapidly, and its speed was astonishing. He even doubted whether he could catch up with his opponent at his current speed. Yet, upon realizing that the prestigious auction was backed by the formidable Don Quixote family, he felt a sense of relief. Indeed, their influence could easily afford such exceptional talents. As of now, the fruit continued to move with remarkable swiftness. However, Jing's attention had shifted away from it. The rental procedures were swiftly completed, and Immo opted for a comfortable area with robust security, typically reserved for global aristocrats and distinguished individuals attending the auction. The cost was exorbitant, but for Immo, who had just made a considerable profit, it was hardly a concern. Having embraced the life of a pirate, why not indulge in pleasures rather than hoard wealth for mortgage repayments? They chose a soon-to-be vacant spot by the window on the second floor of the tavern and settled in, making it convenient for Wuze Fish to find them. The two engaged in a discussion about their forthcoming plans, which encompassed the design of the soon-to-be constructed pirate ship, the training of Wuze Fish, and their immediate and future objectives. "Captain, have you truly made up your mind?" Akin gazed wide-eyed at Immo. He knew that Immo was not a person who easily changed his mind. The decision he had made was likely connected to the information he had previously gathered from the informant. Immo nodded and turned to Ajin, inquiring, "What? Do you not favor this decision?" Ajin responded with exaggerated gestures. "How could that be? For me, this is the best choice." Immo smiled, his gaze drifting to the window. "Let us thoroughly discuss this matter when those 5 fellows return." Meanwhile, what were the 5 misfits up to? On Joy Street, at the Neo Ruo restaurant, Nikolai stared at the snacks on his plate, writhing like a slug, lost in contemplation. Not far from there, Xingsa, having just picked up a poetry collection from a thrift store, was drawn by the enthusiastic calls of vendors at the end of the street. He adjusted his collar and stepped into the crooked, dilapidated weapon shop, its wooden boards darkened by age. In truth, the entirety of Tortuga Island bore the marks of erosion by deep-sea divers, apart from Joy Street and the luxurious accommodation areas. The roadside shops and houses were constructed from rapidly decaying timber and moss-covered stones. Viewed from above, they resembled a patch of rotting black mold upon the azure sea. At the edge of this blemish, he entered a grocery store, his presence almost imperceptible as he flowed with the crowd, ultimately trailing a thief to this seaside emporium. As for Eden and Garfield, the duo walked together, one standing at a height of 1.4 meters and the other at 1.6. One a faux lowly and the other a faux Shota, appearing as though they had strayed from some distant realm. Their fresh demeanor starkly contrasting with the motley crew of pirates on the street. They attracted the attention of several human traffickers along the way, yet fortunately, the two were not innocent souls. Their familiarity with such schemes spared them from abduction. By the time they stumbled upon a relatively upscale clothing store, their blades were already stained crimson. Thus, as night began to cloak the land, the ragtag group returned, each laden with spoils. They gathered together, engaging in lively conversation punctuated by bursts of laughter. Goblets clinked, the golden liquid undulating like the waves of the sea. Immo smiled at them, the candlelight reflecting in his eyes, casting a pristine glow. "Let us form a pirate crew," he suddenly proclaimed after a lengthy silence. The expressions on the faces of the ragtag group were even more astonished than he had anticipated. Eden, standing atop a stool, widened his eyes in disbelief, his voice quivering with excitement. "Is this truly the pirate crew I envisioned?" Everyone looked at Immo with anticipation, except for Ajin, seated nearby, who wore a smug smile, arms crossed in silence. Immo spread his hands and chuckled. "Is there any other meaning to forming a pirate crew?" "Hooray!" echoed the jubilant cheers of the 5 from the tavern's second floor. The atmosphere of the entire establishment seemed to brighten with their exuberance. They were so elated that they danced with abandon. Had it not been for the limited space, they would surely have performed a lively pirate jig. However, it was Xingsa who first grasped the underlying issue. "But Captain, aren't you supposed to be searching for Ace?" At this, the motley crew fell silent, casting puzzled glances towards Immo. Indeed, how had they overlooked this matter? In truth, the 5 had always been acutely aware of why they had long held the title of pirates without even a name for their crew or a flag to represent them. It was because they were destined to part ways with their captain. The captain's goal was to find Ace. Once Ace was located, they would face one of 2 scenarios, either join forces or part ways independently. The 5 held a clear understanding of their own capabilities. If Ace were truly a formidable pirate, he would never deem them worthy. Even if he accepted them out of respect for the captain, it was likely they would perish in some perilous adventure due to their inadequacies. Thus, the captain's intention was clear, rather than face a difficult decision later. It was better to forego the establishment of a pirate crew and flag from the outset, so that their eventual separation would not be overly sorrowful. This was an unspoken truth among them, a future they had long been reluctant to envision. Yet now, circumstances seemed to have shifted. Facing the bewildered gazes of the 5, Immo wore an expression of exasperation, Originally, we had decided to seek out that fellow, but who could have anticipated? He shook his head and placed a bounty poster in the center of the table. The poster featured a strikingly handsome man with black hair and a cowboy hat, turning back with an alluring smile. Prominently displayed on his bare back was a skull emblem, renowned throughout the pirate world. This was the Whitebeard Pirates. Eden exclaimed in astonishment. Even in a small place like the East Blue, the formidable reputation of the Yonko still resonated among pirates, often becoming the stuff of legend due to its remoteness. The motley crew never anticipated that Ace, the individual their captain had been searching for, was actually a member of the legendary Whitebeard Pirates. In an instant, their gaze towards As became infused with even greater admiration. Conversely, As appeared somewhat disinterested, merely remarking, "Indeed, the Whitebeard Pirates." He let out a soft sigh. I was initially willing to seek out Ace because I recognized him as a friend. But who would have thought he would go and find himself a father figure? I have no desire to seek out a paternal figure myself. This situation is utterly absurd. We had originally agreed that once our brother graduated, we would embark on a business venture together. Yet now he hasn't even started his job and the company has already been acquired. How did that fellow manage to end up in such a predicament? However, he quickly shifted his tone. Furthermore, at first, I thought venturing into entrepreneurship would be challenging. It would be beneficial to have a friend to guide me. Yet, who could have anticipated that, before I knew it, I would already have so many companions by my side? He did not continue speaking but raised his wine cup, proclaiming loudly, "To our soon-to-be-formed pirate crew. To our soon-to-be-formed pirate crew." The clinking of cups resonated, and smiles illuminated every face, as if each individual glimpsed a resplendent future. At that moment, an irate voice suddenly pierced through the revelry. "What are you making such a racket for?" A burly man, intoxicated to the point of staggering, with a flushed visage, pointed accusatorily at them and spat. "You puny wretches, still dreaming of forming a pirate crew? Bah!" His brutish companions erupted in laughter, unleashing a torrent of foul language. Sensing the boldness that alcohol often bestows, the ragtag group, having consumed several rounds, could no longer tolerate such indignation and retaliated with shouts of their own. However, apart from Akin, the rest of As company lacked the finesse of seasoned pirates, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage in the exchange of insults. As, with determination, downed a hearty gulp, slammed his wooden cup onto the table, rolled up his sleeves, and declared loudly, "Let us teach them a lesson." In an instant, both factions bared their arms and plunged into a fray. The other pirates at the tables gathered around, forming a circle, eagerly cheering on both sides. Occasionally, a couple of unsuspecting bystanders were swept into the chaos, receiving a thorough thrashing, while their companions merely laughed, showing no inclination to assist. Thus, the brawl escalated from a two-sided skirmish to a multifaceted melee, culminating in a full-blown riot across the entire second floor. When exhaustion struck, combatants would retreat to the tables for a swig of drink or a morsel of meat before rejoining the fray, until identities blurred and all that remained was a primal urge to strike at anything that moved. The tumult continued unabated until dawn. The floor of the second level nearly carpeted with fallen pirates, the air thick with the cacophony of snoring. The last to succumb was Akin, a master of physical prowess who had enjoyed a distinct advantage, yet even he bore the marks of the night's altercations, his face bruised and battered. Nevertheless, as the champion of the tavern's brawl, the staff kindly arranged transportation, ensuring that As and his companions, along with their belongings, were returned to their lodgings, even providing complimentary medical services. When As and his entourage, bandaged and weary, awoke once more, the afternoon sun had already risen high. Hardly had they regained consciousness when an unexpected visitor arrived. On the grass beside the pool, a member of the Longhand tribe named Daika knelt in a traditional Japanese seiza posture, trembling as he recounted the unforeseen events of the auction. As, seated in a chair with a furrowed brow, rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the throbbing headache left by the previous night's indulgence. Daika's quavering voice reached his ears like an incomprehensible scripture, intensifying the discomfort in his head. His complexion grew increasingly frigid. Finally, he gently tapped his head, a spark of fire igniting in his eyes, and he became fully alert. Before he could unleash his fury, Akin stepped forward, weapon poised against Dake's temple. "Lost it? Dake, are you jesting?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes veined with blood. Unlike Sui, who was quite extravagant, Ajin typically refrained from utilizing As initial fire to heal injuries that did not significantly affect him. At this moment, however, the throbbing headache from his hangover, coupled with the sudden influx of distressing news, clearly overwhelmed his composure. As the two suited bodyguards accompanying Daika moved to advance, the 5 miscellaneous fish stood ominously in their path, obstructing their way. Clearly, if today's matter was mishandled, neither Daika nor the two of them could hope to leave this place upright. Ajin, let him go. Jing's voice, somewhat hoarse, resonated from behind. Ajin lowered his weapon and stepped aside. Even upon regaining his clarity, Jing continued to press his temples, exhibiting a visage of excruciating headache. As if the news delivered by Daika was no less burdensome than his previous intoxication. Repeat that. Daika's voice drifted from the front. The sliding fruit was lost. Is that so? The sliding fruit was lost, just yesterday afternoon. The guard reported. Throughout the entire ordeal, there were no anomalies detected. The surveillance in the warehouse flickered for 2 seconds, and the crates containing the fruit vanished. Not a single trace was left at the scene. When Daika learned of this incident, he felt as though his very soul had been stripped away. Yet, after dispatching a search party, he mustered the courage to come to Jing's residence, hoping to seek understanding from him. Now, he was beginning to regret his decision. Despite the sun shining brightly, Daika trembled incessantly, as though he could sense a chilling frost coursing through his veins. It felt as if countless sharp blades were gliding across his skin, particularly around his neck, where he felt that merely lifting his head would bring him into contact with a frigid edge. Jing, sir, Daika cried out. It is my negligence. I will do everything in my power to recover the sliding fruit. Recover the sliding fruit? Jing scoffed. Let us not even discuss whether the thief has consumed it. Even if it remains on Turtle Island, how do you intend to find it? Tortuga Island is rife with pirates and underworld figures. It would be a rare occurrence to find even a single innocent soul. Conduct a large-scale search in this place? Does your extraordinary auction house possess such capabilities? Are you treating me as a child to be coaxed? Jing approached Daika step by step, crouching down, his tone laced with a chilling calmness. Daika immediately trembled like a leaf in the wind. No, it's not like that. But before he could finish, he suddenly felt the pressure lift, and even the sunlight warming his skin became pleasant. A pair of warm hands rested on his shoulders, gently aiding him to rise. Jing smiled warmly, as if the murderous intent from moments ago had merely been a figment of imagination. Daika looked up in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. He then heard Jing speak in a gentle tone. I understand now. Mr. Daika, you must be here to discuss how to compensate for our losses. Am I correct? He grasped Daika's hand warmly, reminiscent of a seasoned official visiting the countryside. I apologize. My earlier reaction was rather impulsive. Mr. Daika, are you prepared to compensate several 100 million belly? Thud. Before he could regain his footing, Daika fell to his knees once more, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Lord Mojing. He struck his head forcefully against the ground. I truly cannot afford such a vast compensation, although the auction house could potentially provide the amount. Should the higher-ups discover that he had misappropriated the funds to rectify his own error, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Daika was acutely aware of the ruthless dynamics within the Don Quixote family. The grass was gradually being dented by his repeated blows. Yet, Mojing remained impassively indifferent. So, Mr. Daika, you have lost my belongings and do not intend to compensate me, merely coming to inform me? A note of confusion laced Mojing's voice from above. Was this the tyranny of the Don Quixote family? In an instant, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Daika. That piercing gaze seemed capable of cleaving him in two. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had already met his demise. The sound of a drawn blade echoed ominously, as if it were scraping against his bones. Slowly inching towards his throat, he is even struggling to breathe. He will perish. If he does not take action soon, he will certainly meet his demise here, without waiting for his family's vengeance. At this moment, an instinctive alarm blared in his mind. I can make amends. Daika screamed, his back drenched in sweat. Yet he dared not raise his gaze. The silence lingered. After a prolonged pause, the icy voice of Jing resonated from above. Speak. The exquisitely crafted crimson-scaled blade embedded itself into the grass beside Daika's neck, its edge ominously directed towards him. It was clear that if the price he offered failed to satisfy Jing, the blade would swiftly sever his head. You are here for the auction as well. Lord Jing, Daika spoke rapidly. I can procure the item you desire. Something not even on the list. A blade. His mind surprisingly sharpened in this moment. Do you not wish for a superior sword? I have a way to obtain a fine, swift blade. A fine, swift blade? Jing's voice bore a hint of surprise. The fine swift blade is rated at 50 craftsmanship, the great swift blade at 21, and the supreme great swift blade at 12. Such globally limited treasures are deemed to be of equal value to the fabled devil fruits. Furthermore, due to the peculiarities of this world's grand line, these magnificent swords predominantly remain with the powerful, with only a scant few scattered across the seas. Jing now harbored doubts, pondering whether the blade he had previously wielded, the relic of Baeduo, was indeed a fine swift blade. However, he was uncertain if it had been recorded in the East Sea. Acquiring such a remarkable item is no simple feat, are you certain? Jing inquired skeptically. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Daika quickly replied, of course. With my connections and resources, I can undoubtedly procure a fine swift blade. But that is still insufficient, Daika. Jing lamented. Do you comprehend my meaning? Merely having a fine swift blade at the auction will not suffice to compensate for the loss of the slippery fruit. After all, the slippery fruit is worth millions and may very well exceed that. Daika understood this truth as well, and at that moment, he could only muster the courage to say, whatever else you require, please state it. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall obtain it. The network he built over years of running the auction house was his last bastion of hope. Raise your head, Mr. Daika. Jing withdrew his blade and returned to his seat. Daika lifted his head but still dared not meet Jing's gaze. I shall not make things difficult for you. After all, money exists solely for the purpose of acquisition. If one cannot purchase anything, money loses its significance. Jing spoke slowly. As long as you retrieve 2 items for me, the matter of the slippery fruit shall be settled. Please, my lord. First, a fine swift blade, a straight sword. Daika hesitated, yet upon seeing Jing's frigid gaze, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Among the renowned swift blades, straight swords are exceedingly rare. Although he knew the whereabouts of one, acquiring it would prove challenging. Yet, at this moment, he had no right to refuse. Second, the treasure tree atom. I am aware that it will appear at the auction in half a month, but I require double the quantity. Daika's head shot up once more. This demand exceeded his capabilities, for he was no underworld overlord, and how could he possess the authority to arbitrarily adjust the quantity of such prohibited items? However, as he locked eyes with Jing, he instinctively lowered his head. After a prolonged internal struggle, Daika clenched his fist and pounded the ground, gritting his teeth. Rest assured. My lord, your request shall be fulfilled. It was evident that he had resolved to take a stand. Jing's faint laughter echoed from the front. In that case, hurry and prepare, Mr. Daika. I hope our next meeting is not on the path of debt collection. Trust me, you would not wish for that day to come. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, Daika departed the residential area amidst the displeased gazes of the crew. As he walked the streets, he was no longer the humble figure he once was. Damn it! His gaze darkened as he spoke. Lord Daika? Questioned the bodyguard behind him, puzzled. Previously, they had the capability to breach the blockade of the 5 miscellaneous fish, but Daika had warned them early on against acting recklessly. It was not them. At that moment, Daika clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with gloom. It was not these rascals who had stolen the slippery fruit. The instant he received the news, his first suspicion fell upon Jing and his entourage. After all, similar incidents had occurred in the past. They would first present a precious treasure, then steal it themselves, extorting the auction house before relocating to commit further crimes. The enigmatic nature of the devil fruits has rendered this world rife with uncertainties. However, judging by the other party's recent behavior and their whereabouts from yesterday, they were indeed unrelated to this incident. Yet, this only propelled the situation towards the most disastrous outcome. Due to his negligence, the devil fruit had truly been stolen. He must not let anyone above know. He clenched his teeth, his eyes reddened, embodying a figure pushed to the edge. Behind him, one of the bodyguards slightly lifted his head, a flicker of unusual light passing through his gaze. Simultaneously, within the residential area, on New Year's Eve, Chao Ping hurriedly returned to the lawn, addressing Jing. Captain, they've left. Amidst the gloomy expressions of the crew, Jing, with a stern countenance, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, covering his face. His laughter echoed above the lawn, leaving the crew somewhat bewildered. As his laughter subsided, Garfield, seizing the moment, complained, Captain, how can you laugh at a time like this? The spirited young woman appeared genuinely distressed. In her eyes, a fine sword and a batch of shipbuilding materials, even if presented to them directly, would pale in comparison to the value of the smooth fruit. That was worth hundreds of millions. As a woman, she could hardly fathom the frenzy that noblemen yearning for beauty would exhibit towards such a fruit. In truth, this was indeed the case. Typically, a fine sword would only fetch around 10 million berries, and unless it possessed extraordinary renown or exceptional value, it would not exceed 100 million. Furthermore, the precious atom would require to construct a 50-meter, three-masted sailing ship would amount to no more than 200 million berries. Combined, these two assets would scarcely rival the worth of the smooth fruit. However, when the auction house willingly presented an opportunity for extortion, why not laugh? Jing rested his elbow on the armrest of his seat, propping his face, the smile still lingering on his features. But we lost the smooth fruit, Garfield lamented. She simply could not comprehend what the captain was thinking. Jing gently shook his finger. Who says we've lost it? Nearby, Eden, who had just climbed onto a stool, brightened with admiration as he gazed at Jing. Captain, did you steal it back? Thud. Eden grimaced, clutching his swollen head. Jing casually retracted the hilt of his sword. He provided little explanation, rising to don a gray-white trench coat, with a vendetta slung at his waist. After stretching his limbs, he led the group outside. Captain, where are we headed? Garfidel inquired as he trailed closely beside Jing, retreating slightly to pose the question. Naturally. We are going to see which generous brother has bestowed upon me such an extravagant gift. Upon exiting, they followed the throng downwards. With his innate perception of the slippery fruit, Jing guided his companions through a labyrinth of winding paths, gradually steering them into a more secluded area. After half an hour, they arrived at a location resembling a quaint fishing village on the far side of the island. At this point, it was increasingly rare to encounter any pedestrians. The air was filled with the sounds of insects and birds, yet the human presence was notably absent. The only indication of a connection to the black market was the haphazardly constructed houses, which adhered to the black market's distinctive style. The walls bore large gaps, rendering them ineffectual against the wind and rain, and many structures appeared to be hastily erected wooden shacks, seemingly designed for the convenience of fishing expeditions. Compared to the dilapidated wooden edifices of the black market, the only advantage here seemed to be the relatively newer timber. This suggested that the village had not been in existence for long. Jing found it hard to fathom that someone capable of pilfering the slippery fruit from the auction house would reside in such a dilapidated locale. Such a place was hardly reliable for concealing anything. Surrounding the houses, wooden frames were laden with fishing nets and fish skins. Even before approaching, a potent odor of fish wafted through the air. As Jing and his companions entered, they finally encountered people, some missing limbs, others visibly afflicted by severe ailments. Their bodies swarming with flies, lying listlessly by the roadside, on the brink of death. Most of them remained motionless, their occasional eye movements the sole indication of their continued existence. Along the muddy path, a myriad of vacant gazes from the dilapidated wooden shacks fixated upon this unwelcome group of intruders. The mixed company appeared somewhat out of place. Even Akin furrowed his brow in discomfort. He softly explained to the others that these individuals were those discarded after being drained of their worth by this black market. Some of them were once extravagant gamblers, while others were pirates whose dreams had crumbled, now captured and reduced to slaves by those who salvaged them. Many were ensnared by usurious debts, unable to repay, and thus compelled to partake in the bloody games of the underworld. If the outside world represents the glamorous facade of the black market, this place embodies its repugnant essence. In this regard, the black market has never bothered to conceal the law of the jungle. After all, isn't it the pursuit of those who arrive here to have the winners take all? Therefore, the price paid for such endeavors must certainly be deemed justifiable. Amidst the oppressive silence, Jing and a few companions stood before a small wooden cabin and knocked on the door. No response was given. He was about to attempt to push the door when a deep, resonant voice emerged from the shadows nearby. Hey, what are you planning to do? From the obscured corner, a tall, robust figure slowly rose, resembling a monster lurking in the darkness. When still, he appeared as unremarkable as stone, until he bared his fangs, unleashing a menacing aura that enveloped the air. Do not approach that room. Keep your distance, do you hear me? It was evident that this muscular man was seething with anger. The mere act of Jing and his companions standing before the door seemed sufficient to provoke his wrath. It was utterly perplexing. Jing furrowed his brow slightly. He recognized the man from the previous day at a quaint tavern, where Akin had confronted the Tulip pirate crew. While exchanging intelligence with the gray-headed albatross, he noticed that aside from the bartender, there was indeed another individual present. This fellow had been quietly nursing his drink, utterly indifferent to the chaos that surrounded him. His remarkable eccentricity caught Imojing's attention, prompting him to glance at him a couple of times. Unexpectedly, they had crossed paths again today. Was it fate? Imojing's gaze swept over the robust man's chiseled jaw and the modified forearm wielding an exaggerated steel great axe, and he instinctively withdrew his hand. "What shall I call you?" he inquired. Typically, those who frequented the tavern were individuals of notable distinction. The fact that this man was seated there, imbibing, suggested he was no ordinary character. Imojing signaled to the group of misfits, who promptly dispersed to various positions, subtly encircling the wooden establishment. The burly man, however, showed no reaction to their movements. Instead, he appeared exceedingly irate at Imojing's question. "What do you mean? What shall I call you? You don't even know who I am? What is my name?" He clutched his head, his voice growing increasingly frantic. But in the next moment, he halted his movements, and his entire demeanor returned to a state of tranquility. He let his arms hang down and spoke calmly. "Greetings. I am the pirate Monka, who has served as a naval captain for 3 years. His voice was mechanical and monotonous, devoid of any inflection, resembling a leader compelled to recite a script. Even Akin sensed something amiss. "Captain, something feels off," he murmured, already gripping his weapon. In the unpredictable world of the Pirate King, where anything could transpire, the inhabitants had long grown accustomed to various anomalies. Yet, Monka's abrupt transformation was too jarring, raising suspicions in their hearts. As a traveler from another realm, Imojing immediately discerned the underlying issue. A multitude of hypotheses surged through his mind. Modification? Hypnosis? Or perhaps, merely a peculiar habit cultivated in the world of pirates. Such possibilities were not entirely out of the question. Nevertheless, these considerations were of little consequence. Imojing shook his hand, and a figure darted past him, for Akin was about to take action. The sounds of a fierce skirmish erupted, prompting Imojing to turn away, no longer focusing on the two. He adjusted the vengeful weapon at his waist to a comfortable position, disregarding the furious shouts urging him to stay away from that room. He pushed open the wooden door, surveyed the surroundings, and stepped inside. The furnishings within took Imojing by surprise. Although they consisted of merely rudimentary wooden tables and stools, they were arranged with meticulous order. On the shelves lay an assortment of finely ground herbs, and the space was impeccably clean. The drafts were blocked by wooden boards, and beneath the windowsill rested 3 pots of vibrant green plants. In the corner, a bamboo basket held a collection of worn toys, while old cards and posters adorned the walls, bestowing a touch of warmth to the room. It was hardly the kind of decor one would expect from the rugged figure of Colonel Munka. Rather, it resembled a girl's sanctuary. Imojing took in the scene and reached his conclusion. A tremendous commotion erupted from outside, as the former Colonel Munka resisted fiercely. However, Imojing felt no concern whatsoever. He felt quite assured about Akin's abilities, although this fellow had always been on the receiving end during their sparring sessions. He was undeniably a rare talent in the East Sea. In terms of physical prowess alone, he lacked confidence in overcoming his opponent. Recalling his thoughts, Imojing surveyed the surroundings and proceeded towards the inner room. It must be said that this chamber offered an unexpected delight, akin to discovering a resplendent restroom within an aging school building. The seemingly humble wooden structure had been meticulously partitioned into 2 sections, with the inner area concealed by a drooping beaded curtain. Imojing cautiously lifted the curtain with his knife, ensuring there were no traps before stepping inside. Upon noticing the creature sprawled on the wooden bed beside the curtain, he was utterly stunned. A cat, lying on the bed. Imojing had certainly encountered cats lounging on beds before. After all, during his 5 years as a cat enthusiast prior to his journey, he had become accustomed to their various eccentricities. However, he had never witnessed a cat reclining on a bed in a manner so reminiscent of human posture. No, wait. Imojing quickly registered the dissonance. It was not that the cat was mimicking a human pose. Rather, the cat resembled a human. From the indentations in the bedding, it was evident that its body structure had adapted to a bipedal form. If one were to obscure its fluffy head, anyone might mistake the figure on the bed for a woman. At that moment, Imojing couldn't help but marvel once more at the wondrous world of One Piece. What was this? A cat girl? The thin bedding outlined tantalizing curves, revealing a head slightly smaller than that of a human, fluffy yet somewhat delicate and charming, exuding an unusual allure. One couldn't help but feel an urge to pet it. Yet, Imojing restrained himself. Thankfully, he was not one to succumb to such temptations. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. He noticed the peculiar expression on the cat girl's face, seemingly filled with anguish, her brow slightly furrowed. Even the tremendous clamor outside failed to rouse her from her slumber.墨荆raised a finger, and a crimson flame flickered to life at its tip, dancing gracefully. He gently pressed the initial flame against the cat girl's forehead. Whoosh! The flame extinguished.墨荆furrowed his brows slightly. This cat girl was on the brink of death. Such was the judgment rendered by the initial flame. The moment the flicker entered her body, it was neutralized, dissipating completely.墨荆could sense something densely concealed within her flesh and marrow, gradually devouring this body. In such a state, the prospect of stealing the devil fruit from the auction house seemed utterly implausible. Even awakening to utter a word would likely prove exceedingly arduous. However,墨荆bent down, rummaging beneath the bed for a moment before retrieving a meticulously sealed, exquisite iron box. The emblem of the auction house was prominently displayed on its surface. Inside lay the slippery fruit. Such a Navi style of concealment seemed to whisper to him that beneath a mother's bed was the safest sanctuary. A flicker of tenderness danced in Imogen's eyes, reminiscent of the Norwegian forest Ketty once cared for, large in stature yet timid in nature. It would burrow into his embrace at the slightest fright, often bringing various trophies to his bed. He wondered if that little creature missed him after he had entered this world. Surely, if his mother continued to provide it with delectable cat food, it would forget him entirely. Imogen chuckled softly, shaking his head, and then glanced up at the colorful cards adorning the room and the scattered toys at the foot of the bed. He could almost envision the appearance of the little thief. A small cat, perhaps? Imogen's lips curled into a gentle smile. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the doorway, and through the curtain, he caught sight of a djinn's figure. He dragged a fainted giant, and who else could it be but Monka? Imogen emerged from the inner room, calling in the meddlesome onlookers outside and assigning them tasks. He was quite experienced in the art of feline capture. As dusk fell, the lights of Tortuga Island flickered to life, heralding the most boisterous moments of the black market. Meanwhile, on the other side, far from the glow, the cold and silent fishing village gradually succumbed to darkness. A few feeble lights glimmered through the humble wooden shacks. The sea breeze stirred, rustling the surrounding trees. A small figure cloaked in a cape darted through the woods, nimble and agile, leaping over streams, dodging branches, and soaring through the gaps of the enormous poisonous spider's web, giving the spider a playful poke in the belly as it skillfully landed on the smooth pebbles, bouncing away and leaving behind a tiny plum blossom imprint. This was its unique path, a secret route known only to it. Every day, Dolly would return to the fishing village from here, slipping back home unnoticed by the villagers. To this day, the disfigured inhabitants remained oblivious to the existence of a peculiar little house hidden among them. All thanks to her. In truth, Dolly did not wish to live in hiding like a timid mouse, but her mother had warned her that while the fur tribe cherished humans, some humans did not reciprocate that affection. Despite the despairing appearance of the disabled townsfolk, should she reveal herself here, she would surely be captured and sold. Since her birth, she had resided on Tortuga Island, fully aware of humanity's treachery and ugliness. Lost in thought, Dolly suddenly halted, gracefully leaping onto a tree trunk. Peering through the dense foliage, she spotted a swaying figure meandering ahead. Dolly recognized this individual, who lived not far from her home, once a gambler. He had lost a hand and a foot to his vices, now reduced to his current state. He survived by drinking daily. In the past, when this man was near starvation, Dolly had stealthily delivered him a few fruits, which led him to frequent the same spot waiting for her offerings. The mere thought of him sitting there foolishly waiting for fruit made Dolly squint her eyes, unable to suppress a grin. Yet, to avoid making noise, she covered her mouth with her paw. The man was intoxicated again. It seemed she would have to alter her route. Contemplating, Dolly nimbly leaped to another branch, skillfully weaving between the trunks. However, she soon found herself astonished. An astonishing number of people were wandering outside the village today. Those who previously only stirred with their eyes had now ventured out. Many once safe secret paths had become perilous. Could something have happened in the village? Anxiety gripped Dolly's heart. Had her mother been discovered? That was the only thought that raced through her mind. After all, Monka, the big fool, was supposed to be on guard. Could it be that these people were here to capture her? It was then that Dolly noticed many of them wielding fishing nets and sticks. Her mind was in disarray. Ultimately, Dolly resolved to return home. She had to take a glance, navigating around the wooden shacks of the fishing village. She arrived beneath a large tree directly behind her own wooden house. Although the fur tribe had blocked all her secret paths, She still possessed the most clandestine yet perilous route home. It involved leaping directly from the large tree onto the roof of her wooden house. Due to the considerable distance between the tree and the house, no ordinary person would even conceive of this route. But for Dolly, that distance was trivial. The true danger lay in the fact that it was a one-way path. Once she chose to enter through here, she would have to devise a means of exiting elsewhere. Yet at that moment, Dolly was unwilling to dwell on such thoughts. All she desired was to return home. Taking a few steps back, she gathered momentum and leaped. A live figure soared over the crescent moon, akin to the gentle breeze, landing softly upon the roof of the wooden house. The sloping roof, angled away from the village, concealed her perfectly. A flawless landing. Not a soul noticed. Dolly felt a surge of joy. She cautiously peered into the village. It seemed that everyone had gone outside to search for her, leaving the village somewhat tranquil, though not entirely so. A strange girl, clad in denim shorts and sporting pink hair, dashed around the village, rummaging here and there, unable to settle down. It was evident she was searching for her. Humph. Dolly, feeling triumphant, pinched her paw, silently declaring, Dolly could never be so easily caught. She withdrew her head, walking along the edge of the wooden planks. Just as she was about to leap down, her body stiffened. Below her, a man donned in square glasses, a white shirt tucked into brown slacks, resembling a teacher, sat perched atop a barrel. With one foot resting upon a wooden barrel, he held an ancient collection of poetry in his hands, illuminated by the flickering candlelight seeping from the house behind him. As Dolly observed him, the man's soft recitation reached her ears. Listen to the voice of the wandering minstrel. He now, in the past and future, perceives he is a man whose ears have already heard the sacred words, meandering through the ancient woods. A poem from years gone by. Do you cherish it as well, little cat? Shingsa gently raised his gaze and subtly adjusted his glasses. As the moonlight cast a cold glimmer upon the lenses. Snap! The book closed. With a deft motion, he drew forth the compact crossbow he had previously acquired from the weapon shop, raising it to squeeze the trigger. A swift whoosh resounded as a shadowy mass shot forth, unfurling like a vast net in midair, descending ominously towards Dolly. In a graceful leap, Dolly sprang forth, as elusive as a ghost, soaring onto the roof of another wooden cabin before Xing Sa could even ready his crossbow. Yet, before she could revel in her escape, Xing Sa's voice erupted behind her. It's over here, on the roof. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure, exuding an aura of danger and wielding peculiar weapons, clambered up the side of the cabin. The moment Dolly laid eyes on the man, her pupils constricted in terror. Danger. Her acute senses inundated her mind with a cacophony of ominous warnings. Every hair on her tiny body stood on end, her cloak puffed up as if caught in a gale. Fortunately, the dim twilight afforded her some cover, allowing the strange man only a fleeting glance before he pinpointed her location and lunged forward with astonishing speed, an entirely different caliber than the previous pursuer. Without a moment's hesitation, Dolly sprang into action. She darted to the edge, rolled across the wooden planks, and nimbly descended the cabin, racing towards the village. A series of resounding thuds echoed behind her. Cautiously navigating the shadows, Dolly had yet to catch her breath when a chorus of exuberant high-pitched squeals erupted nearby. Oh. The pink-haired girl, who had been scurrying about the village in oversized gloves, crouched nearby, her eyes sparkling with delight. Dolly was startled by the sudden cacophony, her fur bristling once more as she let out a startled meow, her feet slipping as she dashed towards the village entrance, tears welling in her eyes. How terrifying. The village was utterly dreadful. Mama, save me, she cried. Whoosh. Another massive net soared through the air. Dolly deftly veered, racing towards an alternate exit from the village. Yet, this route proved perilous as well. Just as she darted into a narrow alley, a figure, towering over her by a head, leapt from behind a wooden barrel. Grinning maniacally, I've been waiting for you. He lunged at her. Dolly's fur bristled yet again, with no avenue for escape. She could only emit a shrill meow as she careened through the air, colliding squarely with the face of a golden-haired boy, whose surprise quickly morphed into dread. Thud! Eden toppled backward, and in the chaos, Dolly, clinging to his face, kicked frantically, leaving a flurry of paw prints upon his visage as he fell to the ground. The sounds of her relentless pursuers echoed ominously behind her, and Dolly dared not glance back as she fled with all her might. Fortunately, the exit lay ahead. And overwhelmed by fear, Dolly dashed toward the dark embrace of the forest, her heart racing with relief. As long as she entered the woods, she would be safe. But alas, a large net cascaded down from the alley's mouth, sealing off her escape. On the rooftop, a plump figure, previously unnoticed, sprang forth, casting the net with a wicked grin curling upon his lips. In that instant, Dolly's expression froze in horror. Like a small lead ball, she plummeted into the net, ensnared. The rotund figure descended with agility, swiftly gathering the net. Behind, the relentless throng of pursuers closed in. Dolly struggled fiercely, her tiny paws grasping at the net, gnawing desperately at the ropes, but her strength proved insufficient. At merely 3 years old, she was far too small, gazing longingly at the nearby dark forest. Despair began to creep into Dolly's heart as she realized her inevitable failure. Fear, anxiety, and trepidation tangled her thoughts in disarray. In that moment, she yearned to see her mother once more, thinking, surely, I am but dreaming. If only I could fall asleep in her embrace, I would be spared these nightmares. As the footsteps encroached closer, she trembled within the net, fearfully shutting her eyes. In a blurred haze, she glimpsed the drunken man staggering back, clutching the net, followed by villagers armed with rudimentary weapons, returning one by one. The hunt had come to an end. They must deeply regret capturing their own, rather than the intended targets. Dolly, however, harbors no remorse for the years spent aiding these individuals. It relishes their bewildered expressions and their startled reactions, finding amusement even in their furtive antics. Although the years have been fraught with hardship, the joyful moments are akin to cherished toys at home, each one easily counted and savored for an extended time. These memories are its treasures. It muses that it must be the happiest little cat in the world. Dolly lay curled quietly in the net, appearing lifeless. Suddenly, it felt the net slacken. An exasperated voice nearby exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Followed by the sounds of shoving and falling. Dolly opened its eyes in astonishment, witnessing a disfigured drunkard, resembling a limbless octopus, tightly clutching a slightly plump figure and pinning them to the ground. One hand lifted it and hurled it forcefully toward the forest. "Run, little cat!" The drunkard shouted in fury, "Do not return." Amidst the flames, the disfigured villagers roared, brandishing their weapons like a monstrous army surging toward the alleyway. Occasionally, someone soared high into the air, yet not a single soul faltered. Dolly tumbled through the air, transfixed by the scene, tears welling in its eyes before it even realized. It landed gracefully, unable to contain its sorrow any longer, bursting into tears as it ran toward the forest. Indeed, having lived here with its mother for 2 years, how could they not have left a trace? It was the villagers who had concealed them. In this perilous black market, they had safeguarded this flicker of light. Ajin, accompanied by an assortment of misfits, watched with a headache as this fervent group of disabled individuals stirred with unexpected vitality. How had he failed to notice their energy during the day? He had previously heard the captain speak of certain individuals who, lacking the vitality to read during the day, found themselves invigorated at night, when all others succumbed to slumber. These diligent souls would immerse themselves in their books with remarkable fervor. Once skeptical, he now found himself a believer. He gazed at the inebriated figure sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered, and inquired with a perplexed expression, "Why did you choose to rescue that weaselkin?" A single weasel, regardless of its fur, commands a starting price of 700,000 berries at auction. For those who have been thoroughly exploited by the black market, this sum is indeed substantial. Even if they had approached with the intent to rob, Akin could have comprehended their motives, but allowing the creature to escape left him bewildered. The individuals present in this locale were predominantly the most irredeemable scoundrels, not the benevolent sort. The drunken man on the ground erupted into laughter, regarding Akin with palpable disdain. "Someone like you has surely never encountered the depths of despair in life." He spat out a mouthful of blood and continued to laugh heartily. "We are all doomed, fools. Look at us. Behold our condition. This village harbors no hope. Everyone is merely awaiting death." It seemed he had exerted himself too much, and after a fit of violent gasping, he softly murmured, "Hiki, but that child is different. So small, so solitary, always too afraid to present themselves before us. Yet they strive so earnestly to survive. Have you ever witnessed light?" A profound sense of indescribable joy and yearning suddenly blossomed on the face of the drunken man. He lay in the mud, much like countless times before when intoxicated, yet wore a satisfied smile upon his face. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, "When you are on the brink of death, reflecting upon your wretched and sordid existence, you may find yourself questioning the very essence of life, yearning for a merciful end. Yet, at that moment, a faint and fragile glimmer of light cautiously emerges by your side. From that instant, I understood why my grotesque life has not yet reached its conclusion." He paused for a moment, gazing at Ajin with a sense of pity. "A person like you will likely never comprehend this in your lifetime." He burst into laughter, menacingly declaring, Unless I am dead, none of you butchers shall pursue her. Akainu gazed at him for a moment before shaking his head. I'm afraid you cannot stop me. With that, he leapt fiercely onto the roof, chasing after the direction in which the little cat had vanished. Don't let him get away, the drunken man shouted from behind. The crowd surged forward. Meanwhile, hidden among the trees, Dolly observed the scattered torches in the dense forest. Wiping away her tears, she retraced her steps back to the large tree from before. Her resolute gaze fell upon the quiet wooden cabin that loomed in the night. Deep down, she knew escape was not an option. She had to return home to take a look. During her previous flight, she had not seen the foolish Monka. Perhaps he had rescued her mother? She consoled herself with this thought. Gathering her resolve, she took a few steps back, gained momentum, and leaped gracefully onto the rooftop. This time, Dolly carefully surveyed her surroundings, ensuring that no one remained in the village before gently descending from the roof. At the back of the house, she discovered a concealed cat hole and quietly crawled inside. Silently pushing aside the wooden planks above her, she peered around and crawled beneath a cabinet into the house. Inside, all was eerily silent. No one. Dolly felt a flicker of confusion. Yet, she was soon drawn in by the familiar scent of her mother, her face lighting up with surprise. Mother is still here. She eagerly dashed toward the inner room, lifting the curtain. However, her expression gradually stiffened. In a corner, hidden from her view, a man clad in a gray robe, exuding a gentle demeanor, sat on a stool beside her mother's bed, engrossed in a stolen children's art book. A long sword leaned against the chair's back, and at his feet rested the box containing the devil's fruit that she had just stolen not long ago. Noticing her presence, the man set down the book, lifted his gaze to Dolly, and greeted her with an odd smile. Oh, little cat, good evening. Dolly turned to flee, but his next words compelled her to halt. You wouldn't want your mother to fall into my hands, would you? Jing remarked playfully. Furious, Dolly spun around, removing her hood and baring her teeth at Jing. What do you want, meow? Jing's eyes brightened as he scrutinized the contours of her face, her paws, and the patterns on her body, exclaiming, a black-footed cat? Dolly was taken aback, her tail standing on end. How do you know, meow? Her mother had told her that they belonged to the black-footed fur branch among the fur tribe, but this was the first time an outsider had recognized her. I have quite a study on cats. Jing replied with a smile, appearing to revel in the conversation. However, Dolly had no desire to engage. A study on cats? A series of dark and bloody images flashed in her mind. The cold dissection table, the bloodied wooden frame, the fur stained with blood made her shiver. Instantly, she withdrew a small dagger from her cloak, trembling as she pointed it at Jing. What do you want, meow? No matter your methods, I shall never surrender. Jing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze scanning her curiously as if grasping something profound, and he nodded. In that case, you must experience my prowess. He slowly rose, flexing his wrist, and grasped the weapon behind him with a chilling gaze. In an instant, Dory's fur bristled with alarm. Half a minute later, Dory lay comfortably across Jing's lap, exuding an air of utter resignation to her feline fate. Her paws instinctively kneaded the air. You, the hairless one, purrs so well. Yet you possess a remarkable talent for massage, Dory murmured, her senses dulled in blissful appreciation. Jing skillfully scratched and kneaded the little cat's head, saying, Indeed. I have served my master for 5 years with not a single complaint. He smiled slightly and said, It's merely a case of a little kitten blissfully divulging everything. The kitten, named Dolly, belongs to the black-footed feline breed. Her mother, tragically, departed from Zoo, only to be captured by human traffickers and sold to the East Sea. Later, amidst a chaotic naval battle, she was rescued by a pirate crew. The captain of that crew eventually became Dolly's father. Unfortunately, shortly after Dolly's conception, her father perished in an attack by another pirate crew. Her mother, poisoned during that assault, was left with little time to live. The marauding pirates captured Dolly's mother, intending to sell her at Tortuga Island, but before they could reach the shore, they were caught in a crossfire between 2 rival pirate crews, resulting in their demise. Only Dolly's mother managed to escape, swimming to Tortuga Island, where she settled in a small fishing village and gave birth to Dolly under dire circumstances. Now, this little one is already 3 years old. However, as she grows, her mother's illness worsens, and she struggles to maintain consciousness. In a desperate bid to cure her mother, little Dolly must risk stealing a devil fruit from the auction house to purchase a miraculous medicine from the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro. Upon hearing this, Jing paused slightly in his actions. The Black Cat Pirates? Wishing everyone a happy new year in advance. Originally, this chapter was meant to reflect on 2022. But as everyone knows, this book only commenced at the year's end, so there isn't much to review. Nevertheless, it would be a waste to dedicate an entire chapter to merely wishing a happy new year. Thus, I shall take this opportunity to discuss the book's setting and the current stage of development. First, I must reflect on my shortcomings. Not having a backlog and deviating from the outline are the two most foolish decisions I have made since starting this book. After all, I am a novice writer, I am convinced of this, and lack the prowess and experience of established authors. The absence of a backlog and deviation from the outline directly impacts the quality of my chapters. I find it quite intolerable to write a chapter that does not evoke the desired emotions, especially in the early stages. For instance, as per the original plan, the storyline from Dali to the introduction of the Black Cat Pirates was meant to be resolved in one chapter, but I could not restrain my urge to experiment, and my mind started to wander off the plot. In fact, I have begun to regret what I've written, as it falls short of my expectations, injecting sentimentality where it ought not to exist, leaving no room for the protagonist to shine. I'm still quite dissatisfied with it. However, without a backlog, I could not make changes in time. It is better to serve an imperfect dish than to leave the diners hungry. At times, I contemplate deleting and rewriting the recent chapters, but that seems unrealistic. The only good news is that I have managed to realign the outline. Haha, at least I won't have to rewrite the outline. Moving forward, I will likely continue to explore different writing styles, as I aspire to provide everyone with a more refined reading experience while also seeking to discover my own writing voice. However, I intend to accelerate the plot since the protagonist is exceptionally strong. It would be rather embarrassing if they hadn't left the East Sea before the official release. I hope that after tonight, I can successfully accumulate a backlog. I leave it in your capable hands, dear keyboard. Having concluded my reflections, let us delve into some narrative and setting details. 1. Regarding Ace, this has sparked considerable debate. I couldn't resist sharing my thoughts, but as the readers now know, they will not head straight to the New World to join the Whitebeard crew. Moreover, given the relationship between As-墨荆and Ace, they will undoubtedly participate in the Marineford War to rescue him. However, whether they succeed remains uncertain. 2. The 5 fishes are fellow friends, as I mentioned in my posts. Their strength will depend on drawing cards and events from me. A non-lucky player cannot grow stronger. Nonetheless, their foundational strength will keep pace and not lag too far behind. Soon, I will arrange for devil fruits as well, so please rest assured. Of course, if anyone feels a character's design is unsatisfactory and wishes to eliminate them, they are welcome to create a post for voting. I assure you, the decision will be decisive. 3. The protagonist's primary development focus will naturally be swordsmanship. However, later on, there will be a devil fruit. Though not one of the most powerful, it will mainly address some lingering issues, the outline. It would be impolite to elaborate further. 4. There are several alternative names for the pirate crew, but I remain dissatisfied with all of them. If anyone has suggestions, feel free to voice them. 5. As for whether to eliminate Luffy, it is a sensitive matter. I can only say that it remains undecided and will depend on whether he obstructs the way. If the sole intention is to eliminate Luffy for the Nika fruit, I find that rather wasteful. After all, I personally do not favor that fruit. The whole notion of Japanese bloodlines is truly vexing. Therefore, my protagonist must rise from the ordinary and elegantly conquer everything. As-墨荆. My achievements today are solely due to my efforts. The soul forges, and I shall forge it. 6. Initially, I intended to include Reiju through Sanji's mentorship, but it appears most people are wary of the Straw Hat crew, and as it stands, that plan seems to have fallen through. 7. My uncontrollable left hand. Enough. I am already tired of Hancock and Nami. Enough. 8. Regarding Shirahoshi, there will be relevant plot lines, but she will not join. She takes up too much space and is unnecessary. As for the Sea Kings, the protagonist does not actually need them. Consider that a spoiler. 9. After a couple more minor storylines, we shall venture into the grand line. 10. Should anyone have questions, feel free to ask. I shall respond without spoiling anything. Lastly, if anyone has suggestions for this book, please feel free to share here. This is my first attempt at writing this type of fanfiction, and I am eager to learn. In conclusion, updates should remain consistent this month, and I hope this book brings joy to everyone. I am off to sleep now. Dear keyboard, the Black Cat Pirates? As-墨荆instinctively felt something was amiss, for the East Sea's notable pirate crews, as explained by Ajin, did not include this name. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the dire condition of the feline in his arms. There was no hope. Not even the initial flame could suffice. It is not that it cannot eradicate the illness. Rather, it cannot guarantee the person's survival while doing so, much like a fever. Imagining a gene scorched by the initial flame, Imogen feared that attempting to use it for treatment would likely lead to the other party succumbing immediately. And how could an obscure little pirate crew possess such a miraculous medicine? Imogen harbored significant doubts. How do you know they have the miraculous medicine? Imogen inquired of the cat in his arms. Dolly replied nonchalantly, they said so, meow. Imogen raised an eyebrow. You believe them just because they said so? So, you've been mingling in the black market for the past 2 years, have you? He tentatively inquired. What if I also possess it? How could that be? Dolly gazed at him with the expression reserved for the foolish. Why is it impossible? Does your pirate flag also feature 2 cat ears? Imogen fell silent. Indeed. One should never attempt to decipher the thoughts of a cat. In the brief span of their exchange, Dolly had emerged from his enchanting charm, no longer purring, and looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Meow, have I been deceived again? She asked softly. Perhaps, Imogen replied, gently scratching her chin. The world of pirates is replete with miracles. Perhaps that obscure fellow truly possesses healing abilities, albeit the odds are slim. Yet, this cat is remarkably easy to fool. Imogen observed Dolly in his arms. With just a simple massage, this little feline had lowered her guard. One could only wonder how many times she had been tricked over the years. Dolly's eyes gradually clouded, though she refrained from tears. After a while, she whispered to Imogen, I'm sorry for stealing your devil fruit. Imogen tenderly ruffled her head. I hold no grudge against you. In fact, I should thank you. The slippery fruit was lost at the auction house, and now it has returned to me, along with a little extortion from the auction house. It's as if I did nothing at all, yet they insist on bestowing benefits upon me. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such fortune. I will return the devil fruit to you, Dolly choked out. This signified that she had relinquished even that faint glimmer of hope. However, a peculiar light flickered in Imogen's eyes. Why would you return it to me? He whispered softly, as the kitten in his arms raised its head in confusion. If you did not offer it for trade, would the other party not be greatly disappointed? Imogen chuckled. Yet there was not a trace of warmth in his eyes. Perhaps the other party truly possessed a miraculous remedy? He too was eager to ascertain whether the 5 options presented during the last soul refinement were merely a stroke of luck, or if the devil fruit genuinely bestowed some enhancement upon the process. If it were indeed the fruit that conferred such benefits, he might have inadvertently stumbled upon an additional shortcut to augment the quality of refinement, though it would require some soul sacrifice. Contemplating this, Imogen's gaze deepened, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any glimmer, resembling the profound vortex at the center of the ring on his left palm. Ah, the soul. Just then, Dolly, overwhelmed with emotion, felt her vision blur with tears, and she shivered as if suddenly chilled. Simultaneously, within a seemingly dilapidated yet securely enclosed wooden cabin on the black market, a man clad in pirate attire sat before a speaking snail, covering his mouth as he whispered something. He was confirming the other party's understanding within the upscale residential area of the black market. Shortly thereafter, he hung up, and the rat-like whiskers on the speaking snail gradually vanished. After a moment of contemplation at the table, the man rose and approached the bedside, retrieving a leather case from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, he extracted a camera from a neatly arranged collection of tools, deftly adjusting it before capturing the crescent moon peeking through the gaps. Click. The moon, partially obscured by flowing clouds, was immortalized in the frame. As the thick clouds completely veiled the moon, the wind began to pick up. Under the darkened sky, it was an opportune moment to roll up the bedding and retire for the night. At this moment, on the edge of Tortuga Island, amidst the murky sea, an illicit transaction was unfolding. A flickering orange light illuminated the water's surface, rhythmically flashing with the undulation of the waves. A small shadow danced in and out of visibility beneath the glow. Soon, from the opposite darkness, a similar light emerged, pulsating in a synchronized manner. A tall, slender figure could be vaguely discerned. After confirming the signal, 2 orange lights gradually approached one another. Thud! 2 small fishing boats collided. You actually managed to steal it, came a slightly hoarse voice. The tall, lean man, dressed in a butler's suit and sporting round spectacles, had his black coat unfastened, with his tie hanging loosely as it fluttered in the breeze. Even in the presence of the diminutive Dolly, he held his head high, casting a haughty glance at the clumsily disguised fur tribe member. Where's the medicine? Dolly inquired, mustering her trait-specific tone, although she still sounded somewhat youthful. It was a marked improvement from her previous kittenish voice. The medicine? The man named Kilo paused, as if just recalling its existence. A peculiar smile began to curl at the corners of his lips as he spoke in a low tone. Ah yes, the medicine. Dolly, sensing trepidation, took 2 steps back. You don't mean to say you lack the medicine, do you? How foolish can you be? Do you still believe I truly possessed any medicine? Kilo mocked her. After a moment of silence beneath her small cloak, Dolly's voice emerged, tinged with a nasal quality. So, you have been deceiving me all along. The special medicine was a fabrication. Kilo regarded her coldly. No, the medicine is real. I have heard of such an antidote in the kingdom of Goya. But why would you think I would have it? Really? Dolly exclaimed with surprise. Kilo fell silent for 2 seconds, his expression gradually darkening, truly an incomprehensible fur tribe member. He adjusted his sliding glasses once more. If you're seeking medicine, do go ahead, if you can survive until that day. At some unknown moment, his hands had donned a pair of black clawed gloves, from which 10 slender, razor-sharp blades extended from his fingertips, resembling a terrifying nightmare. Beneath the orange glow of the light, they shimmered with a chilling gleam. A sinister smile emerged from between the claws. Dolly's small cloak instantly puffed up like a circle. In the next instant, 2 figures seemed to blur momentarily. The air was pierced by several sharp sounds of slicing wind. When clarity returned, the 2 had exchanged positions. Standing on each other's boats, countless undercurrents surged back, causing the 2 small vessels to rock violently. Both parties turned back in surprise. For the first time, Dolly encountered someone who could match her speed. Meanwhile, Clow was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that someone so evidently youthful could endure under his seemingly invincible shadowless steps. Truly, they were a remarkable breed. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. If he were on land, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue the opponent. However, alas. Clow turned to face Dolly, adjusting his glasses with a flick of his wrist, his tone chillingly cold. Alas, everything is precisely as I have planned. The creaking of the burdened floorboards echoed slowly from behind Dolly, causing her to widen her eyes in alarm, her head turning back as if rusted. In the darkness, a colossal pirate ship emerged like a spectral apparition, gliding forth. A frigid, triumphant smile crept across Clow's face as he delivered his final decree of doom to Dolly. You cannot escape now. For Clan. The surface of the sea fell into a profound silence. Only the hollow whispers of the wind could be heard, accompanied by a perplexed voice emanating from the pirate ship. Oh? The thick clouds were parted by the fierce wind, revealing the bright moon high in the sky. The massive pirate vessel, as if drawn from the shadows, gradually unveiled itself beneath the moonlight. At the bow, a singularly beautiful tulip bloomed quietly upon the dark sea. It was not the expected brachium. Clow's smile faded progressively as he gazed up along the ship's hull. The bright moon hung behind him, and atop the tall mast sat a slender figure, a long sword diagonally sheathed at his side, casting a pitch-black silhouette against the moon. Dolly leaped for joy. Mojing. I'm here. Her excitement caused her voice to revert to that of a playful kitten. With a light bound, she leapt onto the tulip, swiftly climbing the mast to join Mojing, placing her hands on her hips, gazing triumphantly at the silent Clow. Her tail wagged with delight. Mojing extended his hand, and Dolly placed the box containing the fruit into his palm. Clow silently observed this scene. I should have anticipated it. How could Tortuga Island possibly harbor such foolish cats? He adjusted his glasses, his expression devoid of emotion. It seems these 3 years have indeed dulled my senses. Aren't you worried? Mojing asked, intrigued by the man of such distinct temperament. The aura he exuded bore a resemblance to the fishy star, Sasa. Outwardly, he appeared to be an intellectual, a societal elite. Yet beneath the surface lay an entirely different persona. Yet he was more incisive and chilling than Sasa, emanating a commanding presence. Unlike Click's cunning and decisiveness, nor Alita's arrogance and vanity, his composed demeanor resembled an iceberg adrift at sea. The cold expression concealed an unfathomable depth of hidden strategies. Excitement began to gleam in Mojing's eyes. Pirates, how fascinating. The East Sea, once deemed devoid of interest, concealed such intriguing individuals. Worried? Why would I be? Clow replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Because that group of imbeciles was dealt with by you? He coldly remarked, if you cannot even manage the patrols, there is no need for you to take action. I shall personally execute them. Mojing could not help but applaud, exclaiming, what an unmitigated scoundrel. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. He rose from the mast, gently resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. A faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Clow. When I sever your head shortly, I trust my thoughts will be particularly clear. As the final words echoed, his silhouette leapt into the moonlight. The gray trench coat unfurled like a butterfly, gracefully spinning in the air. A silvery ribbon of blade was drawn from its sheath with his movement. Floating sky, vast sea, horizon flow. It seemed as though a long river was pulled forth from the scabbard. The sudden surge of blade energy descended with Jing's strike. Boom. Two small boats were obliterated in an instant. Colossal waves surged forth, only to be swallowed by the dark ocean. Even the massive tulip ship swayed slightly amidst the tumultuous waters. Since ascending to the rank of swordsmanship master, Jing's most significant advancement lay in the utilization and control of blade energy. Now, with a full-force strike, he was capable of effortlessly severing a single-masted sailboat measuring over 10 meters. To this end, he had devised numerous new techniques. For instance, the floating sky. Vast Sea Series Ripple Chaos had evolved into a more concentrated and powerful variant known as Raging Tide. At this moment, Horizon Flow was a technique born from his frustration with swordsman's lack of medium to long-range attack methods. Its sole effect was to extend the blade energy along the sword's edge as it was struck, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of his swordsmanship. Jing descended from the air, landing on the damp deck of the tulip ship, which had already been washed over by the splashing waves. He gazed towards the bow of the ship, where CLO, with hands hanging limply, had appeared at some point, furrowing his brow as he regarded him. When did such a creature emerge in the East Sea? His voice was slow and grave. Yet, Jing showed no intention of explaining. A smile lingered at the corner of his mouth as he advanced with his blade. The resplendent light of the sword descended like a crescent moon, straight and unwavering, as if cleaving through the void. What was initially a mundane strike suddenly instilled a chill in Chloe, who, with a swift step, vanished from sight. The tip of the blade lightly touched the ground, and with a tearing sound, a fissure extended from the deck to the bow of the ship. The magnificent tulip burst apart, leaving a massive crack in its wake. However, Jing did not spare it a glance. Instead, he gently withdrew his left foot, his center of gravity flowing like water, and in an instant he pulled back, the sharp blade flashing as he executed a horizontal slash. Another sound of splintering would echoed. No one. In the next moment, the blade flashed again. Still, no one. Slash. Slash, slash. The unintentional release of sword energy crisscrossed the deck, nearly shattering the entire main deck. For a brief moment, the main deck resembled a bustling demolition site. Bang! The door to the captain's cabin was flung open with force. The battle on the deck paused, and the light of Jing's blade halted as Chloe, panting, appeared at the edge of the deck. Both turned simultaneously to gaze at the doorway of the captain's cabin. The captain of the Tulip pirate crew, Tulips, emerged in a fury, colliding head-on with two pairs of eyes radiating murderous intent. The terrifying aura nearly froze him in place. He trembled all over and suddenly knelt upon the ground. After several minutes of contemplation, the fragrant words that had filled his mouth were reduced to but 5. Please, be gentle, both of you. With tears brimming in his eyes, he leaned against the doorway, uttering, "It hurts." Behind him, the pirates dragged their inept captain into the captain's quarters. A pirate clad in yellow and green, peering in with trepidation, nervously remarked, "Please, continue, do not hold back." Bang! The door slammed shut. Distracted by these ruffians, Jing lost his desire to continue the attack. Instead, he regarded Chloe with a peculiar gaze, or more precisely, he fixated on the other's feet. He was not mistaken. This was indeed an adversary worthy of battle. The opponent's speed of movement was astonishingly swift. Nearing the limits of human perception, he could only rely on his own efforts to attain the mastery of swordsmanship, sharpening his senses to keenly perceive the opponent's position. Moreover, the opponent's speed was not innate. If he had not misjudged, it was evident that the adversary employed a peculiar acceleration technique. Much like his own swordsmanship, it could perhaps be classified as a form of martial arts. This realization contributed to the fact that Jing's attacks had consistently yielded little success. Although his slashing speed could match and even surpass his opponent's movement, the moment the latter noticed the direction he was heading, they instantly withdrew, leaving him feeling quite helpless. What does it mean to maneuver with grace? This is it. The opponent was unable to harm him, yet it seemed he could not reach the opponent either. At this moment, Jing seemed to glimpse another Arlita-type contender, albeit this time, the adversary excelled in speed. If only he could possess such swiftness. In a moment of fervent passion, a myriad of ingenious thoughts regarding swordsmanship flooded his mind. However, he soon shook his head gently, suppressing these notions for the time being. For clock had once again vanished from his sight. Jing took a deep breath, his senses keenly attuned to the movements of his opponent. Should the battle prolong? Victory would undoubtedly belong to him, as his adversary's tactics were exceedingly exhausting. Yet, As-墨荆had no intention of delaying. He aims to unravel the intricacies of Clo's speed. Much like deciphering the slippery fruit of Yalta. Only then can it truly be deemed a challenge, wouldn't you agree? A smile of excitement danced at the corners of his mouth. The air on the deck swirled chaotically, and faint footsteps echoed from all directions. As-墨荆's expression remained focused. Yet the blade in his right hand was gradually sheathed. Unraveling Clo's lethal moves was, in fact, not a daunting task, although Clo possessed remarkable speed. His attacking techniques paled in comparison to his physical prowess, much like Yalta, whose flashy skills yielded a meager output of 0.5. As a master of swordsmanship, As-墨荆's greatest strength lay in his formidable output. He cannot catch up with Clo, but his slashing strike can. Thus, he merely needs to extend the light of his blade once more. Indeed, it is the previously devised new technique, the sky flow. However, this move has a flaw. It requires a build-up of 1 to 2 seconds. Clo seems to have an inkling of this, as he has yet to allow As-墨荆to pinpoint his location. Displaying an astonishing level of patience. Both are exceptional hunters, each striving to leverage their advantages in this life-and-death confrontation to gain an upper hand. Yet Clo's intelligence lies in his awareness of both his own strengths and As-墨荆's weaknesses. He was acutely aware that the individual before him, despite possessing a terrifyingly formidable swordsmanship, was, on the one hand, considerably slower than himself, and on the other hand, still undeniably human. As long as one is human, they are susceptible to injury, to bleeding, and ultimately to death. Thus, he too harbored the opportunity to slay As-墨荆. At the very least, this was the conviction that Kilo currently held. He is waiting for a singular opportunity, an occasion when the opponent's attention wanes, or when they are unable to react in time. Just like now, his body swayed gently. Spoon. Just as As-墨荆was sheathing his knife, the faint sound of footsteps around him suddenly ceased. Clo had vanished completely. At that moment, the hair on the back of As-墨荆's neck stood on end. His eyes widened suddenly, and his body instinctively drew the blade, positioning it beside his face. A sharp spark erupted from the edge of the sword, accompanied by a resonating sound wave that radiated outward, threatening to split one's head asunder. At that moment, Clo's frigid visage gradually became discernible, mere inches away from As-墨荆. The delayed pressure of the wind swept As-墨荆's hair back, the sword's spine nearly grazing his face, as 5 faint lines of crimson appeared along his cheek. Amidst the scattered sparks, As-墨荆clenched his jaw tightly, resolutely maintaining his stance, yet the overwhelming force pressed him back a half-step. This was not merely the opponent's inherent strength, but the kinetic energy propelled by a terrifying velocity, such a fearsome speed. Nevertheless, As-墨荆displayed no trace of trepidation. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a sinister delight, reminiscent of the malevolence that could no longer be concealed beneath the dark sea. Slowly, he raised his gaze to Clo's vacant eyes, as if to say, "Welcome to my realm of strikes." This was a grand strategy. Should Clo grant him even a fleeting second to gather his momentum, he would be confronted with the relentless onslaught of the sky stream slashes, encompassing a full 360 degrees without a blind spot. Yet, if he dared to strike during this brief interval, as long as As-墨荆could parry a single blow, he shall not escape any longer. The only surprise was that Clo unexpectedly unleashed an even greater speed. Fortunately, As-墨荆's combat instincts proved to be superior, successfully deflecting the blow. Of course, one could argue that As-墨荆's fortune was not particularly favorable, for judging by Clo's condition, he was already in a state of distraction when executing this move. The fact that he managed to strike at As-墨荆in the first instant was merely a stroke of luck. In the next moment, Clo felt the force on his claw blades diminish, as a cool, watery light enveloped his form. Floating heaven, vast sea, fish swimming. A refreshing sensation washed over his skin, akin to the caress of seawater. Clo's scalp tingled, and without hesitation, he activated the shadowless step to retreat. Yet, no matter how swift he was at that moment, he could not possibly outpace the brilliance of As-墨荆's sword light. Gentle ripples of water softly splashed against Clo's legs. Just then, a lead bullet shot forth from the darkness outside the tulip, aimed directly at As-墨荆. With a sharp focus, As-墨荆pivoted the blade in his hand and executed a lateral slash. Thud, thud. The severed lead bullet fell onto the deck, producing a crisp sound. A flicker of anger ignited in his gaze. He despised nothing more than being interrupted during battle. In the very instant he sliced through the lead bullet, he leaped forward to the edge of the deck, gripping his sword tightly, and with all his might, he struck in the direction from which the bullet had come. In that fleeting moment, the ship's side shimmered, revealing a crescent-shaped arc of terrifying azure light that vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. It stirred a tempestuous wind, plunging into the depths of darkness. Faintly, he thought he heard the sound of splintering wood and a distant scream, yet the obscurity obscured all vision. Mujing snorted coldly and turned his gaze toward Keluo. Keluo did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. It was not out of cowardice, but rather due to his incapacity to do so. 2 pools of blood trickled down his legs, staining the deck crimson. Though Mujing had not fully severed his legs earlier, the technique he employed, known as fish swimming, was inherently swift and agile, characterized by rapid successive strikes. The moment he initiated the attack, he had cut through the ligaments between Keluo's bones. However, in his eagerness for speed, he had reduced the force, failing to completely sever the ligaments. Instead, Keluo's subsequent shadowless step caused the wounds to tear further, severely compromising the ligaments. Now, even if they were not entirely severed, they were perilously close to being so. Mujing paid no heed to Keluo, who knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Instead, he called out to a group of pirates from the Tulip pirate crew, instructing them to investigate the direction from which the bullet had flown. Only then did he gradually make his way toward Keluo's position. A small figure leaped down from the mast, swiftly climbing onto Mujing's back. Feeling a weight on his shoulder, he glanced over to find a small cat perched there, its expression one of utter nonchalance. Dolly. Well, it seemed his shoulder had become either a perch for birds or a climbing frame for cats. He had grown accustomed to it. He staggered to the ground, slumping in despair, his tattered clothes drenched in blood, having completely lost his fighting spirit before Klo. With a hoarse voice, Klo asked, "Have you come to mock me?" He then let out a low, bitter laugh. 3 years of living as an ordinary person has truly rendered me Navi. Mojing remained silent, merely gazing at him, his dark eyes harboring inscrutable thoughts. Klo raised his bloodied hand, struggling to adjust his glasses, and as he looked up, he caught sight of the bloodstains on Mojing's face fading in the flickering light. His expression gradually morphed into one of malevolence. The devil fruit. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Another devil fruit user. That straw-hatted brat, who effortlessly shattered the painstaking plans I had nurtured for 3 years, is one thing. But why? Within such a brief span of days, must I encounter a second wielder of a devil fruit? This treasure of the sea, which had only existed in legends throughout my 30-plus years of life, has suddenly begun to cluster around this insignificant East Blue. I was on the verge of obtaining a devil fruit myself, just a hair's breadth away." He cast a fierce glare towards the cat perched on Mojing's shoulder. Dolly promptly concealed her head behind Mojing, after being defeated by that bewildered youth in a straw hat. Crow had spent a long time contemplating why his 3 years of meticulous planning had crumbled. Was it merely bad luck? To some extent, yes. Yet at its core, it boiled down to a lack of strength. One devil fruit had nullified over 2 decades of his arduous training. He had once believed his formidable speed would suffice. But when confronted with the bizarre abilities of devil fruit users, he found himself utterly lacking. What was it like to transform one's body into rubber? And this fellow before him, he could not even discern the nature of his powers. If only he too possessed a devil fruit. Crow chuckled softly, his raspy voice echoing ominously. "You lot, if I were to acquire a devil fruit, I would inevitably eradicate every last one of you. All of you." He burst into laughter. However, Mojing regarded him with a gaze filled with pity, as if to say, "So this is what you truly think." Klo did not back down and met Mojing's gaze with icy intensity. In truth, he still possessed the strength for one final strike. Waiting patiently for the moment when Mojing would draw near, allowing him to speak and relax, until he noticed the injuries on Mojing's face miraculously healing. He suddenly realized that he had never possessed even the slightest chance of victory from the very beginning. Cursed be the wielder of the devil fruit's powers. He had succumbed to utter despair. At that moment, he observed Mojing reaching toward Dolly behind him, demanding, "The box, hand it over." Dolly was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved the box containing the devil fruit that Mojing had forgotten on the mast, placing it in his hand. "What more do you intend to do? Humiliate me?" Crow's deep, mocking laughter echoed. "Are you here to flaunt your devil fruit?" Just as he was about to forcefully expel a mouthful of blood and phlegm, he heard the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. The box containing the devil fruit he yearned for was thrown from the hands of that detestable fruit user, rolling twice before landing right in front of him. Now, he could simply reach out and grasp it. For a moment, Klo was stunned, gazing at Mojing with incredulity. "What are you doing?" Then, as if enlightenment struck him, he began to chuckle coldly. I see now, this is an empty box. You have been concealing the true devil fruit all along. However, he soon furrowed his brow and shook his head, muttering, No, that cat never actually stole the devil fruit, did it? This is an empty box. No wonder the auction house hasn't released any news until now. Chloe's voice dwindled, his expression fluctuating between joy and sorrow, as he seemed unable to fathom that he, the one skilled in cunning, would one day fall victim to such a scheme. Jing observed his increasingly convoluted comrade on the ground, raising an eyebrow gradually. What a splendid idea this was. How could he not have conceived such an ingenious plan? By having Dolly disseminate false information, he could lure those coveting the devil fruit into his trap and then eliminate them all at once. He would strike a blow against evil while simultaneously reaping souls, thus contributing to the stability of the black market. A masterstroke that achieves 3 objectives with a single action. It is simply beyond words. Ahem. Jing forcibly redirected his increasingly errant thoughts. What truly matters now is the task at hand. He cast a glance at Chloe, who had already succumbed to his daydreams, and drew forth his vengeance. The sound of the blade scraping against its sheath brought Chloe back to his senses. He lowered his head, staring blankly at the deck, calmly accepting his impending demise. Suddenly, a flash of steel whizzed past him. Chloe slightly raised his head and discovered that the box before him had been cleaved open, revealing a fruit, entirely pink and adorned with twisted patterns, rolling out from within. His eyes gradually widened. The devil fruit. It truly is the devil fruit. Yet, for reasons unknown, a flicker of excitement failed to ignite within him. The very thing he had longed for lay within his grasp, yet instead of joy, he felt an overwhelming chill coursing through his being. Why must he act in this manner? The demon. A word suddenly sprang to his mind. What a devilish fruit. The man before him was the true embodiment of a demon. What does he truly desire? The frigid sea breeze swept in from the pitch-black night, turning his heart to mere powder. Accompanying it was the voice of Jing. Eat it. Chloe, somewhat doubtful of his own ears, cast a peculiar glance at Jing. What did you say? I said, the cold blade pressed against his neck. Jing's voice more chilling than the blade itself. Consume this devil fruit. Now, immediately. Do not compel me to force it upon you. His eyes resembled 2 profound whirlpools, devoid of any emotion. Chloe's face transitioned from a pallid hue to a deep crimson, veins pulsating visibly upon his forehead, while the blood vessels in his eyes seemed poised to burst forth with fury. He was unexpectedly coerced into consuming the devil fruit. His lips quivered as he unleashed an enraged roar. You scoundrel, as a pirate, I possess dignity. His head was pressed to the ground, rendering him utterly speechless. You, a mere wretch, dare to seek dignity? Does that not render my own dignity utterly worthless? Jing remarked with a furrowed brow. He crouched down, roughly picking up the slippery fruit and forcefully stuffing it into his mouth. Chloe struggled, howling in anguish, as his furious roars gradually gave way to tears that welled up in his eyes and streamed down his cheeks. He never anticipated that one day he would humiliatingly consume a devil fruit. Thud. Jing's foot struck the deck, causing Chloe's face to slip away from beneath him. He felt an entirely new and formidable power coursing through him, yet not a trace of joy resided in his heart. Under the tranquil gaze of Jing, he clutched the railing and gradually rose to his feet, with each word spoken with deliberate intensity. It seemed as if he were roaring his anguish from the depths of his soul. I shall slay you, fool. Jing shook his head, wielding a weapon of vengeance with deadly precision. Meanwhile, aboard the cursed ship, the Black Cat pirates' vessel, chaos erupted in a cacophony of battle cries. Akainu stood atop the formidable Catman brother, one of the 3 strongest fighters of the Black Cat pirates. His arms crossed over his chest as he surveyed the fray unfolding on the main deck below. The first mate, known as Zango, was conspicuously absent from the fray. Apart from that, all members of the Black Cat pirates were present. The ragtag crew of the Tulip pirates had formed an alliance with some of the Black Cat pirates, engaging in a fierce melee. Akain's focus remained primarily on the ragtag crew, as this was their preliminary assessment. The captain had articulated this clearly. Akainu understood the implications well. To navigate the Grand Line, the ragtag crew's strength must be augmented, and the captain had entrusted him with the responsibility of training these 5 individuals. He was now observing their respective strengths and weaknesses. Nothing reveals a person's true essence like the struggle between life and death. A golden thread descended from the heavens, landing atop Akain's head. Shui peeked out, observing Akainu as he scribbled on the parchment. Patrol diligently, Shui. Akin admonished while writing, "Ensure those 5 do not meet their demise." With a flash, Jui transformed into a streak of fire, darting over the battlefield. Akin, however, furrowed his brow, studying the notes in his hand as if confronted with a perplexing dilemma. After a considerable time, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the earliest followers of the captain are remarkable individuals." Nicholas Christine, the ship's cook, stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, towering above most aboard the vessel. Alas, he possessed a timid disposition. Though he lacked courage in confrontation, he was easily startled. Akin watched as Nicholas, flailing and colliding with both foes and comrades alike, shook his head. He inscribed the words "Cultivate Courage" beneath Nicholas's name and, glancing at his portly physique, added "Foundation," encircling it. His gaze shifted. Xingsa, as the ship's carpenter, this man, impeccably dressed in a suit, appeared quite genteel. Yet he was, paradoxically, one of the most adept fighters among the ragtag crew. His primary method of attack involves skirting the edges of the battlefield. Utilizing a crossbow he has ingeniously crafted from his woodworking skills. In close combat, he resorts to striking his adversaries with a hammer, delivering powerful blows to their heads. Regrettably, his evasion skills are somewhat sluggish, and his stamina is rather mediocre. Akin, in his notes, inscribed the word "basic" beneath his name, scratching his head with the pen's end, and hesitated before adding "more learned," followed by a question mark. Next, he noted Eden Bichur. This individual is indeed formidable, standing at a mere 1.4 meters, yet possessing an affinity for leaping kicks. Akin glanced at the pirates below, clutching their groins and writhing in pain, and couldn't help but smirk. According to Eden himself, he has honed a unique kicking technique over 18 years, initially capable of striking only at the knees, but now able to deliver devastating blows that could incapacitate entirely. Basic. Akin adeptly pinned these 2 characters, hesitating for a moment before drafting another note on growing taller. Yet he hastily crossed it out and substituted it with a different kicking technique. Perhaps the elderly Zeb's teachings on kicking could be beneficial for him as well. Lastly, there was Gaffidel. As the ship's gunner, this young woman perplexed him. Though not particularly tall, she exhibited an abundance of energy. Akin observed her darting from the left side of the ship to the right, seizing a discarded weapon from an enemy, and then rushing back into the fray. He found himself utterly bewildered by her intentions. Her combat style consisted of wielding whatever weapon was within her grasp, making her a veritable master of improvised weaponry, akin to a performer of acrobatics. Occasionally, her erratic movements seemed devoid of meaning. Akin bit down on his pen and wrote weapons alongside basic. With a sigh of relief, he reminisced about his time with the Clark pirate crew, where he was surrounded by countless similar pirates. Any one of these 4 would stand out brilliantly among them. Wait, 4? Akin furrowed his brow, counting each one and noticing a conspicuously empty space for New Year's Eve. He inhaled sharply. If he were to identify the most promising among the 5, Akin would undoubtedly nominate New Year's Eve, the seemingly unremarkable fellow who possessed an almost negligible presence. The crew often forgot to call him for meals. Only Nikolai, who was not particularly keen on critical thinking, seemed to have developed muscle memory, routinely preparing an extra portion of food. It was only upon seeing the surplus meal that the others would recall his existence. Without hesitation, the assassin Akin inscribed assassin and, as an afterthought, added basic. In his estimation, the foundation of these disparate individuals was lacking and required enhancement. After thorough analysis, Akin carefully folded the manuscript and tucked it into his pocket, retrieved his weapon, and leaped down from the main deck. 2 iron balls whirled around him with a whooshing sound. It was time to conclude the battle. He plunged into the crowd, a clear chime resonating above, and Jui joined the fray. Unlike Jui, Akin harbored an additional reverence for As-墨荆. As the white orbs of light, visible solely to them, manifested on the bodies of those slain by him and Jui, naturally absorbed by them, transforming into the captain's strength. As-墨荆had privately elucidated this to him, intensifying his awe. After all, even in the fantastical realm of the Pirate King, few possess the power to command human souls, let alone one who harvests them, like As-墨荆. This was the dominion of the Grim Reaper. Soon, no member of the Black Cat pirate crew remained standing. The pirates of the Tulip pirate crew erupted in cheers, rushing into the ship's cabin to scour for treasures. Akin directed the panting crew, steering the vessel towards a distant glimmer. Amidst the tumultuous waves, the 2 pirate ships drew near, the Tulip ship towing the 100 schemes, block a ship, beginning its course homeward. Within the captain's quarters, Akin and the crew once again beheld As-墨荆and the slumbering Dory curled up in a nearby chair. As-墨荆 gazing at his palm. The weapon of vengeance lay on the table beside him, accompanied by a pale arm. From Akin's perspective, he discerned As墨荆clutching a swirling pink orb of light, likely the soul of Captain Kuro. Akin felt no surprise. Indeed, Kuro was dead. As墨荆had expended minimal effort. Faced once more with the slippery fruit, he had developed adequate countermeasures. He wielded the weapon of vengeance like a club, sword energy enveloping it, sending anyone who dared approach flying with the shockwave. As墨荆struck Kuro into the sea with his dual swords, imparting a lesson on the shortcomings of the devil fruit, using his level 10 swimming prowess. The tuition was now in his possession. Gazing at the orb in his hand, identical to the previous iron rod, Alita's soul, As墨荆could not help but feel satisfaction. 100 schemes, Kuro's soul. Soul quantity, 5,000. This journey proved worthwhile. The 5,000 soul quantity reminded As墨荆of many things. After all, iron rod, Alita's soul also possessed a soul quantity of 5,000. However, without the slippery fruit's ability, it was evident that Alita was no match for Kuro. According to the patterns As墨荆had observed from his past encounters, the quantity of souls correlates with the strength of the original entity. By this logic, Kuro's soul quantity should far exceed Alita's, regardless of the presence of a devil fruit. Yet, the reality was that both totaled 5,000. This number seemed to represent a limit, not a human limit, but the maximum achievable by a devil fruit. Thus, did it imply that devil fruits also contain souls? As墨荆pondered the soul orb in his hand, recalling the connection he had forged when refining the slippery fruit. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Previously, he had attempted to burn the tulips of Tulis, yet failed to establish any connection, yielding only ashes and a grieving individual. Why then? Was the devil fruit so distinct? As墨荆could not suppress a hypothesis. Perhaps the essence of the devil fruit was not merely a fruit endowed with miraculous powers, but rather some form of soul product. Much like his soul weapon. If this were indeed the case, could he not directly forge a devil fruit? Not by refining the soul of a fruit user, but through ordinary souls, crafting a devil fruit? His mind raced with knowledge of soul refinement, perhaps due to his intense focus. He failed to notice that his pupils had morphed into two profound black whirlpools. A flickering flame ignited on the soul imprint in his left palm, flowing like blood. Time slipped away, and when he regained awareness, he found himself surrounded by a pristine silence. Within the captain's quarters, all crew members had retreated to the farthest corners, nearly pressed against the wooden walls in a state of penance. "What is the matter with you all?" As墨荆queried, bewildered as he scanned the room. Eden stammered, "See, Captain? You were terrifying just now. I felt as though you were going to kill me." As墨荆chuckled softly, but as he surveyed the faces of his crew, his smile gradually faded. Was my aura truly so fearsome? He asked Akin. Akin swallowed hard and nodded. In those fleeting moments, he felt as though the figure seated before him was no longer the familiar captain, but rather a vessel resembling the captain, within which flowed not humanity, but divinity. After hearing Akin's account, As墨荆cast a contemplative glance at the seal in his palm. Soul refinement level 51. This was the message now manifesting in his mind. Prolonged refinement of souls not belonging to the soul world had finally propelled him to a new level in soul refinement. Though it was merely a level 1 increase, he could distinctly sense that his soul refinement was undergoing a qualitative transformation, becoming more attuned to this world. Perhaps this change was a consequence of his enhanced abilities. He thought to himself that when he lifted his head again, a familiar smile would grace his face. "Come sit beside me and share the events of this evening." The others exchanged glances and gathered around him. In fact, before Jean and the others returned, the Tulip pirate crew, who had gone to investigate, had already come back. The severed arm found nearby was a result of their search, discovered on a shattered piece of wood. Unfortunately, the identity of the assailant, their intentions, and even their survival remained uncertain, for the black market was rife with pirates who were oblivious to their own actions. As墨荆had little interest in the tale behind this arm, whether it was a conspiracy or merely a spur-of-the-moment attack. There would inevitably come a day when he would confront it face to face. At that time, dispatching it would suffice. Strength is the foundation upon which one must establish oneself in this world. He turned his palm over, firmly grasping the soul within his hand. Soul refinement activated. Soul capacity fully replenished. Soul consumption, 7,500. With the enhancement of soul refinement, the consumption of soul energy significantly diminished. Furthermore, the members of the Black Cat pirate crew provided him with a substantial infusion of souls tonight, allowing him to temporarily escape the predicament of soul deficiency. However, even so, upon completion of this refinement, He found himself in a precarious position. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the method of using closed life as a recommendation. While lost in thought, the process of soul refinement concluded. The trembling left hand beneath the table finally stilled, and Imojing emitted a satisfied sound. A series of information surfaced in his mind. A. Slippery fruit. B. Body technique. Footwork. Crystal. Close. C. Medium agility crystals. 2D. Hypocrisy. Round glasses. E. Weapon. Slippery fruit ability. F. Trait. Heart of a scorpion. A smile spread across Imojing's face. Indeed, the devil fruit could enhance the quality of the refinement. Moreover, as his soul refinement ability advanced, not only did it add an additional refinement option, but it also allowed for a more personalized approach to the crafting of soul weapons. Now, he could not only specify the shape of the weapon but also endow it with the abilities of the fruit. He meticulously examined each item, and it was needless to say that the slippery fruit and medium agile crystal were familiar acquaintances. However, it was the martial arts, footwork, CLO that he anticipated the most. Reflecting on CLO's terrifying speed and agile silhouette, he realized that if he mastered CLO's techniques, he would henceforth possess an unparalleled means to swiftly approach his adversaries. He has endured the agony of being unreachable for far too long. This is perhaps the very desire that every swordsman with a short reach yearns for. In his mind, several models of swordsmanship, coordinated with high-speed movements, had already begun to take shape. Nevertheless, he patiently continued to observe. Hypocrisy, a type of accessory soul item, boasted quite an intriguing effect, allowing the wearer to perpetually appear virtuous. This implied that even if one were to commit heinous acts with a heart as cold as ice, lounging atop mountains of corpses while smoking and swimming in a sea of blood, donning these glasses would lead others to think, how could it possibly be Gigi's fault? Gigi is such a good person. It must be those others who deserve their fate. Imojing inhaled sharply, realizing this could significantly affect the mental state of those around him. Perhaps if he wore these glasses while infiltrating the Navy headquarters to eliminate a celestial dragon, the Navy would go to great lengths to protect him, or perhaps they would reluctantly imprison him, awaiting execution in the autumn. The sole drawback was that these glasses tended to slip down easily, necessitating constant adjustments to ensure they remained perched on his nose. Reluctantly, Imojing abandoned the idea. He had no desire to be perceived as a paragon of virtue, lest he be deceived by unscrupulous pirates, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. Next, weapons. Within the cabin, Ajin was presenting his assessment of the Straw Hat Pirates on paper. As Imojing listened, he briefly fantasized about wielding a long sword endowed with the powers of the slippery fruit, only to grimace as if he had tasted something foul. The Straw Hat Pirates, observing their captain's expression closely, felt a pang of anxiety as they sensed his discontent, silently resolving to train diligently henceforth. However, in reality, Imojing was merely repulsed by the imagined weapon. This contraption would be impossible to grasp, even if soul refinement kindly provided him with a manageable hilt. What use was a blade devoid of friction? He wouldn't even be able to withstand an enemy's strike. A single blow would slip right off a blade, no matter how sharp, has a surface area. The water drop technique is formidable precisely because, aside from its inherent structure, it requires a crucial element of high kinetic energy. If Imojing could achieve such kinetic energy, why not wield a different sword? Slippery fruit, not even a dog would have it. Shifting his focus to the final trait, he read, Trait, Heart of a Scorpion. Its effect was to incite darker thoughts and malicious schemes when planning an endeavor. He promptly dismissed it. Ultimately, martial arts, footwork, crystal, CLO materialized in his mind, transforming into a multitude of experiences that surged within him. Simultaneously, as he summarized, refined, and deduced his swordsmanship, which had already advanced to level 16, it blossomed rapidly, akin to a tree absorbing nourishment, extending branches and sprouting leaves in all directions. Imojing closed his eyes. Ajin concluded his report, and the crew turned to Imojing, only to find him with closed eyes, seemingly asleep, a faint smile adorning his face. Ajin gestured, and everyone moved quietly, following him out of the captain's quarters. The ship swayed gently, as if returning to its mother's embrace. When the Tulip returned to Tortuga Island, it was already deep into the night. As Imojing had yet to awaken, the crew chose to stay aboard for the night. Tully Puss disembarked the Tulip pirate crew's members, remaining with the first mate to oversee a few others on the ship. Gradually, the cabin was filled with the rhythmic sounds of snoring. This night was long, as the weary pirates succumbed to slumber. However, not far from them, in the black market, two individuals struggled to find rest. In a cramped wooden shack, a naval spy, missing an arm, bit down on a towel, desperately tending to his injury. Hours earlier, upon receiving a request from Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division, he had swiftly grabbed his camera and set out. Although he failed to locate anyone in the upscale residential area, he learned of Jing and his companion's departure, initially intending to seize an opportunity the following day. He unexpectedly spotted the hurried departure of the Tulip pirate crew in a chaotic tavern. As a finely trained elite of the Navy headquarters, he instinctively sensed that events might be connected to Jing, thus returning home to arm himself before discreetly tailing the Tulip, witnessing the entire transaction unfold. He even climbed the railing of the Tulip to surreptitiously take a photograph. Then, in a habitual attempt, he tried to assassinate. Who would have thought that this very shot would nearly cost him his life? Had it not been for his rudimentary knowledge of shaving techniques, he would have met his demise. Damn that monster! The naval spy inwardly cursed. With such prowess, why linger in this insignificant place of the East Sea? He ought to hasten to the Grand Line. He now even dares not seek the services of a black market doctor, fearing that the person might trace back to him through this connection. For several days, he intends to remain hidden. However, with such a formidable individual emerging in Donghai, it is imperative to report this. He has heard that Rear Admiral Karp has returned to escort criminals. Perhaps he could enlist Karp's assistance to eradicate this malignant threat. With this thought in mind, he endured the excruciating pain to rise from his bed and retrieve the transponder snail. Just as he was about to dial Colonel Mouse's number, he hesitated. He had heard much about Colonel Mouse's methods, while he could occasionally turn a blind eye. He now had a strong premonition that if he did not eliminate this pirate named Jing before he could grow stronger, he would undoubtedly create further chaos in the future. Should he contact the Intelligence Management Department of the Navy headquarters? No, he would call Colonel Karp directly. He clenched his right fist tightly. Having witnessed the depths of darkness in the black market, the young spy found Colonel Karp, a naval hero, to be far more trustworthy than the naval headquarters. However, in order to directly contact Colonel Karp, he still needed to relay all the information he had gathered about Jing. He unsteadily rose to his feet and approached the corner of the partition, straining to push aside a wooden frame and lift the concealed floorboard. After attempting various maneuvers, he ultimately steadied himself on the ladder with one hand, using his mouth to substitute for the other, and successfully descended into the basement. The room was enveloped in silence. A few minutes later, a puddle of cat hair slipped through the narrow gap at the bottom of the door. After the passing of a tea's worth of time, the naval spy finally emerged from the basement with great difficulty. Just as he pondered when to acquire a substitute, he looked up, and the expression on his face gradually transformed from confusion to shock. "Where's my phone bug?" His eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. Not only the phone bug, but the entire room appeared to have been thoroughly ransacked, with various valuable items vanishing without a trace. Even the sheets were missing, and one of his shoes had disappeared. Had they been robbed? Of all times now? Just in a matter of minutes? He collapsed onto the ground, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. Meanwhile, aboard the Tulip, a petite figure unfurled a blood-stained sheet, with Dolly proudly placing her hands on her hips as she gazed at Akin and Shingsa. "These are all collected by Miao." Akin tossed aside a pale, severed arm, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the assortment of items that were never meant to belong to a pirate. "The captain is in trouble now. Perhaps he will become famous." Sitting beside him, Shingsa gently adjusted his glasses. "Let's see how the captain handles this." Akin picked up the snail phone and set it aside, although Jing was indifferent. As a subordinate, Akin could not pretend he had not seen the severed hand. After a discussion with the ragtag crew, he ultimately decided to adopt Shingsa's plan. At that very moment, on the other side of the black market, deep within the Rare Treasures auction house, another individual was engaged in an all-night phone call. "Dake, how many times must I tell you? It's impossible. Can you imagine a scenario where Adam does not appear at my auction? I would be doomed." A resigned voice emanated from the snail phone. Dake's arm formed a circle as he raised the receiver to his mouth, exclaiming, "Stop the nonsense. I will buy it." "Damn it, don't forget you owe me a favor." The snail phone's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly displeased. "I'm not saying this lightly, Dake. But do you truly have that much belly to spare? Dufeld is no longer willing to lend you money. I can stake the auction house." That joke was hardly amusing. "Dake, the Don Quixote family is not so benevolent." One call after another was made, each ending in failure. Ultimately, Dake slumped despondently onto the sofa, staring hopelessly at the ceiling. Upon realizing he could not locate the slippery fruit, He immediately set about gathering the items Jing desired. Yet, some things were not so easily obtained, such as the treasure tree atom. He has exhausted all his efforts, yet still cannot acquire the final batch of ship materials. What should he do? Everyone around him is a villain, and he does not perceive someone like Jing to be forgiving. Backed by the Don Quixote family, he feels little trepidation towards Jing in terms of physical prowess. After all, no matter how formidable the opponent may be, can they rival the influence of his employer? However, the auction contract lies in the hands of the adversary, and should they submit this contract to the black market, their auction house would inevitably be supplanted by other forces. At that juncture, according to the regulations of the Don Quixote family, he too would be unable to escape a grim fate. As for misappropriating funds, compensating, or purchasing from other auction houses, each of these actions would be discovered by those above him. A sum exceeding 100 million baileys is no trifling matter. It could cost him his life multiple times over. The simplest solution would be to eliminate Jing and his entourage. Yet, he is incapable of even dealing with the likes of a Jin, who is close to the adversary. He widened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. After a while, a sudden jolt propelled him to his feet. Escape. He must escape. If he did not flee now, it would be too late. He hastily pulled out the suitcase, frantically stuffing his clothes into it. Suddenly, he paused, slowly sinking into a seated position. No, he could not simply flee. He must find a way to shift the blame. Otherwise, he would never escape the relentless pursuit of the Quixote family. He sat on the sofa, his gaze brooding, with his two joints bent into an M shape, resting his chin upon them. Memories of the humiliation endured in the upscale residential area earlier today flooded his mind. His expression turned icy. Damn that fellow, desiring more. Is he? Very well. I shall offer you the entirety of the auction house. Let us see if you can withstand it. He pondered within, a chilling smile gracing the corners of his lips. On the other side of the wall, a man clad in a bodyguard uniform tucked away a black communication device, turning to vanish silently into the inky corridor. The following morning, with a refreshing vigor, Jing exited the captain's quarters. As Ajin and the others prepared to share the events of the previous night, they paused, momentarily taken aback by his presence. What is the matter? Jing inquired, observing their expressions. Instinctively, he touched his own face and glanced at his impeccably arranged attire. There is nothing amiss. It just feels like the captain is somewhat different from before, Ajin remarked, stroking his chin in uncertainty. The other crew members nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring his intrigue. Different, is it? Jing mused, rifling through the information in his mind. Name, Jing age, 20 race, undead strength, D agility, D stamina, D intellect, D soul ability, undying curse skills, soul refinement LV 51. Initial flame LV 11, swordsmanship LV 18, swordsmanship master, swimming LV 10, shooting LV 1, body technique, footwork, LV 10, master, traits, dark ring X1, initial flame, rhythm of water, deep breathing, primal instincts. Indeed, something had changed. Tulipus interlaced his fingers, his right foot tapping anxiously against the ground, his brow furrowed in concentration. Moments later, he sprang to his feet, fury igniting in his eyes. I can't stand idly by any longer. How can I endure this? After all, I am the captain of the Tulip. I cannot allow this vessel to be destroyed. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, his eyes seething with murderous intent, as if the man who had usurped his captain's cabin stood before him. Yet, the recollection of the terrifying swordsmanship displayed by Jing the previous night caused his legs to weaken, and he sank back down. To the untrained eye, it may seem merely a spectacle, but to the discerning, the true artistry is evident. No one understands better than Tulips the sheer mastery required for a swordsman to unleash such dazzling arcs of blade. Beside him, the first mate observed the captain return to his bed, stifling a yawn out of boredom. Since morning, the captain had been in this squatting position, with no indication of when it might conclude. Joyful laughter echoed from the deck, piercing the hearts of both men deeply. After all, I too am a swordsman. He rose once more, this time choosing not to sit down again. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and charged out, forcefully pushing open the cabin door. Captain Jing, I have something to say. The joyous laughter on the deck came to an abrupt halt, and everyone turned in confusion to look his way. Jing walked to the railing, gazing down at Tulips. His eyes swept over the hand gripping the sword hilt, and a faint smile began to play at the corners of his lips. Ah, Tulips. His silhouette abruptly vanished, and in the next instant, He traversed over 10 meters, appearing alongside Tulips. The hand gripping the knife gently rested upon the opposite shoulder of Tulips, as the grayish-white trench coat cascaded down. "What do you wish to convey to me?" Tulips remained rigid, his gaze fixated on the spot where Jing had previously stood, his pupils quivering. Mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Had it been a knife, he would surely have met his demise by now, after just one night apart. How had this man's speed become so terrifying? Did you not have something to say to me? Jing leaned back slightly, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. A grimace forced its way onto Tulip's face as he managed a rather unappealing smile. "I merely wish to ask, are you hungry, my lord? I shall procure some food for everyone." Jing gazed at him with a teasing glint in his eye, poised to respond when the sound of a phone bug echoed from the deck behind them. The persistent buzzing belonged to the phone bug that Dolly had retrieved from the black market, following the scent from the severed hand last night. It appeared to be either a naval spy or an agent of the world government. Judging by the attack on Jing, it seemed more likely to be the Navy. "What should we do, boss?" Akin looked at Jing with a hint of anxiety. It was the first time in his life that he received an official phone call. Jing walked over and picked up the receiver. The phone bug's cheeks gradually sprouted 3 rows of whiskers, resembling a cunning little mouse. "So, did you capture Jing's photograph?" The voice of Colonel Mouse came through the receiver, brimming with impatience. "Indeed I did." Jing raised the photo he had obtained from the package. Against a pitch-black backdrop, he strode forward with a blade in hand, the moonlight illuminating half of his face, his eyes overflowing with a fervent desire for battle. "Wait, this doesn't sound right. Who are you?" Colonel Mouse quickly detected the discrepancy in the voice, and upon seeing the mocking smile at the corner of the phone bug's mouth, a foreboding feeling stirred within him. "Who am I? Aren't you the one seeking my photograph?" Jing replied slowly. "If you desire, I can take a few more for you." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Colonel Mouse's gritted teeth. Jing, I will never forget the humiliation you caused me," he bellowed. Jing was momentarily taken aback. Huh? He could hardly recall having inflicted any humiliation upon the other party. Rather, it was his vessel that had been utterly obliterated by this individual. Did he think that merely leaving behind photographs would absolve him of consequences? Through the receiver, a voice filled with animosity and delight echoed. "I have acquired quite a bit of information about you, O Grand Master of the Seas. Wouldn't you agree? In the pages of the Green Pine Sea Feast newspaper in Immortal town, there are numerous photographs of you. How could I have failed to recognize you?" Jing paused momentarily, the smile on his face gradually fading. "Are you threatening me?" The voice of Colonel Mouse erupted in a maniacal laugh from the receiver. "Indeed. I am threatening you. Within this week, you are to send someone to the naval base to apologize. Do remember to bring along 50 million berries. Otherwise, prepare for your photographs to be dispatched to the naval headquarters." After a prolonged silence, a voice devoid of any emotion slowly emanated from the phone. "As you wish." The call ended. On the deck of the Tulip, a dreadful pressure enveloped everyone, rendering them breathless. Tulip bowed his head, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He breathed rapidly, feeling as though his heart was being gripped by a hand, tightening incrementally. He braved the chilling aura of murderous intent, struggling to voice his thoughts. Captain Jing." Before he could finish, Jing cast a glance over his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, it was as if his mind had been struck by a terrifying force, abruptly severing his thoughts, causing him to collapse, eyes rolled back. However, this interruption gradually tempered the tension surrounding Jing. The others, including Wuzami and Ajin, sighed in relief, exchanging astonished glances. Ajin was the first to rise. Jing raised a hand, silencing him, and gazed out at the sea, finally speaking after a prolonged silence. "Ajin, have I been too gentle in the past?" His tone was remarkably calm, yet precisely for this reason, it exerted immense pressure on everyone present. Ajin gritted his teeth, at a loss for words. The remains of hundreds from both the Click Pirates and the Black Cat Pirates lay submerged beneath the sea. Who could assert that this man had any semblance of gentleness? However, in his daily life, he indeed exhibited no airs. Aside from his rigorous training and contemplation of swordsmanship, he enjoyed engaging in light-hearted conversations with them, even nurturing 2 small pets and occasionally strumming a tune on his electric guitar. Was such a person not gentle? "No, Captain, you are already fearsome enough," Duane firmly declared through clenched teeth. After a brief silence, Jing's voice gradually emerged. "Yet, why do they still fail to respect me? Why do they even dare to threaten him with his most cherished possessions? Is it due to his lack of notoriety? His identity as a pirate? Or perhaps because he is not sufficiently ruthless? He raised the blade of vengeance to the sunlight, its crimson surface seemingly animated by his fury, as if blood coursed through it. Since ancient times, there have been but two paths to attain respect: ample reverence and profound fear. He could not win the affection of all, so he could only instill fear in them. Akin, along with the 5 of you, go seek Zeph. Shortly thereafter, As墨荆spoke. The captain and his companions chimed in, anxiously casting their gazes towards As墨荆. Yet, they were once more interrupted by a gesture from As墨荆. Go. Become stronger, and return to assist me. His tone was serene, his voice leaving no room for dissent. The 5 misfits fell momentarily silent, bowing their heads and clenching their fists tightly. They sensed that As墨荆was about to undertake a significant endeavor. It was precisely when they were most needed. Yet they found themselves utterly powerless to assist. For the first time, they felt an overwhelming regret for their own frailty. As墨荆could not help but inquire, Captain, what about you? Me? As墨荆gazed at the seagulls soaring in the sky. I wish to ascertain how much justice remains within the soul of the Navy. At the 16th Navy Division, Colonel Mouse, who had previously threatened As墨荆, was in high spirits, unable to suppress a cheerful tune from his hometown. Turning around, he intended to count the treasures amassed in the vault, hoping to enjoy a perfect morning. Suddenly, the telephone bug behind him rang once more. Brew, 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 brew. Colonel Mouse, irritated, picked up the receiver. This is the 16th Navy Division, Colonel Mouse speaking. Who is it? Still in a foul mood? I see, Colonel Mouse. A languid voice replied from the other end. The telephone bug's nose elongated, sprouting serrated edges, while sharp fangs emerged from its mouth, accompanied by a sinister grin. Dragon? Colonel Mouse immediately recognized the voice. It belonged to the notorious Dragon, captain of the most formidable pirate crew in the East Sea, whose terror surpassed even that of the Click pirate crew. This crew, predominantly composed of fishmen and hailing from the Grand Line, had seized control of over 20 coastal villages, ruthlessly exploiting the locals with dreams of transforming the East Sea into a paradise for fishmen. As its leader, Dragon commanded a staggering bounty of 20 million berries, consistently occupying the top spot on the East Sea's wanted list for 11 years. The reason no one had dared to eliminate him was twofold: the Navy's lackluster strength in the East Sea Division and Dragon's long-standing corruption of Colonel Mouse. Mouse had used his authority to conceal many of Dragon's misdeeds, resulting in the headquarters remaining inactive. Hearing this collaborator's voice again, Mouse instinctively furrowed his brow. What is it? His tone adopted a somewhat serious, if not respectful, inflection, though he was the one accepting bribes. He had to acknowledge that the 16th Division was no match for Dragon's pirate crew. Each time he went to collect protection fees, he did so with trepidation, an experience quite unpleasant. Of course, I wish to deliver you some money. Dragon's voice was deep and resonant. Mouse, puzzled, replied. But didn't we collect the payment just yesterday? He had just visited this fellow's lair to collect that month's protection fee. And even upon returning to the Navy base, the cold sweat on his back had yet to dry. He had no desire to relive that dreadful memory. An additional donation of approximately 100 million belly. Do you not desire it? Aaron's voice was laden with temptation. Through the phone, the sound of Colonel Mouse's sharp intake of breath could be heard. 100 million belly. Squeak. He eagerly inquired, what do you require of me? The malevolent dragon replied, there is nothing you need to do, save for locating that sum of money. But do not harm my navigator. Rest assured. A sinister smile adorned the face of Colonel Mouse as his laughter echoed through the room, reminiscent of a rodent's squeak. Meanwhile, on Tortuga Island, everything was running smoothly. Akin and his companions ventured to the shipyard to find Udenbo, where they learned of Zep's recent whereabouts. Dolly and her mother were boarded onto the Tulip, with plans for the Tulip pirates to escort them to the Kingdom of Goya. As墨荆transferred the contract originally signed by Tulips into Dolly's name. Within 6 months, this pirate crew would be under Dolly's command. Of course, they could choose to defy her, even resorting to the clandestine assassination of the contract's owner. The black market never forbade such practices, provided they were willing to bear the consequences of being hunted by As墨荆. Before departing, Dolly retrieved the half-mad, half-dazed Colonel Monka from the forest. She had found him a few nights prior, utterly disoriented on the shore. Kind-hearted Dolly applied her 2.5 years of practiced foot medicine, successfully rendering him half a fool. Now much more docile, she resolved to take him along to the Kingdom of Goya. With everything meticulously arranged, As墨荆, accompanied by Qiangsha and Zhuyi, boarded the Tulip's favorable winds and set off to the nearest town, where he alone embarked on a cruise ship bound for the naval base of the 16th Division. As he departed, the onlookers watched him fade into the distance. On the deck of the Tulip, a mix of emotions swept over the pirates as they beheld the terrifying slayer retreat. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, their eyes reflecting a sentiment of finally being liberated from his menace. Akainu and the motley crew stood at the forefront, silently observing the captain's departure until the cruise ship vanished from sight, before turning to leave the deck. "Let us go. Take us to Barati," Akainu directed towards Tulips. The pirates of the Tulip willingly parted to grant them passage. Throughout, As墨荆had refrained from disclosing his intentions to the others. Yet Akainu sensed that a lengthy separation awaited them. Beneath the warm sunlight, the grand vessel glided slowly along the horizon where sea meets sky. The town housing the 16th Division was not too far, though the cruise ship's speed paled in comparison to that of a pirate ship. It would only take 2 to 3 hours to reach their destination. Laughter and merriment filled the air. The band played a lively tune, elegantly dressed individuals conversed and danced, while black-vested waiters weaved through the banquet hall, continuously serving guests with drinks and food. As墨荆sat in a secluded window seat, remnants of his meal before him. He rested his chin on his hand, gazing quietly out of the window, contemplating the events that lay ahead. Chiosha leaned casually against the table, while sunlight streamed through the window, bisecting his silhouette. In this tranquil moment, an indescribable aura enveloped him. "Hello, is it just you?" A melodious voice drifted from beside him. As墨荆turned his head to find a girl, her makeup exquisite and her charmingly petite face reminiscent of a blossoming lotus, radiating youthful vitality. "No, there is someone else," As墨荆replied softly. Under normal circumstances, he might have engaged in pleasant conversation with the girl. However, at that moment, he found himself devoid of interest. "All right then," the girl said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she lowered her head, preparing to step away. Just then, a man with golden hair, clad in antiquated noble attire, could no longer contain himself. Qin Wenxingyuo had been observing from the side for quite some time, having meticulously prepared for this journey with the noble maiden. She had reached the age of marriage, and he believed that if he could charm her, he would ascend to greatness, liberating himself from his humble origins. Initially convinced of his success, he soon realized upon boarding that the competition was far more formidable than he had anticipated, enough to instill fear even in a woman of a certain age. He was not born into a family of affluent merchants or powerful elites. Rather, he was merely the son of a somewhat renowned photography shop owner, inconspicuous amidst a multitude of competitors, and could even be considered at the bottom. Initially, he believed that his chances had vanished. However, now, opportunity has presented itself at his doorstep. He stepped forward immediately, proclaiming in a melodious tone, "Pray, mind your tone, commoner." Before he could finish, As墨荆abruptly rose, invoking the specter of vengeance. Qin Wenxingyuo was taken aback, retreating a step and momentarily at a loss for words. Behind the exquisitely dressed and beautiful noble maiden stood a one-eyed man brandishing a curved dagger, who stepped before the girl, slightly bowing as he placed his hand cautiously on the hilt of his weapon. In response to the astonished gaze of the girl, the once unyielding knight in service to her father, Changsha, spoke in a hushed tone, "My lady harbors no ill intent, your grace." As墨荆cast a fleeting glance at him, brandishing his sword as he strode past the assembly, departing from the hall. In the distance, the silhouette of an island began to emerge, with a naval base rising prominently upon it, the bold blue numeral 16 standing out distinctly. The moment had finally arrived. As墨荆gripped the hilt of his sword, closing his eyes as the sea breeze began to stir, dark clouds gradually enveloping the small town. The quaint township surrounding the naval 16th Division was known as Mao's, a name that had not originally belonged to it. It had gained notoriety ever since Colonel Maus took office at the 16th Division. The town's layout was simple, with the enormous structure of the division dominating the coastal landscape, while low-lying houses radiated outward from the naval base. From the direction of the dock, a straight avenue led directly to the naval 16th Division, where the imposing numeral 16 appeared particularly formidable against the fading sunlight. As the clouds consumed the last remnants of daylight, the wind picked up, and the cruise ship gently rocked as it approached the shore. Sailors kindly reminded disembarking guests to mind their steps, warning them of impending stormy weather and suggesting they either remain on board or hasten to secure accommodations, while they lowered the gangplank for the eager passengers rushing ashore. Jing descended the ship amidst the crowd, disregarding the increasingly curious glances behind him, his gaze extending down the long street toward the naval division at its end. With neither sorrow nor joy etched upon his brow, he walked forward with calm resolve, his slender figure soon melding into the throng. For the Navy, one would not only be reprimanded for forcefully intruding upon the headquarters, even interfering with soldiers executing their duties at sea would be deemed a provocation against naval authority, punishable by fines or, in severe cases, imprisonment. Moreover, Jing sought far more than this. He remained uncertain about how the naval headquarters would respond to his forthcoming actions. Yet he was acutely aware that the impending turmoil would be insurmountable for the still inexperienced crew. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. A man who fails to resist when that which he cherishes is threatened bears no distinction from swine or dogs, held his few treasures in profound esteem. Thus he cherished them all the more. The only concern that lingered was the potential for retribution afterwards. However, there was little to fear. His romance with remained undisclosed, with only a handful privy to their relationship, and would never betray him. As for the other inhabitants of, during the past 2 years, had primarily traversed between the dairy farm, the green pine fishery, and the forest. Although he had developed amiable relations with the residents, few truly understood him. Those slightly more familiar, the fishmongers, had perished in the recent pirate invasion. To the townsfolk, was merely an enigmatic pirate, the finest fishmonger in town. The legendary master of the sea demons, temporarily residing in the home of old, nothing more. To the onlookers, his departure from the shore appeared entirely ordinary. This was merely a temporary resting place for him, reminiscent of the days of Ace, albeit he lingered a tad longer. In this world, countless pirate crews are randomly stationed at various locations, and Jing's actions were rather inconspicuous. Even if there were indeed someone exceptionally astute who could trace the elusive clues of the sea demon to the Green Pine Sea Feast, they would merely perceive this site as a refuge for recuperation, a transient stop before continuing their pursuit of leads, only to find themselves ensnared in an interminable haze. As if he had materialized from thin air. Although this was undoubtedly the case, who would believe it? Thus, he never fretted about clever minds targeting him. His disdain was reserved solely for the foolish and petty individuals, like the likes of rats. Jing halted his steps and lifted his gaze to behold the iron gate emblazoned with a massive seagull emblem before him, flanked by walls over 4 meters high, separating the base from the surrounding town, reminiscent of a medieval fortress, safeguarding the entire naval branch within. On the watchtowers flanking the gate, naval personnel had already spotted Jing's silhouette. A soldier, puffing on a cigarette, impatiently shouted down, "Are you seeking death? Move aside, and don't loiter at our entrance." Jing remained unfazed, not even casting a glance in his direction, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. "Hey, what are you planning to do?" The naval soldier, noticing his gesture, immediately craned his neck and shouted, "If you damage anything in the branch, you'll have to pay for it. Yes, it'll cost you a pretty penny." By the end of his tirade, a malicious grin had already crept upon his lips. He resolved that, regardless of the actions of this civilian, he would extort a sum from him. As for whether the party's belongings were damaged and by whom, it would pose no issue as long as he submitted a portion of the money to the colonel. This was the consensus among all the Navy personnel at the base. However, in the next moment, his smile froze upon his face. A flash of a blade cut through the air, blood erupted along his nose, and half of his head plummeted from the sky. Accompanying this were remnants of a watchtower and a half-open iron gate. Amidst the thunderous crash of heavy objects hitting the ground, Jing stepped into the 16th Division with his blade drawn, without uttering a single word. From the moment the rat dared to threaten him with Immortal town, the situation had escalated to one of mutual destruction. Perhaps the adversary was unaware of the gravity of the situation, but Jing was not prepared to provide him with the opportunity for realization. The intelligent perish due to their excessive cleverness, while the foolish meet their demise through their own arrogance. An enemy has breached the division. They are heading towards the main building. The alarm from the watchtower echoed through the omnipresent speakers. Jing advanced unhurriedly, and as the words of his opponent ceased, he retaliated with a swift strike, cleaving another watchtower in two. Smoke and dust engulfed the entire playground behind the gate. Amid the thunderous collapse, chaotic footsteps began to resonate from the surrounding buildings, converging upon him. After a prolonged period, the dust settled. A figure clad in a gray robe stood silently at the center of the playground, his long blade pristine and unblemished. A multitude of gun barrels from the edges of the playground and the windows of nearby structures were aimed at him. In such a formation, not even a bird could hope to escape. Yet, despite this overwhelming presence, the remaining Navy soldiers inexplicably felt a sense of unease. This man was too composed. So composed that it felt as though they were not surrounding him, but rather, he was encircling them. The sea breeze rushed through the enormous breach in the iron gate, bringing a refreshing chill to all the naval soldiers. Joy crouched atop the remaining portion of the watchtower, occasionally tilting her head to rearrange her feathers. She glanced outside the gate at the noble lady's expedition team, huddled in a corner, holding their breath in fear, then looked back towards As-墨荆. She raised her little wings. Let us get to it. Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the Navy division? Do you not realize that damaging a Navy base is a grave offense? The voice of the remaining major rang out from behind the building. As-墨荆fell silent for a moment, and for the first time since entering the Navy division, he spoke. Where's the rat? You insolent fool. I am the one asking the questions, and you will answer me obediently. The major retorted angrily. He would never disclose that Colonel Mouse had departed with a ship full of men that very morning and had yet to return, as this would portray the remaining individuals as feeble, although, in his estimation, the somewhat familiar figure before him was already trapped without escape. As-墨荆fell silent for 2 seconds. Run. His voice, though soft, resonated in each ear like crashing waves. Do not blame me for not providing you with opportunities. An expression of disbelief washed over the faces of all the naval soldiers. With so many guns trained on a single individual, the advantage was clearly theirs. Yet this person compelled them to flee. Had they lost their minds? Surely, it was he who should be escaping. From behind the building, the mocking laughter of a major echoed. So, it turns out he is a madman. Everyone, prepare to fire. The sounds of firearms being readied reverberated from all directions. As-墨荆slowly lowered his gaze. Very well, he spoke calmly. In an instant, he vanished from sight. 2 seconds later, a deafening gunfire erupted from Naval Base No. 16. The group of noble ladies huddled in a corner trembled uncontrollably, their ears nearly deafened. They felt as though the wall behind them had nearly been propelled outward. The sound of crumbling bricks and stones echoed from within. Soon after, the acrid stench of gunpowder wafted through the gaping hole at the entrance, jarring the nerves of those present. They turned their heads and discovered that the remaining half of the iron gate was now pockmarked and riddled with bullet holes. Although the soldiers of the Navy's 16th Division were lacking in prowess, they still maintained a basic level of competence. They had not completely encircled the area but instead formed a configuration resembling a pot lid, sheltering As-墨荆on one side of the wall and the gate. Their intention was to provide ample shooting space for the smoothbore firearms, which were even less accurate than themselves. In that fleeting moment, an unknown number of lead bullets had rained down upon that side of the gate, carving away half of the surrounding wall. Yet, what was even more unfathomable was that amidst such a terrifying assault, there were no triumphant cheers from the Navy soldiers within the outpost. Instead, a cacophony of anguished screams echoed through the air, accompanied by the frantic footsteps and shouts of soldiers emanating from inside. That individual was not dead. Rather, he was engaged in a massacre of Navy soldiers. Qin Wenshengguo's voice trembled as he uttered, I think we should leave this place. This place is far too perilous. He hung a camera around his neck. Just a short while ago, he had joined the Noble Ladies Adventure Squad, thanks to the exceptional photography skills passed down from his father. Now, however, he found himself filled with regret. In this cursed place, even a single bullet could claim his life. He must have lost his mind to acquiesce to the demands of that noble lady. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes as he gazed at the photograph in his hand. Under the somber sky, the solitary gray-clad swordsman, sword in hand, stood defiantly at the center of the encircling wolves, resembling a feather glinting with a steel sheen. This was undoubtedly the finest photograph he had ever captured. No, he would not retreat. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, the adventurous noblewoman regained her spirited demeanor. Should she miss this day, she would return to her tedious, protracted existence. Perhaps this was her final adventure, and she was resolute not to abandon it midway. The night captain would protect us, wouldn't he? She looked expectantly at the man who had indulged her since childhood, his affection rivaling that of her father, her eyes sparkling with hope. The man, who was blind in one eye and wielded a curved blade, contorted his face in distress. Could he truly safeguard her? If he were in that situation, he would have been riddled with bullets by now. Yet, upon seeing the lady's hopeful gaze and recalling her repugnant betrothal, alongside the hollow expression of his sorrowful friend who had no choice but to relinquish his daughter, his heart softened once more. Let this be the final indulgence, my lady. This is all I can offer you. No entry. You may only observe from here," he declared sternly. The noblewoman nodded eagerly, prompting a few more heads to peek curiously from the entrance. A thick fog of smoke enveloped the entire training ground, with chaotic shouts and footsteps echoing within. Yet, the more harrowing screams emanated from the naval base's building. Faced with the dark muzzles of numerous guns, As墨荆immediately dashed into the building. Although the straight corridor was not an ideal place to evade, how many could occupy such a space? If he could not even slice through a few lead bullets, he might as well abandon the title of swordsmanship master and settle for that of a novice. Moreover, in such a locale, could any gun truly keep pace with his shadowless steps? The greatest advantage of the shadowless steps lay not only in their swiftness, but also in their agility. With this speed, he could even momentarily run along walls or ceilings. In the straight corridor, As墨荆resembled a human whirlwind, wielding his blade with ferocity as he swept through the first, second, and third floors. Raging waves of the boundless sea revised, rushing tide of the ocean. This was the fusion of shadowless steps and swift sword energy. Wherever he passed, chaos ensued, engulfed by the tempestuous sword airstream. From the outside, one could merely observe brilliant flashes of blade light erupting within the corridor, windows shattering in an instant, blood splattering forth. The sounds of gunfire and screams blending into a cacophony until silence reigned supreme. In Moss Town, all the residents who had rushed to the scene covered their mouths, horrified by the gruesome spectacle. Blood, like red paint, methodically stained the corridors as it flowed upward, layer upon layer. Thunder rumbled ominously within the dark clouds, striking deep into the hearts of all present. Nothing could impede his advance any longer. This was no mere provocation. It was a massacre, a unilateral slaughter of the Navy. At last, a figure stood atop the building. He gazed down upon the entire town, lowering his head to observe the pallid faces of the naval soldiers below. The tumultuous sea breeze swept through, gently stirring the hem of his coat. A flash of lightning cleaved the sky behind him, illuminating his blood-soaked overcoat and the serene expression upon his countenance. He stood aloof like a detached deity, elevated far above the mortal realm. His figure obscured by the dim twilight, save for his eyes, which glowed like kindling, threatening to ignite the entire world. Blood trickled from beneath his feet, gradually cleaving the colossal 16, severing the indomitable faith harbored in the hearts of all the inhabitants of Moose Town. What a terrifying spectacle it was. The residents of Moose Town, pale and trembling, beheld this scene with dread. A singular term echoed in their minds: death. Standing atop the building was no mere mortal, but the very embodiment of death. It had come to reap the souls of these malevolent naval soldiers. Along the lengthy street, Ken Winslow retreated while capturing photographs, inadvertently colliding with those around him who were losing their very essence. His eyes burned with fervor, yet he remained oblivious to the impending doom. Just one more shot, he thought, as the astute noblewoman seized him by the arm, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? Stop taking pictures. We must hide." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ken felt a chill envelop him, hastily stowing away his camera as he hurriedly followed the noblewoman towards a nearby building. In the midst of their flight, he could not resist glancing back. His eyes widened in astonishment as, beneath the leaden sky, a figure descended from above. A divine entity plummeted, heralding the final judgment. The chaotic winds swept the blood from As墨荆's face backwards, his eyes aflame with the intensity of a raging fire, seemingly piercing through the structures to behold the souls concealed within. In his rapid descent, he executed a familiar initial stance. Floating heaven and vast seas, raging tide, modification. Vengeance tore through the air. Raging tide, roaring fury. A torrent, broader than the ripple of waves yet imbued with the same ferocious sword energy, enveloped the 16th Naval Division. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, surrounding buildings and walls crumbled into ruin. Only the main edifice of the Naval Division stood solitary amidst the debris. The lifeless bodies of hundreds mingled with the fallen structures, forming a mound before the main building. As the smoke dissipated, As墨荆, restored by the initial flames, calmly traversed the rubble, surveying his surroundings. He raised his left hand, and clusters of white orbs materialized from the wreckage, akin to seabirds returning to their nest. Settling into his palm, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged within him. At this moment, he was immersed in a sea of souls. The only disheartening news was that the rat seemed truly absent, but that mattered little. He would await its return. The blood feud had been sealed, and it would only conclude when one side had bled dry. The winds howled chaotically, and a fine rain began to descend from the heavens. At the naval headquarters, within the intelligence management department, the operator gazed pale-faced at the fax machine, which slowly exhaled sheets of paper, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It was an image. A bloody missive, not yet fully printed, but the implications it contained rendered him as though trapped in a frigid abyss, chilled to the bone. Quickly, summon Vice Admiral John Giando. He slammed his palm upon the desk, rising to his feet and shouting in distress. 5 minutes later, the towering Vice Admiral John Giando of the giant race arrived at the doorway. The operator rushed out, delivering the faxed image into his hands. Giando unfolded the paper, scrutinizing the minuscule sheet, drawing closer to discern the blood-inked characters. Gradually, a stern countenance darkened ominously, as if a repressed volcano was on the verge of eruption. He clenched his fist tightly, his voice erupting like thunder. How could such a thing happen? The windows in the vicinity trembled violently. The operator beside him was nearly knocked off balance by the sound, yet anxiously inquired, "General John, shall we convene a meeting with the remaining generals at headquarters?" According to established protocol, whenever a formidable pirate threat emerged, it was customary to gather the available generals to deliberate on bounties and strategies for containment. However, General John Jander categorically dismissed this high-level meeting, which would typically be regarded as a significant affair concerning pirates. No, he asserted, this dire situation is beyond the capacity of a meeting among generals to resolve. His pupils brimmed with fury as he once again spread his hands, gazing at the crumpled intelligence in his palm, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "We must inform Admiral Sengoku of this matter." 15 minutes later, blood-red intelligence from the East Sea 16th Branch was delivered to Admiral Sengoku's desk. The man, sporting a wild hairstyle and frog-like glasses, with a demeanor of calmness, slowly scanned the information, only to crush his teacup in outrage. What does it mean that the East Sea 16th Branch has been obliterated? That the remaining personnel have all perished? His beard, braided at the chin, quivered with each word of his furious outcry. Such occurrences had only been seen during the nascent stages of the Navy, when its strength was still woefully inadequate. Since then, even when confronting formidable pirates, such situations were rare unless the adversary was intent on annihilating the base. Veins bulged on Sengoku's aging face, muscles taut, resembling a wrathful Buddha from a distance. Soon, at the Admiral's urgent summons, all the Vice Admirals and Generals temporarily available at Marineford were gathered. Akiji, the only Admiral present, shed his usual laziness, seriously studying the intelligence in his hands, gradually furrowing his brow. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. The rear admirals wore grim expressions, while a few appeared indifferent. They did not act excessively under the prevailing tension. Everyone was acutely aware of the current situation. Admiral Sengoku spoke in a low, somber tone, his face dark with concern. "Share your thoughts. This villain must be exterminated." Vice Admiral John Giant urged impatiently, clenching his fists. "If we do not eradicate this malevolent seed now, it will surely bring forth greater calamities in the future. Do not be so hasty, John," came Kazara's voice from the side. Wearing sunglasses and sporting a vertical scar over his left eye, he spoke unhurriedly. Whether it be arrest or execution, both are inevitable. But the most pressing matter now is how to conceal this incident. He gazed at the intelligence in his hands, unable to fathom the terrifying consequences that would ensue should this information spread. Such matters, for those restless young pirates, were far from being exemplary learning cases. He voiced his concerns anxiously. Concealment? Apprehend him, execute him publicly, and broadcast it live to the entire world. That would serve as the most effective cover-up. Sitting diagonally across from Kaisha, the grim-faced Doberman coldly articulated his thoughts. Kaisha, aware of the unspoken tensions, refrained from interjecting within the Navy. Doberman was privately dubbed the Fighting Dog, a designation that indicated his formidable and unyielding nature. Soon enough, the admirals erupted into disputes over how to handle this dire predicament, subtly dividing into factions advocating for drastic measures, dispatching several vice admirals to besiege As墨荆, while others argued for a more measured approach, seeking to suppress the information and discreetly send operatives to resolve the situation. There were also those who espoused a more ruthless stance, insisting that once he entered their jurisdiction, he should be crushed without hesitation. Ultimately, it was Sengoku who rapped the table, bringing an end to the feudal squabbling among them. He turned his gaze towards the side, addressing Akiji. "Kazan, you are here for the meeting as well, so do not remain silent." The man known as Akiji, whose real name is Admiral Kazan, sighed and lazily replied, "Whether or not to conceal the information is not a decision we can make." His words were laden with implication. Yet no one dared to counter them. Even the general from the radical faction had no choice but to clench his fists and accept this reality. "There is but one matter upon which we can make a decision." He bent over, gazing intently at the intelligence in his hands. "Who should be dispatched for the capture?" The generals exchanged glances, and though they appeared unoccupied at the moment, each bore a heavy burden of tasks. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining a certain number of vice-admirals and at least one admiral in Marineford, they would have already returned to their respective duties. To venture into the East Sea to hunt down a pirate? It would be an immense waste of time. Even the more radical vice-admirals were troubled by the thought of what might transpire in their absence, with the more nefarious elements of the Grand Line potentially wreaking havoc. After all, with the capability to breach a naval base, why remain in such a minor region as the East Sea? Vice-Admiral Steeres, clad in a suit, could not help but voice his frustration. The upside-down mountain, the passageway leading from the Four Seas to the Grand Line, lay right there. The Navy and the world government were not blind, so why had they not obliterated this route or stationed formidable forces to guard it for so long? Aside from trade considerations, there was another crucial reason. The Grand Line was far more conducive to efficiently dealing with pirates than the vast Four Seas. The waters here were more confined, the climate wildly unpredictable, coupled with a plethora of elite naval forces. Without sufficient strength, one could hardly navigate the initial segment of the journey. Even if one managed to pass through the first half, the Navy headquarters at Marineford awaited at the journey's end, ready to welcome them with open arms. Each year, the number of pirates successfully traversing this route to the latter half of the Grand Line was exceedingly scarce. Was the term pirate graveyard merely a jest? Thus, vice-admirals stationed at the Grand Line's naval branches were either on constant patrol or relentlessly pursuing those pirates who sought to make headlines at any cost. They would occasionally return to headquarters for brief respites. The Grand Line was, after all, their primary battleground. Individuals of the vile nature of As墨荆had precisely struck at their Achilles heel, neither strong enough to necessitate vice-admiral intervention nor too close, yet significantly more formidable than the forces stationed in the East Sea. This disparity in strength was particularly stark in a region where the average bounty for pirates barely reached 3 million. To annihilate a naval branch? Though the situation was dire, everyone understood that simply plucking a pirate crew with a bounty of 60 to 70 million from other seas could easily accomplish that. It dawned on them that they seemed to have neglected the East Sea for far too long. No, it was not that they had intentionally overlooked it. Rather, there was a certain individual of exceptional character. I have heard that Vice Admiral Karp has recently returned to the East Sea to escort a prisoner. A hesitant voice interjected. The eyes of the assembled vice admirals reflected a peculiar blend of expressions. Sengoku could only cover his forehead in exasperation. Even Akiji's lips curled slightly upwards. The naval hero Karp, a powerful vice-admiral who had repeatedly declined promotions to admiral, one of the steadfast pillars of naval justice. To escort a mere prisoner from the East Sea, what warranted his involvement at such a rank? Even if the individual in question was a former colonel from the naval branch, he was hardly deserving of a vice-admiral's attention. A mere brigadier general from the headquarters could easily handle such a task. Everyone was acutely aware that this uniquely positioned veteran was merely seeking an excuse to return to the East Sea for a visit. Such behavior was nothing new. No one could command this free-spirited veteran. He would go wherever he pleased. Yet, it was undeniable that his frequent returns home had maintained a relatively peaceful and stable situation in the East Sea. Now, it seemed it was once again time for this veteran to take action. I have heard that Vice Admiral Karp was reportedly injured while escorting the prisoner, and that the prisoner managed to escape. Another hesitant voice chimed in. The expressions of the vice admirals grew even more intricate. Sengoku nearly covered his entire face in despair. Someone, please, go retrieve that disgraceful individual. If a truly heinous prisoner emerged in the East Sea, one capable of defeating this legendary veteran who had once bested Roger and annihilated the Rock's pirates, it would necessitate not only the admiral's attention, but even the marshal's with his golden transponder snail in hand. That individual must have done it on purpose. This way, he could feign injury as an excuse to evade those burdensome tasks imposed from above, which he was reluctant to undertake. After years of partnership and friendship, did Sengoku not understand this individual's modus operandi? Yet, he still spoke solemnly. Send a copy of the intelligence over. Given the circumstances in the East Sea, a figure of justice like Karp would certainly not turn a blind eye. As soon as his words fell, a figure hurriedly burst through the door. Breaking news. The naval soldier responsible for delivering the message radiated pride and excitement. Vice Admiral Garp has set off for Division 16. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of all present. Given Garp's unique approach to matters, it was customary for less significant discussions to go unnotified to him. Yet this time, his actions had outpaced even the discussions. This could only imply that someone had forewarned him. But who among them possessed such foresight? The attendees exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards the composed figure of Admiral Sengoku seated at the center. In that moment, admiration filled their eyes. Truly, Sengoku was deserving of his title as the strategic admiral, possessing such far-sighted insight. Meanwhile, as he pondered who among them dared to overstep their bounds, Sengoku nearly found himself blinded by the collective admiration. Akiji remarked, "Old man, everything is unfolding according to your scheme, isn't it?" Sengoku, regaining his composure, replied steadily, "Since Garp has received the news, this meeting will conclude here. Dismissed. For justice." All the vice admirals rose in unison. No one doubted Garp's potential for failure. The mere mention of his name instilled confidence in everyone, embodying the assurance brought by the naval hero. Sengoku stood and was the first to exit the conference room. Regardless of who had acted, he decided to claim the credit for this turn of events. While somewhat underhanded, it was an opportune moment to reinforce his authority amidst the increasingly severe factional disputes within the Navy. As he walked, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. Observing the clusters of naval vice admirals below, feeling a sense of unease about the growing power and scattered loyalty within the ranks. Reflecting on the past, when the Navy was not as formidable, and he, Garp, and Tsuru were still young, he recalled how they had little room for such concerns in the face of pirate threats. Yet, upon further contemplation, perhaps this also signified a gradual move toward peace in the world. Despite the heavy toll and painful choices made by many, justice was slowly being realized. Thus, Sengoku's expression suddenly sharpened. Individuals like Mokin, who dared to provoke the Navy's dignity and sought to disrupt the balance between the Navy and pirates, must not be allowed to remain. He believed that his old friend would share this sentiment. He gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly piercing through infinite expanses to behold the swiftly advancing canine-headed warship. Aboard the vessel, Bogart, clad in a gray suit and draped in a naval cloak, stood quietly behind Garp. He observed his typically jovial superior now clad in an unusual seriousness, while stealing a glance at the information he had just received from the Intelligence Management Department. His left hand instinctively clenched the hilt of his sword at his waist. Merely a few moments prior, a call made from a public telephone booth in the black market had directly connected to the phone bug he had nurtured. Upon verification, it was confirmed to be an undercover informant from the Navy headquarters stationed in the East Seas black market. The informant relayed details regarding a pirate named As墨荆and implored Rear Admiral Garp to take action against him. Ordinarily, Garp would have declined such a request, for the information provided indicated that this pirate had not committed any heinous acts against civilians. His strength merely exceeded that of the average pirate. Such individuals emerged every few years, most ultimately vanishing into the depths of the Grand Line. Yet, owing to his sense of duty, he chose to inquire further with the Intelligence Management Department. The result was this urgent missive, which contained scant information. The pirate As墨荆had obliterated the Navy's 16th Division, leaving no survivors among the garrison, and the colonel had yet to return. Upon receiving this news, Garp immediately resolved to set sail. However, he had to concede that even with the warship at full speed, it would take nearly an hour to reach Moss Town, where the 16th Division was located. Even if they arrived, the personnel would likely have already fled. Despite this, Garp showed no signs of hesitation. Bogart glanced at Garp, though his superior spoke not a word. He understood that the fury within him had reached its zenith. He simply wished to direct his wrath away from his own men. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Garp's deep voice declare, "Too slow." Bogart was taken aback and quickly replied, "This is already the fastest speed." "Still too slow," Garp shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Bogart seemed to realize something and, with a look of horror, exclaimed, "Admiral, you wouldn't possibly mean..." Before he could finish his sentence, Garp leapt from the bow of the ship, propelling himself across the surface of the water with a technique reminiscent of shaving, racing away at an astonishing pace. Even someone as composed as Bogart couldn't help but press down his hat and shout from the bow, "Admiral Garp, Moose Town is at least 10 nautical miles away." In the distance, Garp's boisterous voice carried on the sea breeze, "That doesn't sound too far." Bogart sighed as he leaned against the railing, still behaving recklessly. This superior of his was admirable in many ways, but often prone to startling antics. He shook his head and made his way towards the captain's cabin. Throughout this time, he harbored no concerns regarding the safety of Karp. In the contemporary world, apart from the infamous four emperors, he could scarcely conceive of anyone capable of inflicting harm upon this formidable superior. Even after traversing 20 kilometers, a naval hero remains a naval hero. Wherever the Iron Fist treads, justice is assuredly upheld. Simultaneously, a warship that had set sail early from the 16th Division gradually docked at Moss Town. Inside the cabin, the rat scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his expression contorted. The base has been destroyed. Do not return? As墨荆. The brief report conveyed merely these three pieces of information. Unthinkable. I have long wished to express that your base appeared rather flimsy. A mocking, deep voice resonated from the shadows behind him. Under normal circumstances, Colonel Rat would have been incensed, yet at this moment, he wore a forced smile, replying, Indeed. That is the case. In any event, I entrust this matter to you. A serrated long nose slowly emerged from the darkness. Rest assured, I shall take this business to heart. However, when will you remove the handcuffs from my wrists? The sound of chains scraping against the ground echoed. Colonel Rat turned his gaze back, his eyes icy. Do not rush. It is merely a pretense. The time will come soon. Boom. Lightning illuminated Moss Town, rendering it pale. The once bustling town now lay in complete silence. The streets were nearly devoid of human presence, with doors and windows tightly shut, as if the inhabitants had vanished from the island entirely. A gentle rain began to intensify, pattering against the rooftops and enveloping the entire town. The warship gradually approached the shore. The first to disembark were the naval soldiers tasked with escorting the prisoners. A line of nervous sailors guiding the handcuffed fishmen off the vessel. Their gazes were somewhat unfocused, although they were escorting the dragon pirate crew. Recently vanquished by the Straw Hat Pirates, their eyes continually darted towards the direction of the 16th branch base. The captain of the dragon pirate crew, known as Dragon, was the last to be led off the ship, with Colonel Mouse accompanying him. This matter is now entrusted to you, Mouse murmured. In truth, on his way back, he had already received a distress call from the remaining major at the 16th branch, but the transmission was abruptly cut off after a blood-curdling scream. Mouse had not intended to return so recklessly. However, the day had been fraught with misfortune. Although he initially discovered the hidden bounty of 100 million berries belonging to a thief named Nami, soon after, the Straw Hat Pirates, emerging from seemingly nowhere, defeated the dragon pirate crew, a group he himself found terrifying. He had initially intended to seize the opportunity presented by the grievously injured individuals to capture both factions in one fell swoop, thereby solidifying his status as a naval captain. However, to his dismay, he found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating instead. Not only did he lose his money, but he also suffered a significant loss of face. The loss of both money and dignity was regrettable, but Captain Mouse, known for his adaptability, promptly decided to arrest the notorious dragon pirate crew, which had evolved into a significant threat. Unexpectedly, he received an urgent plea for assistance from his base en route. Had he not been escorting the dragon pirates, he could have easily absconded and returned once reinforcements arrived. Yet, with those ruthless fiends in his vicinity, he felt a gnawing unease with each passing second. If they managed to escape, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, at that moment, the cunning and shrewd Captain Mouse had a brilliant idea. Raindrops cascaded over the dragon's light blue skin, and despite his bruised state, he let out a low, confident chuckle. Your base seems to be in a rather precarious situation, he remarked softly. Along the way, Captain Mouse solemnly explained to him and the members of the Fishman pirate crew the pretense behind their arrest. They needed assistance in dealing with a pirate invading the base. It appeared that both parties were in good spirits, having rekindled their collaboration, despite the thick curtain of rain. The formidable sense of smell belonging to the sawtooth shark still detected the potent scent of blood from afar. In his vision, the naval base resembled a bowl brimming with crimson mist, the aroma of blood enveloping the small town like red silk. This was indeed remarkable. Ha 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 ha. Captain Mouse was baffled by the dragon's laughter, yet with the presence of the dragon beside him, he felt a surge of confidence. He recalled the information he had uncovered in the past about this individual, who hailed from the legendary Sun Pirates. Had he not been so perceptive as to accept the bribe back then, the 16th Division would likely have been obliterated by him long ago. There was no one more fearsome in the East Blue. As he pondered this, the naval convoy escorting the prisoners formed a lengthy line, steadily advancing along the long street. After traversing half the street, the visage of the 16th Division gradually became discernible to the onlookers. The leading naval soldiers slowed their pace, eventually coming to a complete halt. He lifted his gaze vacantly to the remnants of the 16th Division, now reduced to mere ruins, and to the colossal number 16, washed in blood, hardly believing he had returned to the familiar precincts. "Hey, why are you stopping? Hurry up." The voice of Mouse, laden with urgency, echoed from behind. No matter how he urged, the group remained motionless. Frustrated, Mouse sprinted through the torrential rain, catching up to the front soldier, and delivered a swift kick to his backside. Before he could utter a reprimand, his eyes widened in shock, fixated on the grim scene beyond the curtain of rain. Amidst the mountain-like debris, a blood-stained figure sat silently. A straight saber was embedded at his side. The dim light and the rain obscured his form, yet those eyes, ablaze with fire, shone starkly in this somber world. Mouse's heart raced violently. In that fleeting moment of seeing the flames, he was suddenly overtaken by a profound yearning, a yearning for the soul, an insatiable thirst. During these 2 years in Immortal Town, they had been the happiest of my existence, as if finally sensing the arrival of the awaited one. The voice of Jing emerged softly through the rain, ethereal and faint, almost devoid of humanity. Yet, the longer time passed, the more I feared. He slowly rose from the ruins, drawing forth his long sword. It felt as though his heart bore a gaping wound. For no matter how much happiness he tried to fill it with, it would quietly seep away. Pebbles tumbled down with each of his steps as Jing traversed the former entrance, advancing step by step along the long street. A torrent of crimson flowed from the 16 branches, washed away by the rain, cascading down the thoroughfare. It resembled a vivid red carpet, unfurling before Jing as he moved forward, paving the way for the sovereign of blood. It is only today that I truly comprehend. He descended upon a pool of blood, lifting his blazing gaze towards the rat and the serpentine line of followers behind him. It turned out that I had long been yearning for your souls. The vengeance traced an arc, poised vertically before his chest. Jing halted his steps, striking a peculiar and unfamiliar stance. The rat, paralyzed by the terrifying scene, finally snapped back to reality, letting out a shriek before fleeing in haste. "Quick, release my handcuffs," came the urgent voice of the dragon from behind. "Release them, just release them," the rat cried out, unable to restrain himself as he ran. He could sense a chilling gaze fixed intently upon him. The mouse immediately darted into the escorting crowd as if its tail were set ablaze, frantically squeaking, "Dragon, save me." Crack! The handcuffs of the dragon clattered to the ground first. An ominous aura began to permeate the surroundings. He lifted his head to gaze at Jing, and a sinister grin spread across his face, stretching to its fullest extent. "Rest assured, I shall come right away." He suddenly seized the nearby naval soldier, viciously biting through the man's neck. "I shall slay you." He cackled maniacally, his terrifying laughter echoing through the rain. The abrupt betrayal left everyone in a state of shock. Blood flowed from the vicious dragon's serrated teeth, yet he laughed with increasing delight, especially at the incredulous expression on the mouse's face, which sent him into fits of laughter. "Do you think you can deceive me?" the dragon roared, as the liberated fishmen grinned menacingly, mercilessly attacking the nearby naval officers. "I am a member of the dragon pirate crew." His words were left unspoken, for a flash of light swept across his neck. His head soared into the air. A look of bewilderment permanently etched upon his face. In that fleeting moment, for reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled his first encounter with the ocean's surface. Witnessing the sun's shimmering reflections dance across the water. Such beauty was unforgettable. It had been an eternity since he had beheld such enchanting light. The long street fell into silence. Humanity ceased its screams, the fishmen abandoned their sinister laughter, and all exchanged peaceful glances. The flowing light retreated into the shadows at the street's end. In a singular, straight line, the heads of all the people rolled back and fell. The flowing water, the fleeting light. At the end of the long street, Jing turned slowly. Suddenly, a torrential downpour engulfed everything. Amidst the deluge, scattered souls sparkled like pearls upon the long street. Everything had settled into stillness. Jing lifted his head, allowing the rain to pelt his face. Exhaling deeply as if to expel all the murderous intent, worries, and fatigue accumulated along his journey. Having vanquished his foes, he felt remarkably rejuvenated. As though the dark clouds hovering over his heart had finally dissipated, and a once lifeless heart began to beat anew. He did not deceive the mouse. When the green pine fishery was still operational, he felt little of the weight of his existence. However, after the transformation of the fishery into the green pine seafood banquet, he metamorphosed from an ordinary fishmonger into the renowned master of the sea. His earnings multiplied, yet the fish he slaughtered dwindled. Gradually, he began to feel a gnawing restlessness, an incessant sensation that something was escaping from within his heart. A profound yearning to fill the void within him intensified with each passing moment. Initially, he attributed this turmoil to a stagnation in his swordsmanship. Thus, he resorted to meditative solitude by the sea, seeking to quell the distractions that plagued his mind. It was not until the 2 large-scale slaughters since he took to the sea, when a torrent of souls surged into his palm, that he experienced an unparalleled sense of satisfaction, compelling him to acknowledge his insatiable thirst for souls, every day, every hour, every minute, every second. Perhaps this is one of the prices of immortality. Imojing harbored no regrets when weighed against eternal death. The notion of thriving by seizing the souls of others seemed remarkably advantageous. If moral and psychological acceptance proved challenging, why not simply seek out villains to eliminate? Observe this town stained crimson. In this world, there is no shortage of reckless scoundrels like him, acting on their whims. He ascended the long street, as souls effortlessly drifted towards him, merging with the ring upon his left hand. Suddenly, he let out a soft gasp, pausing in his stride. Swiftly grasping one of the ethereal forms, bending down to examine it closely. Soul of the Jagged Dragon. Soul capacity, 4100. The capacity is decent, the name rather ordinary. Yet its effects are remarkably extraordinary. In Imojing's grasp, this faintly blue-hued orb of soul shimmered like a beating heart, pulsating rhythmically as if something were on the verge of hatching forth. It was his first encounter with such an unusual soul. However, judging by the souls of those who had transformed into demon fruit users, it seemed that the more peculiar the soul, the more exquisite the crafted item. This soul before him should be no exception. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Imojing's heart as he tightened his grip with his left hand. Soul refinement. Serrated, soul of the evil dragon. Required soul quantity, 1025. Consumed soul quantity, 6150. His palm began to tremble slightly. This refinement process felt exceptionally prolonged. As his soul refinement level advanced, the souls he harvested from his vanquished foes appeared to undergo a subtle transformation. In addition to this extraordinary soul, the number of named souls seemed to increase. From the Marine Branch Major, Chagong's soul, to the Marine Branch Colonel, Mouse's soul, it appeared that anyone holding a rank could yield a complete soul. The mermen were even more impressive. Alongside the evil dragon, the 6-sword style, Little 8 soul, Black Belt, Krubi, and Water Cannon, Jiu all bore noble souls infused with a hint of cerulean hue. He could hardly recall when he had vanquished so many renowned masters. Perhaps, for him now, these individuals no longer seemed formidable. The technique known as fleeting waters, glimmering shadows, is not particularly exceptional. Its essence derives from CLO's shadowless steps, with a touch of Imojing's insights into water. It bears some resemblance to the fish swimming technique from the Floating Sky and Vast Sea series. However, one pushes footwork to its zenith while the other elevates swordsmanship to its pinnacle. The principles of combat are akin to CLO's spoon, fundamentally harnessing the terrifying kinetic energy of high speed and the omnipresent understanding of water to slay foes, albeit with a touch more finesse from Imojing. After nearly 4 to 5 minutes, the forging concluded, and a series of notifications emerged in Imojing's mind. A. Medium physique, crystal 5B, weapon, sawtooth C. Strong wrist, bracelet, D. Bloodline, merman. The moment he glimpsed the final option, his eyes sparkled with realization. Good heavens, he finally understood why the soul was so peculiar. A bloodline. Could such a thing truly be forged? He patiently cast a glance at the options B and C. The weapon, possessing serrated characteristics, not only inflicts lacerating wounds, but also boasts the remarkable ability to self-repair its blade, a commendable trait indeed. Conversely, the strong arm bracelet enhances one's arm strength, with a degree of enhancement contingent upon one's physical constitution. The stronger the physique, the more pronounced the effect. Both items present themselves as commendable accessories. However, they pale in comparison to the final option. The Fishman bloodline. In this ocean-themed realm, what could possibly be more enticing? He chose bloodline, Fishman. It felt as if something shattered within his mind. A profound understanding surged from the depths of his being, reminiscent of the former essence of water. The bloodline, Fishman, represented a similar introspection and comprehension of the Fishman heritage. Yet, its focus diverged from swordsmanship, steering towards soul refinement. Under the guidance of an enigmatic force, knowledge pertaining to soul refinement began to unfold in a novel direction. gradually revealing an unknown alchemical formula known as life essence within his consciousness. Simultaneously, a series of unique attributes materialized in As Mokjing's status panel. Name: As Mokjing. Age: 20. Race: Undead bloodline. None strength, D agility, D physique, D intellect, D soul ability, Undying curse skills. Soul refinement LV51. Initial flame LV11, swordsmanship LV18, swordmaster, swimming LV10, shooting LV1, body technique, footwork LV10, master. Traits: dark ring X1, initial flame, rhythm of water, deep breathing, primal instinct. Fishman bloodline, not activated. He did not directly acquire a certain bloodline of the merman. Rather, the trait of merman bloodline, not loaded, generously bestowed upon him the liberty of choice. Now, he merely needed to vanquish a marine creature, seize its soul, and refine it into the essence of life to activate the corresponding merman bloodline. At this thought, a frenzied idea surged uncontrollably in his mind. Indeed, if one were to speak of the most formidable marine creature, what could possibly rival the sovereign of the seas, the Sea King? The typical merman bloodline possesses an extraordinary physique, boasting tenfold the strength of a human. What then could be said of the bloodline of the Sea King? Although mermen and sea kings are entirely distinct beings, and it seems that there exists no merman with a Sea King bloodline in this world, who is to say that it cannot be so? Such an enticing opportunity lay before him. If he hesitated to make an attempt, it would be a profound embarrassment to the undead. In a moment of fervent excitement, As Mokjing prepared to depart in search of a suitable place to devise a plan. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek pierced the air from behind him. The atmosphere froze, and the torrential rain appeared to pause for an instant. An unprecedented sense of danger surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. As Mokjing's body bristled with tension. He barely had time to roar in anger, gripping his sword with both hands, before he turned and swung down. In the next instant, the curtain of rain, the gleam of his blade, space, and indeed the entire world shattered before his eyes. A black iron fist effortlessly crushed everything, slamming into his chest. As Mokjing transformed into a fiery meteor, hurtling backward. Boom! A massive hole opened in the building of the Navy's 16th Division. The Navy's retribution arrived with such swiftness and ferocity. The white-haired veteran stood in the rain, gazing at the countless corpses, his heart heavy with sorrow. Half an hour earlier, at the Navy headquarters, in the Intelligence Management Department, the operator, pale-faced, stared at the fax machine behind the telephone bug as sheets of paper slowly emerged, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It was an image, a blood-soaked missive, still unfinished, but the information within had plunged him into an icy abyss of dread. Quick, summon Vice Admiral John. He slammed his hand on the desk, standing up and shouting in desperation. 5 minutes later, the roar of the giant Vice Admiral John Jando echoed from the Intelligence Management Department. How could such a thing happen? The windows trembled violently under the force of the giant's fury. Soon, the news cascaded upward. By the time this blood-stained intelligence from the East Sea's 16th Division reached Admiral Sengoku's desk, 15 minutes had passed. Sengoku's voice, restrained yet seething with anger, emerged from the office. What do you mean the East Sea's 16th Division has been destroyed? An entire army annihilated? The usually composed Admiral Sengoku slammed his palm on the desk, and even his comical frog-like glasses could not conceal the wrath etched upon his face. Such a calamity had only occurred in the early days of the Navy, when it was still fledgling and lacked strength. Since then, even when facing terrifyingly powerful pirates, such occurrences were rare unless the adversary was intent on obliterating a base. Has such a dreadful event finally transpired in the East Sea? He gritted his teeth. The thought of the increasingly rampant and terrifying pirate incidents over the past 2 years made the lines on his once youthful face bulge with tension, his muscles taut, resembling a wrathful Buddha of indomitable strength. Roger, what a deed you have wrought. Minutes later, an urgent notification from the Admiral was dispatched, summoning all available Vice Admirals and Generals remaining in Marineford. Admiral Akiji, the only Admiral present, shed his usual languor, scrutinizing the intelligence in his hands, his brow furrowed. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive. The faces of the Vice Admirals grew increasingly grim. Of course, a few remained indifferent, but even they did not dare to overstep given the prevailing tension. You all see the current situation. Admiral Sengoku's voice was low and grave. Share your thoughts. We must eliminate this vile scoundrel. Vice Admiral John Jando exclaimed impatiently, clenching his fists as he declared, this malignant seed, if not uprooted now, will surely bring forth greater calamity in the future. There's no need to rush, John. Kizaru's voice interjected calmly from the side, wearing sunglasses with a vertical scar across his left eye. Whether it be arrest or execution, both are inevitable. But the most pressing concern now is how to conceal this incident. He gazed at the intelligence in his hands, scarcely able to fathom the terrifying repercussions should this information disseminate. This matter, for those restless little pirates, serves as no exemplary model. He expressed his concerns. Arrest, public execution, and a global broadcast serve as the most effective concealment. Sitting diagonally across from Kaisha, the gloomy Doberman rasped. Kaisha wisely refrained from interjecting. Within the Navy, Doberman was privately dubbed the fighting dog, not a particularly agreeable character. Soon, the admirals began to quarrel over how to handle this mess, subtly dividing into factions advocating for decisive measures, proposing to dispatch several vice admirals to encircle and eliminate As墨荆, while others suggested a more discreet approach, advocating for the suppression of information and the covert dispatch of operatives to address the issue. There were also those who belonged to the "let me crush him once he enters my territory" faction. Ultimately, it was Sengoku who rapped the table, putting an end to the feudal bickering. He turned his gaze towards the figure of Akiji beside him. Kazan, you are also here for the meeting. Do not remain silent. The man, known by the codename Akiji and originally named Kazan, paused for 2 seconds before responding in a languid tone. Whether to conceal the information is not a decision for us to make. His words were laden with implication, yet no one dared to counter them. Even the major general from the radical faction had to clench his fists in acceptance of this reality. There is but one matter upon which we can decide. He bent over, scrutinizing the intelligence in his hands. Who shall be dispatched for the capture? The generals exchanged glances. Although they seemed to have leisure, each was, in truth, burdened with numerous tasks. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining a certain number of vice admirals and at least one admiral at Marineford, they would have long since returned to their respective duties. To venture into the East Sea to hunt down a pirate? Such an endeavor would be excessively time-consuming and a gross misallocation of resources. Even the more radical vice admirals would be troubled by the thought of what heinous acts might unfold in the Grand Line during their absence. After all, those capable of storming a naval base should not be lingering in the petty confines of the East Sea. Vice Admiral Stelis, clad in a formal suit, could not help but voice his discontent. Reflecting on the recent spate of malevolent incidents, he felt compelled to confront the young pirates of today. Is the Grand Line no longer grand? Challenging the powerful, amassing treasure, pursuing the One Piece. Is it too much to ask for the youth to harbor a dream? What future lies in remaining cloistered in the Four Seas? Approaching the Grand Line is akin to courting death. No, rather, it is an adventure. The Upside-Down Mountain. The passage from the Four Seas to the Grand Line stands prominently before them. The Navy and the world government are not blind. Why have they not destroyed this route or stationed heavy guards for so long? Aside from commercial interests, there exists another compelling reason. The Grand Line is a locale far more suited for the efficient eradication of pirates than the vast expanse of the Four Seas. The waters here are more confined, the climate perilously unpredictable, compounded by a multitude of elite naval forces. Without significant strength, one cannot even traverse the initial stretch. Even if one succeeds in that, the gates of the Marine headquarters at Marineford welcome you with open arms at the journey's end. Each year, the number of pirates able to travel from this route to the latter half of the Grand Line is exceedingly rare. The pirate graveyard is no mere jest. Thus, the vice admirals stationed at the Marine headquarters are either guarding the naval branches along the Grand Line or tirelessly pursuing those pirates eager to make headlines. They occasionally return to headquarters for a brief respite. The Grand Line is their true battlefield, and scrupulous individuals like As墨荆have struck a nerve. They are not so formidable as to necessitate a vice admiral's intervention, yet they surpass the East Sea's naval forces by several tiers. This disparity in strength is particularly pronounced in the East Sea, where the average bounty for pirates hovers around 3 million. Destroying a naval branch? While it may sound atrocious, everyone understands that it would be entirely feasible to pluck a pirate crew with a bounty of 60 to 70 million from other seas. Furthermore, there have been even graver occurrences in other regions. Just consider the newly emerged pirate crews boasting bounties exceeding 100 million in the past 2 years. The East Sea has maintained its stability for so long solely due to the presence of an exceptionally unique figure. I have heard that Vice Admiral Karp has recently returned to the East Sea to escort a prisoner. A hesitant voice interjected. The expressions of all the vice admirals present shifted intriguingly. Sengoku, in particular, buried his face in his hands. Even Akiji's lips twitched slightly. The naval hero Carp, a powerful vice admiral who has repeatedly declined promotion to admiral and serves as a pillar of the Navy's justice, to escort a mere prisoner from the East Sea. Why would this distinguished vice admiral need to intervene? Even if the prisoner were a former colonel of a naval branch, he hardly warrants the attention of a vice admiral. A brigadier general from headquarters could easily fulfill such a task. It was evident to all that this uniquely positioned veteran was merely seeking an excuse to return to the East Sea. Such behavior had become commonplace. No one could command this free-spirited veteran. He goes wherever he pleases. Yet, it must be acknowledged that it is precisely because this veteran frequently returns home that the East Sea enjoys a relatively peaceful and stable situation. Now, it seems time for this veteran to take action once more. I have heard that Vice Admiral Carp was reportedly injured by a prisoner while escorting him and even allowed the prisoner to escape. Another hesitant voice chimed in. The expressions of the Vice Admirals grew even more nuanced. Sengoku nearly covered his entire face with his hands. For the love of all that is good, someone please bring that disgraceful individual back. If a truly heinous prisoner were to emerge in the East Sea, capable of defeating this legendary veteran who has bested Roger and obliterated the Rock's pirates, it would not only be the admirals who would rush to engage. Even the fleet admiral would have to grab the golden transponder snail and hurry to the fray. That individual is acting with intent. This way, he can use his injury as an excuse to evade the responsibilities imposed upon him from above that he is loath to undertake. As a longtime partner and friend, does Sengoku not understand this fellow's ways? Nevertheless, Sengoku spoke firmly. Send a copy of the intelligence over. After all, in the East Sea, someone as just as Carp will surely not turn a blind eye. As soon as his words fell, a figure hurriedly burst through the door. Breaking news! Exclaimed the Navy soldier responsible for the message, his face beaming with pride and astonishment. Vice Admiral Garp has set off for Division 16. The oppressive atmosphere in the meeting room dissipated instantly, and expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of all present. Given Garp's distinctive way of operating, it was customary for him not to be informed of matters deemed unimportant during internal discussions. Yet, astonishingly, his actions were swifter than the discussions themselves. This could only imply that someone had alerted him in advance. But who could it be? The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on the composed figure of Admiral Sengoku seated at the center. In that moment, their eyes brimmed with admiration. Truly, Sengoku, known for his wisdom, possessed remarkable foresight. As Sengoku pondered who would dare to act beyond their authority, he nearly found himself blinded by the collective gaze of respect. Akiji interjected, "Old man, everything must be going according to your calculations." Only Sengoku had the privilege and capability to bypass the meeting and directly arrange Garp's actions. Sengoku demanded, "Who could it be?" However, he quickly composed his expression and stated with poise, "Since Garp has received the news, this meeting is adjourned. Dismissed. For justice." All the vice admirals rose in unison. No one doubted Garp's success. Merely hearing his name instilled a sense of reassurance. This was the confidence brought forth by a naval hero. Sengoku stood and was the first to exit the meeting room. Regardless of who was responsible, he decided to take credit for this accomplishment, albeit somewhat shamelessly. Yet, for the Navy, embroiled in increasingly severe factional disputes, it was an opportune moment to reinforce his authority. As he walked, he couldn't help but sigh, glancing at the clusters of vice admirals below, feeling a sense of overwhelming power that was difficult to manage. In the past, when the Navy was not as formidable, and he, Garp, and Suru were still young, the pressure from pirates left little room for such concerns. However, upon reflection, perhaps this also signified a gradual shift towards peace in the world. Although everyone had paid dearly and made painful choices, justice was ultimately being realized. Thus, Sengoku's gaze suddenly turned steely. Individuals like Mokiai, who dared to provoke the Navy's authority and sought to disrupt the balance between the Navy and pirates, could not be allowed to remain. He believed that his old friend surely shared this sentiment as well. He gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly piercing through infinite space to behold the swiftly advancing canine-headed warship. Upon the vessel, Bogart, clad in a gray suit and draped in a naval cloak, stood quietly behind Carp. He observed his rarely serious superior, glancing at the information he had just received from the Intelligence Bureau, his left hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword at his waist. Mere moments ago, a call made from a public telephone booth in the black market had directly connected to the phone bug he had nurtured. Upon verification, It was confirmed to be from the Navy headquarters, relayed by an undercover informant operating within the Eastern Sea's black market. The informant detailed a pirate by the name of As墨荆and implored Vice Admiral Karp to take action to eradicate him. Ordinarily, Karp would have declined such a request. After all, based on the information provided, this pirate had not committed any heinous acts against civilians, merely possessing formidable strength. Such pirates surfaced every few years, most ultimately sinking into the depths of the Grand Line. Yet, out of a sense of duty, he inquired further into the situation with the Intelligence Bureau. The result was a bloodstained missive containing scan information. The Naval Unit 16 had been obliterated, with no survivors. Upon receiving this news, Karp immediately resolved to set sail. However, it must be acknowledged that even with the warship at full speed, it would take them nearly half an hour to reach the town of Moss, where the Naval Unit 16 was stationed. By the time they arrived, the people would have long since fled. Nevertheless, Karp appeared undeterred. Bogart looked towards Karp, aware that despite his silence, his superior was seething with rage, merely refraining from directing that terror towards his own men. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Karp's deep voice declare, "Too slow." Bogart was taken aback and quickly replied, "This is already the fastest speed." "Still too slow," Karp bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Bogart seemed to realize something, his expression turning to one of horror as he exclaimed, "Admiral, you can't possibly mean..." Before he could finish his sentence, Karp leaped off the bow of the ship, employing a technique akin to the shave, and soared across the surface of the sea. Even the composed Bogart could not help but press his hat down as he leaned over the ship's bow and shouted, "Admiral Karp, Moose Town is at least 5 nautical miles away." The fierce wind carried Karp's boisterous voice back to him. "That doesn't sound too far." Still acting recklessly, Bogart sighed, resting against the railing. His superior had many admirable qualities, yet he often engaged in actions that were utterly astonishing. He shook his head and strode towards the captain's quarters. Throughout this ordeal, he had never once worried about Karp's safety. In this world, aside from the infamous 4 emperors, he could not conceive of anyone capable of inflicting harm upon his formidable superior. Even after traversing 20 kilometers, the naval hero remained an indomitable force. Wherever the Iron Fist ventured, justice was sure to prevail. Amidst the torrential downpour, the blood-soaked As墨荆lay helplessly within the crumbling branch building, struggling to breathe as the flames of righteousness blazed fiercely within him. In that moment, he truly felt the might of justice coursing through him. Karp ascended against the blood-soaked currents unleashed by the rain, his expression growing increasingly grim. The fury within him blazed like a wildfire in a tempest, consuming him with rage. How many naval soldiers had perished at the hands of that vile scoundrel? Since his arrival, his clenched fists had never relaxed. In the next instant, the blood river shattered, the ground caved in, and he vanished from sight, piercing through the curtain of rain to appear before the gaping maw of the Navy's 16th branch building. A dark iron sheen enveloped his fist. "Let us accompany them in death, little wretch." The iron fist descended. In that fleeting moment, the very fabric of space seemed to compress around his fist, the air shattering like transparent plastic. Boom! The sky erupted with a thunderous roar. However, the residents of Moc Town could no longer discern whether the thunder was more terrifying than the cataclysmic sound emanating from the 16th branch. With a single punch, the building was severed in twain. It subsequently collapsed amidst the cacophony. Yet, from the ruins, a diminutive figure darted forth like a specter. Shadowless step. As墨荆harnessed this technique, inherited from Chloe, to its utmost limit, even surpassing the speed of Chloe's spoon, fleeing like a bird outside the branch. Overwhelmed, utterly powerless, this sense of helplessness was reminiscent of his prior encounter with Haki. But the individual before him was not here for a spar. As墨荆's figure seemingly danced upon the descending blood river, not merely seeming. He was indeed sprinting above the water's surface at an inconceivable speed. Yet, that imposing figure was swifter still. Like a teleportation, he broke through the space before him and appeared instantaneously. Once again, a fist. A mighty gust erupted from the punch. The torrential rain bending backward. Floating sky, vast sea, moonlight mist. Though not upon the ocean, the rain provided ideal conditions for this technique. The raindrops entwined with vengeance, dancing wildly in the downpour. A silhouette leapt from the rain, brandishing a blade to strike, only to be shattered in an instant by the force of the punch. An illusion. Emboldened by the shadowless step, As墨荆's form became even more elusive and inscrutable. In such a water-abundant environment, few could discern his true form amidst the phantoms. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Karp suddenly sidestepped, his movement akin to a mountain shifting, as he intuitively collided with Jing's concealed essence beneath the curtain of rain. The speed was unparalleled. His overwhelming presence even created a vacuum within the downpour. Boom. Jing's figure transformed once more into a fleeting shadow, shooting into a nearby stone house. The structure crumbled. The rising dust traced a straight line through the residential area. However, after delivering that blow, Karp was already regretting his actions. His keen senses alerted him to the presence of others within the house. Gradually, at the edge of the smoke and dust, a flicker of flame emerged, accompanied by violent coughs echoing through the air. It was a terrifying sight. A weak voice, belonging to Jing, emerged from the haze, only to be followed by a low, haunting laugh, reminiscent of malevolent spirits. Amid the ruins, a pale-faced mother clutched her child, trembling in fear, her countenance etched with terror. Perhaps in her distress, the infant let out a piercing wail. The frantic mother quickly covered the baby's mouth, casting a fearful glance toward the flickering light in the smoke. Yet, it was too late. Those haunting eyes, ablaze like the very flames consuming the surroundings, had noticed the two cowering in the corner. Debris of stone and wood tumbled from the dust, revealing a figure wreathed in flames, rising from the haze. A magnificent ruby-like blade silently emerged, poised at the infant's throat. Kapu's eyes widened in disbelief. In a bid to avoid provoking the adversary, he refrained from making a move. After all, at such a close range, no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the blade. Yet, the situation continued to spiral into the abyss. At that moment, he could only hope that the assailant was not a madman reveling in slaughter. Even if threatened, he would accept it, believing that sparing him this time could lead to future opportunities, provided no harm befell the innocents. However, the sight of the numerous corpses sent his heart plummeting into despair. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in shock as the long blade shifted, not striking anyone, but gently prying the mother's hand away from the infant's mouth. What if she suffocates him? Lamented the specter within the smoke. He shook his head and staggered toward Karp, his eyes ablaze with an infernal fire, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of magma. Flames occasionally erupting from his entire being. Yet, his posture became increasingly upright. Major Shigon's soul, transmute. Small physical crystals 3. What's the matter? Why do you hesitate to attack? Are you afraid I might harm the innocents? As Jing advanced, he attempted to exploit his opponent's weaknesses with verbal jabs. Lieutenant Colonel Mi Shueb Bing Chung, transmute. Medium physical crystal 1. Rest assured, I would never stoop to the level of the Navy. Lieutenant Colonel Shang, Hu Ea, transmute. Medium agility crystals 2. Countless streams of heat surged into Jing's body, frantically transforming his flesh. In his mind, his strength, agility, and physique all surged to the maximum D. Yet, it seemed as though an invisible chasm existed between C and D, a barrier that no amount of attribute crystals could bridge for a qualitative change. Nevertheless, even so, he was markedly different from before. As one progressed through the attributes, the magnitude of enhancement increased. At the D stage, each enhancement represented a revolution in swordsmanship. What had once been merely a distant aspiration of high-level sword techniques now appeared within reach. Karp stood silently in the rain, uncertain whether it was Jing's previous actions that stirred him or if the few punches exchanged had finally drawn out some of his frustration. In a voice heavy with sorrow, he asked, "Why kill so many innocent soldiers?" He possesses knowledge regarding certain matters concerning mice. If the opponent were to merely eliminate the mouse, he might indulge in a couple of drinks and share a few laughs. But why then? Must he unleash his wrath upon other naval soldiers as well? Jing was momentarily taken aback by the statement, and soon couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Are you suggesting that a frail mouse king seeks to pilfer the provisions of my household, with mice digging tunnels for it, others providing reconnaissance? And yet all I need do is vanquish that mouse king? His voice gradually turned frigid. Should the wrongdoers perish, yet the accomplices escape unscathed? Karp bellowed. Is there not a single innocent among them? Perhaps there is, thought Jing, directing his vendetta towards this white-haired figure, who was more terrifying than anyone he had previously encountered within the Navy. Coldly, he replied, "What does that concern me? Your presence here today is solely due to the fact that the deceased belongs to the Navy. And what of the pirates who have fallen beneath your fists? What will you say to them? That you only punish the wicked, or that you take the time to select the innocents among them?" Before Garp could respond, Jing scornfully laughed. "Do not jest. I have never denied the Navy's contributions to this world, but in this matter, you have no right to condemn me. We are all the same. It is merely a matter of differing standpoints." As his final words fell, Karp sorrowfully closed his eyes. Even he had to concede that some of what was said held truth, yet he too possessed an unspoken sense of justice. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes. His gaze resolute. Slowly, he clenched his fist. When words fail, let the fist reveal the truth. Imojing gripped his blade tightly. Whoosh. Imojing vanished from his position. Not even the heavy rain could outline his silhouette. However, under Karp's keen observation, nothing could escape detection. The ground suddenly sank, emitting a faint muffled sound. And Karp's form too disappeared. When clarity returned, he found himself beside the swiftly moving Imojing. A pair of large hands lunged irresistibly towards Imojing's head. Indeed. He can sense my location. Imojing's voice echoed amidst the rain. After the previous Iron Mountain strike, he had suspected this old fellow possessed some form of perception beyond the 5 senses. Now it appeared to be true. Yet, he had also discerned a weakness in his opponent. Although the adversary's speed was formidable, it relied on explosive bursts for rapidity, while the instantaneous speed was astonishing. Even surpassing the limits of the shadowless step, the trajectory of the attack remained a straight line, devoid of any room for maneuvering, and would gradually diminish. Even with multiple footfalls mid-attack, it could not match the agility of his shadowless step. This was his opportunity. Imojing's eyes darkened, and suddenly, his already swift form accelerated once more. He narrowly evaded Karp's enormous hand. Karp frowned, seemingly perplexed as to why Imojing's speed had increased. Was it some peculiar devil fruit? He reminisced about the moments when Imojing ignited his dual eyes and repeatedly healed wounds with flames, reminiscent of Marco's phoenix. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Today, even if Marco were to come in person, it would not bode well for him. Yet, in the next instant, he suddenly became aware of an anomaly. The torrential rain around him did not let a single drop touch his body. Upon closer inspection, he realized that, at some point, the surrounding raindrops had begun to swirl around him like silken ribbons. Amidst the rain, Imojing's paused figure struck a familiar sword stance. Karp let out a disdainful grunt. Scoffing, "Are you still not giving up, brat? This trick won't fool me." Imojing remained unfazed. Floating heaven, vast sea, moonlit vale. In the instant he executed the sword stance, he vanished and reappeared behind Karp. A second burst of acceleration. In that moment, dozens of figures shot towards Karp from the torrential downpour. The long sword in hand aimed directly at his vital points. Glittering, Karp felt a twinge of frustration. Imojing had indeed grasped his Achilles heel, with his speed oscillating between rapid and slow, although he is capable of keeping up. Excessive speed may provide the opponent with an opportunity to change direction, while being too slow is out of the question. He is as agile as a fish in the sea. In this regard, Shave is indeed somewhat rigid. However, employing such juvenile tactics against him may be an overestimation. He extended his palm, resembling a fan, without even cloaking it in armament Haki, and suddenly spun in place. Dozens of phantoms shattered in an instant, transforming into mist that cascaded outward. Yet, everything seemed to unfold according to a meticulously crafted plan. In the next moment, the mist surged like a great serpent, rising into the sky alongside a swiftly moving figure. It lashed down like a robust whip. Damp ink. The ground of the long street trembled violently, carved by countless sword energies, leaving behind an elongated groove. From a distance, it appeared as though someone had splashed ink across the street, inscribing a singular stroke. However, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Karp's eyes. He vanished in an instant from his original position, shattering the boundless sword aura within the mist, and reappeared before Imojing in midair. The two locked eyes, their gazes brimming with murderous intent that seemed poised to ignite sparks. A sinister smile gradually emerged on Karp's face. At last, I've got you. To dare linger in midair before him was akin to courting death. On the ground, he was constrained by the presence of the surrounding residents, but the sky offered no obstructions. Simultaneously, Imojing also wore a smile. Indeed, you have leapt into the fray. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. In the next moment, he vanished before Karp. Karp's eyes widened in disbelief. That was Soru. No, to be precise, it was the moonwalk, which allowed for brief suspension in midair. Although he had heard tales of some exceptionally gifted juniors in the Navy who could swiftly grasp certain techniques after witnessing them merely once, this was rather astonishing. Imojing was certainly no martial arts prodigy, yet with the foundation of his shadowless steps, he had almost instantly unraveled the secret of Saru. In a mere third of a second, he propelled himself off the ground several dozen times. As long as one's agility and physicality reached a certain level, it could be executed. At that moment, Imojing's final attack had arrived. Water Cloud Village. A sigh echoed from behind, followed by a tumult of swirling clouds. The overwhelming mist enveloped Carp entirely. Water Cloud Village was Jing's most formidable sword technique to date, but its activation conditions were exceedingly stringent, with a lengthy preparation phase. Thus, he had incorporated 2 preceding techniques before executing it. Luminous, Light Ink, Water Cloud Village. This constituted the pinnacle of his Floating Heaven and Vast Sea series. His strongest killing move. Sensing the pervasive sword aura surrounding him, Carp furrowed his brow. More of these trivial tricks. Does he not realize? Such feeble sword auras can hardly inflict any harm upon him. He gracefully executed a moonwalk, suspending in midair, his senses instantly locking onto the figure of Jing. Disregarding the encroaching sword energy surrounding him. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist. After such prolonged play, this was to be the final strike. With a swift motion, the mist parted like a curtain, unleashing the mournful wail of countless blades. Carp, clad in an armor of pitch black, materialized before Jing like a construct of blackened steel. No time was afforded for a reaction. A single punch, propelled with all his might. Boom. The tempest stilled. A circle of mist expanded. Countless raindrops vaporized in the wake of that punch, yet many transformed into parallel droplets, shooting forth. The cacophony of rain in Moss Town fell silent in an instant. Amidst the tumultuous winds, a subtle glimmer of blade light flickered, only to shatter into fragments. Jing's figure, as anticipated, morphed into a blazing meteor, hurtling backwards. However, from the air echoed his triumphant laughter. Surprised? Old man? This is my escape route. The Water Cloud Village was never intended as a finishing blow to the enemy, but rather a ruse to obscure their line of sight, bewildering their techniques. Seizing this fleeting moment, he positioned himself towards the sea. From the outset, victory had not been his intent. He merely sought to hitch a ride on the winds. In the air, there were no obstacles. Harnessing Carp's formidable punch, he nearly reached the edge of the dock in the blink of an eye. The price paid was the shattering of his vendetta in hand, ensuring he was not obliterated in that instant. Yet, in the next moment, Carp's fearsome silhouette loomed above Jing once more. The old man with white hair sneered. No. This is my route to capture, cunning little rascal. Another punch. Boom. Jing was sent crashing into the sea. Beneath the waves, fierce flames ignited, threatening to transform him into a mere fireball. He was perilously close to death. His soul energy plummeted, yet the initial flames swiftly mended his heart. Fortunately, he had finally submerged into the ocean. He let out a sigh of relief. From beginning to end, he was acutely aware that his only means of escape lay in the depths of the sea. Although he had yet to fully awaken the bloodline of the fish people, certain shared traits of their kind had already begun to manifest within him. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, he shot forth, skimming the ocean floor. On the dock, Carp's expression of triumph, vibrant and vivid, suddenly froze. Was he not a wielder of a devil fruit? Not only was he not, but he swam with astonishing speed. What could this be? A bloodline of the fishmen? Since when could the fishman's lineage heal itself with fire? Did he not fear being scorched? Carp found himself utterly perplexed. Yet this did not hinder him from making a decision. He leapt into the sky with great force, his fist striking the sea like cannonballs. A thunderous roar erupted. The surface of the ocean sank abruptly by over 10 meters. Towering waves surged forth, yet when he halted, he found that the presence of Jing had vanished from his observation. In the New World, the kingdom of Dressrosa, within the royal palace, Don Quixote da Flamingo, draped in his timeless pink feather coat and donning a pair of red sunglasses, languidly listened to his subordinates report the situation. His interest piqued upon hearing a certain keyword, the smooth fruit? Yes, however, according to the reports, it has already been stolen, and the auction house manager, Dake, seems to be preparing to flee. His subordinates hastily relayed the information. Dake? Doflamingo propped one foot up, reclining in his lavish chair, tapping his finger on the ornate armrest. A smirk gradually forming on his lips. After a considerable pause, his voice resonated once more. I recall that he belongs to the Longhand tribe, correct? Indeed, he continued. It appears my business in the East Blue is about to come to an end. Hee. A low, ominous chuckle filled the air, while his subordinates bowed their heads. Beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. Go inform Baby 5 and Buffalo to eliminate Dake and retrieve everything from the auction house. Doflamingo commanded nonchalantly. Just as his subordinates were about to exit the hall, he seemed to recollect something and added, and that consignor as well. Kill him too. We must not let him tarnish the reputation of the Don Quixote family. The wooden door closed. Doflamingo reclined in his chair, sunlight streaming in through the window. casting a warm glow upon him. He gazed silently at the colorful windows, reminiscing about the intelligence gathered from the underground world, and the smile on his face gradually broadened. It seemed that a new era was about to dawn. Ha 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 ha. His peculiar laughter echoed throughout the vast palace. In Mariford, the naval headquarters conference room, the original assembly of personnel convened once more, an hour after their previous meeting. They exchanged glances. Perhaps none had anticipated being summoned twice within a single day. Each expression varied among them. The younger admirals, recently promoted to the rank of rear admiral, wore looks of incredulity. The legendary hero, Garp, had actually failed. For these individuals, who had grown up listening to the tales of Garp's exploits, his status loomed akin to that of a deity in their minds. They could hardly fathom that the naval hero Garp would one day face defeat, and that too in the seemingly feeble East Sea. Steel Reyes coughed discreetly. Despite being a prominent figure of the Navy and the world government, news of Garp's failures rarely surfaced. However, any vice admiral who had collaborated with him understood that this unconventional hero was not as radiant as the rumors suggested, perhaps even excessively down-to-earth. Task failures? A frequent occurrence. Several times each year. Sometimes it was evident to anyone with their eyes open that this naval hero deliberately allowed those pirates to escape. Yet when the man laughed heartily and urged everyone to disregard what they had witnessed, who could possibly refuse? Even amidst the strictly disciplined Navy, he exhibited such unrestrained freedom. Perhaps this was why many junior officers admired him so fervently. Justice shines like the sun, yet it is not blinding. The iron fist is invincible, yet it is not devoid of gentleness. Whether in reality or in rumor, he is undoubtedly a true naval hero. Yet, the gravity of this incident raises questions. Could there be hidden circumstances? In that instant, Steel Reyes chose to trust Garp, a sentiment echoed by most of the vice admirals present. However, Sengoku's voice shattered their illusions. Garp had indeed faltered. He spoke gravely. The adversary appears to possess the bloodline of a fishman. At this revelation, many vice admirals furrowed their brows. The fishman bloodline was indeed a rare gift of these waters. Simply hiding would not suffice. Not even a vice admiral could manage that. It was hardly surprising that the naval hero had lost track of them. Sengoku surveyed the various expressions of the naval vice admirals below and recalled the intelligence relayed by Garp, feeling a twinge of headache. A master swordsman, a self-healing flame, a fishman bloodline. Any one of these elements would pose a significant challenge. Yet now they all converged upon a single individual, driving him nearly to the brink of madness. Sengoku felt that his very own explosive hairstyle might remain unmanageable for a lifetime. He disseminated the organized materials, and a brief silence enveloped the venue, punctuated only by the rustling of paper. Moments later, the meeting transitioned to its concluding phase, deliberating the bounty. The pursuit would continue under the auspices of Captain Garp. As they convened to propose a suitable amount, after a few seconds of silence, John Jian, a general of the giant clan, could no longer restrain himself and spoke first. The following day, the latest edition of the World Economic News was dispatched across the nation by a delivery bird. In Immortal, Dada joyfully brandished the newspaper as she raced back to the farm. From a distance, she chirped like a jubilant sparrow. Grandpa, Imojing has been put on the bounty list. Old Kin, seated on the threshold sipping water, nearly choked. He was tempted to curse. For a bounty signifies that the lad had become a threat to the world government and the Navy. Yet, how could it sound like such a grand honor? However, upon witnessing his granddaughter's exuberance, he found himself at a loss for words, harboring only regret for opening the door to the wolf. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and remarked, "It's been nearly half a month, and only now has he been put on the bounty list. He doesn't seem that formidable. Goodness. Only half a month. Was this lad a born criminal?" Dada slipped off her shoes and perched on the fence, giggling as she swayed her smooth little feet. Her fair skin glistened in the sunlight, exuding an almost milky fragrance. She repeatedly scrutinized the bounty notice. It featured a side profile of Imojing, who was intently preparing sashimi, the sea breeze tousling his hair, a few strands falling over his eyes, while a gentle smile graced his lips, radiating tranquility and serenity. This photograph had been captured by a reporter during the Green Pine Sea banquet. At that moment, the wind had blown some hair into his eyes, causing him to blink vigorously. One could only surmise that this reporter had honed his craft to an extraordinary level. Had he been a second quicker or slower, the result would have been entirely different. Ahem. Old Kin cleared his throat and casually inquired, "What's the bounty? Several million?" Based on his experience, A fledgling pirate with a bounty exceeding 5 million was already deemed exceptionally dangerous. From his observations over the past 2 years, although Mo Jing possessed commendable strength, he was quite well behaved. The bounty should be less than 5 million. While it might not hold much prestige among his fellow pirates, to old Ken, that figure was just right, indicative of someone lacking potential for further advancement, destined to return home without attracting attention. Dada earnestly counted the zeros on the bounty notice. 1, 2, 3, and exclaimed in surprise, 100 million berries. Uffed. The sound of old Ken's explosive fury echoed through the dairy farm. I'm going to take him down right now. No one can stop me. This was followed by Dada's melodious laughter. The morning breeze stirred the waves. Not far from Cocoa Village, aboard the Mary, Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat crew, was complaining to a delivery bird about the high price of newspapers. If the price goes up again, I'm not buying, she asserted, pointing at the bird. The delivery bird chirped in response, spreading its wings as if to say, buy it or don't. Ultimately, Nami spent 100 berries to acquire the latest edition. For many pirate crews, their debut on the world stage was marked by the bounty notices nestled within the world economic news. There existed but this singular opportunity. Unless they were involved in a significant event thereafter, the bounty would only be updated in the areas where the pirate primarily operated. Reclining in her chair, Nami perused the newspaper, noting how the world grew ever more tumultuous, yet it bore little relevance to their freshly formed pirate crew. Unbeknownst to her, 2 bounty notices slipped from the pages of the newspaper. Usopp picked one up, his eyes widening as he shouted, Luffy, you've been put on the bounty list. All eyes turned toward him. Luffy proudly held up the bounty notice, displaying it to everyone. Ha! Look, my image has spread across the globe. I must have captivated many. Reactions varied among the group. Sanji expressed dissatisfaction at the absence of his handsome portrait, but soon his keen eyes spotted another bounty notice on the ground, and he eagerly picked it up. Upon seeing the familiar figure in the photo, his expression gradually paled, as if recalling an unpleasant memory, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Hey Sanji, what is wrong? Usopp inquired. Everyone sensed something amiss with Sanji, leaning in to glimpse the bounty notice in his hand. A profound silence enveloped them. As they observed the long string of zeros on the bounty notice, they instinctively held their breath, their eyes darting along the numbers, nearly overwhelmed. Nami, how many zeros are there? Luffy exclaimed, his mouth agape, almost reaching the ground. Nami, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, tightly gripped a corner of the notice. Her voice quivering as she replied, 100 million berries. The circle of onlookers erupted in incredulous gasps. Zoro even proposed they immediately change course to secure that 100 million bounty. Only Sanji remained silent, gazing at the familiar name and the unfamiliar title Blood, Sword Mo Jing. The newspaper's supplement contained only a small section detailing the horrific incident related to this bounty, filled with cliché phrases and bureaucratic jargon, devoid of any practical information. Yet, the mere mention of bloodbase was enough to ignite vivid imaginations. It sounds like something that man would do, Sanji murmured. Sanji, do you know this person? Usopp asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Sanji glanced at his companions' expectant faces, lit a cigarette, and began recounting the chef rivalry that had transpired not long ago, a rivalry that he would remember for a lifetime. Meanwhile, on the combat deck of the Baratai restaurant, Zeph tossed a bounty notice to the 6 exhausted individuals sprawled on the ground, secretly relieved that he had not clashed with Mo Jing. Akin to a rag doll, Akin, barely able to stand, managed to lift the bounty notice, his eyes suddenly brightening. He then burst into hearty laughter. The 5 other hapless souls lay around like defeated dogs, lacking even the strength to crawl. Akin, is that the captain's bounty notice? Eden feebly asked. They had long since mentally prepared themselves for the captain's bounty notice that would come shortly. After all, the expression on the captain's face yesterday did not suggest a benevolent farewell. However, they did not anticipate it would occur so swiftly. Akin laughed heartily, proclaiming, a bounty of 100 million berries. The captain has indeed accomplished something extraordinary. The ragtag crew momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. 100 million? To them, that figure was nothing short of astronomical. Clock had only commanded a bounty of 19 million berries, and the toxic pig pirate crew had merely 6 million. Yet their own captain's starting price was a staggering 100 million. How exhilarating! Garfield raised his oversized gauntlet and dramatically collapsed to the ground, as if basking in a final moment of glory. On the first day of training, none of them slacked off. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their regimen. After conferring with Mo Jing, Akainu assigned each member of the crew distinct training methods. For instance, Garfield, the low-tier weapon master, was required to familiarize himself with the use of various weapons alongside his physical training. Suddenly, a voice broke through from an unnoticed corner. The captain must be in grave danger right now. A momentary silence enveloped everyone. Imo-Jing's words from yesterday echoed in their minds. Become stronger. And then come to aid me. They no longer wished to hinder the captain any longer. With a roar, Nicola struck the floor with great force. His veins and muscles bulging as he gradually lifted his exhausted body. I must become stronger, this single-minded individual proclaimed, inspired by his fervor. The surrounding crew members also strained to rise. Throughout the ordeal, only Xing Sa remained silent, merely adjusting his glasses with trembling fingers. Yet those familiar with him knew that during such moments of silence, he was undoubtedly devising some scheme. Akainu also swayed and managed to stand. Although he was already the strongest among the crew, he understood that he was not yet worthy to stand alongside that man with a bounty of 100 million. Come on, old man, he shouted. Zepp looked at this reckless group, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, gradually replaced by a smile, a commendable spirit. But perhaps it would be wise to have a hearty meal and rest a while first. One cannot grow strong on an empty stomach. He snapped his fingers, and the chefs, who had long been prepared, filed in one after another, presenting an array of meticulously crafted delicacies. The six exchanged glances, took their seats, and began to feast heartily. Jipu, seated at the side, with his legs crossed, leisurely puffed on a pipe, observing the six devouring their meals with gusto. He couldn't help but reminisce about the time when he was still known as Redfoot. There was an undeniable sense that this group of individuals would achieve remarkable feats in the future. His thoughts then wandered to the wanted poster featuring the young and formidable Sea Demon Master, now known as Blood Sword Imo-Jing. He pondered what the young master was currently engaged in. He is grappling with an exceedingly grave diplomatic incident. Upon the azure expanse of the sea, he sits bare-chested astride a grayish-white dolphin, reiterating his sentiments time and again. Swim. Move forward. I refuse to be your consort. After several minutes of negotiation, the dolphin, in a huff, departs, splashing Mu-Jing with its tail as it leaves. Lying back on the water with a blank expression, Mu-Jing ponders. How many times has this happened? Is it truly so difficult to catch a free ride? The fish have lost their sense of antiquity. Each one longs for the novelty of his fresh form. He had even begun to contemplate whether to first ingratiate himself and cater to others' whims, planning to execute his true intentions later with a cunning maneuver. Imo-Jing struggled to suppress his sliding thoughts, lying upon the surface of the sea, occasionally shifting like a frog turned on its back. The morning sea was calm and serene, yet his heart was anything but tranquil. This life had become unbearable. Upon recalling the harrowing ordeal of the previous night, he could not help but sigh repeatedly. Indeed, the cycle of cause and effect manifests with relentless precision. The exhilaration he experienced during his earlier acts of violence was met with equally profound suffering in return. He could scarcely fathom from which obscure corner a muscle-bound elder had emerged, a force so formidable that it defied reason. The old man pummeled him from beginning to end. And no matter how vigorously he struggled, it was as if he were met with an unyielding fist. It resembled a cruel game of venting frustration. Yet he found himself in the position of the one being vented upon. Even when he sought refuge in the ocean, he was not spared, as that relentless elder continued to rain down a barrage of punches, pressing him into the seabed beneath the weight of the water. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe. After all, the thick layer of seawater considerably diminished the impact of those blows. However, the peril lay in the fact that, after several strikes, the air was forcibly expelled from his lungs. His half-baked merfolk lineage had yet to evolve the means to breathe underwater, and he dared not surface for air. Were it not for the sudden cry of a whale, he might never have managed to anchor himself to the fleeing white whale with a severed vendetta, narrowly escaping peril. By now, he would likely still be ensnared in that old man's relentless pursuit. To be precise, he had not entirely eluded his pursuer. A golden thread descended from the heavens. Zui perched upon Imo-Jing's forehead, tilting her small head to relay the intelligence. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The big fellow is running away. Imo-Jing sighed. Here we go again. He now feels immense gratitude for bringing Zui along on his journey. Though this little creature lacks formidable combat prowess, it has proven invaluable in reconnaissance. Without it, he might have been overtaken by that old man's warship last night. Imo-Jing exerted a gentle force, leaping from the water like a fish breaking the surface. The instant his feet touched the water, there was a momentary distortion, and the surface immediately caved in, creating a large depression, while he vanished from sight. The half-blooded merman lineage greatly enhanced his agility in the water. Yet it still paled in comparison to running on land. This technique, pilfered from the eccentric old man, allowed for explosive speed in a straight line. Though it lacked the fluidity of the shadowless steps, its advantage lay in its instantaneous velocity and ability to hover. At the moment of comprehension, the martial arts, footwork, entry and Mojing's skill panel surged directly to LV-15, Master. Countless bizarre and counterintuitive footwork techniques surfaced in his mind. And with the agility of the shadowless steps combined with explosive speed and the ability to hover, he could scarcely fathom just how nimble he had become. Following closely was a torrent of inspiration in swordsmanship. Swordsmanship reached LV-19. If he so desired, the sky itself could become his battleground. With a 360-degree, all-encompassing attack angle, his swordsmanship had expanded into an entirely new coordinate system. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of that old man behind him, he would long to pause and find a quiet place to contemplate these revelations. However, at this moment, words mattered little. Survival was paramount. Mojing's figure flickered across the surface of the sea, each brief appearance occurring 50 to 60 meters away. He was uncertain how the old man had managed to track him, yet he understood the other's intention was to deplete both his physical strength and mental fortitude. It seemed as though the adversary had discerned his inability to remain submerged for extended periods, and thus, like a cat toying with a mouse, gradually drove him into a corner. Mojing remained unperturbed. He was not as cornered as his opponent imagined. He still held the last trump card, the bloodline of the fish people. Whenever he desired, he could forge a complete aquatic soul, extracting its essence to metamorphose his own lineage. At that moment, he may not be able to traverse the heavens or the earth, but within the sea, he could go wherever he pleased. Yet, he aspired for something greater. Perhaps he would only have this singular opportunity to choose a bloodline in his lifetime. To squander it on an ordinary fish would likely haunt him with regret for eternity. Thus, he resolved to accomplish but one task before the old man caught up with him, to venture into the calm zone and slay the Sea King. Both were seasoned hunters, one brimming with patience, the other with tenacity. It remained to be seen who would falter first. 4 days later, on Tortuga Island, in the black market, within the auction house for rare treasures, the former manager was in a frantic flight. Behind him, anguished cries echoed, as mercenaries he had hired were falling in droves. The captain of the mercenaries, wielding a pair of double-bladed axes, shouted from behind a wall, "This is Tortuga. How dare you attack a registered entity in the black market? The market will not let this slide." His retort was met with a thunderous cannon blast. A bullet the size of a human had obliterated both wall and man. The Don Quixote family was purging traitors. Would the black market intervene? An impatient female voice emerged from the front. The battlefield resonated with the clash of swords, the discharge of firearms, and the booming of cannons. One might think a dozen fully armed elite warriors had arrived. Yet, in truth, there was only one. Baby, 5. With a cigarette perched at the corner of her mouth, stood atop a sea of corpses, her wine-red dress accentuating her shapely figure and her height of around 1.8 meters made her long, smooth legs particularly striking. At that moment, as she lifted one leg, it morphed into a crude cannon, blasting a hiding mercenary's wall into fragments. 2 glints of cold light surged from behind her. She spun gracefully as if dancing, her arms transforming into sharp blades, gliding past the 2 ambushing mercenaries. Thud, thud. 2 bodies collapsed into pools of blood. Whether it was the horror of her bloody slaughter or the impact of her earlier words, the surrounding chaos finally quieted somewhat. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, Baby 5 adjusted her long hair, removed her goggles, and called out loudly into the darkness of the auction house, "Have you found him, Biafro?" A teasing voice echoed from the shadows, "I see him, he." The next moment, a tempest surged within the auction house. Dake's disheveled figure was pressed tightly against a wooden door, hurled against the wall by a straight column of wind, crashing through several walls before rolling to Baby 5's feet. Spare me, spare me." Dake blubbered, tears and snot mingling as he knelt in supplication, adopting a posture of abject surrender. However, Baby 5 paid him no heed, her finger transforming into a gun barrel pressed against his forehead. "Where's the person who auctioned the slippery fruit?" Initially believing he had no chance left, Dake's face lit up with joy. "I know where he is." According to his original plan, he would feign inviting Mojing to tour the auction house's warehouse and detonate it, shifting the blame onto his adversary while he faked his own death to escape. Little did he know, before he could even extend an invitation, the 1 billion bounty on Mojing had already spread throughout the black market. The notorious reputation of the East Sea's most villainous figure reverberated through the underworld. It was said that the World Economic News Agency had obtained several terrifying photographs related to the blood-based terror incident, capturing the attention of several underground overlords. Dake swiftly chose to abandon his plan and flee. To scheme against such a harbinger of death was akin to sacrificing oneself. Yet, before he fled, he still paid some attention to the other's whereabouts, which seemed to be under pursuit by Carp. In short, if he could track Carp, he could find his quarry. Originally, he thought he was doomed. Now, it seemed there was a glimmer of survival. On the 5th day, the cat-and-mouse game continued. But it was As-墨荆who first succumbed. The body of the undead did not experience fatigue in the conventional sense. Any soreness could be remedied by the initial fire. The initial fire acted like a data reset, restoring the body to its peak condition. However, the exhaustion of the spirit was inescapable. This world possessed souls, and prolonged unrest would lead to spiritual fatigue. Lying on the beach, As-墨荆bore 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes, resembling a weary worker on the brink of collapse, staring vacantly at the sky. Over the past 5 days, he had scarcely slept. The navy behind him pursued tirelessly, and it was easy to see why. While hundreds worked in shifts to man the ship, that old pervert merely needed to lock onto his position, then retreat to lounge in a chair with juice and barbecue, perhaps even catching a quick nap. Meanwhile, he had to push his limits, racing across the sea. Even when he occasionally paused to rest, he could not enjoy a peaceful slumber. In truth, he had considered conjuring a sea fish companion like Zui and Ajin. The result was a pile of perfectly charred and crispy fish. These sea creatures seemed intolerant to heat. As soon as he dared to cook, they met their demise. The flavor was quite delightful, yet ultimately of no utility. As-墨荆refrained from overindulging. After all, even the undead had to relieve themselves after eating. Now, on the 5th day, in the afternoon, he felt as though he could scarcely endure any longer. This morning, fatigue had slowed his pace, rendering him vulnerable to a punch from Carp, who had locked onto him from a distance. His head still throbbed with a dull ache. If fortune did not smile upon him by tomorrow, he would likely have no choice but to select a somewhat presentable sea fish spirit to complete his bloodline infusion. Oh, what sorrow! As-墨荆flicked away a crab that had crawled beside him, intent on pinching his ear. Nestled against his chest, a small, fluffy Zui was blissfully asleep. This little creature had scarcely rested over the past 5 days, and when exhausted or hungry, it would simply find a spot to drown, rising again as a sprightly bird. However, such soul fatigue was inevitable. Now that he had finally stumbled upon a small island, As-墨荆resolved to allow the little one to rest there for a while. Just as he pondered this, an unusual object seemed to burst forth from the clouds above. Narrowing his eyes, he squinted up, wondering if it was an aircraft. Before he could contemplate further, the yellow figure plummeted from the sky like a shooting star. It appeared aimed directly at his position. As-墨荆sprang up from the beach, cradling Zui in his hands, half submerged in the sea, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Was the Navy equipped with aerial assault weaponry? That seemed rather excessive. What is the Golden Collection Plus edition of One Piece that he traverses? He pondered. In the next instant, a tremendous force descended from the heavens. As-墨荆shielded his eyes with his hand and, through the gaps between his fingers, discerned that the colossal figure plummeting from the sky was, astonishingly, 2 individuals. More precisely, it was a man of imposing stature, resembling a door in both width and height, accompanied by a sprightly maid burdened with an array of weapons. A devil fruit? As-墨荆's gaze shifted to the towering man. Clad in a heavy, yellow fur coat, entwined with 2 chains, he stood at least 3 meters tall. His facial muscles twitching in a grotesque manner, perpetually adorned with an exaggerated grin. A peculiar pirate emblem was painted on his teeth, the significance of which remained a mystery. Most striking was his hair, coiled around his neck like a propeller. Previously, As-墨荆had observed that this peculiar individual was soaring through the air by means of these 4 rapidly spinning strands of hair. Was this a manifestation of a devil fruit ability that allowed for bodily rotation? As-墨荆then turned his attention to the tall maid. She donned goggles, her expression tinged with impatience. Upon noticing As-墨荆's gaze, she pointed a finger at his forehead and coldly inquired, "Who are you, and why are you here?" As-墨荆glanced at the finger, now resembling the dark maw of a gun, feeling a twinge of surprise. Another individual capable of transforming their body into a weapon? Was the East Sea undergoing a renaissance? A wise man does not succumb to immediate danger. He swiftly replied with measured politeness, "What business is it of yours?" The maid's brows furrowed in annoyance as she retorted, "Seeking death." Bang! A bullet pierced through a flurry of afterimages. The beach was left with only a shallow crater. As Jing's figure appeared to have teleported to the side, before he could utter a word, the maid's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Soru? You are with the Navy? Jing was momentarily taken aback. Since setting sail, he had been a bounty hunter, a pirate. Yet he had never been a member of the Navy. He pointed a finger at the maid, his expression grave. Indeed, I never expected you to recognize this. Although he yearned to acquire 2 devil fruits here, his experience told him that the old man would soon catch up. The strength of these 2 individuals was uncertain, and one could fly. If they got entangled, it would spell disaster. Preserving his life took precedence. The maid and the burly man exchanged glances, hesitation evident in their eyes. It's merely the 6 styles. It's not difficult to recognize, the maid said, somewhat uncertain. We are officers of the Don Quixote family. I am Baby, 5, and he is Buffalo. Jing nodded, pointing at the 2 with an air of authority. So, what brings you here? Just cleaning up some family traitors, Baby, 5 replied, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What was an undercover, unidentified Navy doing here? She recalled the dog-headed warship hastening toward this direction. Could it be a spy infiltrating the pirates? Her eyes brightened as she tentatively asked, Do you know a pirate named Jing? Jing replied, Of course. His reaction was swift, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded Baby 5. Haven't you read the newspapers? A bounty of 100 million, blood-sword Jing. Handsome, but certainly not a good person. Is he that famous? Baby 5 exclaimed, one hand covering her face. Just yesterday, she had heard Daika relay half of the information when, unexpectedly, the warehouse exploded. Taking advantage of the momentary shock, Daika attempted to escape, only to have his head blown off by Baby 5's gun. Soon, a multitude of mercenaries from the black market arrived. Assuming they were the ones responsible for the explosion, and without a word, they launched an assault on the 2. Overwhelmed by the numbers and fearing that Jing might change direction if they delayed, the pair hurriedly took to the skies. Now, they had a vague sense of direction and the identity of the pirate, with no time to procure a wanted poster. Initially, they had planned to search every ship they encountered along the way, collecting information and inquiring about Jing's appearance. However, it seemed there was a more expedient method. After all, who would know more about pirate intelligence than an undercover Navy officer? Why are you asking this? Jing inquired, his expression wary. Despite the fact that Don Quixote da Flamingo, the leader of the Don Quixote family, was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate's identity remained unchanged. He had heard from the old man, Ken, that most Navy personnel were cautious of the 7 warlords, yet had to cooperate to assist your Navy in resolving this predicament. Baby 5 said with a triumphant grin. She was well acquainted with that expression on the Navy's faces. It indicated that they were about to relent. I recall that the Navy has an obligation to assist the 7 warlords in eliminating pirates, correct? Jing's expression shifted for a long moment before he finally sighed in resignation. Fine, I do know his whereabouts. I will take you there. I hope this can be resolved swiftly. Don't worry, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million isn't as formidable as you imagine. Baby 5 replied, pulling Jing onto Buffalo's back, which had transformed into a flying mount once more. Where to? She inquired, retrieving a folded nautical chart from her bosom. Jing took it, glanced at it, and without hesitation pointed in the direction of the doldrums. This way, full speed ahead. That cunning fellow has already made a significant escape, he said, his tone somber. Not far from the island, the dog-headed warship sped through the waters. As usual, Carp leapt from the vessel, running a kilometer around it in a semicircle. Stopping abruptly, he sensed no trace of Jing's life force through his observation Haki. He then ran another kilometer, forming a complete circle. Confusion set in. Jing's presence had vanished. Had he been devoured by some powerful sea creature? Or had someone rescued him? There were myriad possibilities, including the chance he had consumed a devil fruit that allowed him to fly away. A multitude of conjectures flooded his mind. But an undeniable fact remained. He had indeed lost track of Jing. This is peculiar. Carp scratched his head, his white hair disheveled. Ever since he had clashed with this young man, strange occurrences had become a frequent occurrence. Ultimately, he decided to enlist the help of surrounding Navy branches to search for him. Giving up? That was out of the question. The term surrender did not exist in Carp's lexicon. Meanwhile, high above the distant island, Jing sat cross-legged on Buffalo's broad back, his eyes closed as he neared slumber. One had to admit, after years of flying, Buffalo's piloting skills were truly exceptional. He felt no bumps at all. The only discomfort came from the gusty winds at high altitudes, which made it difficult to maintain stability. Fortunately, two chains secured him in place. With one hand grasping the chains, the gentle breeze caressed his face, and the soothing sway brought forth a surge of swordsmanship inspiration in his mind. The drowsiness that had enveloped him momentarily receded. Sometimes, he mused, what rested atop his neck might not be a head, but rather a machine for swordsmanship simulation. Perhaps this was a gift. Of course, inspiration was one thing, but the chasm between theory and practice was vast. A significant portion of his insights seemed impractical. For instance, he had conceived of a technique to deal with airborne foes by combining the shadow step with the soru, spiraling upward to create a vortex of sword energy. While aesthetically pleasing, it paled in comparison to a swift soru that could appear directly in front of an opponent. Combining moonwalk and shadow step for an all-encompassing assault, far more efficient and effective. Seated before Baby 5, As Jing pondered aimlessly. Buffalo's speed was indeed impressive. Within just an hour, they had traversed half the distance. Throughout the journey, Baby 5 persistently inquired about As Jing's background. As Jing spoke candidly. So many Navy personnel were killed? Baby 5 listened in astonishment as he recounted the horrific events at the blood base that had transpired recently. That's nonsense, As Jing exclaimed, then cleared his throat. Explaining, he disregarded those who fled voluntarily. Besides, if everyone was killed, how could the Navy have any information? With a cigarette dangling from her lips. Baby 5 regarded him with suspicion. How do you know so much in detail? I'm an undercover Navy officer, As Jing replied smoothly. I have a bit of knowledge from both the underworld and the Navy. When you combine the intelligence from both sides, how could it not be detailed? While this reasoning made sense, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Baby 5's doubts only grew, her brows furrowing beneath her goggles. After a moment, she suddenly asked, why is As Jing heading in this direction? Perhaps he intends to cross the doldrums and enter the Grand Line. As Jing replied instinctively. He now fervently wishes that the two would cast him away on some remote island, allowing him a peaceful night's rest. The Sea Kings are not to be trifled with, especially the colossal ones found in the doldrums. Engaging in combat with such behemoths is no less daunting than enduring a blow from Karp's fist. After being relentlessly pursued for 5 days, he finally discerned the identity of his pursuers. The reason behind this chase stemmed from a seemingly innocuous question posed by Biafro before his departure. Is it of no concern to relay information to Karp? Only then did he realize the image he portrayed in a few people's hearts and who the relentless pursuer behind him was. It was the naval hero, Garp. How absurd. Was the naval hero truly so idle? Were the 4 emperors unconcerned? Had all the pirates of the Grand Line been captured? Yet, it seemed he was destined to be pursued, with no means to escape. If he had known that his spiritual pillar was hunting him down, he might have already been compelled to meet him at gunpoint. While lost in thought, a sudden chill pierced through him like needles from behind. One of Baby 5's arms had transformed into a gun barrel, aimed at the back of his head. Surely, there was no need for such hostility when they could converse amicably. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he raised his hands. What was there to discuss? Was it about how to capture him? As Jing. Baby 5 uttered the last 2 syllables with gritted teeth. She had been deceived into flying with this man for so long. It was utterly humiliating. What are you saying, Baby 5? The body of Buffalo swayed violently, nearly dislodging the two of them. He's As Jing? Do not jest, miss. As Jing grasped the chains, equally wry in his smile. I am with the Navy. Is that so? Mr. Undercover of the Navy, why have you not glanced down even once during this long flight? Baby 5 scoffed. Are you not afraid of falling? Or is your only concern to escape Garp's pursuit? As Jing found himself momentarily speechless. He claimed to have a fear of heights. Would anyone believe him? Well, the thought of escaping from Karp's pursuit had made him relax a bit too much. As Jing sighed, and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, your sudden surge in cleverness makes things quite challenging for me. Baby 5, momentarily taken aback, was soon consumed by fury, pointing her weapon directly at her own head. Daring him to remain so audacious. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. In an instant, a flash of silver light dazzled her eyes. The figure seated with his back to her swiftly pivoted, dropping to one knee as he executed a downward strike. A straight blade had inexplicably appeared in his hand. The lead bullet manufactured by Baby 5 was cleaved in twain before it could even exit the barrel. Such astonishing speed. She cried out in pain, retracting her bloodied hand, instinctively transforming her body into a blade. With a clash, sparks erupted as the long knife collided with her arm. At 10,000 meters in altitude, The fierce wind whipped their hair wildly about them. Their gazes pierced through the clash of blades. And a playful smile gradually graced Jing's lips. You seem not as formidable as I had envisioned. A chill ran through Baby Five's heart, and in the next instant, she felt a lightness in her arm as the glint of the sword flashed, forcing her to retreat continuously, even in this confined space. Jing's movements were bold and expansive. In truth, this distance favored Baby Five, as there was only a limited space on Buffalo's back. And she was armed with weapons that provided advantages at both close and distant ranges. However, Jing pressed forward with overwhelming force. Once he gained the upper hand, he could suppress her from countering effectively. This could not continue. Baby Five found herself backed against Buffalo's thigh, perilously close to falling. With a fierce cry, she shouted, "Buffalo!" Beneath her, Buffalo's arms spun like propellers, sending Jing, who was positioned just right, flying away. But that was not the end. Baby Five leaped forward, transforming midair into a projectile, as Buffalo grasped her feet and spun wildly, utilizing the terrifying centrifugal force to launch her forth. The target was none other than Jing suspended in the air. This moment of synergy left Jing in awe, and he laughed heartily. What a splendid technique! With a light step and a turn in midair, a dim blade gleam emerged like a curling river as he drew it forth, slashing towards the projectile. Floating sky. Vast sea skyline flow. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted in the sky, and amidst the exploding fireworks, a smoke-emitting figure soared forth. As the flames flickered, Jing lightly stepped through the air, turning his gaze towards the two figures hastily retreating on the other side. Buffalo was sprinting at great speed, cradling the severely injured Baby Five, who quickly became a distant speck on the horizon. While using his sword to cut the missile may have been somewhat reckless, it proved effective. Jing glanced at the severed arm and broken blade in his hand, casually discarding them as he leaned back, his entire being plummeting freely from the sky. Looking down from the heights, the azure sea resembled a taut mirror, dotted occasionally with scattered islands. The wind whistled past his ears, and in the distance, Jing spotted a cruise ship gliding leisurely by. He adjusted his posture, utilizing the suspended effect of the moonwalk to maintain a steady descent. Arms outstretched like a great bird gliding toward the direction of the cruise ship, the Métis Ginler glided slowly across the surface of the sea. Burly sailors and security personnel patrolled the edges of the deck. Elegantly attired guests of noble status mingled in clusters, traversing between the deck and the banquet hall. Near the ship's railing, Ken Winslow gazed in astonishment at the lovely young lady beside him, his excitement rendering him somewhat clumsy. "Did I hear you correctly, Edie? You are coming out to sea with me." Ken Winslow had changed back into his everyday attire, ordinary and unremarkable, save for the camera adorning his chest. And even his appearance was rather unremarkable. Yet, he could scarcely believe that after enduring the harrowing blood-red base incident together, the goddess he had long pursued, Edie Winchell, would ultimately decide to venture out to sea with him. "How many times must I say it, Winslow? I am going out to sea on my own accord. I merely happen to be accompanying you," Edie retorted, hands on her hips, clearly displeased. Ken Winslow quickly nodded. Yes, that is indeed the case. However, his expression soon shifted from delight to concern. "But, Edie, you did sneak out, didn't you? What about your betrothed?" He ceased to speak further, for Edie Winchell was glaring at him with fury, following the harrowing events at the Crimson Base. It appeared that both Ken Winslow and Edie Winchell had matured significantly in an instant. The black market acquired his photographs at an exorbitant price and gifted him a ticket for a voyage across the Eastern Sea. Ken Winslow seemed to have come to the realization of the absurdity in his previous blind pursuit of instant success. Whenever he recalled the image captured by his camera of a man nearly his size, ensnared in a chaotic blend of blood and fire under a grim hue, he found his emotions difficult to quell. He yearned to capture such photographs once more. Thus, he embarked on this voyage around the East China Sea. Perhaps becoming a freelance journalist would not be a bad idea after all. He contemplated this, entirely oblivious to the emblem of the World Economic News Agency imprinted beneath his ticket. Equally stirred by the afternoon's escapade was Edie Winchell. On the night of the blood base incident, just as she transitioned from exhilaration to despondency, preparing to return to a tranquil existence, she received a letter from her father. This was a foreboding missive, meticulously detailing Edie's numerous transgressions, including assaulting her father, colluding with pirates to pilfer the family treasure, and sowing discord among her siblings, among dozens of other accusations. Ultimately, her father resolved to disown her and report her to the Navy, proposing a private bounty that would take effect in 2 days. The letter concluded with her father's final blessing. Go pursue your freedom, Edie. I am a useless father, incapable of safeguarding the family or you. This is all I can offer. That night, the Knight Commander discreetly departed the original inn with Edie, whose eyes were swollen from weeping, and boarded a cruise ship destined for the East China Sea. Neither anticipated encountering one another here. In contrast to Qin Winslow's agitation, Edie remained notably composed. She bore no animosity towards this companion, as he had become the second most intriguing man of that afternoon. The first was the one who had wielded a blade, toppling the entire base, leaving a trail of carnage. It was perplexing how someone scarcely older than herself could commit such dreadful acts. Surely, something must have transpired in the past. The more Edie pondered, the more entranced she became. How wonderful it would be to meet him again. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from the main deck, prompting everyone to instinctively turn their gaze. A man, bare from the waist up, descended from above, kneeling on one knee before gradually rising under the scrutiny of the crowd. Sunlight cascaded from behind him, illuminating his well-proportioned, classically beautiful physique. Edie and Qin Winslow gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. A familiar figure mirrored in their eyes, reminiscent of that dim afternoon when he stood atop the Navy branch. Drenched in blood, with cold flames flickering in his gaze, casting a deathly pallor over all. Both instinctively trembled. How could he appear in every locale? Before long. Fully armed security and sailors encircled As墨荆, a ring of ominous gun barrels aimed at him. Who are you? State your purpose. What brings you aboard my ship? Barked the white-bearded captain, squinting fiercely, brandishing a double-barreled shotgun at As墨荆. With poise, As墨荆responded with a French salute, sincerely elucidating, I mean no offense. I merely sought a place to rest. However, with no islands nearby, I had no choice but to intrude upon your vessel. He extended his hand to nudge the nearsighted old captain's double-barreled shotgun aside, aiming it at himself. The old captain grunted, poking the barrel against the perfectly sculpted chest muscles of As墨荆. Kid, this is a luxury cruise liner, you understand? The tickets are exorbitantly priced. Not just anyone can afford to board. I understand. Upon hearing this typical old man remark, As墨荆instantly grasped the captain's intent and confidently replied, I possess considerable expertise in sashimi. Assisting in the kitchen would pose no issue. The old captain, upon hearing this, recognized that the individual before him had already become a seasoned tool, and with a proud demeanor, he lowered the gun and declared, Do you think just anyone can work in the kitchen of a luxury cruise liner? If you lack other skills, you might as well do menial tasks. It's a joke. How could a stranger possibly enter such a vital area? As墨荆willingly acquiesced, as long as he could secure a place to rest. He had no qualms about performing menial tasks aboard the ship. Zwa-E perched atop the mast, glancing down before settling in the lookout station to rest. The ship's first mate guided As墨荆toward the cruise lounge. Along the way, As墨荆casually inquired, First mate, why are we heading toward the doldrums? The first mate's wariness had yet to dissipate. He could not fathom why the captain had so readily accepted this mysteriously enigmatic individual. Nevertheless, he explained, observing the Sea Kings is one of the highlights of each voyage. Yet, he could not help but add a warning. Hey, I advise you against any mischievous antics. Causing trouble on the ship will lead to dire consequences. As墨荆raised his hands in surrender. Spare me, I genuinely just wish to find a place to sleep. This was indeed his true sentiment, yet few believed him. Meanwhile, the proud old captain swaggered into the captain's quarters, closed the door, and fell to his knees with a thud, struggling to rise for what felt like an eternity, trembling like a leaf. Turtle. A bounty of 100 million for that pirate. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not even a call to sleep could deter him. Even the act of relieving himself necessitated choosing the most aesthetically pleasing spot for his companion. After a considerable period, he trembled as he crawled to the side of the telephone bug, grappling with an internal struggle for some time before finally gritting his teeth and dialing a sequence of numbers. The location of Bloodsword. As墨荆re-emerged in the Navy's sight after being missing for over an hour. The intelligence was reported up through the ranks and soon laid before Carp. The silver-haired veteran crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Indeed, the Navy of the East Sea is formidable. Wouldn't you agree, Kobe Barumabur? Behind him, a short figure with pink hair and a bamboo pole sporting a bowl haircut stood with hands clasped behind his back, straightening his posture and declaring loudly. Indeed, Bogart, seated on the adjacent sofa, pressed his forehead with a sigh. Clearly, That fellow had no intention of concealing his whereabouts. This frizzy hair and the black and white face hardly constitute a disguise. It is evident that he has encountered an accident. One might even argue that this hideout is quite well chosen. A cruise ship makes for an excellent hostage. Bogart sighed helplessly. No, he would never do that. Karp emphatically refuted Bogart's conjecture. He gazed into the distance, a hint of regret in his tone. If he were that kind of person, he would not have suffered such a severe beating at my hands. It is truly unfortunate. Why isn't such a person in the Navy? Bogart lowered his head, studying the description of the old captain regarding墨荆in the intelligence report. Stripped of the embellishments born of fear, the portrayal was indeed gentle and understanding. Even a masterful tool, contrasting sharply with the blood-soaked information initially presented to him. Do not be deceived by appearances, Bogart. Without needing to look back, it seemed Karp was aware of his subordinate's thoughts. While it was somewhat regrettable, pirates are pirates. Even the Roger of yesteryears possessed a pure and sincere side, yet could also annihilate an entire nation's military for the sake of his comrades. At this juncture, he recalled墨荆's words amidst the torrential rain. We are all the same, only our stances differ. This statement, though rather narrow-minded, was profoundly fitting when it came to human nature. Whether in the Navy, among pirates, or even within the Revolutionary Army, everyone merely stands on their respective positions, enacting what they perceive to be justice. Karp's silhouette appeared weary for a moment. Is he not the same? Upon witnessing this, Bogart promptly reflected on his own wavering resolve. Yet, Karp merely erupted into hearty laughter, his voice resounding with vigor, as if the weariness from moments ago were merely an illusion. Bogart, why do you suppose that fellow disdainfully disregards the concealment of information? Has he not been beaten sufficiently? He inquired suddenly. Bogart pondered for a moment before responding. No. To have escaped from your grasp, he does not seem to be the mindless pirate one would expect. And what then does he have to fear? Karp pressed on. Bogart gazed thoughtfully at the intelligence in his hand for a brief spell before asserting, there are two possibilities. First, he may have assistance, or he might possess some form of devil fruit, believing he can evade your pursuit at any moment. Second, perhaps he has always harbored a specific objective, convinced that achieving it would grant him freedom from your control. He paused for a moment, lifting his gaze towards Karp. This goal is nearly within reach. Do you think that even if I am aware of it, I am powerless against him? Karp rubbed his short, coarse stubble back and forth. You've underestimated me, Bogart. He commanded KB and the others to retrieve the nautical charts, and the two meticulously reconstructed the previous pursuit route. The crimson line meandered towards the direction of the doldrums. If a perpendicular line were drawn from the current position of the warship to the doldrums, it would reveal that the cruise ship, which had sent the message, was situated in close proximity to that very line. You guessed it right, Bogart, Karp exclaimed, slapping the chart with fervor. As he lifted his head, a triumphant smile adorned his face. Notify all nearby naval branches. Let us teach that lad a valuable lesson about premature celebrations. Ha! What of墨荆?墨荆was in slumber. His repose was serene. He neither snored nor tossed restlessly, and even the first mate, during multiple surprise inspections, could not help but marvel at how peacefully he slept. The commotion outside the cabin failed to rouse him, and he lay undisturbed for a full 12 hours, leaving no trace of fatigue for the following day. When墨荆emerged from the cabin, it was already midday of the next day. He stretched widely, feeling particularly alert, and even experienced a fleeting sensation of lightness in his body. Even the busy sailors surrounding him appeared endearing in that moment. Alas, others did not share this sentiment. The dining hour found everyone in a frenzy. The chef's bellowing could be heard even from within the cabin. In the midst of this bustling scene,墨荆's idle presence was conspicuously jarring. The single-minded chef could not help but find him bothersome, yet he felt an inkling of familiarity. Suddenly recalling that this was the same fellow who had boasted of his sashimi skills the previous day, he promptly summoned him. Can you make sashimi? The chef inquired. Piece of cake.墨荆replied with a smirk. The chef scoffed. Who here isn't a top chef? With the reputation of this cruise ship, the positions for kitchen help are fiercely contested each year. To enter such a prestigious kitchen and act so cavalierly, do you think you are a sea demon? Get to the kitchen, wash your face, and let I find you some proper attire. I do not want our guests to witness a naked man in the kitchen.墨荆glanced at himself. At least he was wearing shorts, not entirely undraped. However, his good spirits rendered everything charming. Even the chef's stern countenance seemed to possess a hint of pride. Thus, he quickly darted into the kitchen. If it was about working to earn a ticket, then he was ready to work. Is墨荆truly a person devoid of integrity? Moreover, isn't he currently steering toward the very direction he desires? There remains a considerable distance to the doldrums, and for safety's sake, this cruise ship will not venture too close to that area. Nonetheless, that distance is trivial enough for Jing to traverse with a swift leap. At present, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to explore the kitchen, which was not particularly complex. He soon encountered a young assistant named Inai. Inai's full name was Inai Tuami, appearing no older than 11 or 12. Clearly a child laborer. Upon hearing Jing's request, he promptly provided him with a chef's uniform. Though slightly oversized, Jing had no particular demands regarding clothing. As long as it fit, he was content. He washed his face, and the small corner quickly became bustling with activity. Soon, Jing showcased his extraordinary knife skills. Gentle ripples danced across the surface of the fish laid upon the cutting board, while the fish skeletons that had narrowly escaped his blade shared their tales of survival with their fellow creatures, leaving many in the pond in a state of shock. Unfortunately, this secluded corner was too remote, and the kitchen staff were far too preoccupied, leaving only one person to witness the spectacle in its entirety. Ernai, standing nearby, was so entranced that her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. After a considerable time, she stammered, "Master Haima?" It is well known that Master Haima has gained renown in the culinary world for his captivating fish filleting technique and the unparalleled experience brought forth by the six-fold sea demon. Such remarkable knife skills, who but the legendary Master Haima could possibly possess them? In fact, they were even more astonishing than she had imagined. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Ernai was so mesmerized that she failed to notice the fish on the cutting board leaping back into the pond. Fortunately, Jing worked with remarkable speed, processing seafood at a rate far exceeding that of 2 or even 3 individuals combined. Shoo! Jing gestured for Ernai to remain silent. He certainly does not wish to engage in another competition with the chefs here. Every new chef insists on challenging him to a duel, and he will inevitably exhaust himself. Are you truly the master of sea magic? Ernai lowered her voice and inquired once more, her tone barely concealing her excitement. Does it not seem so? Even while speaking, Jing continued his deft handling of the seafood. He had not experienced the sensation of seizing a multitude of fish souls for quite some time, evoking a certain nostalgia for those diminutive souls that numbered only in single digits. Perhaps due to the elevation of his soul refinement level, his chances of obtaining complete fish souls had significantly increased. Within mere moments of conversation, he had amassed 5 or 6 intact souls. No, it was too similar. It was identical. No, Ernai exclaimed, her excitement rendering her incoherent. If it weren't for the lack of clothing and the somewhat peculiar hairstyle, I would have undoubtedly recognized you at first glance. Jing replied, "That's perfectly normal." He patted Ernai on the shoulder, speaking earnestly in the past. I too was acquainted with many instructors and often experienced similar illusions. The teacher of the Sea Demon Master. Ernai's eyes sparkled with admiration. If they can teach the Sea Demon Master, their skills must be extraordinary. Indeed, Jing unhesitatingly gave a thumbs up, solemnly stating, each of them is a seasoned expert, possessing unique talents, having served countless clients. Yet, they remain true to their original intentions, only pausing when utterly exhausted. What is even more commendable is their selflessness. They eagerly share their experiences, documenting their service to clients for the world to learn from and exchange ideas. Such generous and selfless instructors truly exist. The reverence on Ernai's face was palpable, but soon, a new doubt arose. Why have I never heard of such magnanimous teachers before? Jing cleared his throat twice. Perhaps their techniques are too advanced for the immature minds of the youth. Aside from certain forbidden places, any footage they produce, once discovered, is destined for destruction. Is that so? Ernai exclaimed in astonishment. Quite normal, and the destruction is beyond your imagination. Perhaps one day in the future, when you reflect upon our conversation today, you will recall nothing but a void. Ernai's face paled in horror. So, it is enough to have heard it. It must not be spoken of, transmitted, or sought after. Understand? Ernai nodded, her complexion wan. Having successfully intimidated an admirer, Jing nodded in satisfaction, placing the chef's knife aside, and said to Ernai, "Now, it is your turn." With that, he removed his chef's attire and reverted to his previous state of being bare from the waist up. He intended to seek out the captain for a candid discussion about the calm seas and the inexplicable reduction in the ship's speed. Rumors within the Navy are hardly credible. I shall strive to make an effort. Aaron's voice echoed from behind him as Jing, with his back turned, waved goodbye, departing the kitchen amid the puzzled gazes of the cooks. Upon locating the captain, he found him holding a glass of wine, engaged in jovial conversation on the deck with a well-dressed passenger. Jing's disheveled beggar's attire stood out starkly among the elegantly clad guests. Yet he appeared oblivious to the myriad of scrutinizing glances, moving with an air of nonchalance. As he approached, the old captain politely gestured for the passenger to wait a moment, then boomed at Jing. "Young man, you've finally awakened. Aren't you supposed to be working? Do you intend to feast and drink for free on my ship?" After delivering this line, he leaned closer to the old captain's ear, whispering, "I believe that if one can live another day, one should seize it. If the ship's speed can remain steady, let it be so. What is your perspective, Captain?" The old captain turned, startled, locking eyes with Jing, whose expression was inscrutable yet teasing. A chilling thought raced through his mind. Could it be that the young couple had spread the news once more? He had clearly warned them not to disturb this fellow. In truth, Jing was entirely unaware, deducing only from the reduction in ship speed that the other party might have recognized him and was in communication with the Navy. Now, the other party's demeanor evidently confirmed this suspicion. "Damn it, what do you want?" The old captain lowered his voice, his brows furrowed in anger. One hand gripping the railing, his entire posture exuding an unwavering defiance. If only the trembling of his legs were less pronounced, he would appear even more resolute. "Rest assured, I harbor no intentions towards your vessel. Just take me to the designated location and set me ashore. Let us all pretend nothing has transpired." A faint smile graced Jing's lips, his clear gaze revealing no hint of deception. The old captain, infuriated, let out a laugh tinged with rage. "You expect me to believe the promise of a pirate? If that is too difficult to accept, consider it a threat." Jing shrugged helplessly. "With such a multitude of zeros on the bounty notice, could you not at least show some respect for that figure?" The old captain's eyes widened in fury, his weathered face flushed a deep crimson, yet he found himself utterly speechless. Jing patted his shoulder and departed from the deck. As he reached the doorway to the kitchen, the ship's speed indeed increased once more. Chuckling softly, Jing slipped into the kitchen. Upon entering, he beheld ere nigh being struck. A tall chef wielded a rolling pin, raining blows upon ere nigh, who crouched amidst a pile of refuse, too intimidated to retaliate. Amidst the blows, the chef berated him. "Who taught you to cut fish like that? Who? Instead of learning properly, you only pick up the bad habits." He smashed an unfinished fish onto Ernai. "You little rascal, do you wish to become a sea demon? Go seek a mentor." The surrounding chefs busied themselves, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Both of them noticed Jing. Ernai's gaze faltered for a moment before he lowered his head. The towering chef scolded and struck. And after several exhausting minutes, he finally spat out a menacing warning. "You'll regret this." He then stormed off from the small corner. Jing leaned against a nearby rack, observing the entire scene from beginning to end. Only after the tall chef departed did he saunter over. Ernai lifted his head cautiously, offering him a strained smile. Jing glanced at him, picked up the fish from the ground, and scrutinized it closely. It was evident that the knife skills were an imitation of his own. However, such a level of mimicry was akin to a novice aspiring to become a master overnight, an imitation that was both flawed and chaotic. It was indeed dreadful. He frowned and tossed the subpar specimen aside, disdainfully remarking, "I can hardly fathom how my technique could yield such an unsightly cut." Ernai's smile froze, and he gradually lowered his head even further, burying it deeper than before, his hands clutching his pant legs tightly as his body trembled slightly, resembling a curled-up shrimp. "So why are you still squatting there?" Jing's impatient voice echoed in his ears. Ernai paused, slowly raising his tear-streaked face, his lips tightly bitten, eyes filled with confusion. "Don't you want to learn?" Jing looked down at him. "I won't be on this ship for long." Ernai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered through his sobs. "Why you are not." Jing's kitchen knife glimmered like a flash of lightning, poised above Ernai's head, as if intending to carve him open like a fish. Ernai ceased his tears, hugging his legs tightly, gazing longingly at Jing. 2 minutes. "Compose yourself, little one. Don't make me repeat myself." "Yes, master." Despite the tears still gracing his cheeks, Ernai could not conceal the burgeoning joy within him. "Such clumsy knife skills. Do not call me master." "All right, master." Jing. One teaches while the other learns, and soon they both fell into a rhythm. During the peak of the Sea Demon title, Jing had attempted to train many chefs, yet none had produced any fruitful results. He has mastered the flowing sword technique of essence of water, a unique art that no one else can replicate. Even the most skilled chefs can only mimic its form without capturing its essence. However, today he has unexpectedly perceived a glimmer of that elusive spirit in a chef named Anai, rekindling his desire to impart his knowledge. Time passed steadily, and the two were so engrossed that Mo-Jing failed to notice the silhouette of a massive ship appearing in the distance behind the cruise liner. When he finally regained his senses, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the kitchen. The first thing to rouse Mo-Jing was the sudden drop in speed. The trait of rhythm of water endowed him with a keen sensitivity to the currents, allowing him to discern the fluctuations of the sea even while aboard the vessel. Yet, before he could even furrow his brow, the urgent footsteps approached from beyond the kitchen door. Bang! The door burst open, revealing two young men he had met once before, their expressions filled with alarm. The man with a camera hanging around his neck appeared terrified, breathless from haste. Before he could finish his sentence, Mo-Jing already understood the gravity of the situation. Has the Navy arrived? It seems they have indeed delayed far too long. He lowered his gaze to the freshly caught fish in his hands, smiled softly, and gently ruffled Ernai's hair, saying, "Do your best from now on." Under Ernai's worried gaze, he unfastened his chef's attire and made his way towards the door. It seemed the time for slaughter had come once more, just as he had taken a few steps. The noble lady, who had been pressed against him by the crowd, finally pushed him aside and exclaimed loudly the words he had left unspoken. "The pirates have arrived. Please save the ship." Halted, wearing an expression that conveyed disbelief. On the deck, the old captain's face bore a countenance as grim as if he had just consumed something foul. He never anticipated that a simple distress call would not summon the Navy, but rather invite pirates aboard. Had the Navy of the East Sea deteriorated to such a degree? What had become of the naval heroes? Were they now incapable of mobilizing even the legendary figures of their ranks? The bodyguards from the security company and the sailors had already engaged in combat with the assailants. Yet they were no match for the pirates. Several of them had already boarded the luxury cruise liner. Among them was a pirate adorned in a garish lobster costume. And despite being surrounded by 5 or 6 adversaries, they seemed utterly helpless. The esteemed guests cowered in the banquet hall, too frightened to emerge, anxiously peering through the windows at the chaos unfolding on the port side. Chop him down. Decapitate him. What a fool. Can't he see the pirates behind him? A group of nobles by the window, filled with anxiety, could hardly contain their frustration as they witnessed their guards falter, cursing vehemently and wishing to take their place. Nearby, someone coldly muttered, "Idiot. What did you say?" Snapped a nobleman, his anger boiling over. "Do you know what will happen if so many pirates die and they still emerge victorious?" The man scoffed. "Your women will be violated, and at least half of the men will perish." Upon hearing this, the surrounding guests turned pale with fear. The nobleman's face flushed with rage as he retorted sarcastically, "Fine. Then let us not resist. Let us all surrender. Why don't you be the first to go?" The man, seemingly enraged by the mocking tone, replied darkly, "I speak the truth. Do you know who is robbing this ship?" Before anyone could respond, he ominously declared, "The lobster pirate crew, a notorious band of marauders, infamous alongside the crab pirate crew from 2 years ago, led by Captain Steelclaw, Ray Baon, with a bounty of 13 million berries." The faces of all the passengers turned ashen. Even the previously sardonic nobleman turned pale. In the East Sea, a bounty of over 5 million warranted caution, and anything above 10 million was akin to the 7 warlords of the sea from the Grand Line. Although a recent figure with a bounty of 100 million had emerged, its excessive nature rendered it somewhat abstract in the public's mind. Gazing at the lobster-clad man outside, who was dispatching security guards and sailors with ease, it was evident that he was indeed Captain Steelclaw, Ray Baon, and he was an unstoppable force. What do we do? Shall we surrender? Fool! How can one trust a pirate? The banquet hall descended into chaos. The man, satisfied with the unfolding events, adjusted his suit and strode confidently toward the door. "Where are you going?" someone asked. "To surrender, of course," he declared proudly. "Am I to wait here to die?" The surrounding passengers erupted in dismay. A bunch of ungrateful fools, the man thought to himself, disregarding their complex gazes as he pushed the door open and stepped outside. In the kitchen, Mo-Jing paused at the doorway, his mind swirling with questions. Pirates? If these two were to inform him that the ship had been surrounded by the Navy, he would not have been surprised, as it was part of his contingency plan. But pirates? Were they here because they deemed the cruise liner too slow, bringing him a steed instead? It was not entirely impossible. Perhaps the age-old adage of resupplying before a boss fight held true in this world as well. Mo-Jing pondered with a peculiar expression before suddenly pointing at the two. "You two. Were you the ones who leaked information to that old man? Otherwise, how could that severely myopic elder recognize him? Why would I help you? Lady Winchell stood up, hands on her hips, exclaiming loudly, I can compensate you. She seemed well prepared. Oh? Jing appraised the noblewoman, who appeared to be gradually revealing her true nature, and remarked playfully, what can you offer as compensation? Lady, her face alight with excitement, patted her chest. I can marry you. Jing's smile faded, his expression resembling an elderly man with a disapproving frown. You seem quite eager for this, don't you? Are you rewarding yourself? He retorted. Are you compensating me, or are you merely seeking to ensnare me? Jing even suspected that her previous betrayal was intentional, allowing her a chance to ensnare him. Indeed, she was a cunning noblewoman. Nearby, Qin Wenshino could no longer contain himself and trembled as he implored. First, let us save the captain. He can barely hold on. Jing spread his hands. Am I not being clear enough? Why should I save him? To rescue someone who betrayed me to the Navy? Qin Wenshino was left speechless. Indeed, why should he save one who had sold him out? He plopped down onto the ground. It's over. This ship is doomed. He cannot escape either. Apart from the person before him, he can think of no one else capable of salvaging this vessel. He should not have heeded Idi's instigation to betray yesterday. At this moment, he was filled with profound regret. Fool. Idi, with a look of exasperation, stepped over Qin Winslow and stood before Jing. Instinctively, Jing compared her to Dada. This girl was of similar height, reaching just to his chin, her figure accentuating the beauty of youth, brimming with vitality. Unlike the elegant composure she displayed when they met on another cruise ship, she now exuded an enchanting vivacity. Stop. Jing raised his hand to halt her impending words. I already have someone I like, and I am not interested in you. I don't care. The girl confidently replied, one day you will come to like me. Then she swiftly changed the subject, but let us discuss business first. You do know there are serious matters at hand. Even Jing couldn't help but want to retort. If you were willing to save this ship, I believe the old captain and the nobles on board would gladly pay a handsome sum as a thank you. As a former noble lady, Idi understood this protocol well. Jing found himself momentarily intrigued. To be honest, the old captain's offer was rather meager. However, considering the wealthy nobles on board, it was indeed hard to resist. These fellows were all quite affluent. Jing regarded the noble lady thoughtfully. What is your name? Idi Winchell. And I am Qin Winslow, seeing the opportunity for progress. Qin hurriedly introduced himself. Jing glanced at him and slowly replied, saving this ship is not a difficult task for me. But I need you to assist me with two matters. First, collect the money. I am currently unable to carry these valuables away, so I need you to discreetly deliver the funds to Barati. Second, I need you to convey a message to the people there. Jing leaned in and whispered into their ears. Did you remember? Idi, her face slightly flushed, said, was that all? I seem to have missed some details. Before she could finish, Qin Winslow tugged at Jing's pant leg, exclaiming, I heard it clearly. I will ensure it reaches them. Please save the ship. The old captain is truly at his limit. It is quite a distance to navigate around this iron door to the battlefield on the other side. Rest assured. Jing smiled. Soul forging, water cannon, pew. Required soul amount, 280. Consumed soul amount, 70. If it were merely about forging a weapon, there was no need to be at full capacity. Under the astonished gazes of the three in the kitchen, he clenched his fists and slowly drew from his left hand a deep blue sword, adorned with a series of vertical holes. From the spine to the blade, the color transitioned from a frothy white to a vibrant ocean blue, finally deepening into an abyssal hue. The soul weapon iron cannon. Its special effect allows it to shoot liquid absorbed through its small holes like bullets from a handgun. I work efficiently. Jing smiled at the two, gripping the knife with both hands, and swiftly slashed downward. On the other side of the ship, the old captain was indeed on the verge of collapse. He fired a shot at the steel-clawed Laban's shell, creating a substantial dent in the thick armor. Ha ha ha, futile, utterly futile, Laban exclaimed, as he knocked a sailor to the ground with a single punch. With a swift motion of his iron claw, he cleaved a gun-wielding security guard in two, the sound of grinding gears resounding in the air. Old man, you cannot breach my lobster armor. He laughed heartily, turning his back. On the pirate ship, the crew, adorned with seafood tattoos, erupted into raucous laughter. Damn pirates! You shall not harm any of the passengers. The old captain bellowed, loading his shotgun with determination. You do not dictate the terms, Laban retorted, his lobster fists growing more fluid and savage with each strike. The old captain smirked. I am not afraid to inform you that I have already notified the Navy. They are on their way. He fired a shot, sending a pirate attempting to ambush him flying. Lobster clamp. Laban viciously crushed a sailor's head, but the captain's words only fueled his laughter further. Ha ha ha. Can you guess why I chose to raid near the doldrums? It's because it is the farthest from the Navy base. Laban's cruel declaration followed. Even if I slaughter you all, the Navy will not arrive in time. The old captain felt a surge of frustration. He could not fathom why the Navy had yet to show up. There was someone on board who might resolve this predicament. But trusting a pirate to save them was as foolish as shooting him on sight. After all, a pirate is a pirate, once they bear that name. Can they truly perform any noble deeds? At that moment, a commotion erupted from the banquet hall as a man in a dark suit disregarded the two guarding sailors and dashed out. It's dangerous out here. Return, the old captain shouted. Yet, the man seemed oblivious to the warning, continuing toward them. As he drew closer, his expression transformed from pride to warmth, eventually morphing into obsequiousness. Lobster, Captain. Before he arrived, his emotionally charged voice resonated throughout the ship. He hurried over with great strides, exclaiming as he ran, I surrender. I surrender. At last, you have come to rescue us, Captain Lobster. His voice was laden with the anguish of oppression and hardship, yet brimming with the joy and emotion of newfound hope. Laban paused for a moment, unable to suppress a chuckle as he remarked, Old man, just look at this. These are the passengers you are meant to protect. He laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. The old captain's expression turned ashen, and he roared, What are you doing, you fool? Do you wish for so many to perish needlessly for your sake? Return at once. Yet, the man in the dark suit remained oblivious, lost in his own emotional reverie. And from a distance, he lunged forward, performing a perfect seiza, intending to slide on his knees all the way over. The old captain's eyes widened in disbelief, raising his gun towards that direction, only to be thwarted by a steel claw. Steel claw, Bowen laughed exaggeratedly. But before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom. In an instant, everyone on the scene witnessed a flash of white light, followed by a chaotic rush of air. When they looked up again, Steel Claw, Bowen had vanished. Or rather, all those in a straight line from him had disappeared. The atmosphere fell into profound silence. Amidst the vast chasm, footsteps echoed as Jing emerged through 3 layers of walls, wielding an iron cannon, advancing step by step. He called out leisurely, Who is Bowen? Step forth and converse. In his inattentiveness, he inadvertently stepped upon a hand. He halted his steps, withdrew his foot, and lowered his gaze upon the man in a suit beside him, who was maintaining a kneeling position with his posterior elevated. With a look of perplexity, he inquired, What are you doing? The suited man, equally bewildered, shared his confusion. Just moments before, Bowen had been laughing uproariously, yet upon lifting his head, he had seemingly vanished. No, perhaps it was not entirely accurate to say he had disappeared. He gazed at the severed arm ensnared by the shrimp clamp on the ground. Momentarily lost in a daze, a nearby sailor kindly reminded him, Rabin has already been slain by your hand. He cast a fleeting glance at the broadsword in Jing's hand and swallowed hard. Was this still a human? Jing raised an eyebrow, extending his hand to summon the soul that lay upon the ground. Indeed, it was the soul of Steel Claw, Bowen. Well, one could only blame this unfortunate fellow for his ill fate. He merely took a shortcut, yet this could be considered a resolution to the crisis. Shrugging his shoulders, he aimed his long knife at the old captain. The old captain thought to himself, This fellow is finally ready to make a move. You owe me a sum of money, said Jing. The old captain was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding his head. Jing turned to point his blade at the onlookers peering into the banquet hall, raising his voice, You all owe me money too. The nobles, their faces etched with shock, began to nod like chicks pecking at grains. There will be someone to collect the debts. Do not compel me to return and demand payment. He bent towards the old captain and added, This is a threat. Amidst the old captain's grim expression, he laughed heartily as he leaped onto the pirate ship, proclaiming, This vessel is now mine. Within a minute, all the good-for-nothings lacking any official position and unable to navigate the ship were ordered to vacate. Soon, the sound of splashes echoed as they dove overboard. The once crowded pirate ship felt considerably more spacious. Jing, indifferent to the fate of the pirates, directed the vessel named Lobster to slowly part ways with the cruise ship, sailing swiftly away under the gaze of the onlookers. Heidi gazed longingly in the direction the pirate ship had vanished, and after a moment of contemplation, resolutely declared, I want to become a pirate. The bloodied knight beside her was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by his lady's sudden change of heart, as she had previously hesitated between being an adventurer or a pirate. Nevertheless, he smiled, for he would support Idy in whatever decision she made. Meanwhile, Ken Winslow stared blankly at Idy's silhouette, a hint of sorrow crossing his face. But he soon touched the camera in his hand, a faint smile returning to his features. Everyone harbored unfulfilled desires, with aspirations in their hearts. What more could one possibly wish for? Security personnel, sailors, and even some passengers who had come to assist busied themselves, hauling the fallen pirates aboard, binding them for delivery to the Navy. While everyone lamented this harrowing yet fortunate encounter, from the back of the crowd, a man in a suit stealthily rose, preparing to slip away, only to be kicked to the ground by the old captain, who had been waiting. "You scoundrel, it is time to settle our accounts," the old captain shouted, leveling his gun at the empty deck beside the man. On the other side, aboard the swiftly departing lobster, As墨荆reclined comfortably on the grand figurehead of the vessel, embracing the rhythm of the ocean. The first mate, Little Lobster, was busily directing the remaining pirates in their tasks. After a while, he finally sat down wearily at the stern, observing the cruise ship in the distance. Now but a mere speck. Glancing around, he retrieved a miniature transponder from his clothing, whispering discreetly from his sleeve, "Phase 1 successful. The fish has taken the bait." A faint voice emanated from the transponder. As墨荆did not harbor any suspicions, did he? Not in the slightest. The first mate replied, a trace of derision gracing his features. He boarded quite naturally. You may still believe this pirate ship is merely a fortuitous acquisition. Do not be careless. The opponent is a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. Fear not, Little Lobster declared, extending a finger to tease a golden-browed swift that had inexplicably flown onto the railing, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. My actions are exceedingly discreet. No one has noticed. Continue to monitor the situation. Yes. The call ended. Far from the location of the lobster, on a majestic Navy warship adorned in blue and white. Within a smoke-filled captain's cabin, Navy Colonel Smoker, with 2 large cigars clenched in his mouth and draped in a white jacket, exuded an aura of strength. His formidable muscles pushed the smoke aside, revealing not a hint of excess flesh, as if the very term handsome was emblazoned across his chest. He set down the microphone and exhaled a long plume of smoke, his hair, stiff as a needle, almost merging with the surrounding mist. Sergeant Dasky from the Navy headquarters hurriedly soothed the choking telephone bug, offering it a leaf of lettuce. The telephone bug from Rogue Town had already learned to smoke, and it seemed that this one was not far behind. Furrowing his brows at the numerous wanted posters plastered on the wall, Smoker instructed without turning, "Notify Vice Admiral Garp." Nearby, a female sergeant in a floral shirt, sword cradled in her arms, rushed to the telephone bug, snatching the leaf from its mouth and dialing. Soon, she returned with the message from Vice Admiral Garp's aide, Bogart, reiterating the same directive. Colonel Smoker is granted full authority over this operation. Of course, Garp's exact words were, "Let him do as he pleases. If anything goes awry, I shall take responsibility," accompanied by a hearty laugh. "What a carefree old man," Smoker remarked, though his expression betrayed a sense of delight. As the Navy's infamous Mad Dog, he had been dispatched to the East Blue precisely because of his rebellious nature and refusal to conform. Otherwise, with his smoke fruit abilities, there would be no corner of the Grand Line he could not access. While Garp's hands-off approach might burden other colonels, for him, it was akin to loosening the reins, allowing his wild instincts to roam free. It seemed he could not afford to disappoint the old man. Smoker pushed open the captain's cabin door and strode out with purpose, under the watchful and respectful eyes of his fellow Navy members. "Dasky, inform all naval vessels." A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. It was time to commence the netting. One after another, calls were made. From a lofty vantage point, the waters encircling the lobster vessel, marked by 8 warships, began to slowly constrict. The Doghead warship, and Bogart hurriedly exited the captain's quarters, making his way to the deck. At the edge, an incongruous beach chair, starkly contrasting with the naval aesthetic, was placed. Reclining in the chair was a veteran clad in a doghead mask, sipping coconut water, seemingly oblivious to the urgency of the unfolding events. Upon noticing Bogart's approach, he cheerfully beckoned, "Bogart, would you care for some coconut water as well?" Bogart, with a throbbing headache, declined. "The operation has already commenced, Colonel." Smog's actions are swift indeed." Cap chuckled. He lifted the coconut and drank deeply from its refreshing juice. With a thud, he placed it back upon the deck. That fellow still refuses to come? Bogart paused momentarily, then quickly realized who the individual Cap was referring to. Frowning slightly, he repeated the familiar refrain, expressing his regrets for declining the invitation, promising to treat Cap to drinks another day as an apology, yet firmly stating that he did not know a fishman named As-墨荆and would not assist in turning against their own kin. Ha ha ha, truly the sea rogue. Cap appeared wholly unperturbed, remarking that perhaps they had overstepped. Bogart sighed, lamenting that if Jinbei were present, this ambush would have been flawless. Cap smiled, remaining silent. After a moment, he abruptly inquired about the cruise ship, reminding Bogart that he had yet to divulge details regarding it. Understanding Cap's curiosity, Bogart unfolded the intelligence. The lobster pirates had attacked the cruise ship, which lacked sufficient armed forces to withstand the assault. Steel Claw, Lei Bowen was killed by Blood Sword, As-墨荆, and the pirates commandeered their vessel, resulting in casualties on the cruise ship, all stemming from the conflict with the lobster pirates. Following this revelation, both men fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, Cap retrieved his eye patch, donned it, and reclined on a beach chair to rest. Set sail, Bogart, but do not call for me until we arrive. Bogart was taken aback, based on his understanding of Cap. This signified Cap was conserving his energy, preparing earnestly for the impending confrontation. He initially believed that after receiving intelligence regarding Blood Sword, As-墨荆's departure from the sea, Carp would choose to let the other party off the hook. After all, the former Carp had frequently engaged in such acts of leniency. Sensing his aide's hesitation, Carp lifted the edge of his eye patch slightly. Is there anything unclear? Bogart shrugged, not concealing his thoughts. I thought you would spare him. With the increasing attention the Navy was paying to As-墨荆, various reports about him had been continuously arriving on this ship over the past few days. From the records since As-墨荆 set sail, it could almost be said that, had it not been for the blood color base incident, he could be hailed as the bane of pirates, having saved a town and defeated 3 notorious pirates in the East China Sea within a week. If one includes Arlong, whom he dispatched with ease at the blood color base, the infamous pirates of the East Sea would soon be wiped out under his hand. More righteous than the Navy, more diligent than bounty hunters, and less pirate-like than actual pirates? Had it not been for the sudden blood color base incident, Carp would have considered putting his likeness at the entrance of the East Sea branch, allowing every passing Navy officer to witness what a paragon of justice looked like. Yet, with the emergence of the blood color base affair, a chasm had formed between him and the Navy, an insurmountable divide. With a snap, the eye patch fell back into place. Carp rubbed against the back of his chair, a faint smile gracing his face, completely devoid of the anger and hatred he had once harbored. The more troublesome this lad is, the more he requires an education in love and justice, he murmured softly. The anchor was raised, the sails lowered, and the doghead warship glided forward. In the distant waters, the diminutive figure of the lobster was also cutting through the waves. At the bow, As-墨荆reclined leisurely upon the broad back of the lobster. Silly, silly. Zorii stood on his chest, raising a tiny wing. Oh, As-墨荆responded, slightly surprised. Zorii wrapped his 2 small wings around himself. Silly, silly. Oh, As-墨荆's expression turned playful. Silly, silly, silly. Zorii flapped his tiny wings, looking sternly at As-墨荆. I've been completely outwitted. Haven't I, Zorii? As-墨荆 chuckled, scratching Zorii's little head. Zorii curled up into a small fluff ball on his chest. Silly, silly? No need to worry, As-墨荆 reassured, gently stroking its feathers while feeling the complex currents of the sea beneath him, gazing up at the azure sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Having come this far, nothing can impede me now. An hour later, the wind gradually diminished. The waves calmed as if they had entered a tranquil harbor. They had approached a location very close to the doldrums. At the speed of the lobster, they should have reached this spot 20 minutes ago. Yet As-墨荆 had commanded several course changes along the way, wasting considerable time. Were it not for his unwavering commitment to the direction of the doldrums, the first mate, the young lobster, would have suspected their cover was blown. It appeared now that it had all been a chaotic ruse. There was no need for him to secretly meddle. This newly appointed captain had delayed their journey all on his own. He stood on the main deck, observing the leisurely silhouette of As-墨荆, a scoff of disdain brewing within him. Indeed, how many with sufficient wit would dare to become pirates? Has the calm belt arrived? As-墨荆's languid voice drifted from the bow of the ship. We are nearing it, Captain. The objective is indeed the calm belt. I have repeatedly stated that I am not your captain. Refrain from addressing me as such. Is it the boss then? How utterly foolish. Was this fellow once part of a gang? I am not your boss either, forget it. Where are the Navy forces? Of course, they encountered the sea. As Little Lobster opened his mouth, he nearly choked on his own breath. Aha. What? What Navy boss are you speaking of? What are you saying? He trembled as he forced out a stiff smile, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. Surely, your contact did not inform you? Imojing turned his head in confusion. Did you not communicate over the phone earlier? Xiao Longxiao's face turned ashen. How is that possible? How could he possibly know? He had concealed himself so well. Soon, a greater terror would engulf him if he was indeed aware of his identity as a spy and had steered the ship to this very place. Damn it, this is a trap aimed at the Navy. There is no need to envision me in such a dreadful light. Imojing rose, intending to say more, when he suddenly noticed the faint silhouettes of 2 warships emerging from the side waters. Have they already arrived? He turned his head to the other side, and the same was true for the sky, as a warning call echoed from Zoe. Unbeknownst to him, an enormous encirclement had already contracted to a visible extent. The Navy's assault plan had entered its final phase. Even from a considerable distance, Imojing seemed to hear the thunderous sound of massive warships cleaving through the waves. Charging forth, yet faster than those ships was a plume of smoke, descending from the heavens like a jet. Bang! The smoke dissipated. Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters descended onto the deck. Colonel Smoker, exclaimed the surprised Little Lobster. Little Lobster, stand down. In that very moment of landing, Smoker's voice resonated across the deck. Amidst the swirling smoke, this defiant, rugged man slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Imojing. In the next instant, white smoke erupted, vanishing from sight, and reappeared before Imojing in a flash, as the whistling wind mingled with a strike from his Haki-infused weapon. Clang! The clash of the weapon against the long sword reverberated. Imojing clicked his tongue in displeasure, swiftly twisting the blade to dissipate the force. Pivoting on his toes to deliver a counterstrike, the flash of the blade vanished in an instant. Crack! A fissure split the deck. However, the sensation transmitted from the blade was light, as if it had sliced through clouds. Indeed, it had cut through the mist. Tendrils of smoke coiled around the cannon, and dense clouds enveloped Imojing. Smoker's voice echoed from behind Imojing. Useless, swords are ineffective against me. As his words fell, countless sounds of gas erupting filled the air. White blow combo. It was as if a multitude of projectiles pierced the air, howling towards him. Imojing stepped back, turning to slash wildly, shattering the fists formed from smoke one after another. Smoke? His eyes tracked the vapor, which instantaneously vanished from sight. A fine line of the blade sliced through the mist, and before Smoker, who had just coalesced his upper body, could utter a sound, he was severed in two. Yet in the next moment, he transformed back into smoke. Agile, insubstantial, elusive, and with a significant burst of power. Truly a remarkable fruit. The corners of Imojing's mouth gradually curled into a smile. I have heard that Logia types are even rarer than Paramecia types. Indeed, they are extraordinary. He straightened his posture, tilting his head to evade the 10 prongs thrusting from Smoker behind him. The glint of the blade flashed, once again dissolving him into vapor. However, a hint of derision crept onto his lips as he cast his gaze in a particular direction, as if to say, "Is it too presumptuous to believe that a sword cannot strike you?" In the next instant, Imojing abruptly vanished from his position. Smoker, materializing from the mist, widened his eyes in astonishment. A voice, as light as the wind, whispered in his ear, "All that is needed is to blow you away." Floating heaven. Vast sea, ripple of chaos, revised. Unpredictable wind. A tumult of sword energy erupted from the whirling long blade, clashing midair to create an even more chaotic current, akin to the furious whirlpools of the ocean depths, enveloping the entire ship in an instant. Boom. The entire vessel was forcefully thrust downward by the powerful gusts. Smoker, transformed into elemental smoke, found no refuge. The vapor that constituted his form was rendered uncontrollable by the raging winds, slowly being swept toward the sea's surface. As a devil fruit user, once more than half of his body made contact with water, he would lose his abilities. Yet, the smoke released during his transformation still fundamentally belonged to his corporeal form. Smoker roared in fury, and the dissipating smoke surged back toward him in an instant. He dares to withstand the fierce winds of Imojing to restore his physical form. It is essential to understand that while natural-type devil fruit users instinctively become elemental when attacked, should the user suppress this innate reaction, their body remains vulnerable to harm. In an instant, fine cuts appeared across his body, yet Smoker firmly rooted himself and bellowed, "Iron block." Shortly thereafter, the tempest subsided. Jing landed upon the mast. Below on the deck, Smoker was drenched in blood, as if he had been subjected to a brutal execution, yet his injuries were merely superficial. The iron block significantly fortified his physical defenses, rendering the previously diminished blade strikes barely capable of breaking his skin. Although he had not gained the upper hand, Smoker could not help but let out a low, sardonic chuckle. Truly, a bounty of 100 million for a pirate like you. Your emergence in the East Blue is indeed a dereliction of my duty. However, he lifted his gaze towards Jing, a triumphant smile spreading across his lips as he declared, "My mission has been accomplished." A chilling gust of wind suddenly surged forth. Boom! Like an oversized heavy lead bullet magnified several times over, it crashed forcefully against the lobster ship. The terrifying impact caused the entire bow of the vessel to rise dramatically. The ship wailed in anguish. Amidst the ruins of the stern tower, an elderly veteran clad in a naval cloak stepped cautiously over the debris, his white hair billowing in the wind. He tore off the cloak draped over his shoulder and cast it into the wind. His fist transformed into a hue of obsidian iron. His aged eyes shone with unwavering determination. The naval hero, Carp, made his grand entrance. The lobster ship rocked violently. The waters near the doldrums had not witnessed such commotion in a long time. "Kid, are you ready to accompany me to prison for some enlightenment?" Carp's boisterous voice resonated aboard the lobster. Jing glanced around. To his left, swirling smoke revealed the white-haired Smoker, and to his right, with fists as dark as night, stood the equally white-haired Carp. The energies of the three intertwined, causing the very air to feel almost solid. The young lobster, lying on the deck, turned pale, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. Jing could not help but let out a sigh. He had heard Ace mention before that his grandfather was a stubborn man, devoid of understanding when it came to education. He drew his sword and slowly sheathed it. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed so. Haha. Ace and his crew still miss me dearly. Carp, with his hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Next time we meet, I shall give him a thorough thrashing. However, Admiral Smoker furrowed his brow and couldn't help but interject. He had to admit that alone, Carp would likely not stand a chance against Jing. My apologies. Carp clenched his fists, the sound of friction echoing as if he were about to shatter the very air around him. So, Jing, are you going to surrender? This time, I shall not grant you the opportunity to jump into the sea. No sooner had he spoken than Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke, enveloping the area around the lobster ship. If Jing attempted to leap from either side, he would undoubtedly be thwarted. Jing remained silent. He harbored no doubt regarding Carp's words. This naval hero indeed possessed the capability to put him down for good, although he still had various strategies at his disposal, such as leveraging the agility of shadowless steps to attempt an escape into the sea, or severing the lobster to plunge into the depths, or even braving Carp's onslaught with the initial flames to force his way into the ocean. The risks were exceedingly high. This was not the Moser town of your Carp. Once provoked, would not concern himself with the consequences. An unrestrained Carp would pose a threat not only to Jing, but even to the legendary strongest man on the sea, Whitebeard, who would undoubtedly regard him with a measure of caution. Alas, it was too late. A faint smile graced Jing's lips. His gaze swept over Carp, over the white smoke rising from the ship's edge, over the warships racing towards the horizon, and further still, across the vast expanse of sky and sea. Suddenly, he lowered his head and said to Carp, "I will not fight you." Carp was taken aback, a look of joy spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Have I finally managed to sway you, Jing?" TSK, TSK, TSK. Jing raised a finger and shook it gently. "There is no need for that, old man. Have you ever wondered why I am heading towards the doldrums?" he said, his voice trailing off. For some unknown reason, an ominous premonition suddenly welled up in Carp's heart. With a pop, the once tranquil waters began to heave with small mounds, as if colossal bubbles were bursting beneath the surface. The lobster ship rocked slightly. At that very moment, Carp vanished from the spot. A rugged voice exploded in Jing's ear. "Save those words for after I apprehend you." In the blink of an eye, an iron fist thundered down. The surging wind compressed the air around them, and the mere turbulence at the edges rivaled Jing's earlier unstable winds. The entire ship creaked ominously, as if to convey to Jing that regardless of any schemes or plans he harbored, all was rendered null beneath the might of his iron fist. Yet, Jing merely gazed at Carp, a smile gracing his face, his lips moving softly. "I have one, Carp." In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying, gaping maw emerged from the depths of the sea, crashing shut. The The lobster ship was akin to a mere shrimp, instantaneously devoured. In midair, Carp, stepping lightly as if on the moon, looked gravely down at the ocean below. Beneath the tumultuous surface, fearsome, enormous scales glided slowly, obscuring their full form. A pale golden vertical eye opened from beneath the water, enveloping the entire warship within its gaze, casting a fleeting glance at the two tiny ants above before vanishing into the depths. A colossal sea monster, exceeding 5,000 meters in size. What on earth is that thing? Carp murmured, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He is not without the ability to contend with the Sea Kings. Even the colossal Sea Kings, towering over 5,000 meters, cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of his iron fists amidst raging storms. Nevertheless, any rational individual would refrain from confronting the gaping maw of such a gigantic sea creature upon the vast ocean. The terrifying force of its bite could reduce a mountain to mere flatness in an instant. As soon as Carp sensed unusual movements beneath the waves with his observation Haki, he chose to act immediately. Yet, he was still a moment too late. What perplexed this battle-hardened veteran, who had weathered countless storms, was the choice made by As. The latter had evidently sensed the approaching Sea King, but chose not to evade, appearing instead as if he had awaited this moment for quite some time. What madness was this? Had he traveled such great distances merely to offer sustenance to the Sea King in their presence? Thick white smoke coalesced around Carp. As the fortunate smoker emerged from the vapor, his upper body materializing amidst the haze, Carp, looking down at the sea, saw the same incredulous expression mirrored on Smoker's face. I recall that fishmen cannot communicate with Sea Kings, can they? Carp began slowly, but soon a realization struck him, prompting a shake of his head. However, there have been instances in history where fishmen could converse with these marine overlords. Yet, it cannot be this lad. He lacks such noble lineage. What, then, did this fellow intend to accomplish? Equally perplexed was the enormous serpent Sea King, adorned in scales resembling spiked armor. As it swiftly descended into the depths, a sharp, piercing pain surged from its mouth, akin to a fishbone embedded in tender flesh. It could neither grasp nor extricate the offending object. Opening its massive jaws, it attempted to expel the bothersome soft spine. Yet it seemed as though the spine was covered in barbs, refusing to exit its maw. Not only that, but it only drove deeper into its flesh. Blood and shredded tissue flowed from its mouth, inducing immense agony and a profound sense of peril. The spine was burrowing toward its brain. With the cognitive faculties of a normal human, the serpent Sea King plunged deeper without hesitation. Knowledge within its mind dictated that the most effective method to combat such nuisances of the sea was to harness the terrifying pressures of the deep ocean, obliterating them with sheer force. In an instant, at the ocean floor, 7,000 meters deep, over 700 standard atmospheres of pressure bore down upon As. His lungs felt as though they would burst. Yet, the sword in As' grasp danced wildly, showing no signs of faltering. Akin to a diminutive toothpick warrior gradually carving a tunnel through the Great Wall, to sustain a size surpassing 5,000 meters and to plunge into depths exceeding 10,000 meters. The flesh of such Sea Kings is more resilient than steel. Had it not been for As' adeptness at techniques like iron slicing, he might have found himself at a loss against this colossal creature. Nonetheless, with a dense wall of flesh on one side and the overwhelming depths on the other, he remained in a race against life and death. At the ocean floor, 8,000 meters, the primordial fire tightly enveloped his lungs. Flesh and seawater mingled, perhaps with blood from the corners of As' mouth and eyes, but no one cared anymore. Both the Serpent Sea King and As understood that in the ensuing minutes, or even seconds, only one among them would emerge alive. At the ocean floor, 9,000 meters, the radiant primordial fire unleashed a fierce blaze, igniting within the flesh. One could faintly discern a fragmented humanoid form within. The terrifying pressure bore down upon them. And where the primordial fire could not spread, the unimportant limbs surrendered, instantly crushed and swept away in the serpent's blood. He swung his blade with fervor, tirelessly advancing. At last, a solid sensation surged from the tip of the sword. The skull, harder than flesh and blood, was breached. Yet at that moment, As' eyes were already faintly turning white. At a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, where even steel would be crushed, not even the initial spark of fire could sustain As' battered form. Nevertheless, his hand did not cease its motion. The flaming longsword continued to carve through the layers of bone. Even though his pupils had completely whitened, Immo still did not succumb to unconsciousness. Trait: deep breathing. This long-overlooked trait stood firm until the very last moment. It sustained the last flicker of Immo's consciousness, channeling it into his final sword technique. Snap! The last bone finally shattered. Fragments of fish spine pierced into the brain. In the boundless depths of the ocean, the colossal serpent of the sea ceased its movements, its enormous body slowly descending into the abyss. At a depth of 20,000 meters, within the giant serpent's brain, a thick, womb-like tumor shattered, and a pair of golden vertical pupils opened in the darkness. In the tranquil abyss, the oppressive aura of the deep-sea sovereign gradually dissipated, and its massive form instantly attracted predators from the deep, as a large 10-meter-long seven-gilled eel, with serrated teeth, swam toward the scent of blood. Burrowing into the gaping maw of the giant serpent, the shredded flesh was to its liking. And even more enticing was the hidden essence of a flavor unimagined in the deep sea, reminiscent of the surface above. It greedily feasted, vigorously plunging into the rotting flesh pit. And then, there was no further outcome. A pair of pale golden vertical pupils opened at the end of the pit, and the terrifying aura of the deep sea's sovereign radiated wildly in all directions. Those predators drawn by the scent of blood turned to flee. The slower ones, such as the seven-gilled eel, seemed to be frozen in place, their bodies rigid and motionless, until a hand, covered in fierce scales, reached out, grasping from a distance of several dozen meters, and the sharp currents of water evenly split the seven-gilled eel into 5 parts. Throughout the entire ordeal, the seven-gilled eel appeared to have forgotten to struggle, remaining utterly still until death. This was the suppression derived from bloodlines. It was the absolute dominance of the sea sovereign over lower marine creatures. The pale golden pupils scanned the surroundings, seemingly dissatisfied with the crowded environment. And with a swift motion of a knife-like hand, it cleaved open the skull of the giant serpent, leaping out gently, as its form fully emerged into the deep sea. A torrent of complex perceptions flooded into its mind, leaving it momentarily dazed. First came the terrifying olfactory information, almost constructing an entirely new sensory system within its mind. With closed eyes, it could even send another form of the world. Next was the meticulous perception of vibrations. The tumultuous currents generated by carnivorous fish fleeing thousands of meters away were vividly clear in its awareness. Finally, there was a slight broadening of its color spectrum. Immo raised his gaze toward the abyss above, where the pitch-black ocean appeared to him as if stars were gliding through the void. The horrific energy emanating from the sea sovereign's body was captured by his vertical serpent-like pupils through infrared vision, standing out prominently even in the inky darkness of the ocean floor. He gazed upon himself. The corporeal form that had been lost had regrown during the previous bloodline incubation. At this moment, his palms and soles were enveloped in shimmering azure scales, reminiscent of armor adorned with sharp spikes, extending elegantly to his elbows and knees, creating a striking yet fearsome appearance. The delicate scales on his palms did not impair his sense of touch as he caressed his face. It appeared that aside from the minute scales that extended from the corners of his eyes, there were no other noticeable changes. The most significant transformation, however, resided within him. In the blink of an eye, his physical attributes had undergone a monumental metamorphosis. Name: Immo age, 20 race, undead bloodline, Sea King Kivu Tree Viper, human strength, CC, agility, CC, physique, CC, intellect, D soul ability, undying curse skills, soul refinement LV51. Initial flame LV15, swordsmanship LV18, swordmaster, swimming LV20, shooting LV1, martial arts, footwork, LV15, master, traits, dark ring 1, initial flame, son of the sea, deep diver, primal instinct, ocean overlord, water whisperer, immortal, distorted poison, death scent, ancient oath, sea king. In that fleeting moment, Immo was overwhelmed with joy, nearly fainting from exhilaration. The attributes and traits represented the most formidable challenges he had encountered throughout his brief journey of soul refinement. To him, it felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure from the heavens. Sensing the surge of power coursing through his body, he drew his hand like a blade and struck forcefully beside him. Even in the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below, the formidable body of the sea serpent bore a deep, bone-revealing gash. Immo nodded in satisfaction, just as he was about to examine each trait in detail, when his pale golden slit pupils flickered momentarily, as if experiencing a surge of unstable electricity. He pressed his head, letting out a muffled groan. Vivid crimson, as radiant as a jewel, oozed from his features. As he delved deeper into his own essence, a vast and intricate expanse of knowledge suddenly materialized in his mind. Predominantly viewed through the lens of the intelligent sea dwellers, encompassing an understanding of water, the ocean, and the entire planetary water cycle. The sea dwellers possess no concept of tribes or nations. However, they exchange knowledge among themselves, inscribing this information into their instincts for future generations. At this moment, Jing had effectively inherited the bloodline of the Kivu tree viper sea dwellers, thereby acquiring this legacy. Yet, for the confines of Jing's small mind, this knowledge, measured in centuries, proved overwhelmingly vast and incomprehensible. Even the swordsmanship experience with which he had long grappled paled into insignificance against this wealth of information. Fortunately, he had been inundated before and quickly sealed off these memories, leaving a slight opening to gradually absorb them. What a dreadful experience! Jing's sharp fingertips tapped against his temple. After this diversion, he pondered and chose to disregard attributes, instead raising his gaze upward, a cold smile gracing his lips. He bent his knees and propelled himself off the ground. Whoosh! Like a missile soaring into the sky, he shot upwards. His pale golden vertical pupils formed two gleaming lines in the dark waters. At this moment, the water flowed through his hands like a plaything. As the inherited memories slowly trickled in, he began to comprehend everything. However, at this instant, such matters seemed trivial. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. Jing's eyes fixed on the approaching surface of the sea, his desire seemingly bursting forth from his vertical pupils. Just then, he suddenly recalled that above the 10,000-meter mark, an unfinished battle awaited him. On the surface, at the location where the lobster was engulfed by the sea dwellers, 8 naval ships finally converged. Smoker, serving as the overall commander of this operation, stood behind Carp, debating Jing's intentions with several colonels from the branch. No one believed that this pirate, with a bounty of 100 million, could possibly be a self-destructive madman. And that last remark he made to Carp, "I've won." What was that victory? Had he merely stepped ahead toward his own demise? This question ignited a heated debate among them. Behind the crowd, Carp, arms crossed over his chest, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the sea. Even during the pursuit of Roger alongside Sengoku, he had never felt such inner turmoil. "Carp, do we continue to wait?" Smoker inquired from behind. Almost half an hour had passed, the sea remained calm, and neither the sea dweller nor the troublesome Jing showed any signs of appearing. Many branch colonels believed the hunt had concluded, noting that throughout history, countless pirates had met their end at the hands of sea dwellers. Yet never had so many Navy personnel willingly faced such a fate. Carp remained silent for a moment, let out a rare sigh, and turned to Smoker. "Notify everyone to prepare for retreat." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand covered in menacing scales pressed against his face. Jing's swift silhouette materialized behind him, pausing for a brief moment. Whoosh! Carp was thrust into the sea. "Come down," echoed Jing's boisterous voice across the ship. The surging waters engulfed Carp, the chilling sensation piercing his mind. Even as he submerged, his eyes remained wide open. His speed had increased. His strength had intensified, despite the humiliating nature of the attack. For some inexplicable reason, a smile crept onto the old veteran's lips. No longer did he feel the initial hatred, nor the regret of pursuit, but rather a nostalgic joy. It was the exhilaration of discovering a worthy adversary. Jing, you truly are not a madman seeking your own demise. In the cerulean waters, the aged pupils locked eyes with the pale golden vertical pupils, each recognizing the burning desire for battle in the other's gaze. In the next instant, a rough hand seized Jing's shoulder, while the other clenched into a fist, as if to rip a segment from the very surface of the sea. The iron fist drawn to his side, fist of bones, a single punch. Boom! The entire surface of the sea erupted. The nearest naval ship was overturned. A streak of fire shot into the sky. Carp lay upon the water, laughing heartily. Jing, how was that punch? The fervor of battle ignited in his eyes. Devoid of warmth or pity. Indeed, the young pirate before him paled in comparison but had already earned his respect. This blade had the potential to wound him. In midair, Jing burst into raucous laughter, the blood spilling from his mouth incinerated in the flames. His body unfurled in the tempest, flipping downward. In this inverted world, he tilted his head back, locking eyes with Carp, the faint golden sheen reflecting in his pupils. "Old man, have you ever heard the song of a whale?" His voice drifted softly on the wind. Carp was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Jing's figure abruptly vanished from the air. Spirit forging, black belt, A flash of silver light. The haunting song of a whale descended from the heavens. One sword style. Essence. The song of the ocean whale. A tribute to transience. Boom. The sea shattered like glass, as Karp was thrust downwards. The black and white blade pressing against him, plunging into the depths alongside Jing. The surface of the ocean surged into towering waves over 10 meters high, while all naval vessels, save for Karp's dog-headed warship, retreated from the battlefield. In the depths, the sole weapon Kilowatt had its blade pressed against Karp's dark iron fist. Sparks flying as it bore down deeper. The iron cannon, having served less than 24 hours, was now twisted into scrap metal at depths of 10,000 meters. It was the perfect opportunity for a newcomer to rise. Kilowatt performed exceptionally well. Yet, the momentum had waned, and the descent's speed inevitably diminished exponentially. Karp's resolute gaze emerged behind his pitch-black fist. Without uttering a word, Jing understood what the old man intended to convey. It's my turn now. No. Jing's lips moved, a peculiar vibration reaching Karp's ears, transforming into his mocking voice. Next, it is still my round. Floating sky, vast sea, fish swimming. A long-forgotten technique, yet when executed underwater, it manifested entirely differently. Karp unleashed a lightning-fast punch. Even beneath the waves, it generated a torrent of raging water. However, Jing danced like a nimble fish, weaving through the gaps in the current, swiftly darting before Karp, his blade flashing, as if an artist, slicing through the chaotic waters and entangling them towards Karp. Karp's response was straightforward, another punch. The violent water flow dispersed the intricate lines of turbulence. Again, fist, bone, meteor shower. The ferocious force of Karp's punches nearly created a vacuum around him. Yet, Jing merely floated like a swaying water plant, skillfully dodging the terrifying high-pressure water blast with slight, graceful movements. In the depths of the ocean, Karp's fist was no longer as mighty and expansive as it was upon the shore. The two stood opposing each other in the water. At that moment, even Karp had to concede that without some extraordinary means, he found himself at a loss against Jing underwater. Meanwhile, Jing felt a twinge of frustration. His current form represents the pinnacle of his strength at this stage, with enhancements from his bloodline bestowing remarkable attributes and several high-quality traits providing comprehensive advantages, culminating in his life's zenith. Yet, before Karp, he appears merely to have withstood a bit more punishment. Any proximity poses a risk of severe injury. This is particularly evident in the ocean, a domain that significantly diminishes the enemy's power while amplifying our own epic enhancements. Should the opponent seize an opportunity to launch him from the depths, he cannot fathom the dire consequences of such a barrage. The two locked eyes through the water, sharing a moment of mutual recognition, tinged with both nostalgia and a hint of disdain. They all understood that as long as they continued to delay, victory would undoubtedly belong to Jing. After all, no matter how formidable Karp might be, he remained human. If he were submerged for long enough, he would inevitably face the moment of asphyxiation. Yet neither of them entertained such thoughts. Karp clenched his fists tightly, slowly drawing them back. When he turned to face Jing, his eyes were filled with a chilling light, devoid of any reservations. As the last vestige of oxygen in his lungs was exhausted, it surged through his bloodstream, energizing his muscle cells to prepare for an explosive release. The final strike. Fist of the Twin Stars. In an instant, Jing's hair was swept back as two enormous fist imprints completely obscured his vision. Behind the distorted currents of water, Karp's figure surged upwards with great speed. In that fleeting moment, two choices materialized in Jing's mind. Stand firm? Foolish. Evade? Perhaps, but he would never catch up to Karp again. After being relentlessly beaten for so long, even a clay figure would be hardened to porcelain. His tone was filled with indignation, as flames surged from his pale golden vertical pupils. No matter what, today he would deliver a sound thrashing to that old man right here. No one could stand in his way. He ascended against the current, his senses fully awakened. The amalgamation of olfactory, visual, auditory, and tactile sensations erupted in his mind, transporting him into an enigmatic state. Suddenly, his olfactory system surged into overdrive. A starkly different image materialized within his consciousness. Within mere fractions of a second, he seemed to detect the minuscule gap between his fists, reminiscent of planets in freefall. Trait: odor of death. The flames in his pupils flared dramatically as the figure of Jing transformed into a ghostly blue shadow, crashing into the space between his fists. With unwavering resolve, Kilowatt plunged into the crevice. In an instant, it was utterly obliterated. Yet those two colossal fist imprints that shrouded his vision crumbled like a toppled house of dominoes. The ferocious torrent of water surged outward in all directions. Amidst the chaos, a silhouette shot forth, racing towards Carp. Perceiving the shift in his observation, Carp, nearly an arm's length from the water's surface, turned in astonishment. A fist enveloped in a sinister, azure-scaled armor loomed larger in his sight. Boom! The water's surface erupted. In the astonished gaze of all the Marines, As墨荆roared, delivering an uppercut that struck the dark chin of the naval hero, propelling him skyward and out of the water. Shoryuken. Crystal droplets of water splattered, sparkling in the sunlight. This scene etched itself deeply into the minds of all witnesses. In the next moment, a monstrous inhalation resonated, echoing Carp's admiration across the sea. What a remarkable punch! As墨荆's expression shifted dramatically, diving headfirst into the depths. In the blink of an eye, the ocean's surface sank. He transformed into a blazing meteor, descending several hundred meters below the ocean's surface, stabilizing his form, and laughing heartily as he shot away into the distance. From this moment forth, no one would ever be able to chase him upon the sea again. The surface of the water gently rippled, shimmering with sparkling reflections under the sunlight. Aboard the dog-head battleship, Carp stroked his chin, laughing boisterously. What a powerful punch! His grand and joyous voice resonated far and wide, devoid of any shadow of gloom. The surrounding naval soldiers, cautiously glancing in that direction, breathed a sigh of relief. The naval hero remained unscathed. After all, as a paragon of justice endorsed by the world government, Carp was the spiritual pillar in the hearts of all sailors. The more they admired and revered him, the more they were astounded by As墨荆's flamboyant rising dragon fist. Although most could see that As墨荆's extravagant display had not truly inflicted any harm upon Carp. Bogart, standing nearby, covered his face and sighed. Mr. Carp, please do wear a diving suit the next time you plunge into the water, would you? To combat the fishmen. The Navy had extensively utilized coding technology to develop various submersible devices, including the individual diving collars. Typically, naval personnel would don such collars when entering the sea to confront the fishmen. Though there were instances of individuals like Carp, who would dive into the fray with just a breath held, most of them had long been reduced to mere memories. Carp laughed heartily, saying nothing. Underwater. Relying solely on a single breath, while he could not deal with As墨荆, neither could As墨荆contend with him. If he truly wished to escape, he could merely disperse his immense fist pressure and use the reaction force to propel himself back to the surface. The sound of slicing air filled the sky as Smoker transformed into a column of smoke, landing on Carp's ship to inquire whether they should continue the pursuit. Let them return to their respective divisions, Carp replied, moving to the railing and gazing in the direction where As墨荆had vanished. Unlike before, this time it took only a few seconds for As墨荆to disappear from his observation. His speed surpassed any fishman he had encountered previously. Without the ability to sense, even the mightiest of warships would be sunk by him, Carp declared unabashedly. Smoker found himself at a loss for words. Unable to shake the memories of the Straw Hat Kid who had escaped from him 2 days prior and the legendary Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, leaving him in a state of profound headache. When had the small East Blue become such a gathering of heroes? He couldn't help but furrow his brow and exclaim, "Is it another Jinbei?" No. Carp shook his head, gazing out at the distant sea, his smile unwavering. Although his strength is still a touch lacking, his tenacity has already surpassed that of Jinbei. The people around him were momentarily rendered speechless. What they are unaware of is that Jinbei, the name they utter, is not far from their location. In the depths of the 1,000-meter ocean, Jinbei, clad in an embroidered yukata, propels himself through the water with the speed of a cannonball. The tattoo of the sun on his chest shimmers faintly. As one of the current Shichibukai, Jinbei's perception of humanity has always been rather unfavorable. His childhood, marred by the conflicts between humans and fishmen, instilled in him a deep-seated resentment towards the human race. Although he later heeded the teachings of Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, allowing for a more profound contemplation on the relationship between humans and fishmen, and even joined the ranks of the Shichibukai. His attitude towards humanity remains one of mere equality. This is a species rife with desire, harboring numerous heroic figures that evoke his admiration. Yet it is overshadowed by a plethora of wretched souls blinded by their own greed. He incessantly reminded himself of this truth. In the present day, both the world government and Fishman Island regarded him as the bridge of peace between humans and fishmen, a role he willingly embraced. Yet, many former companions could not comprehend his actions. For instance, there was Arlong. The mere thought of this name caused his brows to furrow deeper. As a fellow member of the former Sun Pirates, when he had liberated Arlong from prison, he had urged him to abandon his hatred towards humanity, even resorting to violence out of frustration at Arlong's stubbornness. At that time, he had prepared himself to encounter Arlong in prison once again. Little did he know that the next news he would receive would be of Arlong's demise. Had this tragedy been inflicted by human hands, he might have felt a pang of sorrow. However, it was not the work of humans. According to the legendary hero Garp, the one who had slain him was, astonishingly, one of their own, an individual named Mokiai. Furthermore, it was speculated that Arlong had collaborated with a colonel from the 16th Division, only to be betrayed and killed in the process. Upon hearing this news, Jinbei felt as if his mind had momentarily short-circuited. Arlong collaborating with humans? Slain by a stranger from the East Blue? Casually? Was this some sort of annual Fishman joke compilation? Yet, the information from the esteemed hero Garp was undeniably credible. Therefore, although he declined Garp's proposal to ambush Mokiai, he found himself restless through the night, unable to find solace in sleep. Resolutely, he decided to swim to the East Blue. Lacking precise knowledge of the ambush location, he wasted some time at the edge of the doldrums. Fortunately, fishmen possess a keen sensitivity to water currents. In that moment, he discerned the direction of the fierce battle amidst the turbulent waters. Had it already begun? Jinbei exerted himself, propelling forward with urgency. He had never heard of the name Mo-Jing before, indicating that the individual in question was likely a merman born in the East Sea. Throughout the protracted struggle between merfolk and humanity, numerous mermen have settled in various corners of the world, either voluntarily or under duress, making the existence of an East Sea merman unremarkable. However, Jinbei's concern lay in the individual's attitude towards humans. The massacre at the naval base and the violence against his own kin indicated a hatred that transcended the ordinary. He could only hope there remained a possibility for redemption. Jinbei could not help but let out a sigh. His journey has two primary objectives. Should the other party still possess the potential for redemption, whether through negotiations with Karp, offering assistance, or even incapacitating him, he must ensure that he is brought back to Fishman Island for rigorous reform. However, if the individual has succumbed to a propensity for violence, capturing him personally would serve as a form of accountability for Arlong. As he contemplated this, a swift figure suddenly darted through the depths of the sea ahead. Could it be another fishman? Jinbei was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. At this time and in this place, it could very well be the fleeing fishman, Mo-Jing, from the East Sea. As he was about to speak to intervene, his gaze met the pair of pale golden slit pupils. In that fleeting moment, his pupils constricted, and his body involuntarily stiffened. A primal fear, rooted in his very bloodline, erupted violently in his mind. Although he swiftly overcame it with unwavering will, by the time he regained his composure, the slender figure had vanished from sight. The murky seawater flowed lazily. Jinbei stood with his mouth slightly agape, fixated on the direction in which the figure had departed, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. Was that truly a fishman? Only he, as a fishman, could comprehend the tremor that reverberated through his blood in that instant. This was not merely a relationship of kinship, nor even one of friend or foe, but that of predator and prey. In that brief moment, it was as if he had glimpsed a demon cloaked in the guise of a fishman, infiltrating their midst. What manner of creature was that? Buffalo? What manner of beast are you? At the edge of the clouds above, aboard his specialized aircraft, Buffalo was taken aback as Baby, 5, with a bandaged, severed arm neatly tied with a bow, inquired darkly. To have created such a commotion with that naval hero and managed to escape, this was the target they had been pursuing? Buffalo was rendered speechless. The mere thought that this harbinger of death had once been seated on his back sent a chill down his spine. Baby, 5, let us abandon this mission, Buffalo proposed. Given their positions, failing to accomplish such an insurmountable task would not incur the wrath of Doflamingo. Baby, 5, touching her severed arm, fell silent for a moment before grudgingly agreeing. However, just as Buffalo was about to turn away, Baby, 5 suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." Buffalo turned. "What is it?" Pointing to a swiftly darting swallow below. "Baby," 5 asked with a hint of confusion, "does that bird seem familiar to you?" Buffalo squinted. "Aren't all birds similar, Baby, 5? Fool, don't you recall our first encounter with Mo-Jing?" She retorted, patting Buffalo's back. Only then did Buffalo remember that during their initial meeting with Mo-Jing, the latter had cradled a sleeping bird in his arms. Later, as they soared through the skies with Mo-Jing, that very bird had followed closely behind. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, But now it seemed evident that there was an extraordinary connection between the bird and Imojing. Baby, 5. Are you suggesting? Buffalo began. But baby, 5's cold chuckle interrupted him as her upper body transformed into a missile. Missile girl. Buffalo. In a swift motion. Buffalo's arm rotated, grasping baby, 5's leg and launching her at high speed. Spin projection cannon. With a lifelong synergy, baby, 5 needed only to call out. And Buffalo instantly understood her intent, even if he questioned the rationale behind bombing a bird. Jouet, soaring gracefully above, expressed dissatisfaction, wishing to showcase its own prowess. It had been far too long since it had engaged in combat since the days of the Black Cat pirates, and it was growing weary of idleness. Just as these thoughts crossed its mind, a sudden, thunderous rush of wind echoed from above. Jouet turned and nearly widened its eyes in shock. In broad daylight, someone was bombing a bird. Before it could accelerate away, a deafening explosion engulfed it in a terrifying wave of heat. Boom! Amidst the flying debris. Baby, 5's form gradually reassembled. Buffalo swooped down to catch her. Baby, 5 huffed, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she gazed at the direction of the explosion. Only to be overtaken by a tinge of sorrow. Imojing had severed her arm, and yet she could only seek revenge upon the creature that belonged to him. Feeling so small and powerless. That bastard. Baby, 5 clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in rage. One day, I will kill you, Imojing. No sooner had she spoken than a streak of fire reflected ominously in her goggles. A high-speed, spiraling flame drill hurtled towards her face. Drawing upon her years of combat instincts, baby, 5 transformed her upper body into a long blade. Clang! The flames momentarily halted, splitting in two before her, revealing Jouet, now bisected. What is this? Baby, 5 exclaimed, turning to discern the fallen object amidst the flames, only to utter a more astonished cry. It's still alive? Buffalo, upon hearing her, was equally astonished. In the next moment, they both beheld Jouet resurrecting from the flames. It revived. A chorus of shocked exclamations erupted from the two. Jouet quickly turned and fled. Not fighting. It sought its master for vengeance. Buffalo and baby, 5 did not pursue, remaining rooted in disbelief. Hey, Buffalo, did you see that? Baby, 5 spoke, as if her soul had departed. Indeed, that Imojing seems to possess similar flames. This matter must be reported to the young master. Baby, 5 declared resolutely. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, Imojing maintained a swift descent at a depth of approximately 50 meters from the surface. Yet, 10 minutes prior, the situation had been quite different. Following a recent encounter with that peculiar fishman, he had prudently descended below 5,000 meters. This depth constituted a hunting ground for many large deep-sea creatures and sea kings. And even a fishman would hesitate to venture so deep. As a hybrid of sea kings, Imojing navigated these depths effortlessly, empowered by a bloodline pressure that even the previous fishman had found paralyzing. However, he soon found himself unable to tolerate the depths and rose to the surface. Not due to physical limitations, but sheer annoyance. This so-called bloodline suppression was essentially an instinctive ability to radiate one's life energy outward, beyond suppressing lower marine life. It served as a unique means for sea kings to identify one another. For instance, a giant frog sea king exceeding 5,000 meters would be identified as stable frog adult in Imojing's perception. Such identifiers were common among sea kings. In contrast, Imojing, as an unprecedented hybrid of sea king and human, emitted a life signal perceived by other sea kings as hybrid venomous snake sharp human cub. In other words, a freak. Those sea kings residing in the doldrums had spent countless ages in their domain and had never encountered such an unusual being. Thus, whenever Imojing swam by, he inevitably attracted a throng of curious sea kings. They did not attack Imojing. Instead, they remained quietly on the sidelines, their obsidian eyes, each measuring over 50 meters in diameter, fixated on him, this minuscule ant moving slowly through the dark waters. The pupil shifted ever so slightly. A person afflicted with a fear of colossal creatures would have been terrified to death in this situation. Yet, Imojing merely felt vexed, experiencing an inexplicable sensation akin to returning home after gaining weight during the festive season, surrounded by a throng of relatives eager to scrutinize him. Naturally, some were less amiable. Upon sensing Imojing's presence, they erupted in fury from their lairs, intent on obliterating this grotesque figure that offended their aesthetic sensibilities. However, he had since become a trustworthy companion to whom they could entrust their very souls. Would you not agree, Bull, the soul of the Sea King? Jing gazed at the cerulean soul cradled in the palm of his left hand, feeling quite satisfied. At present, he had regained the vigor reminiscent of his earlier days of fishing when it came to vanquishing these sea kings dwelling at depths below 5,000 meters. To his astonishment, it had been less than a month since he set sail, yet he had reclaimed his former prowess. In summary, after this series of transformations, Jing obediently returned to the depths closer to the ocean surface. He was now endeavoring to deactivate his full-frequency microphone while simultaneously utilizing the journey to explore the changes he had undergone since acquiring the bloodline of the Sea Kings. First and foremost, he had grown taller. His hair had also lengthened slightly. He had already noticed this during his battle with Cap, previously standing at approximately 1.75 meters. He now approached nearly 1.9 meters. Fortunately, his physique did not appear bulky. His muscles seemed to have been finely tuned, becoming more streamlined and adept at propelling him through the water. As for his appearance, Jing had gazed into the mirror several times while surfacing. Aside from the scales and serpent-like pupils, the remaining features retained almost all human characteristics. Amidst the ferocity lay a hint of elegance, and within that elegance resided a touch of authority. He remains quite satisfied with this transformation. Next, there are the changes in his attributes. The former rhythm of water has evolved into Son of the Sea, while Deep Breath has morphed into Deep Diver, both enhanced versions of their predecessors. Son of the Sea significantly amplifies Jing's perception and insight into the ocean, as well as his agility in aquatic environments. Deep Diver allows Jing to swiftly adapt to various pressure changes, enhancing his oxygen efficiency and granting him the ability for skin respiration. The true augmentation of his combat capabilities comes from the attribute Ocean Sovereign. Its effect is straightforward. As long as Jing is submerged in water, he receives comprehensive enhancements. Without this attribute, he would hesitate to drag Carp into a confrontation beneath the waves. As for Water Whisperer, it is the most enigmatic of all attributes. It enables Jing to occasionally sense residual information within the water. For instance, at this moment, Jing gradually halts, extending his awareness into the surrounding waters. Soon, an image materializes in his mind, a saw shark swimming through a specific area of water. This is not merely a lingering scent or an inference drawn from other information, but rather a memory contained within the current itself. It resembles a cut scene from a game. However, at present, it appears rather inconsequential. The ocean is vast, and one can hardly ascertain from which current the voice arises or the time frame it represents. The subsequent attribute, Toxic Distortion, does not seem as formidable as its name suggests. Its primary function lies within the realm of toxins. Although Jing has not developed venomous fangs or glands akin to serpents, he has undergone adaptive evolution, resulting in the secretion of neurotoxins from a newly formed gland. Now, he can emit a colorless and odorless neurotoxin with potent lethality, transforming him into a minor agent of poison. However, the exact potency remains undetermined. Jing is not an inflexible individual. While he champions direct confrontations and relishes the thrill of honorable duels, he does not dismiss the efficacy of cunning tactics and thus harbors no prejudice against this attribute. Finally, Death Sin has already revealed its prowess in his battle with Carp, where a single strike dismantled Carp's assault. Initially, this attribute did not seem so extraordinary. Based on the obscure explanation of its panel information, it merely consolidates and analyzes formidable olfactory data, allowing him to discern weaknesses in living beings or identify injured and vulnerable areas. In essence, it reveals vulnerabilities. However, it appears to have undergone a remarkable chemical reaction with primal instinct, enabling Jing, in moments of utmost concentration, to occasionally detect flaws not only in living beings, but also in inanimate objects and techniques. This revelation has greatly inspired his swordsmanship. He referred to this all-encompassing swordsmanship as crack. While it appeared formidable, its low probability of success rendered it difficult to employ in actual combat. The final transformation pertained to the last column of the panel information, Ancient Oath, Sea King. The information presented in his mind described it thus: the ruler of the sea has forged a pact with the ocean since time immemorial. When summoned by this oath, the progeny of the sea will come forth to offer assistance. According to Jing's understanding, the bloodline of the Sea King must have established an ancient covenant with a certain individual or object, and when the oath bearer calls, he, an unprecedented hybrid of the Sea King lineage, is also obliged to answer the call. Although he was unaware of the consequences of breaching this covenant, he did not give it much thought. The world is vast, and it seemed improbable that he would be the sole individual to encounter such a summons. Even if he were called upon, it was not a matter of great concern. If he could assist, he would. For what harm was there in experiencing more of the wonders this world had to offer? Of course, should he be compelled to undertake any undesirable task, he would not hesitate to enlighten the summoner on the reason for his half-human heritage. Just as these thoughts traversed his mind, the connection between the primordial flames began to clarify. As墨荆 sensed the approach of Zhuobi. He burst forth from the depths, gliding forward for a moment before gradually coming to a halt upon the water's surface, steadying himself. Indeed, even in the absence of chakra, he had now mastered the art of walking on water. In the tranquil expanse of the sea, devoid of wind and sound, where the azure sky melded seamlessly with the ocean, he advanced, the ripples beneath his feet radiating outward, blurring the reflection of heaven and earth. A swift swallow descended from the heavens, perching upon his shoulder. The crisp chirp resonated, seemingly the sole sound in this vast realm. Playfully tapped small head, no foul language. The little creature, feeling somewhat aggrieved, recounted to the tale of how it had been struck by cannon fire. Those two rascals? Did they not follow? Chuckled. Were they frightened by your resurrection? Fear not. In due time, the truth shall be known. Strengthen yourself swiftly. One day, we shall be powerful enough to face any revelation without fear. Spoke softly too. Currently, Carp had not abandoned his pursuit, yet understood that such days would not last much longer. After this battle, the Navy headquarters would surely recognize the futility of capturing him at sea. Thus, even if he had the leisure to engage Carp in a cat-and-mouse game, the Navy would not allow such a formidable force to continue indulging in this chase in the East Blue. Anticipating this, he had previously dispatched Kin Winslow and Idy from the cruise ship to inform the crew of the special training at the sea restaurant, urging them to prepare a vessel capable of navigating the Grand Line during their leisure time. As for the Atom Tree, according to intelligence gleaned from Baby 5, the rare auction had already been cleared by the two individuals, hence there was no ongoing auction to speak of. It was uncertain whether that old fellow Zepp had any alternative means to procure it. Communicating with the Baratai restaurant had become quite challenging. Yet this issue would likely be resolved soon. Looking ahead, had heard tales of a wondrous kingdom atop a bridge in this direction. Surely, finding a telephone snail there would not pose much difficulty. In the black market, Baby 5 exclaimed, "Young master, I assure you I did not mistake it. Buffalo can attest." Buffalo, unable to squeeze into the telephone booth, leaned in through the membrane, speaking into the receiver. "I saw it too. Immortal, is it?" A low, sinister chuckle emanated from the receiver, belonging to Doflamingo. "That sounds like something those fellows would be interested in. Hee hee." Yet, Doflamingo's voice suddenly elongated. How could there possibly be someone who does not die in this world? Even the Yomi Yomi Nomi can only revive a person once. Surely you have not been deceived by some Logia user? But we truly witnessed it. He was cleaved in two and revived from one half. Baby 5's voice dwindled as she and Buffalo exchanged uncertain glances. After hearing Doflamingo's words, they too began to doubt their own observations. How could there exist someone who does not perish in this world? Suddenly, Baby 5 had an epiphany and exclaimed, "Wait, he is also a fishman." She elaborated on the battle she had witnessed between and Carp. Devil fruit users cannot submerge in water. The fact that could fight Carp underwater clearly indicates he is no ordinary devil fruit user. Upon finishing her explanation, silence enveloped the receiver. After a prolonged pause, Doflamingo's low laughter echoed once more. "I shall dispatch Aulaji and Dringer to assist you. Do not let this situation deteriorate further." Baby 5 and Buffalo seemed taken aback by Doflamingo's tone and hastily affirmed, "Yes." In their conversation, none of the three truly took to heart the notion that could engage Carp in combat. Seasoned from countless battles, they were not easily swayed by superficial achievements. The absurdity of fishmen thriving underwater had long been ingrained since the days of the Sun Pirates. Yet once on land, it was the dominion of humanity, a consensus shared by the vast majority of humans in this world. After hanging up, Baby 5 and Buffalo stood amidst the bustling black market, the sea breeze brushing past them, evoking a fleeting sense of solitude. Buffalo suddenly inquired, "Baby 5, do we truly stand a chance of capturing?" Although he had unwavering faith in Doflamingo's judgment, a moment of reflection led him to reconsider. Carp had made 2 attempts to seize, one of which occurred on land, leaving him somewhat shaken. After all, even with their combined strength, including Aulaji and Dringer, they could not measure up to Carp. It was entirely possible that escape could be achieved. Upon deeper contemplation, the likelihood of a successful getaway seemed plausible, especially if that old codger Alaji was willing to risk everything to hold Karp back, allowing the others to flee. Alaji was indeed formidable. "Fool. Baby," Five exclaimed as she playfully struck his arm. "Use your brain. Do you intend to capture a fishman in the sea? But Karp couldn't he capture on land?" Buffalo retorted, perplexed. "Yet we have 4 individuals." "Baby," Five ignited a lady's cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke. "Though it pains me to admit, our inferiority compared to Karp is our advantage." "Are you jesting, Baby Five?" Buffalo exclaimed loudly. Covering one ear, "Baby," Five pointed out, "Karp could not capture because merely wished to flee. However, we lack Karp's strength, will undoubtedly remain to fight us. As long as he is willing to engage, there exists the possibility of capturing him. If he does not return to the sea, he is simply a bounty of 100 million. Can we not take down a pirate with a bounty of 100 million? From Doflamingo's arrangements, it was evident that he shared this sentiment. The reinforcements dispatched, Alaji, was a formidable fighter and a key strength of the Don Quixote family, boasting a bounty of 61 million berries from a decade ago, capable of holding at bay. Dringer, a half-fishman, possessed physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary humans, with a bounty surpassing 10 million berries from 10 years prior, making it feasible to prevent from retreating underwater. As for Baby Five, her true strength lay in her long-range attacks as a weapon fruit user. A single missile would deter even from attempting to withstand it. Buffalo, a user of the spin fruit, though lacking in combat prowess, excelled in support, not only enabling Baby Five to maintain a secure offensive position, but also creating wind pressure to hinder enemy movements, an invaluable asset. With their combined roles, top laner, jungler, ADC, and support, strategizing in the brush against an unsuspecting mid laner Yasuo, how could they possibly falter? If they allowed their opponent to retreat to the fountain, they might as well forfeit the game entirely. Buffalo nodded vigorously. After Baby Five's analysis, he felt confident in their prospects. 2 days later, amidst the undulating waves of the sea, Jing reclined leisurely upon the surface. After 2 days of endeavor, he had mastered the art of retracting his life radiance with ease. To his delight, upon withdrawing this radiance, his aquatic features could also be controlled with finesse. When concealed, he transformed entirely into a human form, albeit at the cost of losing the enhancements granted by his oceanic dominion. However, the absence of scales made him more adept at traversing terrestrial landscapes. Generally, Jing preferred to maintain his human guise, as wielding a sword in that form felt most natural. Yet now, being in the sea, he opted for his scaled appearance, which he referred to as his merfolk form, despite the absence of any actual merfolk with oceanic blood in this world. A few hours prior, he had exchanged a 5-meter-long bluefin tuna in a coastal village for a pin and precise directions to the kingdom of the bridge. At present, he was simultaneously messaging Dada via the conch of unity while progressing leisurely. Karp, already far behind. Dolphins were rather bothersome, though the sea snakes proved generous. Jing smirked slightly, pin dancing across the page. Encountering Orcus was a delight. As long as one was willing to play, they would offer a ride. Before long, messages from Dada flooded in, chirping like a little sparrow, sharing everything with Jing. He held the conch to his ear, chuckling intermittently. Suddenly, upon reading a particular line, his expression shifted and he became serious. He halted his advance, leaping above the water's surface to sit cross-legged upon the waves. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly put pen to paper. "Father, please disregard this. Has your father mentioned anything?" Dada replied, "Father is somewhat displeased. He blames grandfather for carelessly picking up pirates and received a beating from him. Now mother is feeding him." Jing's eyes brimmed with tears. The efforts of the past 2 years had not been in vain. Truly, the old man is capable of delivering a sound thrashing to his own son. Next time, I must devise a way to snatch Captain's cloak and send it to him as a keepsake. Surely, receiving something once used by his idol would bring him immense joy. And what does your mother say? She thinks I am quite impressive. Jing could easily envision Dada's triumphant demeanor. It seemed all that was needed was to win over the father-in-law. He straightened his posture and humbly inquired, "What are your uncle's hobbies? Are you planning to present him with a gift?" Dada erupted in laughter. Dada's father served as a colonel in the nearby naval branch, while her mother was a kitchen supervisor. According to Dada, her father often faced reprimands from her mother for being finicky with food. However, Dada refrained from divulging her father's preferences to Jing, playfully choosing to keep him guessing. Jing found himself perplexed about what the esteemed colonel might enjoy. It became evident that this world is never short of those who lack an understanding of social cues. Amidst the sounds of crashing waves, a mocking voice emerged from behind Jing. "Ha ha ha, Captain, come and see the fishman." Turning around, he beheld a pirate ship adorned with a turtle figurehead gliding leisurely toward him. The turtle pirate crew, a robust man, adorned with a turtle shell and sunglasses, stood on the ship's railing, grinning widely at Jing. "Indeed, it is a fishman. Haha, capturing one would surely fetch a handsome sum." Jing had little interest in engaging with these ruffians and was preparing to dive away when, suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he glanced at the chat history on the heart conch and then back at the approaching pirate ship, stroking his chin in contemplation. 20 minutes later, the entire turtle pirate crew crouched on the deck, clutching their heads. "Have you memorized it?" Jing inquired loudly from atop the turtle's head at the bow of the ship. "We have memorized it," the crew replied, their humiliation palpable. Those who had failed to memorize it lay sprawled on the deck, roasted by the flames. Once more, Jing commanded with a wave of his hand. The crew quickly recited, "I am XXX of the turtle pirate crew, here to surrender. Wishing the colonel blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountains." "Excellent." Jing gestured for silence, feeling a sense of admiration for his own creativity. This gift would surely take the esteemed father-in-law by surprise. Just as he pondered this, the vibrations in the water behind him caught his attention. Today, this stretch of sea was particularly lively. He turned to face the front of the sea turtle. Where not far away, an elderly man clad in a blue and red bodysuit was standing atop the back of a blonde-haired fisherman wearing a horned hat, seemingly surfing through the waves. As Jing cast his gaze upon them, the two also noticed him. The fisherman in the sea immediately exclaimed, "Ah, we've spotted a group of pirates, and there's even a fishman." The old man standing on the fisherman's back directed his attention towards Jing, his voice steady and resonant, proclaiming, "We are the officials of the Don Quixote family. If you wish to avoid the annihilation of your entire pirate crew here, you would do well to answer my questions obediently." Clearly, he had mistaken Jing for the captain of the sea turtle pirate crew. The old man produced a bounty notice from seemingly nowhere and tossed it over. "Have you seen this pirate?" Jing unfolded the bounty notice, staring at his own striking photograph, and fell into silence. "Is there something seriously amiss with the members of the Don Quixote family?" "Of course I've seen him." Jing propped his face up with his left hand and shook the bounty notice in his grasp. "But why would the Don Quixote family be looking for me?" He initially intended to inquire how these two individuals had discerned his presence on this particular route. However, upon reflecting on the identity of Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his curiosity waned. It was likely that information had been procured from the Navy. After all, his recent trajectory had been remarkably linear, making his destination all too apparent to any observant individual. Yet, instead of the Navy, it was the members of the Don Quixote family that had arrived. According to the narrative, shouldn't he have been the one to seek trouble with them? How audacious to attack his bird. Why was it that he was being approached first? Jing cast a contemplative glance at the two. Clearly, the resurgence of Zorro had indeed attracted the attention of certain parties. Doflamingo, perhaps? What should remain unknown ought not to be questioned further. The elderly man in the tight-fitting attire remarked with a sense of gravity. "Very well," Jing shrugged, turning to address the members of the sea turtle pirates behind him. "What are you all standing there for? Have you forgotten my previous instructions?" In a bid to please his future father-in-law, he had specifically directed the remaining members of the sea turtle pirates to adorn their ship as if it were a gift, festooning it with red couplets, colorful flags, and encouraging those with good voices to sing cheerful tunes. Others were tasked with firing cannons and chanting slogans, ensuring a lively and jubilant entrance into the prison, creating an atmosphere of joyfulness during their sentence. The mere thought of this motley crew delivering their goods, confessing in unison amidst a flurry of streamers, and extending their congratulations and blessings left him marveling at his own artistic vision. However, this was not the moment for such musings. He snapped his fingers, assigning Zorro the role of supervisor. With the extensive water detection capabilities provided by the Son of the Sea, he no longer required Zorro to keep watch while in the water. In the bewildered gazes of the Don Quixote family, he leaped into the water. "What do you intend to do?" the blonde merman with a twisted hat instinctively questioned. Jing looked at them in confusion. "Aren't you looking for me? I can guide you." "What kind-hearted person would do that?" "Boy, what exactly are you plotting?" bellowed the elderly man on the merman's back, adopting a fighting stance, veins bulging on his forehead. Relax, Jing replied sincerely. Miss Baby, 5 and Mr. Buffalo from your Don Quixote family have greatly assisted me before, so taking you along is merely a way to repay their kindness. By the way, how should I address you? The old man and the merman exchanged glances, seemingly touched by the sincerity in Jing's eyes. Raoji, the old man introduced. Derringer, the merman added. Jing nodded. I am Boris, Copperclaw Boris. In truth, this was the name of the late captain of the Sea Turtle Pirates, and for some reason, it sounded vaguely familiar. The moniker Copperclaw stemmed from his weapon, a large copper claw. Excellent. Lead the way, Raoji declared. Jing said nothing more and swam towards the direction of the Bridge Kingdom with the two in tow. As the trio distanced themselves from the sea turtle, Raoji suddenly inquired, Is Jing swimming in this direction? Indeed, right ahead of you, Jing affirmed. After a moment of silence, Raoji continued. I heard he's also a merman? Yes, Jing replied. Are his scales quite sharp? Raoji asked. Indeed, Jing confirmed. Are his eyes a pale golden hue? Raoji inquired. Jing acknowledged. Raoji behind him slowly clenched his fist, his muscles swelling, ready to unleash power, his palm curling into a shape. Do you not find him reminiscent of someone? After a few seconds of silence, a sigh emanated from the front. Earth Elder Fist, lumbar pain style. Raoji's roar resonated from behind. At the same moment, Jing vanished from the surface of the sea. A powerful shockwave dispersed the water. Derringer, Raoji shouted. Jing submerged. He could not strike Raoji directly, but he would first target Derringer, his vessel. However, he held great confidence in Derringer. Although young, he was seasoned in combat, possessing the bloodline of a fighting fish, with formidable kicking skills, especially in water. Raoji's thoughts were interrupted as he began to sink slowly. Jing emerged from the water, wielding a long knife, shaking the young head adorned with fangs in his hand. Derringer, were you calling for him? In a mere instant, one of the combat members of the Don Quixote family, Derringer, was decapitated by Jing. In fact, even before Raoji's warning, Derringer had sensed the danger and prepared himself. Yet, in the next moment, a pair of pale golden eyes magnified in his vision. The once restless blood of the fighting fish within him instantly froze. Then, a gentle flash of the blade passed by. The new soul weapon feast effortlessly claimed its first blood, witnessing Derringer crumble without a fight. Raoji's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, he leapt from the water, his aged body contorting into an odd posture. Earth Elder Fist, lumbar pain style, ice form. In an instant, his speed surged. Spinning rapidly, he charged towards Jing's shoulders at a velocity imperceptible to the average eye. Unfortunately, Jing was no ordinary individual. His senses, be it vibrations, scent, or infrared vision, transmitted Raoji's location clearly into his mind. He reclined backward and submerged himself beneath the water, causing a splash that soared 2 meters high. Yet, a greater surge of waves erupted beside Raoji, as if a prison of water sought to envelop him. A glimmer of silver rose from the depths of the sea. Flowing water, star extinction. In an instant, a blade of light, almost beyond the limits of perception, flashed wildly within the watery confines. As Jing sprang forward like a coiled spring, he pierced straight through Raoji's body. 1 slash, 2 slashes, countless strikes. In the brief span of a second, Jing crouched low, his momentum creating afterimages that seemed to manifest on every droplet of spray, making the luminous blade appear as a spiky orb of light. It flickered. It contracted in an instant. Crash. The water curtain shattered. Raoji erupted with blood and plummeted from the air. However, Jing showed no inclination to pause the moment he steadied himself on the water's surface. He gripped his sword and turned, assuming a precise downward strike aimed at Raoji. With all his might he swung. The surrounding space blazed with light, and the cerulean sword aura burst forth, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a chasm 5 to 6 meters deep on the ocean's surface. The sensation of the blade informed him that Raoji must have employed some technique to enhance his bodily defenses, preventing the full efficacy of his strike. This old man possesses considerable strength. Indeed, amidst the resplendent sword light, a thunderous shout echoed. Ultimate secret of the Earth Elder Fist, Battle Preservation Fist. A muscular and formidable figure flickered into existence. Boom. The sea erupted. Suddenly, a voice, now youthful yet deep, slowly emerged from the splashing water. The moment of G. A hand seized his foot, dragging him down into the depths. Raoji perished after being pulled underwater by Jing. He struggled valiantly, even attempting a method akin to Carp's, using the reaction force of his punch to propel himself upward. Unfortunately, he was no match for Carp, his speed faltering. Before he could breach the surface, he was mercilessly kicked down by墨荆, who was already prepared.墨荆didn't even employ any formidable swordsmanship. He merely stirred the chaotic currents around him, keeping Rokushiki beneath the water's surface. The old man's explosive energy, coupled with his age-related frailty, rendered him unable to sustain that fleeting youthful state, leading to his suffocation. In truth, even墨荆acknowledged that this elder had commendable prowess in physical techniques, particularly the power he showcased during his brief return to youthful peak. If measured by levels, he would likely be around physical technique LV-15, a master-level standard. Slightly inferior to墨荆, yet not by much. While he could not be defeated on the battlefield, he could certainly hold him back. It was a pity that such a formidable warrior met his end so simply. One could only say that victory and death are two distinct matters. To kill a man is far simpler than to overcome him. Moreover, a person has limits in the water.墨荆sighed and shook his head, raising his newly crafted soul weapon, Banquet, for a careful examination. For the first time, he felt somewhat troubled. Banquet, forged from the salmon, salted soul, possessed a unique effect that inflicted a slight sense of pleasure upon enemies when they suffered damage. It could be deemed a divine artifact. The thought of striking foes, only to have them grow increasingly exhilarated, even gasping for more, made him wish to shatter this embarrassing item into 1,000 pieces. Yet, every intact soul is precious. Ever since his encounter with Carp, where vengeance was shattered by a single punch,墨荆had developed a compulsion akin to that of a hamster, hoarding the remaining souls, afraid of a day when he would lack a weapon. Of course, another reason was that these souls had little further enhancement for him. His decision proved correct. After vengeance, Iron Cannon met its demise within a day at a depth of 20,000 meters, and Kilowatt was reduced to fragments within mere minutes. Now, wielding a knife in Imogen's hands had become a high-risk profession. Thus, although Banquet was somewhat lacking in capability, quality, sharpness, and aesthetics, he endured it. At this juncture, he no longer aspired to possess weapons of the caliber he once had with Bail Dopu, after enduring several days of hardship. His standards had diminished to merely having something functional. After a moment of contemplation, Imogen sank beneath the water's surface, pursuing the slowly descending corpse of Rokushiki. He mounted him, forcefully tearing open the tight-fitting attire across his chest, stripping it away, and binding Banquet to his back. This weapon lacked a sheath, making it easy to sever his belt. He had only this solitary pair of trousers still intact, and the prospect of drawing his blade only to have his trousers fall was far too indecorous. Leaving the corpse behind, Imogen turned and continued onward. A day later, in the nation of Brige, Taikila Wolf. This is a wondrous realm. 7 centuries ago, for reasons unknown, the world government ordered the construction of a massive bridge connecting islands, continuously sending prisoners and non-member nationals here as laborers over the course of a century. Over time, this bridge spanning the sea accumulated an ever-growing populace, eventually leading to the establishment of a settlement. However, rather than a nation, it resembles a colossal concentration camp, for the predominant inhabitants are slaves and overseers. A handful of merchants conduct business here, yet overall, it lacks the essential components to constitute a nation. Nonetheless, this peculiar entity is recognized as one of the world government's member states. The cold wind howled against the frigid stone walls as Chief Warden O'Weirther sat in the warmth of the watchtower, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, lost in thought as he gazed at the snowflakes drifting outside. Through the window, faint sounds of overseers' whistles, crack of whips, and curses could be heard, along with a cacophony of various screams in myriad tones and styles. He furrowed his brow slightly, his expression tinged with annoyance. This tower boasted the best soundproofing, yet it still failed to completely shield him from those irksome noises. Without even glancing, he could envision the scene below, thousands of slaves clad in scant attire, forming regimented rows, laboriously dragging colossal stones in the construction of a grand bridge, all under the watchful eye of the overseer's whistle. Those who were lashed must have fallen behind, perhaps due to age, illness, or hunger. Ovil harbored no concern for their plight. After all, every slave here would inevitably face such a fate, soon succumbing to the cold, only to be replaced by yet more captives. The world government proclaimed this endeavor as a means to facilitate connectivity among the islands and benefit humanity. However, Ovil perceived it merely as a pretext for the powers above to find a venue to torment those who defied their commands. He has resided here for over 20 years, his ears calloused from the cacophony of anguished cries. Yet he has never heard a single soul extol the benevolence of the world government. Oh, except for the overseers. Whenever they enter the warmth of their quarters and watchtowers, they express gratitude for the generosity of the world government. This so-called bridge nation would have long since collapsed without the support of the world government. Oval does not consider himself a psychological deviant. Even though he often lashes out at the slaves to vent his frustrations, even though he occasionally finds excuses to execute those he finds displeasing, even though he accepts bribes to release wealthy offenders, nevertheless, he remains a good overseer. It is merely a necessity to relieve the pressure accumulated from years of residing in such a place. He often tells his subordinates that it is perfectly normal. It is a natural human sentiment. Consequently, the more twisted individuals tend to hold him in greater esteem. At times, he laments when this monotonous existence will come to an end. Nevertheless, he generally finds satisfaction in life here, where he wields complete authority, and no one dares to challenge his dominance. As he reminisces about the glorious past, the insufferable wails draw ever closer. Avil's brows gradually rise in agitation. The game he devised for the overseers involves lashing the errant slaves, compelling them to crawl in anguish from the long line. A competition to see whose whip can elicit the most desperate cries and propel a slave the farthest. This not only serves to enhance the overseer's motivation but also benefits the slaves by punishing one in a way that all can witness, thereby discouraging future transgressions. Avil considers himself a great benefactor. Yet at this moment, he is far from pleased. Wasn't it supposed to keep those fellows away during the competition? He had just set down his coffee cup when two agonizing screams echoed from outside the window. From the sound, they had already reached the ground floor. Such undisciplined ruffians! Ovel seethed with rage, swiftly donning his attire and grasping his polished whip. He thundered down the stairs, fury propelling him towards the door. His hand was poised over the doorknob when he suddenly halted, a sense of familiarity washing over him regarding those two screams. Did they not bear a resemblance to the guards outside? A faint metallic scent of blood wafted in through the crack of the door, causing Ovel's complexion to drain in an instant. He trembled as he released the doorknob, retreating slightly, his gaze fixated on the two shadows beneath the door. Something was waiting outside, anticipating his every move. The tension in the air was almost suffocating. Ovel drew his gun from his waist, aiming it at the entrance, his face drenched in cold sweat. It seemed as though the entity outside had sensed the awareness of the person within. A soft, eerie sigh echoed from beyond the door. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the center of the wooden door. Despite the mere thin crack, a biting wind howled in, nearly cleaving Ovel in two. He instinctively closed his eyes and squeezed the trigger, yet the anticipated gunshot never resonated. Upon opening his eyes and glancing down, he was horrified to find that his arm, still clutching the weapon, had collapsed onto the ground. How could this be? He shrieked in disbelief. Bang! Jing kicked open the door, brandishing a long blade as he strode in. The howling wind and swirling snow mingled with the cacophony of chaos, and through the tumult, shadowy figures cloaked in capes, armed and frenzied, could be discerned racing outside. He scrutinized the man before him from head to toe. Ovel? A cold voice jolted Ovel awake. And as he gazed upon the somewhat familiar face, a memory surged back from a few days prior, the wanted poster. Jing, you are the one with a bounty of 100 million, he exclaimed in terror. At that time, the overseers had sat together, jesting about when the Navy would apprehend this 100 million bounty pirate to repair the bridge, even drawing lots to decide the order in which they would whip him. Little did they know, Jing had truly arrived. But he was not there to mend bridges. He had come to take a life, though he received no answer. The atmosphere within the watchtower indicated to Jing that he was alone with this man, coupled with the recent intelligence he had acquired. It was nearly certain that Ovel was indeed his quarry. Jing raised his knife. Wait, don't kill me. I have money. I can give you whatever you want. Ovel pleaded urgently. Yet, Jing merely regarded him with a calm demeanor, his gaze betraying no emotion. In that fleeting moment, Ovel seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He sank to the ground, despair etched across his face as he looked up at Jing. You have come to kill me, haven't you? Why? Why me? Hearing such a seemingly absurd question, Jing could not suppress a derisive chuckle. Perhaps after being pursued for so long, a release of pent-up frustration was warranted. It was only human nature, was it not? The blade glimmered as it fell. Jing turned and ascended the staircase, settling into Ovel's favorite chair, casually tossing the banquet invitation aside. He surveyed the room, and with the aid of his infrared vision, he located the phone bug in a drawer, retrieving it and dialing a number. After a series of rings, a voice emerged. This is the Barati restaurant. May I ask if the esteemed gentleman requires a reservation or a tour? The pirate chef, Patty, greeted him in a manner that was both brusque and polite. Jing allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Jing, I'm looking for someone. Curses. The voice on the other end erupted into chaos until, moments later, a breathless Jin's voice came through the receiver. Boss, are you safe? He exclaimed with surprise. Just a few days ago, when news emerged that Carp was pursuing Jing, it felt as though the entire world had plunged into darkness. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, a woman claiming to be the future captain's lady arrived with a substantial sum of money and orders from Jing, which allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, with Jing directly calling, the spirits of the troops were truly stabilized, and a collective sense of ease enveloped them. As he once again heard the voices of the crew, Jing felt quite pleased. Leaning back in his chair, he leisurely engaged in conversation with them, inquiring about the status of the ship. Time passed moment by moment as he asked about the arrangements he had made, the training of the motley crew, and the matter concerning the precious atom tree. Although he rarely mentioned it, Jing harbored a unique obsession with the atom tree. After all, who wouldn't he desire a ship that came into existence from nothing, one in which they participated in the selection of materials and the design, an unparalleled vessel in the world? Therefore, upon hearing of the atom tree's existence, he found it increasingly difficult to entertain thoughts of other materials. One could say that his aspirations were set exceedingly high. Fortunately, Jappu proved to be quite reliable, assuring him that there were still ways to procure this batch of shipbuilding materials. Meanwhile, Ajin had also secured a ready-made three-masted sailing ship from a shipyard in the black market. Thus, after instructing Jappu to purchase the materials, Jing directed that they be sent to the renowned shipbuilding hub, the city of Seven Waters, to have the ship constructed there. As for the design plans, it would likely require a trip to the black market to engage a specialist for the design. In any case, it was not a formidable task. By the time they sailed to the city of Seven Waters, they would ideally be able to transition to the new ship. What a splendid prospect that would be. He engaged in a detailed conversation with the crew, replacing his cup with one filled with the remnants of coffee. The cacophony outside persisted, with the faint sounds of fierce shouting and killing echoing in the background, seemingly disconnected from this watchtower, akin to the ambient noise of a television. Time flowed quietly in this place. To Jing's pleasant surprise, Ajin expressed approval of the training given to the motley crew. Nikolai, the chef from the Bear Paw tribe, exhibited remarkable talent in strength and stamina, rapidly advancing through training to become the strongest among them. As for the shipwright, Sasa, Ajin found him perplexing, always tinkering with peculiar woodworking tools and keeping a dog, which performed commendably in training, though he paled in comparison to the others. Ajin attributed this to the fact that intelligent individuals tend to harbor their own ideas. New Year's Eve was similarly ordinary, with Sasa serving as a co-goalkeeper for this special training session. Consequently, Ajin constantly lamented the pressure over the phone to Jing, fearing the potential waste of New Year's Eve's otherwise sparse talent, as neither he nor Zep knew how to train an assassin. Fortunately, Jing provided the training method for shadowless steps, which offered New Year's Eve a clear direction for progress. The remaining two dwarfs, the navigator Eden at 1.4 meters and the gunner Garfield at 1.6 meters, also drew Jing's attention. The former surprisingly displayed a talent for kicking techniques, earning the highest praise from Zep, while the latter increasingly exhibited the traits of a low-tier weapon master, adeptly handling any weapon with ease. Upon hearing this, he was immediately reminded of the extraordinary Ms. Baby 5, who could transform into any weapon at will. Such a devil fruit would suit Garfield splendidly. The progress of the motley crew filled Jing with immense satisfaction. After some contemplation, he resolved to forge a soul weapon for each of them. At his level, the few souls he retained would offer him minimal enhancement. But for the motley crew, it represented a significant improvement with excellent cost-effectiveness. Thus, he considered refining them all into soul weapons or ornaments, hoping for a stroke of luck to yield some useful equipment. This line of thought deepened his nostalgia for the devil fruits. With a devil fruit at hand, no soul could be deemed useless. The downside, however, was that some devil fruits held a value that surpassed the souls they could produce. Was there not a substitute of lesser value? Jing pondered. Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps echoed from the staircase. A man draped in a green cloak and wearing a black hat appeared on the second floor, the acrid scent of gunpowder still lingering around him. Upon laying eyes on Jing, the revolutionary named Barney Joe broke into an appreciative smile. Thank you. Without your assistance, Our efforts to liberate this place would likely have resulted in considerable casualties. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, As replied, scrutinizing this representative of a strange yet familiar faction. Barney Joe, in turn, carefully observed him. He recalled the startling information he had received mere hours prior. A pirate with a bounty of 100 million was likely to arrive at Tikala Wolf. The data provided by his informant had utterly shocked him. This pirate had slaughtered thousands within the naval branch and had twice evaded the pursuit of naval hero garb. These two facts alone conjured a terrifying image of a bloodthirsty, deranged pirate in his mind. Yet, the informant's peculiar suggestion was to consider cooperation rather than resorting to threats. This left Barney Joe puzzled. While the Revolutionary Army occasionally procured weapons from the black market, ruthless criminals had never been within the scope of their alliances. He could only speculate that this individual named As might, like their leader Long, pose a threat to the world government, thus being burdened with various accusations. However, at this moment, he was uncertain whether to trust that intelligence. He gazed at the scene before him, a man, half-clad, reclining against the back of a chair, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of harmlessness akin to the warm waters of summer. He appeared amiable and approachable. Yet, lurking in the shadows behind him was a blood-stained long knife, crimson liquid trickling down its blade, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. The entire tableau presented a disjointed yet eerily harmonious spectacle, reminiscent of the overseers he had seen along the way, lifeless bodies adorned with chilling smiles, victims of As hands. Strangely, he felt an aura of malevolence emanating from the man before him. Nevertheless, adhering to the operative's request, he extended an invitation to As. Are you interested in joining the Revolutionary Army? Perhaps you would like to learn more about our ideals. Is the Revolutionary Army so desperate for recruits that they are willing to enlist even a merciless pirate like me? As jested. Certainly. True criminals fall outside our recruitment scope, Barney Joe declared, puffing out his chest with pride. Moreover, is not the most notorious criminal in the world, Mr. Dragon? As regarded him with keen interest, and after a brief pause, he sighed regretfully and shook his head. While I hold a certain fondness for your name, I am afraid my ideals currently reside upon these vast seas. Barney Joe felt a twinge of disappointment. Although As contradictions and sinister nature instilled a sense of wariness in him as a temporary collaborator, the mere prospect of such a powerful and fearsome individual standing as an ally would have offered a formidable pillar of reassurance to the warriors. Alas, yet another unwilling solitary stronghold. As lifted his coffee cup, savoring the last sip before gently tapping the table. Well then, we shall discuss cooperation another time. For now, you must take your leave. Barney Joe, momentarily taken aback, soon recalled the informant's emphatic warnings regarding the individual pursuing As. His complexion paled. It seemed the unfolding events were beyond his involvement. He lowered his hat's brim. Take care, he said hurriedly, departing down the staircase. As watched him leave, then turned to gaze calmly into the distance, his eyes seemingly penetrating the thick stone walls of the watchtower, spotting figures approaching through the snow-laden winds below. Moments later, a cold glimmer flashed, and a slender fissure appeared at As' feet. With a resounding roar, a third of the watchtower slid down at an angle. The biting wind rushed in, and snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, battered against As' bare torso. Yet, he remained oblivious, his gaze steadfastly fixed ahead. Amidst the whiteout of swirling snow, a man clad in a tailored gray suit, adorned with a formal hat and draped in a Navy Justice cloak, strode against the tempest. The blade was drawn. The cloak billowed behind him. It was not the figure Barney Joe had presumed to be Carp. The light manifesting in infrared vision was far less blinding than the scorching sun. Yet, it was enough to stir anticipation within him. Old Carp, you've finally come to your senses. As rose, gathering the banquet behind the chair, a smile illuminating his face. Indeed, how embarrassing for a dignified vice admiral to personally intervene. With such a disparity in strength, how could he possibly remain? It would be wiser to send someone of comparable might. If victorious, they could apprehend him. He gazed with a smile at the unexpected visitor amidst the swirling snow, a flicker of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Bogart, the aide to Captain Carp. Carp had once called this name. In truth, he had always harbored a greater desire to engage with this lieutenant rather than Carp himself, for the adversary wielded a sword as well. Moreover, his prowess appeared to be at least equal, if not superior. Bogart stood resolute in the snow. His gaze swept over the blade of his opponent, unable to suppress his admiration. A splendid sword. He mused that, with all his might, He too could cleave the towering stone edifice in two, though he doubted he could achieve a cut as smooth and even. One of the critical reasons lay in the inadequacy of his blade's sharpness, hardness, and resilience, factors that had long plagued his thoughts. With poise, Bogart accepted its compliment, adjusting his hat slightly and lifting his chin as he declared, "I shall endeavor to slow my pace, allowing you to witness how your arm is severed." The smile on his face widened even further. He relished the confidence of such an adversary. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight. The next moment, two long blades clashed in midair. Clang! Amidst the shower of sparks, the figure on the left was impeccably dressed, his expression grave, while the one on the right exuded a wild demeanor, his gaze brimming with a fervent desire for battle. In terms of sheer strength, neither party appeared to have the upper hand. Immo vanished once more. Bogart, momentarily taken aback, swiftly turned his eyes to the empty right side and executed a horizontal slash with his sword. Ding! A faint sound of collision echoed. Yet the sensation of the blade was peculiar, devoid of force, as if it had struck water. Following that were more delicate sounds of impact, reminiscent of small shards of ice colliding on the surface of a vast sea, shimmering waves entwining with the frigid water as they spiraled up his blade. Floating sky. Vast sea, fish swimming. Bogart's expression shifted slightly, and he firmly stomped the ground, retreating instantly. The earth split, creating a snowy path, with snow swirling upwards. In the next instant, this veil of snow was cleaved in two. A gleam of the blade followed closely behind. Flowing water, flickering light and shadow. Like sunlight fleeting across a water surface, it swept through the howling cold wind, piercing into his shoulder. Ding! Sparks erupted. The pitch-black sheen enveloped Bogart's shoulder, transforming it into what appeared to be steel. Amidst the storm, Immo, revealing his figure, slightly raised an eyebrow, mimicking Kapu's technique. Moreover, the earlier precise perception of his position indicated that the Navy possessed numerous advanced techniques unknown to him. If such a method of hardening one's exterior could be applied to his blade. Just as he pondered, Bogart demonstrated what it meant to channel arm color. The silver blade instantaneously turned jet black. In Immo's infrared vision, a torrent of energy surged along the blade, rendering it akin to a laser sword. Glowing in crimson and gold, with both hands gripping the sword, he slashed. Immo felt a prickling sensation, vanishing once again from his location. Boom! The sharp blade energy sliced through the wind and snow, creating a massive rift across the sturdy bridge, with no end in sight amidst the swirling storm. Its power had more than doubled. Yet, this was not the end. Having witnessed Mojing's enigmatic footwork and swordsmanship once, Bogart was mentally prepared. His observation color firmly locking onto Immo's position. He pivoted and executed a vertical slash, forcing Immo back, his figure vanishing in an instant. The blade illuminating the air with successive strikes. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst the sporadic sparks, the rapidly clashing blades blurred into a haze. A tempest of air, more chaotic than the biting wind, surged forth, lifting the surrounding snow and instantly shattering it into fragments. On the once crowded bridge, now not a single soul could be seen within 100 meters, be they slaves, revolutionaries, or even the surviving overseers, all having fled far away. Unwilling to disturb the duel between these two formidable beings. Originating from the Navy, Bogart's swordsmanship was exceedingly rigorous, precise, and unerring, leaving no room for error. Once he gained the upper hand, he could easily dominate, pressing his opponent down until they could not lift their head. However, Immo was no ordinary swordsman. His attacks, a harmonious blend of softness and strength, rendered Bogart distinctly uncomfortable. The exchange of offense and defense between them was rapid, and after a mere 10 minutes of combat, they remained evenly matched, neither able to claim victory. Clang! The two long blades collided once more, the trembling edges producing an excruciatingly grating sound. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the blade of the banquet was already riddled with tiny nicks, whereas Bogart's blade remained immaculate. Yet, the two combatants were in stark contrast. Immo appeared smooth and pristine, while Bogart bore numerous small wounds. In that moment, it was impossible to discern who held the advantage. Observing Bogart's composed demeanor, Immo suddenly remarked, "Kapu must be preparing to abandon the pursuit." Bogart's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, responding in a steady voice. "If we capture you and take you to prison, we will cease our pursuit." The reality was that Kapu indeed contemplated abandoning the chase. Early that morning, a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku had reached the warship, resulting in a lengthy conversation with Kapu, seemingly concerning Kapu's grandson and the current warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Judging by Kapu's contemplative demeanor after hanging up, it appeared he was preparing to return to the Navy headquarters rather than continue the pursuit. Otherwise, he would not have sought this solitary strike opportunity. However, how could such intelligence possibly reach the pirate before him? He realized that As-墨荆was deceiving him. As-墨荆erupted into laughter, forcefully pushing Bogart aside, transforming into a fleeting shadow that appeared at his side. A blade of light, as fluid as water, descended with a devastating slash. He was aware that Bogart was lying. At that fleeting moment, Bogart's heartbeat faltered. With renewed vigor, Bogart retaliated. And amidst the crisp sounds of clashing steel, the fierce glint of blades intertwined once more, shattering the wind and snow. In the distance, within a prison-like dwelling, the injured baby, 5, who had lost an arm, and Buffalo concealed themselves behind a door, gazing at the two combatants in the distance. A cold breeze seeped through the cracks in the walls, leaving them shivering. Why haven't Dillinger and the others arrived yet? Buffalo couldn't help but grumble. Just wait a little longer. It would be wise to let those two monsters expend their energy. Baby, 5 hugged her shoulders, trembling from the chill. Yet, this wait stretched on for an entire day. They watched with wide eyes as the commotion of the two fighters escalated. They saw As-墨荆turn and flee, while Bogart was forced back by a wave of sword energy, and moments later, Carp appeared against the wall. Now, the two were seated in the cozy tavern of the black market, draped in blankets, clutching cups of hot cocoa, trembling as if they had just been released from a block of ice. Bonifaro sneezed and took a shaky sip of his drink. Baby, 5, have we been stood up? Foolish, foolish baby. 5 also shivered, her eyes wide with shock. It must be something unexpected. She gulped down several mouthfuls of cocoa, the warmth rising from her stomach gradually dispelling the chill in her body. Only when her voice steadied did she retrieve her Den Den Mushi and dial Doflamingo's number. The Den Den Mushi transformed into a figure sporting red sunglasses, a smug grin plastered across its face. As soon as the connection was made, Baby, 5 hastily reported the situation to Doflamingo. Young Master, Lao Ji and Dringer still haven't arrived. We've been waiting in this heavy snow for ages, and we're frozen solid. Bahafaro added from the side. Doflamingo fell silent for 2 seconds. Have you contacted them? Lao Ji mentioned he was close at noon. Baby, 5 frowned. We couldn't get through to them this afternoon. There are many reasons a Den Den Mushi might fail to connect. The most common is that it has run out of energy. However, the Doflamingo family's Den Den Mushi is fed daily and can last a week without sustenance. So this was not the case. Of course, it's possible they simply didn't want to answer, or that their Den Den Mushi was lost. But at this moment, both sides were thinking of one grim possibility. Lao Ji and Dringer might be dead, as subordinates of Doflamingo, who had built a vast empire straddling both the underworld and the legitimate world. They had faced all kinds of situations during similar missions. It was the first time they had gone over a day without any news during a rendezvous, unless they had been captured by some force. The only other explanation was that they were dead. After a long silence, Doflamingo's deep laughter echoed through the receiver. When did the East Sea become so interesting? The two at the Den Den Mushi dared not breathe, even through the device. They could feel the chill in Doflamingo's tone. Come back, he suddenly ordered. Baby, 5 and Bahafaro were taken aback. Young Master, are you serious? Baby, 5 exclaimed. Given the losses in the East Sea, it would be a shame to return empty-handed. You have already exhausted your options with As-墨荆. Doflamingo's voice grew serious. Ultimately, the East Sea remained far from the Doflamingo family's sphere of influence, and their lone tendril had just been severed. However, Doflamingo was unperturbed by this loss. His primary focus was on the New World. Currently, his dealings with Kaido were thriving, and the Doflamingo family was enjoying a fruitful partnership with the Beast Pirates, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to expand their power without unnecessary complications. Thus, despite the allure of revenge, he resisted the temptation and chose to temporarily withdraw Baby, 5, and Bahafaro. In his view, sending reinforcements would be a waste of time. It wasn't that the Doflamingo family's subordinates lacked strength, but rather that most of their powerful members were devil fruit users. Without Dringer to block the path, stopping a fishman from entering the sea would be exceedingly difficult, unless the fishman was foolish enough to venture deep inland, severing their own escape route. But with a bounty exceeding 100 million, what kind of fool would do that? Doflamingo succinctly shared his analysis with the two, leaving Baby, 5, and Bahafaro momentarily speechless. And they glumly agreed. We'll head back tonight, Baby, 5 said. Just then, A strange, deep voice resonated from behind them at the table. If you're here to deal with that 100 million bounty on As, I can assist you. A man with purple hair and a muscular frame slammed his cup down on the table. Who are you? How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Bahafaro glared at the newcomer. The man slowly turned, revealing a shadowy face with a strikingly smooth, metallic jawline. You can call me Click. He spoke venomously. I've been tracking a traitor who should have died long ago. Click's plan was straightforward. To set a trap, using a kin as bait to lure As out. Simple, swift, and efficient. Even if As were a fishman, all he needed to do was draw a kin deeper inland. Originally, his plan was to ensnare As and his companions in one fell swoop. But a few days prior, the 100 million bounty had shocked him, leaving him dazed as he drank for 3 days. It was only after overhearing their conversation that he felt invigorated once more. No one knows a kin better than I do. Click's face twisted into a sinister smile. If I express a desire to meet him, without a doubt, they'll come to see me. Baby, 5 and Bahafaro exchanged glances. Then looked down at the din mushy on the table. Young master, should we collaborate with this guy? Baby, 5 inquired. To be honest. She was eager for revenge against As, but in such a moment, the interests of the Doflamingo family must come first. Interesting, came Doflamingo's voice from the receiver, having regained his composure. So, now we just need someone capable of capturing As? Baby 5's eyes lit up. Young master, are you considering sending reinforcements? Doflamingo did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, who do you want to support? Of course, Diamante. Baby, 5 replied eagerly, having already contemplated this. On land, As can only manage a stalemate with Carp's lieutenant, Bogart. With Diamante, Bahafaro, and me, we can surely capture him. Fool. Doflamingo's voice came through the phone. Harsh and unyielding. You've already lost an arm, and 2 of our subordinates have perished. No one knows what dangers lie hidden in the East Sea. Do you want our subordinates to continue throwing their lives away? What should we do then? Bahafaro couldn't help but ask. Don't we have business partners? Doflamingo's voice dripped with malice. That would be the Yonko Kaido. With our sales point in the East Sea ruined, shouldn't he contribute as well? The Flying Six are hardly occupied, right? Don't say they can't handle a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. Even 2 or 300 million shouldn't be a problem. On the other end of the line, Baby, 5 and Bahafaro broke into a cold sweat. Was Tiete who would destroy the auction house? Does this mean they would push the blame onto As? How audacious of the young master. It must be noted that while the Flying Six may not be the strongest subordinates of the Yonko Kaido, based solely on their bounties, each one was comparable to Doflamingo from 10 years ago, far beyond what the Doflamingo family's subordinates could contend with. Even Diamante would pale in comparison. Now, the 2 were no longer worried about capturing As. Instead, they began to fret whether the reinforcements might feel insulted by the enemy's perceived weakness, and end up blaming them. 2 days later, in the East Sea, at Frost Moon Village, within the Frost Moon Dojo, 2 figures clashed fiercely in the central training arena. One of them, clad in a simple kendo uniform, bore tattered trousers yet exhibited a ferocious offensive. The wooden sword in his hand moved with an unpredictable rhythm, sometimes gentle as a flowing stream, other times sharp and fierce, creating an unsettling atmosphere. This was As. The other individual, bespectacled and dressed in standard kendo attire, wore a gentle smile, his expression now focused, adopting a primarily defensive stance. He occasionally retreated, his footwork steady and practiced, adeptly parrying all of Mojing's attacks while remaining centered in the training ground. This was the master of the Frost Moon Dojo, King Shiro. As the 2 engaged for several minutes, though neither exerted their full strength, they each showcased the essence of their swordsmanship. The young apprentices surrounding the training arena watched with wide eyes, filled with admiration. Suddenly, Mojing stepped back, delivering a powerful slash that sent a dim crescent-shaped sword aura hurtling toward King Shiro. Yet, King Shiro showed no intention of evading. Instead, he calmly drew his sword, redirecting the aura onto the blade, and with a swift motion, returned it with even greater speed and force. Mojing's eyes sparkled with realization as he took a deep breath, concentrating intently. A vivid image unfolded in his mind, revealing a gray fissure intermittently appearing within the advancing blade's glow. He had sensed it. A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. With a seemingly effortless swing of his wooden sword, the entire blade aura silently shattered, dispersing into chaotic currents that blew against the bewildered faces of the young apprentices. Just as Mojing prepared to advance once more, King Shiro raised his hand and declared, "Let us conclude for today." He adjusted his waist, a look of resigned amusement on his face as he remarked, I'm getting old. If I continue, my body won't hold up. Jing twitched the corners of his mouth and sheathed his wooden sword. What does he mean by his body not holding up? He simply wishes to be lazy. Observing Gung Surong already rallying the eager young apprentices to practice their swordplay, Jing shook his head, gestured to Gung Surong, and ruffled the tousled hair of several apprentices. All the while, under their admiring gazes, he exited the venue, making his way towards the small hillside behind the dojo. This marked his third day at the Shuangyue dojo. Initially, he sought merely a place to wait for Carp, to see if he truly intended to abandon the pursuit, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Gung Surong of Shuangyue, a man whose swordsmanship was so profound that it eluded his comprehension. Through infrared vision, the energy fluctuations within Gung Surong were comparable to his own. Yet after their encounters, Jing clearly understood that his swordsmanship fell short of Gung Surong's prowess. Over the span of 3 days, the two had sparred 7 or 8 times, each bout carefully measured, with every encounter offering profound insights to Jing. Gung Surong seemed accustomed to teaching sword techniques, generously sharing his understanding of the sword's path with Jing. In kind, Jing reciprocated by imparting his insights on the way of water to Gung Surong. Thus, after each dojo session, they enjoyed a small drink together. How outrageous to return another's techniques. Jing held a cup of liquor, discussing their previous battles. The principle behind that technique is not difficult. It bears some resemblance to his developed Tianji flow, yet the conditions to execute it are exceedingly stringent, demanding exceptional observational skills, timing, and control of force. Even in Jing's eyes, it is a technique of exquisite finesse. Ha ha ha, but it cannot compare to your blade that severs everything. Gung Surong chuckled in response. That single slash has probably transcended the realm of mere technique. He spoke of Jing's reliance on the trait death sense to exploit openings for attack. If it truly had the power to sever all, it would indeed be a fearsome technique. Alas, it is not. Today, Jing was able to slice through the blade's aura for 2 reasons. First, the aura originated from him, and second, after 3 days of combat, he had grown intimately familiar with Gung Sailang. Much like conducting a big data analysis. The larger the sample size, the more likely one is to discern the opponent's weaknesses. The two exchanged compliments, both feeling quite satisfied. Seizing the moment, Jing inquired about a long-standing perplexity that had weighed on his mind. Despite his continuous and rapid progress in swordsmanship and an inexhaustible well of inspiration, he often felt a lingering sense of incompleteness, as if certain techniques merely skimmed the surface, seemingly capable of greater strength, yet in reality had been fully developed. What could be the reason for this? Gung Sailang pondered for a moment and replied slowly, perhaps it is a deficiency of the heart. Heart. Jing grasped only partially. What do you believe qualifies one as a true strongman? Gung Sailang asked Jing. After some reflection, Jing replied, powerful strength and a resilient spirit? Very close. Gung Sailang smiled. For a long time, it has been widely accepted that to become a formidable individual, one must satisfy 3 essential factors. He raised 3 fingers, lowering them one by one. Heart, body, skill. The body and skill are easily understood. Good physical fitness and exceptional technique are the 2 most attainable aspects. Indeed, with diligent study and relentless practice, even those lacking innate talent can achieve success in these areas. Jing suddenly recalled Bei Duo, who epitomized this type. His talent was modest, yet through relentless daily training, he reached remarkable heights. Given the same time and training methods, even without the refinement of his soul, Jing could likely master his techniques in a fraction of the time. However, the reality is that, though Jing has surpassed Bei Duo in swordplay and physical prowess, something remains elusive compared to the Bei Duo of yore. It seems that perhaps the difference lies in the heart. But what is the heart? Is it a materialistic worldview, a methodology? Or is it a mindset of idealism, willpower? Could it be instinct, emotion, or something even more enigmatic? The heart is the essence of who you are. Gung Sailang lifted a cup of wine, revealing the answer. The sea breeze gently caressed, creating ripples in the crystalline liquid. In Jing's bewildered gaze, he took a sip and continued. The heart encompasses everything that constitutes you. Your aspirations, ambitions, fears, and insecurities. Every element that forms your being comprises the heart. Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation. As a transmigrator, a standard product of 9 years of compulsory education, he instinctively resisted such an overly idealistic viewpoint, yet he could not deny its validity in this world. After all, the examples were evident before him. Far removed was Bei Duo, closer were Mihawk and Gung Sailang, all individuals who transcended themselves through the heart. He is not incapable of comprehending Gung Siliang's words. It is often said that one's desire to transform into a certain kind of person can be seen as a reflection of the heart's evolution. To alter an individual is similarly profound. If we perceive life as a form of swordsmanship, the endless challenges we encounter are akin to relentless onslaughts of lethal strikes. Each decision we face represents a choice of the heart, and with every obstacle we surmount, our mastery of the sword grows stronger, bringing us one step closer to success in life. This principle remains consistent. Yet, amidst the life and death struggle, how many possess the courage to allow their hearts to dictate their choices? The choice of the heart, As-墨荆murmured softly. Gung Siliang nodded gently, gazing out at the vast sea, and remarked, "Thus, a swordsman seeks to grow stronger by venturing out to confront formidable foes. The heart is shrouded in ambiguity. Only through the hands of an adversary can the mist be cleaved apart. It is only in the balance of life and death that one can truly discern their choices." He turned to As-墨荆and smiled, saying, "In my view, your swordsmanship is excessively conventional. Why be so rational? Why not allow yourself to indulge a little and dance freely? To abandon reason and dance with abandon?" As-墨荆felt a fleeting moment of enlightenment. Yet he remained shrouded in a veil of uncertainty, still unable to grasp the truth. However, compared to his previous confusion, he seemed to have discovered a new direction in which to advance. He rose respectfully and performed a disciple's greeting, expressing his gratitude for the guidance. Gung Siliang smiled gently. "These are merely fundamental concepts. The little ones in the dojo have grown weary of hearing them." As-墨荆chuckled, about to respond, when a thought struck him, and his expression became peculiar. "Wait, didn't you say yesterday that you had never been to sea? How have you become so formidable?" Gung Siliang's smile faltered. As-墨荆scrutinized him. "You aren't deceiving me, are you?" "Of course not." Gung Siliang hastily waved his hand. "My methods are rather unique. You may find it hard to believe, but it is simply meditation." "Simply meditation?" "Indeed, just meditation." Gung Siliang nodded with conviction. "However, the depth of my meditation is profound. In my view, your water path is the result of the fusion of heart and technique. Perhaps you can use it as a guide to trace back the direction of your heart." As-墨荆nodded, still somewhat skeptical. This was already quite a personal matter. To inquire further would be impolite. Seeing this, Gung Siliang sighed in relief and quickly filled his cup, taking a generous sip. The concept of heart is unique to each individual, and it cannot be elucidated in mere words. If As-墨荆pressed further, he might expose himself. "By the way," As-墨荆's voice rang out again. Gung Siliang sputtered, spitting out his drink and coughing into his hand, a bitter smile on his face when he looked up again. "Rest assured, I won't inquire about your heart." As-墨荆chuckled. At this distance, Gung Siliang's heartbeat could not escape his notice. "I merely wish to ask if you have encountered a technique that allows one to harden their exterior, enhancing both offense and defense, and channel it into the sword to increase lethality?" Since Kappa could perform such a technique, it was likely that his deputy, Bogart, could as well, indicating it was a skill that could be learned. Unfortunately, he had yet to meet anyone capable of teaching him, which left him somewhat regretful. Those who wield such techniques are certainly not weak. Upon hearing As-墨荆's description, Gung Siliang instantly grasped what he was inquiring about, his smile taking on a more profound significance. "Is this what you mean?" He raised his hand holding the cup, revealing a color as dark as iron. As-墨荆clapped his hands. "Exactly. So, Gung Siliang possesses it as well." Based on his observations and deductions over the past few days, he suspected that Gung Siliang was adept in a long-established and comprehensive swordsmanship lineage, which explained his extraordinary understanding of the art. This only served to confirm his suspicions further. This technique, in my homeland, is referred to as flowing cherry blossom. Gung Siliang's darkness gradually flowed into the cup, staining it a deep, iron-like black. However, in the outside world, it is more commonly known as Haki. Elaborate. As-墨荆filled his cup. Yet Gung Siliang suddenly fell silent, resembling a frustrating cliffhanger, smiling at him without a word, rubbing his fingers as if to suggest payment. As-墨荆twitched his lips. Indeed, all bespectacled individuals seem to harbor secrets. Did he not merely tease the other person a little? The two conversed until late into the night, and by the time As-墨荆departed from the small hillside, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Adjacent to the Frost Moon Dojo lay a quaint little village named Frost Moon Village, where As-墨荆had rented a modest abode, paying his rent with fish, and had already resided there for 2 days. In truth, he need not go through such trouble. Transforming into his merman form and simply reclining at the bottom of the water would suffice for rest. However, he found himself more accustomed to the companionship of others. As he walked along the path, he made his way toward Frost Moon Village alone. The night was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. Shortly after his departure, a man clad in a black suit and hat stealthily peered out from behind a large tree beside the road, observing the direction he had taken. "What are you watching?" A curious voice inquired from behind him. The man in black was instantly gripped by terror. As he turned his head, he found himself pinned against the tree by a firm grasp around his neck. Under the moonlight, As-Jing still donned the attire from the dojo. A faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes resembled a dark ocean, seemingly poised to devour one's very soul. "Convince me not to kill you in 3 sentences," he commanded, his gaze fixed upon the trembling pupils of the man in black. Yet, the man understood As-Jing even better with just 3 words. He managed to secure his release. The auction house, the Swift Blade treasure tree, Adam. As-Jing loosened his grip, and the man in the suit collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. "To my knowledge, it seems that the rare treasure auction house has ceased to exist," As-Jing remarked, looking down at him. The man hastily scrambled to his feet, adjusting his clothing while ingratiatingly smiling, "But the auction must go on." He cleared his throat and briefly explained the situation to As-Jing. It turned out that each auction was a grand affair in the black market, where the affluent and noble, secretly attending the auction, contributed a significant influx of revenue. Thus, even with the dissolution of the Chijan auction house, the auctions must continue unabated. Now, the competitors who had previously fallen to the Don Quixote family had taken over the role of organizing the auctions. Upon reviewing the operational records of the former Chijan auction house, they discovered As-Jing's past requirements left by Daika, immediately sensing the immense potential for profit. This auction marked their inaugural appearance on Tortuga Island, and they could not afford to overlook a high-profile client like As-Jing. Hence, they expended considerable resources to acquire his information and tracked him down here. "Ah, so you can procure what I seek?" As-Jing inquired with great interest, particularly regarding the fine blade. He had grown weary of those inferior blades forged from wretched souls. During the past days of being hunted, he had often fantasized about the day he could slay Carp and transform him into a sword, pondering whether it would reach the exalted status of a supreme blade. Yet, the mere thought of meeting Ace afterwards, excitedly brandishing the sword and introducing it with, "Look, this is your grandfather," made him question his own sanity. Surely, such a revelation would shatter the fragile vessel of their friendship. Thus, if he were to acquire a fine sword, especially a straight blade, he would not hesitate to deviate from his current plans. Otherwise, he had already arranged through the dojo's phone for Akin to gather supplies in Rogue Town, eagerly awaiting his arrival tomorrow to promptly set sail for the Grand Line. The smile on the man in black was somewhat strained. "Adam, the treasure tree, is a consignment item from the black market. Each auction only offers a limited share. There is simply no way to procure more. As for a fine sword, indeed, we do possess a fine blade," but he hesitated, casting a wary glance at As-Jing, his smile becoming awkward. "Let us not even mention fine swords. Straight blades, even among the swift ones, are exceedingly rare. Compared to curved sabers, straight blades are better suited for thrusting rather than cleaving, which makes them less favored by swordsmen." As-Jing gazed at him in astonishment. "You have nothing, yet you still seek me? Is this merely a social call to celebrate the opening of a new shop? Are you not afraid of returning empty-handed? We thought you might need something else." The man in black hastily replied. He retrieved a list from the inner pocket of his suit, unfolded it, and handed it to As-Jing. As-Jing cast a glance at the oblivious person in charge, accepting the list. It was quite audacious to present it to him at such a late hour. Strangely enough, he was indeed able to read it clearly. As As-Jing scanned the list line by line, he found the auction items to be an array of extraordinary treasures from around the globe, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to him. However, none piqued his interest. It was only when he encountered a particular name that his gaze lingered. Artificial devil fruit. He looked at the man in black with astonishment. Could devil fruits truly be artificially created? Indeed, the man in black, noticing he had captured As-Jing's attention, promptly provided a brief explanation. Artificial devil fruits were exclusively of the Zoan type and carried a certain probability of failure. A certain probability of failure? As-Jing chuckled softly, refraining from exposing the truth. If the risk were merely a matter of probability, the starting bid would not be a mere 8 million berries. It seemed that these artificial devil fruits likely possessed other adverse effects, and the success rate was quite low. Nonetheless, As-Jing was indifferent to this. Even if he were to obtain one, he would not use it on his own people. What he is truly curious about is whether artificial devil fruits can enhance the process of soul refining in the same manner as genuine devil fruits. If that is indeed the case, he may have stumbled upon a substitute for the devil fruits. He must procure one to experiment. He continued to peruse the list, noting that it contained many splendid items. It was evident that this auction house had invested significantly for its initial debut. However, nothing could truly captivate him any longer. Glancing at the expectant figure clad in black, Missouri Jing returned the list. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I should arrive as scheduled. That would be splendid. The man in black exclaimed joyfully. Then until we meet again. Mo Jing began to turn away, only to be halted by the other's voice. Wait. Under Mo Jing's puzzled gaze, the man hesitated for a few moments before finally whispering, for the sake of our client, I offer you this private reminder. Mo Jing turned back to regard him. Speak. Recently, it seems there are many discontented individuals probing into your affairs, the man in black revealed. Discontented individuals? A smile crept onto Mo Jing's lips. He was not surprised that many were inquiring about him. After all, he had gained a modicum of fame in the East China Sea. However, for the man in black to refer to them as discontented, it could only pertain to former rivals, particularly the Don Quixote family. He found this intriguing. Lao Ji and Dellinger possessed remarkable qualities, far superior to the rabble of the East China Sea. Next time, he could confidently declare that his current standing was largely attributable to the officials of the Don Quixote family. Yet, the subsequent words from the man in black caused the smile to fade from Mo Jing's face. They seemed to be collecting information on the specter known as Akin. Silence enveloped them, and in the oppressive stillness, even the surrounding chirping of insects ceased. The man in black lowered his gaze, feeling an inexplicable pressure descend upon him, rendering him unable to meet Mo Jing's eyes. Thank you for the information. May I know your name? After a moment, Mo Jing's voice broke the silence. The pressure on the man in black dissipated. Treat. He replied hastily. Well then, treat. See you at the auction house. Mo Jing's voice echoed from a distance. Treat quickly lifted his head to gaze in the direction of Shuangyue Dojo, but the path was already devoid of Mo Jing's presence. Until we meet again, he called out, hastily making his way toward Shuangyue village. It was only upon returning to the merchant ship that he let out a slight sigh of relief and dialed the phone bug in his cabin. The line connected. Yet silence prevailed. Doflamingo, you damned bastard. I have informed that person as you instructed. Treat gritted his teeth. Gradually, the unmistakable laughter of Doflamingo echoed from the receiver. Rest assured, your old debts with the Don Quixote family have been settled. There may even be opportunities for future collaboration. I hope you will honor your promise. The phone bug clicked off. In the pitch-black cabin, Treat exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the sofa. Meanwhile, at Shuangyue Dojo, Geng Shiro, who was preparing to retire for the night, was called back into action. It is already rest time, Mo Jing. Geng Shiro looked at the person at the door with exasperation. I apologize, but I have urgent matters that require the use of a phone bug, Mo Jing said apologetically. Observing Mo Jing's expression, Geng Shiro seemed to sense the undercurrents of tension hidden beneath the calm facade, and his demeanor grew increasingly grave. It appears something troubling is afoot. He barely had time to change his clothes before he swiftly led Mo Jing to the adjacent study, awakening the serene figure of the bespectacled telephone bug from his slumber. Moments later, the call connected. This is Baratai, the seaside restaurant. Calling this late, are you seeking death, old man? The familiar voice of Patty rang through. Mo Jing. I need to speak with Zepp, Mo Jing replied calmly. A spray of water echoed from the receiver, accompanied by distant curses. Shortly after, Zepp's voice emerged. Why are you calling me at this hour? If you're looking for Akin, they left already. When did they depart? Mo Jing inquired. Yesterday afternoon. Didn't you send them to gather supplies? Zepp replied, puzzled. Mo Jing paused for a second, acknowledging that he had indeed instructed a few to prepare supplies. But due to Geng Silang's interference, he hadn't specified a departure date, merely indicating it would be within the next few days. Thus, they should have returned to Baratai after gathering the supplies. The absence of their return now suggested something had indeed gone awry. As an experienced pirate, Zepp sensed the underlying tension in Mo Jing's words. Baratai was not far from Rogue Town. Even if they had been delayed, they should have been back by now. Mo Jing. Have you heard something? He asked gravely. Mo Jing recounted his recent encounter succinctly, maintaining a steady tone, though both Zepp and Geng Silang could perceive the turbulent undercurrents hidden beneath. It's a trap, Mo Jing. Zepp asserted. Though most pirates are dim-witted, those who rise to the level of warlord are anything but. The Don Quixote family has set their sights on you, As墨荆acknowledged with a calm Having already discerned this truth upon arriving at the Shuangyue dojo. Without further ado, he stated, I must return to my tasks. Wait. Zep's voice rang out with a final piece of advice from the receiver. Stay calm, As墨荆. Rest assured, I am quite composed. As墨荆replied, ending the call. He turned to Gung Sailang to express his gratitude before rising and heading outside. Gung Sailang followed closely behind as they leaped onto the rooftop, disappearing into the moonlit night, only to reappear moments later atop the small hillside where they had previously conversed. The sound of waves crashing against the rocky cliffs echoed from below, as if providing a rhythm for the night's impending spectacle. Are you still intent on going? Gung Sailang asked, watching As墨荆's retreating figure. Of course. As墨荆affirmed without hesitation. Even knowing it's a trap? Gung Sailang sighed. Precisely why I must go. As墨荆gazed out at the vast, deep ocean. His expression is tranquil as the silent tides of night. If they desire blood, then I shall deliver it. If I cannot protect my crew, what purpose do I serve as captain? Gung Sailang found himself at a loss for words. Farewell, Mr. Gung Sailang. As墨荆approached the cliff's edge, turning to face him as the sea breeze lifted his garments, carrying his final musing. They've always believed I was a fisherman. With that, he turned and leaped into the abyss. At Rowtown, the newly crafted three-masted ship, the new koi, adorned with a carving of a leaping koi, lay quietly docked at the pier, the atmosphere as serene as ever. Dressed in a white shirt and brown trousers, the shipwright, Star Safi, labored to hoist a wooden crate filled with parts aboard, thumping it onto the deck before adjusting his glasses and sitting atop the crate, panting heavily. It had taken considerable effort to acquire these small components to indulge his woodworking passion. The captain's quarters door swung open, and a boisterous laugh erupted from within. A petite figure with pink hair, the cannon-wielder Garfadel, peered out to see Star Safi and waved eagerly. The ship's repairman, you're back. I've told you countless times. Call me Star Safi, he sighed in resignation. Fine, help me out, cannon-wielder. Right, cannon-wielder. Garfadel bit her lip, fists clenched in frustration, yet begrudgingly assisted Star Safi in moving the parts into the cabin. Has everyone returned? Star Safi inquired. Garfadel counted on her fingers. Nicola went to procure ingredients. He back. Eden didn't he go out? He polished all the barrels. Am I forgetting someone? Chuxiao and Chuxiao. Star Safi rubbed his temples, occasionally forgetting Chuxiao's existence due to his low profile. Chuxiao? Garfadel's eyes widened as she pointed behind Star Safi. He right behind you. A curse erupted from the cabin, and Star Safi cast a resentful glance at Chuxiao, who sheepishly smiled at him. After some time of training, Chuxiao had noticeably slimmed down, though he remained rather unremarkable. What are you doing here? Where's Akin? As the ship's intellectual asset, the crew typically deferred to Star Safi in Akin's absence. I came down to inspect the cargo hold. Akin received a note just now. He went into Roguetown. Chuxiao recounted matter-of-factly. A note? Star Safi pondered, confused. Did Akin have acquaintances here? I was just about to mention that. Chuxiao's tone shifted to one of seriousness. I sensed something is off. It turned out that while he and Akin had been conversing on the deck, a child had suddenly climbed aboard, delivering a note to Akin. Upon reading it, Akin's expression darkened, and he merely stated that someone was seeking him, and that he must go, if he did not return shortly. The five of them should head back to Baratai. After hearing Chuxiao's account, Star Safi's brow furrowed deeply. Akin's reaction implied that the note's sender likely held some leverage over him and had a significant connection to Akin. Yet, the act of sending a child with the note indicated a desire to keep the sender's identity concealed from the five of them, suggesting the writer was someone they all knew and believed they would intervene if they recognized him. Realizing this, Star Safi's gaze sharpened. The only person entangled in such a complex relationship with them was Cleek. Cleek's invitation was almost certainly a trap. Akin, being well acquainted with Cleek, must have realized this too, which was why he instructed the others to return. Star Safi lifted his head, prepared to voice his suspicions, but as he opened his mouth, a far more terrifying thought struck him, leaving him frozen in dread. No, it's worse than that. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Why would such a treacherous individual as Click choose to act now? This is Roguetown, the stronghold of the White Hunter Smog. Setting a trap here to ambush Akin? Has he lost his mind? It can only imply that his adversary possesses allies more formidable than Smog, capable of disregarding the presence of the Navy. He immediately recalled the mention of the Don Quixote family by As墨荆during their previous phone conversation. However, If it were indeed the Don Quixote family behind this, would targeting a mere Akin be worth their while? Thus, Akin must also be a decoy. What he truly intended to unveil was met with a sudden, alarming gaze from Xingsa at the two companions. "This is bad, Captain." No sooner had he spoken. A deafening noise erupted from outside the cabin. The three exchanged glances and hastily sprinted towards the deck. Upon reaching it, they found the cook, Nicola, and the navigator, Eden, already engaged in a bizarre confrontation with a towering figure clad in a yellow, plush coat, standing at least 3 meters tall. Rather than a battle, it resembled a playful farce. The peculiar being, whose speech was often laced with odd inflections, spun around like a propeller, his fan-like hair swirling on his neck, enabling him to lift off the ground. As the trio arrived on deck, they witnessed him soaring into the sky, deftly evading Nicola's powerful punch and Eden's flying kick, before turning to unleash a tremendous gust of wind that pinned both men to the deck. Buffalo. The Don Quixote family. Xingsa immediately recognized the adversary, matching the description given by Mo-Jing over the phone. A wave of dread washed over him. It appeared that everyone had arrived. A chilling female voice resonated from above. The five looked up to see a lithe maid, adorned with wind-resistant goggles and missing an arm, perched atop the mast. The sea breeze gently lifted her skirt, yet no one had the heart to admire the sight. Baby 5, the combat maid of the Don Quixote family. A cigarette dangled from her lips as she coldly surveyed the five below. "Buffalo, it's time to end this," she pronounced with icy finality, leaping from the mast, her fingers transforming midair into 5 gun barrels, seemingly intent on capturing the 5 in one fell swoop. "Split up and flee," Xingsa decisively commanded. Despite their rigorous training over the past few days, which had transformed them into elite subordinates even acknowledged by Akin, confronting 2 devil fruit users right off the bat, one of whom was a notorious weapon of destruction, was far too outrageous. Without hesitation, the 5 dashed in various directions. However, they had grossly underestimated the prowess of the Don Quixote family's combat maid and her steed. Buffalo and Baby 5 acted in concert. The slowest among them, Xingsa, was swiftly knocked aside by a sweeping blow, crashing against the mast. Next was Garfadel, who, a mere imitation of a weapons master, faced the true master and was mercilessly pummeled, sent sprawling back. Then came Nicola. 10 minutes later, a petite figure was sent hurtling back to the ship by the gale. Buffalo's excited voice rang out. "I've caught that little squirt. You're the little squirt." Eden, who had tumbled across the deck, rose to retort, only to find everyone staring at him. "Haha, everyone's here." He chuckled awkwardly, only to be promptly kicked back into the fray by Baby 5. "So easy, Baby 5. They're really the crew of that Mo-Jing?" Buffalo called out as he descended from the sky, addressing Baby 5, who stood smoking on the staircase. "This should suffice for our report, right?" Baby 5 inhaled deeply, kicking Nicola back down as he attempted to rise again. She was about to respond to Buffalo when an unsettling feeling gripped her, as if she had overlooked something significant, causing her to irritably take another drag of her cigarette. This sensation had been nagging at her, like a tangled thread that had persisted until now. "Buffalo, besides these 5, is there something we've forgotten?" she inquired with growing agitation. "What are you talking about, Baby 5? Buffalo replied, astonished. "There are only 4 of us here." After speaking, he paused, perplexed. Why did it seem so natural to him that there were only 4? Baby 5 finally grasped the situation, meticulously recounting their numbers and replaying the earlier escape in her mind. Her heart sinking as she realized she could not recall who was missing. It was as if, in her memory, only these 4 existed. Were it not for her clear recollection of the task requiring 5 individuals, she might have thought they had captured everyone. Fuming, Baby 5 approached the mast, seizing Xingsa, whose face was bruised and battered. She had taken out her frustration on the others earlier. "Who are we missing?" Her expression was darker than Xingsa's. "Put him down." Nicola had somehow risen again, resembling a clumsy bear as he roared and charged at Baby 5. She effortlessly sidestepped him, transforming a leg into a mace that sent him crashing into the cabin. "If you wish to live, state his whereabouts." Baby 5's countenance grew increasingly grim as one finger morphed into a gun barrel, pressing against Xingsa's chin, her murderous intent no longer concealed. The objective of their current mission was to capture the 5 miscellaneous fish and prevent them from alerting Mo-Jing. For if these individuals were to relay the news of the reinforcements to him, he might feel overwhelmed and choose not to come. However, unexpectedly, such a seemingly feeble opponent managed to escape. Both she and Barafalo nearly failed to notice this. Was it a bizarre fruit user? Suspended in midair. Xing Sasha let out a hoarse laugh. Have you finally come to your senses? Ha. You don't wish for us to inform the captain that this is indeed a trap set for him, do you? He paused, lowering his gaze to mock baby 5. Enunciating each word, it is already too late. Huffing and puffing, Sushi raced through the streets, utilizing his rudimentary shadowless steps to the utmost. In his mind, he recalled the moments just a few minutes prior, as the three of them dashed towards the deck. Xing Sasha's instructions echoing in his ear, regardless of whether it's combat or retreat. You must leave at the first opportunity and ensure that you convey the situation here to the captain. Bang! He forcefully swung open the door of a tavern. Shouting at the elderly woman within, telephone bug. Urgent. Shortly thereafter, an ancient telephone bug was presented to him, and he hastily dialed the number for Frost Moon Dojo. The phone rang incessantly. Before long, the call was connected. A man's voice resonated through the receiver. Amidst the sea breeze, baby 5, her complexion ashen, held the receiver. And soon her expression began to soften, even breaking into a smile. After ending the call, she triumphantly gazed at the 4 battered crew members, declaring, I have some unfortunate news for you. As the 4 men's faces fell further into dismay, she coyly continued, Indeed, it is too late. Your captain has already set sail. On New Year's Eve, the pale-faced man reluctantly set down the receiver, disregarding the increasingly distant voice of the man on the other end. It was too late. Everything was too late. The captain had already fallen into a trap. He walked towards the door in a daze. No, he still had a chance. He could hide near the dock and await the captain. Just as this thought crossed his mind, bang, a group of bizarre individuals, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of animals and humans, entered the tavern, colliding with him and sending him sprawling to the ground. The foremost among them, a creature reminiscent of a hedgehog, bent down, peering at him with curiosity. Hiki, don't you think this lad looks a bit familiar? Tonight, Rogtown was destined for turmoil. The execution site of the former pirate king, Roger, was illuminated by the silvery moonlight, casting a serene glow over the square. Pirates adorned with the emblem of the beast pirates blocked every street leading to the square, igniting torches and exchanging laughter, encircling the area. Each of them wielded an iron shield, with a firearm strapped to their waists, forming the elite armored division under the command of the formidable Sasaki of the Beast Pirates' 6 Flying Stars. Even amidst the gathering of masters within the Beast Pirates, they earned the illustrious epithet of Ironwall. It was astonishing that such a formidable force, not to be underestimated even in the New World, had assembled here solely to eliminate a pirate from the East Sea, a fact that even they found hard to believe. Rumor had it that this was at the behest of Lord Kaido's partner. A few assigned individuals conversed quietly near the entrance. Did you not hear Lord Sasaki? They are the suppliers of the smile fruit, remarked the porcupine man. The beetle man, brandishing 4 serrated swords, scoffed derisively. They truly are pathetic. Unable to even deal with such an adversary, his gaze shifted towards the center of the square, where a pirate with purple hair, adorned with a metallic chin and clad in golden armor, was fiercely attacking an individual draped in a black and white scarf, wielding a peculiar weapon. Kliki grew increasingly exhilarated as the golden spear in his hand transformed into a blur, delivering heavy strikes upon Akin's weapon. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Akin's mouth as he staggered back, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. It was not that he was incapable of defeating Kliki. On the contrary, Kliki had evolved far beyond being his adversary. The true force that had cornered him into such a predicament were the bizarre members of the Beast Pirates, blocking the entrance, with appearances that seemed to be a random amalgamation of human and animal traits. The knife wound on his chest, and the penetrating injury on his leg were both sustained during his recent attempt to break free. Once again, he had caused trouble for the captain. Akin sighed inwardly, realizing at this moment that he had indeed fallen into a trap. He cast a glance at the execution platform, where a figure loomed like a mountain, instilling a sense of dread. Mere moments ago, he had witnessed the once-renowned white hunter of the East Sea, Smoker, roaring as he transformed into a pillar of smoke and charged at his opponent, only to be rendered unconscious by a single, devastating punch on the execution platform. The sheer force that erupted in that instant nearly stole his breath away. The Beast Pirates, the Flying 6, Sasaki. He heard someone refer to that terrifying figure in such a manner. Is this truly the captain's adversary? Amidst the fear, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. What are you looking at? Kleek's voice echoed from ahead, as the golden spear lunged forward like a venomous serpent. Akin shifted his feet slightly, deftly evading the attack. Yet, the golden spear remained unwithdrawn. Cleek stomped his foot on the ground and, with a vigorous shake, the spearhead began to thrash violently, akin to stirring murky waters. And with a resounding hum, it lunged toward Akin. Clang! The weapons collided, producing a jarring screech as tremendous force propelled Akin sideways by a meter. In the next moment, bang! A gunshot rang out, and wisps of smoke emerged from the pistol concealed beneath Cleek's armor. A lead bullet rolled from the iron sphere that Akin had raised to shield his face. Fight back, Akin. Ever since your betrayal. Have you even lost the will to combat? Cleek bellowed. Since the onset of hostilities, every attack from Cleek had left Akin with no choice but to defend or evade. Aside from the remarkable strike he had delivered to the intercepting beetle during his escape, he had become little more than a punching bag, enduring Cleek's blows. What infuriated him further was the realization that, after all this time, he found himself utterly powerless against Akin. Akin gazed silently at the man he had once followed with unwavering devotion, recalling the words of As-墨荆, "You are already strong enough. There is no need to live in the shadow of another's brilliance." In that fleeting moment of clarity, he acknowledged that, unknowingly, the dazzling light he had once chased had long been left in his wake. "I will not strike against you, Lord Cleek," Akin reiterated breathlessly, a statement he had made several times that night. Yet, as long as Cleek inquired, he would respond in kind. He is acutely aware of his actions. If one were to divide his life into two halves, the first half would be characterized by the reckless abandon and confusion that accompanied his following of Click during his rise to fame. His gratitude towards Click shall remain unwavering throughout his existence. The latter half commenced on the day he was reborn from the flames. When that man grasped his hand in the biting wind, assuring him that there was no need for concern, for he had already become his crew member. A journey that has yet to cease. Yet he knows, I am no longer the person I once was. Akin gazed at Click. His face adorned with that smile Click had always despised, as if he had caught sight of something dazzling and precious in the distance, leaving no room in his gaze for the likes of Click. "Indeed, you have grown foolish, Akin." Click trembled as he spoke, his diamond-studded fist slicing through the air with a thunderous impact. In the midst of their fierce collision, he bellowed in fury. "Who has transformed you into this? Was it that As-墨荆? What has become of the cold-blooded specter you once were?" With a sudden knee strike, he forced Akin back, gazing at him with pity as he coughed up blood. "Do you still not understand? It is precisely due to this ridiculous affection of yours that you have found yourself in such a dire predicament. Your new captain's fate is also drawing near." He leaned closer to Akin, his tone laden with foreboding. "Rest assured, not a whisper of information will escape tonight. That As-墨荆will merely perceive this as a trap set by the Don Quixote family. Once he arrives here and beholds the beast pirates, he shall find no opportunity for escape." Yet, upon hearing this, Akin gradually broke into a smile. "So, it is Lord Click that you have set your sights upon. Indeed. You truly do not understand my captain at all." He laughed with such abandon. "Escape?" His peripheral vision swept over a spire, where a diminutive figure, seemingly merged with the night, lingered inexplicably. The captain's gaze had already fixed upon this spot. In this square, what traps or conspiracies could possibly exist? Yet, the flicker of a flame within him surged forward at an unimaginable pace, unyielding and relentless. The man was coming to rescue his crew, undeterred by whatever lay ahead. Akin slowly lifted his head, as if resolutely making a decision, and fixed his gaze upon Crick, saying, "My Lord Crick, do you recall what the captain said to me after I survived the poison that day?" He smiled, his gaze fixed intently on Click, as if a flame that sent shivers down Click's spine flickered within his eyes. He proclaimed, "From this moment forth, our fates are bound by fire. Until the very end of death." A searing blaze surged forth from his wound. Thud, 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 thud. On the koi ship, 5 battered individuals knelt in a row. Baby Five's fingers transformed into the barrel of a gun, her expression grim as she aimed at Xing Sa. It was this very person who had previously unleashed a peculiar ice arrow, freezing her and Buffalo's feet, followed by a diminutive figure who shattered Buffalo's knee with a kick. And then another unknown assailant, who had circled behind them and thrust a knife towards Buffalo's heart. Their coordination was impeccable, rivaling that of her and Buffalo. Had Buffalo not reacted swiftly, spinning his body in time, it would not have been merely a kidney at stake, but his very life. Yet, this was already a considerable humiliation. 2 powerful individuals sustaining injuries while battling 5 mere pirate fodder. She could scarcely fathom how her family would perceive this news. Fortunately, an opportunity to redeem her honor still lingered. "Treasure this moment. It is the last breath of air you shall inhale," she stated coldly. the gun's muzzle pressed against Xing Sa's forehead. "Rest assured, I will soon send you to your captain." Before her words had fully resonated, a fierce blaze erupted across the pitch-black sea, a streak of fire piercing the night and crashing into the koi ship. Baby 5, caught off guard, felt the flames penetrate her chest and pin her against the mast. The mast ignited in flames, soaring skyward like an unholy crucifix, consuming Baby 5 in its inferno. "Baby 5," Buffalo shouted in terror, turning his head. Illuminated by the firelight, a figure draped in menacing serpent-like armor approached slowly from the abyssal waters, its pale golden pupils locking onto Buffalo's gaze. A dreadful authority surged into his mind in an instant. Thud. He widened his eyes, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Immobilized. Sweat streamed down his face. With a trembling voice, he uttered a command, leaped onto the ship, passing by him, and behind him, a massive head rolled away. Baby 5 and Buffalo could hardly fathom how could arrive so swiftly. Such speed was beyond even the fishmen, let alone the ordinary. Yet, they would no longer have the opportunity to hear explanation. The 5 on the ship gazed in astonishment at the elegant, yet fearsome figure, gradually discerning silhouette. "Captain?" Eden ventured cautiously. "It is I," replied, retracting his scales and reverting to his human form. The 5 were so overjoyed they nearly wept. "Captain!" Eden exclaimed, eager to rush forward and embrace, only to be restrained by the blood-soaked Xing Sa. "Captain, it's a trap," Xing Sa urged anxiously. Nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware. And there is also a gene." He placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. "I know everything," he spoke softly. His gaze as steady as ever, allowing the 5 to exhale in relief. A gray shadow landed on his shoulder, whispering in his ear. Nodded. Turning to his 5 crew members. "Now, I require your assistance, my friends," he declared in a resolute tone, his gaze sweeping over them, a satisfied smile forming. "But before that, you must grow stronger." He extended his hand, and 2 extraordinary souls descended into the ring. Weapon Woman, Baby 5 soul quantity, 5,000 turn human, Buffalo's soul quantity, 5,000. Soul Refinement, Weapon Woman, Baby 5 soul required soul quantity, 1,700 consumed soul quantity, 7,500. A. Weapon Fruit B, Made Crystal, Baby 5C, Medium Agility Crystal D. The needed collar, E. Weapon Fruit, F. Trait, Needed Constitution G, Life Essence, Human. A glance revealed that the special effect of D, the needed collar, was that when the user was needed, it would induce a powerful sensation of pleasure and slightly enhance attributes. Pass. E. Weapon, Slick Fruit. The acquired weapon could only transform within the same category, and one must know the structure of the weapon intended for transformation, which was rather impractical for him. F. Trait, Needed Constitution. One would be unable to refuse others when needed, a definite debuff. The final life essence, Human, if consumed by a non-human, had a low probability of granting human bloodline. For humans, prolonged consumption could extend lifespan and enhance attributes, though it was akin to cannibalism, thus no longer considered. Immo extracted the weapon fruit from his palm and tossed it into the hands of the low-tier weapon master, Garfadel. "Here is what you've always desired. Indulge yourself." Ever since hearing about Baby 5's abilities over the phone, Garfadel had repeatedly clamored for a fruit that could transform into weapons, dreaming of one day conjuring her beloved cannon. Now, her wish was finally fulfilled. "Captain, are you truly giving this to me?" Garfadel clutched the precious fruit tightly like a hamster, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was likely that even if someone attempted to snatch it away, they would fail. "Can you still fight?" Mo Jing inquired. Garfadel nodded vigorously. Yes. "Then consume it. I require your assistance." Mo Jing pondered for a moment and decided to temporarily keep turn human, Buffalo's soul. Such a rare yet relatively insignificant fruit was indeed scarce. He then turned to the remaining 4 individuals, who gazed at Garfadel with envy. They were all too aware of the effects of the weapon fruit after their recent battle with Baby 5. With just that one fruit, Garfadel had distanced herself from them. Mere fodder in comparison. However, their gazes toward Mo Jing soon ignited with fervor. This was not their first encounter witnessing Mo Jing manifest a devil fruit and a long blade. They had privately inquired with a Jin, who had been reticent and merely stated that it was a secret. Now, did they finally have the privilege to access the captain's secrets? "And you? Can you still fight?" Mo Jing asked. Yes. Under the immense pillar of fire, their previously diminished fighting spirit was instantly rekindled. Excellent. Jing nodded in satisfaction. While the good devil fruits are no longer available, I can still empower you slightly. He gazed at the battered chef, Nikolai. After 10 days apart, this fellow had grown considerably stronger. The flab on his belly seemed to have transformed into muscle on his chest, back, and limbs, subtly hinting at a metamorphosis from a Mohican chef into a muscular figure reminiscent of a Mohican warrior. Contemplating, he invoked soul refinement, steel claw, Laban's soul, soul weapon, mantis fist, gauntlets, special effect, charged heavy strike, increases punching power and speed based on charge duration. A pair of gauntlets, transitioning from yellow-green to deep green with a faint red glow at the edges, fell into Nikolai's embrace. He donned them, charged for 5 seconds, and unleashed a punch, his fist becoming a blur, generating a shockwave in the air, and he chuckled heartily. Next was the half-blooded sailor, Xing Sa, whose white shirt was stained with blood. This gentleman, who eschewed a formal suit jacket, still appeared as refined as ever, yet lacked agility and prowess in close combat. Soul refinement, Warden, Avil's soul. Soul weapon, good man, warhammer, special effect. Sadism, a surprisingly lightweight hammer. The greater the enemy's injury, the more formidable the strike. The ebony warhammer featured a crimson heart on its side, its handle towering slightly over Xing Sa himself, yet its weight was unexpectedly light. He lifted it and swung it twice, adjusting his glasses, pondering where to place such a conspicuous item, which was decidedly not his style. Then came the seemingly slightly slimmer, yet still unremarkable, Chushi. If he hadn't stood amidst the crowd, Jing might have missed him entirely. Soul refinement, 6 blades, Xiaoba's soul. Soul weapon, Takoyaki dagger, special effect. 6 arms, exhaust substantial stamina to unleash 6-fold strength. Chushi received the unadorned dagger, skillfully handling it a few times before it vanished from sight, seemingly having practiced his dagger skills consciously over the past few days. Lastly was Eden, a tall youth with golden hair, whose hopeful gaze met Jing's as he tossed a pair of shoes to him. Soul refinement, betta fish, Derlinger's soul. Soul weapon, fury, battle boots, special effect. Force of 1 fish, each strike can unleash the full force of a Dressrosa betta fish's charge. Eden eagerly donned the boots and suggested that Jing should consider making the insoles a bit thicker next time, before leaping joyfully and vanishing in a flash. Within 5 minutes, all enhancements were complete. The 5 of them excitedly familiarized themselves with their weapons, while Garfield, finally unable to contain himself, wept tears of joy as he devoured the weapon fruit, exhilarated by his various transformations. Jing clapped his hands to draw their attention and proclaimed loudly, "All right. You have all grown stronger. Now, we shall confront the pirate crew of the 4 emperors." Thud. Eden knelt, his voice trembling. "Captain, I think I should return your shoes." Jing cast a glance at this ineffectual fellow and replied, "Rest assured, all you need to do is distract the armored forces blocking the street, ensuring they do not interfere with my battle. At that time, Ajin will assist you." He succinctly elucidated the situation in the square to the gathered crowd, lifting his gaze towards the direction of the execution platform. Even through layers of stone walls, the searing energy fluctuations still transmitted to his eyes through infrared vision. Not as formidable as Carp, yet undeniably superior. Let the proceedings commence. Flames ignited upon his hands as he drew a long blade from the collapsing mast, executing a series of swift steps that propelled him into the sky. 100 meters, 200 meters, 1,000 meters, until the entire square came into view. Unimpeded in the vast expanse above, he stepped lightly, bending forward, his blade pointed towards the square as he took a deep breath. In the next instant, his figure vanished, slicing through the howling wind with a chilling flash of steel. One sword style, ultimate art, song of the oceanic whale. The haunting sound of a whale echoed from the heavens. Moments earlier, in the brightly lit square, the beetle man wielded his serrated blade, blocking Ajin's weapons with ease. With a force nearly double that of Ajin's, he shoved Ajin's arms apart effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 additional arms holding the serrated blade struck down mercilessly. An X-shaped arc of light flashed past Ajin's chest, sending him hurtling backwards, blood gushing forth. Yet amidst the surging flames, he restored himself once more. This marked his 3rd attempt to break free and disperse his foes, yet to no avail. "Ha ha, give up." The beetle man laughed triumphantly. "You cannot defeat me. Go back and play with that iron-jawed fool." As a battle-hardened warrior of the beast pirates, the beetle man's experience and skills were already superior to Ajin's. And coupled with the immense power, agility, and resilience granted to him by luck, Ajin's attacks were nothing but a mere nuisance to him. Gasping heavily, Ajin knew he could utilize the initial flames from As墨荆to restore his weary muscles, but such a method was too extravagant. He would not resort to it unless pushed to his limits. Suddenly, 3 gunshots rang out from behind him. Ajin's eyes widened as 3 sprays of blood erupted from his back, his body momentarily lifting off the ground as he lunged forward. Behind his gradually collapsing form emerged Click's sullen visage. "How dare you ignore me, traitor?" He spat venomously. Yet in the next heartbeat, flames ignited. And Ajin firmly steadied himself mid-air, landing heavily and instantaneously vanishing from his spot. Shadowless step. The prowess of a martial arts master is not to be taken lightly. In those brief 10 days of intense training, while he may not have been the one to show the most improvement, he undoubtedly achieved the greatest enhancement in combat power. The shadowless step seamlessly adapts to any martial art, and with the kicking techniques imparted by Jipu, his demon warrior technique had now filled its final gap. Undergoing a transformative evolution, a heavy gust of wind surged forth, only to vanish in an instant, as a black iron ball occupied Click's entire field of vision. Mere centimeters from his nose, it halted. The air displaced by the force tousled his purple hair backward. Click's face drained of color, frozen in terror, even forgetting to breathe. Lines of horror etched into his features, cold sweat trickled down the crevices of his skin. 2 seconds later, he gasped, his chest rising and falling once more. Had Ajin wished to strike him, that very moment would have marked his end. Yet the more this realization sank in, the more it fueled his furious humiliation. "If you have the guts, kill me, Ajin." He bellowed in rage, his complexion shifting between red and pale. "Today, I shall surely end you." He charged forward, but suddenly, a more resounding gust of wind surged from behind, and a flash of white light pierced through his body. With a deafening crash, he was pinned to the ground. Click coughed up blood, his gaze lowering in disbelief to the massive blade protruding from his chest, his eyes brimming with confusion. Why? Why would his own kind turn against him? Yet it soon dawned on him that the term own kind had no place in his lexicon. Not only Click, but nearly everyone present froze for a moment. Even Akin wore an expression of shock. The knife had been launched from the execution platform. At the farthest reaches of the flickering torchlight, looming at over 3 meters tall, a figure as formidable as an ancient beast, Sasaki, half concealed in the shadows, maintained his throwing stance, gradually withdrawing his hand. "Lord Sasaki, that is an ally," the hedgehog man screamed. "No." Sasaki's deep voice resonated across the square as his colossal figure leapt down from the execution platform. Thud. Where his feet landed, several cracks formed. Amidst a thin veil of dust, his form finally emerged, fully illuminated by the torchlight. His bare torso displayed winged tattoos sprawling across his arms, draped only in a cloak adorned with flames, revealing his robust physique entirely. A white cap pressed down his emerald hair, and 2 devilish, curved horns protruded from his forehead, instilling dread. Below them lay a mouth filled with jagged, fearsome teeth. A monster. The instant Akin beheld him, he couldn't suppress a shiver. Despite resembling a human more than those monstrous beasts blocking the path, the ancient and savage aura emanating from him instilled even greater terror. "I, Sasaki, do not harbor such despicable allies." Sasaki strode to Click's lifeless body, let out a cold snort, and drew his long blade. He turned to Ajin, his pale blue eyes seemingly harboring a terrifying authority. "I have witnessed your loyalty. It is commendable." He spoke in a deep voice, presenting you with an opportunity. "Now, join the 100 Beasts pirate crew." The surrounding pirates were taken aback, and the insectoid at the street corner hastily cautioned, "Lord Sasaki, he is on the kill list." Joining the 100 Beasts pirate crew means that the bait from the past is dead. Sasaki responded calmly, "Of course, if you choose not to join. I would not hesitate to eliminate you." He raised his blade, pointing it at Akin, and demanded, "Now, give me your answer." The air was thick with tension as the surrounding armored troops held their breath, fixated on Akin and Sasaki, awaiting the final verdict. In truth, many of them had witnessed such a scene before, and most had eagerly joined the 100 Beasts pirate crew. After all, for a pirate, receiving an offer from one of the 4 emperors is a source of unparalleled pride. Akin and Sasaki locked eyes, despite the tremor in their pupils. Neither showed any inclination to avert their gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Akin declared loudly, "I refuse." Such audacity provoked a chorus of furious shouts from the pirates around them. Sasaki, no longer hesitating and seemingly anticipating this response, gripped the hilt of his weapon and swung down. "If you're a tough guy, then perish." The wind carried away his words. In a flash of white light, Akin bellowed in anger, raising his weapon to defend. Crack! In an instant, Akin's weapon shattered. Blood sprang from his body as he was sent flying backwards. The horrific wound revealed glimpses of stark white bone and internal organs. Remarkably, he could not withstand even a single strike. His dim pupils were filled with terror. Flames ignited from his flesh, and the wound rapidly healed. Yet, before he could fully recover, a chilling wind surged, and that terrifying shadow enveloped him once more, this time the long blade aimed directly at his neck. Even if he could mend his injuries, losing his head would undoubtedly spell his demise. Sasaki coldly surveyed the vital points on Akin's body, delivering his final verdict. Farewell. Unfortunate lad. However, at that critical moment, Akin suddenly burst into laughter, gazing at the sky with a pure and joyful smile on his face. No, I shall not perish, he declared to Sasaki. Do you have any tricks left? It will not alter the outcome. Sasaki remained calm, swinging his blade downward. Simultaneously, Akin laughed heartily, shouting with all his might, Captain, save me. In the next instant, a resounding wail cry descended from the heavens. Sasaki's expression changed drastically. Abandoning the weapon in his hand as he roared, his form swelling dramatically into a robust triceratops, its head thrusting skyward. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished gazes of all, a flash of silver light erupted, and the colossal head of the triceratops was driven forcefully into the ground. Boom! A massive pit formed at the edge of the square, the surroundings fracturing like a spider's web. Lord Sasaki. The pirates around gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out as they screamed in unison. A violent gust of wind belatedly swept over, enveloping the entire square. Amidst the astonished stares, a figure slowly stood tall atop the triceratops' horn, casting a cold glance over the crowd, then slightly furrowing his brow. What grotesque creature dares to kidnap my crew? As-墨荆swung his sword, slicing through the rising dust, fixing his gaze on the pale-faced assailants. Were you not planning to ambush me? He nodded. Let us begin. In the brief silence, a feeble voice emerged from below. Captain, I'm still down here. Akin's trembling hand reached out from beneath the triceratops' head, attempting to catch As-墨荆's attention. Had it not been for the initial flame's timely restoration, that last blow would have crushed him. The thought that his enemies had failed to kill him, yet he nearly perished at the hands of his own captain, brought tears to his eyes. This was hardly a rescue. It was a death sentence from his captain. Seeing that the last crew member was unharmed, the gloom in As-墨荆's heart lifted significantly. Just as he was about to leap down from the massive head of the triceratops to deliver a finishing blow, the bony head shielded the neck. A heavy breathing sound resonated from below. A pair of bloodshot eyes opened, the enormous pupils fixated on the little figure atop the horn. Awake already? As-墨荆was somewhat surprised. It had withstood the blow longer than expected. Should he commend it for being a rare, ancient species of the Zoan type? With thousands of meters of potential energy combined with multiple accelerated strikes, not to mention its formidable swordsmanship, it had only rendered this triceratops dazed for less than a few seconds. There was merely a faint mark upon its horn. Well, it must be due to the use of Haki. Get off my horn! The triceratops bellowed in fury. It abruptly tossed its head back, trying to shake As-墨荆off. But As-墨荆executed a burst of air in midair, vanishing from its sight. A sharp wind rushed from behind. Floating sea, skyward flow. As if dragging a shimmering blue river from the blade, the curved light slashed across the triceratops' neck. It shattered silently. A layer of black iron-like color enveloped the fragile neck. As-墨荆felt a headache coming on. Nearly every strong individual employed Haki, though he had learned the cultivation methods from Gung Sailang only hours ago. According to the other's description, aside from Conqueror's Haki, the other two types would take an average of 5 to 6 years to master unless one had exceptional talent. And that was only for training in one type. Thus, the quickest method was still to cut down opponents. As-墨荆was acutely aware that this was his greatest advantage. However, since his encounter with Carp, none of those he had defeated possessed Haki, and those who did were simply beyond his reach, creating a vicious cycle. Soul refinement also had its own take. You must bring me the soul of a strong individual with Haki for me to refine it for you. As-墨荆, how can I obtain the soul of someone strong with Haki if I can't even defeat them? Soul refinement. Once you learn Haki, you will be able to overcome them. As-墨荆, but I must first defeat them to learn Haki. Angry, he could only hope that a slightly weaker or more accommodating Haki user would appear to spar with him on the water. At that moment, the individual known as Sasaki, a cadre of the beast pirates, was evidently no weakling. Not only was he strong, but he was also a formidable counter to his high attack. High-speed swordsmanship. This armor of scales, combined with Haki, would typically dissuade Immortal from even glancing at it. Yet now, he had no choice but to confront this powerful foe. To make matters worse, he was not facing a situation conducive to a focused one-on-one duel. Before his body had even descended, a low, ominous hum resonated from behind, prompting Immortal to instinctively turn and slash. Clang. The blade was caught between the crossed twin blades of a four-armed bug human, a sly smile creeping across its face as it employed its old tricks. The two lower arms swiftly slashed upward, a cross-shaped beam of sword light flashing by. However, it was Immortal he was facing, not Akainu. With a slight step, Immortal vanished from its sight. In the next instant, a glimmering blade was poised between the bug human's eyes. The bug human's pupils constricted instantly. Yet, it was already too late to evade or block. Unfortunately, it was not only the bug human attacking Immortal at that moment. Almost in the blink of an eye, a ball of spikes hurtled toward him, the air echoing with the manic laughter of the hedgehog man. Ha ha ha, you'll be turned into a sieve. Simultaneously, a sharp claw closed in from below, while a blade sliced down from behind. In an instant, a barrage of diverse attacks surged toward Immortal in the air. He let out a displeased click of his tongue, decisively abandoning the pursuit of the insectoid adversary, swiftly drawing his blade and turning around to execute a series of slashes. Floating sky, vast ocean, rippled disturbance, modification, raging tides. The torrent of sword energy enveloped nearly half of the plaza, sending several assailants hurtling backward in an instant. However, in the next moment, a massive triceratops head burst forth from the wave of sword energy, crashing into Immortal like a cannonball. Immortal barely managed to raise his blade in defense before his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, colliding into the building behind him with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, a barrage of gunfire erupted as bullets rained into the gaping hole, with the armored division desperately unleashing their firepower, reducing everything within the structure to mere dust. As the gunfire ceased, a heavy silence enveloped the plaza. The dark void remained eerily still, yet all surrounding pirates were on high alert, holding their breath as they focused intently on the breach. Initially, upon arriving at Rog Town, they had been somewhat dismissive, thinking they were overreacting to a mere East Blue pirate. However, after witnessing Immortal's awe-inspiring entrance and the subsequent storm of sword energy, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Captain Ajin, witnessing the scene, gasped in disbelief, instinctively calling out loudly. In the silence, a soft sigh echoed, gradually illuminating two flickers of flames. Even with all attributes raised to basic C, confronting so many elite members of the Beast Pirates alone proved to be an overwhelming challenge. According to Immortal's plan, ideally, he would ambush and eliminate Sasaki through the sea whale's song, or at the very least, incapacitate him for a swift beheading, making it easier to deal with the other minions. Yet, he had not anticipated that Sasaki was a rare ancient Zoan type, resilient beyond measure. Now, he found himself compelled to enter the second phase. As footsteps echoed, Immortal emerged unscathed from the opening. At that moment, his aura had undergone a profound transformation, shifting from the turbulent sea to a still, dark, and profound abyss reminiscent of the Dead Sea. Yet, the fiery glow flickered in his eyes, akin to embers dancing upon kindling, with sparks subtly escaping. Ever since entering this state within the Navy's 16th Division and becoming acutely aware of his insatiable thirst for the soul, he had endeavored to avoid reverting to such a condition. Although this state significantly enhanced his perceptual acuity and physical vitality, it simultaneously dulled his emotions and magnified his hunger for the soul. It was akin to a diminished version of the Flame King mode, or perhaps merely a fragment of it. Yet he loathed this state, feeling like an empty shell, filled not with humanity but with kindling, to avoid stagnation. He felt compelled to seize more kindling to stuff within. This was not humanity, it was monstrosity. Yet at that moment, it appeared he had no better choice. An ancient Zoan, a formidable Haki user, alongside 5 hybrid minions masquerading as Zoan fruit users, and hundreds of armed minions. If he continued to test his luck, he might truly meet his end here. I never expected such a formidable swordsman to emerge from the East Blue. The colossal triceratops remarked with admiration amidst the throngs of beasts. Unfortunately, you shall perish here today. Immortal, seemingly unfazed, continued his calm advance. Open fire, commanded the rhinoceros man, his eyes wide with intensity. A deluge of lead surged forth, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Yet, amidst the smoke, Immortal's figure was nowhere to be seen. A chilling sensation settled upon the rhinoceros man's neck. First, Emojing murmured softly. The first to react was Sasaki, whose observation Haki had been fixated on Emojing, keenly detecting the shifting winds behind the rhinoceros man. With a powerful whip of his tail, he aimed to strike at Emojing, even prepared to sacrifice the rhinoceros man in the process. Inflicted injury was preferable to death. Unfortunately, at that moment, Emojing had already positioned his foot upon the massive back of the rhinoceros man. Shadowless steps. In the instant before the wailing wind reached him, he flickered with uncanny speed, reappearing directly before the rhinoceros man. His blade, akin to a sickle, lingered at the nape of the rhinoceros man's neck. Boom! A circular shockwave erupted, followed by a ripple of sanguine mist. The figure that was sent reeling back bore the head of the rhinoceros man, whose lifeless eyes gushed blood, half of which was attributable to Sasaki's efforts. Crash! Once more he crashed into the building. Yet, before anyone could catch their breath, a flash of flame erupted from the breach. Any ordinary individual would have been reduced to mere pulp after enduring such terrifying impacts. However, Emojing possessed the primal fire. Following his journey through the kingdom of bridges, he was not lacking in the essence of souls. Unless someone could render him unconscious immediately or extract his heart, killing him was an impossibility. Seize him, Sasaki bellowed. Ultimately, the Triceratops was not an agile dinosaur, if it had any shortcoming. It was its slightly inferior speed compared to Emojing. The trained armored division swiftly concentrated their fire in that direction. However, unlike before, they had learned from their previous encounters. Under Sasaki's command, they formed groups of 10, each aiming at different angles, prepared to unleash their firepower the moment Emojing revealed himself. This compelled Emojing to maneuver midair, though utilizing the Soru technique in the air was noticeably slower than on solid ground. This delay granted Sasaki an opportunity. The swiftest of the insectoid warriors surged toward Emojing from above, closely followed by the Hedgehog Man, the Scorpion Man, and the Pupa Man, all converging upon him. They employed the same strategy as before. Below, the colossal Triceratops began to coil like a spring, gathering strength for a lethal strike. Clang! In midair, the incoming insectoid warrior clashed blades with Emojing's attack, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of mere moments ago. With unwavering resolve, his remaining two hands swung towards Emojing. This time, he was prepared. As soon as Emojing vanished, he curled into himself, encasing his form in a protective shell. However, in the next moment, his smile froze upon his face. Two serrated blades plunged into flesh and blood. Emojing showed no inclination to evade. He merely regarded him with indifference, not even furrowing his brow, while his fiery eyes seemed poised to incinerate his very soul. Astonishingly, he had struck true. The expression on the beetle man's face shifted from malice to astonishment, then to fear, ultimately cementing into a furious "How dare you play me?" The force behind the blades lightened, a glimmering arc sweeping across his neck. No sooner had the words left his lips than he was sent flying by the porcupine man, his body pierced by sharp spines, blood gushing forth without restraint. Yet, this also granted him a temporary reprieve from Sasaki's relentless pursuit. He shielded his head with a blade to avoid being pierced, wriggling free from the sharp spikes. As the flames mended his body, he struck down upon the back of the Hedgehog Man. Amidst a flurry of sparks, he found that his strike had merely left a white mark. The Hedgehog Man's curled form spun through the air, and sensing this, his confidence surged. Just as he was about to unleash a taunt, he caught a glimpse through the gaps of Emojing's rising and falling lips. He declared the third. The Hedgehog Man widened his eyes, and only when the narrow field of vision shifted to Emojing's hand did he realize that, unbeknownst to him, the straight blade was already aimed at him. At that moment, Emojing's movements seemed to slow, his fingers gently gliding along the blade as if drawing a bow. In the next instant, a slender white light flashed by, piercing through the Hedgehog Man's armored exterior and penetrating his forehead, silent and swift. Floating sky, vast sea, water without sound. Historically, a straight sword is most suited for shattering armor. The Hedgehog Man's lifeless body plummeted to the ground. For a brief moment, the square fell silent, everyone stunned by Emojing's reckless combat style. To live or to die, it mattered not to him. Injuries were inconsequential, a ruthless man indeed. The remaining two gifted ones instinctively took a step back. However, this momentary hesitation allowed Sasaki to lock onto him. Die! The Triceratops charged forward, colliding with Emojing. Emojing's body contorted into an uncanny shape, vanishing from the spot. barreling through the blocking Scorpion Man and the armored troops, almost flying parallel to the street. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, eerily calm. Flames flickered beneath his skin, mending his grievous wounds. But Sasaki was swifter. As the flames ignited, he appeared before Imo-Jing, no longer in the form of a triceratops but as a hybrid of power, defense, and agility. In this form, the bony head shield at his neck spun at high speed, propelling his robust body into the air. The two soared close to the ground. "You monster! Do you not feel pain?" Sasaki roared, the blade of his long knife raised, spinning like a drill. Taking advantage of Imo-Jing's moment of vulnerability as he recovered, he struck down. The initial flames converged upon Imo-Jing's arm as he blocked the blow with his sword, only to be subsequently slammed into the ground by a pitch-black fist. His already tattered body grew even more battered. "This time, do not think of recovering." Sasaki's voice echoed from the air. The bone shield before him spun rapidly, while a cobra maneuver ascended into the skies, only to plummet down like a meteor amidst the anguished cries of the air. Imo-Jing hastily attempted to mend his damaged legs, yearning to drag his battered body away. However, in the next instant, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, a barrage of bullets engulfed him. The vexing armored troops had arrived once more to offer their support. "Captain!" the rejuvenated Ajin roared, springing from the ground to confront the armored forces. Yet, it was too late. The bullets pierced through Imo-Jing's body, robbing him of his final chance to escape. Amidst the roaring air, meteors rained down from the heavens. The soul of the Hedgehog Man materialized in Imo-Jing's left hand, emanating a faint red glow, subtly revealing patterns reminiscent of the abilities possessed by a devil fruit user. Just as Imo-Jing prepared to conjure a shield to deflect the impending strike, a delicate cry echoed from the street corner. "Let our captain go." The motley crew, having traversed much of the town, had finally arrived. Garfield shouted, leaping into the air, her body curling into a colossal cannonball, at least 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter. Behind her, Nicholas, veins bulging, unleashed a roar, channeling his energy as if he were a boiled shrimp claw, delivering a punch with the red-hot mantis tail that struck the cannonball, releasing a terrifying force. Boom! The surrounding air distorted in an instant, shattering glass on either side. A circular shockwave erupted. The massive cannonball vanished in a flash, hurtling forth. Amid Garfield's wail of impending explosion, shattering glass along its path, it crashed into Sasaki, whose face bore the expression of severe constipation. Boom! Flames engulfed everything. With that cannon shot, few remained unscathed. Garfield slowly materialized from the debris of the explosion, plopping down on the ground, breathless and exhausted. Unfamiliar with the missile's construction, she could not transform into a more sophisticated projectile like Baby 5. Yet, as the saying goes, when skill falls short, let power suffice. As a rare female gunner aboard the pirate ship, she possessed profound knowledge of cannons and projectiles, resulting in the current outcome. Transforming into such a high-yield explosive had nearly drained all her stamina. Yet, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if she yearned to attempt it once more. Excitedly, Garfield turned to inquire, "Captain, am I impressive?" However, behind her was not the captain, but a single shoe in a crater 3 meters in diameter. A charred hand trembled as it rose from the crater, feebly giving a thumbs up before collapsing, consumed by flames. Undoubtedly, the most unfortunate was Sasaki, although within the beast pirates. It was claimed that even cannonballs could not penetrate the scales upon his body. It all depended on the yield of the projectile. Such a powerful round could certainly inflict internal injuries, even if it ricocheted off him. Fortunately, he possessed Haki. Despite enduring a devastating close-range explosion, he emerged with minimal damage, although he found himself somewhat lodged against the wall. Imo-Jing crawled from the crater, as Ajin and the motley crew hurriedly gathered around him, expressing their concern. Finally, the group had reunited. At this moment, Imo-Jing had returned to his normal state following the earlier explosion. He picked up the shoe beside the crater and put it on, solemnly patting Garfield's shoulder. "Well done with the explosion. Next time, wait until I've moved farther away before detonating." He then turned to Nikolai, whose hands were nearly twisted and crippled, grasping his arm to ignite the initial flames, aiding him in recovering from his injuries. Finally, he looked at Akin. Everyone had received enhancements, yet this closest subordinate remained lacking. Imo-Jing tossed a crystal faintly marked with the lettergand, a pair of hastily forged weapons, into his embrace. Martial arts crystal Rao Ji. Akin's face lit up with surprise. He had once seen Jing utilize Close Experience Crystal and understood the significance of this item. Take your time absorbing it, Jing cautioned, for it contained Rao Ji's 70 years of martial arts experience, akin to the experience crystal of Beledo, which could drive a person to madness if mishandled. Once everything was resolved, he turned his gaze towards the square, inhaling the fragrant essence of battle deeply, brandishing his weapon, and proceeding forward with an air of composure. Behind him, the ragtag group and Akin hurriedly followed. Their sporadic footsteps traversed flames and smoke, entering the square. A smile graced Jing's face. Unbeknownst to him, he had finally found someone he could entrust with peace of mind. This feeling was truly delightful. They came to a halt at the entrance of the square. On the opposite side, Sasaki finally extricated himself from the square's architecture, his chaotic footsteps echoing as the remaining 2 members of his crew stood behind him, flanked by armored troops on either side. The 2 factions divided the square, a tumultuous wind sweeping through the center, stirring a cloud of dust. The nameless pirate crew of 7 and the armored forces of the Beast's pirates, led by Sasaki, were now fully engaged. The gaze collided with that of Sasaki in midair, his smile unwavering. He spread his arms wide and proudly proclaimed, "What do you think, Sasaki? My crew is quite impressive, isn't it?" Sasaki's eyes scanned the individuals behind, and he let out a derisive snort. In the face of hundreds of armored troops, the expressions of the few did not betray the slightest hint of fear, standing above one. For meters, they showed no signs of trepidation whatsoever. Eden looked up at Sasaki, who towered over 3 meters, his pupils trembling as he recalled the time when they were once subjugated by them. A sharp clap. Garfadel smacked Eden on the head, tugging at his ear, and whispered, "Don't embarrass yourself, Eden. Stand tall. That is the captain's adversary." Instantly, Eden regained his composure. Although a flicker of fear lingered, he realized, upon witnessing the grim expressions of the opposing armored troops, that the 100-strong force regarded them as worthy opponents. A chilling voice echoed across the square, Sasaki declaring, "Once I eliminate you, they won't last much longer either." The mechanism blade in his hand whirled once more, emitting a deep, resonant hum that could not overshadow Jing's boisterous laughter, a sound as clear as waves glistening under the sun. "I fear you shall not have that opportunity." He raised his blade, pointing it at the beastly figure of Sasaki, enunciating each word with precision. "I have discovered the means to slay you, Sasaki." Sasaki scoffed derisively. "Ha ha ha, are you jesting? To this point, you have inflicted no harm upon me." Indeed, even without the use of his domineering aura, Jing's strikes would struggle against the thick scales adorning Sasaki's form. "Shall we see for ourselves?" Jing pivoted the blade. In an instant, both vanished from sight. Crescent-shaped flashes of the blade clashing against the mechanism soared at the heart of the plaza. The battle was poised to erupt. Kings against kings, generals against generals, and foot soldiers against foot soldiers. 5 mere fish faced off against an armored battalion. Confronted with an overwhelming numerical advantage, the few flesh-and-blood warriors did not charge recklessly forward. Under the stratagem of Xing Sa, they took refuge behind cover and hurled Garfadel into the throng of enemies. With the powers of the weapon fruit, dispatching ordinary pirates was a task of little challenge. On another front, the Gene confronted the Scorpion Man and the Pupa Man. The former had transformed his hands into pincers, while the latter had equipped himself with tracks resembling a tank. Upon witnessing a Gene approach them, both exchanged disdainful smiles. "Little brother, are you certain you wish to engage us?" The Scorpion Man purred enticingly. "If you step aside now, my sister might spare your life." The previous skirmish with the Beetle Man had been observed by several, and as warriors of comparable strength. The Scorpion Man and Pupa Man believed a Gene posed no threat to them. "No, I shall not yield." A Gene approached the duo with resolute determination this time. "I will not be defeated by you." With that, he crushed the crystal in his hand. In the next heartbeat, he abruptly halted, as if struck by a shocking revelation. His features contorted in distress. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Scorpion Man and Pupa Man, he quivered, adopting a peculiar and lewd pose, exclaiming, "Gee!" In the pockmarked center of the plaza, a thunderous boom reverberated. The power of the attacks imbued with the domineering aura was immensely terrifying. Each strike of Sasaki's mechanism blade against the ground sent tremors through the plaza. Alas, he could not match Jing's speed. Jing suddenly appeared at Sasaki's flank. The blade's tip aimed at his eye, gently caressing the blade as he invoked, "Floating sky, vast sea, silent waters." Clang! A shower of sparks erupted from the pitch-black eyelid. Jing displayed no surprise, His opponent evidently wielded both observation haki and armament haki, although Sasaki's movement speed could not keep pace with him. The swiftness with which he moved his arms and flicked his tail was not significantly slower than Jing's evasive maneuvers. Were he to imbue his strikes with armament haki, his explosive power would exceed Jing's. However, the shadowless steps were ideally suited for such close-quarters agility, and in terms of flexibility, Sasaki was far from his equal. Yet, as a seasoned warrior, Sasaki had undoubtedly encountered adversaries in his life who were swifter and more agile than he. He swiftly concluded that grappling on the ground was unwise, as his opponent's footwork was far too agile. Engaging in a direct confrontation was his forte. He could not afford to follow Jing's rhythm. With this thought in mind, he spun his head shield rapidly and soared into the sky, adjusting his trajectory toward the direction locked on by his observation haki. Like a shooting star, he accelerated and dove downward, just as Jing intended to evade. Sasaki abruptly transformed into a triceratops midair. His massive form swiftly covered a distance of several meters, and the sturdy tips of his horns crashed violently into Jing. In the rippling waves akin to the surface of water, Jing was sent flying once more, crashing through several buildings. Yet this time, having discerned his capabilities, Sasaki was resolute in not granting him another chance. He reverted to his hybrid form in midair and plunged downwards with his head shield whirling. Cannon Horn Dragon. The sudden shift on the battlefield captured everyone's attention. Amidst the exclamations of the onlookers, a flash of fire erupted from the dark void, hurtling directly towards Sasaki. It was Jing. At this moment, his entire form was engulfed in flames, evidently not yet fully healed, yet his face bore a smile of relief. Even his sword-wielding motion appeared effortless and natural, as though he had liberated himself from some constraining shackles. An ethereal voice whispered in Sasaki's ear, "I can sense your demise approaching." In the next instant, his movements reached an unparalleled speed, the blade's light transforming into gentle waves that washed over Sasaki. Floating sky, vast sea, gap, fish swimming. Sasaki's eyes widened in astonishment as a tingling sensation coursed through his armored scales. Rather than pain, he felt an unexpected ease, akin to a soothing massage. As if he had shed a heavy burden. Boom. His heavy form pressed against Jing, and the two of them crashed through the house, sending dust and debris cascading into the street. The battle in the square paused momentarily, as the armored troops and the ragtag group anxiously turned their gazes toward this direction. As the dissipating dust settled, the onlookers finally discerned the scene before them. Jing lay at an angle on the lifted floorboards, barely recognizable as a human. His abdomen torn open with a gaping wound, his sword-bearing right hand vanished without a trace, and a leg shattered beyond recognition, a sight of utmost despair. Were it not for the initial flames raging fiercely, barely sustaining his life, his chest would likely have ceased its rise and fall by now. The restored form of Sasaki stood before him, gazing down with an inscrutable expression, seemingly unscathed. A cheer erupted from the armored troops, their morale soaring. Meanwhile, the ragtag group appeared momentarily flustered, unable to concentrate on the battle, frequently glancing in that direction. At that moment, a heavy sigh emanated from the two, as Sasaki looked down at Jing with a forlorn expression. Truly exquisite swordsmanship. He simply could not conceive of an adjective that could encapsulate the swordsmanship of Jing. He had encountered numerous formidable swordsmen and considered himself an adept swordsman as well. However, he had never witnessed a technique so ineffable that words failed to do it justice. To cut through iron? No, that was a realm he had long since transcended. He could sense a terrifying ambience, one that could sever anything with even the slightest flaw. Though still rather immature, it was sufficiently frightening. It resembled the exceptionally bright student in the class, who, rather than embracing study, constantly sought loopholes, resulting not only in outstanding academic performance, but also in discovering some astonishing shortcuts that left even the top scholars in utter disbelief. He could not fathom why such a swordsmanship existed, or indeed, whether this could truly be classified as swordsmanship. What was the name of this technique? He gazed into Jing's eyes, which were brimming with mirth. Of course, one could also perceive it as fish slaughtering, Jing remarked with a faint smile, his tone lacking vigor. What nonsense about abandoning reason and dancing to one's whims. That fellow Gung Sailang speaks so cryptically. Isn't it merely fish slaughtering? For 2 years, he had been killing fish, and in that fleeting moment, what appeared before him was not Sasaki, but rather a fish with slightly thicker scales. To slaughter a fish was a simple task. One merely needed to slice along the seams of its body. Kill a fish? Sasaki erupted into laughter, his voice gradually softening. Indeed, you have grown. I fear even Lord Kaido could not withstand such a strike. What a pity. He gazed at Jing with pity, stating, You have no chance left. Jing furrowed his brow, and before he could inquire about the meaning of this statement, Sasaki collapsed. His body severed into sections reminiscent of meat on a chef's cutting board, save for the neck protected by his armament. In that moment, there was a peculiar beauty in the uniformity, yet it evoked a profound sense of revulsion. Nevertheless, Jing paid little heed to these grotesque details. Instead, he pondered intently on Sasaki's final words. What did he mean by saying I have no chance left? He does not believe that Sasaki is deceiving him. As one approaches death, their words often carry wisdom. So, is this matter not yet resolved? What hidden dangers await him? He immediately turned his gaze towards the square. As Sasaki fell, the remaining armored forces experienced a dramatic decline in morale, scattering in every direction. The ragtag group, now fully invigorated, wreaked havoc among them. Even Zwei plunged into the fray, claiming a couple of heads. The situation unfolded smoothly. Meanwhile, the rather unsightly Akin was locked in a fierce struggle with two individuals suspected to possess animal fruit abilities, completely oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. This battle resembled a stalemate. While neither could breach the other's defenses, they proved equally incapable of vanquishing one another. Despite the rather unsightly nature of the confrontation, it remained within acceptable bounds. So where exactly did the problem lie? The Navy? Smoker, on the execution platform, had been rescued amidst the chaos by a female swordsman. Clearly, the Navy headquarters was now aware of the situation here. Was a formidable naval force en route? No, he must leave this place at once. Given his severe injuries, it would take a considerable amount of time for his initial fire to recover, and even a mere foot soldier could easily dispatch him. He cast a glance at the fervent battlefield and with great effort raised his hand to emit a whistle. Zwei approached, responding to the sound. Hurry. Bring someone to assist me, he urged. Before long, Zwei pecked at Eden's head, driving him closer. Stop pecking my head, Eden exclaimed, cradling his head in anger. However, upon getting a closer look at Jing's dire condition, he swiftly abandoned his grievances and rushed over. Captain, you. He stared at the horrific injuries, momentarily at a loss for words. It's all right. Just help me. Jing began, but found himself equally tongue-tied as he regarded the worried figure before him. Barely 5 feet tall, he shot Zwei an incredulous glance, questioning why he had summoned the shortest one. Does it look like he can help me up? With a sigh, Jing shook his head. First, retrieve my sword. Eden nodded fervently and hurriedly retrieved Jing's long blade from a short distance away, only to plunge it into Jing's heart. The astonished gaze of Jing met Eden's, whose eyes were wide with terror. He glanced at his own hand, and then back at the captain, his voice trembling. See, Captain, what are you doing? Eden. A furious shout erupted from the edge of the square. The first to notice the anomaly was Xing Sa, who had been maneuvering around the battlefield, providing support to the main combatants, keenly observing his surroundings. He swiftly detected Eden's unusual movement. I can't control my body. Eden cried out desperately, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. A gentle breeze brushed against them, and a look of realization dawned upon Jing's face. He finally caught a whiff of the unfamiliar scent emanating from Eden's back. Gradually, several strands, drawing warmth from Eden's body, materialized in his infrared vision, entwining around him like puppet strings. In the next moment, a howling wind cascaded down from the sky. A man clad in a pink flamingo feather coat and red and white striped cropped pants landed heavily behind Eden. Amidst the swirling dust, he slowly raised his head and pressed it against the despairing Eden. Ha 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 ha. In the square, the remaining 4 stragglers unhesitatingly abandoned their pursuit of the enemy and turned to rush in this direction. However, just as they exited the square, a gleaming flash of sword light sliced through the air before them, cleaving the street with a pristine gash. In such haste, where did they intend to go? A man, adorned like a chieftain and draped in a crimson cloak, staggered out from a shadowy alley, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Doflamingo is busy, so allow me to entertain you. Behind him, on the fractured streets, an uncontrollable laughter gradually crescendoed. Although he had arrived late due to a meeting, he had fortuitously witnessed a splendid spectacle. Ha ha ha. Even Kaido must find it hard to believe that the formidable Flying Six of the Beast Pirates could be vanquished by a swordsman from the East Blue. The man, descending from the heavens, seemed to stretch his fingers as if tugging at invisible strings, and his ostentatious red sunglasses were remarkably distinctive. Don Quixote Doflamingo, rendered powerless. uttered the name of the newcomer. In preparation for the impending voyage, he had thoroughly examined the images of all the 7 warlords in Frost Moon Village, paying particular attention to Doflamingo, his nemesis. Little did he expect to encounter the very individual so soon. Sensing the waning initial spark of life within him, death had already ensnared his feet. Even a new heart would be of no avail at this juncture. He let out a deep sigh. Have bosses become so cautious nowadays? This certainly poses a challenge for the brave. He lifted his head and gazed at Doflamingo. The tranquility in his eyes only served to diminish the ease of the smile upon Doflamingo's face. You seem unafraid? The veins on Doflamingo's forehead throbbed, and the smile at the corners of his mouth twisted into a grotesque and cruel grimace. Very well then, in these fleeting seconds of your life, I shall slaughter your crew, and we shall see who perishes first, you or them. What do you think? You bastard, if you have the courage, kill me. Eden cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Look, your crew begs me to end his life, ha ha ha. Doflamingo erupted into laughter, but as he lowered his head, the somber expression upon his face could not be suppressed. With a chilling tone, he declared, I lost my mother at the age of 8 and killed my father at 10. The members above the rank of officer are my family with whom I have shared both joy and suffering. His gaze fixed intently on As墨荆. Since you have slain them, you shall accompany them to the grave. Ha ha ha. With the last of his strength, As墨荆responded to Doflamingo with scornful laughter. It sickens me that someone like you dares to speak of family. I cannot bear to listen for even a second. Like a fleeting glimpse of light, he grasped the long blade embedded in his heart, his final gaze directed at the tormented and disoriented Eden. Run, he commanded. Tell everyone to stay away from me. With those words, he willingly extinguished the primal fire that sustained his life, twisting the blade to shatter his heart. As墨荆was dead. Both Eden and Doflamingo were momentarily stunned. Yet soon, from the extinguished embers, sparks emerged and flames reignited. However, when those eyes opened once more, they were devoid of any human emotion. Name, As墨荆, age, 20, race, undead bloodline, Sea King, giant tree viper, human status, Ember King mode, 014, 59, strength, BC, agility, BC, stamina, BC, intellect, CD, soul ability. Undying curse skills, soul refinement LV 51. Primal fire LV 16, swordsmanship LV 19, swordmaster, swimming LV 20, shooting LV 1, martial arts, footwork, LV 15, master. Traits, dark ring 2, primal fire, child of the sea, deep diver, wild instinct. Ocean overlord, water speaker, twisted venom, death scent. Ancient oath, Sea King. With a fierce wave of flames, a circle of fire spread, severing the countless threads surrounding him. Doflamingo instantly recoiled, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could truly come back to life. The smile at the corners of his mouth appeared somewhat forced. Although Baby 5 had previously reported the resurrection of that bird and speculated that Moke could also return to life, he harbored deep skepticism within. A fishman capable of swimming to evade danger and resurrecting? How could that be possible? He could accept the idea of someone possessing the ability of a devil fruit. Yet the reason for dispatching Lao Ji and Drinji was twofold: to verify the authenticity of the claims and to entertain the notion that if they could deceive Baby 5, they might very well mislead the celestial dragons as well. To his astonishment, Moke truly could come back to life. However, as Doflamingo recalled the moment Moke opened his eyes, a chill coursed through him, and his smile gradually morphed into a knowing smirk. Was the resurrected Moke truly the same as before? Eden, closest to Moke, could not evade the onslaught of flames and let out a harrowing scream as the searing fire brushed against him, only to realize in the next instant that he seemed to have regained his freedom. His expression brightened, and he immediately turned to flee. Having followed Moke for so long, the 5 fishes had developed some inkling regarding Moke's capabilities, particularly after the incident with Kuro's ambush on the Black Cat pirates, which had made them aware of the potential for the captain's powers to spiral out of control. Thus, when Moke had just given his orders, Eden instantly comprehended the situation. And indeed, it was as he suspected, recalling the moment when the captain's eyes had opened. The chilling sensation as if his very soul were on the brink of being devoured quickened his pace. Die, you bastard. With a surge of fish-like strength, fueled by rage and sorrow, he launched a powerful kick towards Diamante's back. In the heart of the flames, Moke's hands and feet were already being restored amidst the fiery inferno. He withdrew the long knife from his chest, gripping the blade tightly with his left hand while slowly extracting the hilt with his right. The blade glided through his palm, emitting a piercing wail. As crimson iron seeped through the cracks in his fist, the revealed blade appeared as though it had just emerged from a forge, not only mending the wear from previous battles but also radiating a molten golden red hue. Soul Forge level 52. Flames danced upon the blade. At this moment, Jing leisurely raised his gaze, resembling a regal emperor on a grand procession, stepping deliberately toward Don Quixote Doflamingo. He. Should I address you as Jing or by another name? Doflamingo laughed heartily, arms outstretched. Regardless of the circumstances of resurrection, the mere ability to bring one back to life made this journey worthwhile. Alas, it was unfortunate that it wasn't recorded by a camera snail. Otherwise, that fleeting moment of revival could have deceived some fools among the celestial dragons. However, a single resurrection was insufficient. Although the number of devil fruits capable of granting life anew is exceedingly rare, they do exist. He requires ample evidence, preferably to kill the opponent 10, 20, or even 100 times. 5 colored threads. Doflamingo laughed heartily as he lunged towards Jing, 5 transparent threads slicing through the air at his fingertips. However, as the slender threads approached Jing, they were incinerated by an overwhelming heat. Jing appeared utterly oblivious, remaining silent, his vacant gaze locking onto Doflamingo, only to vanish from sight. In that moment, Doflamingo's expression shifted drastically. So swift. In the instant his observation Haki detected Jing. The fiery tip of a blade was already a mere finger's width from his throat. Whoosh! The long blade pierced through Doflamingo's throat. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he instantly disintegrated into countless fine threads. Shadow Weaver threads. Cautious as he was, Doflamingo had been employing thread-crafted clones since his entrance. However, Jing seemed to have anticipated this, kicking off Doflamingo's decoy, igniting it, and transforming into a streak of fire that shot towards the ceiling. A web of threads surged to meet him, enshrouded in a dark iron hue, evidently coated with Haki. Web wall. Clang. Amidst the explosive sparks, the blazing edge of the blade was halted, and Doflamingo's laughter echoed from behind the web. Has speed and strength surged so drastically? Is this the power of resurrection? Yet, I'm still the stronger one. In the blink of an eye, several threads shot out from the gaps in the web, striking Jing like bullets. Though the threads were incinerated to ash upon nearing his body, their rapid velocity imparted kinetic energy to Jing in that fleeting moment before destruction. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing resonated. Nevertheless, Jing remained unfazed, his posture with the blade unchanged, merely twitching his nose as the fiery blade gently lifted, effortlessly shattering the dark Haki, as if it were a wooden fish being struck. Gap. A technique capable of severing even Haki. Even one as seasoned as Doflamingo had never witnessed such a bizarre swordsmanship. Stunned for a second, the next moment, the web melted away. The searing blade's wind engulfed him. Wait, you are no longer Jing. We don't harbor such deep animosity. How about we cooperate? This was the final civilized phrase uttered by Doflamingo to Jing. 10 minutes later, amidst the smoldering ruins of a collapsed street, a bloody Doflamingo grasped a thread and soared into the sky, leaping through the air with his powers. Behind him, a figure emerged from the flames, holding the lifeless head of Diamante, his eyes wide open in death. Doflamingo anxiously glanced back, shouting towards the port while still airborne. Jorah. A robust woman with curly hair leaped to the railing of the Numancia Flamingo, her eyes widening in shock at Doflamingo's dire state, then at the figure resembling the Grim Reaper in the distance, Jing. Instantly comprehending the situation, she conjured a cloud of smoke with her hands and hurled it towards Jing. Without hesitation, Jing slashed, transforming into an abstract figure reminiscent of a modern art painting, his long blade drooping limply, the figure simplistic and rounded. Even the flames adorning him turned into an artistic rendition. However, it was not long before the ferocious flames burst forth from the abstract figure, as if the fire had pierced through the canvas, revealing the soul-thirsting visage of the King of Ash. Yet, in that brief moment of delay, the Numancia Flamingo had already set sail from the port. A streak of flame pursued, casting a white projectile before turning to flee. Doflamingo's enraged voice erupted from the ship. Jing stood silently amidst the blazing ruins, watching Doflamingo's desperate escape, raising his hand as countless souls swirled into his palm. Not far from the wreckage, a group of misfits cautiously peeked from behind a broken wall, eyeing the flames where Jing stood. Has the captain recovered? Garfield inquired. New Year slightly smiled. Who knows? Send someone to check. Check what? How to check? Nicola scratched his head. Xing Sa adjusted his glasses, his expression cold. Send a hapless soul. If he gets killed, it means the captain hasn't recovered. If they can converse, it indicates he has. So, who shall be this unfortunate soul? Hey, why is everyone looking at me? Eden, standing on a few rotating blocks, turned around to find all eyes on him, his face paling. It's you, traitor, Garfield exclaimed, tugging at his ear. I truly did not intend for this. Eden lamented, on the verge of tears, wondering why such misfortune befell him. Enough, do not torment Eden any further. Imojing's hoarse voice resonated from ahead. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside the group. Captain, you're all right, New Year exclaimed joyfully. Imojing scanned the worried faces around him, and after a few seconds, smiled. Do not worry, all is well now. It is over. He gazed at the dark ring that had appeared on the information panel, feeling the hollow and yearning within him gradually crystallizing. Yet his face remained adorned with a gentle smile. By the way, where's Akin? He scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Akin. What could Akin be up to? Akin was still fighting. From the moment he clashed with Sasaki, through to Sasaki's demise, and even with Doflamingo's arrival, who had since fled and returned twice, he was still entangled with the enemy. The Scorpion Man and the Cocoon Man had long desired to escape, but they were relentlessly ensnared by the frenzied Akin, resulting in the battle dragging on to this moment. However, this was not necessarily a misfortune. The group proceeded toward the square, where the remnants of buildings had been reduced to ruins, engulfed in fierce flames that illuminated half of the sky over Rog Town. Fortunately, during the fierce battle with Sasaki, the residents had evacuated under the protection of the Navy. Yet, some unfortunate souls remained trapped in the debris, and the Straw Hats rescued them as they passed by. Amidst the flames, Imojing's silhouette appeared somewhat fragile. Captain, have you lost weight? Inquired Nicholas, the chef. With a note of concern, Imojing paused for a moment, touched his face, and replied with a smile, It's nothing, just missing a few things. Akin's battle raged on, and when Imojing and the Straw Hats arrived, he was leaning forward, his waist trembling like an old man pushing a cart, his hands forming a shape as he bellowed a painful battle cry, transforming into two drill-like strikes aimed at the Scorpion Woman's eyes. The redness around her eyes and the tear-streaked face suggested she had endured considerable suffering from this assault. The Scorpion Woman clutched her eyes with her pincers, while her scorpion tail relentlessly jabbed at Akin. However, for the agile Akin, such sluggish attacks posed no threat. Seizing the opportunity, the Cocoon Man attempted to flee, but before he had run a few meters, Akin countered with a move surpassing human dynamic vision, sending him reeling back. With his exceptional martial prowess and seemingly boundless stamina, Akin single-handedly held at bay two adversaries boasting superior attributes. Aside from being somewhat lewd and lacking in aesthetic appeal, he had no significant shortcomings. Yet, from another perspective, witnessing such a seemingly lascivious young man overpowering a peculiarly dressed lady to the point of reddening her eyes might evoke a curious anticipation in some onlookers. Imojing surveyed the surroundings. The sky loomed dark, and the nearby buildings blazed fiercely, yet a number of intrepid residents were rushing from afar to salvage their belongings. In the distance, shadows gathered, hinting at small contingents of the Navy converging. There was still time. He cast a glance at the 5 individuals beside him, who were engrossed in the performance, incessantly pointing out what was inadequate on stage. Addressing them, he commanded, You 5, hold off Akin. The group was taken aback. And Eden scratched his head, laughing, Captain, you must be joking, right? Haha. Who would want to engage with a madman like Akin? It could be fatal. Even with soul weapons, it's unthinkable. Imojing rubbed his chin, puzzled. Who was it that stabbed me earlier? It was Eden. Nicola replied candidly from the side. Eden. Garfield covered his mouth. Imojing, throw him over. Eden. Leave it to me, Captain. Nicola exclaimed eagerly, his gauntlets itching for action. Thus, amidst Eden's desperate cries of having served the captain and bled for him, the 5 managed to replace the 2 Beast Brigade's enhancers, temporarily battling alongside Akin. The 2 enhancers were left bewildered, watching as Akin's fist was about to connect with their faces. Suddenly, a face swooped in to shield them, and they felt a surge of gratitude. They exchanged a glance and promptly fled into the dim alley. What? Stay behind to be served a feast. However, as they turned a corner, they encountered the terrifying swordsman who had previously dismembered their leader, leaning against the wall with his sword, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Imojing smirked slightly, gesturing towards the shadowy alley, meaningfully suggesting, Shall we chat? The Scorpion Woman and the Bug Cocoon Man were not the type to accept such bullying, and that was precisely why they never emerged from that alley again. At the mouth of the alley, Jing adjusted his trousers. The relentless battles had rendered the pair he had worn since Imro Town utterly worn out, prompting him to consider acquiring a new outfit. Of course, that could wait. His mind was preoccupied with the information he had extracted from the Scorpion Woman and the Bug Cocoon Man regarding the current operation, which was a demand from the supplier of the Smile Fruit, a synthetic devil fruit, although neither had disclosed the name. Given Doflamingo's recent appearance and Jing's entanglement with the Don Quixote family, it was not difficult to deduce who was clandestinely supplying synthetic devil fruits to one of the four emperors, Kaido. Regarding such treachery, Jing could only think, "Come to me." After all, judging by the souls of the five enhancers, there was no discernible difference between the souls of the Smile Fruit users and those of genuine devil fruit users. Both likely contributed to amplifying soul refinement. The exact effects, however, would only be revealed upon actual refinement. Nevertheless, such a valuable asset must be firmly grasped in his own hands. Jing gazed at the soul in his grasp, its surface swirling with intricate patterns, as if he could no longer accommodate anything else within his eyes. It would be ideal to acquire this technology, or perhaps simply capture the technicians and bring them aboard his ship. He pondered to himself. Even if this meant becoming adversaries with the family of Don Quixote and the formidable Emperor Kaido, at this juncture, was there truly any room left for reconciliation between them? Doflamingo? There remains a score to settle between them. Strode toward the square. Although this night was fraught with peril, it also promised the greatest bounty thus far, from the soul of Sasaki to the souls of 5 gifted individuals, and then to the soul of Diamante, hastily delivered by the Don Quixote family, as well as the soul of Buffalo from earlier. Altogether, 8 fruits of power. The sheer number of souls overwhelmed him with a surreal sensation. Is this the fabled Grand Line, renowned for its abundance of devil fruits? How exhilarating! Even more astonishing was the enlightenment brought by the new King mode, elevating the level of soul refinement once again. He now possessed the capability to maintain and repair second-hand soul weapons, with after-sales service further refined. However, his mastery of the art of soul crafting remained untested. He had no intention of transforming all the souls he possessed just yet. After all, this recent advancement in level was not a product of his own meticulous study. A wealth of knowledge had inexplicably manifested in his mind, necessitating a period of absorption and digestion. Moreover, he harbored some fresh ideas he wished to explore. In the uneven square, the motley crew had been thoroughly subdued by AG, leaving only Garfield, who, thanks to his weapon fruit ability to transform into blades and other hard objects, managed to temporarily restrain Ajin, albeit still enduring blows. Ajin remained entrenched in the battle memories of Lao Ji, showing no signs of awakening. If this continued, it might indeed be AG who woke up first, shook his head and approached, deciding to assist in bringing him offline manually. Upon sensing someone approaching, AG instinctively turned and unleashed a skilled Earth King fist. S-blade glimmered as he deftly sidestepped, leaving Ajin standing dazed in place. 2 seconds later, his limbs fell to the ground, reduced to a wretched state. Swordsmanship now at level 19, he was but a step away from the Grandmaster realm. In retrospect, if Haki possessed a swordsmanship level, it would surely exceed level 30. Unlike soul refinement, which advanced through knowledge, skills like swordsmanship and martial arts demanded extensive practice and comprehension, making their progression significantly more arduous. Finally, a bruised Eden delivered a sweeping kick to the nape of Ajin, rendering him unconscious. The remaining 4 gleefully hoisted Ajin's limbs, navigating through the wary gazes of onlookers as they made their way to the dock. The newly customized koi ship's mast had been tragically destroyed, leaving them to rely on Zoi to procure the pirate ship that Sasaki had arrived on. Setting sail under the cover of night. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the lights in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office burned late into the night. Beside the large, sturdy wooden desk, a young naval officer anxiously reported the intelligence from Log Town. Sasaki had successfully landed in Log Town and was currently besieging the demon Ajin. Wait. Sengoku removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, asking, "The demon Ajin? Which of the 4 Emperor's subordinates is that?" "I have no recollection." Sitting on the nearby sofa, munching on rice crackers, Karp exclaimed, "Sengoku, are you losing your marbles? That's the demon Ajin under clique." He was well aware of the notorious pirate gate in his hometown. The naval soldiers promptly perused the intelligence reports and conveyed, the demon Akin, a member of the clique pirates, holds the 2nd highest bounty in the East Sea, amounting to 12 million berries. As he recited the figures, disbelief washed over him, prompting him to murmur the numbers repeatedly. Yet, the more he did so, the more the expression on Sengoku's face became intriguing. A pirate under the command of one of the four emperors, with a bounty exceeding 400 million, had ventured into the East Sea to confront a pirate worth merely over 10 million. Was this a desecration of his ancestral grave? Or perhaps an illusion? He donned his spectacles. And Smoker? He recalled that Karp had previously collaborated with Colonel Smoker stationed in Logetown, and he held a vague impression of that headstrong rebel. The naval officer flipped through several pages of intelligence. Colonel Smoker had been knocked unconscious at the execution platform, but was not in immediate danger. Sengoku's expression darkened further. Continue. He commanded. The report revealed the presence of the infamous pirate captain, Click, suggesting an alliance between Zoro and Click surrounding Akin. Sengoku wore a look as if he had been fed excrement. What sort of friendship tale between an elephant and an ant was this? Karp guffawed nearby. Skip that part. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, his gaze clouded. Zoro's appearance in Logetown surely indicated that Kaido was scheming something. The East Blue was vast. Why Logetown specifically? Was it to proclaim something at the site of Pirate King Roger's execution? Was Kaido preparing for a significant move? A torrent of speculations flooded his mind. He felt like a fisherman on a small boat, the shadow of the four emperors lurking beneath the surface like an unseen sea king, secretly eyeing him. All for Akin? What a farce. The naval officer hastily turned the page, then froze momentarily. Bloodsword, Jing, had appeared in Logetown and clashed with Zoro, indicating that Akin was now under Jing's command, and Zoro's target was Jing. The office fell into a profound silence. Two sharp gazes piercing like javelins at a certain individual voraciously consuming Senbei. Karp's movements froze mid-air, sensing the pressure emanating from behind the desk. Even without turning around, he could almost envision someone's glasses glinting coldly, with the words anger one hovering above their head. Isn't this rather beneficial? It helps the East Blue eliminate a dangerous pirate. Karp chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. As Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grim, he added, "You should consider it this way, Sengoku. Akainu is pursuing Zoro, S&T. He could capture both now instead of just one. Currently, the entire Grand Line, the Navy, the four emperors, and the seven warlords maintained a relatively stable state, with the four emperors representing the pinnacle of pirate strength under the Navy's vigilant watch. A naval base was stationed at every territorial boundary to monitor activities. It could be said that the actions of the four emperors tugged at the Navy's nerves, not to mention the movements of significant figures like Zoro. Upon learning of Zoro's abnormal activities, Sengoku immediately dispatched a vice admiral for tracking and interception, but unfortunately, the opposing party sabotaged their vessels, thwarting further pursuit. Just then, Admiral Akainu, on a nearby mission, volunteered to persuade Zoro to return. Let us hope this time it goes as you say. Sengoku scoffed. He had complete faith in Akainu. Given Akainu's vehement disdain for evil, he would burn to ash not only Zoro and Jing but any trace of pirates in the air. He merely hoped that Akainu would show some consideration for ordinary civilians this time and refrain from excessively damaging the city. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. A sweating naval officer knocked and entered, standing straight in the office. He barely caught his breath and urgently exclaimed, "Marshal, we have new intelligence." The astonishment in his eyes has yet to fade. The renowned Sasaki was slain by the bloodsword, Jing. A profound silence enveloped the office. Even Karp's expression gradually took on a somber tone. However, the intelligence report was not yet complete. The Navy soldier, drenched in sweat, continued to recite. One of the seven warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, appeared in Roguetown and clashed with Jing, only to be driven away by him. In that moment, Sengoku felt a throbbing in his temples. Doflamingo? How could this troublesome individual be involved? It was hardly appropriate to engage in such antics right after the seven warlords meeting. The crucial point was that he had been routed. Was he in league with Kaido? It was no secret among the higher-ups that he was dealing arms for Kaido. And then there was Jing. The air in the spacious office grew increasingly tense, and after a prolonged silence, Sengoku's voice broke through, tinged with exasperation. "Karp, you have truly unleashed a formidable foe this time." Karp remained silent, merely chuckling as he tossed a rice cracker into his mouth, crunching it with vigor. His tiger-like eyes surprisingly carrying a hint of seriousness. Sengoku chose not to dwell further on the matter and turned to the Navy soldier. "Prepare the latest intelligence on Jing and deliver it to me. Also, where's Akainu? Has he not yet arrived?" He gazed at the young naval officer who had just entered, clutching intelligence reports. Sasaki had already disembarked, dispatching the severed heads, while Akainu remained oblivious to how far he was from his steadfast stronghold, Rogue Town. The newly arrived sailor hesitated, casting a furtive glance at the naval hero beside him. Sengoku felt a sudden pang of discomfort in his forehead. "Speak," he commanded. The naval officer, steeling his resolve, reported, "Admiral Akainu encountered the Straw Hat crew en route. They took advantage of the storm to escape. Currently, Admiral Akainu is searching near the Alabasta Kingdom, but there have been no results thus far." Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. He did not question Akainu's decision. Compared to Sasaki, the Straw Hat crew, who directly prompted the convening of the first Warlords of the Sea meeting, clearly warranted a more urgent pursuit. After all, this was a command issued directly by the world government, and priority lay with the orders of this admiral. It was understandable that there hadn't been prior communication with him. The unpredictable and complex weather of the Grand Line often leads to temporary interruptions in communication during storms. However, why was Carp involved? The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense. "You all step outside," Sengoku declared with a stern expression. Two young Navy soldiers, relieved, hurriedly exited the office. Carp, crouching slightly, attempted to sneak away, but halfway through his escape, he heard Sengoku's furious roar from behind. "Carp, you better explain yourself." The true menace to the Navy was not the four emperors, but rather this old fellow munching on Sunbay before him. A day later, the World Economic News spread across the East Blue, carrying several bounty posters. In a certain maritime region of the East Blue, a seemingly whimsical pirate ship was meandering forward. This vessel, adorned in shades of pink and white, bore a prow featuring two hearts pierced by arrows. It boasted swings and a gigantic pink plush bear, exuding an aura more reminiscent of a noble lady's private yacht than a pirate ship. Yet, it defiantly flew a pirate flag. Well, if one could consider a flag emblazoned with the visage of As-墨荆, accompanied by two crossed bones beneath it, a pirate flag. On the lookout tower of the mast, a woman of captivating figure and voluptuous curves, clad only in sheer fabric and a bikini, leaned over the edge, her bounty poster dangling in her hand. With a languid gaze, she called out to a girl lounging on a beach chair, engrossed in a newspaper. "Little Idy, your beloved has gained notoriety again." She seemed utterly unconcerned about her exposed posture, continuing to tease, "A bounty of 480 million. Why not lure him to your bed? I could tie him up and claim the reward." In agreement, the girl, clad in a swimsuit with a modest figure and a duck-shaped float around her waist, whispered as she stood behind the beach chair with Idy, her eyes widening momentarily at the staggering number of zeros on the bounty before returning to her usual expression. "Sea Demon, As-墨荆, bounty of 480,000,000 berries." After comparing all known information about As-墨荆, the Navy had finally linked him to the acclaimed Sea Demon Master within the noble circles of the East Blue. Idy, also in swimwear, radiated youthful exuberance with her exquisite figure and graceful waistline. She let out a soft hum, not responding, as she gazed at the photograph of him standing amidst flames in the newspaper, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. "Just wait, As-墨荆, I'm coming for you." On the other side of the deck, Ken Wenzino, still reeling from a recent heartbreak just days prior, now clutched a camera with paper stuffed in his nostrils, staring blankly at the vast sea. "My name is Ken Wenzino. This is my 5th day as a pirate, and I never expected there to be only 2 men on board." He turned to gaze at the swimsuit-clad beauties basking in the spring sunlight behind him, his heart inexplicably quickening once more. "To my father, the proprietor of a photography studio, I am proud to declare that your son has now become a competent journalist, or rather, a portrait photographer. I am grateful for the photographic techniques you imparted to me. Thank you. Thank you, world. I adore pirates." On Tortuga Island, in the Black Market, the flamboyant ship of the Beast Pirates sailed into the shipyard. A throng of onlookers filled the path leading to the shipyard, craning their necks to catch a glimpse, creating a cacophony of excitement. Shortly thereafter, a group of 7 emerged from the shipyard, with at the forefront, clad in a loose, light blue haori adorned with white wave patterns, followed closely by, and others. As they approached, the crowd fell silent, parting to form a path. Countless gazes fixated on, greedy, envious, exhilarated, and desiring eyes converged upon this figure, akin to the sea itself, ultimately yielding to reverence. In the hushed throng, the only sound was the rhythmic footfalls of and his companions. A sudden gust of sea wind swept through, lifting a newspaper that fluttered overhead, emblazoned with the glaring words, "The most notorious pirates of the East Sea." Inside the auction house, a pallid figure in black, having previously leaked information to at the behest of Doflamingo, cowered behind the podium with a gun in hand. Where is everyone? Where are those mercenaries who took my money? The black-clad man shouted, his voice trembling at the assistant, who was also hiding behind a cabinet. They returned the money, even the penalty, saying they wanted to live a few more days and would not oppose the king of the East Sea. The assistant replied helplessly. Infuriating. The black-clad man seethed, slamming his fist onto the podium behind him. Those faithless scoundrels. They assured me everything was fine. And what about those reckless pirates? Where are they? With a sigh, the assistant explained, they fled this morning, taking every valuable thing from the room, even the tiles from the floor. The black-clad man's fury nearly caused him to choke. And he lunged forward, seizing the assistant by the collar and roaring, Why didn't you tell me sooner? I did. But you were on a call with the guild and told me to leave, the assistant replied, extending his hands in resignation. The black-clad man almost lost consciousness but suddenly brightened. Yes, the guild. I have done so much for them, he gasped, as if clutching onto a last lifeline. Didn't they say they would send someone to resolve this? Where are they? Calm down, I have arrived. The guild never goes back on their word. A calm voice resonated from the corridor outside, prompting the black-clad man to turn swiftly. A man clad in a pristine white suit approached, casting a look of pity at the black-clad figure. Regrettably, the guild's method of resolution differs somewhat from your expectations, he murmured. A cold, hard object pressed against the back of the black-clad man's head. His pupils dilated, and the sudden betrayal plunged his heart into despair. In that moment, he realized he had been made a scapegoat by the guild. It was the guild's demand. How could you push me out? He gritted through clenched teeth, trembling uncontrollably, raising his gun toward the guild's steward. Bang! As and his entourage traversed the familiar path to the auction house, a man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a tailored white suit with an air of elegance, awaited at the entrance alongside an attendant. On the ground lay the black-clad man's corpse, now devoid of warmth, a gaping wound erupting from the back of his head, the dried blood concealed beneath disheveled black hair. The man, claiming to be the guild steward, expressed his sorrow too. I deeply regret the occurrence of such an incident. The emergence of such a scoundrel is a lapse in our management. Please accept our sincerest apologies. An attendant stepped forward, cradling a wooden box. Upon opening it, a fruit adorned with red patterns and yellow circular spots lay quietly within. A synthetic devil fruit. SK swept from the lifeless body to the enticing fruit. The auction house's intentions were unmistakably clear. The financial compensation for calamity was orchestrated by this treacherous wretch, and we bore no responsibility. With a snap of his fingers, signaled to claim the fruit. The guild steward lowered his gaze, imperceptibly relieved. Two matters must be settled. Once this is complete, we shall consider it finished, stated. The steward hastily replied, Please, go ahead. First, procure every type of weapon you can find, delivering one of each variety to the ship. Cold weapons should be rare in design, while firearms must possess significant firepower. Rest assured, you will see the desired items before dinner. What he feared most was not the wide-open maw of the ink-black lion, but rather the reluctance of the other party to even exhibit such a display, let alone acquiesce to this modest request, which truly posed no significant challenge for the merchant guild. As nodded. The reason for his demand for an abundance of weaponry was to lay the groundwork for Garfield's weapon fruit, a fruit with considerable potential for development. And Garfield was well suited to the path of a weapon master. The sole complication lay in the fact that the weapon fruit could only transform if one possessed knowledge of the corresponding weapon structure. However, Garfield was rather clumsy, and anything intricate placed in her hands would hardly last 3 minutes. Currently, the ship's carpenter and master craftsman, Xingsa, was distressed over how to instruct her on the intricacies of these weapon structures. Then a second matter seemed to occur to As, and he smiled gently, asking for assistance in delivering a sample. A day later, in the East Sea, a merchant ship renowned in the East Sea hastily pursued a leisurely cruise liner gliding across the waves. This very cruise ship, which had once encountered the lobster pirate crew, had since undergone repairs and was now accommodating a second batch of passengers, continuing its journey along the planned route. Amidst the astonished gazes of passengers and chefs alike, a steward from a prominent East Sea merchant guild presented a narrow wooden box to the kitchen's diminutive assistant, Inai, who was of short stature, hurriedly wiped his hands on his apron and accepted the box, hesitatingly inquiring. Ever since boarding the ship, he had scarcely received anything from the mainland. At times, he would wonder if anyone remembered him. Thus, it was a surprise to suddenly receive such a long box, nearly as tall as himself. The surrounding nobles slowed their enjoyment of desserts, curiously turning their attention to this scene. Most present recognized the merchant steward, who had often been the center of attention at numerous noble banquets, representing a guild of considerable power throughout the East Sea. Rumored to even wield some influence in the underworld, a behemoth straddling both light and darkness. At least half of those gazing in this direction harbored desires to establish connections with him. However, they were taken aback to witness such an esteemed individual personally delivering something to a mere kitchen assistant. Could he be a concealed heir of some hidden nobility? Sensing the scrutiny of those around him, Inai, clutching the box, anxiously asked, "May I inquire who this is from? I mean, is it truly for me?" Observing the boy's apprehensive expression, the merchant steward replied with a gentle smile, "Rest assured, this is a gift from Master Sea Demon." Master Sea Demon. Inai was taken aback, hastily opening the box. Upon catching sight of its contents, he momentarily froze, his mind racing, and then emitted a high-pitched scream. This. After repeating the word this 9 times in 1 second, Inai finally shouted its name, Sea Demon S6 Blades. As an ardent admirer of the Sea Demon, Inai could not possibly be unaware of them. He had even memorized the names of the 4 blades that had previously appeared: Ice Waste, Bite Muscle, Awakening, and Feeding Tongue Demon. What lay before him was none other than the legendary blade most frequently wielded by the Sea Demon, the very first blade used at every grand feast, Ice Waste. In the midst of his joy, Inai felt a surge of panic, quickly covering the box. This is too precious. How could it be given to me? In truth, for Jing, the value of these 6 blades did not lie in their material composition, but rather in their unique abilities. They were crafted from the souls of exceedingly rare fish during his 2.5 years of fishing. However, with Jing's current swordsmanship, he no longer required Ice Waste. The merchant steward maintained his gentle demeanor, pushing the box back into Inai's hands. As for this matter, you may need to inquire directly with Master Sea Demon. In his mind, he recalled his inquiry to Jing regarding the sale of the Sea Demon S6 delicacies, to which Jing had replied that they were only given to those fated to receive them, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The newly arrived wealthy merchants and nobles surrounding him wore contemplative expressions. By now, how could they remain unaware of who the Sea Demon was? Just 2 days prior, the newspaper had proclaimed the most notorious pirate of the East Sea, and with the name of the Sea Demon echoing worldwide. The identity of the Sea Demon chef had also emerged. For the Eastern nobility, this identity was far more familiar than that of the Sea Demon pirate itself. With a sigh of admiration, they lamented the enduring legend of the Sea Demon Master S6 delicacies feast within noble circles. It was said that this feast relied on 6 extraordinary chef knives and unparalleled knife skills, with each knife elevating the flavor of the sashimi to new heights. Yet no one had ever managed to endure to the 5th delicacy. Regardless of the veracity of the legend, it would become increasingly difficult for them to partake in the fabled 6 delicacies feast in the future. However, it seemed that the Sea Demon had bestowed one of the knives upon someone. What could this signify? Everyone understood. An apprentice, or rather, an heir. This was monumental news. At the very least, it would not be as challenging to enjoy the first delicacy in the East Sea in the future. Yet, why did it feel so strange? "Hey, do you think the Sea Demon would give away all 6 knives?" asked a fortunate wealthy merchant who had previously tasted the Sea Demon's sashimi, turning to his companion. His companion's expression shifted. Indeed, he is now a pirate roaming the world. If he gives away all 6 knives, people have to scour the globe in search of the Sea Demon's heir to enjoy the 6 delicacies feast again? What kind of situation was this? Do you wish to savor the 6 delicacies feast? If so, I can grant you all of them. Just go find them. I have entrusted the 6 knives to 6 heirs. What a tale of the sashimi king. Amidst the collective musings, the steward of the Merchant Association astutely sensed the changing tide, his smile becoming even more genial. "Would you be interested in developing with our association?" He extended an olive branch to Inai. Inai was momentarily taken aback, then his voice rose in pitch. "Me?" Having spent 2 years aboard the luxurious cruise ship, he had acquired a modicum of discernment. Merely observing how the nobles had eagerly engaged in conversation with the individual before him made it evident that this personage was of no ordinary stature. To think that such a prominent figure would personally extend an invitation to him, he instinctively clutched the box, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Before the Chamberlain could continue his discourse, a fit of dry coughing emerged from behind. Cough, cough. The old captain, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Mr. Chamberlain, I am still present. Please do not undermine my authority in my presence. With the captain's interjection, Inai gradually regained his composure and opened the box once more. Inside lay a long, slender blade with a rounded tip, its edges sharp, accompanied by a small note detailing the effects of the ice waste, which could preserve the essence of the fish it slaughtered to the utmost degree. It bore a message from Imojing. From now on, your reputation in the East Sea is entrusted to you. Inai paused for a few seconds, then chuckled. Recognizing the signature style of the Sea Demon Master, effortlessly charming yet tinged with a hint of absurdity, and amidst that absurdity, a kernel of seriousness. Mr. Chamberlain, I sincerely appreciate your invitation. I understand this is a rare opportunity. He mustered the courage to meet the Chamberlain's gaze, his tone resolute. However, I shall not depart just yet. The old captain has taken me in, and as an apprentice of the Sea Demon Master, I must reclaim my dignity with my own hands. The old captain let out a proud hum, raising his glass while casting a sidelong glance at a towering chef whose expression was far from pleasant, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Chamberlain regarded Inai for 2 seconds in silence before breaking into a smile. No worries. I admire those with conviction, he said kindly and politely. Turning to the old captain, are you interested in developing opportunities within our chamber? The captain nearly spat out his drink. Mr. Chamberlain, that jest is in poor taste. He replied sternly. Double the salary, plus commissions and bonuses. You insult my professional ethics, Mr. Chamberlain. The captain's face flushed with anger. Triple. This is not merely a matter of money. 5 times. Let us discuss this in the captain's quarters. Thus, amidst Inai's astonished gaze, the Chamberlain elegantly bid farewell to him and the others present, departing with the old captain. Inai scratched his head, chuckling, and hurried back to the kitchen, cradling the box. As the saying goes, some are joyful while others are sorrowful. At that moment, on the path to the new world, one individual was steeped in despair. Kaido. Put down the phone. Doflamingo seethed through gritted teeth. After hearing the news of the death of the 6 flying sky pirates Sasaki, along with Doflamingo's embellishments, Kaido simply stated he would take care of it and seized the opportunity to raise the price of the smile fruit following Sasaki's demise. Yet, Doflamingo found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was the one who had urged Kaido to deploy Sasaki, and after a protracted argument, Kaido managed to reduce the price of the smile fruit slightly. For Doflamingo, this was a tremendous loss. Not only had he suffered the loss of 5 family members in the East Sea, but he had also seen the fruit's price diminish, inevitably shrinking the influence of the Don Quixote family. Years of labor had been squandered in this single operation. The source of all this discord lay with that enigmatic East Sea pirate, Bloodsword, now more fittingly referred to as the Sea Demon, Imojing. Truly, it was a rise to prominence upon the corpses of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo interlocked his fingers, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands turning pale from the pressure. Diamante has actually perished. Young master, shall we seek revenge? Jorah exclaimed angrily from the side. In times of mutual interest, the Don Quixote family remained remarkably united and amicable. We must lie low for a while. We have lost too many cadres, came Doflamingo's low voice from the sofa. Are we really going to let that fellow go? Jorah insisted, her voice sharp. Let him go? Doflamingo's smile darkened gradually, the crimson lenses reflecting a chilling glint. Absolutely not. I am not the only one seeking trouble with him. As a warlord of the sea, it is only fitting to provide a little assistance to the Navy. Jorah nodded eagerly. Let the Navy and Imojing tear each other apart. Oh ho ho ho, I like it. Moreover, I have heard that among this generation of foolish celestial dragons, there are a few who relish collecting captains and exotic races. Doflamingo's voice grew increasingly sinister. What about that captain with a bounty of 480,000,000 berries? How about capturing a resurrectable exotic race? And what of that fellow named Blackbeard? Doflamingo's tone slowed suddenly. Yet it resonated with an even colder edge. Does he not wish to become a warlord of the sea? Capturing Imojing would surely grant him that title. Hee hee. Jorah chuckled along, seemingly captivated by Doflamingo's dark and bloody vision for the future, exclaiming, How splendid. My artistic inspiration is flowing endlessly. Oh ho ho ho. Let us see how long you can survive, Imojing. Doflamingo ground his teeth. Young master, what shall we do now? Jorah inquired. Doflamingo remained silent for a few seconds. Return to Dressrosa, he said in a low voice. Prepare yourself, Jorah. We are to recruit new family members. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, the newly launched koi ship sailed towards Reverse Mountain. Jing and his companions had spent a day at the black market of Tortuga Island, finally acquiring the koi ship, third generation. The ship's designer meticulously inquired about Jing's vision for the modifications, to which Jing simply requested a new iron mast. The designer ultimately rejected Jing's unreasonable demand, explaining that the mast was directly connected to the ship's keel and could not simply be replaced. As the chief shipwright aboard, Xingsa participated in the modifications of the koi ship, third generation, on Jing's behalf. Given that the ship's design was already fixed, no additional functions were added. Rather, the cabin structure was optimized based on the crew's composition. The entire vessel adhered to the traditional galleon design, featuring high sides with the lowest deck in the center, the location of the main mast, where the crew could relax and unwind. Xingsa constructed a small canopy around the main mast, beneath which a circle of wooden chairs was placed. In a corner near the stairs, a fixed flower bed housed a lemon tree, designated as a nesting spot for Zwoot. Naturally, if lemons were to grow, they could also serve as a source of vitamin C. The upper deck was open at both the front and back, with the bow serving as Jing's personal space, slightly flattened for comfort. 2 rotating harpoons were installed on either side of the main deck's front half, while the rear half, where the aft mast stood, connected to a small room with a balcony, serving as Eden's charting room. The second level featured a meeting room, entertainment area, in the front half, while the back half contained the captain's quarters, including Jing's private room. The third level, leading directly to the ship's deck, had male crew cabins in the front half, and the back half was divided. The left side belonged to Nicola's kitchen, while the right side was Garfield's single female quarters, also utilized for storing medicines, with the restroom located beneath the stairs. The fourth level, hidden beneath the deck, housed the ship's hold, with the front compartment serving as an armory and gun deck, while the rear housed Xingsa's woodworking workshop, leaving the middle section temporarily vacant. Everyone was quite pleased with the third generation, save for Jing, who remained troubled by the mast. However, he was not in the mood to dwell on such matters. More pressing concerns awaited him. Soul refinement. Having extricated himself from a plethora of troubles and assimilated a wealth of knowledge, he now finally has the time to calmly delve into the study of his newly upgraded skills. He counted the souls in his hand, the most valuable among them being the Triceratops, Sasaki's soul, Flag Bearer, Diamante's soul, Spinner, Buffalo's soul, Pink Rhino, Rhinoman's soul, Giraffe Sawshovel, Beetleman's soul, Red Claw Rainforest Scorpion, Scorpionman's soul, Four-Fingered Hedgehog, Hedgehogman's soul, and Armored, Pupa Man's soul. The other souls from the 100 Beasts pirates, though complete, no longer captured Jing's primary focus. Additionally, there was an ancient soul, Colonel Mouse's soul, a cherished memento. After a moment of contemplation, Jing extracted the soul of the Pupa Man, clenched it tightly in his palm, and commenced the soul refinement. He decided to begin the process with the 5 bestowed souls, curious to discern the differences between the refinement of artificial devil fruits and genuine ones. Thus, he chose the soul he regarded with the least esteem as his first target. Soul refinement. Armored. Pupa Man's soul quantity. 5,000 required soul quantity. 1,000 consumed soul quantity. 6,000. His clenched left hand trembled slightly, sparks escaping through his fingers. Perhaps it was due to an elevation in his soul refinement level, or perhaps the quality of artificial devil fruits paled in comparison to authentic ones. This refinement was not as tumultuous as his previous experiences with genuine devil fruits. Jing closed his eyes, attentively immersing himself in the process, guiding this refinement. In terms of soul quantity, both artificial and genuine devil fruit users possessed an identical limit of 5,000. However, with the enhancement of his soul refinement skills, the required soul quantity had diminished further, while the consumption limit remained at the lowest level, 6-fold. According to Jing's assessment, this upper limit multiplier appeared to correlate with the inherent strength of the soul itself. He is now capable of casually forging the soul of a sea fish, with a limit reaching approximately 13 times the lowest consumption. The stronger the soul, the higher the limit, thus enhancing the quality of the forged items. Before long, the alchemy concluded, and a cascade of information materialized within Jing's consciousness. A. Man-made devil fruit, Cocoon B, medium constitution crystal 3C, insect healing, gauze 33D, weapon, man-made devil fruit, Cocoon E, trade essence, Cocoon, self-healing F, life essence, insect, Human Jing was momentarily taken aback. This man-made devil fruit indeed possessed some merit. Although the forging options had not increased, numerous novel variations had emerged. The first three items, A, B, and D, were self-explanatory. Insect healing gauze marked Jing's first creation of a special consumable. With the information in his mind remaining as enigmatic as ever, the gauze woven from the threads of a pupa can offer solace even to a bleeding heart when used to dress a wound. While he did not fully comprehend it, it seemed to indicate rapid wound healing, given that the former insect pupae had demonstrated this ability. Next came the trait essence, cocoon, self-healing, a new option that emerged as Jing's level of soul forging improved. As its name suggests, it resembles the life essence, serving to enhance the effects of traits of a similar nature. For instance, one of Jing's traits, the initial flame, possesses self-healing properties, aligning perfectly with cocoon, self-healing. Once fused with this trait essence, the self-healing effect of the initial flame would be further amplified, exhibiting characteristics akin to the cocoon, leaving behind a layer of hard, shed insect exoskeleton after being burned. This was a matter that required careful consideration. Nevertheless, Jing was resolute in preserving the purity of the initial flame, for it constituted his fundamental power. The final entry, life essence, insect, human, was straightforward, representing a fusion of the life essences of insects and humans. Given its peculiar structure, it was likely a specialty of the man-made devil fruit. Overall, the souls of those possessing man-made devil fruits still paled in comparison to those of true devil fruit users. The special consumables and trait essences resembled a diluted version of ornaments and traits, yet they possessed their own unique characteristics, not falling too far behind, remaining at a level that ordinary forging could not hope to match. After careful contemplation, Jing ultimately resolved to forge the man-made devil fruit, cocoon. Since he already possessed the initial flame for self-healing, its enhancement would be of little significance. Instead, exploring the differences between the forging of man-made devil fruits and genuine devil fruits would aid in elevating his soul forging level while deepening his understanding of devil fruits. Before long, he slowly withdrew from the ring mark on his left palm a fruit resembling an apple, with a red base adorned with yellow spots. The man-made devil fruit, cocoon. He closed his eyes, savoring the intricacies of the process, gradually furrowing his brow. If the crafting of a devil fruit is akin to meticulous selection, where various precious ores are arranged and aggregated according to a particular, harmonious pattern, exuding an aura of order and finesse, then the creation of an artificial devil fruit is far more crude, haphazardly amalgamating an assortment of chaotic minerals, evoking a sense of roughness and disorder. Jing, deep in thought, recalled that during the forging of the Kroll soul, he had concluded that devil fruits are composed of souls, yet their essence transcends mere souls, resembling the soul weapons he had crafted, which are also products related to the soul. Upon reflection, a new hypothesis emerged. Perhaps devil fruits are not comprised of a singular soul like soul weapons, but rather constitute a unique whole formed from numerous souls. The distinction between artificial and authentic devil fruits might lie solely in the disorderly and orderly nature of the constituent souls, their inherent patterns, and the chaotic versus singular compositions. Jing shook his head. Having speculated to this extent felt like reaching a limit. Perhaps only with further advancement in soul forging would he have the opportunity to unveil more truths. Nevertheless, this was enough to spark his anticipation. If he continued on this path, it was conceivable that one day he might indeed craft a devil fruit at will. Even the supreme golden power enhanced collector's plus edition devil fruit might not be beyond his reach. He leapt onto the back of the enormous koi at the bow of the ship, seating himself cross-legged against the sea breeze, and resumed his alchemical pursuits. Among the 4 remaining souls, the first 3 bestowed upon him by the giver were not particularly impressive, however. A few caught his discerning eye. The 4-fingered hedgehog, soul of the hedgehog man, spike lead bullets, 10 pieces, description, lead bullets filled with spikes that explode upon contact with blood, perhaps intended to impart the agony of flesh, embodying the true essence of the spikes. The red-clawed rainforest scorpion, soul of the scorpion man, large power crystals the giraffe saw shovel, soul of the beetle man, large stamina crystals. Jing conjured all of them, immediately utilizing the power and stamina crystals to sense any changes. As he toyed with the spike lead bullets, he stroked his chin in contemplation and summoned Shing Sa. In truth, he had yearned for essence of traits, yet the concoctions yielded solely defensive essences, and among his numerous traits, he possessed none of a defensive nature. While the deep-sea overlord provided a comprehensive enhancement, Jing longed for an essence that would amplify his attack or agility. Regrettably, the essence of traits could not confer multiple attributes. Having added defense, he could not subsequently incorporate offensive essences, leaving him to ponder whether future advancements in his soul refinement would alter this limitation. "Captain, what is it?" Xing Sa raised his gaze to Jing, who stood atop the figurehead. Even in leisure, this shipwright maintained an air of meticulousness, his neatly parted black hair combed with precision, his white shirt tucked into brown trousers, sleeves slightly rolled up to reveal his arms. His tall, slender frame and the square glasses perched upon his nose lent him an intellectual and aloof demeanor. The gentle sea breeze tousled his hair, brushing away the wood shavings that suggested he was once again crafting his hand crossbow. In his spare time, he either immersed himself in poetry or engaged in various woodworking projects in his workshop. Jing tossed the spike lead bullets to him and inquired, "What do you think? Can you replicate them?" Xing Sa scrutinized the bullets for a while, posed specific questions to Jing, and then fetched a fish from the kitchen to test one. Ultimately, he concluded that it could not be done. "It is not merely a mechanical structure or explosive energy," Xing Sa elucidated. "There exists within it a mystical principle beyond my comprehension. If we were to employ gunpowder combined with spikes, a similar effect might be achievable, but to ensure potency, the size would undoubtedly increase, perhaps resembling a demolition shell." At this juncture, he paused, adjusting his glasses, his gaze piercing as he looked at Jing. "Captain, are you hoping to have Garfadel launch such projectiles?" Jing nodded. Indeed, conversing with an astute individual was a breeze. Garfadel's journey in mastering weaponry had been fraught with challenges, although she had become proficient in transforming into various melee weapons. She appeared utterly bewildered when it came to firearms and other precision instruments, unable to grasp their complexities. Apart from her beloved cannon, she could not even morph into a simple firearm. Jing pondered, accepting that if she could not transform into one, then so be it. After all, was not a cannon merely a larger version of a gun? As the saying goes, larger is better, more is favorable, caliber is justice, and range is truth. Why not allow her to pursue the path of artillery to its fullest extent? Surely, that would be more effective than a mere gun. However, this would necessitate diligent effort in the design of the shells and the cannon itself. The spike-lead bullets were quite promising, serving as a model from which a variety of versatile shells could be developed. Xing Sa appeared deep in thought, as if a sudden realization had dawned upon him, and he departed the main deck with the remaining ammunition. Jing watched his silhouette fade as he ascended the stairs, retrieving the final soul bestowed upon him by the giver, and nonchalantly continued his alchemical work. After his previous encounters with the souls, he had little expectation for the pink rhinoceros, soul of the rhinoceros man. He contemplated the possibility of refining another fruit, perhaps to serve as a lifeline for those exceptional individuals, thereby enhancing the probability of extraordinary talents manifesting, such as that of crocodile. However, moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment. The secret art, power. Could a synthetic devil fruit possess such a phenomenon? In that instant, Jing regretted the previous expenditure of 3 souls. Ever since his mastery of flowing swordsmanship, he had not extracted the secret art, water, from the souls of fish. As his comprehension of water had far surpassed that of those foolish creatures, he never anticipated that, after a 6-month interval, he would once again extract a different secret art from a synthetic devil fruit. A sudden pang of regret surged within him. Fortunately, upon further reflection, the vast beasts pirates awaited him in the New World, alongside the technological marvels of the Don Quixote family's synthetic devil fruits. This thought brought him considerable solace. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world. Temporarily setting aside the crystallized secret art, Jing glanced at the remaining 4 souls and resolved to refine them all before gradually contemplating his swordsmanship. Unlike the previous 5 souls of synthetic devil fruit users, he had already devised plans for the remaining 4. The souls of the rat and buffalo would be preserved for future use. Soul refinement. Flag bearer. Diamante's soul requires a soul quantity of 1,000, consuming 6,000. A. Flapping fruit. B. Haki crystal. Armament Haki. Diamante. C. Medium power crystal. 8D. Flexible humility. Fringed hat. E. Weapon. Flapping fruit. F. Trait. Flimsy. G. Life essence. Human. Flexible humility is a fringed hat reminiscent of a chieftain's feathered headdress, with the effect that when others affirm a particular ability of yours, that ability is weakened. While if an enemy denies it, that ability is paradoxically enhanced. It is a quintessential tool for those who thrive on irony. The trait Flimsy greatly enhances the body's flexibility and smoothens all body hair, appearing more as a trait derived from the flapping fruit rather than from Diamante himself. Recalling the essence of traits he had previously refined, Jing realized that he might now be capable of extracting certain characteristics from the devil fruits. Much like peeling an onion, if this progression continues, he might soon integrate the essence of the devil fruit into his being, potentially rendering the fruit itself obsolete in this world. Gazing at the undulating sea, smooth as silk, he momentarily lost his focus until a sudden landing of Zoro jolted him back to reality. Without hesitation, he chose Haki Crystal, Armament Haki, Diamante. He has endured enough beatings from the formidable strongmen. It is now time to shatter the vicious cycle and reclaim his autonomy. Closing his eyes, an inexplicable enlightenment arose from within his heart as the sea breeze swept towards him, seemingly intent on carrying away all his troubles. When he opened his eyes once more, a myriad of complex emotions flickered within his obsidian gaze. The experiences of his growth flashed rapidly through his mind like a rolling, sepia-toned film, eliciting a soft sigh as he sank into the vast ocean of his thoughts. A deep, iron-black hue manifested from his hands, spreading across his chest, representing the mastery of armament Haki that Diamante had cultivated over time. One could only lament his lack of aptitude, rendering him barely capable. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for practical use. Jing grasped the hilt, attempting to channel his Haki into the blade. According to Gung Shiro's teachings, the application of armament Haki can be generally categorized into 3 stages. The first stage involves a simple adherence to the body's surface, enhancing hardness and increasing attack power. The second stage allows the user to redirect Haki from unused areas during combat to places where it is needed, enhancing defense or amplifying attacks, which is the foundational technique of wrapping or flowing. This was demonstrated by Captain Bogart before Jing. At that time, Jing felt a chilling dread and dared not confront his opponent's assault directly. The third stage encompasses the ability to envelop the body or weapon in a substantial amount of armament Haki, achieving a level akin to an invisible armor, significantly boosting attack power and even inflicting internal damage on foes. The only individual to showcase such prowess before Jing was Captain Carp, whose fists could inflict devastating injuries without even making direct contact. While Diamante's skill with Haki remained at the first stage, Jing felt confident in his ability to utilize the second stage of Haki wrapping. This confidence stemmed from the understanding that the so-called power of the heart is, in fact, a specialized branch of spiritual strength. During his 2.5 years in Amuro Town, Jing had learned to extend the initial flame of his burning soul onto the blade. Gradually, a deep, lustrous metallic sheen spread across the blade, the once pale red surface transforming into a pitch black. Jing raised the long knife, a smile of joy illuminating his face. At that moment, through his infrared vision, he perceived a surge of energy flowing along the blade, which had taken on a golden red hue, resembling a laser sword. Though not as brilliant as Bogart's on that fateful day, the distinction between presence and absence was now a matter of quality. At present, he felt assured that, even without the use of Haki, he could finally slice Sasaki's beast form into minced meat, provided his opponent did not employ Haki for defense. No, he needed someone to spar with. Jing leaped down from the bow and made his way to the cabin, calling out, "Akin, are you there?" Akin was asleep, having pulled the night shift, and had gone to bed early. Standing at the door, Jing listened to the sounds of snoring emanating from within, letting out a sigh. He suddenly felt guilty. Ever since reaching swordsmanship level 19, his mind had been brimming with novel swordplay inspirations, leaving him restless and unable to directly express his desire to spar with the crew. Thus, he had resorted to the pretext of helping Akin accelerate his absorption of Lao Ji's martial arts crystal, beating him senseless daily to practice his ideas and insights. Now, hearing the weary snores, he felt a pang of conscience. Indeed, he was getting on in years. Jing shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, and turned towards the ship's cannon deck, calling out, "Gaffadal, are you there?" If he couldn't find someone capable of fighting, he might as well seek out someone willing to take a beating. As Jing's footsteps hurriedly faded across the deck, the snoring from the male crew quarters abruptly ceased. Akin, lying in bed, cautiously opened his eyes a crack, peering through the door's gap, his heart racing with trepidation. In recent days, the captain had repeatedly devised various ways to pummel him, all under the pretext of worrying he might transform into AG. Now, upon hearing the captain call out, "Akin, are you there?" he instinctively shuddered. He quickly sat up and took a sip of goji berry tea to calm his nerves, feeling a profound sense of tranquility wash over him. On the gun deck, Garfield was diligently cleaning the cannons and the deck. Upon seeing As-墨荆approach, she joyfully waved her hand, exclaiming, "Captain, you're looking for me." As-墨荆gazed at the earnest young woman before him, then glanced at the immaculate gun deck and the gleaming cannons, momentarily at a loss for words, finding it difficult to utter even the phrase sparring. This young lady, Garfield, toiled throughout the day assisting with various tasks, and in the evening, she would tearfully embrace her not-so-bright head, following Xing Sa to learn the transformations of various weapons. He had witnessed that scene, which vividly depicted a young intellectual going to the countryside for literacy education. After a few lessons, he was now capable of crafting a weapon from his very soul, while Garfield remained in tears, clinging to the trigger mechanism. It was utterly wicked. How could one bear to strike such a diligent and earnest crew member? "You must have misheard," turned and walked away. Upon returning to the deck, as the sea breeze caressed his face, he found himself momentarily bewildered, pondering how he had suddenly become the most idle soul amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. He decisively shed his garments and plunged into the ocean, reverting to his merman form. Expanding his life energy to its maximum, he broadcasted it across all channels, directing it towards the ocean's depths. Soon, a regal sea creature, displeased with As-墨荆, approached along the free wavelengths. This behemoth, resembling an eel and nearly 3,000 meters in length, surged upwards through the darkened waters, suddenly revealing its abyss-like maw, charging toward As-墨荆with a thunderous rush. In the next instant, he beheld the hybrid, a venomous snake, its sharp blade raised high in the hands of a juvenile, poised to strike down with ferocity, severing his thoughts. In the crimson-stained depths, currents surged violently as the oncoming sea creature split apart, its massive form resembling two speeding locomotives racing past As-墨荆. Indifferently, he sheathed his blade, reclaimed his soul, and severed a sizable chunk of flesh, returning to the koi. The consumption of Haki, a manifestation of one's will and vitality, was taxing, particularly with its binding nature. The limited amount of Haki acquired from Diamante had diminished significantly after that recent strike, estimating a depletion of approximately 1/20th. Engaging in a direct confrontation would likely yield even greater expenditure. Although As-墨荆possessed boundless stamina, his mental fortitude was not infinite. Thus, he could not wield Haki without restraint. Contemplating this, a flicker of bloodlust surged within him. However, a mere glance at the information stored in his mind, Haki mastery at level 10, brought him back to a state of tranquility. At this level, most individuals could be deemed formidable, each possessing their unique skills. In the absence of overwhelming strength, achieving swift kills proved to be a formidable challenge. Rather than fixating on whom to eliminate, he resolved to dedicate time to honing his Haki. As-墨荆found solace in this notion, for Haki was the embodiment of one's spirit. The power realized by others could never rival that which one discovers within oneself. He caught up with the koi ship. By the time he returned to the vessel, the sky had turned overcast, thick clouds obscuring the sunlight, and a fierce wind stirred the surface of the sea. The koi ship swayed slightly, foretelling the approach of a storm. As-墨荆paid little heed to the turbulent waters as he prepared to sit at the bow and continue forging the triangular dragon, Sasaki's soul, when he suddenly noticed the 5-odd fish approaching him. "What is it?" As-墨荆inquired. "Captain, grant us the same power as a gene." Nicola spoke up first. As-墨荆was momentarily taken aback, then a smile broke across his face. Since the incident in Rogue Town, the five had frequently debated this matter in private. Although they believed their discussions were discreet, they had not escaped As-墨荆's perception. It seemed they had finally reached a consensus. "Have you made up your minds?" The group nodded in unison. As they were about to enter the Grand Line, they too felt the weight of pressure, a fervent desire to grow stronger, even if it meant entrusting their lives to another. In a way, this was also a testament to their recognition of As-墨荆as their captain. As-墨荆's gaze swept over the faces of the five. Nicola's fervor, Xing Sa's composure, Sushi's determination, Eden's confidence, and Garfield's impatience for the captain to hurry. In just half a month's time, the youthful naivety in their eyes had faded, replaced by resolute strength. Unwittingly, they had all transformed into capable warriors. A satisfied smile graced his face. "As you wish." He stood before a few individuals, closing his eyes, and gradually, his expression turned solemn. Upon reopening his eyes, An ancient and majestic flame ignited within his pupils. Thus, let us swear an oath. Mu Jing's deep voice reverberated across the vessel. On the swaying deck, 5 individuals knelt before him on one knee. Soon, the initial fire was kindled, spreading like a flickering candlelight. Beneath the gloomy sky, 5 fresh logs were ignited, releasing the soul warmth amidst the impending storm over the dark, tumultuous sea. Uncontrollable screams erupted. As the restless waves thrashed the shadowy waters, the ship rocked violently. And amidst the howling sea winds, the vow of the ancient flame's bearer echoed, "Our fates are intertwined by fire, until the very end of death." Thunder roared. The storm was on the brink of descending upon this world. The Jinli ship gradually sailed out of the storm's reach, thanks to Mu Jing's level 15 initial fire. The pain of being scorched by the flames lasted only a few minutes for the 5. Hours later, Eden was bouncing around the mast, full of life. "Captain, I have finally grown stronger," he exclaimed, filled with emotion. Mu Jing had little desire to engage with this short fellow, as long as he stood tall enough. He possessed the confidence of a naval admiral. "Captain, listen to me." Eden began to chatter incessantly again. With a resigned sigh, Mu Jing covered his ears. His head throbbed with the complexities of refining the soul of the Triceratops, Sasaki. A. Dragon fruit. Ancient type, Triceratops form B. Haki crystal, armament Haki, Sasaki C. Large body crystals 8D. Triceratops armor, dragon scale armor. E. Weapon, dragon fruit. Ancient type, Triceratops form F. Trait, heavy scales G. Life essence, human. The devil fruit is self-evident. Ancient types are relatively rare within the entire Zoan category. Mu Jing had already experienced its formidable might, excelling in both power and defense. With Mu Jing's attributes, even a mere bump could leave him severely impaired. If he were to refine it for someone like Nicola, who followed a path of strength, the overall prowess of the crew would surely ascend to new heights. It was indeed an enticing prospect. The author, however, is somewhat clumsy and plans to draft around 5 chapters for today, with 3 more updates scheduled for the evening. I hope for your continued support. End of chapter. The Haki crystal, armament Haki. Sasaki was not currently in Mu Jing's considerations. The challenge of Haki lay in its initiation. Once one mastered the basics, merely accumulating quantity without pursuing higher realms was, indeed, quite manageable. Mu Jing intended to tackle it himself. As for the body crystals, he typically regarded them with disdain, but this time they offered too much, all being large. His heart raced slightly as he surveyed them. Of course, only slightly. Furthermore, the Triceratops armor was a heavy suit of armor, ill-suited to his agile swordsmanship, and the crew could not don it either. Thus, it was swiftly dismissed. Conversely, the weapon option stirred a yearning within Mu Jing. He had long desired a fine blade. Given that the soul weapons forged from devil fruit users are intrinsically tied to the user's strength, the special effects stem from the fruit itself. Thus far, despite having gathered several souls of devil fruit users, he had not contemplated crafting weapons, until the soul of Sasaki manifested. With Sasaki's prowess, it would at least be a swift blade, enhanced by the abilities of the dragon fruit, ancient type, Triceratops form. Furthermore, he had just learned to wield Haki and repair soul weapons, leaving him unafraid of potential damage. It could almost last a lifetime. This made Mu Jing, who had been without a blade for quite some time, exceedingly covetous. As for the trait, heavy scales, while it could significantly enhance defensive capabilities, it would also increase his overall weight, which did not appeal to Mu Jing. Even if offered to the crew, it would prove counterproductive. It was better to consume the fruit directly. He is currently entangled in a dilemma between weapons and fruits. Yet, at such a moment, a pesky mosquito buzzes incessantly nearby. "You have 10 seconds to convince me not to throw you overboard," Mo Jing declared without lifting his head. Eden ceased his antics, fully aware that the captain's temperament could indeed lead to such drastic measures. Nevertheless, he clutched the mast and shouted, "Look up for a moment, Captain. The upside-down mountain has arrived." Upon hearing this, Mo Jing raised his gaze, his eyes widening slightly. In the distance, magnificent red mountains soared into the clouds, their peaks unseen, their edges unfathomable. The tumultuous sea crashed against the cliffs, creating a mist that enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire world were divided by this endless expanse of red earth. The closer they drew, the more he felt his own insignificance. Truly breathtaking. Mo Jing exhaled slowly, marveling. Just when he thought he had acclimated to this fantastical existence, the world, once again, managed to deliver a profound shock. In that moment, He felt an overwhelming love for this realm. The crew aboard the ship also heard Eden's voice and emerged from various corners to gaze in awe at this rare and splendid sight. As they drew nearer, they could discern a wide waterway surging up the mountainside, defying the weight of gravity itself. They all understood that beyond lay the confluence of the seas, the entrance to the Grand Line. Eden quickly commanded the crew to adjust their course. On this route, there existed only one passage that led to the waterway ascending along the mountainside, while both flanks were besieged by the ocean crashing against the red soil continent. Accompanied by the surging tides, an exhilarating excitement swept through the crew. At that moment, Akin suddenly pondered a pressing issue. Captain, it seems our pirate crew still lacks a name. The crew on deck paused in surprise. Indeed. As they were about to embark on the Grand Line and commence their legendary adventure, how could they not even have a name?墨荆slapped his forehead, recalling that he had thought of a name when they first arrived at Tortuga Island, but due to a series of unforeseen events, it had been neglected until today. Had Akin not brought it up, it might have remained forgotten that their pirate crew was still nameless. Should they conjure a name on the spot? This was a moment of immense significance, and墨荆did not wish to enter the Grand Line with an anonymous crew. It was time for a brainstorming session. Under the expectant gazes of the crew, he leaped to the bow of the ship, surveying the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on Akin. Akin, share your thoughts. Akin promptly replied, it should sound formidable. Whether it truly sounded impressive was debatable, but the remark certainly lacked sophistication. Xingsa, what about you? All the names that come to mind are related to fire. The neatly dressed shipwright adjusted his glasses, his voice imbued with a calmness. Be it the flames of vengeance, the fire of strength, or the blazing passion surging within us, we are inseparable from fire. The level of discourse had elevated. Chushi.墨荆continued to call out names. Chushi paused for 2 seconds. Though I can't think of a name, I believe it should relate to our dreams. Everyone has stayed on the ship for their own goals. So, Captain, what is the goal of our pirate crew? A splendid question.墨荆laughed heartily. Our long-term goal is, of course, to indulge in pleasure and enjoyment throughout this journey, ensuring everyone's satisfaction. What about our short-term goals? Eden inquired with astonishment.墨荆's smile suddenly darkened. The short-term goal is even simpler. We sail to Dressrosa, plunder Doflamingo's lair, seize his artificial devil fruit technology, and ultimately reduce him to ashes. His soul forged into a tool. He took a deep breath and beamed under the radiant sunlight, inquiring, what does everyone think? A collective gasp echoed from the crowd, as they marveled at the sheer exhilaration of the moment. All present, including the birds, were victims of the Don Quixote family, bound by an enmity that could only be quelled by the complete annihilation of one's side. Suddenly, a thud resonated from the watchtower. Unmistakably the sound of a 1-meter-4 injured knee.墨荆raised his hand and declared, no retaliation, no shoe retrieval, and no disembarking. Anyone who shows signs of retreat will be made a standard bearer. If you have any objections, speak now, Eden. 1-meter-4 remained at a loss for words, eventually managing to stammer. I believe a captain who is so nostalgic must surely long for his homeland. Perhaps we should choose a name reminiscent of it. The others feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear.墨荆then turned to Nicola, urging, Nicola, what say you? Nicola responded with a startled, scratching his head, and added with a smile. I feel the same way. It remained unclear with whom he shared this sentiment.墨荆felt a twinge of frustration, as consensus was elusive. He finally turned to Garfield. Stop daydreaming. Garfield, it's your turn. At that moment, the girl looked utterly bewildered, as if she had suddenly stumbled upon something extraordinary. She murmured, so we're not called the Koi Pirate Crew? The ship fell silent for a brief moment. Xingsa was the first to break the silence. Koi sounds rather nice. The New Year's Eve burst into hearty laughter. I actually want to cast a vote for Koi. Eden sighed. Good fortune is better than none. Akin and Nicola exchanged glances and chimed in unison. Me too.墨荆was momentarily stunned, unable to resist laughing heartily while patting the hilt of his sword. Indeed, it's a splendid name. Thus, under Garfield's increasingly bewildered gaze, the name of the pirate crew was freshly minted. Koi Pirate Crew. Boom. Amidst the crew's laughter, the Koi ship, third generation, carried the Koi Pirate Crew as it ascended the waterway, joyously taking its first step towards the Grand Line. Just in time to enter the second volume, hooray. The chapter ends. A gray haze of dust nearly enveloped the sky, while blazing red magma cascaded like a meteor shower, accompanied by massive molten fists, making it seem as though this sea area was facing its apocalypse. A man clad in a coat of justice, with a square face filled with loathing, stood upon the lighthouse, akin to a hunter who had finally awaited his prey, clenching his fist and striking out fiercely. In the scorching reverse gusts, his molten arm coalesced into a ferocious giant hound, piercing through the barriers of space, lunging at the distant pirate ship. Akainu roared, leaping into the air, akin to a ludicrous ant, charging toward the terrifying magma hound. Time rewinds a little over 10 minutes. Following the upward-flowing waterway, the koi pirate crew was filled with laughter and cheer, everyone drinking beer and singing songs, thoroughly immersed in the joy of embarking on a new journey. The koi ship smoothly climbed the hillside, navigating a bend where the currents of the seas converged, entering a waterfall-like torrent rushing downward. Suddenly, Jing's expression stiffened on his face. Through infrared vision, at the end of the waterway, a terrifying sun wheel loomed ominously, appearing more fearsome to Jing than even Carp. No. Jing shook his head, focusing intently. The crimson hue in his eyes was merely pure heat, not reflective of the energy density within, yet it was enough to instill dread. After a moment's contemplation, he realized who awaited them there. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy today, known as Akainu, Sakazuki. The capabilities of the magma fruit wielded by him were no longer a secret due to the Navy's widespread propaganda. However, what truly filled pirates with dread was his merciless and cold-hearted methods, said to leave very few pirates alive once they fell into his grasp. At that moment, Jing finally understood why Sasaki had appeared in Log Town. He had fought with Doflamingo, destroying an entire street, yet the Navy had taken no significant action. They were waiting for him here. The crew also sensed the change in Jing's complexion and hurriedly inquired about the situation. Upon learning that what awaited them ahead was not the freedom of the Grand Line, but Akainu, the smiles on everyone's faces turned ashen. The koi ship had already entered this torrent rushing downward. There was no turning back now. With the current's rapid flow, in 3 or 4 minutes, they would have a close encounter with Akainu. Captain Eden plopped down on the deck, his eyes glazed over, questioning, "Are we on the road to paradise?" Shingsa ruthlessly shattered his illusion. "This is a direct ship to hell. We are pirates. Eden, we won't be going to paradise." Even the ship's intellectual backbone could not help but turn pale. In the face of absolute power, his minuscule wisdom seemed utterly laughable. Even Akin, the second in command, appeared bloodless, drenched in cold sweat, staring at the distant, indistinct figure, reminiscent of the painful memories of his time with the Click pirate crew when they entered the New World only to face Hawkeye. The situation was strikingly similar to that initial encounter. Was the same tragedy about to unfold once more? Would there be a storm to aid their escape this time? All eyes were fixed upon Jing. At that moment, he remained surprisingly calm. In fact, the situation was far worse than what the crew envisioned. From the thermal sources observed through his infrared vision, aside from Akainu waiting at the Twin Cape lighthouse below, several naval ships lurked in the surrounding waters. Although too distant to discern if there were strong foes aboard, the very presence of the heat sources detected from such a distance indicated formidable strength. This was a meticulously crafted trap, the structure of the upside-down mountain destined vessels coming from above to have no return. The Navy needed only to block this passage to capture all the dream-filled pirates in one fell swoop. This was not a pathway of hope, but a dead end. Jing gazed at the ever-approaching Twin Cape, his mind racing to devise a strategy. He contemplated the possibility of confronting Akainu alone, in order to ensure the safe passage of the koi into the Grand Line. However, it was evident that he was not yet a match for Akainu. Even if he could momentarily fend him off with his swordsmanship and the initial flames, the koi would still be unable to withstand the encroaching warships surrounding them. Was escape the only option left to him? He clenched his fists. Had it been him alone, he surely would have escaped. And perhaps the Navy would only apprehend the crew of the koi pirates, even using them as bait to capture him. No, he dismissed that thought. How could Akainu possibly allow pirates to survive? Even if he had kidnapped other Navy personnel as hostages, it would be futile. The newly formed koi pirates, barely established for 10 minutes, already faced imminent annihilation. Meanwhile, the man atop the lighthouse had also spotted the rushing vessel and slowly stood up. Although they did not hoist a pirate flag, the bounty on Makujin had long been displayed as a notorious criminal profile within the Navy. "Block his path," Makujin suddenly exclaimed. The crew behind him could scarcely believe their ears. Garfield could not suppress his confusion. "Captain, what are you saying?" "Prevent his attack." Makujin gritted his teeth. "We must protect the ship at all costs. Hold on for me." With that, he leaped into the water, transforming into his fishman form. diving at a speed several times faster than the raging current. Propelled by the flow, his velocity reached its zenith. Yet, within mere seconds, the light above the river dimmed, casting the entire waterway in a fiery red hue. A terrifying magma fist plummeted from the sky. Great fire. No matter how swift Makujin was, he could not outpace Akainu's observation Haki. Boom. The searing heat, exceeding 1,000 degrees, instantly vaporized half the seawater rushing through the river. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the water. Prepared for the onslaught, Makujin braced himself against the ground, the initial flames coursing through him as he stood tall against the force. Without hesitation, he discarded his weapon and swiftly drew a blade from the ring on his left hand, its hilt adorned with azure scales. The blade as straight and pristine as ivory, even slightly translucent. Soul weapon, 3-bone special effects, sword form, possessing the impact power of a Triceratops's full charge, shield form, boasting the defensive strength of a Triceratops's bony shield. The jet black iron color stained the blade. Floating sky, vast sea, sky flow, revised. 9 heavens galaxy. A brilliant silver light suddenly flashed across the magma fist. The magma fist hesitated, neatly cleaved in two, like twin hills slowly toppling to either side. However, in that fleeting moment of stasis, a figure had already darted to Makujin's front. In the severed waterway, Akainu's face tightened, devoid of any desire for dialogue. His arm transforming into magma as he struck downward with a punch. Boom. Smoke, steam, and fierce winds surged through the brief opening created by the strike. The surrounding waters were forcibly pushed aside once more. Got him. Akainu's brow twitched slightly. Even with a moment of armament Haki hardening to absorb the blow, his searing magma fist still shattered through Makujin's defenses, incinerating the tender flesh beneath. Yet, his expression remained taut. The magma on his arm surged toward Makujin's last known position, intent on engulfing him in molten rock. However, in the next instant, the sensation of magma lightened, the surrounding brilliance dimmed, and a sword light, as fluid as a fish, swept up the remaining seawater, forming a water sphere that enveloped Akainu. Floating sky, vast sea, fish swim. Akainu sought to eliminate Makujin. Yet Makujin was equally intent on his demise. A devil fruit user entering the sea? Even if you are an admiral, isn't that a touch too arrogant? 2 chapters remain. Furthermore, my gratitude extends to Jixing, Miri, and the delightful Puff for their generous support. End of chapter. From within the rapidly contracting water sphere came Akainu's cold snort. As half of him transformed into magma, the water sphere was instantly vaporized. Yet at that moment, the surrounding waters surged back, cascading down from the inverted mountain, the roaring sea crashing before him. With a swish, Akainu vanished into the river. Steadying himself on the shore, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the river, now rushing once more, refraining from pursuing further. For within his observation Haki, that troublesome figure had already darted into the boundless ocean ahead. Indeed, a formidable fishman. He rolled his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, devoid of any expression of disappointment, turning his gaze upward towards the approaching pirate ship. With a disdainful snort, the magma enveloping him began to boil. The seeds of malevolence would first be pruned from the surrounding weeds. His deep voice resonated. Following this was a surging torrent of heat, erupting like a volcano. The searing lava shooting into the sky, transforming into fiery meteors cascading down, completely enveloping the area around Twin Cape. Meteor volcano. The blazing red magma meteors fell like a meteor shower. Faced with this apocalyptic scene, the 6 individuals aboard the ship were utterly stunned. Akin, what do we do? The brief confrontation between Akainu and Makujin had genuinely terrified Eden, who looked to the second-in-command aboard the ship, hoping he would boldly declare, "It's nothing. I'll handle it." However, what could Akin do? The scale of such a battle had surpassed his imagination. He gazed upward at the crimson sky, his mouth agape, utterly speechless, his palm instinctively clenching as he gripped the railing, producing a creaking sound. Shingsa, speak up. Eden cast a pleading glance towards the team's strategist. The once composed Shingsa now appeared pale, struggling to adjust his glasses, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. In such dire moments, does intellect truly hold any value? Eden found himself engulfed in despair. Just then, it was the seemingly inconspicuous Shi who stepped forward. He shouted with a trembling voice at all the terrified crew members. Did the captain not say to protect the ship? In truth, his hands and feet quivered as well, yet at that moment, he was the only one who mustered the courage to stand firm against this calamity. Everyone stared at him in shock. Have you lost your mind, Chushi? How can we protect ourselves? Eden yelled. Chushi seized him by the collar, declaring, You observe the falling lava while I take the helm. But, Eden stammered. His pupils trembling as he gazed at Chushi. Even if we evade all the magma, we will still perish at the hands of Akainu. How long can we hold out? Chushi gritted his teeth, speaking deliberately, revealing a ferocity akin to a ravenous wolf awakened from slumber. Do you truly believe the captain would abandon us? He growled. Eden stared at him in a daze, suddenly clenching his teeth and striking Chushi's hand. Let go of me. Chushi released him, and the small blond man dashed up the mast, positioning himself closest to the cascading lava. His quavering voice echoed down. What are you all standing around for? If you don't act now, we will surely perish. Only then did everyone snap back to reality. Xing turned to Chushi, his face pale, saying, You take charge. I cannot remain calm in this situation. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering the words to New Year's Eve that he could see no hope at all. Thus, with a sigh of relief, New Year's Eve reluctantly took back the reins of command. Garfield and Akin, you two are the strongest aboard this vessel. It is your responsibility to devise a way to navigate through the unavoidable lava. He spoke with increasing fluency. Xing, if magma falls onto the ship, you will remedy the situation. I recall you possess a unique cryogenic liquid. Thus, as the directives for New Year's Eve were issued one after another, everyone took their positions. Although their hearts were still filled with anxiety and fear, they no longer floundered aimlessly like drifting duckweed. Nicola shouted, What about me? Did you forget about me on New Year's Eve? He felt a profound sense of detachment. You keep an eye on Akainu, shouted New Year's Eve, who had already taken position at the helm. Everyone was startled. What a perilous task. Only Nicola burst into hearty laughter. Leave it to me. Among the crew, he was the only one with such singular focus. Although he felt trepidation in the face of the descending lava meteors, he did not associate them with Akainu. Perhaps this was the advantage of his one-track mind. New Year's Eve astutely recognized this quality and thus assigned the task to Nicola. After all, it made little difference who kept watch on Akainu. Better to choose someone unafraid. Thus, beneath the rain of lava meteors, the koi ship struggled to regain its vitality, beginning to clumsily evade the molten rocks that could potentially fall nearby, surprisingly inching closer to the sea exit. At the bow, Nicola gathered a basket of cannonballs from the deck storage and placed them at his feet. With arms crossed over his chest, he cast a disdainful gaze toward the lighthouse, where Akainu drew ever nearer. Under such scrutiny, even Akainu felt a moment of bewilderment. Could that fellow be a hidden master? It had been quite some time since he had encountered an adversary so dismissive of him. However, his gaze swiftly returned to its icy demeanor, regardless of who it was. He had never entertained the notion that a mere sweeping attack could vanquish the pirates aboard this vessel. This was merely a means to confine their movements. A clever ruse akin to fishing. He observed the few individuals aboard the vessel struggling to evade capture, letting out a cold snort. A futile struggle. The true assault is only just beginning. He leaned slightly forward, his right hand transforming into molten lava, clenched into a fist, and unleashed a powerful strike. Canine biting Crimson Lotus. The elongated magma morphed into the head of a ferocious dog, rapidly swelling, charging towards the distant koi ship. At the bow, Nikolai remained undaunted, his crimson gloves gripping a cannonball, gathering strength to hurl it. Boom, boom, boom. The intense blaze and thunderous roar were formidable, yet largely ineffective, amidst the billowing smoke. The molten canine emerged unscathed, stirring up a torrid wave as it lunged towards the koi ship. Witnessing this dire situation, Akin could no longer remain passive. He turned to the increasingly imminent sea exit, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes, and bellowed, Stand aside, Nikolai. Nikolai glanced back, only to see Akin adopting a peculiar stance. Ultimate technique, G Mark of the Gods. An art passed down from Rao, the ultimate move of G. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before the gaping maw of the molten lava hound, akin to an unremarkable ant. With a mighty strike, he slammed down. Boom. A colossal G imprint materialized upon the hound's visage, resonating with a dull thud as a wave of scorching air radiated outward, splattering magma everywhere. Yet, this ferocious blow merely delayed the beast for less than 2 seconds, as the lava hound swiftly regained its form and charged with a howl. Snapping its jaws at Akin and the koi ship behind him, a wave of heat surged forth. Akin's body plummeted from midair, despair etched upon his face. Indeed, he realized he was still far from this level. He should have practiced more with the captain over the past few days. Just then, a silver gleam erupted from the sea. Buzz. The vicious hound was cleaved in two, blood-like droplets cascading from the heavens. I have waited long enough. Jing's crystalline voice echoed through the air as he gracefully descended, executing a turn mid-air and grasping Akin's collar, flinging him back towards the koi ship. Before turning and charging towards the lighthouse where Red Dog awaited. Captain, the crew of the koi pirates exclaimed in astonishment from behind. He has indeed returned. A sly grin crept across Red Dog's lips. What use is your hopping about? He scoffed, eyeing Jing. Neither you nor your crew shall escape today. Meanwhile, the koi ship finally broke through numerous obstacles, sailing into the ocean. However, Red Dog paid it no heed, for several warships had already surrounded them. Unless the koi ship could soar into the skies or plunge into the depths, it was as he said. Today, the koi ship was doomed. Yet, at that moment, Jing could not help but burst into laughter. Return to the Navy base and have Sengoku clear your mind, Red Dog. He mocked. You cannot possibly believe I merely took a jaunt into the sea without any purpose. As his words fell, a terrifying maw emerged beneath the koi ship. And amidst the astonished gazes of the Navy, a colossal frog sea king, at least 3,000 meters in size, swallowed the koi ship whole and dove beneath the waves. The koi ship could neither fly nor dive, but alas, their captain had connections, summoning a benevolent deep-sea creature that simply consumed the ship and carried it away. Seizing the moment while Red Dog was momentarily stunned, Jing vanished from sight, racing towards the shore at breakneck speed, showing no intention of engaging him. Are you daft? I can use fish transformation. The roaring magma engulfed the spot where he had just stood, and the next second, Red Dog, covered in magma, appeared behind Jing. Delivering a punch with molten fists, Jing swiftly turned, gripping the hilt of the three-bone sword, its triangular, bone-like guard glimmering. With a forceful sweep along the blade, the guard unfurled, transforming into a shield resembling an umbrella adorned with grayish-blue scales. Free bones, shield form. Simultaneously, the armament Haki enveloped it, rendering the shield as dark as iron. Boom. A resounding crash reverberated from the shield, waves of heat radiating outward. Yet this time, the combination of the armament Haki and the formidable defense of the Triceratops-like shield successfully thwarted Red Dog's punch. The searing magma danced upon the surface of the shield, and Jing, harnessing the tremendous force, surged towards the shore with even greater speed. However, witnessing the koi ship escape right before his eyes, Red Dog could not possibly let Jing go. His other hand transformed into a torrent of molten lava. A dull sound of slicing through the air echoed as molten fists shot forth like cannonballs towards Jing. Jing swiftly turned, retreating with a quick slash while his wrist flicked, Sengu reverting back to its sword form, the blade glimmering as it cleaved through the air. Floating heaven. Vast sea, the flowing horizon. The ivory-white blade seemingly elongated, an azure blade energy surged forth from it, adhering tightly to the blade as if carving out a great river, which then danced wildly, shattering the oncoming streams of lava. Yet, this was precisely what Akainu had hoped to witness. A molten fist abruptly shot forth, striking Jing's body with a speed incomprehensible to ordinary people, instantly piercing through his abdomen. Hellhound. Everything prior had merely been a feint. Akainu's gaze towards Jing was laden with shadows. Today, he would ensure this cunning pirate met his end here. However, the figure that had been pierced by the roaring molten fist gradually began to fade from Akainu's sight. Akainu's eyes widened. Even someone as cold as he could not help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" It was an illusion. Floating heaven, vast sea, misty moon. After being thoroughly restrained by Carp's observation Haki, Jing had been contemplating a way to counter this move. Though no effective method had yet emerged, he had devised a clever trick. The essence of observation Haki lies in its heightened sensitivity to the five senses, enabling one to perceive the breath and emotional shifts of living beings. Thus, the reason for Misty Moon's previous ineffectiveness was not because Carp saw through the illusion, but rather because he sensed Jing's moving life force. Hence, the solution became simple. Remain still, allowing his life force to overlap with the illusion. And all he needed to do was lean to the side, dodging the opponent's attack by a hair's breadth. Although this tactic would only be effective once against the same foe, and would not work against an all-encompassing attack, in crucial moments, it became a life-saving skill. For instance, now, after the koi was gone, Akainu could only watch as Jing gracefully leaped into the sea, quickly vanishing from his perception. A faint wisp of smoke began to rise from above. At this instant, he began to realize that Carp's failure to capture this slippery individual was not due to the aging of the naval hero, but rather because this lad was truly elusive. Soon after, a naval ship slowly approached the shore, and the admiral in charge of the encirclement cautiously inquired of Akainu, whose expression was exceptionally grim, about the next course of action. Notify the nearby naval bases to expand their patrols and increase their frequency, dispatching naval scouts to every island. Akainu furrowed his brow, gazing at the vast ocean, lost in thought, that could not remain hidden in the belly of a sea king forever. Not long after, in a sea area not far from Twin Cape, a colossal frog sea king floated belly up to the surface. Jing wielded Sangu, slicing the creature in half before releasing the koi from its remains. This was not an act of betrayal. Jing genuinely sought a friend in the captaincy. Yet he had not anticipated that the frog sea king would demand an exorbitant fare halfway through their journey. Originally, Jing had negotiated a group price using a piece of sea king essence, but the creature insisted on charging per head. How could Jing tolerate such insolence? He had no choice but to commandeer the vessel. Captain. On the koi, Eden clung to Jing's leg, emitting an embarrassing sound. I thought I would never see you again. Beside him, Garfield silently removed the mortifying individual and placed him atop a barrel. Jing lay exhausted against the railing. Although the previous battle had not greatly drained his physical energy, the mental toll was immense. Who could have anticipated that a distinguished admiral of the Navy would specifically target such an obscure pirate? Considering the Navy's zero-tolerance policy towards piracy, coupled with his rising infamy as a notorious supernova from the East Blue, it was not entirely unfathomable that he would be singled out. A gray shadow swooped down from the sky, landing on Jing's shoulder. Did you find the island? Jing asked weakly. Siri. Jouet replied. The 5th watch is over. Thank you for your support. I will strive to maintain a pace of 2 to 3 updates daily. I hope the author can accumulate a backlog. Additionally, the previous chapter should have marked the beginning of the 2nd volume. I apologize for the oversight and for not providing a better reading experience. I will inquire tomorrow if adjustments can be made. Good night, everyone. End of chapter. Surrounding them were neither islands nor passing ships. In the vast ocean, within a radius of several kilometers, only the koi remained. Upon hearing this news, Jing felt a twinge of disappointment, but also a sense of relief. At least Akainu had not pursued him. He turned his head to glance back. Observing the 6 individuals behind him who appeared to have narrowly escaped death, their expressions still fraught with trepidation. The morale aboard the ship momentarily waned. Just hours earlier, they had been joyously sipping beer and singing, dreaming of a bright future filled with thrilling adventures. Yet, in a sudden turn, they were met with the devastating onslaught of a Marine admiral's molten fury, akin to the disheartening experience of a new student excitedly preparing to meet new friends, only to be waylaid by a school bully at the doorstep. Such experiences surely leave indelible psychological scars. What should have been a formidable admiral had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. However, for Jing, this was merely another thrilling escapade. After enduring the relentless pursuit of carp, he had developed a considerable resilience to such pressures. Thus, this sudden encounter was, surprisingly, quite exhilarating. Yet, the others likely did not share his sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, Jing called out the name of the cook. Nicola. Jolted from his reverie, Nicola, who was leaning against the ship's railing, sprang to attention. Who called me? The towering figure, a half-head taller than Jing and increasingly robust, reacted like a startled hamster before realizing it was Jing summoning him. He scratched his mohawk and complained, Captain, you startled me. It seemed even this straightforward fellow had yet to recover from the earlier ordeal. Under the curious gazes of his crew, Jing mustered his energy to rise and snapped his fingers. Prepare a banquet, Nicola. I can hardly wait. Eden, clutching a barrel, looked up at Jing, his tousled golden hair disheveled, lacking any inclination for tidiness. Captain, what banquet can we prepare at a time like this? He lamented. Just the thought of Akainu makes my legs tremble. Jing gazed down at him and smiled. Isn't this occasion enough to celebrate? We have just escaped the clutches of a Marine admiral. He turned to the crew and declared, how many pirates can claim to have eluded Akainu's ambush and returned empty-handed? Shouldn't this mark the beginning of our new adventure and ignite your excitement? Encouraged by Jing's words, the gloom on their faces gradually lifted, and a sense of lightness returned. Soon, the koi ship buzzed with merriment. Nicola set about preparing the ingredients, while Sushi followed to assist. Xing Sa and Ajin adorned the venue, and Garfield dragged Eden here and there, helping out and causing a delightful ruckus. Jing chuckled and shook his head, leaning against the railing at the bow of the ship, inhaling the complex and distant scent of the unfamiliar sea, and grasping the sword in his hand. Sangu. At last, he found a moment to truly admire this blade. Under the sun, its elongated, straight blade resembled a masterpiece sculpted from white jade, smooth and lustrous like congealed fat. The hilt bore a miniature triceratops-like shield, with 3 crystalline white horns converging towards the center, merging into the blade, while the handle was adorned with verdant scales. This long sword forged from the soul of the Triceratops, Sasaki inherited the transformative abilities of the Zoan fruit, capable of assuming both sword and shield forms. From his previous encounter with Akainu, he found the sword form, as anticipated, had attained a swiftness akin to that of a razor-sharp blade, while the defensive capabilities of the shield form were astonishingly impressive, even in the world of One Piece. Renowned for its exceptional blades, it was a rare gem. As a master of broken blades, As-墨荆found himself increasingly enamored with it, wishing he could embrace it fondly. After some consideration, he decided to forge the recently acquired poison frog, soul of the Sea King, into a sheath, providing Sangu with a home. He had a premonition that this knife would accompany him for a long time. The warm sea breeze caressed gently. Before long, as dusk approached, a lively banquet commenced. On the deck of the ship, succulent roasted meats glistened with oil, and each bite was tender and fragrant. On the iron griddle, bone-in cuts of seafood sizzled, releasing a delightful aroma that tantalized the senses. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, the laughter and chatter of the 7 friends echoed as they gathered together, sharing stories and reveling in camaraderie. Beside As-墨荆, several individuals devoured roasted meat and drank wine, recounting their unexpected experiences during their escape. At that moment, I was completely taken aback. Ajin exclaimed animatedly, "I thought, who is that? Why are they on our ship?" Nikolai laughed uproariously. Sitting opposite As-墨荆, she held a plate piled high with fried rice topped with large pieces of seared meat, occasionally breaking into a sheepish chuckle, exuding an innocent demeanor. As-墨荆was not surprised by Chushi's earlier performance. Despite his seemingly amiable and unobtrusive nature, As-墨荆had sensed his resilience and acuity from the very first encounter. It was simply well concealed, much like a slumbering wolf. As-墨荆glanced at the attributes of Chushi in his mind. Name: Chushi. Age: 19. Race: human. Strength: F. Agility, E. Stamina, E. Intellect, D. Fruitability. None. Skills: Sailor LV1, Cleaning LV3, Culinary LV1, Artillery Control LV1, Navigation LV1, Piloting LV1, Martial Arts, Footwork, LV8. Trait: I am air, low presence, occasionally forgotten by others, with such a peculiar trait. It was likely that he sometimes forgot just how dependable he truly was. As-墨荆smiled, took a swig of wine, and retrieved the electric guitar gifted by Fin Beauty. With a vigorous strum, he elevated the banquet to a fervent climax. Everyone cheered, indulging in fine wine and singing heartily. In the latter half of the celebration, a tipsy Eden stood atop a wooden barrel, engaging in a dance-off with Nikolai, one showcasing a courtly tap dance learned from an unknown source, while the other performed an exuberant tribal ritual dance from his homeland, each equally matched. Ultimately, everyone joined Nikolai in a wild ceremonial dance, circling the barbecue pit, kicking their legs joyfully until they collapsed in drunkenness. The revelry lasted throughout the night, casting aside all worries. The following morning, the 7 awoke with pounding headaches from their hangovers, and Joie brought news from afar. The Navy had arrived. More precisely, the patrolling Navy had finally sailed into the area. The Koi pirates, weary of entanglements with the Navy, hastily stowed the anchor and set sail amidst a flurry of curses. Yet this time, each person's eyes brimmed with renewed anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. However, life is invariably riddled with challenges. Soon, Eden approached As-墨荆with even graver news. Inside the captain's quarters, clad in a wizard's robe of unknown origin, Eden leaped onto a stool and slapped the nautical chart with fervor. "Captain, we are lost," he exclaimed in a panic. Illustration complete. I understand your distress, but there is no need to panic just yet. As-墨荆calmly replied, taking a sip of water. He had grown accustomed to the various commotions and flustered reactions that accompanied the 1.4-meter situation, speaking slowly. Soon, under Eden's elucidation, As-墨荆understood the awkward predicament they were currently facing. It turned out that the Great Sea Route was in disarray due to geomagnetic disturbances, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and atmospheric flows. Ordinary compasses were utterly ineffective. They could only rely on the unique magnetic fields between islands to navigate, which gradually led to the establishment of 7 fixed routes. Typically, Vessels from the upside-down mountain would select one of these as their starting point and proceed steadily along that course. However, the predicament confronting the Koi pirate crew was that it appeared the Sea King's black cab driver had inadvertently overshot their destination. They are utterly oblivious to their current location. Eden lifted his hand, revealing a spherical compass affixed to his wrist, a specialized navigational tool employed by sailors to chart their course on the Grand Line. Designed to store magnetic energy from islands and point towards the next destination. However, at this moment, the needle was erratically oscillating, offering no discernible direction. The Koi pirates have encountered one of the most terrifying calamities of the Grand Line, losing their way, unless fortune smiles upon them and they stumble upon an island. They face a grim future filled with bizarre and disastrous weather, compounded by the despair of dwindling provisions. After a moment of contemplation, As墨荆patted Eden on the shoulder, signaling him not to be overly anxious. He exited the captain's quarters and made his way to the ship's railing, beginning to disrobe. "Captain, what are you doing?" Eden inquired, perplexed, leaning over the railing. "I'm going to inquire about our route," As墨荆replied, before gracefully leaping into the sea. "What should we do if we're lost?" "Naturally, we asked the locals for directions." As a hybrid of the Sea King, As墨荆possessed a deeper understanding of the tumultuous waters than Eden. The chaotic currents exhibited no discernible pattern. In some areas, one could even feel the absurdity of currents intertwining vertically. Even a Sea King wandering through such waters could easily become disoriented if unfamiliar with the surroundings. Familiarity, of course, changes the equation. As墨荆intended to seek out a few local fish to ask for guidance. He liberated the state of the fisherman, releasing his life essence as he plunged swiftly into the depths. Once he descended beyond 3,000 meters, he gradually became aware of the colossal creatures gliding along the seabed. He swam towards one of them. An hour later, As墨荆returned to the ship, bearing the unique treasures from a depth of 10,000 meters. Thud. The Koi ship sank slightly under the weight. Eden gaped in astonishment at the 10-meter-long chicken leg propped on either side of the ship's railing. Stammering, he asked, "Captain, what is this? A chicken leg?" As墨荆looked at him with an expression that conveyed disbelief at his ignorance. Eden, he certainly recognized it as a chicken leg, and was even aware that it belonged to a marine creature resembling a chicken. However, weren't you supposed to go down and ask for directions? Who carries someone's leg back after merely inquiring for guidance? As墨荆disregarded Eden's look of utter disbelief and picked up his clothing, striding toward the captain's quarters. He truly did not desire this outcome, yet circumstances left him no choice. The local fish appeared to possess rather irritable temperaments upon sensing As墨荆's vital essence. They sought to rush forth and deliver a beating. What could As墨荆do? After all, it was they who initiated the conflict. Ultimately, after a series of courteous exchanges, he managed to ascertain the direction of an island and acquire 5 souls of the Sea Kings. He whistled to summon Roy, instructing it to search for the small island abundant with delectable food in the direction he indicated, to prevent the little creature from getting lost for various reasons. As墨荆specifically requested everyone to temporarily halt the ship, using himself as a fixed reference point to guide Roy. At the same time, in the kingdom of Alabasta, a figure cloaked in a cape and veil, obscuring their physique and features, hurriedly walked down an ordinary street. On the wall behind them, the bounty posters of Monkey D, Luffy, and the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro were neatly affixed. The cloaked individual navigated through several alleys with ease, arriving at a nondescript house. After glancing around, they gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A deep voice resonated from within. "It is I," came a melodious female voice from beneath the cloak. Soon after, light footsteps approached, and the wooden door opened a crack, allowing the cloaked figure to slip inside. With a soft click, the door closed. Inside, Nami embraced the cloaked figure, exclaiming, "Vivi, you have finally arrived." As the cloak fell away, it revealed a cascade of aquamarine hair. Nefeltari Vivi, the current princess of Alabasta, wore a smile, though her expression quickly turned to concern as she glanced deeper into the room. "Haven't Luffy and the others awakened yet?" she inquired anxiously. After aiding Vivi in dismantling the Baroque works and restoring stability to the kingdom, Luffy and his companions had parted ways with her, evading the Marine's gaze as they embarked on their journey once more. Initially, they believed it would be a long time before they would meet again. Yet merely 2 days had passed when Nami and the others returned to Alabasta, bringing with them the gravely injured Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Upon inquiry, Vivi learned that they had been attacked by Marine Admiral Akainu at sea, enduring a harrowing chase that left Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji severely wounded and unconscious. Vivi had originally hidden them within the palace to recuperate, However, the Marines, led by Akainu, commenced a search throughout the city, even dispatching a vice admiral to the palace. Though he was restrained by the influence of the Nefeltari name. To prevent Luffy and the others from being discovered, Vivi was compelled to transfer them outside. Now, 3 days had elapsed since Akainu's departure, yet the Marine search continued unabated, reportedly on the orders of the world government. Chopper guided Vivi into the inner room. Luffy woke up briefly this morning, devoured a hearty meal, and then fell back asleep. Zoro has also endured the most critical period and should awaken soon. But what of Sanji? Vivi asked anxiously. As they entered the inner chamber, they found 2 bandaged figures lying on the bed, sound asleep. At the window, Sanji, his head heavily bandaged, sat quietly with his fingers interlaced, gazing out. Perhaps hearing the noise at the door, he turned his head and, upon seeing Vivi, was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he swiftly approached her, gracefully taking her hand and declaring, "My dear lady, please do tell me your name." Vivi withdrew her hand, covering her mouth in disbelief. He has lost his memory. Chopper, at her feet, shrugged, revealing a hint of exasperation on his furry face. Yesterday, he seemed drained, and today, sitting before the computer, his mind is blank. He feels like a zombie. A few minutes later, Vivi and Nami sat at the dining table, while Sanji, due to his overly passionate approach, had been knocked out by Nami and confined to a room. Even with amnesia, his lecherous nature remains unchanged. Nami fumed. Vivi offered an awkward yet polite smile in response. Is there truly no way to restore his memory? She turned to Chopper, who barely peeked from the table. As the Straw Hat Pirate's ship doctor, Chopper, a reindeer who ingested the human fruit, possessed medical skills rivaling those of Alabasta's finest physicians. Yet, at that moment, he appeared somewhat troubled. Sanji needs a bit of stimulation. Something deeply ingrained in his memory to trigger its restoration. His parents, family members, anything would suffice, Chopper sighed. But we have no idea where his home is or who his parents are. What about that restaurant on the sea called Bartai? Vivi asked eagerly. I recall Sanji mentioning that as his home. Of course, we thought of that. Usopp interjected, resting his chin on the table, looking at Vivi with resignation. However, after contacting Old Man Zeph, while Sanji showed slight signs of recovery, it was merely a headache. His memories did not return. At this, he couldn't help but wish aloud. If only someone could extract Sanji's memories and present them to him like a comic strip. Stop dwelling on such impossible notions, Nami scolded, delivering a light slap on Usopp's head. Nonetheless, after learning that Sanji required stimulation, Old Man Zeph provided us with a suggestion, Nami said, her gaze fixed on Vivi. Vivi, startled by her strange look, clasped her hands to her chest, her expression tense. Could it be? No, if we indulge Sanji's eyes, he might bleed out from excitement. Usopp, with a large bump forming on his head, interjected, he merely suggested we take Sanji to find that sea monster, As. Chopper added, but what he said was rather peculiar. Nami inquired, what do you mean by that man has inscribed Sanji's dreams of being a chef on his taste buds? Vivi, equally bewildered, found the statement to be exceptionally surreal. The four continued their discussion. Meanwhile, just beyond their line of sight, Sanji leaned quietly against the wall, head bowed, concealing his features. In the distance, aboard the koi, halting at this moment was not an ideal decision. After all, the marine ships continued their leisurely patrol behind them. Although slightly off course, one could never predict whether they might encounter them immediately. However, As had little choice. He merely sought the direction toward the island. By the time they navigated far enough to evade the Marines, their course would likely have shifted significantly. Initially, he intended for the Sea King to lead the way. But a series of unfortunate events transpired that none wished to witness. Ultimately, everyone bore witness to the outcome. Its leg remained propped upon the ship's railing. After an interminable wait of over 2 hours, with As assistance, Nicola finally cut and stored the 10-meter-long chicken leg, discarding half of it. The remaining quarter now rested on the stove and grill. Just then, Xingsa approached As from behind. Captain, I have dismantled the good man, Xingsa's voice chimed from the rear. As, still sensing Roy's position, nodded. He turned. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Xingsa. If I remember correctly, good man is your sole weapon, is it not? Xingsa nodded affirmatively. As was taken aback. This thing can indeed be dismantled? Was it intentional or accidental? He probed. It was intentional. Xingsa spoke boldly, while As followed closely, listening to Xingsa elaborate on his renovation ideas. It was, after all, the captain who inspired me. The two swiftly entered the cabin, with Xingsa leading the way. his voice devoid of much emotion, echoing through the confined chamber alongside their footsteps. After designing that spike bomb, I was struck with new thoughts. He approached the wooden door marked with a sign that read "No Entry," pushed it open, and revealed the gruesomely lifeless body within to Imojing. Rather than merely imitating soul weapons, why not modify them? Imojing was profoundly shaken. This was an avenue he had never contemplated. He gazed at the long-handled hammer, cleaved in two with its head hollowed out, and for a moment was enveloped by a sense of tragic devotion to science. Yet, upon picking up a fragment of the wreckage, he immediately sensed something unusual. The hammer was not entirely lifeless. When his palm brushed against the surface of the debris, Imojing could distinctly perceive a faint essence of soul power, a phenomenon unique to soul weapons. After all, the forging of a soul weapon fundamentally involves the purification of impurities from the soul, shaping it into a desired form, and ultimately transforming it into metal, leaving traces of the soul upon the weapon. However, as a master of broken blades, Imojing was acutely aware that once a soul weapon is completely shattered, its fragments would merely revert to ordinary metal, not exhibiting the current state of being on the verge of death, yet still clinging to life. How did you achieve this? Imojing inquired of Xing Sa. Xing Sa succinctly elucidated the process, prompting Imojing to don an expression of contemplation. I surmise that you have diminished its inherent properties. He articulated slowly, retrieving the hammerhead and handle to initiate the soul forging, reuniting them. Although the handle was merely a short remnant and the hammerhead was missing a significant portion, the bleeding red heart on the side of the hammer revived with vigor. The good man has returned to life, Imojing remarked, his expression affirming his hypothesis. Amidst Xing Sa's look of perplexity, he elaborated, soul weapons, much like humans, possess souls of their own. Your modifications to it are akin to altering a human being. Severing its limbs renders it still human. Yet its soul is inevitably weakened due to the incompleteness of its body. Your weapon has retained its essence as a hammer, albeit its attributes have been significantly diminished, leading to a frail soul that has lost its extraordinary effects. The reason it has not entirely transformed into an ordinary weapon is simply because, conceptually, it remains a hammer. Imojing gestured towards the fracture, indicating the barely perceptible remnant of the handle. Indeed, theoretically, the previous debris could still be considered a hammer. It was simply ungraspable by anyone. The soul of the hammer could only adapt to the form of the hammer itself, and your modifications were excessively crude. He chuckled. Xing Sa's eyes sparkled with realization, admiration radiating from his gaze as he looked at Imojing. I comprehend now, Captain. You mean to say that as long as the soul of the hammer believes its body is still a hammer, it can assume any form it desires, correct? He adjusted his glasses, his tone brimming with excitement. No, that is not my intention. Imojing opened his mouth to correct him, but upon reflection, he found no substantial issue with the notion. If it were indeed possible to deceive the soul, then even if the physical form were drastically altered, its abilities might remain intact. Just as with a person, as long as one can convince them that their love is pure, while Imojing halted his spiraling thoughts, repaired the weapon, and left Xing Sa deep in contemplation as he exited the workshop, making his way to the deck. As he walked, he suddenly drew Sangu, his fingers thoughtfully tracing the blade. Xing Sa's experiment had inspired him to consider that soul weapons possess unique attributes, the form of their soul and their special abilities. His capacity to mend soul weapons essentially involved restoring their bodies according to the shape and attributes of their souls. Thus, was there a possibility that by employing this method of repair, he could enhance the soul of a soul weapon, augmenting its attributes, and subsequently repair it, thereby fortifying the soul weapon? He suddenly halted, drawing in a sharp breath. Wait, isn't this essentially an upgrade to weaponry? If this is permissible, then could modifications to weapon attributes and enhancements also be feasible? For a moment, he stood frozen, his mind racing with the knowledge forged in the crucible of his soul. Vaguely, he sensed his pupils beginning to spiral into a dark vortex. The waves gently lapped against the hull of the ship. At that instant, anxious shouts from the deck broke his reverie. Captain! Captain! Imojing snapped back to reality, pushed open the cabin door, and strode outside. Eden. How many times must I reiterate the importance of remaining calm in the face of adversity? Captain, the Navy is here. Eden shouted from the lookout. Imojing leapt lightly onto the mast, seizing the telescope thrown his way by Eden, and gazed in the direction indicated. A Navy ship, adorned in blue and white with a colossal seagull emblazoned on its sails, was advancing towards the Koi. The vessel bore the markings of G2, the Navy of the G2 Division. Imojing lowered the telescope, This was his first encounter with a single-digit Navy division warship. Through infrared vision, a prominent heat source was strikingly visible upon the surface of the sea. Judging solely by energy density, it appeared somewhat inferior to his own. Likely a rear admiral or a vice admiral. However, the true combat capability remained uncertain. In fact, infrared vision could only assess the intensity of heat, making energy density inference somewhat imprecise, though generally applicable in most circumstances. Are we preparing for battle, Captain? Ajin, having overheard Eden's voice, leaned against the training platform at the rear mast, a surge of battle fervor igniting within him. His previous encounter with Akainu had rekindled his fighting spirit, and with Lao Ji's martial prowess still unabsorbed, he was eager for battle and growth. Prepare for combat. Imo Jing's voice resonated with the rhythm of the waves, reaching every crew member's ears. He grasped the hilt of his sword, a colorless, odorless liquid trickling down the blade, dripping onto the scabbard. The trait, Toxin of Distortion. Imo Jing had never utilized this characteristic before, as he preferred honorable slaying over poison. Yet, he was not so obstinate as to disregard a useful trait. Having successfully forged a fitting soul weapon, he now routinely infused the scabbard with toxins. Soul weapon, throat sealer, scabbard, special effect, toxin absorption capable of absorbing and storing poison. Then applying it to the blade. The smooth, dark green marbled scabbard seemed almost alive, swelling slightly as it consumed the toxin. Soon, all members of the Koi pirate crew assembled on the deck, weapons in hand, bracing for combat. The warship approached at high speed, and Eden anxiously calculated the distance. 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Within range, he shouted. At 3 kilometers, the maximum range of the Navy's superior cannons was reached, while the Koi's cannons, of lesser quality, had a maximum range of around 2 kilometers. Theoretically, neither side would initiate fire at this distance. Yet as soon as they entered range, both parties unhesitatingly unleashed their most formidable main cannons, the ship's bow cannon and gaffetal, targeting the distant vessels with calibrated shots. Boom. As smoke billowed, the cannon mounted on Nikolai's shoulder, adorned with eyes and a mouth, let out an ecstatic shriek, firing a projectile. 2 shells sliced through the air, screeching past each other with astonishing precision. Although these shots were intended for calibration, their trajectory was remarkably accurate. Gaffetal, due to human targeting and exceptional artillery skills, directed the shell straight towards the figure draped in a Navy coat at the ship's bow. Meanwhile, the G-2 division's cannonballs surged directly toward the Koi's mast. Clang! A flash of silver flickered as a cannonball was cleaved in midair. Imo Jing landed at the ship's stern. A cold smirk gracing his lips, he had anticipated these cannonballs were aimed at his mast. He gazed upon the distant warship, as Garfield's cannonball was effortlessly cleaved in midair by the dual blades of a formidable naval warrior at the bow of the enemy vessel, exploding in a burst of fiery chaos. The naval ship surged forward with unrelenting speed towards this direction. The acrid scent of gunpowder wafted into his nostrils from behind. Feeling the fierce wind blowing from his rear, Imo Jing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Fortune favors me. Everyone, retreat behind me. He stepped forward with his right foot, bending slightly at the waist, assuming a stance as if to draw a blade. The sea breeze tousled his hair, which leaned gently forward, while the elongated currents of air filled his lungs with each deep breath. His gaze, as vast as the ocean, was fixed upon the distant warship. To speak of his satisfaction with the scabbard of his sword, it was never about the trivial poison, but rather, buzz. A flash of light from the blade cut through the air, a glimmer resembling a great serpent, slithering forth from its sheath, enveloping countless crystalline droplets in the